Huff. After taking a deep breath, Bailon suddenly charged forward. I'll fight to the death. As soon as the words left his mouth, everything went black. The ferocious beasts around him vanished, and the weapon in his hand was gone. Where's my tang blade? The moment he opened his eyes, a drowsy voice came from the bed nearby. Old Bai, have you gotten so addicted to games that you're killing people even in your dreams? The voice was both familiar and strange, leaving Bailon momentarily dazed. Holy crap, Lu Zhiliang, aren't you dead? Lu Zhiliang replied impatiently. I don't know about me being dead or not, but if you don't let me sleep, I'll make sure you are. Bailon swallowed hard. Years of hardship had taught him to adapt quickly. Old Lu, what is the date today? December 23rd, 2036. Did you time travel or something? Hearing his roommate's words, Bailon's gaze darkened. He had returned to 15 years ago, before the apocalypse began. But in just 1 hour, the school would be overrun by zombies and feral beasts emerging from a spatial rift. They would strip humanity of its dominance over Earth. Everything starts anew. This time, I want to let the tragedy repeat itself. Bailon looked at his own tender, youthful hands, his heart filled with emotion. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person who hadn't awakened any abilities. Through sheer effort, he had honed the skill of beast taming and became a legend. But compared to the powerful ability users, his strength was insignificant. He had too many enemies, and even more people who hated him. In the apocalypse, weakness was a death sentence. Because of a single word from an elite family heir, Bailon was betrayed by a friend. His mentor sacrificed his life to save him, and the love of his life died right before his eyes. And that wasn't the end of it. Countless people, as if conspiring together, launched relentless attacks on him. The stronger ability users openly provoked him, constantly testing his limits. Bailon had no way to defend himself. With internal conspirators and the push from elite families, he was labeled a threat to humanity. From then on, the kind-hearted Bailon was dead, leaving behind only an outcast, the legendary beast tamer. As memories surged, Bailon's gaze turned icy. Hatred and fury burned like hellfire within him. Suddenly, a translucent set of data appeared before Bailon's eyes. Name, Lu Zhiliang. Gender, male. Ability, zone of slowness. Ding. Would you like to absorb the power of time? A system? Before the apocalypse, Bailon had been a regular student. He'd read plenty of popular web novels and wasn't unfamiliar with concepts like reincarnation, time travel, or systems. Zone of slowness and A-rank ability. Glancing at Lu Zhiliang, who was already snoring soundly, Bailon was a bit surprised. Abilities were ranked from S to F, with S being the strongest. If an A-rank ability developed properly, its user could absolutely become a dominant force in the future. In Bailon's memories, those who awakened A-rank abilities typically ended up as city lords or deputy city lords. To think my roommate had an A-rank ability. Fate truly plays tricks on people. Bailon sighed. Because Lu Zhiliang had died on the very first day of the apocalypse. What is the use of the system? Bailon wondered. System. Absorb it. Absorb everything. Error. Absorption failed. Please make physical contact with the ability user. Bailon paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, placing his hand on Lu Zhiliang's shoulder. Absorb. Detected a rank ability. Ability not yet awakened, and the ability user shows no resistance to the host. Complete absorption is possible. Note, after absorption, the ability will disappear, but a significant amount of power of time will be obtained. Proceed with absorption? A ruthless glint flashed in Bailon's eyes as he nodded without hesitation. Decades of surviving the apocalypse had taught him one thing. Strength was all that mattered. Absorption successful. Significant power of time obtained. Automatically converting into reality simulation and scenario simulation uses. Information has been transmitted to the host's mind. Please review it on your own. In the next moment, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into Bailon's mind. Reality simulation, scenario simulation. So that is how it worked. The system's primary functions were these two simulations. Reality simulation projected the future of the world based on the user's current situation, granting real abilities when completed. Scenario simulation, on the other hand, allowed the user to experience and play out events in a fictional or parallel world, starting from birth. This fictional world could be a parallel universe or a fantastical realm, ultimately rewarding the user after the simulation. Bailon analyzed calmly, reality simulation has limited use for me. Scenario simulation, however, could be quite valuable. As a reincarnator, he already knew where the dangers and safe zones were. System. Begin scenario simulation. Bailon issued the command in his mind. Simultaneously, streams of information began to appear in his vision. Loading scenario simulation. Age 0. You are born into a world of dragons and magic. Your family is vast, and you are the first heir. Age 6. You sit at a desk. 2 sheets of paper on it will determine your future because what you draw will guide the direction of your inner power. Age 7. You awaken the power of words spirit times 0. Your entire family celebrates. Your father, the head of the family, spends a fortune to hire an experienced dragon slayer as your tutor. Age 15. Through relentless training, the power of your word's spirit reaches its peak. Age 18. You enroll in a magic academy. During the freshman competition, you shine brightly and earn the Principal S recognition. Age 21. You become the student council president. With the family S reputation, your classmates' admiration, and your teacher's encouragement, you make a bold decision to slay a dragon. Age 24. You learn about an ancient fire dragon sleeping in the Yangtze River. Gathering like-minded allies and your girlfriend, you prepare to set out confidently. Age 26. After 2 years of preparation, today you finally lead your team on a grand expedition. If you succeed in slaying the dragon, you will go down in history, and your family's prestige will reach an unparalleled height for centuries. Age 27. You venture into the Yangtze River and discover an illusionary realm. After 6 months of continuous research, you finally awaken the fire dragon. Its power is far beyond your imagination. You and your team fight bitterly for 3 days, ultimately defeating it through a combination of word spirit and advanced technology. Staring at the blood-red river and your fallen comrades, you feel it was all worth it. Age 30. 3 years have passed. With your girlfriend's help, you finally unravel the ancient illusionary realm in the Yangtze. But to your shock, you discover that the creature you killed wasn't the true fire dragon, it was merely a gatekeeper. Only by breaking the illusion would the real fire dragon fully awaken. Age 31. The fire dragon awakens, possessing a massive and indestructible body, as well as infinite power through word spirit. You are stunned by the fact that such a powerful being exists in this world. You were defeated, and your girlfriend sacrificed herself to save you. Barely escaping from the Yangtze River with severe injuries, you survived. At the age of 35, you returned, but you were utterly broken. Your body hadn't fully recovered from its injuries, and the once dreaded power of your word spirit had diminished to only a tenth of its former strength. At night, those crimson gold eyes would always appear in your mind, waking you up repeatedly. The events in the Yangtze River replayed in your head like a videotape. You couldn't bear it, drowning yourself in alcohol every day. At the age of 38, the family patriarch pinned the entire crime of slaughtering the fire dragon on you, stripping you of your right to inheritance. But in your mind, there were only the faces of your comrades and your girlfriend. You roared, questioning why you had to bear all of this alone, why you couldn't have died with them on the battlefield of the Yangtze River. At the age of 40, your health deteriorated further, and the glory of your past was long gone. Closing your eyes, you used the last of your word spirit to end your own life. It was the end of everything. Simulation completed. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. S-Class Ability, times 0. 40 years of combat experience and physical capabilities. The opportunity to summon a fire dragon. Bailon's mind was filled with the 3 options, yet he was still immersed in that world of dragons and magic. Everything that just happened. Why does it feel both real and unfamiliar? Fortunately, Bailon was quick to adjust his emotions. The harshness of the apocalypse had taught him how to stay calm and adapt to his surroundings. S-Class Ability, Combat Experience, Fire Dragon Summoning Opportunity. Without hesitation, Bailon chose the S-Class Ability. Selection successful. Acquired S-Class Ability times 0. Compared to the other two options, the first one was simply too perfect. He was well aware of the power of an S-class ability. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, no one with an S-class ability was an ordinary figure. They represented humanity's pinnacle of combat strength. They were the hope for humanity's survival in a world overrun by zombies and ferocious beasts. If he had possessed an ability in his previous life, his strength would have undergone a qualitative leap. S-class ability. Time 0 LV10 2000. This ability allowed the user to manipulate time, creating a domain centered on themselves where the flow of time slowed down. At least, it felt slower to the user, while they could still move at normal speed. In the apocalypse, Bailon had only heard of such an ability but had never seen it in action. Every S-class ability was a top-tier secret, something even the closest people wouldn't know about. Most who sought to understand them were long dead. Now, having truly acquired it, Bailon felt the immense power of the ability. No wonder it's called an S-class ability. Just a single thought, and time around me nearly stops. He wanted to try another simulation. Simulation attempts insufficient. Please collect time force. Bailon suddenly recalled the system's earlier reminder that simulation attempts were limited. Only by finding powerful ability users or killing zombies and beasts could he gather enough time force to continue simulating. What was he waiting for? Su Shuexin. She was the only A-class ability user Bailon knew of at the school. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, Su Shuexin's strength had grown unimaginably powerful, comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Countless beasts and otherworldly deities were smashed into pulp by her fists. If he could find her, he could definitely collect enough time force to continue simulating. Bailon didn't hesitate, glancing at his watch. 8:35 a.m. Less than an hour remained before the apocalypse would begin. Bailon vividly remembered that on the day of the apocalypse, he had still been asleep in bed. Black mist quickly covered the skies, enshrouding the city. After brief chaos, zombies and ferocious beasts emerged. Those zombies, stepping out of spatial wormholes, slaughtered teachers and classmates, infecting them into their own kind. In his past life, Bailon had survived by hiding in his dormitory until rescue came. But the apocalypse had been merciless to ordinary people. At that time, human lives were the least valuable. One S-class ability isn't enough. I must become even stronger. Otherwise, I could die at any moment. Recalling the tragic experiences of the past, Bailon's gaze turned cold and resolute. I must find Su Shuexin as soon as possible. Su Shuexin, the literature department's president. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she awakened a powerful ability, divine strength. Later, she became a renowned Valkyrie and city lord. However, after the apocalypse, her personality drastically changed, becoming bloodthirsty and ruthless. She was practically the living embodiment of a female Yama. The shelter she built had the highest mortality rate. Bailon didn't care about any of that. Right now, the most important thing was to find her and absorb the time force from her. At this time, she should be attending a lecture in the main academic building. The main building was primarily used for large lectures and meetings. Today was Saturday, and most students would be there in the morning. With this thought in mind, Bailon didn't hesitate, turning and leaving his dorm room. He had no time to worry about Lu Zhiliang's fate. Rather than saving him, it was better to focus on increasing his own strength as quickly as possible. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory, Bailon saw small groups of students walking together. Name, Lu Xingxi. Gender, male. Ability, none. Name, Dong Sini. Gender, male. Ability, none. Bailon scanned his surroundings. After confirming he hadn't encountered any ability users, he quickened his pace. As expected, the number of people who can awaken abilities is far too small. All the way to the main academic building, he didn't come across a single ability user. Even so, he observed everyone carefully. A few girls noticed Bailon staring at them and felt he was creepy. They turned their heads away disdainfully, not wanting to engage with him. Bailon didn't say much, because no one could predict if they could survive the day. Why waste words on people who were on the brink of death? Finally, persistence paid off. At the corner of the third floor, Bailon spotted a new ability user. Name, Lin Cece. Gender, female. Ability, Miracle Regeneration B class. She was a decent healer-type ability user. If she could survive the apocalypse, she'd definitely be in high demand at any new shelter. After all, the outside world was treacherous. Who wouldn't he get injured? With a healer, everyone could stay in peak condition. Hey, classmate, do you know which lecture hall Su Shueshin is in? Bailon quickly tapped her on the shoulder. Huh. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Detected B class ability, miracle regeneration. Absorb time force. Absorb. Lin Cece turned her head, looking at Bailon with a puzzled expression. Ding. Absorption successful. Time force plus 2000. Due to the resistance of the ability user, complete devouring was not possible. Time force, 2000. To perform a script simulation, a full 10,000 time force is required. Reality simulation is cheaper after the cooldown ends. It only costs 5,000 time force to use. Bailon still had one opportunity left, but now was not the time. Classmate. Classmate. Lin Cece looked confused, waving her hand in front of Bailon's face. This guy was acting weird, suddenly patting her shoulder and then just standing there in a daze. If she wasn't kind-hearted, she would have left already. Ahem. Classmate, do you know where Su Shueshin is? Bailon snapped back to reality and asked again. I don't know. You can check the classroom ahead. Lin Cece pointed forward, clearly not wanting to be bothered any longer, and walked away briskly. As she turned the corner, she glanced back at Bailon from the corner of her eye, afraid he might follow her. Bailon ignored her. In his eyes, Lin Cece's value had already been exhausted. The only regret was that her ability could not be completely absorbed. Otherwise, he would have gathered enough time force for one script simulation by now. So strange. I hope I don't run into people like that again. Lin Cece entered the classroom, muttering as she sat down. Bailon quickened his pace, heading toward the next classroom. Since he hadn't gotten concrete information, he could only check room by room. Quiet. Stop playing with your phones and focus on the lecture. Bang. The door was forcefully flung open by Bailon. The professor on the podium turned green with anger. The sleepy, phone-playing students below were startled awake, all staring at the doorway. Excuse me, is Su Shueshin here? Time was tight, so Bailon could only be direct, rough, and simple. What year are you in? Don't you know to knock before entering? The professor clutched a book, reprimanding him sternly. Bailon ignored him. Seeing no one respond, he simply closed the door. Bang! A chorus of angry curses erupted from the lecture hall. The same scene replayed in the next classroom. Bang! Is Su Shueshin here? No one answered. Under the astonished gazes of the students, Bailon left. Bang! Is Su Shueshin here? This is the last lecture hall in the comprehensive building. If I still can't find her, I'll be out of time. Could she be at the literature department? Or maybe she didn't come to class today. Bang! Is Su Shueshin here? No response. Just as Bailon frowned, ready to leave, a female student stood up at the back of the room. Classmate, I'm her roommate. Su Shueshin took leave today and went home. Bailon was in a tough spot. He didn't want to give up on Su Shueshin, an A-rank ability user. But with the apocalypse approaching, searching for someone on campus wasn't realistic. Do you know where her home is? Bailon continued to ask. Let me think. I think it's south near the main street, but I've never been to her house. 121 Main Street. Yeah, the girl answered truthfully. Bailon nodded, glancing at her. An ordinary person, no abilities. Just as Bailon was about to leave, a commotion erupted from the neighboring room. Where's this black fog coming from? Why did it suddenly get dark? Wasn't it sunny today? There's a black hole too. Amid the exclamations, thick black fog rapidly enveloped the entire school. What the heck? Why is it so dark? Is this a solar eclipse? Likai, I'm scared. Hold me, please. The lecture hall descended into chaos. The sound of chairs and desks being knocked over echoed continuously. Even the usually composed professor was frozen in shock, unable to move. Bailon's eyes turned cold. He was unnervingly calm. This was his stage. In the black fog, a figure approached him. Crack! Without hesitation, Bailon struck out with his elbow. The figure groaned in pain, flying backward with the distinct sound of bones breaking. An enhanced S-rank ability physique was several times stronger than ordinary humans. Fighting zombies or people barehanded was effortless for him. With the apocalypse just beginning, Bailon had no way of distinguishing whether the person was a zombie. Either way, anyone who came near him had to be killed, safety came first. After 30 seconds, the black fog began to dissipate. The LED lights on the ceiling flickered back on, restoring brightness to the classroom. Someone has been killed. Li Ming, are you crazy? That was our dorm leader. The person called Li Ming did not respond. Sharp teeth sank viciously into a nearby classmate's neck. Blood, mixed with dark green liquid, dripped to the floor. Zombie. Could it really be a zombie? Run! Two chubby male students reacted immediately, sprinting for the door. But there were still many students in the classroom, and not just one of them had mutated. It hurts. One of the boys was instantly pounced on and pinned to the ground. With no habit of exercising, his body was too weak to resist. In an instant, half of his fat, but was bitten off by the zombie. Help me. Save me. The chubby boy panicked, tearfully pleading for Bai Lan's help. Bai Lan scanned the room. Not a single ability user in sight. Someone, go notify security. Help. My family is rich. Whoever calls 120 for me, I'll give them $1 million. Don't come near me. A terrified girl clutched her phone, ready to call the police. But before she could type in the number, the girl next to her suddenly lunged, biting into her fair arm. Rip! The entire arm was torn off in an instant, blood gushing like water. Bang! Bai Lan shoved the door open and ran out. He had no time for sympathy, nor any reason to save them. Once outside, Bai Lan grabbed an axe from a fire safety cabinet. Roar! A zombie charged at Bai Lan with an odd posture. Time stop. In an instant, the zombie froze mid-motion, halted in front of Bai Lan. For Bai Lan, killing a zombie didn't even require his abilities. With years of survival and hunting experience, he could easily take one down. This time, he used his ability merely to test the power of his S-rank capability. And the results proved it. Time stop was indeed formidable. Its sheer control over time terrifying even to Bai Lan himself. Flash. With a single swing of the axe, the zombie's head fell cleanly to the ground. Kill a regular zombie. Time Force +1. Note: Time Force can be used to enhance ability strength. As soon as the zombie died, a notification echoed in Bai Lan's mind. Without hesitation, Bai Lan turned and cut down another zombie. Kill a regular zombie. Time Force +1. The notification sounded again. Confirming that killing zombies could grant him the power of time, Bai Lan was as thrilled as if he had discovered treasure. His gaze toward the zombies shifted from contempt to greed, resembling that of a deranged hunter. Bang! Bai Lan pushed open the door of the lecture hall. Inside was utter chaos. 70 or 80 students, with only a dozen still alive. Splat! 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 Using his time-stopping ability, the zombies became like lambs to the slaughter. One after another, they were felled by his axe. In less than 2 minutes, every zombie head in the room was severed. The classroom fell eerily silent all of a sudden. The surviving students stared at Bai Lan in horror, their eyes filled with fear, as if he were some kind of monster. Have you played Resident Evil? He asked. They're zombies. Killing them means saving you. Understand? The remaining students nodded like frightened chicks. They knew those were zombies. Yet, even more terrifying to them was Bai Lan. In their eyes, Bai Lan seemed almost teleportational, his fire axe a ruthless blade. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 zombie heads were lopped off. Bai Lan shook his arm and wiped the blood off the axe. Were you bitten? He asked, scanning the corners of the room. He spotted 2 girls, one with a bite on her foot and the other on her hand. For ordinary people, being bitten was almost a death sentence, leading inevitably to mutation. No, don't kill me. We were just grazed. One of the girls cried, pleading for Bai Lan to show mercy. Yeah, it's just a small wound, maybe we'll survive. The other girl added, you won't last long. Better to end it now and save the trouble, Bai Lan said coldly, swinging his axe down decisively. Splat, one clean strike, killing them instantly. However, no notification sound followed. Bai Lan frowned. Killing someone not fully mutated doesn't earn time power? He let out a dissatisfied grunt. Suddenly, the girl next to him began convulsing. Her pupils dilated rapidly, turning grotesque and terrifying. Roar! She lunged maniacally at a normal student standing on the podium. At the critical moment, Bai Lan activated his time-stopping ability and split her in half with one swing of his axe. Ding! Killed ordinary zombie. Time power +1. So, no rewards for killing humans, only fully mutated ones. Bailon nodded thoughtfully. The remaining students in the classroom swallowed nervously, even holding their breath. They felt like this cold-blooded killer wasn't quite done playing. And they weren't wrong. The Bailon of the past would have likely devised a way to ensure everyone on the podium mutated before killing them. He would never miss an opportunity to gain power. Forget it. Wasting time luring zombies in here isn't as efficient as going outside to hunt mutants, Bailon decided, giving them all a sweeping glance before sparing their lives. Efficiency took precedence. As a veteran survivor of the apocalypse, killing zombies was as natural to him as breathing. Zombies, after all, were nothing but slightly stronger and faster than humans. Compared to terrifying beasts and alien gods, they were mere small fry. I can't waste too much time. I need to find Su Shuexin quickly. Bailon reminded himself of his main objective. If Su Shuexin awakened her abilities and left 121 Street, who knew when he'd encounter her again? Still, he muttered, I should come up with a plan while there's time. In an instant, Bailon made his decision. Under the frightened stares of the students, he pulled out his phone and clumsily operated it. After 15 years of apocalypse, he had nearly forgotten how to use high-tech devices. After all, in the later stages of the apocalypse, humanity had developed ability-based technology. Classmate, a trembling female student, stood up and walked over to him hesitantly. Bailon glanced at her. Some were surprised. Wasn't this the girl who had answered his question earlier? She hadn't died? But without an innate ability, her future would only grow bleaker. Open this app, 121 Street is nearby. Thanks, Bailon said flatly. Once he had the information, he left without looking back. As the door closed behind him, the remaining students finally exhaled deeply, their taut nerves beginning to ease. My hand is suddenly swollen. No, there's a zombie here too. Everyone run. Just as Bailon prepared to commence a killing spree in the main building, a terrified male voice echoed from the hallway. An ability user? Bailon's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the source of the sound. Name, Wang Lei. Gender, male. Ability, Qilin Arm F class. In the early days of the apocalypse, people awakening abilities experienced immense physical pain, often mistaken for zombies and beaten to death by their companions. The boy before him was in such a predicament. Nearby, a burly man wielding a chair mustered his courage and aimed to strike at the boy's head. Even a little meat is still meat. I can't let you endanger everyone, the man said. Bailon activated his ability, vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the chair in the burly man's hands was flung away at lightning speed. What the hell just happened? Could it be that zombies have evolved abilities too? They're evolving too fast. Run. Bailon ignored the fleeing crowd and patted Wang Lei on the shoulder. Absorb. Absorption successful. Time power +200. As expected, F-class abilities contributed very little. But that was fine. It was enough to help him kill 200 more zombies. After absorbing the time power, Bailon wasted no time and got up to leave. As he approached the door of another lecture hall, a piercing scream came from inside. No. It's a good thing we killed her, or we'd all have turned into zombies. Big Brother's right. I've suspected something was wrong with that woman for a while now. Bailon shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet another valuable ability user had died. Of course, what he regretted was not arriving sooner to claim the time power. No point dwelling on it. Survivors of the apocalypse could only face reality. They couldn't afford complaints. Bailon walked straight to another classroom. The room was dead silent. He pushed the door open, and the smell of blood hit him like a wall. Scattered desks and blood-stained walls filled his vision. A dozen zombies turned their heads simultaneously to stare at him. Roar! Roar! Bailon's sudden appearance startled them. The zombies stopped their feasting and charged at him wildly. Bailon remained unperturbed. He had seen far worse. He activated his S-class ability. Time 0. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around him came to a halt. Splat! 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 The rushing zombies stood no chance, all instantly killed by him. They died completely, without any form of resistance. Killed. Ordinary zombie. Time power +1. Killed. The system notification sound chimed repeatedly. Bailon became even more fervent in his killing spree. The fire axe in his hand resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and wherever it swung, corpses piled up like mountains. After clearing out this classroom, Bailon did not hesitate and immediately charged into the next classroom to continue his slaughter. In just over 10 minutes, Bailon had completely cleared the third floor of all moving zombies. The only sounds remaining were a few terrified voices of male and female survivors. But Bailon was unlucky. None of the surviving students he encountered turned out to be ability users. Gooden, do you think we should follow him downstairs? Are you crazy? He is a maniac. But he is only killing zombies. Isn't? What if he hasn't killed enough and decides to chop you up for fun? You've got a point, Gooden. Let us just wait for the army to rescue us. The survivors huddled in a corner, arguing amongst themselves. However, Bailon did not hesitate. He left without a second thought. It seems I still overestimated myself, Bailon muttered as he walked down the corridor, holding his head and feeling a wave of dizziness. Constantly clearing out zombies had taken a toll on his body. So this is what ability users call mental exhaustion, huh? First time experiencing it. He smiled faintly, talking to himself. As an ordinary human, he had never experienced this kind of lightheadedness, the sensation of overusing his brain. System panel open. Bailon focused his thoughts, and a string of precise data appeared before his eyes. Name, Bailon. Gender, male. Ability, Time 0 LV10 2000. Level, 3-star apprentice ability user. Reality simulations, 1. Scenario simulations, 0. Time power, 2482. He now had 2482 time power. He hadn't realized how many zombies he had already slain. Seeing the data, he finally understood the immense boost provided by an S-tier ability. It had directly transformed him from an ordinary person into a 3-star apprentice ability user. It seems those with S-tier and A-tier abilities are truly powerful. Even without using their abilities, their physical prowess alone would be terrifying. Bailon shook his head. What mattered most now was improving his strength. Otherwise, if he died unexpectedly, he would waste the opportunity of rebirth. With the current time power, I can upgrade Time 0. Rather than saving it for scenario simulations, it was better to use it now. Enhanced strength would mean greater efficiency in killing zombies. Upgrade. Time 0. He gave the command without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a peculiar warmth coursed through his entire body. The fatigue and dizziness vanished instantly, his thoughts becoming sharp and clear. Panel updated. Name, Bailon. Gender, male. Ability, Time 0 LV20 15000. Level, 5-star apprentice ability user. Reality simulations, 1. Scenario simulations, 0. Time power, 482. 5-star apprentice. Back in my previous life, it took me over a month after the apocalypse started to reach this level. But now, it's only just begun, and I'm already here. Bailon felt the steady stream of power coursing through him and closed the system panel, satisfied. After upgrading Time 0, his mental strength increased significantly. Now, when Bailon activated his ability, its range of effect was much broader and its duration much longer. His movements were swift and precise, without any hesitation. Gripping the fire axe firmly, Bailon charged toward the second floor. Harnessing the power of Time 0, he instantly took down over a dozen zombies. His mastery of Time 0 had become more refined, and the mental energy consumed with each activation was halved. With the axe in hand, Bailon moved from classroom to classroom. Wherever he went, zombie corpses piled up like mountains. The zombies became nothing more than training dummies for him to level up, waiting to be cleared away. Killed ordinary zombie. Time power +1. Killed ordinary. The continuous system notifications echoed in his ears. With the upgraded Bailon, his speed at killing zombies was like a speeding train more than twice as fast as before. Everywhere he passed, silence never returned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Zhiliang's situation was far worse. In the school dormitory, more than a dozen students were crammed into a small room. The screams from outside constantly frayed their nerves. What the hell is going on? Shoo, keep your voice down. If you attract zombies in here, we're all dead. Woo. A boy with weak mental fortitude couldn't help but start crying. The next second, someone clamped a hand over his mouth. In the dim light, a familiar figure stood among the group. by Lan's roommate, Lu Zhiliang. Under the faint glow of the lamp, he gritted his teeth, hiding under a blanket while staring intensely at the dormitory door. Lu Zhiliang was a clever person. When the apocalypse first broke out and chaos erupted outside, he gathered a few people to barricade the door tightly, successfully surviving the initial wave of danger. Ah! Ah! A scream suddenly erupted beside him. Startled, Lu Zhiliang jumped up. The boy at the edge of the bed had a pale face, gritting his teeth as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he was enduring excruciating pain. Damn it! There's a zombie about to mutate. Quick! Smash his head in. Don't let him attract more zombies. The boy's agonized cries drew everyone's attention. In the next moment, a massive hammer was slammed down onto the boy's head. Lu Zhiliang swallowed hard, his heart racing in fear. After killing the boy, several classmates turned their eyes toward him. Don't look at me. I wasn't bitten. He didn't even touch me. Lu Zhiliang shook his head vigorously, quickly stripping off all his clothes to prove he was unharmed. Come on, Lu Ji, why wouldn't we trust you? The boy holding the hammer patted Lu Zhiliang's shoulder with a not-so-genuine smile. Yeah, Lu Ji, if it weren't for you, we'd have been zombie food a long time ago. Several others chimed in, easing the tense atmosphere. It's fine, Lu Zhiliang said, secretly contemptuous. He knew that if he had shown even the slightest flaw, the hammer-wielding boy would have smashed his skull without hesitation. In truth, Lu Zhiliang's fears weren't unfounded. If Bailan hadn't previously absorbed his Atir ability, Lu Zhiliang would now be just as pale-faced and agonized as the boy who had been killed. Even if he didn't make a sound, the shouts of others would have exposed his condition. In such a situation, he couldn't have remained calm as he just had. In a way, Bailan had altered his fate. But for an ordinary person without abilities, surviving in the apocalypse was, in itself, a desperate battle. Death, perhaps, is the ultimate release. On the other side, Bailan swung his axe like the wind, and the last zombie on the second floor collapsed into a pool of blood. Killed an ordinary zombie, time power +1. He wiped the blood off his face and suddenly heard screams coming from upstairs. Zombies. There are still zombies on the third floor. If I had known, I would have followed that guy downstairs. Run! Get downstairs quickly! Shrill cries echoed from the lecture hall. Bailan had indeed cleared the zombies on the third floor, but that didn't mean he could seal the spatial wormhole. If they didn't retreat quickly, zombies would keep pouring out of it. Help! Let me go first. Brother, hold them off for 20 seconds, and I'll give you $500,000. Money? Even if you give me your girlfriend, it's not worth it. In less than a minute, the sounds from the third floor grew distant. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Bailan didn't pay attention to them. Right now, the most important thing was finding Su Xuexin. As for ordinary people, having been one himself in his previous life, Bailan deeply understood how hard it was to survive. Like tiny ants, they were constantly eroded by zombies, fierce beasts, and alien gods. Every passing minute was a struggle on the edge of death, so dying might actually be considered lucky. Luckily, this time I'm not a powerless nobody. Bailan clenched his fists, his gaze turning colder and more ruthless. To reach 121 Avenue as quickly as possible, Bailan ignored the zombies on the first floor and dashed out of the complex building. I need to leave the campus now. Let us do a reality simulation first, just to be safe, Bailan said cautiously. In his previous life, he hadn't managed to escape the campus this quickly. He had hidden with Lu Zhiliang, only to be mistakenly killed. It took a week before he was rescued. Bailan had no idea what had happened during that week. Even now, despite having S-level abilities, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Otherwise, all that awaited him was death. Use reality simulation. Reality simulation initiating, information loading. At 10 a.m., you left the teaching building and found that Wuling Yuejing. Using the lock-picking skills you'd learned in your past life, you opened the car door in less than half a second. Driving out, you encountered Lin Cece, but you didn't stop to save her and instead sped off to find Su Xuexin at 5 p.m. You had searched through most of 121 Avenue, but couldn't find her and had to give up. You arrived at a large supermarket and, with your immense strength, quickly cleared the entire floor of zombies that on the second day, armed with a fire axe, you swept through the streets, crushing all enemies in your path as you headed for the hospital. Your memories from your past life told you that there was an unexpected treasure hidden there at 5 p.m. You fought your way from the first floor to the 15th, completely exhausted. But the precious treasure drove you to keep going. Finally, you found the treasure in a corner room. Just as you were about to take it, an alien god appeared to claim it as well. You fought with all your might, sustaining severe injuries as you barely escaped on the third day. You found a secluded spot to recover from your injuries on the fifth day. You realized that in the late apocalypse, without sufficient medical resources, full recovery was nearly impossible. On the seventh day, you were still recuperating, but your recovery was slow. You knew you needed a healer with medical abilities. On the 10th day, a gang marked with axe tattoos broke into your hideout, resulting in a violent conflict. You used your abilities to kill them, but your injuries worsened. On the 12th day, an alien god, drawn by the scent of your blood, tracked you down. You fought with all your strength to fend it off and drove to the military district for medical help. The alien god pursued relentlessly, killing many rescue troops along the way. On the 13th day, panting heavily and with no way out, the alien god ferociously closed in, its strength nearly at the Lord level. You fought it again, but were ultimately defeated and killed. Because your survival time was too short, no rewards were granted. Bailon froze, taking a deep breath. Is it really going to end like this? Why was there an alien god in the hospital? Bailon wondered in shock. Alien gods were stronger than fierce beasts and zombies, most of them possessing both intelligence and formidable abilities. In the early stages of the apocalypse, humans were like ants before them. Alien gods typically appeared on a large scale during the mid-apocalypse, about 3 years later. But the treasure in the hospital was real. Even in the late apocalypse, it remained an invaluable artifact. It was a storage bracelet formed by a warped spatial wormhole. Bailon remembered that in his previous life, the Lord of Qinghai City had spent a fortune buying this bracelet from an ordinary person. With the storage bracelet, that person had managed to survive until the late apocalypse. After selling it to the city lord, he even obtained the strongest B-level artificial ability of the time. However, he once drunkenly bragged about this experience in a bar, making others green with envy. What luck! To get a treasure guarded by an alien god. Bailon had been dumbfounded when he heard it. Now, despite being reborn with S-level abilities, he had ended up dying at the hands of an alien god. What terrible luck! Based on the simulation, if he didn't find Su Shueshin, he would indeed go to the hospital. He hadn't expected to encounter an alien god there, resulting in severe injuries and being hunted to death. Bailon didn't rush to set out, but carefully reviewed the text from the reality simulation over and over again. How can I change the outcome? System. Bailon's eyes snapped open. He realized that in the reality simulation, he didn't have the system. But his current thoughts could influence the future, and he would keep killing zombies. This proved that the future could be changed by his choices. Moreover, he ultimately died from injuries that couldn't heal. If someone could treat him, Bailon had a sudden realization. Fighting alone really won't work. I need to form a team. Rebirth had given him an advantage, but also brought difficulties. In the late apocalypse, trust between people vanished, leaving only self-interest. Bailon became selfish, self-serving, ruthless, and even abandoned teammates to save himself. But now it was different. The apocalypse had just begun, and things were entirely different. I need to think long-term and not just focus on the present. Reinvigorated, Bailon decided to set off. He followed a small path to the parking lot. Splat! Killed an ordinary zombie. Time power +1. A zombie collapsed as Bailon arrived at the university's underground parking lot. Looking around, he saw mostly Volkswagens, SUVs, Putians, Chang'an cars, and other private vehicles. Finally, in a corner, he spotted the Wuling Yuejing. Of course, compared to other private cars, I'd definitely choose this one. It seemed the reality simulation was incredibly accurate. Not bad. And it's the top configuration. Seems like the owner is into off-roading and camping. Sitting in the car, Bailon smiled with satisfaction. With a soft click, the car lock opened effortlessly, and the screen lit up. Although parking on campus was free, there were barriers. Bailon didn't wait for it to rise and simply rammed through it. Not long after he sped out of the underground parking lot, two familiar figures appeared faintly ahead. Leading the way was Lin Cece, the girl whose temporal power Bailon had absorbed earlier. Cece, my father is a high-ranking official, a military leader with significant connections. Let us wait here for rescue together, said the boy standing beside Lin Cece. Trust me, the outside is full of zombies. Staying with me is the safest option. Get lost, Wang He. It was you who wanted to beat me to death with a stick just now. Lin Cece roared furiously, holding a fire axe. She wouldn't forget that just 10 minutes ago, in her most painful moment, it was this man who was yelling to kill her. If not for the pain subsiding as quickly as it came, she might have already perished in the comprehensive building. Don't be angry, Cece. I apologize, okay? Wang He smiled ingratiatingly. I've got a Maserati in the school garage. I'll give it to you as a gift. Don't call me Cece, it's disgusting. Wang He, the apocalypse is here. Your Maserati is worthless now. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Cece held her fire axe horizontally in front of her, her voice cold and resolute. She despised self-righteous rich kids like him the most. Cece, where can a girl like you go? Stay by my side, and I'll protect you. There are zombies everywhere now. Stop throwing a tantrum, okay? Wang He pleaded persistently, unwilling to give up. Lin Cece tightened her grip on the axe, barely holding back the urge to chop him with it. Just then, the headlights of a Wuling Overland flashed as it charged sharply toward them. My big brother is here. Cece, that car belongs to my big brother. He'll definitely save us. Wang He ran out excitedly, shouting, Hey, big brother, it's me, little Wang. But the Wuling Overland paid him no attention and veered around. Panicked, Wang He abandoned Lin Cece and ran to the intersection to block the car's path. Stop. It's me, Wang He. Big brother. Inside the driver's seat, Bailon remained expressionless and actually stepped harder on the accelerator. Damn it. Stop. 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 Wang He cursed frantically as the Wuling Overland showed no signs of slowing down, rushing straight toward him. Seeing this, Wang He quickly dove to the side to avoid it. But Bailon gave him no chance. With a sharp turn of the wheel, the car drifted and passed by. Bang! A loud impact sounded from the car door. Wang He was sent flying far away without even letting out a scream. Lin Cece stood frozen, utterly shocked. No matter how much she disliked Wang He, she never thought he would die right before her eyes. The driver of the Wuling Overland had killed him without hesitation. Get in the car. Bailon rolled down the window and called out to Lin Cece. Name, Lin Cece. Gender, female. Ability, Miracle Regeneration LV1. Bailon took a closer look and noticed that Lin Cece had already begun to awaken, her physical capabilities enhanced. However, her awakening was incomplete, and she couldn't utilize her abilities the way he could. She's awakened her ability, but I wonder if I can still absorb her temporal power again, Bailon thought to himself. Get in the car. Bailon urged again. You're the one from earlier, why did you just kill him like that? Lin Cece covered her mouth, too stunned to speak. Bailon's ruthlessness had completely shaken her. Get in the car. Bailon's tone grew sharper, his gaze icy and unwavering. Lin Cece wanted to say more, but the distant sound of zombies interrupted her as hordes of them charged toward them. Among them was Wang He, now one of the undead. Seeing this, Lin Cece didn't hesitate. She opened the car door and jumped in. As soon as the car roared to life, Bailon reached out and grabbed her hand. Absorb. Absorption successful. Temporal power plus 100. Ah, refreshing. Bailon was thoroughly pleased with the result. Without any effort, he had gained an extra 100 points of temporal power equivalent to killing 100 zombies. Lin Cece sat dumbfounded in the back seat, listening to Bailon's unsettling self-talk. She dared not move, fearing he might throw her out if he became displeased. Meanwhile, Bailon, as if nothing had happened, released her hand and resumed driving. The sudden acceleration and forceful momentum left Lin Cece feeling extremely uncomfortable. The Wuling Overland roared as it sped out of the school. After driving for some distance, Lin Cece mustered her courage and asked, Hey, who are you? How did you know the apocalypse was coming? Why are you looking for Su Xuexin? Bailon glanced at her through the rearview mirror, but didn't answer. This woman was annoying, asking so many useless questions. Bailon kept his left hand on the steering wheel and shifted gears with his right, avoiding obstacles and zombies again and again. The road grew increasingly difficult to navigate, forcing him to drive over sidewalks, lawns, and green belts anywhere he could go. He drove through it. Lin Cece wisely kept quiet, nearly vomiting from the bumpy ride. Do you know exactly where Su Xuexin lives? Bailon broke the silence, switching gears. Yes, she lives on 121 Street. In the Huijing Oriental community, Lin Cece answered honestly, not daring to hide anything. Bailon nodded, opened the map, and drove swiftly toward the destination. So, she does know, Bailon thought with mild annoyance, but didn't he show it? According to the original simulated outcome, he wouldn't he have wasted time saving someone as useless as Lin Cece. Unexpectedly, saving her had altered the future. Fate was truly a trickster. Do you have superpowers? Or maybe magic? Lin Cece couldn't he help but ask again. What do you think? Bailon countered. Don't you have superpowers too? Me? I just seem to be a bit stronger than regular people. ISNT, that's something anyone with a fit body can achieve. Lin Cece replied, lacking confidence. Bailon shot her a disdainful look. Have you ever worked out? Do those skinny arms and legs of yours have any muscle? Besides, you've got a new ability you haven't even used yet. That's true, Lin Cece murmured, thoughtfully squeezing her arm. She was also puzzled about where the strength in her body had come from. Huh? What new ability? Is it powerful? Lin Cece perked up, her eyes shining as she stared at Bailon. You have an ability called miracle regeneration. The changes in your body are just a side effect, Bailon explained. Superpowers were no longer a secret. In just 2 more days, most individuals with abilities would fully awaken, becoming more adept at using their powers. Additional effects? Just the extras are this impressive. If I use my abilities, wouldn't I be stronger than Captain America? Lin Cece clenched her fists excitedly. Bailon shook his head. No, your abilities lean towards support. Oh, am I going to be some kind of healer? Lin Cece looked utterly disdainful. Seeing her disappointed expression, Bailon was furious. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person. If I hadn't learned beast taming, I'd have died countless times over by now. And yet, she started off as a B-level ability user in the highly coveted healing category. It could be said that Lin Cece, in the future, would be treated as a VIP in any sanctuary, enjoying privileges akin to that of a city lord. After all, in the apocalypse, with ferocious beasts and aberrant deities constantly attacking, getting injured was equivalent to a death sentence. So, what kind of person do you want to be? Bailon casually asked. Lin Cece perked up instantly. Of course, a sorcerer. The kind that can summon meteors just by chanting spells. Or maybe a shapeshifter, but one that can chant spells to change outfits too. Bailon felt a bit awkward hearing this and regretted asking. By the way, what's your power? You must have some special ability, right? Lin Cece's words were rapid, like a machine gun. She seemed like a completely different person from how she was at school. Time. My ability is to slow down time. Bailon revealed openly without hesitation. Wow, that's amazing, way better than my healer ability. Can someone have more than one power? Lin Cece's imagination ran wild. But this time, she asked the right question. No, Bailon answered decisively. A person can only have one power for their entire life, no exceptions. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, when new abilities kept emerging, he had never heard of anyone possessing 2 powers. Oh, okay then. Lin Cece looked a bit dejected, leaning against the window in silence. Bailon drove fast, reaching 121st Street in just half an hour. According to the navigation, they were only 10 minutes away. How do you know Su Xuexin lives here? Bailon suddenly asked. Part-time work, Lin Cece replied. Hearing this, Bailon was surprised and glanced at her seriously through the rearview mirror. Students who could get into this university were either wealthy or prestigious. Volunteering was rare, let alone part-time work. Most of them spent their time partying, dating, or traveling. What? You think it's impossible? Lin Cece gave a self-mocking smile. Bailon shook his head, his impression of her improving slightly. Clearly, she could rely on her looks to get by, yet she chose to work hard instead. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer girls who didn't depend on men. So, how did you meet Su Xuexin? Bailan observed her closely. Her clothes were all cheap, with patches on her jeans. It was evident she worked a lot of part-time jobs and didn't have much money for makeup or clothes. Yet even without makeup, Lin Cc's delicate features and healthy, rosy cheeks couldn't be hidden. Well, last time I worked late at a milk tea shop, I happened to bump into Su Xuexin after her shift. The dormitory was locked, so she invited me to stay at her place, Lin Cc recalled. Bailan nodded. All right, guide me when we arrive. What? Was he really going to find Su Xuexin? Are you seriously worried about her safety in this apocalypse? Lin Cc was a bit speechless. I only care about the power of time on her. Don't overthink it. At this moment, Lin Cc covered her mouth, almost moved to tears. In her eyes, this unwavering loyalty was simply heart-wrenching. She began to envy Su Xuexin, thinking that this kind of love was like something out of a fairy tale. With a sharp break, the Wuling Hongguang executed a perfect drift, stopping at the entrance of the Huijing Oriental community. We're here, Lin Cc pointed to the gate. Bailan nodded. Bringing her along turned out to be a wise decision. Without her, finding Su Xuexin in this massive 121st Street would have been nearly impossible. But the road ahead was completely blocked. Thick black smoke billowed, and flames blazed fiercely. It was like hell on earth. Dozens of zombies roamed nearby, their roars bone-chilling. Anyone hiding, once discovered, faced only death. They wouldn't even have the chance to become zombies, being torn apart alive instead, leaving the ground littered with limbs. 121st Street was an old neighborhood in Y City before redevelopment. The buildings and roads here were extremely dilapidated. The Huijing Oriental community was even worse, nearly falling apart. Most of the residents were elderly, and young people rarely ventured here. At night, it was almost completely dark, making it particularly desolate. Roar, roar, roar. Few people didn't mean fewer zombies. The sound of Bailan's car had already drawn the attention of many zombies. They staggered forward with grotesque movements, rushing towards them. In their eyes, Bailan and Lin Cc were a feast waiting to be devoured. What do we do? Lin Cc's face turned pale as she gripped her fire axe tightly. Don't be afraid. You lead the way, and leave the rest to me. Bailan remained calm. He wasn't scared, nor did he have the time for fear. These zombies were the source of temporal energy. All right, Lin Cc took off running without hesitation. S rank ability, ×0, activated. The zombies that had almost reached Bailan froze instantly. Squelch, squelch, squelch. In mere moments, the heads of over a dozen zombies were severed. You've killed a regular zombie. Temporal energy +1. You've killed a regular? Lin Cc had only run a couple of steps before turning back, and the scene before her left her utterly speechless. Though she knew Bailan was formidable, she hadn't expected. These weren't zombies, they were like ants being crushed en masse. Bailan wielded the fire axe, charging through the horde of zombies. Not a single one managed to touch him. Are we even using the same fire axe? Lin Cc looked at the one in her hands, full of doubt, while Bailan gleefully slaughtered zombies. In Huijing Oriental Community, Building 5, Unit 3, Apartment 402. 5 tattoo-covered thugs were viciously beating a frail man. Huh, you sure can take a beating. The leader, Brother Hua, shook his hand, his face full of dissatisfaction. Whimper, whimper. Dare to say a single word, and I'll chop out your kidneys to feed the zombies. Another thug, holding a blood-stained baseball bat, glared menacingly. The beaten man wasn't the only one. Several pot-bellied men nearby had also been assaulted. You all better listen up. This afternoon, go to other units and find food for me. If you encounter other survivors, bring them back. And if you find any pretty girls, I'll have my fun first, and then you can enjoy yourselves after me. Got it? Hua Guo's sharp tone left the already terrified crowd too afraid to resist. A pot-bellied middle-aged man even crawled on his knees to the gangster's feet. Boss, I know, there's a student from Y University living on the 7th floor. She's as beautiful as a flower. Thud. The gangster kicked the middle-aged man in the face with rage. You think I'm an idiot? If her security door wasn't so sturdy, I'd have dragged her down a long time ago. The pot-bellied man clutched his mouth and flattered him. Boss, I have a way to open her door. The gangster's interest was piqued, and he grinned lewdly. Oh, let us hear it. The frail man, clutching his stomach, roared in anger. Zhang Dapeng, don't say it. If you say it, you're not even human. Beat him up. Two other gangsters, obeying the command, mercilessly swung tables, chairs, and stools at him. Bang! Bang! The frail man was smashed to a bloody pulp, gasping for air. Blood spattered onto the pot-bellied man, who didn't he dare make a sound. Secretly relieved it wasn't him. Huaga laughed maniacally. See that? If you can't open the door, that'll be your fate. The pot-bellied man trembled as he said, He has the key in his pocket. When Su Shuexin attends class, his old lady goes upstairs to water her flowers. Huaga stood up, his face stern as he slowly walked over. The pot-bellied man was so nervous he could barely breathe, the sweat on his back soaking through his shirt. Huaga patted his shoulder, smiling kindly. Good intel. That kick didn't hurt too much, did it? The pot-bellied man let out a breath of relief and nodded repeatedly. No, no. Boss, you were absolutely right to kick me. Huaga nodded, waving his hand with a commanding gesture. Boys, follow me. Let us feast. But don't let the brothers downstairs slack off. Got it, boss. The gangsters shouted in unison. The pot-bellied man acted quickly, running to the frail man and retrieving the key from his pocket. Then, he led Huagu and the gangsters up to the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, Su Shuexin hadn't gone to class today. She usually took weekends off to work part-time and earn some living expenses. As she was about to leave her apartment, she heard chaos outside. People were fighting. Luckily, she lived alone on the 7th floor, and the stairwell had a sturdy security door. Without hesitation, she locked her door and piled heavy objects against it for reinforcement. This was why Huagu hadn't been able to break in during his first attempt. Boss, this is Su Shuexin's place, Zhang Dapeng said with a fawning expression, completely unconcerned about her safety. Huagu, after this, can you let the brothers also? One of the gangsters behind him asked with a wicked grin, his tone dripping with malice. Huagu thumped his chest in assurance. I'm a man of honor in this underworld. Don't worry. Thinking of Su Shuexin's beauty, he momentarily forgot the despair of the zombie apocalypse, feeling invigorated. Open the door. Huagu barked as he approached the security door. Why are you here again? Su Shuexin asked fearfully. Don't be scared, Xin. Once Huagu's inside, I'll take good care of you, Huagu said, pressing close to the door, his drool almost dripping to the floor. Just as Huagu was about to force the door open, Lin Cixi and Bai Lan arrived at the entrance of the building. Look, Su Shuexin lives on the 7th floor, Lin Cixi pointed to the top of the building. In just a few minutes of walking, her entire worldview had nearly collapsed. Bai Lan had appeared like a god of death. Normal people avoided zombies at all costs, fearing to provoke them. But he was different. He slaughtered every single one he encountered. Bai Lan was about to head upstairs when a figure appeared at the entrance. Are you human or zombie? The doorman gangster asked cautiously. Bai Lan ignored him. Lin Cixi curiously said, Are they also here for shelter? Wow, a beauty. The doorman gangster's eyes lit up, fixating on Lin Cixi's fair, slender legs. Are you students? This is Huagu's shelter. Come on in. Without much thought, he opened the door, assuming he was letting in too easy prey. Little did he know, he had invited a killing god. Swish. The moment Bai Lan stepped in, he swung his axe, splitting the gangster in two. You killed someone again. Lin Cixi, closing the door, was terrified. Bai Lan didn't explain and headed directly upstairs. He had seen this too many times and could tell good from bad at a glance. Even if he misjudged, killing someone in the apocalypse wasn't a big deal. Who are you? Swish. My bosses. Swish. You motherf. Swish. Bai Lan killed his way up the stairs, surprised by how cautious Huagu had been, guarding the door with so many people. Beside him, Lin Cixi dared not say a word, fearing that even a single sound would bring the axe down on her. Xiao Su, don't blame your uncle. They forced me to do this, Zhang Dapeng muttered as he unlocked the door, trying to ease his guilty conscience. Click. The door opened. No, don't come in. Su Shuexin screamed as she ran into the room. Little girl, here I come. Huagu squeezed himself through the gap, unable to wait any longer. Just as Su Shuexin's door slammed shut with a bang, a hand suddenly reached in, holding the door firmly. Su Xuexin's face was filled with despair as she desperately tried to shut the door. But Hua Guo's strength was terrifying. No matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. At that moment, a scream echoed from the stairwell. "Boss, run swish." A gangster at the stairwell wailed before collapsing in a pool of blood. Another gangster beside him, seeing this, dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Spare me, Sir Swish." But Bailan wasn't one to show mercy. With a swing of his axe, he ended the man without hesitation. He thought to himself, kneeling while being axed would probably spill less blood. Huago was startled but didn't panic. Years of experience in the underworld had taught him to stay calm in crises. Bailan's gaze locked onto Su Xuexin, staring at her like a love-struck fool. Huago broke the awkward silence with a grin. "Brother, which gang are you from?" Bailan didn't respond, his eyes never leaving Su Xuexin. Such intensity, it was infuriating. Brother Hua swallowed a mouthful of saliva, visibly nervous, and continued, "Big brother, if you like this chick, I'll give her to you. Let me and my boys go, okay?" His hand had already stealthily reached behind his back, grasping a dagger, ready for action. Brother Hua was no stranger to underhanded tricks. As long as Bailan let his guard down for even a moment, he was confident he could take him out with one strike. "Don't let him go." The people downstairs, Aunt Wu and Uncle Li, he killed them. "He's worse than the zombies." Su Xuexin mustered her courage, pointing at Brother Hua, her voice choking with emotion. "Damn it. Once I get rid of him, you just wait and see." Brother Hua turned his head, his gaze fierce, giving Su Xuexin a menacing warning. "Big brother, don't listen to her nonsense. I wouldn't even step on an ant in my daily life," Brother Hua said, quickly changing his expression to a fawning smile. Bailan remained silent, not because of Brother Hua's pleading words, but because he was contemplating whether to take Su Xuexin with him. Although she possessed an A-rank supernatural power, in the early days of the apocalypse, having an extra person meant an extra burden. And for her to truly reveal her potential, it would take another year. What worried Bailan the most was, after putting in the effort to train her, what if she ran away? But if he didn't bring her along, he feared repeating the failures of past simulations. "Forget it, I'll take her. There's still room in the car." He finally decided to save her. "Stop! Stop!" Brother Hua's eyes turned red as he glared at Bailan and shouted, "We've never crossed each other's paths before. Don't be so ungrateful." That look in Bailan's eyes just now made Brother Hua realize there was no way he could successfully ambush him. Bailan's stance clearly signaled he was ready to split him in half with an axe. "Stop, or I won't hold back." Brother Hua was thoroughly panicked now, pulling out his dagger to threaten him. But Bailan remained calm, casually walking forward with the fire axe in hand. "Damn it, you freak. If I can't beat you, I'll make sure you suffer. You came here for this woman, didn't you? Watch me kill her." Brother Hua's face twisted with malice as he swung his dagger towards Su Xuexin. No." Su Xuexin screamed, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. Brother Hua, experienced with blades, was confident that one strike would send her to her end. "Die? Blame your bad luck." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xuexin was shocked to see the man downstairs already standing in front of her. Thud! Brother Hua's head exploded like a watermelon. You." Su Xuexin covered her mouth, her face full of shock. "Are you okay?" Bailan asked, shaking off the blood from the axe. I'm fine." Su Xuexin nodded timidly, her fear evident. "Then come with me," Bailan said as he grabbed her hand, his blood-stained fingers wrapping around hers. Ding! Detected a rank ability, super strength. Would you like to absorb time energy? Absorb. Absorption successful. Time energy plus 8,000. Sweet. As expected, high-level abilities absorb quickly. With 8,000 time energy, he might even get another simulation done today. Who knows? He might acquire multiple abilities. If that's the case, he'd definitely be able to avenge the two families. System, show my time energy. Current time energy, 9420. Can you let go of my hand? Su Xuexin asked shyly, lowering her head. She never thought her first time holding a guy's hand would happen under such circumstances. Oh. Bailan snapped out of his thoughts and reluctantly released her hand. To be honest, Su Xuexin's hands were delicate and soft. But more importantly, Bai Lan's damn vanity was kicking in. She was the future ruler of the apocalypse, a queen above millions. Now, she was as obedient as the girl next door. Let us go? Lin Cece explained things to her along the way. Got it. Lin Cece went upstairs, grabbed the still dazed Su Xuexin, and started running. Along the way, Lin Cece knew better than anyone that this clueless guy had no idea what tenderness or consideration meant. Slow down, he doesn't even care about you. Little Su, take me with you. Zhang Depeng knelt in front of Su Xuexin, pleading. This. Su Xuexin, still not the ruthless and cold queen she would one day become, hesitated. Even faced with someone who tried to harm her, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Get lost. Lin Cece, her face dark with anger, kicked the fat man hard, sending him sprawling on the ground, vomiting blood and teetering on the verge of life and death. Ah! Su Xuexin jumped in fright, but the strength she felt in her hand instinctively made her retreat. The three of them quickly got into the car and left the Huijing Dongfang community. Along the way, Bai Lan explained the current situation in detail. Cece, what is that strange power you have? Su Xuexin didn't dare ask Bai Lan, so she turned to her best friend, Lin Cece. It's a superpower. Xiaoxua, now I can punch a zombie's head clean off. Lin Cece proudly raised her fist. To be precise, it's called an ability, Bai Lan corrected her. An ability? Both girls asked in unison. Do I have one? Su Xuexin pointed at herself, her intelligence already piecing together the importance of abilities after Lin Cece's explanation. Yes, and it's very powerful. Bai Lan didn't hold back, giving her a straightforward answer. Since he decided to save her, there was no need to hide certain secrets. Stronger than mine? Lin Cece asked, pointing to herself. Yes. Xiaoxua, you'll have to look out for me in the future. Lin Cece said, a little dejected, patting Su Xuexin on the shoulder. Okay, but I... Suddenly, Su Xuexin clutched her chest, crying out in pain. Her rosy complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Clearly, she was enduring excruciating pain. Bai Lan, is Xiaoxua turning into a zombie? Lin Cece asked anxiously, holding on to Su Xuexin. Don't worry. Bai Lan pressed the brake pedal, trying to keep the car as steady as possible. He knew she was awakening her ability. Though this phase looked like a zombie transformation, it was a common misunderstanding that led many potential ability users to be prematurely killed. After hearing Bai Lan's explanation, Lin Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Xuexin really turned into a zombie, she'd never be able to bring herself to kill her. The pain intensified, and Su Xuexin couldn't help but scream. Sweat poured from her forehead like raindrops, and her clenched teeth bit down with such force that blood began to seep out. It was no exaggeration to say that the initial awakening of an A-rank ability was more painful than childbirth. It was a torment of both body and mind. The abilities of S-class espers vary from person to person, but according to survivors, the pain they experienced during awakening was completely forgotten. Overall, A-class espers endure the most excruciating pain during their awakening, especially those top-tier A-class espers with divine power abilities, whose pain could lead to mental collapse. But Bai Lan wasn't worried about Su Xuexin. In the previous life, she survived it in this life. She would definitely make it through again. Lin Cece, standing nearby, felt heartbroken as she watched. It was like seeing someone fall, scraping their knees, covered in dust, yet forcing a smile. The more she watched, the more she couldn't help shaking her head in fear. Is she really going to be okay? Doesn't your ability work miracles with regeneration? Why don't you try to help her ease the pain? Bai Lan impatiently retorted. The current awakening phase could only be considered a preliminary awakening, where it merely enhanced physical strength without allowing full control of mental power to use abilities. Unless someone's talent was exceptionally outstanding, they would have to wait 3 days for Blue Star's full activation of abilities before they could freely harness their mental power. Lin Cece pursed her lips stubbornly and began to focus seriously on treatment. Unexpectedly, as she continuously chanted and cast her spell, Su Xuexin actually stopped crying out in pain. She seemed to fall asleep, lying quietly on Lin Cece's lap. See, With the help of my ability, Xiao Shui isn't in pain anymore and is sleeping soundly. Lin Cece boasted as she looked at Bai Lan, as though showing off. Bai Lan frowned deeply. Typically, the pain of awakening wouldn't subside for 30 to 40 minutes. How could it end in just 10 minutes? Could it be a fake divine power awakening? Or did this girl really use her miraculous regeneration? Bai Lan shook his head in denial. He knew using abilities would cause mental power fluctuations that could be sensed even from 10 kilometers away. She hadn't used any mental power just now. So why? The half-hour journey passed quickly. Unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, Bai Lan could only assume her brain's protective mechanism had made her pass out. She was sleeping so soundly. He couldn't imagine how she managed to complete her awakening under the rough treatment of those thugs in the previous life. Forget it. As long as the awakening is done, it's a good thing. It'll be useful. Bai Lan swept away his earlier gloom, forcing himself to cheer up. Bai Lan, where are we heading now? Lin Cece asked, touching Su Xuexin's forehead, interrupting Bai Lan's spellcasting actions. Even with Bai Lan's thick-skinned nature, he now felt too embarrassed to reach out and touch Su Xuexin. Half an hour later, the Wuling Overland was still speeding down a highway bathed in the glow of the sunset, taking them further away from the city. Lin Cece couldn't help turning her head to look out the window, full of emotion. Since starting school, it's been so long since I've seen such a beautiful view. The last time was in the little courtyard at my rural home. Watching the sunset, tears welled up in Lin Cece's eyes. For her parents' expectations, for college, for her future life, she had given up her childhood and nearly all her playtime. Now, a single disaster had shattered all the dreams she once had. Where can I even go now? Silence. Bai Lan sighed inwardly. The allure of a bustling city was undeniable, but to remain pure in a city full of temptations was incredibly difficult. The greater the determination, the deeper the despair. He understood this, but couldn't find any words of comfort. After a while, Lin Cece turned her head and said with a pleading tone, "If there's a chance, could you take me back to my old rural home?" "All right." Bai Lan lit a cigarette and agreed nonchalantly. At this moment, Su Xuexin, who was lying beside Lin Cece, let out a soft hum and slowly opened her eyes. "Xiao Shui, you're awake?" Lin Cece held Su Xuexin's hand happily. Thank you, Cece. Don't worry anymore." Su Xuexin smiled, gripping Lin Cece's hand. Since waking up, she felt a continuous surge of power within her. If she were to encounter those thugs again, she was confident she could take them all down. "Give me your hand." Bai Lan extended his right hand, intending to touch hers. Su Xuexin hesitated, shyly pulling her hand behind her back. It was her first time encountering someone so direct about touching hands. Bai Lan frowned, reaching out and instead touching Su Xuexin's slender leg. Absorb. Absorption successful. Time power plus 1000. Amazing. The recovery speed of an A-class Esper's power was indeed fast just one time, and it increased by 1000. When Lin Cece's B-class ability, Miraculous Regeneration, leveled up to level 1, it only added 200. Bai Lan decided that as soon as they reached a safe location, he would immediately conduct the second simulation script. Su Xuexin was startled, instinctively swinging her leg toward the car door to avoid Bai Lan's hand. Bang! With a loud crash, the steel panel of the Wuling Overland's door caved in, leaving a dent. The car also shook slightly from the force. "Easy. Don't wreck my car." Bai Lan snapped as he withdrew his hand. "Sorry." Su Xuexin quickly retracted her leg, lowering her head like a child caught misbehaving. She hadn't expected her casual movement to be so powerful. "Wow, Xiao Shui, your strength is incredible. Did you awaken some extraordinary ability?" Lin Cece's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Xuexin. "I don't know, I just feel a constant flow of power." "Cece, do you think I'll turn into some kind of muscular giant Barbie?" Su Xuexin asked nervously, her face pale. Bai Lan shook his head helplessly. These two girls' thoughts were truly absurd. An A-class ability that so many people dreamed of, and yet it was being despised. How utterly infuriating. "U1T. That's your ability, categorized as divine power, an A-class ability," Bai Lan explained through gritted teeth. "A class? Divine power?" Lin Cece asked excitedly. She was particularly fascinated by supernatural phenomena, though she hadn't had the time to ponder them earlier amidst the life and death chaos. Divine power is a combat-oriented ability and one of the stronger ones within the A-class category, Bailon explained patiently. It grants the Esper immense strength. At its peak, even a casual punch could shake the ground. That's incredible. Compared to that, my ability is completely useless for combat, Lin Cece exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Su Shuexin bit her lip, her face turning even paler. Will I turn into one of those huge, muscle-bound guys with a massive build? Bailon felt awkward. Why would you still care about appearances in the apocalypse? Becoming a muscular powerhouse isn't a bad thing. Overwhelming strength. In the previous life, didn't you train every day? You didn't turn into a gorilla then either. This version of Su Shuexin, timid and worried about her appearance, was worlds apart from the fierce, human-shaped Tyrannosaurus she had become in the later stages of the apocalypse in the previous life. However, Bailon still explained, no, your supernatural power doesn't rely on muscle growth. But having muscles can indeed make you stronger. As for the true source of supernatural power, even the experts on abilities in the previous life couldn't figure it out. As an ordinary person, Bailon was even less likely to know, but letting her build up more muscle wouldn't hurt. That's good. Su Shuexin let out a sigh of relief and quietly leaned back against the car seat. Meanwhile, Lin Cece began to ask some strange questions, occasionally throwing in a comment. Bailon ignored her and focused on driving. The Wuling Yuejing sped along swiftly, reaching a gas station in the suburbs half an hour later. Though the area was sparsely populated, there were quite a few zombies around. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest enemies were the zombies that emerged from the spatial wormholes. Their infection rate was alarmingly high, and their evolution through mutual devouring was astonishingly rapid. For anyone except ability users, even a minor scratch from these zombies often meant a death sentence. It wasn't until 3 years into the apocalypse that humanity developed an anti-zombie serum. From that point on, humanity truly began to triumph over the zombies. I'll go refuel. You two get out and clear the nearby zombies. Bailon tossed out the instruction and got out of the car. Lin Cece patted her chest confidently and said, Xiao Xue, come with me. I've killed plenty of zombies. I'll teach you a few tricks in a bit. Su Shuexin nodded obediently. Unlike the straightforward Lin Cece, she instinctively feared the situation in front of her. But when it was time to contribute, she would still muster her courage. After all, just crying wouldn't keep her alive. As it turned out, Bailon had them clear the zombies for exactly this reason. The moment Bailon entered the gas station service area, he sensed something was off. Scattered on the ground were tiny black, crystalline particles. He crouched down and pinched them, disgusted as he realized they were the excrement of a D-class mutant beast, the burrowing rat. Didn't he expect mutant beasts to show up on the first day of the apocalypse, even if it's just a D-class one? A flicker of doubt crossed Bailon's eyes. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of mutant beasts. Their bodies were so tough, they couldn't be penetrated. Mutant beasts of the same level could easily defeat humans. In his previous life, the military didn't discover them until half a month into the apocalypse. Bailon hadn't recognized it at first because the burrowing rat's excrement, with simple processing, could be turned into a significant amount of oil. Human elites relentlessly hunted them down, and no matter how they burrowed or hid in pits, they were eventually detected by oil sensors and annihilated. The nightmare involving burrowing rats didn't end until the advent of supernatural technology. It could be said that the burrowing rats contributed immensely to scientific research efforts. Worshipping them daily wouldn't be excessive. Bailon gripped his axe tightly, his gaze filled with mockery. Enjoy yourselves for now. Once humanity recovers, your time will be up. Humans were the burrowing rats' #1 nemesis. Even a child could scare off a group of them. At that moment, a green glow flickered deeper in the service area. Several plump rats were gnawing on human corpses. Hearing the commotion outside, they paused their feeding and began surging outward in droves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They're coming. Bailon picked up an oil card from the service desk, his gaze growing colder as he stared at the distant burrowing rats. In his past life, He had killed no fewer than 8,000 of them and was already intimately familiar with their attack methods and habits. In the dark, a burrowing rat leapt toward Bailon. Right behind it, a dense swarm of them surged forward, attempting to overwhelm this lone human with sheer numbers. Flash! Bailon swung his axe, precisely shattering the black crystal on the back of the burrowing rat. The once lively rat instantly collapsed as if its soul had been sucked out. D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. 20. The time energy gained from a single burrowing rat was equivalent to that of 20 zombies. Bailon's eyes burned even brighter as he fixed his gaze on the swarming, burrowing rats. These damned rats are actually making me like them for the first time. With a cold smirk, he hefted his axe and charged into the swarm. His ability, Time Zero, activated. The burrowing rats froze in their tracks, unable to move. These beasts that relied on speed and agility were perfectly countered by Bailon's ability. However, controlling so many rats at once strained his mental energy, forcing him to toggle the ability on and off quickly. But Bailon's killing speed was astonishing. With each swing of his axe, 2 or 3 burrowing rats were struck down. Flash! Flash! D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. The notification sound rang incessantly in his ears. Can I turn off this notification? It's so annoying. Bailon grumbled inwardly. But after killing the next one, the sound disappeared, replaced by a line of text. The world is finally quiet. He let out a soft sigh and continued swinging his axe, reaping one burrowing rat after another. Don't be fooled by how easy this looked. This scenario was only manageable for someone as exceptional as Bailon. When a swarm of D-Class mutant beasts like the burrowing rats erupted early on, their destructive power could rival that of a zombie horde numbering over 100,000. Perhaps even more terrifying. Because while zombies only ate humans, burrowing rats ate everything. Human food, decaying corpses, and even underground oil. They consumed it all. Once they finished eating, they began reproducing, rapidly expanding their numbers in a short time. In direct combat, even ability users who had undergone secondary awakenings were no match for them. Without the firepower of the military, there was no choice but to run for their lives. Fortunately, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. The burrowing rats that had emerged from the spatial wormhole numbered just over 200. Bailon could easily clear them all out on his own. If they were given time to reproduce, the consequences would be disastrous, and Y City would suffer massive devastation. Flash! D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. D-Class Mutant Beast Burrowing Rat eliminated, plus 20 time energy. Beast Core dropped. With one swing, 3 burrowing rats fell to the ground. In just 10 minutes, Bailon had slaughtered most of the rats in the service area. Even these fearless mutant beasts began to panic, scattering in all directions, unwilling to confront this demon-like human anymore. Suddenly, Bailon noticed a glowing orb inside one of the burrowing rats. A beast core. Not bad, what luck, getting something this rare. Excited, he picked it up and placed it in his backpack. Beast cores were incredibly versatile and often used as currency by ability users in later stages. They could be refined using abilities to enhance levels and increase strength. They were also essential for crafting weapons, armor, and treasures. Most importantly, beast cores were the main energy source for city defense shields. Humanity's ability to build large cities in a world overrun by zombies and mutant beasts relied entirely on the protection of defense shields. The importance of beast cores was clear. Although the drop rate was low in the early stages, obtaining even one was a rare treasure. At this moment, the immense tremors from the battle drew Lin Cixi and Su Xuexin rushing over. With Lin Cixi's help, Su Xuexin also found a fire axe. "Bailon, are you okay?" Su Xuexin asked worriedly. But the next second, she realized how unnecessary her question was. The floor of the service area was littered with the corpses of about 100 giant mountain-cleaving rats. Each of these rats was about the size of a rooster, looking incredibly intimidating. "Xiaoxue, I've told you before. You don't need to worry about this freak," Lin Cixi said calmly. These big rats aren't even enough to get stuck in his teeth. She was already accustomed to and had full trust in Bailon. Being with him always made her feel secure. All right, let me help too, Su Shueshin said, holding the fire axe across her chest, her eyes filled with determination. Suit yourself, Bailon replied indifferently, continuing to chase the remaining mountain-cleaving rats around the service area. One mountain-cleaving rat, spotting the two girls, thought they would be easy prey and leapt at them. However, it didn't expect that in the very next second, the seemingly fragile girl in front of it would smash it into a pulp. Smack! Black blood spurted from the rat's body, creating a dent in the ground. From the size of the dent, one could tell how immense her strength was. Su Shueshin had used the flat side of the axe to strike, and the mountain-cleaving rat was reduced to a bloody mess. Ah! Su Shueshin was startled. She had only intended to gently tap it. How did it end up like this? Bailon quickly wiped the blood splattered on his face. He too was shocked by Su Shueshin's display of strength. Even he, if struck by that axe, would probably lose half his life assuming he didn't use his abilities. Otherwise, in the time zero state, Su Shueshin wouldn't even come close to touching him. Control your strength, or this axe won't last long, Bailon said. Learn from Lin Cece, she is much more precise with her swings. Bailon sidestepped an attacking rat and killed it with a single, clean strike. His movements were swift and precise. Ah, okay, Su Shueshin replied, stunned, and relaxed the grip in her hands. Lin Cece, although silent, couldn't hide her expression. Her face screamed confidence, as if this was all natural and nothing to fear. A B-grade healing ability? So what? Killing rats had always been her forte. Clearly, there are no useless abilities, just people who don't know how to use them. Splat. Defeated D-grade beast. Mountain-cleaving rat. Time energy plus 20. As the last mountain-cleaving rat fell, the battle concluded. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Did I overuse my abilities? Bailon thought to himself, holding his forehead. With adrenaline running high during the fight, he hadn't felt a thing. In direct combat, he rarely relied on time zero. He mostly used it when enemies scattered and fled. Mountain-cleaving rats weren't strong individually, but they were fast. To ensure none escaped, he had to use time zero frequently. The haul is decent over 20 beast cores. The drop rate is pretty high, almost 10%, Bailon said, patting his pockets with satisfaction. He had great confidence in his luck. Given the size and reproduction habits of mountain-cleaving rats, the drop rate for beast cores was abnormally low. For most beasts, even E-grade ones, the drop rate exceeded 50%. For D-grade beasts, it could reach 60%. This showed just how weak mountain-cleaving rats were in a fight. System, check my time energy. Time energy, 14,950. Nice. Killing beasts was much faster than killing zombies. However, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and beasts were still hard to come by. Encountering such a colony of beasts was sheer luck for Bailon. To be honest, this battle also revealed a glaring weakness in Bailon's abilities. He lacked area of effect attacks. Given his current mental energy levels, if he faced enemies with strong crowd control abilities or had to use time zero on multiple foes, he would quickly exhaust himself. This battle had made that abundantly clear. Time zero was invincible against individual enemies, but with more than 10 foes, the mental energy consumption grew exponentially. And since time zero itself didn't deal damage, Bailon still had to rely on himself for the actual attacks. If he encountered a zombie horde or a beast with extremely high defense, his only option would be to run. The terrifyingly durable, anomalous beast he faced in the hospital during his last simulation was proof of that. If not for its overwhelming defense, time zero wouldn't have failed him, leaving him gravely injured. Maybe I should run another scenario simulation. See if I can obtain a new ability. Bailon pondered. Even a combat skill would be good. Now, with almost 15,000 time energy, it was better to gamble on an upgrade than to simply enhance time zero. After all, the space bracelet in the hospital had left him longing. Su Shueshin, go find something edible in the service area. Focus on water and long-lasting food, Bailon ordered decisively, having made up his mind. Okay, Su Shueshin replied meekly, heading off to rummage through the shelves. And me? Lin Cece asked, pointing at herself. Bailon thought for a moment. Your task is crucial. Refuel the car and stay by my side to protect me. Lin Cece blinked, her face lighting up with anticipation as she gazed at Bailon. Why are you looking at me like that? That's all. No more tasks, Bailon said, turning to head back to the car. I'm going to rest. He wasn't the type to coddle women. In the apocalypse, those who didn't prove their worth were as good as dead weight. Lin Cece stomped her foot in frustration, but followed his instructions nonetheless. Bailon rolled down the car window, watching the two girls busy themselves. Information, he muttered. Name, Lin Cece. Gender, female. Ability, miracle regeneration, B grade LV 1300-1500. Name, Su Shueshin. Gender, female. Ability, divine strength, A grade LV 1150-2000. Not bad, Bailon thought. Killing monsters was indeed the fastest way to level up abilities. However, since Bluestar hadn't fully transformed yet, and abilities wouldn't gain levels or increase mental energy before the second awakening, there wasn't much to be done until the third day of the apocalypse. System, start the scenario simulation, Bailon commanded, closing his eyes. No remaining simulation attempts. Spend 10,000 time energy for one attempt. Yes. Purchase successful. Loading scenario. Then, scene after scene, as vivid as real life, began flooding Bailon's mind. Age 0. You were born into a world where combat aura was widespread. Your father was the clan leader, and you were the eldest son of the family. At the age of 10, you displayed astonishing talent and cultivation, becoming a fighter. You were the pride and hope of the family, basking in glory. At 15, with Do Chi at the third tier, you were mocked during a family test as your strength declined instead of improving, turning you into a waste. In this power-centric world, a powerless eldest son held no value. At 16, your strength stagnated, and your fiancé, Nangong Yenran, proposed to annul the engagement. Gritting your teeth, you made a 3-year promise and publicly rebuked her. Everyone has their chance to rise. Don't underestimate the young. Achievement unlocked. Don't underestimate the young. At 18, you embarked on solitary training, consuming spirit fruits, slaying demonic beasts, and gaining fortuitous opportunities. You mastered the flame-splitting tidal ruler technique, and your strength soared, advancing to the rank of Do Grandmaster. At 19, with the 3-year promise fulfilled, you returned to the Nangong family and delivered a resounding slap to your former fiancé's face, resolving your emotional knot. Standing confidently on the Nangong family's high platform, you were full of vigor. At 25, you reached the peak of Do Grandmaster and entered the Jia Bei Academy to begin a new journey. At 30, you ascended to the rank of Do King, becoming a formidable figure. During an exploration of a secret realm, you discovered the heaven-tier Do technique, Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus, left behind by the ancient Flame Emperor. However, with no heavenly flames left in the world, you were deeply disappointed and even faced a life-threatening situation. At 35, you were ambushed by enemies, bearing countless scars. In a fit of rage, you threw the heaven-tier Do technique away and shouted to the crowd, "Who says middle-aged men can't achieve great things? Don't underestimate me." The heavens were moved by your will, and you narrowly escaped death. At 40, after relentless effort, you finally ascended to the rank of Do Emperor, becoming one of the Empire's top-tier experts. You sought out your old enemies and eradicated them, leading to the downfall of the Empire's most powerful sect, Yunhai sect, thus earning their enmity. At 50, Yunhai sect dispatched multiple Do emperors to hunt you down. The battle raged from the ground to the sky. Ultimately, you succumbed to their combined strength, roaring in fury. Don't underestimate these old bones of mine. The heavens, moved by your spirit, granted you survival against all odds. At 70, you had aged, your edge dulled, and your strength began to wane. One moonlit night, as you sat under the moonlight, you lamented that if only you possessed a heavenly flame, you were confident you could become the next Do god after the Flame Emperor. You shed silent tears and roared in anguish, "Respect the dead." At 72, overwhelmed by grief, you fell into deep regret. Having never married, you lived out your days in loneliness. Just as you were about to say something else, you failed to draw your last breath and closed your eyes forever. Congratulations, host, on breaking the age barrier of 70 for the first time and achieving dominance in the world of Do-Chi transformation. You have earned the following 5 rewards, of which you may choose 3. S-Class Ability. Buddha S. Wrath Flame Lotus, created by a powerful Do god from another dimension. This ability combines various powers to unleash the devastating might of a lotus. Summoning. 2 chances to summon your peak combat strength during a simulation. Achievement. Don't underestimate the young whenever you say this to someone who mocks you. Their luck will drastically decline for 3 days. Combat skill. Flame-splitting Tidal Ruler, a skill capable of splitting mountains and rivers with a swing, allowing you to unleash powerful strikes with any weapon and easily surpass your limits. 3 reality simulation opportunities. Bylon hesitated. All 5 rewards were immensely powerful. S-Class ability and combat skills are what I need the most now. The summoning of peak strength for battle was also tempting, a life-saving treasure in critical moments. But considering the current environment of Blue Star, whether it was zombies, mutant beasts, or alien gods, none were strong enough to make him use the summoning skill effectively. It would be suppressed at the beginner stage. After careful consideration, he gave up the summoning option, choosing instead the combat skill and ability, both of which would substantially enhance his power. As for the achievement, don't underestimate the young. He thought to himself, if someone mocks me, I'll just deal with them directly. System, choose options 1, 4, and 5. Bylon decisively commanded in his mind. Selection successful, abilities being loaded within 3 seconds. The S-Class ability awakened. A warm current surged through Bylon's body, significantly boosting his strength. Fantastic, he exclaimed, feeling the power coursing through him. Indeed, choosing the script simulation was the right decision. With this powerful ability, I have at least an 80% chance of dealing with the alien deity at the hospital. The world of Do-Chi transformation is truly wondrous. If I ever get the chance, I must explore it myself. The script simulation was incredibly realistic. While immersed, you would fully embody the character, remembering every detail. Once it ended, however, it felt like waking from a vivid dream. System, show me the panel. Name, Bylon. Gender, male. Abilities, Time 0 LV20 15,000. Buddha S. Wrath Flame Lotus LV10 2000. Combat skill, Flame-splitting Tidal Ruler LV10 2000. Level, 1-star beginner. Esper reality simulation attempts, 3 script simulation attempts, 0 time. Energy, 4950. The abilities had profoundly transformed his body. While the general populace had only reached the level of novice espers, Bylon had already become a beginner esper. This speed was undoubtedly the fastest in the world. Not only that, but his current strength had already reached the level of a 3-star beginner esper. However, due to the current environment on Blue Star, this had not yet manifested. After the apocalypse, espers were divided into ranks: novice, beginner, advanced, lord, transcendent, quasi-legendary, and legendary. Beyond legendary lay godlike power, a mere aspiration of humanity's hope for the limits of abilities. Each rank was divided into 9 stars, with strength judged by the quantity and quality of mental power. Even after rebirth, I cannot afford to relax. I must remain vigilant at all times. Bylon clenched his fists, his gaze as cold as ice as he recalled the past. 15 years of hardships during the apocalypse had taken away everyone he loved. No one loved him, only leaving him with a city's worth of enemies. It was no exaggeration to say that the sole motivation keeping him alive was revenge to kill every single one of his enemies. When I grow stronger, I'll come for you. Be ready and wait for me, Bylon murmured, gazing into the distance with a sinister smile on his lips. Bylon didn't rush to head out. 72 years had passed in the script simulation, while only 72 minutes had elapsed in reality. Looking through the glass, Lin Cece was covered in bloodstains, cautiously searching for zombies. As a healer, she had always harbored a secret desire for close combat. In her previous life, she had long since died at the school. When Bylon later received military assistance, he hadn't seen her in the shelter. Otherwise, with her ability, miraculous regeneration, she would undoubtedly have been a key figure for the military to nurture. In this life, Bailan had changed her fate, helping her awaken her ability so she could protect herself in the apocalypse. I don't know if doing this is right or not. Although he had saved her in the simulated reality, what would happen after giving her the space bracelet? On the path of revenge, there could be no attachments otherwise. Everyone, including himself, would fall into despair. Forget it, don't overthink. First, focus on improving my strength. Bailan shook his head, thinking to himself. At the moment, he still had over 4,900 units of time energy. Bailan decided to upgrade two of his abilities, Buddha's Wrath Lotus and Flame Splitting Wave Ruler. These were among the few offensive techniques he possessed currently. Relying solely on basic attacks with the axe was far from sufficient. System, upgrade the S-rank ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Bailan issued the command. Do you wish to spend 2,000 units of time energy to perform the upgrade? Yes. Upgrade successful. Buddha's Wrath Lotus has gained new abilities. The upgraded ability not only enhanced mental power, but also had the potential to bring about special transformations. For instance, flame-type abilities might evolve into cold fire or the spirit of elements after an upgrade. Such transformations were extremely rare and incredibly valuable. Ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 15,000. Created by a powerful Do Emperor from an alternate dimension, it has evolved in this world and can fuse various powers and skills to unleash devastating lotus blossoms. Bailan was overjoyed. A fusion-capable Buddha's Wrath Lotus was already a powerful S-rank skill. If it could even integrate abilities like Flame Splitting Wave Ruler, it would be the perfect S-rank ability for him. Although he hadn't tested it yet, Bailan was confident he could defeat the alien deity in the hospital. Now that Buddha's Wrath Lotus is upgraded, it's time to upgrade the other skill. Upgrade. Bailan quickly commanded. Do you wish to spend 2,000 units of time energy to upgrade Flame Splitting Wave Ruler? Yes. Upgrade successful. As soon as the system notification appeared, he felt a surge of power within his body. His meridians felt as if they were on fire, an unbearable heat that almost drove him to the brink of collapse. But Bailan gritted his teeth and didn't even take a deep breath. Compared to mental torment, physical pain was nothing. In his previous life, he had endured suffering 100 times worse than this. The entire process lasted only 3 minutes. When it ended, Bailan realized he had undergone significant changes. Skill panel. Combat skill. Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV 12,000. Possesses the power to split mountains and rivers with a single move. When wielding a weapon, it can unleash powerful slashes, making it easier to deal with formidable enemies. Overall power increased, energy consumption reduced. Perfect. The next step was definitely to test its power on some mutated beasts or zombies, then find a weapon that suited him better. If he could obtain beast cores, his weapon's strength would be sufficient for early modifications. Having made up his mind, Bailan opened the car door. Lin Cixi and Su Xuexin were sitting on the front hood of the car, chatting while waiting. The trunk and roof of the car were tied up with food, water, and daily necessities. Bailan nodded in satisfaction. The two women were reliable when it came to work. Fortunately, they hadn't brought any useless items otherwise. He really would have considered abandoning them. Have you rested enough? Lin Cixi asked with a smile. Enough. Nothing unusual happened during this time, right? Bailan asked casually. Lin Cixi shook her head. Not really, just some zombies we came across. Xiao Xue and I took care of them with a few swings of the axe. Su Xuexin, who was a bit afraid of Bailan, held her axe tightly and nodded, looking obedient. All right, get in. Let's find a place to stay. Bailan nodded and got into the driver's seat. The two women, already used to his straightforwardness, followed suit. Ignition, shift, and step on the gas. The engine of the Wuling Overlander roared, spewing black smoke as it sped forward. The atmosphere inside the car was silent and awkward. Bailan didn't mind at all. In fact, he felt that this kind of atmosphere was fitting for the apocalypse, helping people to calm down quickly. Lin Cixi, with her lively personality, clearly couldn't sit still. She kept glancing around, trying to find something to talk about. In contrast, Su Xuexin was as still as a statue, her legs together, hands resting on her lap, leaning gently against the seat without uttering a word. Finally, Lin Cece couldn't hold back anymore. Bailon, can we turn on the radio or play some music? She asked softly. Making requests to Bailon made her nervous. This man in front of her was nothing like a student, he was more like a grim reaper who killed without hesitation. Bailon glanced at Lin Cece in the rearview mirror. Without a word, he turned on the car radio. Static noise, static noise. Help! Someone save me. My house is on Zhong Street. Please, I beg you. Is anyone still alive? I'll pay 1 million. No, 5 million. As long as someone comes to save me. My entire family of 6 has turned into zombies. I don't want to live anymore. Someone help me. I don't want to become a monster. The radio was filled with heart-wrenching cries for help and sobs, instantly plunging the car's atmosphere into a heavy gloom. Su Xuexin's face turned pale as she instinctively leaned toward Lin Cece, her eyes full of fear. If Bailon hadn't saved her, she might have already died at the hands of thugs or zombies. Perhaps she would have ended up like the people on the radio, desperately crying for help before dying in despair. Even the usually carefree Lin Cece fell silent. Being with Bailon, her understanding of the apocalypse was still shallow. While she felt fear and panic, it was nothing compared to the utter despair of those people on the radio. Fortunately, she had encountered Bailon, otherwise she would have died long ago. Driving the car, Bailon remained calm. This was the real apocalypse. Listening to warm and happy stories would have been strange in contrast. After a while, he grew annoyed and casually switched through a few channels. Static noise, static noise. Emergency notice. Please listen carefully. Those staying at home must seal windows and doors, stay quiet, and do not open the door for anyone. Wait for rescue. Those outside, find a hidden spot. Don't speak or move. Wait until daylight to observe your surroundings before acting. Currently, the military in Y City has begun organizing rescue operations. At the latest, they will arrive by tomorrow morning. Please rest assured, the monsters have weaknesses. In case of danger, target their heads. The male voice on the radio conveyed the message seriously in fluent Mandarin, but only he knew that the official rescue would actually begin a week later. This week would see more than 70% of the planet's population wiped out. The shadow of the apocalypse loomed over everyone. Bailon, will we go to find the military tomorrow? Su Xuexin asked softly. In her mind, the military represented safety and was a symbol of strength. We won't, Bailon answered without hesitation. Okay. Su Xuexin quickly understood. Staying with Bailon was the safest option. For Bailon, going to the military now was simply asking for trouble. Various restrictions and messes awaited him there, and going would be nothing but a waste of effort. Moreover, there were quite a few members of the Dongfang family in the military, and Bailon feared he might lose control and take action against them. But for ordinary people, the military could at least provide protection, reducing the risk of zombie and beast attacks. However, the conditions for lodging, meals, and sanitation were poor, and one could even be robbed in public. In his previous life, during his student years, Bailon had crammed into a small tent with over a dozen people, with no room to even turn around. The smell of sweat and snoring remained unforgettable to this day. In this life, Bailon would no longer rely on the military or hide under their dark and oppressive roof. He intended to stand above them. Only this way could he contend with the Dongfang family. The atmosphere along the way was heavy. Both of them remained silent, their brows furrowed, lost in thought. We're here. Bailon slowly brought the car to a stop. Ahead was a high-end villa district where the original residents were either wealthy or powerful. The villas weren't tall, only 3 stories, designed with modern simplicity, practical yet bright. The neighborhood wasn't too large, only 8 villas in total, but it exuded an undeniable air of affluence. It was said that even to hire security guards or cleaners here, one needed at least a postgraduate degree and to be a level 2 athlete in Longhua. We're staying here? Lin Cece asked in surprise. She, who usually lived in cheap rental housing, never imagined she'd get to stay in such a luxurious place. Bailon mistook her surprise for doubt in his decision and patiently explained. This is the outskirts, with fewer people and weaker spatial energy waves, so the chances of zombies and beasts appearing are lower. The villas are built on a hill, and there's only this one paved road for access, making it easy to defend. Most importantly, the view is open, ideal for setting traps, and allows for timely counterattacks or retreats during an encounter. Lin Cece, though a bit confused, earnestly gave a thumbs up. I think so too. Su Xuexin gazed at the villa with anticipation. Who wouldn't want to live a luxurious life? Who enjoyed toiling overtime every weekend just to scrape together a bit of money for living expenses? It was all out of necessity. Now, having the chance to experience the life of the wealthy, even once during the apocalypse, was worth it, even if it meant dying afterward. What are you all standing around for? Move the supplies and clear the obstacles up ahead. Bailon turned around, impatience in his voice. Moving supplies again. Couldn't he feel sorry for them even a little? Lin Cece felt reluctant, but moved instinctively. Slash. Killed a common zombie, plus one-time power. There were few zombies in the villa district, only about 20 on the road. Bailon swung a fire axe, easily dispatching them. There might still be a few zombies inside the buildings, but their numbers would be even smaller enough for the two women to handle. Bailon had chosen this place for another reason. The sturdy walls lined with barbed wire. In the early stages of the apocalypse, walls like these were especially effective, able to keep out most zombies. Without advanced defense equipment, concrete walls were humanity's most reliable barrier, just reinforced a bit by earth element ability users. Almost done, the zombies are cleared out. We'll stay in this villa. Bailon pointed to the largest villa in the center of the neighborhood, its land area nearly double that of its neighbors. Great. I'm going inside to claim a big bedroom first. Lin Cece dropped what she was carrying and dashed into the villa, pulling Su Xuexin along. Slow down, Cece, we haven't moved everything yet. Su Xuexin, too, followed happily. The villa was enormous, with 4 floors. The first floor was a hall, the second a dining area, the third had the largest bedroom, and the fourth housed an open-air swimming pool and barbecue grill. The basement was even more luxurious, featuring a karaoke room, bar, billiards room, and game room. There was also a large storage space and a garage filled with Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, Porsches, Bugattis, and numerous modified cars. Bailon nodded in satisfaction. With some minor modifications, this villa could become the ideal apocalypse base. Stop fooling around. Quickly move the stuff from the car, then go clear out the other villas of zombies. And bring back any usable supplies. Inventory everything for easy management. Bailon swiftly issued commands. Su Xuexin, the most obedient, got to work immediately. Lin Cece, though somewhat disgruntled, reluctantly followed orders out of deference to Bailon's authority. Hurry up and be back before 7. Don't waste time, Bailon urged. Got it. Lin Cece replied nonchalantly as she left. Phew, finally out of there. Seriously, Xiaoxue, I get why Bailon makes me do stuff. But why does he always have you working too? Lin Cece clicked her tongue and asked. In her eyes, Bailon and Su Xuexin must be a couple with a strong bond. Otherwise, why would he have rushed to save her so quickly at the start of the apocalypse? Su Xuexin tilted her head and answered, maybe because I'm strong? Lin Cece clutched her stomach, laughing. Sorry, Xiaoxue, I couldn't hold it in, haha. Su Xuexin bit her lip. Stop laughing at me, Cece. What's the deal then? Aren't you two a couple? A couple? Lin Cece was puzzled. Su Xuexin frowned. But I didn't know him at all before. Stop kidding, Xiaoxue. If Bailon didn't know you, why would he rush to your home at the start of the apocalypse to save you? Lin Cece half-joked. Su Xuexin stomped her foot, her confusion genuine without a trace of pretense. I'm serious, Cece. I didn't know Bailon before at most. I might have seen him once or twice at school. And what about him? Now that I think about it, it does seem a bit odd. Lin Cece furrowed her brow, starting to recall every detail of her encounters with Bailon. What's wrong, Cece? What are you thinking about? Su Xuexin asked. I'm wondering if neither of you knew each other. Why did Bailon charge through zombies like a madman to find you? Lin Cece voiced her doubts. No relation. No reason why risk his life to protect her? Could it be a fleeting school crush? Or, Lin Cece's gossip-loving instincts ignited. With a bit more information, she could almost draft a palace drama. Su Xuexin blushed, her right hand fiddling with her hair, her expression complicated. Lin Cece stared at her in shock. What's with the I'm waiting for an explanation. What are you two dawdling about over here? Get to work, or it'll be dark soon. Bailon leaned out from the third floor and urged, "Women are so slow." What were they talking about outside? Walking so leisurely. They were lucky if they could finish the task before dark. Ah. The two women were startled and quickly ran toward the Wuling wedging vehicle. Su Xuexin, having undergone an A-level superpower transformation, possessed astonishing strength. She could easily lift 5 or 6 crates of mineral water with one hand. She could even lift the car with both hands to unload it. However, she found such an act too crude and not elegant enough, so she rejected the thought. How could a frail woman do such rough things? As for Lin Cece, being a healer, her physical enhancement wasn't as strong, but she was still far beyond ordinary humans, reaching the limits of human strength. Even so, the towering pile of goods in the car was carried by the two of them in just 3 trips. Xiaoxua, I'll leave the remaining 2 villas to you. I'll go back and cook first, Lin Cece greeted and ran back home. She often cooked for herself and was quite skilled, her homemade dishes always delightful. So many utensils and seasonings. Some of these I don't even recognize. The life of the rich is truly enviable. Lin Cece looked at the enormous kitchen, thrilled. This kitchen was larger than the combined size of her and Su Xuexin's entire home. She had never imagined she would one day cook in such a place. La la la. Humming a tune, Lin Cece began washing vegetables and preparing the meal. On the 3rd floor, Bailon lay on a luxurious Simmons bed, contemplating tomorrow's plan. Based on the previous simulation, I need to go to the hospital tomorrow to retrieve that secret space bracelet. But I don't know the serial number of the alien deity. With my current strength, I can at most handle those numbered after 100. The earlier ones only running is an option. Once the lucky person obtains the artifact, I'll snatch it back. Sigh. I'll simulate it again tonight, Bailon sighed. Others who reincarnate seem to have smooth sailing, killing whoever they encounter, seizing endless opportunities. Spatial storage items should have been beginner-s rewards. But when it came to me, the system activated, and every simulation showed me failing worse than in my past life. Constant game over. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Although it had only been a week since the apocalypse began, and he wasn't yet fully familiar with it, it shouldn't have been this dangerous. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, exhaustion crept over him. Bailon's current body was much weaker than in his previous life. After a day of rushing around and repeatedly using his powers, he was utterly drained. Yet, he never showed his fatigue in front of others. It was a habit because in the apocalypse, enemies weren't just zombies and mutant beasts, but also humans. Showing any vulnerability, any exhaustion, could make you a target for those with ill intentions. Killing you might be the simplest outcome. Being taken as a blood slave or used for drug experiments, that was real torment. They wouldn't let you go until you were completely useless. But now, Bailon closed his eyes to sleep. With 2 women downstairs watching over the place, he would wake up immediately at the first sign of danger. For now, there was no need to worry. Dinner's ready. Lin Cece knocked on a pot, shouting excitedly. Hearing her voice, Bailon groggily woke up from his bed. It's been so long since I've slept so comfortably. Bailon stretched lazily, feeling in a good mood. In 15 years of the apocalypse, he had never had a peaceful sleep, always teetering between wakefulness and nightmares. A day like today, where someone prepared a meal and called him to eat, was a first for him. Though, her voice was a bit too loud. Didn't she know zombies were sensitive to sound? On the 2nd floor, in the dining room, 3 to 5 small dishes, a pot of meat soup, and an unopened bottle of red wine were arranged neatly on an elegant square table. Su Xuexin and Lin Cece were already seated on either side of the table, the central seat left empty. The 2 hadn't touched their chopsticks yet, quietly waiting for someone. This first meal after the apocalypse stirred both emotions and sorrow. Classmates, family, and loved ones had all turned into strangers. They still roamed the city, but they had become monsters that feasted on human flesh. Bailon entered the room. The aroma of the dishes instantly whetted his appetite. It had been so long since he smelled such delicious food. Let us eat. Bailon couldn't wait any longer. He sat down and immediately picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Su Xuexin and Lin Cece ate quietly, slowly chewing each bite. In contrast, Bailon devoured the food like a starving man, wolfing it down. In less than 2 minutes, he had finished 3 bowls of rice. This is delicious. Who made this? Bailon couldn't help but praise. Me. Lin Sisi answered listlessly. Bailon was thoroughly enjoying himself, his good mood evident. He quickly noticed the subtle emotions hidden in the two women's expressions. Are you worried about the future, or just lamenting things that no longer matter? He had experienced that same anxiety and unease before. But at that time, the only thing that kept him going was the harsh reality that repeatedly hit him. Although Bailon was cold and ruthless in the apocalypse, he never forgot even the smallest kindness shown to him. And today's meal stirred something in him, prompting him to speak those words. The two women fell into silence after hearing Bailon. He wasn't in a rush, savoring the satisfaction brought by the delicious food. The rhythmic ticking of the antique wooden clock on the wall was particularly clear. Finally, Su Shuexin broke the silence. Bailon, do you think we can ever go back? Her eyes held hope as she stared at him. Impossible. Bailon knew deep down that from today onward, the apocalypse had truly begun. The future held nothing but endless battles and slaughter. Battles against zombies. Battles against mutant beasts. Battles against alien deities. Battles even against humans. But when the words reached his lips, Bailon couldn't bring himself to say them. We can. At last, he forced out this insincere answer. When Lin Sisi stood up and asked, when we kill all the zombies, eliminate the mutant beasts and alien deities, and close the spatial wormholes. Bailon answered seriously. In the apocalypse, there was indeed a scholar who had proposed a way to end this endless war. And what Bailon said were precisely those conditions. Lin Sisi collapsed back into her chair, as if struck by a heavy blow. Can that really be done? Su Shuexin quickly followed up. It can. Mutant beasts and alien deities are not invincible, and spatial wormholes can indeed be permanently closed. As long as humanity is alive, life will persist with the resilience of cockroaches, Bailon said with certainty. He deeply believed in this. Then this calamity for humanity, I will do everything I can to end it. Su Shuexin gripped her wine glass tightly, her eyes filled with resolve. In that instant, Bailon saw in her the future war goddess who would rally countless followers and crush alien deities and mutant beasts into disarray. Bailon, unaware of it, had once stood atop the city's high walls in her previous life and spoken similar words to the tens of thousands below her. In a few days, I'll teach you all how to awaken your abilities and harness the power of them, Bailon said calmly. If they could complete their second awakening within 3 days, their strength would significantly increase once Blue Star was fully transformed by supernatural powers. However, the most effective way to master them quickly was through life and death battles. Really? Lin Sisi, who had been slightly dejected, suddenly stood up from her chair, her face alight with excitement. But only if you train well during these days. Of course, ordinary zombies can't even get near me now, Lin Sisi declared with pride. Oh, and we found an armory in the villa's basement. It's filled with equipment I've only seen on TV. She patted her chest confidently. Weapons? Great. Then tonight, you all can rest as a reward, Bailon said happily. He had been troubled by the inefficiency and effort of using an axe to fight monsters. It was both exhausting and impractical. Who would have thought they'd find an armory by nightfall? What luck! Bailon had initially considered assigning one of them to take the night watch, but decided against it upon further thought. Instead, he planned to study the weapons himself while also upgrading the Wuling Yuejing vehicle in preparation for tomorrow. Fantastic. Oh, and you can wash the bowls too while you're at it, Lin Sisi quipped, pulling a funny face before dragging Su Shuexin upstairs with her. Bailon shook his head and didn't dwell on it. He was in a great mood today, so even small matters weren't worth fussing over. In the third-floor bedroom, Xiaoxue, let us sleep together tonight, Lin Sisi said. If anything happens, let's look out for each other, Lin Sisi said, holding Su Shuexin's hand. After a day of life and death battles, they had become close friends who could talk about anything. All right, if anything happens, I'll call you, Su Shuexin agreed. She was shy and reserved, not one to talk much with strangers. But she didn't mind Lin Sisi's words. The two chatted and laughed, talking about everything from their college lives to high school, middle school, and even childhood memories. Meanwhile, Bailon was busy in the basement of another villa. It's been a long time since I modified a car, but the tools here are complete. With a bit of recollection, I can get it done. Compared to fuel-powered cars, those driven by abilities or beast cores are much more powerful. Bailon grumbled with some dissatisfaction. A few months after the apocalypse broke out, humans developed new energy sources abilities and beast cores. Initially, most ability users used beast cores to refine their powers or craft equipment, rarely for energy. Thus, the development of new energy truly began a year after the apocalypse. This was also why the mountain rats had a tough time surviving. Bailon picked up a straight blade to use as a weapon. It had to be said, the owner of this villa was a seasoned weapons enthusiast. The basement was filled with all kinds of weapons. These weapons are fine for me, but they're not suitable for Su Shueishin. They're too light, like toys. Bailon thought for a moment, then picked up tools to craft weapons suitable for the two girls. Although Su Shueishin's abilities hadn't fully developed yet, her single-handed explosive strength had already surpassed 1,000 kilograms, making her capable of taking down weaker beasts with a single blow. Therefore, a modified heavy hammer was perfect for her. Of course, this hammer needed to be equipped with a beast core. Lin Cici's strength wasn't as remarkable. Fortunately, she had high comprehension and excelled in technique and strategy. Bailon crafted a multifunctional shield for her. The shield could extend blades for attack and unfold for defense, making it highly practical. For Lin Cici, survival was the most important thing, and her healing abilities were especially crucial. The modifications continued late into the night. As expected, without professional equipment and personnel, this is the best I can do, Bailon muttered to himself, wiping sweat from his forehead as he looked at the three weapons before him. Simply equipping weapons with beast core drives was a survival skill everyone had to master in the apocalypse. After all, ordinary people couldn't fly, teleport, or shoot fire and water like ability users. A handy weapon was key to survival. Bailon wasn't surprised by this. On the contrary, he was an expert in this field. He picked up the modified straight blade and tested its feel. This weapon, powered by a beast core, could unleash its full power with just a light touch, and it was not easily damaged or broken. The only downside was that it consumed beast cores quite quickly. But Bailon was most proud of his ability to create weapons that consumed the least amount of beast cores, even without professional equipment. One beast core can probably last them 3 to 4 days. But relying solely on consumption without replenishment won't work. No matter how many beast cores there are, they'll run out eventually. We'll have to find new beasts. Bailon frowned, trying hard to recall. In his previous life, he had been cautious in the early days and hadn't figured out many things. He only had vivid memories of city-destroying disasters like corpse tides and beast tides. No point in thinking about it now. Once I get the spatial bracelet, I'll head straight to the military. The military is the place with the most intelligence and resources. As soon as there's any commotion in the city, the military is the first to know. Moreover, the military has Bailon's great benefactor. Judging by the time, they should be showing up soon. Bailon grinned, his heart burning with anger. In the previous life, you bullied me in this life. I will make you pay in blood. Bailon stopped thinking further, picked up his tools, and began modifying the Wuling Yuejing. Installing beast cores in a car is extremely luxurious, usually only affordable for the city lord, deputy city lord, or the captain of a major exploration team. Ordinary people like Bailon simply can't afford it. Instead of installing beast cores, it's more practical to modify a few more weapons. Just then, a sudden explosion sounded outside the villa. Brother Fire, Erzai is down. Where do we go now? Huang Mao asked anxiously, looking at the flames behind them. He was riding a Ghost Fire motorcycle alongside Brother Fire, the leader of their convoy. Brother Fire twisted the throttle, and the Ghost Fire motorcycle roared again, scaring off the zombies chasing them. Huang Mao, notify the brothers behind us to take refuge in the villa area tonight. I'll clear the way, everyone gather ahead. After saying this, Brother Fire charged forward. He hadn't gone far when two zombies suddenly jumped out from the roadside, blocking his path. If he collided with them, his fate would likely be the same as Erzai's. Watch out, Brother Fire. Huang Mao shouted urgently as he saw the zombies. Don't panic, watch me. Brother Fire calmly made a gun gesture with his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the zombies fell to the ground. Brother Fire is a legend. Brother Fire is mighty. Brother Fire is awesome. Following Brother Fire means safety forever. The Ghost Fire gang members behind him cheered as they witnessed the impressive scene. Brother Fire didn't look back. He simply raised his right index finger, exuding the aura of a true leader. A real man never looks back at the damage, but he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being admired. This is what life should be like, thrilling. Meanwhile, Bailon stood on the top floor of the villa, quietly watching everything. A grade C ability, finger gun, a practical skill. But in the hands of that guy, it's a complete waste. Might as well absorb him. After making up his mind, Bailon jumped directly from the rooftop. With his strength, 10 Brother Fires combined wouldn't be a match for him. No need for tricks. Brute force is the simplest solution. Less than 5 minutes later, Brother Fire and his gang arrived at the villa's entrance. Greenie, go open the door and tell everyone inside to come out and pay their respects to Brother Fire. Huang Mao ordered arrogantly. What he wanted most was to see those elites and wealthy people from before the apocalypse kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy. He hadn't dared to do this before, but now he must. Yes. Greenie didn't dare resist and rode his Ghost Fire to open the gate. To his surprise, the gate opened with just a gentle push. The retractable gate opened automatically, as if it had eyes. Greenie broke out in a cold sweat and collapsed to the ground. Today's experiences had taught him that anything strange could happen. Bro, Brother Fire, theirs. Stop stammering. Are you a man or not? Brother Fire snapped at Greenie, furious at his cowardice. I'll handle this. Bailon emerged from the dark path, gripping a straight blade. His pitch-black eyes emitted a chilling light, and the icy aura instantly froze the surroundings, as if standing in an ice cave. Even Brother Hua was intimidated. Greenie had already fainted in fright. Who are you? Brother Hua instinctively asked. Here to take your life, Bailon replied coldly. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Huafei. Gender, male. Ability, finger gun. C level. Apart from Brother Hua, the other Ghostfire lackeys were all ordinary people. Brother Hua burned with anger. Upon closer inspection, he realized the man in front of him had a young face, like a student. To think he had been intimidated by his aura, what a disgrace. If he didn't kill him, how could he assert dominance in front of his lackeys? Kid, you're not young, but you sure are bold. Let me teach you what the cruelty of society means. Brother Hua twisted the throttle, pulled a crowbar from the back of his Ghostfire, and charged at Bailon. Yellow Hair, watching, revved his engine excitedly. The Ghostfires roared in unison. Brother Hua, use that move and crack this kid's skull open. Crack his head. Crack his head, the lackeys chanted. So annoying, Bailon said irritably, digging at his ear. Kid, prepare to die. Brother Hua roared, riding his Ghostfire and swinging the steel pipe as he charged ferociously. But something unexpected happened. In the next second, Brother Hua was still riding his Ghostfire, charging for war. The Ghostfire underlings and Yellow Hair were scared out of their wits, only daring to nod. After all, Brother Fire's death was too bizarre. They couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't suddenly be killed while trying to escape. Watching the Ghostfire youth and Yellow Hair leave, Bailon finally sheathed his straight blade. The strange phenomenon earlier was merely the ability of Time Zero. Bailon did this to make them help lure the zombies over. And the roar of Ghostfire was just like bait for the zombies. Once the zombies gathered sufficiently, Bailon wanted to test out the new combat technique he had learned, Flame Splitting Wave Ruler. Combat techniques are different from abilities. Ordinary people can learn them through practice, but it's extremely difficult. After all, most combat techniques are developed from abilities. In his previous life, Bailon was proficient in beast-taming combat techniques, such as fusion, group enhancement, which were more support-oriented. Green guy, pull yourself together and lure the zombies down the road. You, go to Taiha East Road to lure zombies. Don't lose heart. Even though Brother Fire is dead, the spirit of Ghostfire won't be extinguished. Yellow Hair led the remaining intact Ghostfire members to a road junction on the hillside. Yellow Brother, why don't we just run away? One of the gang members boldly asked. Yellow Hair immediately flared up. Shut up. If he hears us, we're all dead. He's not here, is he? You're really stupid. When Brother Fire died, did you see him move? When those Ghostfire bikes had flat tires, did you see him move? Yellowhair's two consecutive questions not only shut the gang member up, but also silenced the others. Recalling the earlier scene, everyone was deeply shaken. In the past, encountering such bizarre events would be considered rare even in 10 years. Move quickly. Maybe if he's happy, he'll let us go. Yellowhair urged, taking the lead and riding off. The rest scattered according to the plan. Half an hour later, Yellowhair, along with 3 or 4 underlings, led a massive horde of zombies toward the villa. This is so thrilling. Wow. Charge. Yellowhair revved up the engine, with countless zombies chasing closely behind. Yellow brother, wait for me. My ghost fire is running out of gas. One of the underlings behind him looked at the fuel gauge and cried out in despair. His motorcycle was slowing down, and in less than 2 minutes, the zombies would catch up to him. You're really something. I can't believe you. Though he cursed, Yellowhair didn't abandon him. He slowed down and gradually approached the underling. Only when their speeds were similar would there be a chance to save him. Yellow brother, what should I do? I'm still young, I don't want to die. The underling was so panicked he was about to break the handlebars, looking at the frenzied zombies behind him in despair. Why are you crying? Do you even deserve to be called a ghost fire youth? Do you know the seat-jumping trick Brother Fire played last time? Yellowhair roared. I do. Good. I'll ride closer, and you jump. Yellowhair said gruffly. There's a curve ahead. Jump over after the turn, you'll only have one chance. Got it, the underling shouted back. The motorcycle slowed down more and more. The zombies got closer and closer, their frenzied roars tearing through the silence of the night. It had to be said, Yellowhair's driving skills were truly exceptional. He took a sharp turn smoothly, controlled the speed perfectly, and brought his bike close to the underlings. Jump! Yellowhair shouted urgently. The zombies were speeding up, their rhythm disrupted. A slight mistake, and the two of them would be finished, not even qualifying to turn into zombies. At the speed of the zombies, they would be caught in at most 30 seconds. The underling let out a scream and jumped toward Huang Mao's car. Huang Mao caught him steadily. Huang Ji, you're truly like my own big brother. The underling cried as he hugged Huang Mao, sobbing bitterly. Stop messing around, get out of the way. After saying this, Huang Mao slammed on the gas and sped toward the villa area, leaving the zombies far behind. This kind of maneuver was something only they could pull off. Anyone else would have already crashed and died. Huang Mao acted swiftly, arriving first at the agreed meeting point. Whereas that coward Lu Zai? Why isn't he here yet? Another underling, with a ghostly expression, asked anxiously. They knew better than anyone how terrifying zombies were. Hong Zai, don't panic. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, we'll have to leave, Huang Mao said. No one said much more. They waited silently. Looking back, more and more zombies were closing in, sending chills down their spines. They had agreed to meet here and then lead the zombies up together, but the timing couldn't be off by too much. If it exceeded 2 minutes, the person left behind would be done for. When the time was up, they had to leave no matter what. Otherwise, once the zombies arrived, everyone would be finished. Just as they were anxiously waiting, a light finally appeared at the distant intersection. It's Lu Zai? He is still alive. The ghostly underling behind Huang Mao was the first to shout. But then, they saw several giant zombies following behind Lu Zai. What are those monsters behind him? Holy crap! Huang Mao stared at the 2-story-tall giant zombies chasing closely behind Lu Zai's motorcycle, cold sweat dripping down his face. Lu Zai, you son of a, what are you all standing around for? Run! Huang Mao shouted, urging his stunned companions to flee for their lives. He was genuinely panicked. Although the giant zombies looked clumsy and slow, their strides were enormous, allowing them to keep up closely with Lu Zai. Huang Ji, what did you just say? Lu Zai asked nervously while stepping on the gas. His companion on the back seat was already scared stiff, motionless, and praying. A purple-haired underling beside them roared. Huang Ji said, son of a. The dense swarm of zombies at the foot of the mountain made by Lan's heart stir. If he had to go into the city and kill them one by one, it would be too troublesome. This kind of concentrated extermination was much more satisfying. And there's a D-class giant zombie. What a pleasant surprise. Bai Lan smiled as he drew his straight blade, standing at the intersection and waiting calmly. Giant zombies were upgraded versions of regular zombies. They were strong and towering, a nightmare for humanity in the early days. Many shelters had been breached by them. As time passed, the ground tremors grew stronger. Not far away, Huang Mao, Lu Zai, and their group came rushing in a disheveled state. Seeing Bai Lan standing at the intersection with a straight blade and a fierce expression, they calmed down slightly. But their speed didn't decrease at all, as they weren't sure if Bai Lan could handle these zombies. If he got taken down instantly, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Well done. Bai Lan casually praised them. Huang Mao drove a bit further before stopping and waved at Bai Lan. Bai Lan paid no attention to their desperate survival instincts. He looked at the dense swarm of zombies and swung his blade. Flame-devouring wave slash. In the next moment, a fiery slash swept diagonally forward. The zombies that were cut down were all severed into two halves, and residual flames began to burn along their bodies. The once screaming zombies immediately fell silent. Even the giant zombie was slain. Killed a regular zombie. Time force +1. Killed AD ranked giant zombie. Time force +20. Killed a regular. A series of notifications made by Lon feel deeply satisfied. With this move, he had gained at least 1,000 points of time force. What delighted him even more was that the power of this technique was now comparable to that of an A-rank ability user. However, it consumed a considerable amount of mental energy at his current limit. He could only use it twice. Bai Lan sheathed his blade, thoroughly pleased with the effect of the flame-splitting wave ruler. He planned to go back and study it carefully, aiming to wield it as effortlessly as Time Zero. Beside him, Huang Mao and his subordinate, Ghostfire, were staring in stunned silence. This kind of scene was something they'd only ever seen in movies or comics. Hundreds of zombies fell one after another. Burning to ashes, it was simply unbelievable. Huang. Huang bro, is he even human? Red Boy swallowed hard and asked. I don't know, but since zombies exist now, what else is impossible? Huang Mao sighed, still immersed in the visual shock of the battle just now. You'd better get lost now. You did well this time, but you won't get this lucky next time, Bai Lan said coldly, then turned and walked toward the villa district without looking back. The group he left behind was at a complete loss under the night wind. Back at his residence, Bai Lan didn't go to sleep. He was now a beginner ability user, capable of going 3 days without rest. Moreover, his mental strength and physical constitution were exceptionally strong, reducing his need for sleep significantly. The first day of the apocalypse, and already there are mountain-breaking rats and D-rank giant zombies, he muttered. It seems the road ahead is even harder than I imagined. Sitting on the couch, Bai Lan frowned deeply. Although he wasn't yet their match, these zombies were nothing short of monsters in the eyes of ordinary ability users. Other than military firearms, perhaps only a rank ability users like Su Shuexin could handle them. But in the massive city of Y, how many a rank ability users could there possibly be? Bai Lan didn't think much about others' safety, but the current situation did weigh heavily on him. What I should really focus on now is the aberrant god in Y City Hospital. Let us simulate. I still have 3 chances left, after all. Gathering more information was key. This time, the primary goal was to uncover the aberrant god's identification number and specific power level. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to defeat. Having made up his mind, Bai Lan quickly commanded the system. Do you wish to consume a reality simulation attempt for a simulation? Yes. Reality simulation begins, loading data. At night, you return to the basement and continue modifying the combat vehicle, pondering how to deal with the aberrant god in the hospital. At 6 a.m., you wake up the 2 girls. After they change into their gear, you hand over 2 newly crafted weapons and teach them how to use them. At 8 a.m., you set out, heading toward Y City Hospital. The modified woolen crossover proves very convenient for navigating the city. At 10 a.m., following the navigation system, you reach the vicinity of the hospital. However, the roads are severely blocked, forcing you and the 2 girls to proceed on foot. At 11 a.m., you arrive at the hospital entrance. Along the way, you kill numerous zombies. Armed with their new weapons, the 2 girls become increasingly adept at slaying zombies. At 1 p.m., after 2 hours of intense fighting, you make it from the 1st floor of the inpatient building to the 15th floor. New superpowers and combat skills make things much easier for you. At 2 o'clock, you encountered the alien god. With just one glance, you recognized it as Alien God number 96, the shadowless ghost face. At 4 o'clock, you used all your skills and finally defeated it with Su Shuexin's help, but your mental strength was drained, leaving you extremely weak. At 5 o'clock, you discovered a spatial bracelet in a room on the 15th floor, feeling that all your previous efforts were worth it. But in the next second, a dark shadow struck you, shattering you into pieces. You died. Simulation ended. Survival time was too short, no rewards earned. Dead again? Why is it so hard to survive in this small Y city? Bailon smiled bitterly, feeling as though a cloud of bad luck was hanging over his head. In this reality simulation, although he identified the alien god and defeated it, the result was still death. Who exactly is that dark shadow? Could it be the person who got the spatial bracelet in my past life? Impossible. Bailon shook his head, immediately dismissing his own guess. That lucky guy wasn't even a superpower user and wouldn't have the strength to kill him in one blow. Not even when he was weak. But no matter how much Bailon racked his brain, he couldn't figure out who the suspicious person might be. After all, he currently had no enemies. Forget it. Let's focus on dealing with the shadowless ghost face first. If I can conserve more mental strength, there might still be a chance to deal with that dark shadow figure. If he doesn't dare to appear directly, it means his strength is definitely weaker than mine. Bailon muttered to himself. He hadn't expected the alien god in the hospital to be shadowless ghost face, number 96. Its weakest strength could easily defeat a 9-star beginner superpower user. And Bailon managed to surpass so many star levels only because of the boost from his new superpowers and combat skills. As for how he escaped from the shadowless ghost face during the last simulation, only heaven knows. Now that he knew the alien god was ghost face, at least he didn't have to fear it anymore. Alien gods aren't invincible, they all have weaknesses. The weakness of the shadowless ghost face turned out to be salt. That's right, just ordinary table salt that we eat every day. As long as you bring enough salt, the shadowless ghost face is as easy to deal with as a regular zombie. Knowing this, it's time for another attempt. This time, save enough strength to deal with the dark shadow figure. No more ambushes. Simulate again. This time, I must save energy to deal with the man in black. After making his decision, Bailon activated the reality simulation again. Reality simulation begins, loading data. At night, you return to the basement and continue modifying your combat vehicle, thinking about how to deal with the dark shadow figure in the hospital. At 6 in the morning, you wake up 2 girls. They change into their clothes, and you give them new weapons, teaching them how to use them. At 8 in the morning, the 2 girls look at you with strange expressions as you set off for Y City Hospital with over 10 bags of salt. At 1 o'clock, you and the 2 girls work seamlessly together, arriving at the top floor of the inpatient department an hour early and using a large amount of salt to kill the shadowless ghost face. At 2 o'clock, you conserve a lot of physical and mental strength, staying alert for the mysterious dark shadow figure and instructing the 2 girls to remain vigilant as well. At 4 o'clock, you obtain the spatial bracelet on the 15th floor, but the dark shadow figure does not appear. At 6 o'clock, after confirming there is no dark shadow figure in the hospital, you leave with the 2 girls. On the way, you discover a large supermarket and prepare to collect supplies in bulk, fully utilizing the spatial bracelet's capacity. At 7 o'clock, you discover a magical beast in the supermarket, but the supermarket is occupied by humans, including 3 superpowered individuals. At 8 o'clock, you easily defeat the resisting superpowered individuals and are about to load supplies into your spatial bracelet when a dark shadow suddenly appears and smashes you into pulp in an instant. You die? Survival time was short this time, no rewards. Bailon was speechless. Dead again. Who on earth is this person in black? How can they follow me all the way from the hospital to the supermarket just to kill me? The key point is that he didn't even notice. Bailon was utterly puzzled, his eyes fixed on the simulation text, trying to find some clues. He used to be a cunning person, but he didn't expect to be outsmarted twice in a row right after being reborn. This made Bailon lose face. He couldn't believe that his 15 years of experience as a schemer would lose to a shadowy figure. From the simulation information this time, it seems the shadowy figure wasn't after the spatial bracelet at all. They might not even know about its existence. It seems like their sole purpose was simply to kill him, and both times, they attacked when he let his guard down. This indicates that the shadowy figure might have been observing him all along. Perhaps even now. Bailon shook his head since they could hide. There was no way to find them now, no matter how hard he tried. Interesting. I thought I could dominate this small Y city after being reborn. Didn't expect to die 3 times already. Bailon's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. He wasn't afraid of challenges and adversity instead. He saw them as opportunities for growth. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person in the later stages of the apocalypse provoke so many powerful superpowered individuals and still survive? As for the shadowy figure following him, they would make a mistake and reveal themselves one day. If he couldn't catch them the first time, then the second, if not the second, then the third. Sooner or later, he would drag them out and give them a good beating. When that time comes, Bailon definitely won't let the person who killed him 3 times go. Only one last chance for a reality simulation. This time, I'll change my strategy. I won't go looking for the spatial bracelet, I'll play it safe and lie low. I'll slack off and collect rewards, still being the cunning old schemer. Once his strength grows, who would fear some shadowy ghost face? Those people in black will all be trampled underfoot. With my 2S level abilities and combat skills, I can completely wipe out the Dongfang family and the Feng family. System, start the reality simulation. Do you want to consume a reality simulation attempt to proceed with the simulation? Yes. Reality simulation begins, loading data. At night, you decide to play it safe. You originally planned to modify the car, but ended up lying in bed and sleeping instead. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Su Shuexin wakes you up. You tell them your plan, and the 2 girls are surprised but can only follow your lead. At 10 o'clock in the evening, with nothing to do, you start teaching them how to train their abilities, deciding to send them into the city to gather supplies to help you better lie low. On the 3rd day, you modified the car and handed weapons to them, but they couldn't drive, so you patiently taught them. On the 5th day, after training, the 2 of them set off in the car, aiming for a large supermarket 10 kilometers away. On the 7th day, the 2 returned safely with supplies. You stretched lazily, feeling pleased, and became even more determined to lie low. On the 10th day, Su Shuexin worked hard in her training and has become a beginner-level superpowered individual, while Lin Cece, slightly weaker, has reached 9-star apprentice superpowered individual. Day 20, you took them to the southern shelter and left alone because they would slow down your progress as a lone wolf. Day 30, your strength increased significantly, becoming a 1-star advanced ability user, but you still didn't go out and stayed hidden in the villa. Day 45, black mist attacked the city. Y City was sealed by mysterious forces, spatial wormholes erupted, and the army of alien gods appeared ahead of schedule. Day 50, the villa you were hiding in was discovered by an alien god. After a fierce battle, you killed the enemy with your experience and strong abilities, but you were seriously injured. Day 55, the sound of explosions woke you up. Standing at a high point overlooking the city, you saw the shelter had long been destroyed, the army defeated by alien beasts and gods, and humanity was making its final resistance. Day 56, the missile's power was too strong. Only Lord-level alien gods survived. The underground bunkers couldn't hold and eventually collapsed. You were buried and died. Reality simulation ended. Survived for 56 days. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Information on the alien god you killed. 2. Gain the results of 50 days of ability training effect halved. 3. Achievement. Lone Wolf can be equipped in each simulation effect. You can keep growing stronger just by surviving 56 days. Why did the black mist appear in Y City? In the previous life, Y City developed to the later stages, built a large shelter, and had 2A-level ability users guarding it. Although it wasn't absolutely safe, it was sturdy enough to withstand a tide of millions of corpses and beasts. Could it be that my rebirth alone caused such a huge impact? No, that's not right. I barely went out during these 56 days and didn't cause any trouble. There must be another reason. But now, all 3 reality simulation opportunities have been used up otherwise. I could have found more information. Bailon thought for a moment and decided to choose the reward first. The first option, information on the alien god, wasn't very useful at the moment. there was no need to look at the defeated enemy's data. The second option, 50 days of training results, was originally good, but the halved effect wasn't ideal. It's more reassuring to rely on steady progress. At most, this would only bring him to the level of a 7-star beginner ability user. I choose the third one, Bailon said decisively. Although the lone wolf achievement doesn't sound very glorious, it's highly useful. It can be equipped in every simulation from now on. If it weren't for the special circumstances this time, with my survival strategy, I could have lasted at least 10 or 8 years. Maybe with this achievement, I could become invincible in the simulation world. Thinking about the rich rewards ahead, Bailon couldn't contain his excitement. After receiving the reward, he didn't waste any time and headed straight to the basement to start modifying the wooling edging. In the simulation, being a lone wolf might work, but in reality, you have to be diligent. Bailon patted his face, gathered his energy, and prepared to fight for the spatial bracelet in the hospital. He couldn't give up just because of a shadowy figure. At 6 in the morning, Bailon woke them up just like in the previous 2 simulations. So early? Is there something going on today? Lin Cece rubbed her eyes, her voice soft. We're going to the hospital, Bailon replied simply. Before Lin Cece could react, Su Shuexin exclaimed, the hospital is definitely a disaster zone. There are so many people there it's way too dangerous. Bailon nodded without denying it. Hospitals, kindergartens, and nursing homes are the places where infections spread the fastest. They are also the places where mutated zombies are most likely to appear. After all, children, the elderly, and the sick have weak resistance. Encountering zombies means waiting for death, almost total annihilation. Naturally, such places are prone to mutated and evolved zombies, which are a favorite target for rookie killers. There's a treasure there, and I must get it, Bailon said. Treasure? Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she suddenly sat up. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go after breakfast. Bailon rubbed his forehead. Lin Cece's personality was truly exasperating. All right, I'll wait for you in the lobby on the first floor. After saying that, Bailon quickly left, afraid his intelligence couldn't handle staying longer. Lin Cece and Su Shuexin changed their clothes, freshened up briefly, and went downstairs. They understood Bailon's style of doing things. Every second counts. Su Shuexin dressed very provocatively, wearing a black cropped summer top and black denim shorts. Lin Cece, on the other hand, was the opposite, wrapping herself tightly in a bright red down jacket. Aren't you cold, Xiaoxua? Lin Cece rubbed her hands and asked curiously. Su Shuexin smiled. Not at all. Ever since I awakened my abilities, I hardly feel the cold anymore. So envious. Lin Cece rubbed Su Shuexin's little face, her eyes full of envy. I wish I could wear pretty clothes too. Bailon clapped his hands, interrupting their conversation. Enough talking, come and get your weapons. He truly admired Lin Cece. It was the end of the world, yet she still cared about clothes. He couldn't tell if she was carefree or just foolish. Wow, is this big hammer for me? Lin Cece immediately spotted the large hammer next to the sofa and exclaimed excitedly, You really understand me, Bailon. Bailon looked puzzled. An awkward moment ensued. Lin Cece tried to swing the hammer with all her might, but it didn't budge. She couldn't lift it at all. You're supposed to take the shield next to it. The most important thing for a healer is to protect yourself, Bailon calmly reminded her. You. Lin Cece was so angry her face turned red, unable to find words for a moment. Don't be mad, this shield is quite practical, Su Shuexin comforted her. Besides, isn't the captain from that pretty country also using a shield? Fine, a shield it is then. Lin Cece sat on the sofa in disappointment, reluctantly glancing at the hammer as if saying a final goodbye. Bailon patiently explained how to use the Beast Core weapons and shared some tips on conserving Beast Core energy. The 2 women adapted quickly, mastering most of the skills in just an hour. Actually, for Su Shuexin, there was no need to activate the Beast Core. Just swinging the hammer with her strength could smash zombies into pulp. Even a D-class giant zombie would die on the spot. There's nothing more to say. Here, take an extra Beast Core each as backup. After speaking, Bailon handed them the Beast Cores. Bailon, when are we leaving? Lin Cece asked eagerly. Now. Bailon picked up his straight blade and headed toward the underground parking lot. The 2 women grabbed their new weapons and followed closely behind. On the way, Bailon didn't head straight to the hospital, but first went to the large supermarket from the second simulation. The three ability users and the magical beast there were his primary targets, especially the magical beast. Most magical beasts treat humans as food, aiming to wipe them out. But a small number of magical beasts are completely non-aggressive and have special uses. For example, there are types of exotic beasts that can devour metal, producing corpse cores or even beast cores. Some exotic beasts have bodies resembling a forging room, capable of automatically crafting high-quality equipment by consuming beast cores and materials. There are even exotic beasts that can purify water sources and produce food. In short, the benefits are numerous. Bailon certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for that shadowy figure, let him wait a bit longer in the hospital. The modified Wuling Yuejing ran much more smoothly in the city. Most obstacles and vehicles could be forcibly crushed, leaving zombies to eat dust behind. Along the way, Bailon and his group had already attracted the attention of many residents. Wow, honey, that person's car is so cool. A woman on a high-rise building flirted with her man, whispering. The man sneered disdainfully, zombies are running everywhere now. What's the use of having a cool car? It's safer for us to stay at H. Bailon parked the car, and his eyes lit up. It's a blood wolf, a D-level beast. Like the mountain-splitting rats, they also move in packs. Generally speaking, spotting one blood wolf means there's a whole group hiding behind it. Encountering a lone wolf is almost impossible. In Bailon's eyes, these blood wolves were practically moving sources of time power. Lin Cece clenched her fists, eager to act. Perfect for testing my new weapon. Take this, my flying shield is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, the shield in her hand shot toward the blood wolf like lightning. But the blood wolf wasn't easy to deal with. It dodged the flying shield with a simple side jump. You won't hit it like that. Blood wolves are incredibly quick to react. Then I'll try another move. Bailon picked up a stone and threw it at a tricky angle. Before the blood wolf could react, the stone hit it square in the eye. Impressive. Lin Cece couldn't help but praise. The blood wolf let out a whimper, followed by an angry roar. Within seconds, wolf heads began emerging from nearby shops. Blood wolves are notoriously violent. Anyone who injures them is bound to be torn apart and devoured. Bailon drew his straight blade and calmly said, "Get ready. There are a lot of them, and they're not weak." "Understood," the two women replied in unison. With a furious howl, the blood wolves charged from all directions. To humans, they were nothing but predators ready to devour them at any moment. The injured one-eyed blood wolf bared its fangs and leapt forward in the next second, targeting Su Shueshi nearby. Clang! A shield strike landed, and before the blood wolf could even cry out, it was smashed into pieces, embedded into the floor. How terrifying! Su Shueshin looked at the mangled blood wolf, her legs trembling, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear, almost making Bailon want to award her a little golden statue. Who was the real terror here? She was swinging a 500 or 600-kilogram hammer around like it was nothing. Clearly, the blood wolves were the ones being abused. After silently venting his thoughts, Bailon turned to look at Lin Cece. Thankfully, Lin Cece was relatively normal. Facing the blood wolves, she behaved like most beginner ability users. She didn't have Su Shueshin's explosive strength, nor Bailon's refined skills. She could only dodge attacks carefully and counter with the blade formed from her shield. When faced with two blood wolves teaming up, she had to unfold her shield for defense. What reassured Bailon was that Lin Cece had strong mental resilience. She showed almost no signs of fear or panic and remained very composed. Blood wolves were used to test beginner ability users for a reason. Their individual combat ability wasn't strong, but their destructive power multiplied when they gathered in numbers. Taking down one alone earned you a 1-star apprentice rank. Defeating two earned you 2 stars. Handling 10 meant you were already a beginner ability user. This was the common standard before precise instruments were available. But for certain special ability users, blood wolves were hardly worth mentioning. Take Bailon, for example. He was surrounded by 10 blood wolves, and the situation looked dangerous. On the second day of the apocalypse, being surrounded by so many blood wolves could mean instant death, even for an S-level ability user. Surrounded, Bailon scoffed, muttering under his breath, then activated his ability, ×0. The 10 blood wolves froze in place, completely motionless. Even if Bailan were just a low-level apprentice, he could easily take them down. He swung his straight blade, striking their vital points with precision. His movements were smooth and deadly, almost painful to watch. Killed D-level exotic beast Bloodwolf. Time power plus 40. Killed D-level exotic beast Bloodwolf. Time power plus 40. Beast core dropped. The battle had only lasted 2 minutes, and Bailan had already gained over 400 points of time power. He licked his lips, revealing a greedy expression. The time power from one Bloodwolf was twice that of a mountain rat. Killing them was easy and incredibly satisfying. Bailan couldn't help but start imagining how much time power the exotic god in the hospital could yield. Seeing their companions killed, the remaining Bloodwolves did not retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied and charged at Bailan. Bloodwolves were like this, closely united, never caring about their own safety. The death of their companions didn't scare them, it only fueled their rage. Bailan sometimes lamented that if humans were as united as this, exotic gods and beasts would have been eradicated long ago. 16. Bailan's eyes swept across, clearly counting the number. Bloodwolves were ruthless. Each attack aimed directly at vital points. If bitten, the best-case scenario was severe injury, the worst, death. Watch out! Su Shueshin screamed, quickly abandoning the Bloodwolf she was fighting and running toward Bailan. She was already struggling to deal with 5 Bloodwolves on her own, if not for her immense strength and ability to kill with one strike. Even 3 would have been hard to handle. Facing 16 Bloodwolves, even Bailan could be in danger. But Lin Cece moved faster, immediately throwing her flying shield. The shield instantly transformed into a giant shield, blocking Bailan from behind. Flame-splitting wave ruler. Bailan swung his blade, unleashing a semicircular flame slash. After a few miserable howls, several Bloodwolves turned into pools of blood. Killed D-level exotic beast Bloodwolf. Time power plus 40. Beast core dropped. Time power continuously surged into Bailan's body. But at this moment, his face was full of anger. Do I need your help? You can't even protect yourselves, yet you think you can help others? Are you reincarnated saints or something? Bailan coldly questioned without mercy, completely disregarding the fact that the 2 women had just acted to save him. Su Shueshin wanted to speak, but looking at the decapitated Bloodwolf behind her, she closed her mouth. She knew it was Bailan who had saved her. Otherwise, her back would definitely have been left with bloody wounds. This is the apocalypse. Being a hero is useless. In fact, the person you save might even turn against you. This is the only time. If you do this again, I'll kick you out of the team. After saying this, Bailan ignored the 2 women and continued clearing out the remaining Bloodwolves. He was right. In the apocalypse, the kinder you were, the faster you died. The idea that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished was all a lie. Bailan had seen this kind of situation more than once. Scenes of zombies and humans slaughtering each other were everywhere. He had even saved a scumbag at the military shelter in Y City, and not only was the man ungrateful, but he also tried to take revenge on Bailan. That's why Bailan knew all too well that trying to save others when you can't even protect yourself was simply courting death. The battle didn't last long. In just 15 minutes, all the Bloodwolves at the supermarket entrance were eliminated. After being reprimanded by Bailan, the 2 women also became more focused, concentrating on dealing with the Bloodwolves. The only one injured was Lin Cece, whose skin was scratched slightly. We've already collected 50 beast cores, not bad at all. After the battle ended, Bailan touched the beast cores in his pocket, feeling quite satisfied. For them at this moment, this was already a considerable fortune. Apart from the military, no other ability users or organizations could collect so many beast cores in such a short time. This was thanks to encountering 2 groups of social-type mutant beasts. However, Bailan had a big question in his mind. The apocalypse had just erupted, so why were there so many mutant beasts? A month before the apocalypse, the main threat was zombies, and mutant beasts should have been rare. Yet reality far exceeded his memories from his previous life. Maybe my information was too limited before, and I didn't pay attention to the situation outside, or maybe I'm just really lucky? Bailan kept analyzing. This question could only be answered when he reached the shelter and met his master, Lu Jing. Lu Jing was almost like a second father to Bailan, teaching him many survival skills and combat experience. Most importantly, Lu Jing taught Bai Lan how to survive in the apocalypse. Follow me upstairs. You two just take care of each other and make sure you don't get hurt. There are still quite a few zombies and mutant beasts in the supermarket. Bai Lan reminded them as he opened the supermarket door. Actually, he was thinking that he didn't want these two girls to cause trouble. It didn't matter if he got hurt, but if it affected his ability to accumulate time power, it would be a big problem. Especially Su Xuexin, who kept shouting that she was scared while smashing one zombie after another with a single blow. Bai Lan had to spend a lot more time power every time because of her. Got it. The two girls agreed, following behind him. After walking for a while, Su Xuexin tugged on Lin Cici's sleeve and asked softly, "Cici, is Bai Lan angry?" Lin Cici wasn't entirely sure either, so she comforted her. "Xiaoxua, he may sound harsh, and he did seem angry earlier, but he's actually just worried about you." Su Xuexin blushed. "Really?" Lin Cici countered. "Why else would he help you deal with the blood wolves behind you?" Su Xuexin nodded, looking at Bai Lan's back, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, when she saw a dozen blood wolves rushing toward Bai Lan at the same time, she didn't even know why she ran out without thinking. Su Xuexin silently asked herself, "If it were someone else, would I have rushed out like that?" Yes, but maybe not as decisively. This thought wasn't unique to her. Lin Cici had also been questioning herself. They just hadn't realized that Bai Lan had already become a strong pillar of support in their hearts. This supermarket was called Waterma, a famous chain store in Long Country, with many branches abroad as well. However, Y City wasn't a big city, and the area they were in was even more remote. This supermarket was basically for the wealthy. Fortunately, there was a moderately sized botanical garden nearby. Schools often came here for spring and winter outings, and companies held team-building dinners here as well. If not for these activities, the supermarket would have gone bankrupt long ago, relying solely on the rich. The three entered the supermarket. The first floor of Waterma wasn't anything special, just ordinary shops. The two girls looked around for a long time, but didn't recognize any of the brands. What was most unbearable was the price of the clothes. A plain white shirt that could be bargained down to 20 yuan at a roadside stall was priced at 998 yuan here. Lin Cici couldn't understand the lives of the rich at all. The total value of everything she was wearing wasn't even a third of that shirt's price. What was even more tragic was that money was useless now. The shop assistants, owners, and tourists in the stores had all turned into zombies. Kill them, and the clothes and jewelry would be yours. The zombies in the shop at the entrance heard the commotion caused by Bai Lan and the other two, turned their heads, and drooled as they charged forward. Based on the location, number, and attire of the zombies, Bai Lan deduced their strength and the situation when the apocalypse broke out. When the outbreak occurred in Watma, the people here were blocked by blood wolves that emerged from outside. The blood wolves devoured people one by one, forcing many to flee into the shops for shelter, closing the rolling shutters and waiting for rescue. However, the shutters couldn't block the zombie virus, and instead trapped them inside, leading to their infection. Now it's December, and the disaster happened to strike on a weekend, coinciding with school spring outings and corporate team-building events. Hundreds of zombies had emerged. The good news is that, according to previous simulations, there are 3 ability users here. Moreover, the zombies aren't very strong, and the supermarket is well stocked with food, water, and daily necessities. There's no need to fight desperately, they just need to hide and wait for the military to rescue them. Compared to most places in the city, the starting situation here is already quite favorable. Roar! The zombies let out a piercing sound, pulling Bai Lan's thoughts back to reality. He frowned, watching the zombies pour out densely from the shop, the corridor, and the restroom. Slash! With one swift strike, the head of the first zombie that charged forward flew off. Bai Lan was no stranger to such scenes and handled them with ease. These zombies attacked purely on instinct, without the command of advanced zombies, no awakened consciousness, and no equipment. Compared to hordes of tens or even hundreds of thousands of zombies, these posed no real threat. However, the 2 women beside him were ordinary people and lacked Bai Lan's strength. From the beginning until now, they had been so tense that sweat dripped from their foreheads, they swallowed nervously, and their hands trembled. She There are so many of them. What should we do? Su Shueshin stared at the ferocious zombies, her words almost incoherent. Lin Cece was also a bit nervous but remained calm. I'll use my shield to block the ones on the right. Bai Lan is covering the front, so you just need to focus on attacking the zombies coming from the left. If we really can't hold on, we'll retreat and let him handle it alone. Su Shueshi nodded. Faced with so many zombies, she had no courage to fight without Bai Lan. Especially after being scolded by Bai Lan earlier, the two of them fully agreed with the suggestion to let him fight alone. 6 or 7 zombies rushed forward. This time, Bai Lan didn't use his ability, Time Zero, but relied on his skills to fight. In his previous life, Bai Lan didn't have any abilities, yet he managed to survive in a world overrun by zombies and superhumans. His weapon skills were indispensable. To be honest, even those renowned and powerful ability users couldn't match him in single combat techniques. Zombies have large movements. Once their attack misses, they'll expose a weakness. This is the best opportunity. You need to deal with them in the fastest and most efficient way, like this. After saying this, Bai Lan sidestepped to avoid the charging zombie, simultaneously drawing a dagger from his waist and precisely stabbing it into the zombie's temple. Thud! The zombie collapsed, completely powerless. Bai Lan quickly retrieved the dagger and gripped his straight blade to block the attack of the next zombie. His movements were smooth and natural, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Cece watched in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe. She had always thought Bai Lan's strength came from his abilities, but his performance just now left her thoroughly impressed. Even as an amateur, she could clearly sense that Bai Lan was deliberately slowing down to let her learn the techniques. If he went all out, she would probably only hear the sound of zombies falling to the ground. Is he really a college student? This question flashed through her mind again. Bai Lan didn't notice Lin Cece's thoughts and continued to remind her, when attacking zombies, you must confirm that they're truly dead. Otherwise, if they grab your foot while on the ground, at best, you'll suffer a few days of torment from a virus infection. At worst, it could disrupt your attack or defense rhythm, leading to a counterattack from the enemy. He had suffered from this before, and the memory was vivid. Many capable ability users had ultimately been ambushed and defeated by zombies they thought they had already taken down. Is there a trick to it? Lin Cece asked. Yes, just practice more. Ordinary people's abilities come from continuous effort and learning while maintaining caution. Otherwise, even if you hide in a shelter, you could easily be defeated by others and lose all your value. After speaking, Bai Lan turned to Su Shueshin. Your ability determines that your path is one of breaking through everything with sheer strength. So, brute force? Su Shueshin tilted her head and asked. Bai Lan was speechless. Haha. Lin Cece couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoxua, just smash with all your might and leave the rest to miracles. Really? Su Shueshin gripped her 500-pound hammer, full of confidence. Bai Lan felt a bit uneasy but still nodded in agreement. In the previous life, Su Shueshin had already carved out her own path otherwise. She wouldn't have become a dominant figure in the apocalypse. In this life, she was just beginning to cultivate her abilities. Her future might take a completely different route, or it might be the same, but either way, her achievements would not fall short of legendary. With Bai Lan's approval, Su Shueshin no longer hesitated. Although she was still a bit scared, it didn't stop her from swinging her hammer. 80. With a sweet shout, dozens of zombies in the front row were sent flying by the hammer. The zombies hit in the head were already deformed, their bones protruding, and green liquid splattered all over the walls, creating an extremely shocking scene. The zombies in the back didn't fare much better, but as long as their heads weren't smashed, they could still move. The scene was terrific. Therefore, many professional athletes and people who exercise regularly have a significant advantage when their abilities awaken on the third day of the apocalypse. They are likely to start as 9-star apprentice ability users. Cases like Su Shueshin, who was weak before awakening but turned into a muscle Barbie afterward, are rare. Her strength is preliminarily estimated to have already reached the level of a 9-star apprentice ability user. This is just the effect of the initial awakening 3 days later. When her abilities fully awaken, her strength will rise another level. It's no exaggeration to say that in the previous life, Bailan had never heard of anyone surpassing Su Xuexing in physical abilities. Even the strong mutant beasts and gods of the apocalypse would secretly envy her and glare at her with gritted teeth. Most ordinary awakeners, even after fully awakening, can only reach the level of 6 or 7 stars at most, which is no match for Su Xuexing. More practice is needed. After all, using abilities consumes a lot of mental energy, Bailan said calmly as he sheathed his straight blade. Lin Cixi looked puzzled. Mental energy? Aren't abilities just for use? They are for use. Let me give you an example. It's like when you play a game. Mental energy is your mana bar, and abilities are your skills. You can use skills when fighting minions, but when facing a boss, if you run out of mana, you can only rely on basic attacks, Bailan patiently explained. What if there's no mana bar? Su Xuexing suddenly interjected. Bailan turned his head, looking at her with disdain, silently wondering. How did someone like you become the head of the literature department? How did you survive the early days of the apocalypse to become a ruler? Unable to come up with an answer, Bailan decided not to say more and headed straight upstairs. Watching Bailan's back, Su Xuexing felt a bit aggrieved. Cece, did I say something wrong? Idiot. Even without a mana bar, skills still have cooldowns. Lin Cixi responded, thinking herself clever. Wow, Cece, you understood so quickly. Bailan shook his head with a wry smile, utterly defeated by the two of them. These two really were a pair of oddballs. How's the situation downstairs? Are those two little girls outside dead yet? Asked a burly man, 192 centimeters tall, with an elephant tattoo on his back. The man in front of him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, was so frightened that his legs went weak. Stammering, he said, Brother Lu San, oh outside. That man has already taken care of all the enemies. What? What did you just say? Lu Tu grabbed the man, his voice thunderous. The three brothers could handle blood wolves in one-on-one or two-on-one fights without fear. But when the enemy numbered more than 3, they struggled. Not to mention, these blood wolves fought more fiercely the longer the battle lasted, retreating only when completely annihilated. From their reconnaissance, there were over 20 blood wolves outside. Lu Tu had just taken a nap. How could they all be dealt with in just half an hour? The man's face turned even paler than before, as if he were about to cry. He was telling the truth, but this brute's yelling made him foam at the mouth. He didn't dare argue and could only plead in a low voice. Brother San, please spare me. I swear it's true. Not only those blood wolves outside, but even the zombies on the first floor have almost all been taken care of. What? There are hundreds of zombies on the first floor. How could they win without tank artillery support? Lu Tu roared in fury, shaking the scholarly man so violently that he could barely breathe. At that moment, another burly man entered through the door. He was slightly thinner than Lu Tu, but looked more robust. Third brother, stop arguing. He made it very clear. Big brother and I just saw that man's fight upstairs, and there's no mistake. Lu Tu threw the refined man to the ground and excitedly asked, Second brother, could he be one of us? Lu Ji shook his head. Not just him, those two little girls as well. Don't rush to conclusions. Big brother sent me here to make sure you control your emotions first. We might not be able to beat him. Besides, the outside is full of zombies and mutant beasts. It's better for everyone to stick together. Lu Tu, who had been irritable moments ago, suddenly smiled and said to Lu Ji, Big brother, second brother is right. You go ahead and take care of your business. Leave this to me. I'll make sure to entertain them well. Lu Ji smiled faintly, already calculating in his mind. All right, the defenses on the top floor still need reinforcement. I'll take some people to handle it. You take care of things here. See you tonight. All right, take care, second brother. After seeing Lu Ji off, Lu Tu began rubbing his hands together, his eyes burning with the fire of battle, completely forgetting the earlier warning. Open the passage. I'll personally welcome him. Lu Tu shouted loudly, and the refined man and the chubby boy quickly moved to clear the obstacles. Hearing the approaching footsteps in the stairwell, Lu Tu was thrilled. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, his strength had been growing, and sometimes he could even use superpowers like those in movies. Influenced by various novels, Lu Tu even speculated that he might be the protagonist of this world. To verify this theory, he just needed to find someone with similar superpowers to fight. The closer they got to the second floor, the more the air was filled with a peculiar fragrance. Others might not have noticed, but Bailon had sensed it from the moment he entered. Reality was indeed like a simulation. There was a mutant beast with special abilities hidden in this supermarket. Hurry up, there are people upstairs, no zombies, Bailon reminded, quickening his pace. In less than half a minute, Bailon and his two companions reached the second floor. The entrance to the corridor was tightly packed, so even a massive zombie wouldn't be able to get through easily. To welcome Bailon, Lutu had deliberately left a gap, just big enough for one person to pass through. As soon as the three entered, the refined man and the chubby boy quickly sealed the gap tightly, not letting even a sliver of light through. "Did you kill the blood wolf?" Lutu asked directly, without any courtesy. The young man before him looked tender, but the bloodstains on his body and the sharpness in his eyes left Lutu stunned for a moment. "Yes," Bailon answered crisply, while simultaneously recognizing the man. These three brothers were quite famous in the safe city codenamed Dien, established by the military in Y City. Individually, their strength was average, but when they joined forces, they could unleash astonishing power. During a million-strong zombie horde, the three brothers relied on their advanced abilities to hold off a Lord-level A-grade zombie king, buying enough time for the defense shield to recharge. However, they ultimately sacrificed themselves because the A-grade Lord Zombie King was too powerful. Bailon knew them because they had once provoked his master, Lu Jing. Later, they came to apologize, and since the three had sacrificed themselves to protect the millions of residents in the safe city during the zombie horde invasion, Bailon generously forgave them. They were among the few who could reconcile with Bailon. Most others fought to the death, never giving up. Otherwise, with Bailon's vengeful personality, even if you apologized, it wouldn't help. But what Lu Tu said next made Bailon want to punch him again. "Kid, I don't like the look of you. Let's fight." Lu Tu patted his muscles and struck a fierce pose. That expression, that action, those words exactly the same as when Lu Tu first met Bailon. "Who is this guy? He looks kind of dumb," Lin Sisi said bluntly. Bailon kept a serious face on the surface, but inside, he was already laughing. Lu Tu hated being called dumb the most. "You? Well, sure enough." Lu Tu's face turned red with anger, and he pounded his chest, shouting. Bailon mercilessly added fuel to the fire. "What? You get upset when someone calls you dumb? Who picks a fight with strangers the moment they meet?" Giggle. Su Shuexin, standing nearby, covered her mouth and laughed. "You guys are too much. Take this punch." Lu Tu, burning with rage, swung his fist and charged forward. Bailon didn't counterattack, but dodged Lu Tu's punches nimbly, creating the illusion that Lu Tu could hit him if he just tried harder and moved faster. This was Bailon's little revenge. He also realized that controlling the time of an ability user was much harder than dealing with zombies and mutant beasts, and it consumed much more mental energy. With Bailon's current strength, he could only slow down Lu Tu's attack speed, far from being able to stop time directly as he could with zombies. After 3 or 4 minutes of fighting, Lu Tu was already panting heavily. Even though he was a bit slow, he realized that Bailon wasn't using his full strength and was just toying with him. "If you're a man, stand still and stop running around like a rat." Lu Tu gritted his teeth, resorting to provocation. "If I make a move, you're done for. So dodging is for your own protection," Bailon said leisurely, clearly enjoying teasing him. Lu Tu punched a table, breaking it. He wasn't good with words, and now he was so angry his face turned red. "If you can beat me, then fight me. I'm strong and tough. Why would I be afraid of your skinny arms and legs?" Bailon shook his finger, tapped Su Shuixin's arm, and said casually, "If you want to fight me head-on, that's fine, but you'll have to beat the person next to me first. My mom always said, it's disgraceful to hit a woman. If you have the guts, take her down first, otherwise, don't even think about fighting me." Lu Tu refused outright. After all, with his sandbag-sized fists, wouldn't a girl get hurt? Bailon was amused. Truly, Lu Tu was a man of society, always falling into traps. Just like the Lu Tu from his previous life, he was as hot-headed as a reckless brute, listening to no one except his elder brothers. But in this apocalyptic world, he was indeed a real man. There were 2 reasons. First, He never bullied women or forced them to do anything against their will. Second, he always stepped in to help when he saw injustice. However, because of this, the three brothers had offended quite a few organizations and ability users in the city. At this moment, Bailon had no ill intentions, he just wanted to tease him. Otherwise, Lu Tu would have been taken down the moment they crossed paths. Well, I understand. But just like in TV dramas, the protagonist has to defeat the minions before taking on the big villain. If you don't beat her first, how can you fight me? Bailon explained to Lu Tu slowly. Lin Cece was so shocked that her mouth formed an O shape. In her impression, Bailon had always been a ruthless person, someone who spoke little and wouldn't bother teasing this brute. He should have just dealt with him in one move. Clearly, her assumption wasn't wrong, as even Bailon himself hadn't realized that his mindset had changed this time. After listening, Lu Tu actually nodded and asked, "So what should we do? Since we can't fight directly, let's compete in strength," Bailon suggested seriously. Su Xuexin blinked. Being clever, she had already guessed Bailan's sneaky plan. Clearly, she was just a delicate woman, so why would she compete in strength with this burly man with an elephant tattoo? Lu Tu didn't agree immediately. He turned to look at the large hammer in Su Xuexin's hand and swallowed hard. Although he hadn't witnessed Su Xuexin smashing zombies like baseballs on the first floor, the bloodstains on her body gave him a pretty good idea of how formidable she was. However, he still had some sense, thinking that the hammer might just be inflatable, purely for intimidation, and that he could handle it himself. What scared? A grown man, afraid of a woman? How embarrassing. Bailon smirked and mocked. Who said I'm scared? I'm just afraid of hurting her. Once I beat her, you won't have any excuse to refuse. Lu Tu, having just learned his new ability, couldn't take the taunt and agreed immediately. Before he could change his mind, Bailon quickly pulled Su Xuexin aside to make arrangements. All right, let's keep it simple. Su Xuexin, arm wrestle him. Don't underestimate him. Su Xuexin obediently nodded and had no choice but to put down the hammer. The two soon sat down at a steelwood table. Both were awakened individuals, but in terms of raw strength, Su Xuexin's divine power was absolutely unmatched. Even if Bailon and Lu Tu teamed up, they would still be instantly defeated. After sitting down, Lu Tu looked at Su Xuexin's slender, fair arm and felt a surge of confidence. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that her hammer was really just inflatable? As expected, they were trying to trick me. Good thing I was smart enough to agree otherwise. I would have been fooled. If I lost face, not only would my underlings laugh at me, but even my big and second brothers would mock me. Come on, let me show you the strength of your big brother Lu. Lu Tu rolled up his sleeves, full of confidence and brimming with energy. Xiao Xue, go for it. Don't lose to that brute. Lin Cece cheered for Su Xuexin with a grin. Su Xuexin reached out her hand to meet Lu Tu's. The difference was that Lu Tu's hand was full of calluses, with a wide and thick palm that completely enveloped Su Xuexin's delicate hand with just a light grip. This made Lu Tu even more certain of his thoughts. This girl was clearly spoiled. This round, I've got the upper hand. Bailon walked between the two, held their hands, and said, "Don't use your strength yet. Wait for my signal to start." "Ready?" "Ready," they both answered in unison. Bailon suddenly let go of their hands. "Start." Lu Tu's veins immediately bulged as he clenched his teeth. His face contorted from exertion, and from the side, it looked like his eyeballs were about to pop out. Even though he was just competing in strength with a girl, for some reason, he instinctively used all his might. Deep down, Lu Tu couldn't help but wonder if he had forgotten his mother's gentle teachings. On the other side, Su Xuexin was a beat slower to react. It took her a few seconds to realize the match had already started. Bailon couldn't help but wonder, how did this naturally naive girl manage to survive in the apocalypse? Even the strongest ability users might end up being enslaved. This thought had crossed Bailan's mind multiple times, but there was still no reasonable explanation. Lu Tu's ability was a B-level Earth Explosion, a rather ordinary ability that could enhance physical fitness and increase strength. After fully awakening his ability, the skills he learned became very important in the safe city. They could build walls, set traps, and possessed a strong power. They were practically perfect tools. However, in terms of strength, he was vastly inferior to those with divine power. Before long, Accompanied by a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, Lu Tu undoubtedly lost, and he lost cleanly. Su Xuexin exerted a little force and almost flipped him over. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Seeing Lu Tu's pained expression, Su Xuexin hurriedly withdrew her hand, trying to help him up. But this only made things worse, as Lu Tu was a staunchly masculine man whose pride would never allow him to be helped by a woman, especially after being so easily defeated. He struggled to push Su Xuexin away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge her. She was like a mountain, completely immovable. Lu Tu silently shed tears in his heart, thinking, please, just stay away. In the end, Lu Tu was kindly helped up by Su Xuexin. His expression was as bitter as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill, and he was deeply frustrated, realizing that today marked the true beginning of his doomsday. Although Bai Lan had strong self-control and hadn't shown even a hint of a smile, he solemnly patted Lu Tu's shoulder, sighed, and gave him a meaningful look. Meanwhile, Lin Cece next door was already laughing so hard she could barely breathe. A loss is a loss, but I refuse to accept it. Why are you his boss? You don't even have more strength than her. Lu Tu said with a dark face, trying to vent his frustration on Bai Lan. Bai Lan snorted coldly and said mockingly, I told you you're stupid, but you won't admit it. Does your big brother have more strength than you? You? Art. Lu Tu was so angry he couldn't speak and could only rage helplessly. Hey, you newcomer, bullying our honest third brother, isn't that a bit unreasonable? A sturdy figure approached from afar. Lu Tu's previous frustration vanished as he excitedly and joyfully shouted, Second brother. Lin Cece leaned in curiously and asked, Who is this? Lu Tu's second brother, Lu Ji. His ability is B-level water explosion, and people call him Farmer's Three Punches, Bai Lan explained. Why is he called that? Because the drinking water he produces is sweeter. Lu Ji looked bewildered. Bai Lan teased. It's just a harmless little contest. If you don't believe me, ask your third brother. Lu Ji turned to Lu Tu with a puzzled look. Second brother, I really just had a small contest of strength with her, no real fighting. Lu Tu explained loudly with a smile. You? I told you to properly welcome our guests, and you immediately went to provoke them. Lu Ji said helplessly, looking at Lu Tuesday. If she hadn't held back, even 10 of your heads wouldn't have been enough. Lu Tu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Second brother is right. I was too impulsive. I'll cooperate with everyone. Bai Lan couldn't help but admire Lu Tu's ability to take things in stride. Just moments ago, he was red-faced with anger, and now he could calmly apologize. If Bai Lan didn't understand his personality, he would never have let such a dangerous opponent live. Brother 2, no need to apologize. The end of the world is upon us, and being cautious is necessary. Otherwise, it won't just harm yourself, but others as well, Bai Lan said sincerely. Lu Ji gave Lu Tu a look. Third brother, go prepare lunch first. Later, let's properly entertain this brother. Lu Tu's role had already been fulfilled, and keeping him around might cause trouble if Bai Lan became unhappy. At this stage, Lu Ji didn't want to waste energy on conflicts with anyone powerful. All right, you two chat. I'll see you later, Lu Tu said, then left with the refined man and the chubby boy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Ji also said he had something to attend to and left. Bai Lan didn't stop him. One of his purposes for coming to the supermarket was to find exotic beasts, and the other was to collect the time power from the three brothers. The two brothers didn't disappoint Bai Lan during their earlier interaction and conversation. Each contributed 2,000 units of time power. Seeing a large amount of time power credited to his account, Bai Lan suddenly felt that killing zombies was utterly pointless. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and every kill left him covered in foul-smelling blood, only to gain a mere 1 point of time power. This realization made Bai Lan abandon the idea of frantically hunting monsters like he did the previous night. He decided to wait until he obtained the spatial bracelet from the hospital, then head straight to the military and greet every ability user to absorb their time power. System, open the panel. Name, Bai Lan. Gender, male. Ability, Time 0 LV20 15,000. Ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV20 15,000. Combat skill, Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV20 12,000. Level, 5-star beginner ability, user reality simulation count. 0 script simulation count. 0 time power. 6250 with over 5,000 more units of time power. Bailon planned to conduct another reality simulation at noon. The constant presence of the shadowy figure was a lingering threat that made him restless. He had to deal with it otherwise. It was like having a fishbone stuck in his throat, extremely uncomfortable. To Bailon, the identity of the shadowy figure had always been a mystery. While top-tier ability users like Lu Zhiliang, who had died early in his previous life, did exist, the current assassins lurking in the shadows were still at a novice level. Excluding them, only the higher-ranked alien gods would have the qualifications to kill him. But the question was, why would they want to kill him? The current situation on Blue Star was very complicated. Powerful alien gods faced significant restrictions upon descending. If their luck was bad, even human missiles and cannons could easily take them down. It wasn't worth the risk to kill him. After much thought, Bailon was left with only one possibility. The alien gods had discovered his secret of reincarnation. After all, reversing time and causality was an inconceivable feat. Bailon sighed, already formulating a plan in his mind. If this reality simulation still couldn't uncover the true identity of the shadowy figure, he would give up on the spatial bracelet at the hospital. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. With his double S abilities, he wasn't worried about not being able to develop later. Last time, it was precisely because he didn't go to the hospital that he avoided being killed by the shadowy figure. After the two brothers left, Lin Cece suddenly interrupted Bailon's thoughts and asked, "Bailon, how do you know them? I've seen them at the gym before." "The three brothers have quite distinctive looks," Bailon said, touching the tip of his nose, lying without batting an eye. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Cece asked curiously. Bailon thought for a moment and summarized, "Pretty much. The eldest brother is enthusiastic and outgoing. The second brother is meticulous, and the third is rather impulsive." This was a simple summary of the three brothers' personalities based on memories from the previous life. After all, their relationship wasn't deep at the time. "What are their abilities?" Lin Cece's eyes lit up, staring excitedly at Bailon, as if the mention of abilities made her particularly thrilled. Just now, when that silly third brother was arm wrestling, stones appeared on his arm. The eldest brother, Lu Hua, has the ability of explosive fire. The second brother, Lu Ji, has the ability of explosive water, and the third brother, Lu Tu, has the ability of explosive earth. All are B-level abilities, Bailon explained indifferently. Lin Cece tapped her chin with her index finger and analyzed. "The same level as me. No wonder Xiao Shui could easily defeat them. She has an A-level ability." Bailon frowned. This kid still hadn't grasped the true meaning of ability levels. Ability levels were more like a mark of potential. A level represented future potential, but didn't necessarily mean stronger power. Bailon had seen a C-level ability user in the later stages of the apocalypse who eventually became a near legend. Even among B-level ability users, few reached that level. As experts would say, there are no bad abilities, only bad ability users. After patiently explaining, Bailon finally made Lin Cece somewhat understand, though she still seemed a bit confused. "I get it now. Strength isn't directly related to ability level, but it has a lot to do with those apprentice ability users, right?" Su Xuexin suddenly had an epiphany and voiced her thoughts. Bailon nodded with satisfaction, mentally giving Su Xuexin a thumbs up. Thankfully, this kid wasn't completely clueless. At least she understood this part. Lin Cece bit her lip, looking at Su Xuexin's enlightened expression, and suddenly panicked. She grabbed Bailon's hand and shook it vigorously. "Give me a few more examples." "I'm almost there, really." Bailon sighed. "Have you read cultivation novels?" "I've read a bit, and seen some TV dramas too." "Then it's simple. Think of your B-level, miracle regeneration as a spiritual root, and the stages of body refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation as apprentice, beginner, and advanced ability users. Even those with 5 spiritual roots can become strong, and so can those with heavenly spiritual roots. It's just that the chances of strong individuals emerging from heavenly spiritual roots are higher. Abilities are the same." Bailon explained somewhat impatiently. He thought it was simple, something you could understand at a glance. After Y City established the safe zone, several clairvoyant ability users collaborated to set up this ranking system. It had been universally recognized over the 15 years of the apocalypse, and the ratings for zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant gods were similar, though mutant beasts and gods had more apparent advantages in their ratings. I understand now. As long as I work hard to cultivate my ability later, there's still a chance I can surpass Xiao Shui, right? Lin Cixi imitated Su Xuexin's confident expression. Bailan looked at her, knowing that this girl was still unconvinced and wanted to surpass Su Xuexin. But she was destined not to. Once an ability fully awakens, each level up comes with new skills. She was a healer, and her skill tree was bound to be inferior to that of a warrior. Though he thought this, he still nodded. Anything is possible, maybe that day will come. Receiving Bailan's affirmation, Lin Cixi jumped 3 feet high in joy, her previous frustration completely swept away. The three of them wandered around the supermarket, with Bailan observing the surrounding ability users while searching for traces of mutant beasts. The apocalypse hadn't been going on for long, so the people in the supermarket hadn't yet fallen into despair, and food and water were still plentiful. Apart from worrying about when the zombies would break in, there was basically nothing to be troubled about. However, they would soon realize what a true apocalypse really was. At noon, the 3 brothers of the Liu family invited Bailan and his companions for a meal as agreed. The location was a small compartment on the 3rd floor, which used to be the supermarket owner's office. The owner was unlucky, as he happened to be on the 1st floor when the zombies appeared. As soon as Bailan entered, Liu Tu came up to him, raised his glass, and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, I apologize for offending you earlier. I meant no harm, just wanted to test your strength. I hope you don't mind." After saying this, Liu Tu downed his drink in one gulp, exuding a bold and hearty demeanor. Bailan shook off his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine, but be more careful next time. Not everyone is as forgiving as I am." Liu Tu patted his head and suddenly asked, "Brother, we fought before we got to know each other. I still don't know your name." "Bailan. I'm Lin Cixi, and she's Su Xuexin," Lin Cixi added, poking her head forward. "Great, great. Truly young heroes, I toast to you." Lu Hua, sitting at the square table, exclaimed emotionally, then drained his glass. He turned his cup upside down to show it was empty and cheerfully invited, "Little brother Bai, and the 2 ladies, please have a seat." The dishes on the table were simple: 2 plates of braised food, a plate of steamed buns, and a few boxes of steaming canned food. It might not seem like much to others, but to Bailan, it was a feast. After all, he had been surviving on barely edible nutrient solutions every day before this. Bailan didn't bother with pleasantries and directly lunged at the table, focusing on eating. 1 bite of a bun, 1 bite of the dishes, he ate with great relish. Liu would try to start a conversation several times, but each time, Bailan's chewing sounds drowned him out. What was even stranger was that when Liu reached out to grab a bun, it seemed to vanish into thin air. He hadn't even blinked, so how did the bun disappear? Not only did Liu find it odd, but Liu Tu and Liu Ji did as well. Apart from the initial bun on the plate, they hadn't managed to grab a single bite of the dishes. The 3 brothers furrowed their brows and stared intently at Bailan. Though they weren't particularly smart, they understood that the guy in front of them, eating with oil dripping from his mouth, was undoubtedly the culprit. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became awkward. But as the saying goes, if you're not embarrassed, then it's others who will be. "Why aren't you eating? Why are you staring at me? Don't you like the buns?" Bailan asked innocently, urging them while taking another big bite of a bun. The 2 ladies were so embarrassed that their toes could almost dig a hole in the ground. They felt that in such a vast country, there couldn't possibly be anyone more shameless than Bailan. Using his powers to snatch others' buns and canned meat, eating with oil all over his mouth, and then innocently asking why others weren't eating? It was like lighting a cigarette on your head shameless and still flaunting it. It was no exaggeration to say that most of the food on the table had been devoured by Bailan alone. Liu felt a bit awkward, as if he were a starving ghost, yet he hadn't eaten nearly as much as Bailan. To call Bailan's eating wolfing down would be an understatement. Helpless, Liu put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked, "Brother Bai, are you satisfied? The supermarket doesn't have much left, but if you want more, we can add some." Bailan wiped his mouth and nodded contentedly. The steaming buns and fragrant canned food made him once again marvel at how great it was to be reborn. Go ahead. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll give you 10 minutes, Bailon said, chewing on a toothpick and turning to stare at Lu Ji, the second brother, being stared at by Bailon. Although there was no killing intent, the sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through to the bone still made Lu Tu break out in a cold sweat. In the previous life, in the safe city, very few people knew that the core of the three brothers was not the eldest brother Lu Hua, but Lu Ji. Ha ha. After being seen through, Lu Ji suddenly laughed. Brother Bai, you're really smart. We've only met twice, and you've already figured it out. It's just luck. If you have something to say it quickly, Bailon urged. Beside them, Lin Cece patted Lu Tu and asked curiously, what kind of riddles is he talking about with your second brother? I don't understand. Lu Tu shrugged, chewing on the last of his steamed bun, looking puzzled. I don't understand either, but my second brother is right. Lin Cece shook her head, thinking she shouldn't have asked him. At this moment, Lu Ji's expression turned serious, and he asked, I want to know how to control this power inside me. Bailon secretly admired him as expected. Smart people grasped the key point right away. In the previous life, he was still trembling under his blanket in the dormitory. Bailon didn't hold back and explained concisely. Keep practicing. Use your mental strength to sense the ability. Actual combat is always the fastest method. These words were not only directed at the three brothers, but also at Lin Cece and Su Xuexing. Practice? Sense. Lu Ji repeated the keywords, signaling Bailon to continue. You must have noticed that Lu Tu unintentionally used his ability when arm wrestling with Su Xuexing. It was just too brief, or his mind wasn't focused on the ability, so he didn't realize it. Bailon took a sip of water and continued. Actual combat is the fastest because people often unleash incredible power in desperate situations. The group nodded, already forming plans in their minds. Bailon wasn't in a hurry. Ability users would only fully awaken tomorrow and show their true potential. Trying to control it now would be too difficult, but once mastered, the improvement would be significant. Bailon's words were somewhat general. He preferred to explain through combat. Lu Ji didn't hold back and directly stood up, clasping his fists. Brother Bai, can you take the three of us outside to experience it? No. Bailon refused outright. There was still a simulation coming up, and plenty of tasks involving finding exotic beasts. He didn't have time to accompany them. Besides, if they wanted him to go out, it would be just to act as a bodyguard. Bailon would never take on such a thankless job. Lu Ji sat down, unsurprised by Bailon's response. Asking someone to help without any ties was extremely difficult. No problem, training still depends on ourselves. Asking the young brother for protection is useless. Lu Hua waved his hand to smooth things over. After chatting for a bit, Bailon found an excuse to leave. Lin Cece and Su Xuexing were free to move around. Lin Cece's personality would likely encourage Su Xuexing to join the three brothers in fighting zombies. With the current team, as long as they didn't encounter the alien god, fighting zombies would be a breeze. Bailon also wanted them to train on their own, always following him wouldn't give them a sense of crisis. After leaving, Bailon found a storage room on the third floor and sat down to rest. After absorbing Lu Hua's time power, he now had 8,250 points. If he saved up a bit more, it would be enough for another reality simulation. For the next simulation, Bailon had two goals. Find clues about the shadowy figure, confirm the location of the exotic beast, and ideally capture it directly. A familiar prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to consume 5,000 time power for a reality simulation? Yes. Oh, equip me with the old 6 achievement. Bailon gave the command. Equipped. 2 slots remaining. Reality simulation begins. Data loading. In the afternoon, you searched the entire supermarket carefully, but found no trace of the exotic beast, only sensing that it had been there before. Helpless, you concluded that the exotic beast had already left and gave up the search in the evening. The 5 returned covered in blood, and you felt a slight sense of relief. The strength of the 3 brothers had clearly improved, and they were beginning to gain control over their abilities. At 2 a.m., a strong sense of danger jolted you awake. Years of survival experience in the apocalypse kept you constantly alert. You opened the window and saw the outside swarming with zombies, including several sea-level night demons at 4 a.m. With a piercing howl, the zombie horde charged madly. The 2 hours of preparation you had earlier were far from enough, and most people in the supermarket were slaughtered at 7 a.m. The three brothers all perished in the supermarket. You unleashed the furious lotus of Buddha, carving a bloody path through the zombie tide. Escaping with 2 injured women by noon the next day, you returned to the villa to recover. You realized the zombie attack wasn't targeting humans, but was due to the exotic beast. However, you had already searched the supermarket thoroughly and could only ask the 2 women if they had seen anything unusual in the afternoon of the second day. After continuous questioning, you learned that Lin Cece had seen a gray-white cat in the second-floor staff office, which aroused your suspicion. But with the supermarket now overrun by zombies and your injuries severe, you had to temporarily abandon the investigation. On the third day, your abilities fully awakened. However, due to taking care of the 2 women, your injuries did not improve. Lin Cece chose a healing ability to save you. On the 5th day, under the meticulous care of the 2 women, you recovered significantly. With 2S-level abilities, you mastered a powerful skill and decided to head to the hospital the next day to seize treasures. On the 6th day, you set out. Following the route from memory, you quickly cleared the zombies in the hospital. Your strength had greatly increased, and you could now easily eliminate shadowless ghost faces without even using salt. In the afternoon of the 6th day, you obtained a spatial bracelet. Just as you were about to leave, a shadow suddenly appeared. Realizing the danger, you activated Time Zero, but the massive weapon didn't slow down. You failed to dodge and were instantly killed. Game over. Simulation ended. Survived 6 days. You may choose one of 3 rewards. Point 1. Obtain detailed information about the zombie army's attack. 2. Learn the time and location of the exotic beast's appearances. 3. Learn an ability skill in advance. All 3 rewards were tempting. Bylon hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose the second option, the time and location of the exotic beast's appearances. The key objective of this simulation was to find the exotic beast and figure out a way to expose the shadowy figure hiding in the dark. As for the zombie attack, it was merely an accident. Reward selected. Information will now be transmitted to the host's mind. Appeared at 3:15 in the second-floor fresh food section, at 4:30 in the third-floor men's restroom, and at 9:50 in the second-floor staff office. The exotic beast appeared 3 times in total. Bylon smiled faintly, confident that he could capture it within 2 attempts. After all, in his previous life, he was a beast-taming expert. Failing to handle a small exotic beast would be embarrassing. Without further hesitation, Bylon immediately began preparing food. Most functional exotic beasts don't like human flesh, they prefer strange food combinations. For example, bubble gum wrapped around sausages, chocolate boiled with fish, deep-fried lollipops, and so on. It sounds like disgusting, odd-flavored dishes, but to exotic beasts, it's a delicacy. Just the aroma alone can make them weak in the limbs and drooling uncontrollably. However, at that time, lollipops were absurdly expensive, and Bylon simply couldn't afford them. Chocolate and bubble gum were even rarer, with only the upper echelons of the military likely having reserves in the entire Y-City shelter. Poverty sparked Bylon's creativity. After years of painstaking research, he finally found substitutes and became a master at conquering exotic beasts with odd-flavored cuisine. But now, things were different. The supermarket warehouse was piled high with lollipops, chocolates, and other snacks, more than enough to eat. Taming this functional exotic beast would be a piece of cake. As long as it dared to show up, Bylon was confident he could make it inseparable from him, eventually turning it into a pet that did nothing but act cute every day. Thinking of this, Bylon revealed a smug smile. Woktama supermarket had many storage rooms, with several on each floor for convenient restocking, and the supply was abundant. Bylon marveled at the power of an international chain supermarket. After some inquiries, he found the storage room on the 3rd floor, where snacks were stored. Inside the room, boxes of lollipops, chewing gum, spicy strips, and potato chips were stacked high. In Bylon's eyes, these were like an army of exotic beasts. Once I get the spatial bracelet, I'll empty out all the snacks in the supermarket. If he had had this many resources in his previous life, Bailan would have been fully confident in raising a legendary-level exotic beast. The operation begins. First, tame the functional exotic beast, then look for combat-type exotic beasts to subdue. This time, neither the military nor the noble families would be able to stop him from seeking revenge. In Y City, Bailan's greatest enemy was the centuries-old Dongfang family. It was the Dongfang family's ninth son, Dongfang Yin, who had killed his master and slaughtered his wife and children. Bailan's eyes were filled with hatred. The image of his wife dying in his arms that day was forever etched in his memory. He swore to make Dongfang Yin wish he were dead and to utterly destroy the Dongfang family. But in his previous life, he had no abilities and was too weak to stand against the powerful Dongfang family, which held military authority. He could only rely on beast taming to create trouble, surviving in the cracks and launching surprise attacks. But these were mere nuisances in the face of the massive Dongfang family. Once I get the bracelet, I'll come for you. Just wait. Bailan gritted his teeth and said coldly. Making exotic beast food wasn't difficult with the recipe. It could be done in half an hour. However, since it was his first time using top-tier ingredients, Bailan was still a bit unfamiliar and needed to take his time to figure it out. Most functional exotic beasts were small in size, similar to the cats and dogs humans usually kept. They generally had no combat power, but were incredibly fast and highly alert. Even the fastest ability users couldn't guarantee catching a functional exotic beast. This showed just how tricky these beasts were to deal with. Since brute force wouldn't work, a combination of soft and hard tactics was necessary. When it came to taming functional exotic beasts, Bailan was highly experienced. Just like now, the black solid food in his hand was a favorite snack of exotic beasts. 2 minutes later, Bailan turned off the heat and set the pot down. Looking at the distinct granules of food in the pot, he sighed. This appearance, this aroma, this quality, it's simply top-tier gourmet. It's just that humans might find it even harder to stomach than Ali gift. In the pot was Bailan's specialty feed rainbow beans stir-fried with spicy strips, seasoned with melted lollipops mixed with Lao Gan ma chili sauce. The most crucial step was to wait for it to solidify completely, then sprinkle a layer of powdered beast core to release the aroma, and finally roll it into small balls the size of candy beans. That completed the process. However, rolling the candy beans required precision. Making them too big or too small would repel the exotic beast and reduce its appetite. As a professional beast tamer, Bailan never overlooked the details. Perfect. This was undoubtedly the most delicious meal he had ever made. Any exotic beast would drool at the sight of it, unable to resist eating. Holding this dark cuisine, Bailan followed the simulation prompts and arrived at the second-floor cold storage area. This was where the system indicated the exotic beast would first appear. It was now 3:15, leaving just over an hour. Bailan placed the prepared feed in an inconspicuous corner. Functional exotic beasts were not aggressive, but their escape speed was incredibly fast. He had to let it discover the food on its own. Any sign of abnormality would cause the beast to flee immediately. With Bailan's current zero-time ability, he wasn't confident he could catch the exotic beast directly in such a large space. Everything is ready, just waiting for the prey to take the bait. With everything in place, Bailan concealed himself, remaining motionless in a corner like an old fox. Although Bailan had a high level of trust in the system, he still stayed vigilant and never let his guard down. It was his habit to approach everything with skepticism, a trait that had helped him avoid many dangers. His master often said, "There are plenty of people stronger than you, and many with more power, but most of them are already lying in their graves." Thus, better safe than sorry had always been Bailan's motto. At this moment, there were few people in the cold storage area apart from a few volunteers patrolling. Almost no one made a sound. The threat of zombies had made the survivors on the third floor extremely cautious, not even daring to cry out. The once bustling supermarket was now so quiet that you could hear the sound of breathing. The people were still there, but their hearts were filled with fear. This kind of environment was enough to drive someone mad, but for Bailan, it was the perfect hunting ground. He had once stayed motionless in one spot for a month just to catch an exotic beast. Now, over an hour had passed. "It's here." Bailan's eyes lit up as the strange smell in the air grew stronger. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it, But for an experienced beast tamer like Bylon, the scent was unmistakable. On top of the freezer, a gray-white cat had appeared at some point. It moved lightly, its tail held high, and its golden eyes constantly scanned its surroundings. Bylon's heart leapt with joy. The exotic beast matched the system's description perfectly. Meow. The aroma in the air made the cat meow involuntarily, but it didn't relax. Instead, it became even more alert. The cat paced on top of the freezer, trying to locate the source of the scent while cautiously testing for any danger. Meow, meow, meow. It found the hidden delicacy in the corner: rainbow bean stir-fried spicy strips. The rich aroma made its mouth water. I don't believe you can resist. Within 5 minutes, you'll be captivated by this deliciousness. Bylon stared at the cat, motionless in the shadows, like an obsessed hunter. As it turned out, Bylon had underestimated the cat's gluttony. The gray-white cat couldn't even hold out for 3 minutes before leaping down to the food that it licked, while its whole body became limp, almost unable to hold on. Some inexperienced beast tamers might rush forward, but Bylon, who had learned from past mistakes, knew that this kind of exotic beast was extremely vigilant. It was now competing with Bylon. Whoever lost patience first would lose. But it chose the wrong opponent and underestimated its own greed. Bylon, a seasoned expert, would never make a mistake at such a critical moment. No matter how the gray-white cat tempted him, jumping around, Bylon remained motionless, squatting firmly. Under the constant temptation of the food's aroma, the cat's vigilance gradually decreased. It licked the rainbow bean ball, and the intense taste made its fur stand on end. It felt this was the most delicious thing in the world, wanting only to hold it tightly and fully enjoy the shock brought by the taste. It couldn't resist anymore. The cat's psychological defenses completely collapsed, its entire body pressed against the rainbow bean ball, licking it repeatedly. Bylon still didn't make a move. The most cunning thing about this exotic beast was that even while eating, it maintained high alertness. As long as its tail was still upright, catching it would be very difficult. The cat kept licking, and its tail gradually lowered. Bylon judged that it probably had never eaten anything so delicious in its life. His efforts were not in vain. By the time it reached the third rainbow bean ball, the gray-white cat's tail finally drooped completely. This was Bylon's best chance to strike. If he missed it, the cat would run away after eating its fill, making it even harder to catch. The ability, Time Zero, activated, and Bylon suddenly dashed out from the side cabinet without warning. But just as his hands were about to touch the cat, the gray-white cat suddenly leaped up, narrowly dodging him. Bylon was somewhat surprised Time Zero had failed to fully take effect for the first time. At the very moment of contact, the cat seemed to break free from the constraints of Time Zero, easily jumping away. Bylon had only seen this kind of situation in the simulated world of dragons and magic. In that world, Time Zero was called Word Spirit. Time Zero almost lost its effectiveness against high-level fire dragons, failing to slow down the opponent's movements as it usually did, which was the main reason Bylon's campaign had failed at the time. He had relied too much on Word Spirit. Trying to run? After the first attack failed, Bylon activated Time Zero again, attempting to slow down the gray-white cat's speed. In midair, the gray-white cat's golden eyes flashed with fear. Turning in mid-air was already difficult, let alone being restrained by a mysterious force. With a muffled sound, Bylon's hands firmly grasped the gray-white cat. Thanks to Bylon's rich experience, otherwise, it would have escaped long ago. At the critical moment, the gray-white cat desperately broke free from Time Zero, making a sharp turn in mid-air with astonishing movements. Unfortunately, it encountered the cunning Bylon. Finally caught you. Even eating requires such caution. You're really something special. Bylon pinched the scruff of the gray-white cat's neck, muttering complaints. The gray-white cat angrily swiped its claws, as if protesting. Even eating, I have to deal with someone as sneaky as you. Unbelievable. Its determined gaze told Bylon that the cat would never admit defeat. Bylon used his mental power to enter the cat's mind. Forming the third type is complete obedience. The exotic beast has no right to refuse its master's orders, but the difficulty lies in the fact that the beast must be entirely willing. In his previous life, Bylon had many exotic beasts, but none of them were of the third type, which shows how difficult it is to form such a contract. Don't resist, or I'll kill you. Bai Lan's expression turned ruthless as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Meow. Meow. The gray-white cat was extremely displeased, struggling desperately to escape. It arrogantly believed that humans were inferior creatures. What? You like freedom and don't want to be a slave to a lowly human? What a good cat, still daring to make demands when your life is in my hands. Meow. No matter how Bai Lan threatened, the gray-white cat remained unmoved, even relaxing its body as if waiting to be executed. What a stubborn cat. It seemed he had no choice but to use his last resort. Bai Lan pulled out a bottle of meticulously crafted rainbow bean pills from his pocket. As soon as he opened the lid, the strong aroma made the gray-white cat meow incessantly. Umph. Want to eat? Then sign the contract. Work 5 days a week, rest 2 days, food and lodging included. If you don't sign, I'll lock you in a cage, put the food outside so you can only smell it, and when you're starving, I'll feed you some trashy fodder just to keep you alive. Bai Lan said, half tempting and half threatening. The cat, torn between temptation and coercion, nodded tearfully and weakly pressed its paw onto the contract. The contract was successful. Bai Lan released the gray-white cat this time. It couldn't escape. With just one command, no matter how far it ran, it would obediently return. Bai Lan looked at the gray cat thoughtfully. With those naturally golden eyes, I'll call you Jin Tong. Meow good. You're the first exotic beast I've acquired since my rebirth. Work hard, and I'll promote you to general in the future. Bai Lan stroked the cat, satisfied. In the apocalypse, beast tamers were a niche profession, different from ability users, but somewhat similar to summoners. However, limited by mental strength, beast tamers were never as powerful as high-level ability users. Moreover, beast tamers themselves were very fragile. If enemies got close, they were done for. Bai Lan had suffered from this in his previous life, but this time, with the support of abilities, he could win any close combat. Meow. Jin Tong pawed at the rainbow bean pills, licking them bit by bit and making satisfied sounds. Bai Lan squatted down, stroked the cat's chin, and murmured, I still don't know its specific abilities. I'll have to study it slowly. I wonder if the system can help. Thinking of this, Bai Lan's eyes lit up, and a string of information appeared before him. Name: Jin Tong level. 3-star apprentice grade C trait. Gold Devourer, can devour various ability elements and materials. Gold Devourer. Bai Lan trembled with excitement, wiping his eyes to confirm. It's really Gold Devourer. I'm going to strike it rich, strike it rich. In his previous life, there was only one panda with the Gold Devourer trait in the Dragon Nation. The equipment it refined was top-notch, and almost all the strongest individuals in the Dragon Nation and even the world used its gear. The seers had long predicted that if the Dragon Nation had another exotic beast with the Gold Devourer trait, humanity could establish at least 3 or 4 large-scale shelters, reducing overall casualties by 10%. This shows how powerful the Gold Devourer trait is. It's no exaggeration to say that if Bai Lan nurtured it properly, building a shelter would be a breeze. Jin Tong, you're my lucky star. Bai Lan hugged Jin Tong and sighed. This was a rare opportunity that he had to cherish. Refining equipment with Jin Tong wouldn't be difficult. All he needed was an ability user with attributes. That was the most basic requirement, that if you want to create stronger equipment, you need the help of powerful or high-level ability users. Bai Lan was still a beginner in crafting, without recipes or advanced forging techniques, so he could only make some ordinary, simple equipment. However, after being processed with Jin Tong's gold-devouring trait, it was more than enough for him to use for a long time. The early bird catches the worm. Let's get started and forge a few batches first. Bai Lan wasted no time, left the fresh food section, and prepared to find the 3 brothers of the Liu family. Their abilities were very suitable for crafting equipment, and as blood brothers, they had better coordination. Bai Lan was confident that as long as he had one piece of defensive equipment, he could handle the shadowy figure in the hospital. The Liu family brothers and the 2 women who had left the supermarket hadn't gone far. They stood at the entrance of the supermarket, attracting zombies and then using their abilities to control and kill them. Their abilities weren't strong, so they still relied on the simple method of close-range head strikes. 3 of them are coming, big fool. Get to work. Lin Cece rolled to the side, quickly creating distance between herself and the zombies. Lu Tu, nicknamed Big Fool, closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his attention on his ability. With the push of his mental power, two earthen spikes suddenly shot up from the ground. Squelch! Squelch! Two zombies were instantly impaled. He didn't know why, but this young man in his early 20s brought such immense pressure, making the entire atmosphere feel strange. Originally, he could still produce sparks, but now, under tension, he couldn't do anything. What are you standing there thinking about? You're not a superhero trying to shoot lasers, are you? Bylon shook his head. Forget it, relax first. I'll help guide your ability and demonstrate it once. His 5 fingers touched Lu Hua's back. Manipulating someone else's abilities with mental power was difficult, but Bylon was now a 5-star beginner ability user with ample mental strength. 10 seconds later, a ball of flame emerged from Lu Hua's palm, much stronger than before. Quickly, fire it and test its power. Lu Tu clenched his fist and swung it toward the glass. Whoosh! Under Bylon's control, the flames spun and condensed, shooting out like a knife, instantly piercing through the glass and finally smashing into the shop wall 20 meters away. Phew! Using someone else's body to control abilities consumed a lot of mental energy. If Lu Hua's ability level were higher, he might not have been able to produce even a spark. That's amazing. Is this what abilities are? It's practically like superpowers. Lu Hua stared at his hands, immersed in the wonderful experience he just had. Remember that feeling just now. Practice more and strive to master the technique quickly. Using your abilities should be as natural as eating and drinking water. Otherwise, if you make a mistake in battle, there's only one outcome: death. Bylon coldly reminded him. Got it. Lu Hua nodded seriously. Bylon pointed at the remaining 2 brothers. You two, come over here too. Don't waste time. Following the same method, water waves and earth spikes were released again. Bylon's method had the advantage of quick initiation, allowing them to rapidly use mental power to control their abilities. However, the downside was that it could easily lead to fixed thinking patterns. The 3 brothers' abilities were considered above average, but there were many others with explosive earth, water, and fire abilities. Some could evolve into flame armor, combining offense and defense. Others could perform large-scale spell chants, while some could only throw fireballs. The development direction of abilities depended on one's mindset and approach to development. Bylon urged them to quickly get started, not only to use their abilities to refine treasures, but also because, after tomorrow, Blue Star would be completely transformed by abilities. Those who mastered their abilities early would gain the greatest benefits. As the apocalypse approached, ability users would undergo 2 awakenings, 3 days apart. During this time, humanity's overall strength would rise to a new level. The first awakening would greatly enhance physical capabilities, while the second awakening was a self-protection mechanism triggered by Blue Star's invasion. Ability users would benefit the most. Those who mastered their abilities within 3 days would gain the greatest advantage and could potentially become legends in the future. After tomorrow, ability users like Lu Hua and Lu Ji, who currently need to focus to produce sparks or water droplets, would no longer face such limitations. After the second awakening, using abilities would become incredibly effortless. However, for someone like Lu Tu, who could already deal substantial damage with his abilities before awakening, his strength would be 2 to 3 stars ahead after awakening. Therefore, learning to control abilities in advance had only benefits and no drawbacks. Lin Cece excitedly approached and pointed at herself, saying, Bylon, is it my turn now? I want to try using my ability too. No, I can't help you or Su Shueshin. You'll have to rely on yourselves. Bylon shook his head and refused. Why? Bylon gently pushed Lin Cece's hand away and said, You're a healing type ability user. I don't understand how to use your power. Besides, there aren't many injured people here, so even if you use it, it won't be of any use. As for Su Shueshin, your ability level is A, and I can't influence your power right now. Su Shueshin nodded obediently without complaining. She preferred to figure things out on her own rather than trouble others. But Lin Cece was not having it. She started crying and fussing, pulling Su Shueshin outside to continue practicing on zombies. Bylon didn't stop them. Practicing abilities more was a good thing after all. He couldn't always be there to protect them in the future. After resting for 10 minutes, Most of his mental energy had recovered. Bailon didn't rest much longer. Based on the last simulation, there would be a major battle tonight, and if they delayed any further, it would be too late. Stop practicing for now, there's something important to do. Bailon interrupted the three, his expression serious. What is it? Luigi frowned, sensing something bad. Bailon spoke bluntly. At midnight tonight, over 10,000 zombies will storm the supermarket. We need to prepare immediately and mobilize all our forces. The three brothers' faces turned grim, their brows furrowed. Lin Cece also understood the gravity of the situation and stopped her fussing. The scene fell into silence as everyone tried to think of a solution. After a long while, Luigi shook his head helplessly. Brother Bai, we really can't think of a way. Tell us what to do. Bailon didn't keep them guessing. It was normal for everyone to be clueless when facing such a large-scale zombie attack for the first time. Luigi, you're good with words and skilled at leading people. Go to the third floor and gather manpower. Make sure everyone participates. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them directly. Don't worry about pre-apocalypse laws. Luhua, take those willing to fight and make some weapons. Help them wrap their arms for protection. Lu Tu, take some strong men to block the doors and windows. Make sure they're sturdy. Don't forget to seal the rooftop. Once you're done, go to the first floor and set up obstacles. Bailon distributed the plan. This battle couldn't rely on him alone. Everyone had to work together to survive. If the people in the supermarket didn't even have the courage to fight, he would rather abandon them and leave on his own. No one could stop him now. Understood. The three brothers responded in unison without hesitation. Deep down, they already knew this was a life and death battle. From the first day of the apocalypse, the terror of zombies had been etched into their bones. At this moment, it was better to believe in the danger than to dismiss it. One more thing, Bailon suddenly remembered. Make some improvised Molotov cocktails. They're quite effective against zombies. Burns couldn't kill zombies instantly, but no matter how they mutated, zombies were still carbon-based organisms. Burning off their legs wasn't difficult. This was one of humanity's early methods for dealing with zombies. Although it couldn't compare to military-grade incendiary bombs, it would suffice. The operation began swiftly. The commotion in the supermarket attracted quite a few zombies, but with Lin Cece and Su Shuexin guarding the entrance, there was little to worry about. Luigi didn't disappoint Bailon. After his motivational speech, the supermarket saw a surge of passionate young people, even elderly men and women earnestly making Molotov cocktails. The atmosphere on site was exceptionally however. I did often give speeches during university and even earned a psychology certificate. How did you know? Luigi asked curiously. Just a guess. Sounds like you're a fortune teller, but I believe you. Bailon nodded, and the conversation ended there. Watching the busy people, Bailon felt a bit emotional. In his previous life, he always faced difficulties alone. When would he be able to trust others? When could he collaborate with people? Could it be that he had truly changed? Bailon shook his head, not wanting to think too much. The most important thing now was to survive tonight's small-scale zombie tide. Luha was also busy. He led over 20 people to make long weapons, mostly by dismantling clothes-drying rods and mops, then attaching kitchen knives to them. Fortunately, the supermarket was well-stocked, and these items were not in short supply. The remaining 200 or so people were all able to get weapons. For their arms, they followed the method seen in movies, wrapping their arms with books and securing them tightly with tape. This simple yet practical method greatly increased their chances of survival, as zombies, despite their strong bite force, couldn't bite through the wrapped arms. Among the three brothers, Lu Tu was the most popular. The apocalypse had broken out over the weekend, and there were quite a few students in the supermarket. Lu Tu was a burly man who could even use skills similar to Earth release techniques from Naruto, instantly attracting a group of followers. Moreover, he had saved many people yesterday, so the students liked him a lot. Over 30 people followed him, chatting while working. Within 4 to 5 hours, they reinforced the supermarket's windows and the doors of important passageways, making them the most efficient team. 7:36 p.m. Most of the preparations in the supermarket were complete. Everyone had given their all, just to survive. With time still on their side, Bailon instructed everyone to eat and rest. Those who could sleep should sleep for a while, and those who couldn't should close their eyes and conserve energy. The battle at dawn would be the ultimate test for everyone. Win and live, lose and die, turning into mindless zombies. It was already the beginning of winter, and the gloomy sky made the entire city appear even darker. On the streets, the few remaining streetlights emitted faint light, as if they were the last hope of the city. Lin Cixi and Su Shuexin returned covered in blood, their faces showing clear signs of fear. Bailan, things are bad. The zombies have mutated. They're as tall as 2 or 3 stories. It's terrifying. Lin Cixi reported hurriedly, clearly shaken. Bailan said calmly, "It's fine. They're just a bit bigger." Lin Cixi was referring to the giant zombie that the blonde-haired guy had encountered last night. Although they were massive in size, their strength was still weak, only at the level of a 5 or 6-star apprentice, posing no threat to Bailan. It was normal for ordinary people to be unable to fight them, but a single Molotov cocktail could take care of them. Throw one at their head, and they'd be immobilized for 2 minutes. Before the second awakening of abilities, the strength of zombies and mutant beasts was suppressed by Blue Star, so there was nothing to fear. Afraid that Bailan didn't understand, Lin Cixi repeated, "It's taller and stronger than Big Fool." When Xiao Shui and I saw it, our legs went weak, and we ran back as fast as well. In Cixi sighed, and had no choice but to sit down obediently to eat. A gust of wind passed, and the 3 brothers of Lu Hua were also exhausted, slumping in their chairs without moving. Today, they had both trained their abilities and gathered manpower for defense, leaving no time for rest, their nerves stretched taut. Bailan didn't push them and gave them 2 hours to rest. If their minds weren't focused, the forging efficiency would definitely be poor. Meow, it happened to be mealtime, and Jintong immediately ran to Bailan's side, rubbing against his hand to signal it was time to eat. What a cute kitty. Lin Cixi leaned in, wanting to hold Jintong. But Jintong, apart from being close to Bailan, generally didn't let anyone else touch him, especially girls. Lin Cixi's effort was in vain, and she ended up empty-handed. So naughty. Later, I'll give you some cat food, and then you'll let me pet you, okay? Lin Cixi's eyes sparkled, her hands curled like little claws, eager to touch him. But Jintong didn't give her the chance. After trying for a while, she couldn't even touch his fur. It was clear he hated being touched. Meow, meow. He says you're a weirdo and your dirty hands will mess up his smooth fur, Bailan translated. Lin Cixi was surprised. You can really understand cat language? Bailan, you're good at everything. Bailan shot her a glance. Don't overthink it. You want to catch him, so give up early. I need to feed him. As he spoke, he took a small bottle of rainbow-colored pellets from his pocket, 4 or 5 of them, enough for Jintong's meal. Seeing the food he had been longing for, Jintong's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the bottle, running to the cabinet to enjoy it slowly. Lin Cixi didn't manage to catch him and could only pout, saying, "Someday, I'll pet all your fur off. All right, I have things to do. You guys rest for now. I'll call you at midnight." Bailan waved and left the office. In the next 2 hours, he spent his time recalling the steps and formula ratios for forging equipment. The last time he forged anything was 5 years ago. Since then, he had been struggling on the edge of life and death, with no time for forging. The weapon he used most often was a straight blade. Most of his equipment was stolen and wasn't suitable for him as a beast tamer. Not long after, dozens of pages of draft paper were densely filled with countless formulas. But Bailan suddenly discovered a big problem. If he were to test each forging formula one by one, there wouldn't be enough materials or time. A slight mistake in the material ratio would completely ruin the equipment. Bailan didn't lack offensive weapons. He only needed a piece of defensive equipment that could withstand a single strike from the shadow figure. Is it impossible? He lay back in his chair, feeling powerless. He wasn't a professional forger and couldn't control the precision required. These formulas were already giving him a headache. The most critical issue was the lack of time. If he could conduct multiple forging experiments, there was still hope to succeed. Time precise ratios, Bailan muttered repeatedly, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and he stood up excitedly. Simulation. How could I forget the system has a simulation function? I can conduct repeated forging experiments in the simulation. At this point, the system's simulation was completely synchronized with reality. As long as it succeeded in the simulation, it would definitely work in reality. Without delay, he quickly issued a command to the system after a brief thought. System, start simulation. Simulation failed. Insufficient attempts redeem attempts. Redemption failed. Remaining time power, 4120 damn. He forgot that reality simulation required 5,000 time power. Going out to kill zombies now is too inefficient, and waiting until 3 or 4 in the morning is too late. Jin Tong takes at least 7 or 8 hours to make a piece of equipment, possibly even a whole day. Not to mention the zombie horde attack, the 3 brothers of the Liu family definitely won't have the energy to forge anything. Where can I find 1,000 units of time power? Bailon frowned, searching his mind for relevant system information. Time flew by, and after an hour and a half, Bailon was still at a loss. He had almost searched everyone in the supermarket and confirmed there were no ability users. The 3 brothers of the Liu family couldn't upgrade their abilities in a short time, so it was impossible to get more time power from them. Meow, Jin Tong finished eating the bean balls, leisurely strolled around, and finally came to Bailan's room. It comfortably lay down, curled its tail, and closed its eyes. Seeing Jin Tong, a bold idea flashed through Bailan's mind. His left hand naturally rested on its back. Although Jin Tong was a bit reluctant, it didn't dodge. System, detect time power. Detected tame beast trait, absorb. Absorb. Successfully absorbed the gold devourer trait. Gained 4,000 units of time power. Hearing the system prompt, Bailon finally breathed a sigh of relief. This cat came at just the right time, and its trait was worth a full 4,000 units of time power, almost half of an A-level ability. With 2 key problems solved, Bailon completely relaxed. Now, he just had to wait for the simulation to end and call the 3 brothers over to start forging directly. This way, not only could he solve the problem of insufficient time for forging, but he could also face the zombie horde with no worries. After resting for 2 minutes, Bailon didn't waste any time and immediately started the simulation. This time, the goal of the simulation was no longer to find clues about the shadowy figure, but to focus on forging equipment. At all costs, he adjusted the formula ratios step by step. He had to create a piece of defensive equipment, otherwise, he would really have to give up the spatial bracelet in the hospital. System, start simulation. Insufficient simulation attempts. Consume 5,000 units of time power to exchange. Yes. Exchange successful. Loading script. 8:30 p.m. You woke up the 3 brothers of the Liu family and used a pre-prepared excuse to trick them into leaving the supermarket and going to a safe place with you. 11 p.m. You, 2 women, the 3 brothers of the Liu family, and Jin Tong returned to the villa and began forging. 2 a.m. Everyone was worried about the situation at the supermarket, but you managed to convince them to trust you. The next day, Jin Tong produced a weapon staff, shocking everyone. A cat could actually create weapons. On the 3rd day, Jin Tong produced a pair of earrings that restore mental energy. On the 4th day, it produced a pair of wind shoes. On the 7th day, the group, tired of staying home forging every day, requested to go out for a walk, but you sternly refused. On the 15th day, you finally created the defensive equipment Star Armor, but it was too bulky and was discarded. However, you grasped the general formula ratio for defensive equipment. On the night of the 20th day, you smelled blood on Lin Cc and Lu Tu, confirming that they had secretly gone out behind your back. Although they cleaned up thoroughly upon returning, your experience with zombie scents made you suspicious. You scolded them harshly and confiscated their weapons. Day 25. After repeated failures, you finally create a portable small shield that can withstand 3 attacks from high-level ability users. You feel this is the equipment you need. Day 28. You figure out the formula ratio, but suddenly realize why you are even making this. A wave of fear washes over you, as if something is controlling you. Day 35. The army arrives, wanting to recruit you and seize the remaining resources in the villa area. You refuse, leading to a conflict, and you take them all down. Day 40. The army attacks again, this time accompanied by the millennia-old Dongfang family, led by your mortal enemy, Dongfang Yan. Without hesitation, you charge at him with your blade. However, the army has many ability users, and Dongfang Yan has various life-saving tools, making it impossible to kill him quickly. Night of Day 40. The continuous battles have left you utterly exhausted. You know the army doesn't want to kill you otherwise. You'd already be dead. But you can't let it go. You want to take him down with your own hands. Day 41. You are defeated and imprisoned in the army's dungeon. Only then do you learn that it was the three brothers of the Liu family who reported you. Unable to endure your confinement, they collaborated with the army to get rid of you. Day 42. Dongfang Yin comes to see you. He admires your talent and methods and wants to recruit you. But the hatred between you runs deep. You unleash your final strength in an attempt to kill him. Just as you strike, a flying sword comes at you. In your final moments, you see the person wielding the flying sword, and your heart is filled with turmoil. The next second, it all ends. This simulation lasted 42 days. Please choose one of the following three rewards. 2 random pieces of equipment you crafted in 42 days. A detailed crafting ratio for equipment from successfully crafted items. Specific information about the person you saw before dying. The simulation ends, and Bai Lan is momentarily stunned. What he wants to know most now is who the person wielding the flying sword by Dongfang Yan's side is. But at the moment, what he needs more is the second option, the detailed crafting ratio. Damn it, this simulation really knows how to set traps. In his previous life, he had never heard of an ability user wielding a flying sword by Dongfang Yan's side. After some hesitation and struggle, Bai Lan still chooses the latter. After all, there are still about 40 days left until that day, and he can continue simulating to eventually figure out who the person protecting Dongfang Yan is. For now, he has to endure. Small patience leads to great victory. Reward has been issued. Please check it yourself, host. A notification sound rings, and a piece of crafting information appears in Bai Lan's mind. It is the formula for the portable small shield that can withstand 3 attacks from high-level ability users. With this shield, even the shadowy figure won't be able to kill him in one strike. More importantly, he now has a life-saving tool and doesn't have to fear being ambushed. With the equipment issue resolved, the rest is simple. He just needs to control the Liu family brothers according to the ratio and craft the equipment. However, there are still 20 minutes left until the agreed time. Simulating over 40 days had only taken a little over 10 minutes in reality. Bai Lan walks to the supermarket rooftop. By the afternoon, the area had already been sealed off to prevent mutated zombies and beasts from attacking from the air. In his previous life, when the apocalypse first broke out, some shelters thought zombies couldn't fly and would at most pile up into heaps, so they didn't pay much attention. As a result, they were attacked from both sides, leaving no chance to escape, and were completely wiped out. Being attacked from 2 sides is the easiest way to collapse. In ancient wars, the front lines could be holding strong, but as soon as news came that their home had been raided, morale would collapse, and the battle would turn one-sided. Such situations must never happen. On the rooftop, the night wind was as cold as a knife, and Bai Lan couldn't help but recall the past. The apocalypse broke out in winter. People hadn't fully felt its impact yet, but once the power systems completely collapsed, they would realize that the most terrifying things weren't zombies or mutant beasts, but the cold and hunger. What truly breaks people is the feeling of being both cold and hungry. A week later, even those hiding in military-built shelters would face death one after another. The most tragic victims were children and the elderly. Even if they were lucky enough to escape zombie attacks, they would eventually die from hunger and cold. Unless there was an ability user in the family, survival was almost impossible. The military tried to help, but the relief, its originally soft belly was now swollen like a big balloon, and its fur color was changing even faster. Bai Lan revealed a bitter smile. Still too forced? If we continue, Jin Tong will get hurt. He reluctantly shut down Time Zero and was about to call it off when Lin Cece suddenly appeared between Jin Tong and Lu Tuesday. She infused a gentle green energy, instantly stabilizing Jin Tong's fur color, and even alleviating the heavy mental burden on Lu Tuesday. Bai Lan was astonished she had managed to comprehend the miraculous regenerative ability in just one afternoon and could already use it. Lin Cece raised an eyebrow, pretending to show off casually to Bai Lan. How about that? Bai Lan smiled with relief and restarted Time Zero. The critical moment had arrived. He couldn't afford to slack off. He quickly took out 5 beast cores, the most important material for forging equipment, as beast cores were key to shaping the equipment. Bailon gently placed his 5 fingers on Jintong's belly, guiding 3 streams of energy to balance them. The difficulty was immense. Each failure would result in a wasted beast core. The 5 beast cores in his hand were not enough, and the sound of explosions kept echoing. For Bailon, who was notoriously stingy, this was more painful than being cut with a knife. If you can't bear to part with the child, you won't catch the wolf. Bailon gritted his teeth and took out 10 beast cores, throwing them all in. The loss was significant, but the effect was excellent. Jintong's fur color finally began to switch in a regular pattern as described in the formula. Success. Bailon stood up excitedly. Jintong's fur color stopped changing and slowly returned to grayish-white, though its belly hadn't deflated yet, making it look pregnant. Upon hearing the success, the 3 Liu brothers relaxed and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. With their current apprentice 3-star and 4-star strength, they had already reached their limit. All right, you guys go rest first. I'll call you at dawn. All right, brother Bai. Thank you for your hard work, Liu Hua said as he stood up to return to his room. Liu Ji and Liu Tu followed suit, exhausted from the forging process. Their faces, which had been rosy in the morning, now looked somewhat pale. Wait, take these things and use them as soon as possible. Bailon precisely tossed 6 beast cores into their pockets. What are these? Liu Hua touched the beast cores in his pocket and asked in confusion. Beast cores. Wrap them with your energy to directly refine them and improve your energy level, Bailon explained. The 3 brothers' eyes lit up, excited as if they had found treasure. To them, these were life-saving straws, especially since consuming them now could make them stronger, making their value immeasurable. Thank you, the 3 said in unison. You deserve them. No need to thank me. Bailon waved his hand lightly, his tone relaxed. Repaying kindness and avenging grievances had always been Bailon's principle. After sending the 3 away, Lin Cici's eyes sparkled again. Although she didn't say anything, her thoughts were already evident. This success was largely thanks to Lin Cici, and Bailon generously handed her 3 beast cores. Remember this favor. Take them and refine them quickly to improve your strength. Amazing. Lin Cici grabbed the beast cores, humming a little tune as she jumped away excitedly. With 3 hours left until 2 a.m., Bailon planned to use the remaining time to recover the mental energy he had just consumed. If he could improve a bit more, it would be even better. During the last simulation, he had lost due to panic this time. He was well prepared and confident of victory. Despite his strong abilities, facing tens of thousands of zombies still felt overwhelming, as his mental and physical strength couldn't keep up. However, this time, he and the people in the supermarket were fully prepared. Bailon did not believe they would fail so easily. The current zombies were not much stronger than humans. As long as there were weapons, humans could easily defeat them. The real trouble was the mutated zombies. During the simulation, only sea-level night demons and ordinary zombies were discovered. But Bailon knew that when the zombie horde came, zombie priests, giant zombies, and night demons would all appear. They were a series, indispensable to one another. Night demons were the most troublesome. They were agile, incredibly strong, and had extraordinary jumping ability, capable of leaping as high as a floor in one jump. Long-range attacks were almost ineffective. They could only be dealt with in close combat or with large-scale abilities. In comparison, zombie priests were physically weaker and could be easily taken down in close combat. But don't underestimate them. They could buff the surrounding zombies, acting as powerful support. Time flew by, and it was already 1 a.m. Bailon woke everyone in the supermarket, including the 3 Liu brothers and the 2 women. The zombie army was already closing in from all directions, the dense and horrifying scene making everyone's skin crawl. The survivors peered outside through the cracks in the windows, terrified. The faint-hearted were so scared they wet their pants, their eyes wide open as if their souls had left their bodies. So many zombies. Where did they all come from? Even Hollywood couldn't create a scene like this. We're doomed. We're done for. Our weapons can't possibly handle these zombies. Wife, I want to marry you again in the next life. It's a pity we couldn't have kids. Look, that giant zombie. One punch from it, and I'll be a pile of meat. How are we supposed to fight that? The supermarket descended into chaos. Some began pouring out their hearts, some cried in despair, and some even contemplated suicide. Fear before the fight was an absolute taboo. It was true in ancient wars, and it was true now. If they didn't act soon, the zombies wouldn't even need to attack. Their morale would collapse first. Silence. Bailon used his ability to project his voice into everyone's ears. Zombies aren't that scary because we're prepared. There's only one path leading to the second floor. No matter how many zombies there are, they can't all rush in at once. Most of them will be blocked outside. The Molotov cocktails you prepared will soon come in handy. After speaking, Bailon deliberately paused to observe everyone's reactions. Most of the people in the supermarket were young. Although they had some fighting spirit, the terror of the zombies made them tremble. They needed just a little more to ignite their courage completely. The Dragon Nation has a long history, with many famous battles where the few defeated the many. Zhuge Liang burned Cao Cao's army of 100,000 at Baong Slope. In the Battle of Jiulu, Xiang Yu led 50,000 troops to defeat 400,000 Qin soldiers. Chibi, Guandu, the Battle of Fei River. Our ancestors always turned the tide in desperate situations. As their descendants, facing zombies that lack intelligence and rely only on instinct, do you not even have the courage to fight? Do you still dare to call yourselves people of the Dragon Nation? How will you face your ancestors after death? I want to force you. Those who want to fight and still have some dignity, stay. Those who are cowardly and afraid of death, find a place to lie down and wait for the end. After speaking, Bailon withdrew his gaze and looked elsewhere. He remembered a sentence he had learned in a textbook as a child. If you do not erupt and struggle, you will perish. It seemed like there were two choices, but in reality, the only way out was to fight. Now was the critical moment. To hell with it. At worst, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. I'm not afraid of you zombies. The speaker was the timid and refined man who opened the door for Bailon this morning and was always cautious around Lu Tuesday. Now, he was cursing loudly, his expression wild, his voice booming, completely different from before. The emotions of those around him were ignited as well, and curses erupted everywhere, filling the entire supermarket with shouts. Zombies, screw you. My life may be worthless, but I'll fight to the death to take you down. Me too. My family of 7 came to the city to shop, and now I'm the only one left. I won't give up even if I die. I don't believe I can't kill them. Bailon smiled faintly, his goal achieved at least now. No one was cowering in fear. He had witnessed such motivational scenes countless times. Every time there was a large-scale zombie or beast invasion, that old guy in the army would say something similar. The effect was always excellent. Hearing it often truly stirred people up. After all, when facing zombies, humans would instinctively feel fear. It was an unavoidable reaction. Some people weren't afraid of death, but they were terrified of zombies and beasts. To overcome this fear, one must have a stronger conviction. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. So now, it was necessary to make them understand that zombies weren't that scary. Don't scare yourself. Those who can fight, hurry to the first floor and prepare. If you think you're useless, go make Molotov cocktails or do something within your ability. But if all you can do is cry, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies right now. Bailon said coldly. After saying this much, there were still a dozen people who stayed in place, too scared to move. However, Bailon was already satisfied with the current situation. After all, not everyone has the courage to face difficulties head-on. Based on the number of people, Bailon divided everyone into 3 teams, with the 3 brothers of the Lu family each leading a team. After absorbing beast cores, their strength had greatly increased, reaching 5-star levels, and Lu too had even broken through to apprentice 6-star. With their current strength, even if surrounded by night demons, they could break through. The defense arrangements were as follows. The well-liked Lu Huo would guard the first floor, the strongest Lu Tu would guard the second floor, and the steady and strategic Lu Ji would be responsible for the 3rd floor, managing personnel, logistics, and guarding the rooftop. Lin Sisi and Su Shuexin were tasked with maintaining control and providing support. When the zombie horde gathers, they are eerily quiet, not moving around or actively attacking people. Most of the people on the first floor now deeply understood what the calm before the storm truly felt like. At 1:50 a.m., there were only 10 minutes left until the zombie attack. Lin Sisi, come here for a moment. Bailon sheathed his straight blade and called out in the team. He had thought about many things, and now his biggest worry was her. This girl tended to lose control when fighting, becoming emotionally agitated and recklessly battling zombies when she saw someone die. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she had dared to charge downstairs alone, completely unafraid of those flesh-eating zombies. What if she died early? She was the most valuable healer in Bailan's team. If someone lost a limb in the future, they'd still need her to save them. Bailan couldn't bear to let her die, especially since she had shown astonishing talent in her abilities. Coming. Bailan, what do you need me for? Lin Cece's face was full of excitement, completely devoid of the fear she had shown earlier in the supermarket when she saw the zombies. Nothing. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Bailan couldn't say them. Sweet words didn't seem to suit him. Lin Cece blinked her big eyes, wearing a blue t-shirt and denim shorts. After taking off her down jacket, Bailan hadn't expected her figure to be so good. What do you want to say? Nothing, I forgot. You can go back now, Bailan said. Lin Cece looked puzzled. Oh. Watching her gradually walk away, Bailan inexplicably thought of his wife and instinctively called out, "Be careful." Lin Cece was first surprised, then showed a happy smile, quickly regained her composure, and turned back to say with a smile, "Okay, thank you. You be careful too." After saying that, she left Bailan's sight as if fleeing. Roar. In the early hours of the morning, a piercing scream shattered the night and broke the silence. It was the unique roar of a zombie priest, signaling the imminent attack of a zombie horde. As the sound faded, the ground began to tremble. Zombies surged toward the first floor of the supermarket like a tide, their rotting heads densely packed. Those who had been fearless moments ago were now so terrified by the sight that they couldn't even move. Some even wet themselves on the spot. Bailan realized his earlier words had been in vain. This group was truly cowardly. Step back, stay alert. Bailan raised his straight blade and stood in front of everyone. He had to deliver a strike that would shock the crowd and completely ignite their fighting spirit. What is he trying to do? The zombies are rushing in. What can he do with just a knife? Move aside. Don't block us from throwing Molotovs. Without a Gatling gun, how can one person fight zombies? Stop being a hero and come back. I thought you were impressive, but turns out you're just reckless. The people on the first floor were chattering, mostly criticizing or trying to dissuade Bailan. Even Lu Hua, who had fought in the first wave, was somewhat puzzled. He thought that while abilities were powerful, they were no match for a swarm of zombies. Only modern firearms could take out a large number of enemies in one shot. But in the next moment, Bailan's attack left them all dumbfounded. Ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus. A gray-white lotus instantly appeared in Bailan's hand. The second-level Buddha's Wrath Lotus not only fused abilities, but also combined combat techniques and skills. It was the most powerful attack Bailan could currently unleash. A combination of two S-level abilities and a super combat technique. This ultimate move would spell disaster even for advanced ability users. The lotus in Bailan's hand formed at an astonishing speed, without any flashy special effects, as if a real lotus was blooming in his palm. Two abilities and one combat technique intertwined as the lotus slowly unfolded. Go! Wherever the Buddha's Wrath Lotus passed, there was an eerie silence, no dazzling visual impact, no earth-shattering spectacle like the flame-splitting wave ruler. But in its wake, ordinary zombies, swift zombies, giant zombies, and night demons all fell lifelessly to the ground, as if their time and life had been severed. The lotus flew nearly 30 meters before turning blood red. In an instant, it unleashed a towering blaze. Bailan and the people in the supermarket felt an intense burning sensation, imagining the extreme heat. Boom! The flames ignited numerous gas tanks in the shops, and car fuel tanks exploded as well. The sound of explosions and shock waves continued, scattering the incoming zombies and knocking them to the ground. As the energy was exhausted, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus disappeared. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and kill notifications kept popping up in Bailan's mind. It was estimated that this move was like a storm, instantly earning 3,000 to 4,000 points of time power. The most valuable among them was undoubtedly the Night Demon S zombie. Killing one could yield over 30 points of supernatural energy. Although individually not as strong as the Blood Wolf, their sheer numbers made them a massive fortune. Unbelievable. Is this really something humans can do? The middle-aged man who had been full of mockery earlier couldn't help but exclaim now. The power of this strike is even greater than a tank cannon. With this young man here, what is so scary about zombies? I was wrong earlier, this is the real deal. The atmosphere on site exploded instantly. Everyone was shouting and cheering, yelling at the zombies scrambling in the fire pit. They had been too oppressed these past few days. Zombies had scared them so much that they didn't even dare to make a sound, crying only in secret, hiding in corners and shedding silent tears. Zombies had destroyed their city, killed their loved ones, and left them homeless. But now, Bailon used his power to tell everyone that zombies weren't so terrifying after all, they were just like humans. They could die too. Kill. A few young men rushed out from the rear cover, gripping homemade spears in their right hands and throwing Molotov cocktails with their left, directly charging forward to fight the zombies. After his initial shock, Luo quickly calmed down and immediately organized reinforcements for the young men charging ahead. Bailon's move, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, was indeed powerful, but it drained over 2/3 of his mental energy in an instant. Moreover, the move was still incomplete due to the intensity of combining two S-level abilities and one advanced combat technique. Bailon could barely sustain it, only managing to release it through extreme compression. But it was entirely worth it. At least he had dispelled everyone's fear again, giving them the confidence to charge forward. Zombies weren't much stronger than humans to begin with, and now humans had weapons, morale, and Molotov cocktails. Zombies were bound to be utterly defeated. Outside the door, a zombie fell to the ground with a stainless steel kitchen knife embedded in its head, dying a gruesome death. Old Chun, I've already killed 10. Damn it, zombies are nothing but trash. Yesterday, I was so scared, what a coward I was. The man slashing zombies was Old Sue, an honest migrant worker who usually spoke softly to everyone and never dared to raise his voice. Now his personality had completely changed, and he showed no mercy while hacking at zombies. All thanks to that young brother. As long as I have breath left, I'll fight zombies to the end. I just got married, and my wife turned into a zombie. The dowry of over 100,000 yuan went down the drain. Old Chin spoke in a thick dialect, his words firing out like a machine gun. He and Old Sue were from the same village, and the two had come to the city together to work, laboring for a boss for 4 or 5 years. Today, they had just received their wages and were planning to return to the village to get married and build a house. But as soon as they entered the supermarket, the zombie outbreak began. That's right. To hell with the zombies. Today we'll fight to the death. Old Sue also remembered the incident, his anger flaring up even more. He wielded a long spear made from a clothesline pole and a stainless steel kitchen knife, furiously stabbing at the zombies as if venting his pent-up rage. But they didn't notice the real danger was approaching. Suddenly, a massive zombie slowly walked closer from afar. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Compared to it, the giant zombie looked as thin as a bean sprout. It held a spiked club in its hand, its face full of ferocity. Roar! A savage roar echoed, shaking the eardrums of the two men at the front, causing them pain and bleeding. What kind of monster is this? How can there be such a massive zombie? Old Chun, who had been boasting confidently just a moment ago, was instantly paralyzed by the immense pressure. Run, Old Chun! Old Sue, trembling with fear, grabbed the stunned Old Chun and dragged him to escape. Boom! The giant zombie swung its spiked club, making the ground tremble. Several people who reacted too slowly were instantly smashed into pulp, without even the chance to turn into zombies. Old Chun, who narrowly escaped death, felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for Old Sue pulling him in time, he too would have been crushed into a bloody mush. In the back, some of the weaker students started vomiting. The sight of the mangled flesh and scattered limbs deeply traumatized their naive hearts. Even Lu Hua had to suppress his nausea, swallowing hard. Throw the Molotovs. Don't let it get inside. Old Sue shouted as he ran toward the supermarket. Without hesitation, Lu Hua waved his hand to signal an attack. In an instant, over a dozen Molotov cocktails flew toward the colossal zombie. Roar! Roar! The super giant zombie became engulfed in flames, the fire on its body growing fiercer with every second. It desperately rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames through friction, but instead, it ignited even more zombies around it. The scene before them captivated everyone. They screamed as they hurled one Molotov after another. The unfortunate giant zombie, whose fire had just been extinguished, was immediately reignited. Its eyes burned with rage as it swung its spiked club violently against the ground, as if venting its frustration. Ever since it arrived on Blue Planet, it had only known how to kill humans. But today, it was being cornered by a few mere humans. It was unwilling to accept this. But the relentless barrage of Molotovs only intensified the flames, making it impossible to extinguish. "Throw the oil bottles at it," someone shouted. Immediately, dozens of bottles filled with oil were mercilessly hurled at the giant zombie. Roar! The flames flared up even more fiercely, and the giant zombie was on the verge of collapse. It resembled a man engulfed in fire, desperately charging toward the crowd, but after only a few steps, it stumbled and fell to the ground with a crash. "We did it. If we can take down something this big, what is there to fear about the other zombies?" Exactly. The whole area ahead is a sea of fire now. There's no way the zombies can get through. Haha, zombies are just worthless trash. Luhua frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. His eyes caught sight of a small zombie on a rooftop in the distance. The creature clutched a staff, muttering incomprehensible incantations, seemingly preparing some kind of spell. Suddenly, the small zombie raised its staff high, and rain began to pour from the sky. Logically, water should make the fire burn more fiercely when mixed with oil, but in the next moment, the flames were extinguished. The rain seemed to carry some kind of magic, rapidly snuffing out the fire. The people, who had been so exhilarated just moments ago, now broke into a cold sweat. Without the Molotovs, they could still manage to fight off ordinary zombies in close combat. But against the supergiant zombie, the sheer difference in size left them no will to fight. The small zombie let out an eerie laugh, raising its staff and pointing it forward. The eyes of the zombies behind it instantly turned blood red as they charged toward the supermarket. "Don't panic. Raise the steel cables," Luhua ordered, suppressing his fear. At this moment, if he panicked, the first floor would be done for. The Molotov's effectiveness had been neutralized, but there were still other defensive measures, though less effective. Several young men moved swiftly, securing the pre-prepared steel cables and dousing them with gasoline before lighting them on fire. But the zombies didn't fear fire. If even Molotovs didn't bother them, would flaming steel cables scare them off? Bang, bang, bang. There are too many zombies. A dozen or 20 steel cables can't stop their attack. Zombies that are tripped but not crushed to death will get up one after another. As long as their bones are still connected, they can continue to fight. On Luhua's side, they used rice bags, iron cabinets, and solid wooden boards to build a temporary wall, barely holding the entrance to the corridor. Facing these fearless zombies, no one could claim not to be afraid, but no one fled. They believed Bailon would appear and unleash that earth-shattering strike. All they needed to do now was hold on. The zombies were less than 10 meters away, and everyone stared at them intently, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Get ready. When they climb up, aim for their heads and stab down." "Don't be afraid," Luhua shouted, his eyes wide with fury, exuding an intimidating aura. "Kill, kill, kill." The group shouted twice to boost their courage. Some even grabbed bottles of alcohol and took a big swig. The effect was immediate. The first wave of zombies that climbed up had their heads pierced and fell, dragging their companions down with them. Besides Luhua, the most ferocious zombie killers were Old Su and Old Chun. They had no attachments and fought the zombies desperately. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. A fat man, too nervous and with sweaty hands, failed to grip his weapon properly and was pulled down by a zombie. Everyone saw it clearly. The fat man's screams were like a pig being slogged when disaster strikes. Everyone runs for themselves. If you don't run, someone else will. The middle-aged man finished speaking and dashed up 4 flights of stairs in one breath, only to miss a step and fall flat on his face, losing his front teeth and tumbling down. No. His scream was deafening, and he was immediately torn to shreds by several zombies. The scene terrified everyone around, their hearts leaping into their throats. If they didn't run now, they'd end up just like him. The second team responsible for support was led by Lu Tuesday. He grabbed someone who had just run up and roared angrily. Why did you come back? Where's my big brother? The person he grabbed went limp, fell to his knees, and cried out. The zombies rushed up. All my colleagues are dead. I didn't want to run. Sob, sob, sob. I asked you where my big brother is. He stayed behind to cover our retreat and got surrounded by zombies. Now, Lu Tu didn't have the patience to listen to the rest. He kicked the man aside and knelt down, shouting, Big brother. Su Shueshin saw Lu Tu crying so sorrowfully and couldn't help but suggest, Brother Lu, your big brother might not be dead yet. Why don't we hurry down to save him? Yes, yes, my big brother is incredibly strong. He's the only one qualified to kill zombies. Miss, you're right. Let's go down now. Lu Tu wiped his tears, grabbed his weapon, and rushed down the stairs. Su Shueshin felt uneasy, quickly gave instructions for defending the second floor, and followed him down. No one felt at ease letting Lu Tu, this rough man, go down alone. At that moment, Lu Hua was still alive. Although he was injured while being attacked by 3 or 4 night demons, he was an ability user. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have already turned into a zombie. Brother, I'm here. Lu Tu's tears couldn't stop flowing when he saw Lu Hua was still alive. The bond between the 3 brothers was especially deep, and his big brother had always treated him particularly well, even saving candies for him when they were kids. If his big brother died, he wouldn't want to live either. Lu Hua punched a night demon to the ground and urgently said, Retreat. Don't be reckless. Brother, you go first. I'll hold them off. Our brothers upstairs are ready to support us. Lu Tu faced 2 night demons, taking a lot of pressure off Lu Hua. Lu Hua slapped Lu Tu on the head. You fool, can your big brother leave first? Use your ability to block them. Oh, I forgot about my ability. Lu Tu suddenly realized, and 2 earthen walls instantly rose from the ground, smashing 3 or 4 zombies into pieces and blocking many of their charges. Run. The 2 of them rushed up to the second floor in a few steps, slammed the door shut, and headed straight for the pre-arranged defensive position. Brother Lu, are you okay? Su Shueshin, holding a large hammer and ready to go downstairs, saw the 2 of them rushing up. She was startled when she saw Lu Hua covered in blood. Lu Hua shook his head. I'm fine. The first floor has fallen. Many brothers died. We've let brother buy down. Lu Hua sighed. Lu Tu patted his shoulder to comfort him. Big brother, it's good that you're back. Su Shueshin added. Brother Lu, you've already done your best. Bailan won't blame you. But if Bailan were here, he would definitely explode on the spot. The first floor was breached in less than an hour. What were you doing? Offering your neck to the zombies? Did someone flee during the battle? If so, you should have cut them down who would dare to run then. Indeed, if Lu Hua had decisively acted to warn others when the first person fled, the first floor could have held for at least another hour, and the casualties wouldn't have been so severe. On the battlefield, the most dangerous thing is someone fleeing in the face of the enemy. One person fled, and others followed suit. If not dealt with promptly, a battle that could have been won would end in complete failure. Before the battle, Bailan specifically emphasized that deserters must be severely punished. However, Lu was softened. He couldn't bear to kill his brothers, which led to more sacrifices. The facts were undeniable. In the safe zone of Y City, every time there was a large-scale confrontation with the zombie horde, there would be an independent supervision team. They didn't kill zombies or mutant beasts, they only punished deserters. The purpose was to make everyone fight desperately to hold the last line of defense. Because once the defense line collapsed, it would mean annihilation. Inside the room on the 3rd floor, Bailan, why won't you let me go down to fight the zombies? Lin Cece stood with her hands on her hips, looking a bit dissatisfied. After releasing the Buddha's Wrath Lotus on the 1st floor, Bailan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately brought Lin Cece back. This girl fought like a reckless warrior. If she wasn't by his side, she'd probably be risking her life against the zombies in no time. She was a precious healer and absolutely couldn't die on the front lines. You'd only be a burden there. I brought you back because there's something important for you to do. Bailan explained. What? Lin Cece asked, puzzled. Treat the injured. Bailan replied. Lin Cece spread her hands. I don't know how to heal yet. How am I supposed to do that? Force yourself to learn. Bailan said calmly. Sometimes, unless you push yourself, you'll never know your potential. Back then, He had also forced himself step by step to become a beast master, just to survive in this world overrun by supernatural monsters. Don't worry, you'll understand soon. After saying this, Bailon stopped talking and began focusing on recovering his mental energy. The battle begins. Lu Tu shouted. The hallway door couldn't hold back the zombies. As soon as a giant zombie appeared, the door was easily broken. Once the door opened, night demons and swift zombies rushed out. Their ferocious howls and hideous faces made everyone tense up. What are you afraid of? I'll go first. A skinny man took off his shirt and charged forward bare-chested. Liquid courage worked wonders. Lu Tu had given everyone a bit of alcohol, and the effect was immediate. Charge! Lu Tu also rushed to the front, fighting several swift zombies. At first, there weren't many zombies, and with Su Shueshin's giant hammer, there were almost no casualties. Instead, they were crushing the enemy. But the zombies kept coming, leaving no time for rest. Half an hour later, casualties began to appear. A middle-aged man, exhausted, was ambushed by a night demon, his stomach torn open. Starting off weak, getting weaker as we fight, and growing more exhausted as we hold on. In just half an hour, the casualties kept mounting. Fight to the death. If I die, I'll take a few demons with me, someone shouted. I've been bitten, I won't survive. I might as well burn myself to death instead of turning into a zombie. A young man lit a Molotov cocktail and jumped toward the hallway entrance. Flames erupted instantly, and the young man, along with several nearby zombies, were reduced to ashes. Lu Tu shouted, "No, Chin Bin. Brother Lu, I've been bitten too. Help me. I don't want to turn into a monster." A boy of 17 or 18 cried for help. "Zhou Li, hang in there. You won't die? My big brother got scratched several times and didn't die, you won't either." Lu Tu quickly ran over to comfort him. Lu Tu was deeply emotional and had a close relationship with these students. Especially after spending days together, he had grown even fonder of these young people. One familiar face after another disappeared. His heart was almost shattered. This pain was heavier than the deaths of Lu Hua and Lu Ji. I can't just stand by and watch Brother Lu go without help. I know what to do. Zhou Li gritted his teeth, tightly clutching 3 or 4 Molotov cocktails, and charged toward the stairway. Lu Tu wanted to stop him but didn't know how to persuade him, so he turned his head away, refusing to watch his retreating figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flames ignited once again, engulfing even the night demons and swift zombies, reducing them all to ashes. Compared to the adults led by Lu Hua on the first floor, they were braver. At least for now, not a single person fled. Su Shueshin's eyes were moist, and the massive hammer weighing 500 to 600 pounds swung even faster, activating the beast core. Each swing of her hammer repelled dozens of zombies charging up to the first floor, time and time again. Whether it was night demons or giant zombies, they were all beaten back by her. In everyone's eyes, she was practically a living war goddess. Oh my god, this girl is insane. At first, I thought that huge hammer was fake. I'm a proud man of 8 feet. How can I fall behind? Kill. You're barely over 5 feet tall, not 8. But I agree with your last sentence, kill. Thanks to Su Shueshin, the team's morale surged again. Within minutes, the zombies were cornered at the stairway and relentlessly attacked. Everyone turned their grief into strength, striking at the zombies' vital points with all their might. The staircase on the second floor was littered with zombie corpses, and the first floor was piled high, almost blocking the entrance. Among them were night demons and giant zombies. Lu Tu stood in the stairway, raising his axe and shouting, "Keep going, everyone! Avenge our fallen brothers!" Everyone swung their weapons, hurling curses at the zombies. If zombies had any sense, they might have died of anger from the insults alone. But then, something strange happened. The zombies, who were supposed to be fearless, suddenly stopped in their tracks, spreading out to leave an open path. At the center of the first floor stood the short, priest-like zombie. It held a wooden staff, its eyes slightly narrowed, coldly scanning the crowd. Lu Tu's heart sank, even he knew this zombie was the mastermind behind the horde. If they could kill it, the other zombies would be no match at all. Everyone felt a chill, their breathing cautious and restrained. Heh, heh, heh. The priest zombie let out a spine-chilling laugh, then raised its staff high, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. Suddenly, a colossal giant zombie smashed through the door, charging in with a spiked club. Each step it took left a deep pit in the ground, as it advanced menacingly toward the group. Lu Tu swallowed hard, knowing he was no match for it. If that spiked club came down, he'd be reduced to pulp. With no other choice, he turned his gaze to Su Shueshin. Perhaps only she and Bai Lan could handle this supergiant zombie. Use fire. Molotov cocktails. Lao Su, who had run up from the first floor, shouted. We took one down with Molotov cocktails before. Yes, fire works wonders against it. Without hesitation, Lu Tu shouted. Anyone with Molotov cocktails, throw them now. If it gets up here, we're all done for. In the next second, 4 or 5 Molotov cocktails flew toward the supergiant zombie. But it didn't dodge or flinch, even swinging its spiked club, letting the Molotov cocktails smash against its body. Bang! The Molotov cocktails shattered, but the flames didn't ignite, only producing a few sparks. Damn it, it's the zombie with the staff at the back. The Molotov cocktail can't ignite it at all. Old Su slapped his forehead, his face full of anxiety. Then what do we do? It's getting closer, and I don't want to die. You think I do? What can I do? Lu Tu listened to the people around him chattering and was about to explode with frustration. If the zombie got any closer, these people would probably all run away. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it seemed like they could only rely on Su Shueshin or Bai Lan now. Su, what do we do now? Lu Tu leaned over and asked in a low voice. Su Shueshin hoisted the giant hammer onto her shoulder and said without hesitation, Leave it to me. After 2 days of observation, Bai Lan had already figured out Su Shueshin's personality. She was kind, even a bit soft-hearted, impulsive, liked helping others, and was completely unguarded around those close to her. So many good qualities, but unfortunately, she was born into the apocalypse. If it weren't for her supernatural power of divine strength and the fact that she was a formidable and violent queen in her past life, Bai Lan would have abandoned her long ago. If it had been him in that situation earlier, he would have run away without a trace. Stop right there. Su Shueshin shouted sharply and charged forward. The giant zombie looked at her with disdain. Over the past few days, it had come to understand that these long-haired foods were completely powerless in battle. Other than being tender, they were of no use. It simply ignored Su Shueshin and charged straight at Lu Tuesday. It believed that the muscular man was a greater threat. I said stop right there. Su Shueshin angrily blocked its path. The giant zombie sneered and sidestepped her, its eyes full of mockery. It seemed to say, Come on, hit me. If I take a step back, I lose. Furious, Su Shueshin activated her beast core and swung her hammer fiercely at it. The air was torn apart, and a whistling sound echoed. Bang! The giant zombie was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Its head buzzed, unable to comprehend how it had been knocked down. Roar! It roared as it stood up, charging even faster toward Lu Tu on the second floor. It instinctively believed that Lu Tu had ambushed it, causing its earlier humiliation. Yet, as it passed by Su Shueshin, it still disdainfully ignored her. The result was predictable. Bang! An even more powerful force struck its chest, and the giant zombie was once again slammed into the wall. The intense pain in its chest made it roar in anger, but what it couldn't accept even more was that it had been knocked down twice by a food. This was simply unforgivable. The giant zombie struggled to its feet, its eyes fierce yet puzzled. This time, it finally saw clearly which woman had knocked it down. But it couldn't understand at all how could she possess such astonishing strength? Don't underestimate people. There has to be a limit, Su Shueshin retorted without backing down. The giant zombie seemed to understand her words. Without further thought, it raised its spiked club and swung it fiercely at Su Shueshin, determined to exact its revenge. If this strike landed, even an armored vehicle would be crushed, let alone a girl. The onlookers, though shocked by Su Shueshin's earlier display of strength, couldn't bear to watch what would happen next. They all closed their eyes. Lu Tu also wanted to help, but his strength was limited. Even if he went up, he couldn't withstand the force of that spiked club. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. When the giant zombie's spiked club collided with Su Shueshin's hammer, it actually stopped. How is this possible? How can her small arms unleash such immense power? Could she have mastered some kind of ultimate martial art? A few young people opened their mouths wide, exclaiming in shock. In their eyes, such exaggerated power had only been seen when Master Ma used his lightning 5-whip technique. If the opponent weren't a zombie, everyone would have suspected that Su Xuexin was acting. Bang, bang, bang. The supergiant zombie and Su Xuexin were evenly matched, clashing several times without either gaining the upper hand. But after all, humans are limited by their physical strength, while zombies only grow fiercer as they fight. In just 2 minutes, they had exchanged dozens of blows, relying solely on brute force to fight. Whoever struck harder gained the advantage. Roar! The super-giant zombie roared in fury, unable to understand why its spiked club couldn't kill this tiny ant, with every attack being blocked. Failing to overpower its opponent made it extremely angry, so it swung its club faster and harder. Bang! Another strike landed, and Su Xuexin barely managed to block it, but her hands were now weak and trembling, struggling to even grip her hammer. Her legs began to shake uncontrollably. She was on the verge of collapse. Not only did she notice her own condition, but the people on the second floor also saw the change in her. Help her! Throw wrenches, throw heavy objects. Lu Tu shouted loudly, immediately hurling a large wrench at the supergiant zombie's head. The others quickly followed suit, throwing various heavy objects in an attempt to hinder the zombie's attack. The chaotic barrage worked. The supergiant zombie had to use its spiked club to shield its head as it advanced slowly. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Su Xuexin raised her hammer and smashed it heavily into the supergiant zombie's chest. Accompanied by a miserable scream, it crashed into the wall again. At this point, the zombie's chest was deeply caved in, leaving a massive hammer imprint that made everyone's hearts tremble. The priest zombie rushed over, shaking its staff and chanting obscure incantations. After a brief healing, the supergiant zombie struggled to get up, but the priest zombie seemed drained, deflated, and its gaze dimmed. If looks could kill, Su Xuexin and the young people upstairs would have been killed dozens of times by now. Su Xuexin frowned. For the sake of the students behind her, she gripped the hammer tightly once more. The supergiant zombie had grown smarter. It no longer charged blindly, but instead grabbed nearby zombies and crushed them into meatballs with its strength. With a swoosh, before Su Xuexin could react, 2 students on the second floor who were preparing to throw heavy objects were slammed against the wall. Their chest bones shattered, and their upper bodies were crushed into pulp by the immense force, killing them instantly. Kai Shuoyang. Hanshen. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Tu's eyes turned blood red, and he almost rushed downstairs. If not for several people holding him back tightly, he would have charged down already. Brother Lu, we're no match for it. We have to retreat. Yeah, Brother Lu, if you die, we're finished. We haven't avenged Liangzi and Aiken yet. After repeated persuasion, Lu Tu finally calmed down, but the supergiant zombie wasn't there to watch the show. Seeing its tactic work, it laughed maniacally and continued crushing nearby zombies into meatballs to hurl at them. Run. I don't want to die. I want to live. Stop. Su Xuexin was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes filled with tears as she desperately tried to block the flying meatballs. The supergiant zombie was cunning. It didn't attack Su Xuexin directly, but instead circled around her, throwing the crushed meatballs at the people behind her. It knew this woman would fight desperately to protect her weaker companions, and wouldn't directly confront it. That it just needed to wait until she was completely exhausted, then finish her off. Su Xuexin stared at the mass of flesh that had crashed near her, her heart filled with despair. What made it worse was the constant screams coming from behind her. I said stop. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within Su Xuexin, black light flickering around her body. If Bailan were here at this moment, his jaw would surely drop in shock. Because Su Xuexin had not only awakened her supernatural abilities, but she had also mastered her ultimate skill from her previous life, the Black Light Overlord body. Although the black light was still faint, it was more than enough to deal with the Titan zombie. In the blink of an eye, Su Xuexin appeared right in front of the Titan zombie. Before it could react, she delivered a hammering blow directly to its chest. With a thunderous crash, the Titan zombie slammed into the wall once again, and this time, it couldn't get back up. We won. Sister Sue has won. A high school student on the second floor shouted with tears in his eyes. That zombie is dead. Finally dead. Brothers, your deaths weren't in vain. Sister Sue avenged you. Not just this one day. I'll kill every single zombie and drive them off Blue Star. A group of students huddled together, comforting one another. Those who had died were their roommates or classmates, people they had close bonds with before the apocalypse. Watching them die right in front of their eyes had left them suffocating with grief. Don't relax yet. The zombies aren't all down. Get ready to continue the fight. Lu Tu gritted his teeth as he stood up, reminding everyone. Earlier, he had used his body to shield 2 classmates from a zombie flesh ball. Even with his Earth Pillar ability acting as a barrier, he had still sustained significant injuries. Although they had just killed the Titan zombie, regular zombies and night demons continued to pour in. Letting their guard down now would dishonor the sacrifices of their fallen friends. Hearing Lu Tu's words, the survivors supported each other as they stood up, gripping their weapons tightly and glaring furiously at the zombies below. Seeing the Titan zombie motionless, the priest zombie sensed something was wrong and immediately turned to flee. But Su Shueshin, who was nearby, wasn't about to let it escape. Stop! You're not getting away. The Blacklight Overlord body wasn't just a simple boost in strength, it also greatly enhanced speed and attack power. The longer the fight dragged on, the stronger the effects became. In less than half a breath, Su Shueshin caught up to the fleeing priest zombie and delivered a blow that crushed much of its body. Without the priest zombie to command them, the zombies on the first floor went berserk, attacking anyone in sight. Su Shueshin found herself completely surrounded by the horde. So many I can't get out of here. Panting heavily, her clothes soaked in sweat, Su Shueshin had exhausted her abilities. At this moment, she was utterly spent, both in strength and spirit. Seeing this, Lu Tu didn't dare to hesitate. Grabbing an axe, he shouted loudly, "If you're a man, charge forward and bring Sister Sue back." With the oppressive presence of the Titan zombie gone, the dozen students no longer felt fear. Without hesitation, they rushed forward. Su Shueshin had risked her life to save them, and now that she was in danger, no one could stand idly by. Kill them. The scene plunged into chaos as everyone fought their own battles. With reinforcements arriving, Su Shueshin found herself under less pressure. However, such a direct confrontation came at a heavy cost. The students had limited strength and stamina to begin with, and after all the previous fighting, they were almost drained. Any slight mistake led to them being bitten by the zombies. Watching her classmates, who had rushed to save her, fall one by one, Su Shueshin couldn't stop her tears from streaming down. She would rather die herself than see anyone else get hurt or lose their life because of her. Go quickly, don't come back. If I die, so be it, Lu Tu said firmly. No, thanks to you earlier, we didn't end up as a meal for the zombies. Now it's our turn to save you. Lu Ji said resolutely. That's right. Brother Lu is right. Either we all get out together, or we all die here together. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the second floor. You don't have to die. Everyone, charge together. The newcomer was Lu Ji, leading a team to provide support. Upon hearing this, Lu Tu shouted in surprise, "Second brother! It's second brother bringing people to save us." Not only him, but everyone was thrilled to see Lu Ji appear. It was like a beacon of hope for survival. With over 50 people joining the fight, the zombies lost their numerical advantage and were pushed back to the first floor. Now, apart from their brute strength, the zombies lacked stamina and had few other advantages. Except for a few mutated night demons, swift zombies, and giant zombies, the rest were not too difficult to deal with. Those with some martial arts skills could easily take down a few. Zombies only became more dangerous after evolving. Lu Ji stood on the second floor observing the battle. When he saw the most difficult to rescue Su Shueshin being brought up, he immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat to the second floor. Mahu Malong, Maho, you 3 throw the Molotov cocktails and then retreat. Zhong Tong, take 10 people and wait until the fire dies down to throw more Molotovs. If zombies rush up, throw things to hit them. Old Zhong, keep an eye out. Report to me immediately if you see any mutated zombies." Lu Ji organized everything methodically, assigning clear tasks to everyone, ensuring no one slacked off. After the sacrificial zombie and the supergiant zombie were killed, the large-scale zombie attack came to an end. The remaining zombies continued to charge, but under Lu Ji's leadership, they posed no threat. After being rescued, Su Xuexin was so exhausted that she fainted. Her injuries left her completely drained of strength. Take Sister Su to the third floor and find Brother Bai. He will surely have a solution, Lu Ji ordered with a wave of his hand. Two middle-aged women carried a stretcher and took Su Xuexin away. Lu Tu, slightly injured, hugged Lu Ji and curiously asked, "Second brother, have you been guarding the third floor all this time? Why did you come down?" Lu Ji sighed and said, "Brother Bai sent me. He was worried you wouldn't hold out and told me to bring people over early. Sure enough, you fought to this point. Brother Bai is truly amazing. If you had come even a little later, we would have been done for," Lu Tu said helplessly. Lu Ji pushed him away. "All right, go upstairs and find Big Brother. The zombie tide isn't over yet. The next part will depend on Brother Bai." "All right," Lu Tu agreed and followed Lu Ji upstairs. In the third floor office, there were 17 or 18 injured people lying down. Of course, these were not zombie bites otherwise. With the current human resistance, only those with special abilities could survive. Some were injured while retreating, some suffered internal injuries from zombie attacks, and others were accidentally hurt by their own weapons. Those who were not seriously injured and refused to stay on the second floor with Lu Tu were all dealt with by Lan with a single stroke. Medical conditions were extremely poor now, and injuries were almost a death sentence. Even small wounds were deadly, as the most lethal threat was the corpse poison in the air. While it wouldn't turn people into zombies, the excruciating pain that penetrated the bones was unbearable. Thus, the fate of these people depended entirely on Lin Cece. Unless she awakened her abilities again and miraculously healed them, it was but so far, the woman's wound hasn't improved at all. The green ability learned in the afternoon can only alleviate pain, but it can't heal the injury. Lan, what should we do? Can you help her first? She's already fainted from the pain. Lan shook his head. I can't. Right now, the only one who can save them is you. Is there no other way? No, I'm not omnipotent. Lin Cece bit her lip, showing a helpless expression, but she still focused her energy, continuously trying to use her mental power to draw out her ability, attempting to heal the woman's wound. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped within 5 more minutes, the woman would die from excessive blood loss, and the others would also leave one by one in pain. Awakening abilities for the second time 3 days before the apocalypse is extremely rare. Only a few A-level and S-level ability users can achieve it, and they later became top figures in their respective fields. However, there are always exceptions. In Lan's previous life, he encountered a B-level ability user who awakened their ability on the second day of the apocalypse. Later, their B-level ability even evolved into an A-level one, causing their strength to skyrocket. If Lin Cece could awaken her ability today, her future would be immeasurable. If a healing ability reached a level, it could even reverse life and death. At that time, Lan wouldn't have to fear anyone. If he couldn't win, he could just revive and keep fighting until his opponent fell. Shaolin, she can't save us anymore. Please save us. I have elderly parents and young children. I can't die. A man in his 30s, with a middle-part hairstyle, cried for help. A middle-aged woman next to him added, "Who wants to die? I want to live too. I only have 1 year left until retirement. I held my grandchild last week, and I still have so much time to enjoy. Shaolin, save me first. My wound isn't big. It won't take much time." "Shut up, old woman. You're about to die, and you're still so selfish." The man forced a bitter smile on his face. "Sister Lin, I have a card here with my savings from the past 5 or 6 years, about $1 million. If you save me, I'll give it to you immediately." The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and said, "You young man really don't know how to respect your elders. What use is your money now? Can it buy a bottle of water? It's just a string of useless numbers." "You." The man's face instantly turned cold, wanting to retort but unable to speak. In the apocalypse, money is useless, not even worth the trouble of burning. Even gold from before the apocalypse is worthless. Only beast cores have real value. Enough. What's the point of arguing? If she could save you, she would have done it already. The fact is, she can't. An old man in the corner lit a cigarette and spoke leisurely. Nonsense. You old men are talking rubbish. The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Cece with hope in her eyes. Xiao Lin, tell us, do we still have a chance? The room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Cece, even the old man occasionally sneaking glances at her. No one wants to die? Usually, those who say they don't want to live are the ones who want to live the most. Enough. Enough. Stop talking. Stop talking. Lin Cece held her head, on the verge of a mental breakdown. They had been here for less than 20 minutes, but she felt as if a century had passed. These people, with their words both good and bad, all had the same goal to be treated first. Even though she was in unbearable pain, she managed to control her emotions when speaking to her. What right did she have? She had doubted countless times whether she truly possessed healing abilities. By Lan's side, if he pushed Lin Cece any further, she would surely lose her mind. Those people were dead, and she would still be tormented by guilt. It wasn't worth it. He was simply shocked by the green ability Lin Cece had released that afternoon and wanted to see if he could push her to awaken a second time and unleash her skills. All right, Cece, come with me to deal with the last wave of corpses. As soon as he said this, the office erupted into chaos. Although Lin Cece was useless, she had now become everyone's hope. If she left, wouldn't that mean their doom? No way. Why should she go with you? She still has to save our lives. Who do you think you are? What's your relationship with Sister Lin? The old hag is selfish enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more selfish. Taking her away is like taking away our lives. Who gave a kid like you the right to speak? Shut up and get lost. The crowd clamored, openly and secretly cursing, their insults revolving around Bai Lan's identity and status. Only a few men who had come up from the first floor dared not make a sound. Others might not know, but they had seen it clearly. The lotus flower released from Bai Lan's palm had already cleared most of the corpse wave, and the blazing flames were still vivid in their minds. Shut up, Bai Lan said coldly, swinging his straight blade. The loudest middle-aged man instantly dropped dead. The eerie scene silenced everyone. Not even a plea for mercy was uttered. No one saw how the middle-aged man had died. Lin Cece knew Bai Lan's temper. Those who provoked him wouldn't even know the cause of their death. If she didn't stop him, everyone would die. Bai Lan, let it go. They didn't mean it. It's all my fault for not being able to save them. It's not your fault. Let's go. Bai Lan snorted coldly, sheathing his blade. Lin Cece shook her head, tears streaming down her face, though she pretended to be strong. Give me one more chance. I can do it. Bai Lan initially wanted to refuse, but when he saw the look in her eyes, he ultimately agreed. That look reminded him of himself back when he struggled to train beasts without any progress. His master, Lu Jing, never gave up on him, teaching him repeatedly until he achieved success. All right, I'll explain it to you. Just as Bai Lan was about to leave the room, a miracle happened. A green light suddenly appeared in Lin Cece's hand, a power unlike anything from the afternoon, filled with the warmth of life. This gentle force enveloped the injured leg of the woman. The massive 10-centimeter wound began to heal visibly, the bleeding stopped, and the middle-aged woman's complexion visibly improved. The old man smoking was so shocked that he couldn't hold his cigarette steady, his face full of astonishment. The others were equally incredulous. Such a thing only happened in movies, yet it was unfolding right before their eyes. This is a miraculous power, truly a miracle. The middle-aged woman was so moved that she kept bowing to Lin Cece, completely ignoring her injured body. This is a divine phenomenon that science can't explain. I'm saved. I'm really saved. Sister Lin. No, Goddess Lin, please save me. I am willing to bow to you. Witnessing the scene, even Bai Lan couldn't help but feel surprised. This child had actually succeeded. He hadn't held much hope, just wanted to give it a try, but the result was astonishing. With this alone, Lin Cece's future could rival that of geniuses like Su Xuexin. She would pave an unprecedented path. Lin Cece looked at the green light in her hand and asked in disbelief, Bai Lan, did I succeed? Did I really awaken? Yes. Bai Lan nodded firmly. Finally, the effort wasn't in vain. Everyone doesn't have to die. I will definitely save you all. Lin Cece's tears flowed uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. In these 10 minutes, she had endured far more pain than she should have. She was kind-hearted to the core and feared seeing anyone die because of her. Although she had grown accustomed to being with Bai Lan over the past 2 days, change and adaptation still required time. Bai Lan took out 2 beast cores from his pocket and said, "Take these 2 first, recover well, and then continue treating others. Those people won't be in immediate danger, so don't push yourself." "Thank you, Bai Lan." Lin Sisi sincerely held the beast cores. Bai Lan smiled. "I'll go deal with the last wave of corpses, you rest first." "Okay." Just as he stepped out of the office, the 3 brothers of the Liu family surrounded him. Liu too spoke directly. "Brother Bai, Sister Su insists on staying on the front lines to fight. You need to persuade her she can't hold on anymore." "Brother, don't rush. The most important thing now is to eliminate the zombies first," Lu Ji said. "All right, Lu Tu, you're injured. Don't go anymore. Go find Lin Sisi for treatment. Lu Ji, Lu Hua, you two take the remaining able-bodied people and completely clear out the zombies in the supermarket." Bai Lan commanded calmly. "No way. I still have strength. I can still fight," Lu Tu said, patting his chest and enduring the pain. Big brother Lu Hua immediately scolded. "Brother Bai told you to go, so you go. What use is your little strength? Don't drag us down." Lu Tu felt as if the world had abandoned him. He walked toward the office, looking back with pleading eyes, hoping for Bai Lan's permission. In the end, he reluctantly turned the doorknob and muttered. It was clearly Big Brother who lost the first floor, and now he's saying I'm useless. "You." Lu Hua was so angry he almost lashed out, but Lu Tu quickly slammed the door shut with a loud bang. "All right, tell me the current situation," Bai Lan said, patting Lu Hua's shoulder. Then, Lu Ji and Lu Hua reported the details of the battle just now, including the supergiant zombie, the small priest zombie, and Su Shuexin killing the supergiant zombie. Bai Lan nodded in praise. "I didn't expect you to actually defeat the zombie hero and the priest zombie. Truly unexpected. The supergiant zombie is actually the zombie hero, the weakest among the B-level zombies, and can currently be dealt with using high-temperature flames. But after tomorrow, it will become stronger, at least equivalent to a beginner-level ability user, and ordinary flames won't be able to harm it. Only flames from ability users can destroy it. Not only are humans evolving, but zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant gods are also growing stronger. Their speed far surpasses that of humans without effort. One can only be eliminated. If it weren't for those brothers who sacrificed themselves, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to kill these zombies. Damn priest zombie. If it hadn't extinguished the fire, we wouldn't have lost so many people." Lu Hua clenched his fists, recalling the battle downstairs, his hands worn to the point of bleeding. Lu Ji patted Lu Hua's shoulder, feeling indignant. "Big brother, if Su-mei hadn't been guarding the 2nd floor, it would have fallen too. Third brother has been struggling mentally since he returned. Many brothers died around him, and it hit him hard." The 2 confided in each other, offering mutual comfort. The 3 brothers were straightforward people, their kindness not yet eroded by the apocalypse. Watching them, many memories surged in Bai Lan's mind. His 20-year-old self, that passionate and righteous young man willing to stand up for the weak, even after being beaten by thugs, always believed in the light within humanity. It wasn't until his family was torn apart that he fully woke up, transforming into a demon who killed without hesitation. Bai Lan understood the brothers' feelings, but he didn't plan to comfort them or let them become cold and ruthless. Because this emotion was the driving force for people to grow stronger and the spiritual pillar for surviving in the apocalypse. "Are you done?" Bai Lan asked indifferently. Time was tight, not a second could be wasted. The remaining zombies had to be eliminated quickly, or the casualties would be even worse. "Sorry, we lost our composure." Lu Hua wiped his tears and pulled himself together. Lu Ji also felt a bit embarrassed. "I'll go gather those who can still fight. You 2 head down first, I'll catch up right away." "All right." Actually, it didn't matter how many people came. Bai Lan could clean up the zombies slowly on his own and accumulate more time power. But that would be too time-consuming. The 2 quickly left and soon reached the 2nd floor. The situation now was much better than before. Although zombies were still rushing in, they were blocked by the flames scattered from the Molotov cocktails. The only problem was that the Molotov cocktails were almost used up. Bai Lan scanned the area, and at the doorway, he saw Su Shuexin wielding a giant hammer. Her face was covered in blood, and the exposed skin of her black summer outfit was filthy. Clearly, she was extremely exhausted. Continuous fighting, even with her body strengthened after awakening, was pushing her to the limit. If Bailan hadn't arrived in time, she would have collapsed on the ground in 10 minutes at most. Panel. Name: Su Shuexin. Gender: female. Ability: Divine Power Awakened LV2 312,000 level. 9-star apprentice ability. User unexpectedly, Su Shuexin had awakened on her own in such a short time. If he could help her stabilize her ability, her strength might rise to the level of a beginner ability user. With such strength, whether before or after the changes to Blue Star, he was undoubtedly one of the top experts in Y City. However, more than that, Bailan was even happier about being able to gain another wave of time power from Su Shuexin. Bailan, you're here. Su Shuexin's face showed a trace of relief as she saw Bailan coming down and quickly walked over. Bailan gently ruffled her hair and said in a low voice, "Well done. Leave the rest to me." "Okay." Su Shuexin obediently nodded and stepped behind Bailan. The resting boys nearby were stunned by Su Shuexin's gentle and adorable demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been swinging a giant hammer, wreaking havoc, and even the strongest zombies were no match for her. How could this woman make a ferocious zombie as docile as a kitten? Bailan twitched the corner of his mouth. The thoughts of these people were written all over their faces, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. They would understand soon enough. "Stop throwing Molotov cocktails. Everyone, pick up your weapons and follow me upstairs to kill the zombies." Hearing this, many people were dumbfounded. Why use weapons when they had Molotov cocktails? It made no sense. However, two people quickly grabbed their makeshift spears and followed him. They were Lao Chun and Lao Su, two construction workers who had survived on the first floor until now. Anyone who had witnessed Bailan's moves had an inexplicable sense of reverence for him. But after the first floor was overrun, not many survivors were left. Lu Hua, seeing that the others were still unresponsive, frowned and shouted, "Get up! If you don't move, are you planning to become zombie food?" The dozen or so people snapped out of it and quickly grabbed their weapons. Not many had seen Bailan in action, but Lu Hua had been their leader for the past 2 days. His muscular build was intimidating enough, not to mention he had 2 equally muscular brothers. As they reached the second-floor staircase, the flames from the Molotov cocktails gradually died down, and the zombies immediately became active, baring their teeth and claws as they charged forward. Roar! 4 or 5 ordinary zombies lunged at Bailan. "Fall back. Zombies are strong, don't engage them head-on." A student, seeing Bailan standing still, couldn't help but warn him. "What a coward. Old Zhang, cover me. I'll go save him." A man in a baseball cap, holding a shield, charged forward. Except for a few in the group who knew Bailan's strength, the others assumed he was just a hot-blooded but useless student. Clang! Several blades were swiftly drawn, and the heads of the charging zombies were instantly severed. Ding! Killed 5 ordinary zombies. Time power +5. The system notification sounded, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Bailan didn't stop and continued his charge. In the blink of an eye, the students saw Bailan already at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by 7 or 8 headless zombie corpses. Another blink. The man with the shield and baseball cap saw Bailan slay the last few night demons in the stairwell. How is this possible? How did he get down there? Did you see it clearly? Those night demons that usually dodge Molotov cocktails didn't even move before they died. Can he teleport? Like Third Brother's Earth escape technique. While everyone was still in shock, Lu Ji arrived with the remaining people. "What are you all standing around for? Get down there and help." Lu Ji scolded in frustration. Yes. 30 to 40 people charged forward. Zombies used swarm tactics to overwhelm humans, but now the tables were turned and the humans' numbers crushed the zombies. The zombies on the staircase were quickly cleared out. When they reached the first-floor mall, the spacious environment completely nullified the zombies' advantage. Bailan weaved through the team, protecting and killing zombies simultaneously. Splat! At the critical moment, Time Zero activated. The student who was about to have their arm bitten by a zombie saw the zombie's head fly off in the next second. Whoa, big bro is amazing. Within 10 minutes, Bailan had saved over a dozen people, single-handedly reducing the death toll to 0. No one hesitated anymore, they fought zombies with all their might. knowing Bai Lan had their backs, and no one panicked. In half an hour, nearly 1,000 zombies were cleared out. Only 2 people on this side suffered minor injuries. Block the door. Block the door. Block the door? Forget that. I want to kill zombies. Kill, 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 shouted one impulsive man. Lu Huan knocked him out with a stick. You reckless fool. I've saved you 3 times already, not to mention Brother Bai. Everyone, block the door and finish the fight. Yes. The mall's main entrance wasn't severely damaged. Under the alternating guard of Old Chun and Old Su, it was quickly and securely barricaded. Unless a zombie hero appeared, no one could break through the door. Fu Bailan took a deep breath. Protecting and killing zombies at the same time had taken a toll on him. Later, even Time Zero couldn't control the zombies anymore. Thankfully, the straight blade was enhanced with a beast core, otherwise, Bailan wouldn't have been able to save so many people. Lu Ji, Lu Hua, get people to clean up the scene and come to the office immediately. I have something for you to help with. The 2 nodded quickly. Now, they admired Bailan deeply, respecting him without a hint of complaint, no matter the task. Bailan sheathed his straight blade, glanced at the crowd, and turned to leave. His goal had been achieved now. Everyone looked at him with admiration and awe. Those he had saved were especially grateful, moved to tears. The reason Bailan was willing to take on such exhausting tasks was that he had suddenly realized his identity from his previous life, a lone hero. His enemy was the powerful Dongfang family. Not only did they dominate Y City, but influential figures in other major refuge cities were also connected to the Dongfang family, forming a complex web of relationships. Every time, they would gang up on Bailan. If not for their conflicting interests, Bailan's strength alone wouldn't have allowed him to survive this long. Now, he planned to establish an organization, perhaps even a refuge, leveraging the advantages of his rebirth to recruit those strong individuals who had yet to reach their potential. In this way, within 10 years, he could completely eliminate the Dongfang family. Tonight's operation was merely a prelude, aimed at gaining control over more survivors in the future. Second brother, what's the name of that big shot? Someone asked. Yeah, I still don't know the name of my savior. He's so strong. I've decided to recognize him as my big brother. Lu Ji clapped his hands. He just left, and you're already making noise. Hurry up and clean up the scene, I'll tell you later. All right, everyone, let's get moving. With this big brother around, what do we have to fear from zombies? I was exhausted, but just knowing I can meet my savior gives me endless energy. Saving a life is a greater merit than building a pagoda. Big Bro has helped me build a 20-story merit pagoda. And you have the nerve to say that. You've been saved so many times. If you slack off cleaning the scene, I'll beat you up. Yes. My life belongs to Big Bro now. I'll do whatever you say. Bailan returned to the 3rd-floor office with Su Xuexin. Lin Cixi was also there, treating the injured. Her miraculous healing abilities far surpassed the level of modern medicine. For example, a middle-aged woman with a wound the size of a bowl on her leg had almost recovered, though she was still weak due to excessive blood loss. Seeing the 2 return, Lin Cixi struggled to open her eyes and grabbed Su Xuexin's hand, asking with concern, Xiaoxue, are you hurt? I can treat you now. Su Xuexin quickly waved her hand. I'm fine. Cixi, why do you look so weak? You don't even have the strength in your hands. This is the after effect of exhausting her mental energy. If she forces herself to use her abilities again, at best she'll faint, at worst she'll vomit blood and die, Bailan explained. As soon as he entered the room and didn't hear the injured person's cries, he knew Lin Cixi must have pushed herself to save someone again. Bailan sighed. There was nothing he could do in this situation. It was up to her to recover on her own. Cixi, you need to rest now. Stop worrying about anything else. Su Xuexin put down the tools in her hand and carried Lin Cixi to the recliner. It's fine, Lin Cixi muttered before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Bailan pulled Su Xuexin up. You should rest too. You've worked hard today. Take these beast cores to recover. There's a big task tomorrow. All right, you should rest early too. As she relaxed, even the divine-powered Su Xuexin felt utterly exhausted. Logically, her awakened physique and strength had long surpassed Bailan's. But the reason she was so tired was due to the intense tension during the battle. Facing the endless wave of zombies, with so many people behind her needing protection, Even a moment of relaxation could lead to injuries or deaths. With Su Xuexin's personality, she would never allow such things to happen, so she remained highly alert at all times. In contrast, Bai Lan, no matter how massive the zombie horde was, never felt nervous or pressured. If he could fight, he would. If he couldn't, he would flee. He didn't care about the lives of others. This was the philosophy he had come to understand after surviving countless life and death situations. In fact, the first time he encountered a zombie horde, he was as scared as any ordinary person, his legs trembling. In less than half a minute, Su Xuexin was already asleep on the chair. Bai Lan took a blanket from the cabinet and covered them. Although awakened individuals were not afraid of the cold, having a blanket was always more comfortable. Finally, Bai Lan didn't forget to make use of the time power accumulated during Lin Cici's awakening. Ding! Absorption successful, time power plus 2,000. Adding the 4,000 time power given during Su Xuexin's awakening, Bai Lan now had an ample amount of time power. System, open the panel. Name, Bai Lan. Gender, male. Ability, time 0 LV2 3215,000. Ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV2 15 20 15,000. Combat skill, Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV2 10 50 12,000. Level, 5-star beginner ability user. Reality simulation count, 0. Script simulation count, 0. Time power, 12250. The upgrade for time 0 only required 11,800 experience points, and with the current time power, it was more than enough. Upgrade. Strength is the key. Without sufficient mental energy, using Buddha's Wrath Lotus would be ineffective. Besides, the shadowy figure they would face tomorrow would be tough to deal with. Enhancing his strength was the best way to prepare. Ding! Would you like to consume 11,800 time power to upgrade the ability time 0? Yes. Upgrade successful. Breaking through the current world limit. Exclusive combat skills can now be learned. Exclusive combat skills. Bai Lan had been tormented enough by the heaven-defying exclusive combat skills of those geniuses in his previous life, and he deeply resented this setting. But now, he could only describe his feelings as truly amazing. Luckily, in my past life, I wasn't hunted by an S-rank ability user, or I wouldn't even know how I died. Bai Lan silently sighed. The 3 skill options that appeared in his mind left him stunned. Exclusive, space-time / condenses an unstoppable / every 24 hours. Once the target is locked, it will hit without fail, even rewriting causality if necessary. Up to 3 charges can be stored. Exclusive, mental clone doubles the speed of mental power condensation and allows the creation of mental power entities. When one mental power entity is created, the possession skill is unlocked during possession. The mental power of the entity can be utilized. A maximum of 2 mental entities can be condensed. Exclusive, time mark a one-time skill that grants 5 marks. By will, mark a living being or object. Once marked, the target's flow of time can be permanently stopped. The range of time stoppage is controlled by the user. Each of these 3 exclusive skills was absurdly powerful. If it were a time of peace, Bai Lan would undoubtedly choose the 3rd skill, time mark. He could use it on himself, halting the flow of time in his body permanently, which essentially meant immortality. The temptation was irresistible. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse. This skill could only be used to kill 5 people, making it far less practical than choosing space-time /. In truth, in his previous life as a beast tamer, Bai Lan's biggest challenge was the lack of mental power. Controlling too many beasts at once could lead to a complete mental breakdown. But now, with mental clone, the situation was entirely different. Bai Lan was already imagining himself leading tens of thousands of high-level beasts, directly breaking through the gates of the Feng and Dongfang families. So, without hesitation, he chose the exclusive combat skill, mental clone. Deep down, he still wanted to return to his old profession and become a great beast tamer. Ding. Skill learned successfully. Note: exclusive combat skills cannot be upgraded or advanced. Not long after, complex knowledge about mental clone flooded his mind, primarily focusing on how to condense mental power entities. Bai Lan realized that this skill was practically tailor-made for him. In summary, it involved finding a safe place and using his mental power to shape a self. allowing this clone to condense mental power. During battle, if his mental power ran out, he could activate the second skill, possession, to merge the clone back into himself, absorbing the mental power it had condensed and quickly recovering. Roughly calculated, Bailon now possessed 3 times the mental power of an ordinary person at the same level, and his recovery speed was doubled. He still remembered the pain of running out of mental energy in his past life. This time, he was determined to become someone with infinite mental reserves. Let's try making one first. Bailon began attempting to condense a clone according to the method. Unlike previous combat skills that only required infusing mental power, creating a mental clone required continuous construction. To create a container capable of storing and condensing mental power was extremely challenging. Even with a complete knowledge process, he failed dozens of times before barely managing to create a container only 1/10 his size. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Bailon muttered, "So hard. To make a container the same size as myself would probably take 10 years or more. Making 2 at once? That's pure fantasy." The difficulty of creating a mental clone lay in maintaining balance. If the construction was unstable, the container would explode halfway through storing mental power. The night passed quickly, and the tide of corpses subsided. The survivors could hardly imagine how they managed to survive without guns, tanks, or a regular army. But no one dwelled on it for long, as a steaming bowl of instant noodles with a sausage made them feel the happiness of being alive once again. In the third-floor office, Bailon held a bowl of instant noodles, with 3 packets of noodles piled high, eating with relish and occasionally sighing. In his previous life, when he became a legend, a large mercenary group had recruited him with half a pack of expired instant noodles. Out of friendship, he agreed, though it wasn't tea because he was craving it. Later, he became the honorary leader of that large mercenary group. It was evident that in the late stages of the apocalypse, as long as you could produce a pack of instant noodles, even extraordinary ability users would be willing to risk their lives for you. So, it wasn't he just this supermarket. Once Bailon returned from the hospital with treasures, he was determined to lead people to quickly raid nearby homes, convenience stores, and supermarkets in the city. The goal was singular: to collect more food and supplies. He wanted to build a shelter. Personal strength was important, but resources were even more crucial. Relying solely on personal charisma wouldn't get anyone to follow you. As crude as it sounded, the truth was that even beastmen who once refused to be enslaved were subdued with the promise of food and shelter. Although Bailon was strong in fighting zombies, mutant beasts, and alien gods, he was clueless about managing a shelter, coordinating resources, or establishing systems. Professional tasks had to be handled by professionals, like his 3 practical tool brothers. Bailon took a sip of his noodles and leisurely told them about his plan to build a shelter. "I don't like forcing you. I'll give you 10 minutes to think it over, and then tell me your answer." After speaking, he drew a straight blade, stabbed it fiercely into the floor, and swept a slightly kind gaze over them before continuing to eat his noodles. The 3 brothers couldn't help but shiver. They didn't say anything, but in their hearts, they thought, "This isn't giving us a choice, it's putting a knife to our throats." What choice did they have? What kind of democracy was this? Lu Hua curled his lips and signaled Lu Ji to make the decision. Lu Ji felt his head swell. He had already seen through this tactic and thought the most impo. Bailon nodded, put down the bowl, and turned his gaze to Lu Hua and Lu Ji. Lu Ji took a deep breath and asked, "It can be done, but Brother Bai, where are you planning to go? How long will you stay? What if we encounter military rescue?" Bailon calmly replied, "To the hospital, at most 2 days. If the military arrives, you just follow them. Once Blue Star is transformed by abilities tomorrow, the military won't have time to wander around. They'll be busy researching and developing abilities at the base. There won't be any large-scale rescue operations for at least 3 days. Besides, I'll leave at the latest today and be back tomorrow. When it's time to move, we'll go straight to the villa area. After that, no one will easily be able to ask this great one for help. All right, the 3 of us will wait for you for at most 2 days. If we don't see you by then, don't blame us for acting on our own." "No problem." Bailon nodded and turned his gaze to Lu Hua. Lu Hua clasped his hands together, his eyes firm. "Me too." "Good. I'll leave these 2 days to you." Bailon drew his straight blade, steadily sheathed it, and patted Lu Ji's shoulder. Lu Ji shuddered, didn't linger, and quickly pulled his two brothers away as if fleeing for their lives. On the chair, Lin Cece couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bailon, your knife scared them. They all thought you were going to chop them. Bailon touched his chin thoughtfully and suddenly said, if they had outright refused, who knows? Lin Cece's laughter abruptly stopped. She stared at him with wide eyes, quickly pulling the blanket to cover half her face. Just kidding. I'm not that fond of killing people. Really, believe it or not. Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving. Bailon urged impatiently. Lin Cece jumped up, excitedly chanting, treasure hunt, treasure hunt. Su Xuexin also woke up. After her second awakening, her recovery ability was astonishing. She was back to full strength in just 2 or 3 hours. Her power had broken through the apprentice level, making her a beginner ability user. Don't forget, most ability users are still stuck at 2 or 3 stars in the apprentice level, and even S-level individuals rarely break through the apprentice stage. Su Xuexin's current strength, apart from Bailon, was unmatched. Against anyone else, she could take on 10 at once. After packing up, Bailon slung the pet bag over his shoulder and placed the golden-eyed creature with a belly so big it looked pregnant inside. He was waiting for it to produce equipment and couldn't leave it behind, carrying it with him to use the portable shield against shadow people at any moment. Are you ready? This time we're heading to the 3rd hospital in Y City. It's not far from here. Grab some food on the way, and we'll talk more later. Ready? Let's go. Lin Cece ran ahead with her shield on her back, chanting incomprehensible slogans. Su Xuexin remained quiet, nodding slightly as she followed behind Bailon. She held a large hammer in her hand, clearly struggling with its weight. Her pitiful expression stirred a strong protective instinct in the men. But those who knew her dared not approach. Who could withstand that hammer? When she fought zombies, it was like playing whack-a-mole, one after another, while muttering 80, which sent chills down people's spines. The men watching couldn't help but gasp in awe, silently uttering 4 words. Too terrifying. The Watermark supermarket wasn't far from the 3rd hospital in Y City, but due to poor road conditions, Bailon chose to take a detour. Perhaps due to the impact of last night's zombie tide, the number of zombies along the way had significantly decreased, with only a few scattered ones every 300 or 400 meters. This gave nearby residents and survivors in high-rise apartments a chance to catch their breath. Many men teamed up to search for food, but the supermarkets and small shops near the residential areas had already been emptied. Bailon looked speechlessly at the jewelry stores and luxury shops that had been completely emptied, as if they had just opened and hadn't stocked up yet. Someone's fighting zombies up ahead. Lin Cece shouted in surprise, pointing forward. As the car approached, she realized that the 4 or 5 burly men wielding kitchen knives weren't fighting zombies. They were attacking a middle-aged man. The man's head was bleeding profusely, but he was bent over, shielding a bottle of medicine in his arms while pleading desperately. Please, stop hitting me. My daughter needs this bottle of antibiotics. I'm begging you, let me go. Pa, you think I don't need it? If you don't hand it over, you're dead. One of the burly men snarled, kicking the man in the head. A purple bruise swelled up on his forehead, but the middle-aged man didn't cry out instead. He kept apologizing, clutching the medicine tightly. Tough guy, huh? Let us just use the knife, it'll be quicker. Kill him and make it look like a zombie attack, no one will care. Yeah, the whole city's crawling with zombies. Who's going to stop us? One of the men muttered grimly, gripping his knife tighter as he hissed. Do it. The middle-aged man felt utterly hopeless, but he couldn't let go of the medicine. The pharmacies nearby were already emptied out, and though he could search elsewhere, his daughter couldn't wait. At this life or death moment, he mustered all his strength to try and escape this group of men, who were even more brutal than the zombies. But his body was covered in wounds, and merely standing was already a miracle. You still dare to stand? Go to hell, one of the men roared, swinging his knife toward the middle-aged man's neck. Bang! The searing pain he expected didn't come. The man opened his eyes in confusion, only to see, not the vicious assailants, but a young girl with a high ponytail and a blue t-shirt standing before him. It was Lin Cece, who had ignored Bailon's objections and leapt from the car to save him. Her shield had perfectly blocked the burly man's knife. Holy crap! A hottie! exclaimed one of the men in a black sleeveless shirt standing behind the middle-aged man. The other four men, who hadn't yet acted, broke into lecherous grins and started closing in. She looks like a student. Her skin is so soft and fair, bet she'd be a blast to play with. Huh. Great minds think alike. Let us grab her, take her back, and have some fun tonight. Get her. The middle-aged man was so furious at their words that he was trembling. You bastards. Girl, run. I'll fight them to the death to give you a chance. The man, who had been weak and powerless just moments ago, was now reinvigorated by rage. He dragged his battered body forward to block Lin Cc's path, determined to shield her. He couldn't comprehend how, in just 2 days without the restraints of law, human nature could become so vile. Lin Cc slung the shield onto her back, clenched her fists, and bellowed, "No. Need." In an instant, she moved. The four men didn't even have time to react before her punches landed with extraordinary force. Their faces contorted in agony, and their jaws nearly shattered. Ugh! Ow! They collapsed to the ground, clutching their faces, unable to utter a single word from the pain. Worse still, most of their teeth were knocked out and blood poured from their mouths like drool. The man who had just raised his knife turned pale with fear at the scene before him. Without a second thought, he bolted. But no matter how fast he ran, could he possibly outrun Lin Cc, who had just advanced to apprentice 8-star rank? He barely managed 2 steps when an indescribable pain shot through him. He collapsed unconscious on the spot. Upon closer inspection, the blade from Lin Cc's shield had extended and pierced his spine, shattering it completely. Now, the only one left standing was the man in the black sleeveless shirt. He fell to his knees with a thud, begging for mercy. Sis, please spare me. I didn't do anything. I was trying to stop them. With a swift motion, Lin Cc drew her dagger and slit his throat without hesitation. Her technique was still unrefined, causing blood to spray everywhere. In the end, all 6 men met their demise, thoroughly subdued by her. 32 seconds. Bailon strolled over slowly, standing in front of Lin Cc as he asked indifferently, "Satisfied?" Lin Cc lowered her head, saying nothing. This was the first time she had disobeyed Bailon's orders. Over the past 2 days, she had come to understand what kind of person Bailon was. But she didn't regret her choice in the slightest. If given the chance to do it all over again, she wouldn't hesitate, and she'd act even faster. With a cold snort, Bailon said, "I despise pointless acts of help like this. You can save him once, twice, but what about the 3rd time? The 4th? Lin Cc bit her lip hard. She understood his reasoning, but she couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Besides, to her, saving lives had never been meaningless. Bailon let it go. Cc just acted in a rush to save someone. Let us hurry to the hospital now. Su Shuexin interjected, trying to mediate. Lin Cc shook her head firmly, her gaze unwavering. Xiaoxue, there's no need to say more. When it comes to things like this, I'll save them every time I see it, whether it's meaningful or not. You've saved me before, saved Xiaoxue, and even saved people in that supermarket. Are you saying none of that meant anything?" Su Shuexin tugged at her hand, signaling her to stop talking. Bailon didn't respond. He simply stared at Lin Cc silently, his gaze chilling enough to make one's skin crawl. The quieter he was, the more nervous the 2 women became. They would preferred if Bailon had scolded her harshly with his cold, post-apocalyptic logic or even punished her physically. Su Shuexin was even more on edge. She hadn't done anything wrong, she just wanted to mediate, but the tension made her feel worse than if she had. She couldn't say another word, feeling as though she were trapped in a prison cell. After 5 long minutes, Bailon finally broke his gaze. He pulled the embedded shield from the ground, restored it to its original state, and handed it to Lin Cc. Without a backward glance, he walked back to the car. The 2 women exchanged bewildered looks, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? I imagined countless ways to deal with Bailon's punches, and that's it. Su Shuexin was equally confused. In those 5 minutes, the scenarios she had imagined could filled an entire TV drama. Just as the 2 stood there in confusion, Bailon suddenly stopped in his tracks and spoke in a low voice. 3 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Cc felt a weight lift off her chest. She replied, "Understood." Bailon never did anything without purpose. Although he was angry about Lin Cece disobeying his orders, when he saw her resolve the situation in 32 seconds, killing 2 enemies and severely injuring, for he had already let it go. Everyone has their own beliefs. Bailon's was revenge. Lin Cece's innate kindness prevented her from ignoring the loss of life. She chose to step forward, and though it angered Bailon, there was nothing more he could do. His anger was feigned, a test to see how different she was from his younger self. Meanwhile, back in the car, Lin Cece quickly tended to the middle-aged man's wounds. A vivid green light emanated from her hands. In the face of this miraculous healing, wounds that were otherwise untreatable were no match. In less than half a minute, most of the man's injuries were healed. He stared at his slowly mending wounds and the fading bruises in utter shock. How was this possible? The girl hadn't even touched him. He almost thought Lin Cece was a celestial fairy, and even involuntarily kowtowed twice. A minute later, Lin Cece withdrew her supernatural power. "Uncle, you should go back quickly. Keep the medicine safe and don't let bad people see it." "Fairy, fairy." The middle-aged man excitedly kowtowed twice and earnestly said, "Fairy, my name is Zheng Yuan. I sincerely thank you for saving my life." Being called a fairy, Lin Cece almost floated up to the heavens. She was usually reserved and didn't care about how others addressed her, but this title was just too genuine. "Calling me a fairy is too embarrassing. I'm just a little prettier, that's all. Uncle Zheng, you should head back now. I should be leaving soon." Zheng Yuan didn't get up but kowtowed again, his tone even more earnest. "Fairy, could you come to my house to save my daughter? She's very ill." "Not now." Lin Cece decisively refused, because if she agreed, Bailon would definitely tear her in half. Zheng Yuan wasn't the type to pester unreasonably. He understood the meaning behind her words and quickly said, "Fairy, when will it be possible? My daughter is very ill. Please, when you have time, help her. She's still young, and I'm at my wit's end." Lin Cece pointed toward the distant Waterma supermarket and said, "In a couple of days, Uncle Zheng, after you go back, take your family to Waterma supermarket. It's safe there. When I return, I'll go there first thing." "Cece, time is running out. We need to head back quickly, or Bailon will get angry again," Su Xuexin reminded, looking at the nearby Wuling Yuejing. "All right, Xiao Xue, coming right away." Lin Cece strapped on her shield while running and said, "Uncle Zheng, remember to go to Waterma supermarket." Zheng Yuan nodded heavily, hid the antibiotics in his clothes, glanced around, and then dashed back toward his home. After dealing with Zheng Yuan's matter, Bailon sped up the car. However, the road was heavily congested, and some areas were completely impassable, forcing Su Xuexin to get out and push the car. Su Xuexin strongly protested, saying that as a weak woman, how could she possibly push a car? But Bailon's gaze left her no choice but to comply. She single-handedly pushed aside a bus blocking the road in just a few moves. The difficult expression on her face while pushing the car might have been her last bit of defiance. At 12:52 p.m., Bailon and his group finally arrived at the third hospital of Y City. This hospital was built early, probably in the early 21st century, and was one of the few top-tier hospitals in Y City. It was nationally renowned for its effective treatment of lung cancer, attracting many wealthy and influential people. As a result, locals often felt that this hospital was meant for the rich and that ordinary people couldn't afford to stay there. Bailon parked the car at the hospital entrance and carefully observed the building. He vaguely remembered coming here twice as a child, but had forgotten about it since. After being reborn, he had also forgotten many minor details, with only the obsessions of his past life remaining in his memory. At this moment, Lin Cece suddenly asked, "Why are there tents and smoke at the hospital entrance?" "Yeah, Cece, isn't the hospital a heavily affected area? How can there still be survivors?" Su Xuexin stood on tiptoe and looked around, discovering that there were people cooking at the entrance of the inpatient department. Bailon frowned. The simulated scenarios before had different timelines, but none had shown survivors, especially since there was a supernatural entity on the top floor of the inpatient department. Could this be a chain reaction caused by yesterday's zombie tide? Due to the restrictions of Blue Star, the sacrificial zombies still cannot summon other zombies through space wormholes, so they can only attract all the nearby mobile zombies. Once the zombies leave, the survivors can live? Let's go in and take a look. Balan thought it was better to ask directly than to speculate. At this point, he didn't want to give up the spatial bracelet in his hand. The three of them entered the hospital's main entrance, and it was clear that a battle had just taken place nearby. Judging by the way the zombies had been killed, it was evident that the fighters were a well-trained team. What surprised Balan was that this was definitely not their first time killing zombies. They had carried out multiple operations. The apocalypse had only lasted a little over 2 days, and the only ones capable of such feats were the troops stationed in Y City. Most likely, this unit was here to rescue someone important. Right, the zombie tide from last night, there was no way the military wouldn't know about it. Many of them had awakened as psychic Heaven's Eye users. The reduction in hospital zombies was clearly the result of military action. Balan thought to himself, in previous simulations, the military hadn't shown up. How cunning. This operation was probably forced by higher-ups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent special forces, but rather a team of psychic users. Balan withdrew his gaze. He had always been skilled at observing information and responding silently. Although this deduction wasn't entirely the same as before, the conclusion was completely consistent. Sure enough, before they reached the inpatient department entrance, they were stopped by 3 fully armed soldiers. Holding their weapons, the soldiers signaled them to stop and said in a low voice, "This place is dangerous. Please go home and wait for government rescue." Balan glanced at them. Although the 3 soldiers hadn't disengaged the safety on their guns and were merely trying to intimidate, the real danger lay in the gun barrel hidden in the distant grass. The 5-person team had a standard configuration, but their aura was chaotic. To Balan, a master beast tamer, they were as exposed as if they were unclothed, easily seen through. "We're here to help. We have superpowers." Balan changed his tone, pretending to be a passionate student. "Superpowers?" The lead soldier already had an answer in his mind and ordered, "Show us." The military was well aware of superpowered individuals, especially special forces, who had all undergone basic training from Heaven's Eye users. The military welcomed superpowered individuals, and units on missions were ordered to prioritize protecting them and ensuring their safe return. Balan drew his straight blade, its edge enveloped in a faint flame. With a swing, a fiery blade slashed out. After the demonstration, he sheathed his weapon and said, "My ability is to enchant weapons with flames and then perform slashes. Her ability is to enhance strength, not as strong as mine. Hers is even weaker. She can only heal the wounded." Balan introduced them. The lead soldier glanced at the 2 women. Lin Cece, though reluctant, nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 soldiers exchanged a few words and then put away their weapons. The leader removed his tactical goggles and said, "I'm Zhang He, captain of the Sharp Sword Special Forces of Y City's military district. Welcome to join us." Balan, a junior at Y University. Su Xuexin, also from Y University. Lin Cece, same as them. Zhang He smiled and praised, "So young and promising. Welcome aboard." Lin Cece, "Your ability is healing." Lin Cece nodded reluctantly. She had always wanted to be a warrior. How could she end up as a battlefield doctor? "That's great. We have injured personnel here. Could we ask for your help in treating them?" Lin Cece didn't dare to speak, only sneaking a glance at Balan's expression. "Of course. It's our honor to assist you. Rest assured, sir, we don't mind at all." Balan's face was full of sincerity, as if he was ready to give everything at any moment. Zhang He was somewhat puzzled why were young people these days so highly aware. However, being a seasoned soldier with vast experience, he quickly showed a satisfied smile. "You guys go to the tents set up behind the inpatient department first. We'll catch up soon." "Yes, sir." Balan saluted clumsily before leaving. Zhang He and his comrades didn't look down on them for being students and returned a standard military salute. After leaving Zhang He's sight, Lin Cece couldn't help but ask, "Balan, what happened to you just now? Did your voice change?" Balan rolled his eyes at her and explained, "Things are complicated here. I guess they also want to go up and carry out the mission. If that's the case, it'll be much easier for us if they clear the way. You're so bad. So, should I save people or not?" "Save them, but not everyone. Only save those who are seriously injured and in critical condition. As for the others, you can decide for yourself." "Oh, Xiaoxue, don't reveal your strength. Just act like a weak girl." Su Shueshin obediently nodded, her face flushing slightly. This was the first time Bai Lan had called her Xiaoxua, and he said it so gently. But why pretend? I'm already a weak girl. Bai Lan didn't notice Su Shueshin's thoughts and continued. In short, we need to act weak during this operation. If anything happens, let them go first, and we'll follow closely behind. Understood. The two answered in unison. Bai Lan already had a plan in mind when he saw the Special Forces team. He wanted to use their strength to probe and find the shadowy figure. With his current abilities, he could easily clear the entire building. But he felt that only by killing the faceless ghost or triggering something would the shadowy figure appear. In the simulations where he didn't come to the hospital, he hadn't died, and the shadowy figure hadn't appeared, which meant the shadowy figure wasn't specifically targeting him. Behind the inpatient department was a closed-off area made of barricades and barbed wire. It was said to block zombies, but it was more like self-deception. A few zombies could easily break through, not to mention giant zombies or swift zombies. The area was still holding up because 5 Special Forces soldiers were guarding outside. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. Bai Lan lightly knocked on the barricade, and a woman wearing an apron came out to open the door. Who are you? I'm Bai Lan. This is Lin Cece, and that's Su Shueshin. We've been ordered by Captain Zhang He to come here and help treat the wounded. Upon hearing treatment, the woman smiled warmly and enthusiastically led them into the tent. Inside, there were 10 tents scattered around. A pot hung over the fire in the center, cooking something strange. Bai Lan glanced around and found only ordinary people, not a single person with special abilities. The people by the fire looked listless, their eyes hollow, as if they had experienced extreme fear. After glancing at Lin Cece and Su Shueshin a few times, they quickly averted their gaze and stared intently at the soup in the pot. From their eyes, only hunger and panic could be seen. Some might think that going 2 days without food wouldn't make someone so weak, but in reality, the physical exhaustion caused by tension and fear made the situation quite normal. Many people, encountering such monsters for the first time, couldn't even sleep. Closing their eyes, even slightly, would wake them up in terror. 2 days and 2 nights, neither too long nor too short, but in the dangerous environment of the hospital, they were undoubtedly the ones who suffered the most. The older woman walked quickly, pulling open the flap of a large tent and shouting excitedly, "Miss Yin, Captain Zhang has called the doctor." Yin Yi, who had been listless, immediately perked up and grabbed the older woman's hand. "Wu Ma, where are they?" "Outside. I'll go out right away." Yin Yi forced herself to stand, but she almost fainted before she could leave the tent. Wu Ma couldn't bear to see her like this and quickly supported her. "Miss, you should sit down first. I'll go and call the doctor in." "No, just help me up, that's enough." Sigh. Wu Ma could only sigh and slowly helped Yin Yi out of the tent. Outside the tent, Lin Cece saw Yin Yi and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Yin Yi." Bai Lan was a bit confused and scanned her with the simulation system. Name, Yin Yi. Gender, female. Ability, Heavenly Songstress Grade C, not awakened level. 3-star trainee ability user. How could a 3-star trainee ability user look so frail? Even if she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, she shouldn't be like this. So beautiful. Lin Cece ran excitedly to Yin Yi, grabbing her hand. "I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" Yin Yi smiled and didn't refuse. Instead, she asked softly, "Where would you like me to sign?" "On my clothes." "Yes, on my clothes." Lin Cece puffed out her small chest, pointing to her blue t-shirt with a look of infatuation. Su Shueshin tugged at Lin Cece's sleeve to remind her, "Cece, be mindful of the situation." Calming down, Lin Cece realized that almost everyone was looking at her with puzzled expressions. "Sorry, I got too excited." Bai Lan shook his head. This time, Lin Cece's brain had clearly short-circuited. She was so starstruck that she forgot herself. Yin Yi chuckled lightly, her demeanor extraordinary. Her soft, flowing pink hair, crystal-clear black eyes, snow-white skin like jade, and long dress fluttering in the wind made her look like she had stepped out of a dream. Her smile brought a sense of happiness, and she was as beautiful as a character from a comic book. "It's okay, Miss Lin. I'm happy that you like me. It's just that I have a friend who's injured right now, and I hope you can help." "Of course," Lin Cece interrupted before Yin Yi could finish speaking. Bailan suspected she had completely forgotten the task she had been assigned earlier. On his behalf, thank you, Yenny said, bowing to Lin Sisi. Inside the tent, Bailan saw a little boy lying down, breathing heavily and burning with fever. This situation clearly indicated that he had consumed water or food contaminated with the zombie virus. Ability users could still transform into combat warriors and barely hold on, but ordinary people were in dire straits. Those who survived did, so, by sheer luck those who didn't would burn themselves to death. The little boy before them was clearly on the verge of collapse. The fact that he had lasted this long was likely due to Yan using her ability to alleviate his condition. Otherwise, with his physical state, he wouldn't have lasted more than 5 or 6 hours. Lin Sisi sat beside the boy, pretending to check his pulse, her face showing a troubled expression. Yan Yi, seeing this, grew anxious and asked repeatedly, "Miss Lin, how is he? Is there a way to help him?" "There is a way, but it's troublesome and labor-intensive," Lin Sisi frowned, beginning her performance. Bailan watched, secretly pleased. Lin Sisi had quickly grasped the key points, and her acting was quite convincing. Yenny grabbed Lin Sisi's arm, her tone pleading, "Please, Miss Lin, you must save him. Whatever you want afterward, as long as I have it, I'll give it to you." "Really? Then sing a song, ahem. I'll do my best." Lin Sisi almost slipped up and quickly stopped herself from saying more. A green light flashed in her hand, special effects fully activated, her expression on point. She was just putting on a show, not exerting much effort. After pretending to cast a spell for a while, the little boy's high fever finally subsided, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing the boy mostly recovered, Yin Yi's eyes filled with tears as she whispered, "Finally, Xiaoping, if you died, what would your sister do?" After a while, Yenny wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned to Lin Sisi, saying, "Thank you, Miss Lin. If you ever need anything, just come to me. It's nothing, really. Just call me Sisi from now on. Calling me Miss feels too distant." Lin Sisi tried hard to suppress her inner joy, maintaining a calm exterior. Having someone she admired call her by her name so intimately felt amazing. Yenny looked a bit embarrassed, but still called out, She, Lin Sisi couldn't hide her smile. Bailan shook his head, thinking that he'd better handle such matters himself in the future. Leaving it to Lin Sisi just didn't feel reliable. Just as Lin Sisi was about to speak, Zhang He opened the tent and walked in. The tent was already cramped, and now it felt even more crowded. Zhang He didn't care at all and sat down directly. He glanced at the little boy unintentionally, a trace of surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly concealed it. Only Bailan noticed. Zhang He held a cigarette to his mouth, but didn't light it. There won't be any large-scale zombie appearances in this area for a while, but for safety's sake, we can only operate for 3 hours. 3 hours? That's not what you said before. You promised to rescue the old general when we were at the military district. Yenny frowned, clearly upset. This is already the limit. To be honest, we don't even know if the old general is still alive or not. Zhang He ignored Yan Yi's emotions and continued. The old general's life is important, but I can't disregard the lives of my subordinates. Especially at night, when zombies are most active. With so many people, how can I manage them all by myself? Yan Yi felt indignant, but couldn't argue. She had been well educated since childhood and rarely used harsh words. She stayed silent, but her number one fan, Lin Sisi, couldn't hold back. She slapped her thigh, forgetting Bailan's earlier reminder, and said, "Why are you being so aggressive? Can't you talk nicely?" Zhang He snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Sisi. He opened the tent and stepped outside. "I'm going out for a smoke. Officially, you're my superior. Later, hold a brief pre-battle meeting by the campfire, and then we'll set off." With that, he pulled the tent flap aside, lit his cigarette, and sat by the fire to warm himself. Yanni brushed her hair back and gave a gentle smile. "Sorry for the scene. Please wait here for a moment. After this mission, I'll ensure you're safely returned to the military camp." "We're not in a hurry, Sister Yin. That Captain Zhang was so arrogant just now. He didn't show you any respect. Want me to go out and teach him a lesson?" Lin Sisi clenched her fists, looking furious. Bailan knew that if he didn't speak up, the plan would fall apart. "Miss Yin, I heard Captain Zhang say you're their superior. Is that correct?" Bailan got straight to the point. Strictly speaking, yes, but I don't really understand combat. So I let Captain Zhang organize it himself. Bailan immediately became serious and solemnly said, "Can the three of us join this operation as well?" No. Yan Yi refused without hesitation. After all, Bailan and the others looked like students. Although they had special abilities, they were far inferior to professionally trained special forces. She was doing this for their own good. I think you should agree, because Captain Zhang won't take the risk to actively seek out the old general, but we will. And with us there, they'll also protect us. Yan Yi looked at Bailan in surprise. A student had actually seen through Zhang He's thoughts. With the mission at hand, Zhang He couldn't openly refuse Yan Yi, but he also couldn't handle it without putting in effort. At this critical moment, failure in such a mission wouldn't affect Zhang He, and he might even get promoted after the situation was resolved. After a moment of inner conflict, Yan Yi nodded and agreed to Bailan's request. She tucked the little boy in, gave instructions to Aunt Wu, and walked out of the tent with Bailan and the other two. They approached the campfire. The people who had been around the fire earlier had all returned to their tents, leaving only Zhang He and his two men sitting there. The other two were hiding in the shadows, guns at the ready. Seeing Bailan and the others come out, Zhang He looked displeased. "Wasn't it enough for you to come out alone? Show some respect, Major Zhang He. Rank suppresses people, and this was more than just one rank difference." Though unwilling, Zhang He and his men stood up and saluted. "Yes, Colonel Yan, please lead the upcoming pre-mission meeting." Yan Yi nodded, her gentle expression vanishing as she became serious. "This mission is a rescue operation. The target is the old General Yin Siming on the 12th floor of the hospital building. We only have 3 hours. Regardless of whether the mission is completed, we must retreat immediately when the time is up. Time is tight. I've decided to have Bailan, Lin Sisi, and Su Xuexin form a team and participate in this rescue operation. Does anyone have objections?" "I do. Who has objections?" "Major Zhang He." Zhang He stubbed out his cigarette and said flatly, "They're all students and haven't received professional training. I can't guarantee their safety. We'll take responsibility for our own lives. No need to trouble Captain Zhang with that." Bailan immediately turned into a passionate youth. "But," Yan Yi interrupted with an unyielding tone, "any other objections, Major Zhang He?" "No. We'll complete the mission." Zhang He saluted, but his face carried a threatening expression. "You really have some nerve. Just to save your general grandfather, you're sending 3 students to their deaths. Once this is over, I'm taking you to the military court. Suit yourself." Zhang He snorted angrily, then led Bailan and the other two out of the barbed wire fence. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one with a frown, took a few puffs, and then asked, "Do you know how to use a gun?" "No." Hearing this answer, Zhang He frowned even more deeply. He took a hard drag on his cigarette, burning almost half of it, but didn't exhale. "Follow us and don't act on your own. Lao He, you're responsible for keeping an eye on them." "Understood." Lao He was a nearly 2-meter-tall man, built like a block of iron, and so taciturn that people often thought he wasn't very smart. The mission briefing was handled by Lao He's teammate Luo Jing, nicknamed Mule. According to Lao He, Luo Jing was always worried about insufficient firepower, so he carried the heaviest equipment, and over time, everyone started calling him that. The Mule explained in great detail, not only introducing the mission but also talking about ordinary zombies, swift zombies, and even giant zombies and night demons. He originally intended to scare Su Xuexin and Lin Sisi, but the two were not frightened at all, reacting as if they were hearing everyday news. Lin Sisi even responded with a "that's it" expression, leaving the Mule feeling extremely awkward. Zhang He remained silent along the way, only speaking when they entered the first floor of the inpatient department. "If you want to back out, now's the time. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Bailan naturally refused. Their goal was to go upstairs not just to ascend, but also to use themselves as bait to lure out the shadowy figure. There was no room for retreat. Zhang He nodded, put on his tactical goggles, and led the way. The first and second floors of the inpatient department were almost devoid of zombies, so the team advanced quickly. Zhang He and 2 others took the lead, with Bailan's group of 3 closely following. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Bailan noticed a pair of eyes watching them. He searched around and finally spotted the cautious eyes outside a distant window. That person also realized they had been noticed and quickly withdrew their gaze. A shadow scout. Bailon thought to himself. Shadow scouts were reconnaissance units of the faceless ghosts, summoned by deities ranked within the top 100. Some were for combat, others for support. In addition to reconnaissance, shadow scouts could control 5 to 10 zombies. Although not as formidable as zombie priests, few people knew about them. Roar. As expected, the shadow scout controlled the zombies to charge at Zhang He's team. Prepare for battle. Zhang He ordered. Lao He and the mule moved to different positions, raising their guns and aiming infrared sights at the zombies' heads. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the zombies were taken down one by one with headshots. Even with silencers, the gunfire was still loud, exceeding 100 decibels. Zombies weren't deaf, they were sensitive to sound. Soon, the area was filled with the roars and stomping of zombies. Zhang He's team reacted quickly, pulling Bailan's group into a hospital room to hide. As they left, the mule tossed a small alarm clock onto the floor to distract the zombies. Don't make a sound, and don't move if you can help it, Lao He whispered after they entered the room. Their judgment was correct, and their execution was swift, but the appearance of the Shadow Scout was an unexpected variable. These minions were intelligent and wouldn't be fooled by simple tricks like an alarm clock. Bailon saw 2 night demons and 2 swift zombies clinging to the glass outside the window, staring at them. Zhang He's team was fully focused on the door and hadn't noticed the zombies outside the window. Bailon sighed inwardly. If they didn't act quickly, these 3 might be doomed. Flame slash. A fiery wave of youthful energy shot out, shattering the glass and striking the 2 swift zombies that couldn't dodge in time. Zhang He whipped around and, seeing the ferocious night demons outside the window, broke into a cold sweat. He immediately aimed his gun at the night demons and fired. The bullets were fast but failed to hit their heads, only managing to push the zombies back. In his tension, Zhang He couldn't achieve headshots with every shot. He was grateful just to land a hit. The night demons hesitated no longer, breaking through the window and charging straight at Su Xuexin. Instinct told them that she was the weakest link and the easiest target to break through. Lao He drew his military knife to block the night demon, but it was agile, dodging with a twist and causing Lao He's strike to miss. No, stop, Lao He roared, his heart aching for the young woman before him, unwilling to see her torn apart. Zhang He knew deep down that he couldn't do much to help. The night demon was too fast and agile for him to guarantee a hit with his gun, that if the bullet misses and hits this stone wall, it will definitely bounce off. If it bounces back and hits night demon, that's still fine, but if it hits someone else, the consequences would be worse. At this moment, Mule had already thought of a few comforting words for Bailon and Lin Sisi. He believed that with his eloquence, he could help them quickly move past the shadow of losing their companion. But things often turn out unexpectedly. Su Xuexin gently pushed, and Night Demon's head tilted to the side, eyes closed, looking like a spoiled little girl. However, this act of spoiling was quite intense. She directly pushed Night Demon into the wall, wedging him so tightly that he couldn't move. Zhang and the other 3 were dumbfounded, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. Su Xuexin withdrew her hand and, noticing the 3 staring at her with strange expressions, said somewhat sheepishly, "Why are you staring at me? So annoying. I just gave him a little push." Mule was stunned. "You call that a little push? He's stuck in the wall and can't move. That's Night Demon. Even the top 5 ability users in the military district would have to put in considerable effort to deal with such an enemy. You handled it so easily. If those arrogant ability users found out, how could they show their faces?" Bailon and Lin Sisi, however, were used to it. Who says a delicate woman can't be exceptionally skilled? Su Xuexin's display didn't attract much attention because the loud noise outside the room had already drawn the zombies. Zhang quickly moved cabinets, chairs, and other furniture to block the door, but against the brute force of the zombies, this was far from enough. The door would be broken down in 5 minutes at most. Mule, set up the bombs quickly. We can't hold this door. We need to climb out from above. Old He, go check if there are any night demons or swift zombies outside. Zhang's words were sharp and decisive, and the two quickly carried out their tasks. An outsider could immediately tell that they were a well-coordinated elite special forces team. Bailon thought, if they all had abilities, maybe they could even take on the shadow ghost face one-on-one. Bang! Bang! As soon as Old He reached the window, he opened fire. This was the third floor. If night demons and swift zombies fell, they'd at most get scratched, but they could jump straight up to the second floor windows. Old He's shooting was steady and accurate. A few consecutive shots, and even Night Demon couldn't take it, letting out an angry grunt and starting to dodge. The swift zombies were smart too. Seeing their companion fall, they followed suit and evaded. They were faster than Night Demon, and out of 10 bullets, Old He could only hit one. Damn it, I can't hold them off alone. Old He retreated back into the room, reloading quickly, but the zombies were even faster. As soon as his firepower slackened, a zombie darted into the room. Zhang had no choice but to turn and assist Old He. Night Demon's combat power was strong, relying on brute force and speed rather than technique. Special Forces close combat training was mostly designed for human opponents and wasn't very effective against zombies. So without guns, they were no match for Night Demon. Bang! A bullet flew from afar, hitting the back of Night Demon's head, causing it to explode and fall lifelessly to the ground. Another Night Demon froze for a moment, completely baffled as to why its companion suddenly collapsed. Taking advantage of its confusion, Old He slid forward and knocked it down, quickly tying it up. Zhang immediately followed up with a precise stab to the Night Demon's temple. 2 Night Demons were taken down in 3 seconds, their teamwork as seamless as drinking water or eating food. Xiaobin's sniping skills are getting better and better. Even Night Demon was caught off guard. Old He joked, then cautiously peeked out the window. The ferocious zombies outside had all been taken down, all killed in the same way, shot in the back of the head. We can go now? Give me 20 seconds. After saying this, Old He climbed out the window. He climbed quickly, reaching the 6th floor in just 10 seconds. He swiftly pulled out a rope, secured it, and threw it down. Seeing the rope, Zhang He urged, "The 3 of you go first. Mule and I will cover the rear." The 3 nodded mechanically and began climbing up the rope. Zhang He watched as all 3 made it up and let out a sigh of relief. Luo Jing also packed up his tools and signaled that the bombs were set. 30 seconds later, a loud explosion echoed, and the shadowless ghost mask finally opened its eyes. Its body flickered in and out of visibility, and it wore a natural white mask on its face. The golden triangular mark on its forehead was the most striking feature. If Bailon were here, he would immediately recognize that this shadowless ghost mask was a member of the royal family. From a hospital room on the 15th floor came a chilling voice. Who was responsible for that attack just now? It was humans. The ghost scout, kneeling outside the door, replied respectfully. The destructive power was almost equivalent to a full-force strike from a low-level ability user. This planet hasn't fully transformed, yet how is that possible? The shadowless ghost mask's voice was cold and filled with doubt. The ghost scout quickly kowtowed and explained, there was no energy signature from their attack. I investigated, they're all natives, with no ties to other forces. No energy signature? Interesting. But the situation is urgent now. To avoid any accidents, go and eliminate them all. This mission is critical. If you fail, none of us can bear the punishment from that lord. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. The ghost scout agreed and disappeared into the darkness. Inside the room, the royal shadowless ghost mask knelt with devout eyes, surrounded by a small formation. Every day, no matter where they were, as long as they had time, all members of the shadowless ghost mask clan would worship that lord. They believed that the lord was always with them and would help them in critical moments. In the previous era, humans had given this masked group a nickname: fanatical believers. Ironically, when these masked creatures learned of the nickname, they became even more proud and arrogant. Some of them even began studying human knowledge and learning about religious beliefs, but that's a story for another time. The 3-member special operations team that had just escaped death was gasping for air. If they had been even a little slower, the zombies would have broken through the door and devoured them, leaving nothing but bones. On the other hand, Bailon's 3-member team appeared calm, barely exerting themselves throughout the ordeal, not even bothering to cheer them on. The main reason was that the number of zombies here was too small to pose any real threat. Compared to the zombie horde at the Waterma supermarket, this was like child's play. The only thing Bailon found somewhat interesting was their teamwork in combat. In his view, forming a team was just a game where everyone slacked off and stabbed each other in the back. If anyone truly entrusted their back to someone else, they'd end up being stabbed to pieces. You're still young. In a few months, you won't be able to play so easily anymore, Bailon thought to himself. After resting for 5 minutes, Zhang he spoke up. The noise just now has drawn all the zombies to the 3rd floor. Let us rest for 3 more minutes. Our goal this time is to rush straight to the 12th floor. The old General's room is Ward 6. Once we confirm he is alive, we'll immediately set up the rope and retreat. Understood. Understood. Bailon's team of 3 responded in unison. Lin Cece leaned over and whispered, Bailon, which floor is the treasure we're looking for on? The 15th floor. Then what do we do? They're only planning to go up to the 12th floor and then retreat. Then we'll figure out a way to lure the boss from the 15th floor down here to fight us. Curious, Lin Cece leaned in closer. What's the boss? Is it strong? Will it be tougher than that giant zombie Xiaoxua ran into last night? It's strong. You'll find out when the time comes. Oh, here, take this. If any masked monsters come at you, throw this at them. Bailon pulled out a small bag of salt with an elephant logo from his backpack. Lin Cece looked puzzled. I'm not cooking. Why are you giving me salt? Just take it. Use it as I said. Bailon handed her the salt without further explanation. Lin Cece was the weakest and most impulsive in the group. Giving her this bag of salt could stall the masked monsters for a long time, maybe even allow her to counterattack. There was no other choice. She was essentially a healer now, with almost no offensive power. Worse, she still thought she was a damage dealer. She could handle small mobs in the early stages, but when it came to big bosses, she'd be doomed. Still, letting her practice wasn't a problem. Unless her life was in danger, Bailon wouldn't intervene easily. During a break, Old He curiously asked Su Xuexin about her special ability and how she managed to take down the night demon with one punch. Su Xuexin said she just pushed it, and the night demon ran into the wall on its own. Bailon shook his head upon hearing this. Luckily, Su Xuexin wasn't very talkative, and Old He didn't press further. After all, their mindset was that they had joined the military at a young age, trained under harsh conditions, and became skilled fighters. If someone told you that a refined young lady could knock you out after running a few laps and doing some push-ups, would you believe it? 5 minutes later, the group got up and prepared to charge forward, maintaining their formation. Zhang and 3 others led the way, while Bailon and his team followed behind. Most of the zombies had been drawn to the 3rd floor, so they encountered almost no zombies while running up the stairs. The few they did encounter were swiftly dealt with by Zhang. Just as they thought they could safely reach the 12th floor and complete their mission, an unexpected situation arose. At the stairway entrance to the 12th floor, 3 giant zombies appeared. Bailon noticed a small, grotesque creature standing behind them. It had green skin, held a sharp blade, and looked sinister. This was a shadow scout, a creature that usually hides and doesn't reveal itself. It wasn't a zombie, a mutant beast, or a godlike entity, but a special life form. These creatures are subservient to powerful gods and are their most loyal servants. The fact that it appeared openly this time meant that the shadow ghost had already deemed them a threat and wanted to eliminate them quickly. If they could kill it, the shadow ghost would definitely show up in person. Bailon knew the shadow ghost well. Although it looked down on its minions, it would still protect them if they were killed. At that point, Bailon could find an opportunity to let Zhang and the others deal with it. Meanwhile, he could focus on waiting for the cat to produce equipment, retrieve the spatial bracelet, and finally lure out the mastermind behind the scenes, the Shadow Man, and take him down once and for all, ensuring he wouldn't cause trouble again. Bailon's plan was perfectly laid out. At this moment, Zhang and the others had already started fighting. The visibility in the stairwell was poor, making it difficult for the sniper to provide support. Old He and Mule spread out their formation and began to distract the giant zombies. We'll hold them off. You guys find a room to hide in first, Old He reminded Bailon as they moved halfway up. Bailon responded and pulled the 2 women into a hospital room to hide and watch the action unfold. As long as there is no life-threatening danger, Bailan will not take action. The three giant zombies are not much of a threat in front of fully armed special forces. Their firepower can suppress them. But with the Ghost Scout's support, the situation changes. It can buff the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Normally, bullets hitting zombies feel like hitting an iron plate, only forcing them to retreat. Zhang He frowned, desperately wanting a cigarette to think about how to deal with these three big guys. Mule, did you bring armor-piercing rounds? Luo Jing shook his head. The military district expert said the current bullets have enough penetration to kill all zombies, so I didn't bring armor-piercing rounds. Damn experts. Zhang He and Lao He cursed inwardly. Luo Jing, with his tough personality, would usually bring them. Another round of gunfire erupted, but the giant zombies merely covered their heads and endured it. They looked battered, but in reality, they had the upper hand. Captain, we can't hold them off anymore. Lao He rolled away, quickly creating distance while reloading his gun. Lure them to the window. Give Xiaobin a chance. If the sniper rifle can't penetrate their armor, we'll retreat. Zhang He ran toward the window, shouting. Got it. The two responded in unison. Zhang He ran the fastest, using precise shots to slowly force the zombies toward the window. The giant zombies, simple-minded, only knew brute force. The Ghost Scout controlling them had no knowledge of sniper rifles and made no preparations. Its real focus was on the bomb on the third floor that could threaten it. Bang! Xiaobin seized the opportunity and fired a shot that pierced the giant zombie's skull, the bullet entering through its eye. Amazing! Zhang He couldn't help but exclaim. The shot was incredibly accurate, fired just as the zombie lowered its hands from its head. The Ghost Scout was startled, retreating dozens of steps, holding a dagger across its chest, ready to fight. It had never seen a technique that could easily kill the giant zombies it controlled. This attack had no signs of supernatural power. It was purely human skill. It examined the giant zombie's corpse closely and found it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. It couldn't understand how such a small attack wasn't driven by supernatural power. But it keenly realized it couldn't approach the window anymore. Now it was 3 against 3, 2 giant zombies, and the Ghost Scout versus Zhang He's trio. The pressure eased, and Zhang He immediately pointed his gun at Mule. Lao He, hold on. I'll help Mule deal with this big guy first. I can handle it. Lao He shouted as he ran into the corridor, reloading at lightning speed, momentarily immobilizing the giant zombie with his firepower. Lure it to the window. No, it's not moving. Mule also retreated to the window, but the giant zombie now stayed still, only covering its head while taking their shots. The two stared at the zombie's lifeless eyes, neither able to do anything to the other. Damn, it's getting smarter. Zhang He stopped shooting, complaining that continuing to fire would just waste bullets. Mule froze for 2 seconds, staring at the giant zombie's hollow eyes, then suddenly said, It wants to eat us. But it's holding back. No, it's more like it's being controlled. Controlled. Zhang He's heart tightened, and the cigarette box in his pocket fell to the ground as he shouted, Where's that green-skinned zombie? Ah! A scream came from the corridor. It was Lao He. Damn it! Go save Lao He. Zhang He bolted, finally realizing that the green-skinned zombie was controlling these big guys, possibly even giving them an impenetrable shell. But as the giant zombie took a step, it happened to block the middle of the corridor. It didn't attack, just held its head to protect its vital parts, blocking Zhang He and Mule. This scene made Zhang He even more certain that zombies weren't stupid. They had intelligence and leaders. Get out of the way. Mule lost his composure, frantically pulling the trigger, the bullets already veering off target. The 5 of them shared genuine feelings, having sworn to walk through life together, even to marry together, or else remain single forever. Meanwhile, Bailan, who had been observing from the room, said calmly, They can't hold on much longer. If we don't act now, it's all over. Lin Cece cracked her knuckles, eager to act. Finally, I don't have to hide my strength anymore. I really want to see the surprised looks on their faces. Su Shuexin hesitated and asked, Do I need to go too? Bailan shook his head. Just as he was about to step out, his backpack suddenly emitted a cat's meow. Bailan's heart leapt with joy, and he stopped in his tracks, carefully taking out Jean Tong from the backpack. My kitty is about to give birth. I'll leave the outside to you, Xiao Shui. Under Bailan's authority, Su Shuexin, though reluctant, still took her large hammer and went out. With her current beginner-level abilities, smashing a few giant zombies and shadow ghost faces would be a piece of cake. Bailan's only concern was that she might be too fierce and instantly kill the zombies. Before she left, he specifically reminded her to act as if she was struggling and that the battle was tough. Otherwise, when it came time to fight the shadow ghost faces, Zhang He and the others wouldn't stand a chance. If it weren't for Lin Cici's miraculous regeneration ability, Bailan wouldn't have let her go out either. Her strength was about on par with the enhanced giant zombies, and with Zhang He and the others, they could even pull off some impressive combo moves. Helplessly, Bailan could only first help deliver the kittens and then assess the situation. He took Jin Tong out of the pet backpack. The cat had its eyes closed, moaning continuously. Its slender body had already swelled into a big belly. Lin Cici was puzzled. She had seen Jin Tong yesterday, still small and agile. How did its belly grow so big overnight? Could it be that abilities allowed them to reproduce quickly? Bailan, who made Jin Tong's belly big. Bailan didn't understand Lin Cici's meaning and answered directly. I did. Lin Cici watched Bailan gently rub Jin Tong's belly and couldn't help but imagine the scene in her mind. Jin Tong is just a cute cat. How could you do such a thing? No, Bailan isn't that kind of person. No matter how desperate he is, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that Jin Tong developed human-like abilities, turned into a cat girl, and then… Ha ha ha. Lin Cici let out a silly laugh, but quickly realized she was overthinking. She patted the cat's head and decided to trust Bailan. There must be some misunderstanding here. Oh, right. There were also the 3 brothers from the Liu family. We did it together. Without their help, I couldn't have managed it alone, Bailan added after some thought. What? You all worked together to make Jin Tong's belly big? Lin Cici covered her mouth in shock. Bailan nodded. Yes, it was Jin Tong's first time, and I didn't have experience, so I had to ask them to help. First time? No experience, work together. Lin Cici was so shocked. In the previous life, Bailan had heard that the giant panda almost died from the pain during its first attempt at forging equipment. A group of forging experts nearby couldn't understand why the panda was crying out in pain. Fortunately, there was a healing scholar present who determined that the cries were caused by pain. However, the forging experts scolded her, saying, "How could a beast feel intense pain? Don't you know that beasts have a vague sense of pain?" One expert even questioned her, "Do you understand forging, or do I?" In the end, no one could come up with a solution. As the panda was on the verge of collapse, the city lord decided to take a chance and let the scholar try healing it. Unexpectedly, the treatment worked immediately. The green light released by the scholar alleviated the panda's pain, and its breathing gradually stabilized. Eventually, it successfully forged an extraordinary blade. The embarrassed forging experts left in disgrace, and the incident became a joke told over drinks. Only then did people realize that beasts weren't immune to pain, they just hadn't experienced pain deep enough. But now Lin Cici clearly misunderstood. She wanted to help Jin Tong, but didn't want to fuel Bailan's arrogance. She forced herself to say, "I can't help. Even if order collapses now, you can't be so irresponsible. Don't worry, I'll take care of the kittens Jin Tong gives birth to." Bailan looked at her in confusion, staring at her like she was a fool. After a long pause, he finally responded, "What are you thinking? This is Jin Tong's special ability, gold swallowing, to create equipment. It's not an ordinary cat, it's a beast." Lin Cici touched her head and smiled awkwardly. Luckily, Su Xuexin didn't see this, or she'd be laughed at for a lifetime. Green light shimmered as Lin Cici lowered her head to release miracle regeneration. Relieving pain wasn't difficult for her, and her mental strength was sufficient to support Jin Tong until it produced the equipment. Bailan, inexperienced, couldn't figure out how Jin Tong would create the equipment. Would it pull it out? Spit it out? Or would it require surgery? Meow. Before he could think further, Jin Tong's body began to swell after the pain subsided, growing larger and larger until it was as big as a barrel. Something inside seemed to be moving, climbing upward. So it really is going to spit it out? Bailan guessed. Sure enough, a lump of earth wrapped in supernatural energy was spat out from Jin Tong's mouth. Afterward, Jin Tong seemed to be completely drained of energy, quickly shrinking back to its original kitten size and falling into a deep sleep. Bailon sighed, took a box of spicy sour gummy candies from his backpack, and placed it next to Jintong. It really went through a lot. Before Blue Star is fully transformed, anything related to supernatural powers is a gamble. If it weren't for Lin Cece this time, Jintong might not have survived. Seeing the portable small shield within the lump of earth, Bailan's mood improved. The system showed that the shield's actual effectiveness had increased. It could now be used 5 times instead of 3. With the small shield, Bailan wasn't afraid of the shadowy figure anymore. Even a missile to the face wouldn't faze him. After obtaining the portable shield, he felt relieved. But to guard against any tricks from the shadowy figure, he decided to stick to the original plan and let Zhang and the other 3 attract the shadowy figure's attention while he stayed in the rear for safety. After all, the shadowy figure had killed him many times in simulations, so the more cautious he was, the better. I'll go check the situation outside. Take good care of Jintong, Bailan said as he put away the small shield and walked out the door, his back to Lin Cece. Lin Cece nodded, stroking Jintong's relaxed little belly, unable to resist muttering. Your owner is such a jerk, he got your belly big and now wants to run after he's done. Only my sister is reliable. She has always stayed with you, helping to ease your pain. When you wake up, ignore him and come with me. As she spoke, she began to fulfill her promise from last night, frantically touching the golden eyes. She couldn't touch it while it was awake, so now, while it was unconscious, she indulged herself. The gray-white fur was still soft, but the once tender flesh had turned into flab, and the skin was all wrinkled, making the texture much less pleasant. This made Lin Cece feel a bit sad. As Bailan stepped out the door, he saw the corpses of 2 giant zombies lying on the ground, brutally killed and smashed into a pulp by a powerful force. The only one still alive was the ghost scout, looking almost dead, barely holding on with sheer willpower. It was desperately crawling, trying to report what had just happened to its master, the shadowless ghost face. It knew that the demonic woman might ruin its master's plans and even threaten his life. As the most loyal servant, it had to deliver this message. Beast! Die! Zhang He charged forward, aiming his rifle at the ghost scout's head and firing wildly. Before Bailan could react, the battle was over. He thought to himself, did I miss an episode? Where was the intense fight? How did it end so quickly? Seeing Bailan, Mule ran over anxiously. Bailan, is that girl who can heal injuries inside? Old He hurt his leg and needs her help. Yes, she's inside. Go ahead. Bailan pointed to the house and lifted the door. After the crisis was resolved, Zhang He put away his rifle and walked over with a serious expression. I underestimated you all. If it weren't for that girl, Old He might have died at the hands of that green-skinned zombie. Bailan sighed deeply in his heart, but still responded enthusiastically. I'm glad we could help, Captain Zhang. We'll need your leadership for what's next. Zhang He nodded in satisfaction and walked straight toward Old He, with Bailan following behind. Bailan couldn't understand why Zhang He didn't speak directly to Su Xuexin. After all, he was always the hot-blooded and impulsive young man. Could it be that his acting had given him away? Old He's injury wasn't too severe. His thigh had been pierced by the ghost scout. After emergency treatment, the bleeding had stopped, and once Lin Cece came out, the wound would heal within 3 minutes. When Su Xuexin saw Bailan following closely behind, her face darkened, and she could barely hold her large hammer steady. She had only lightly struck the giant zombie, but who would have thought it was so fragile, collapsing instantly and unable to get back up, like an old man pretending to fall for compensation. The damage was done, and there was no point in blaming anyone. Bailan lightly tapped her forehead as a punishment, and Su Xuexin covered her forehead with a wronged expression, making Bailan look like the bad guy. Thank you. It seems the situation on the 2nd floor earlier wasn't just a coincidence, Old He said, panting and grateful. It wasn't just Old He. Zhang He and Mule also thought that Su Xuexin wielding a hammer taller than herself was just for show. They never expected it to be so heavy, especially after seeing how brutally the giant zombie was smashed. It's nothing, Su Xuexin replied shyly. The atmosphere fell silent again. Not long after, Lin Cece came out, and with her help, Old He finally managed to regain some mobility. Now, the final step of the mission was to find the old General Yin Siming, whether he was alive or dead, and confirm his status. Room 6 was easy to find. As a VIP ward, it was located at the end of the 12th floor corridor. For convenience, there were 2 nurse stations on the nearby floors. Having money is great. Just press a bell, and a nurse will appear immediately. Zhang He, with a cigarette in his mouth, instructed, after entering the room, if the old commander is still alive, rest for 10 minutes. Then slowly retrace your steps. If he's dead, we'll directly lower the rope and return to the temporary base to report. Understood, the group responded in unison. In truth, everyone knew deep down that surviving in this hospital, a zombie-infested zone, was nearly impossible, especially since the old commander was immobile. Yin Yi was unwilling to give up, and with the sudden significant decrease in the number of zombies in this area, the higher-ups approved sending a small team to carry out the mission. After walking for a short while, the group arrived at the door of Ward 6. The door seemed to be blocked. Mule tried to ram it open for a long time, but failed. The door must be barricaded from the inside with something heavy. Mule, use explosives to blow it open. Got it. Mule crouched down and took out some C4 from his backpack. Bailon frowned deeply. They really thought the old commander was dead. Never mind whether the sound of the explosion would attract more zombies. If the old commander's bed was near the door, even if he wasn't blown to bits, he'd be seriously injured by the flying debris. It seemed Yin Yi was right. They weren't here to save him, just to complete the mission. Officer Luo, let Xiao Shui handle it. Her sledgehammer can be used as a battering ram, and it's much quieter than C4, Bailon calmly suggested, grabbing Mule's hand. Mule glanced at Zhang He, and after receiving his approval, he grinned. Classmate by his right. Using C4 would be overkill. He put the C4 back into his backpack, stood up, and gave Su Xuexin a thumbs up. It's all on you, Xiao Shui. Su Xuexin was speechless. Since she could no longer play the role of a delicate girl, she might as well go all out. At most, she'd find a place to bury these 3 later, and no one would ever know what she'd done. She raised her sledgehammer, let out a delicate shout, and with a familiar rhythm of 80 hammer strikes, the door collapsed with a loud crash. The door was open. Mission accomplished. Su Xuexin pretended to wipe her forehead as if she were sweating, then carried her sledgehammer to the back of the group. Her actions left the 3 men dumbfounded once again. Clearly, they had underestimated her. As the dust settled, an old man was lying on the bed by the window, leaning weakly against the pillow. He turned his head and murmured, "You're here." Zhang He and the others froze. The old man on the bed was none other than the old commander, Yin Siming. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly 3 days, yet he was still holding on. Salute. Reporting to the commander, we are the Sword of Justice Special Forces from the military district, here to carry out a rescue mission. Zhang He and his team stood at attention, their expressions serious, their military posture impeccable. Yin Siming shook his head, his voice slow. I am not the person you say I am. Zhang He was baffled. It was well known in the military that the old commander had an eccentric personality and often spoke in riddles. Yet, many things had unfolded just as he had predicted. Then who are you? Laoi couldn't help but ask. It's you. Yin Siming pointed forward. Mule was stunned for a moment, realizing he was being pointed at. Me? You mean me? Don't you, old commander? Bailon, shedding her earlier fervor, now looked coldly at Yin Siming, her gaze fixed on him. The system simultaneously scanned and displayed Yin Siming's basic information. Name, Yin Siming. Gender, male. Ability, clairvoyance grade A. Bailan's heart tightened. Clairvoyance was a common ability, but most were graded C or D. Grade A was extremely rare. In her previous life, the only grade A clairvoyant appeared in the United States, known as the All-Seeing Eye, with unparalleled combat power. Bailon had never heard of someone named Yin Siming. A level superhuman. How could he be so low-key and unknown? The only possibility is that he died in the early days of the apocalypse, died in this very hospital room. Yin Siming showed a kind smile, nodded, and smiled reassuringly, like a loving grandfather. But Bailon dared not relax. His eyes narrowed, trying to find a flaw in him. He was just a student at Y University, with decent family conditions, parents, everything quite ordinary. His parents were ordinary people too, running a small business, completely unrelated to the military. When the apocalypse broke out, they turned into zombies. both theoretically and in reality. He shouldn't have any connection with this old man in front of him. Yet the old man acted like a familiar elder, even an old friend, saying, "You're here," in a tone that was both kind and slightly strange. Bailon was at a loss and could only ask directly, "Do you know me?" "No, I don't." "Then what did you mean by what you just said?" Bailon's tone changed, carrying a hint of anger. "Young man, don't be so aggressive. I just calculated that someone would come." Yin Siming stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "Then you should have said that to Captain Zhang, right?" "No, it was you. Without you, they wouldn't have made it here at all." Yin Siming pointed firmly at Bailon. Bailon fell silent. He had never believed in fate before, nor in predicting the future. But facing the old man's clear eyes, as if everything had been seen through, he vaguely felt that if God truly had eyes, they would probably look at people like this. Not only Bailon, but Zhang and the other three were also completely baffled. If it weren't for Su Shuexin, they might have believed it a little. But Bailon, in their eyes, he was just a passionate student, shouting slogans more than anything, but actually timid. His only impressive feat might be managing to win over Lin Cixi and Su Shuexin, those two girls. But Lin Cixi and Su Shuexin were different. They knew Bailan's abilities best. Now, they were both terrified, with countless questions in their hearts. What worried them even more was that both Bailon and Yin Siming seemed like mysteries, offering no explanations at all. After a long time, Bailon, still puzzled, asked, "How do you know that without me, they wouldn't have made it?" Yin Siming smiled, stroked his beard, and sat up straight. "Do you believe in fate?" Bailon shook his head. If he believed in fate, he would have resigned himself to death long ago. Why fight so hard? "I don't believe in it either." When Yin Siming said this, everyone was speechless. But then he suddenly became serious. "However, you changed my fate." "What do you mean?" Bailon thought about his rebirth and how it had indeed affected many people. His roommate Lu Zhiliang, Lin Cixi, Su Shuexin, the survivors at Watermark Supermarket, the singer Yin Yi, and now Yin Siming. Fate, that elusive thing, you might not believe in it, but sometimes it undeniably exists. What Bailon wanted to know most now was why. Yin Siming calculated for a long time, his expression shifting between joy and sorrow, and finally shook his head. "I can't figure it out. You are a variable in the entire world, no, in the entire universe." "Variable?" Bailon repeated, wanting to hear more. "Yes. Have you heard of the Laplace's demon in physics?" Bailon nodded. He knew it was a concept that could predict the past and future, but was later overturned by quantum mechanics. "Good." Yin Siming's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "The significance of Laplace's demon is to prove that everything in the universe is predetermined, that the past and future are already set." Almost all scholars in the past supported determinism, the most famous being Einstein. But it was overturned, Bailon interrupted. "Yes, Laplace's demon was overturned, but not by quantum mechanics." Yin Siming didn't finish his sentence but stared intently at Bailon, as if hinting at the answer. Bailon froze, his hand trembling slightly as he pointed to himself. "Are you saying it's me?" "Yes." "How do you know? Do you have clairvoyance?" "Clairvoyance." Yin Siming nodded, confirming Bailon's guess. "This old man saw it, but that's all I could see." Bailon calmed down for a moment but didn't know what to say. The shadowy figure had once given him headaches, but he overcame it through effort. The Dongfang and Feng families had deep backgrounds and produced many heroes, yet he was confident he could win. But Yin Siming's words left him inexplicably powerless, as if he were just an important chess piece on the board, while the opponent behind the scenes was using him to overturn a predetermined losing situation. Bailon didn't know who that opponent was, perhaps an epic-level powerhouse, or even stronger. But the feeling of being manipulated like this made him extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to break free, to grow stronger, to leap off the chessboard and deliver a heavy blow to his opponent. Commander Yin, can we find a safer place to talk?" Zhang He finally spoke up after seeing the two fall silent. Old He and Mule nodded vigorously. Who would want to chat in such a dangerous place? Zombies could appear in the hospital at any moment. Haha. Sorry, you all go complete your mission. Don't mind this old man's ramblings," Yin Siming said as he lay back on the bed. Bailon still had many questions, but he had no leads for now. He could only sit beside, Yin Siming, and absorb the power of time. He had to take advantage of what he could. Detected a level ability, clairvoyance. Absorb power of time. Absorb. Absorption successful. Power of time plus 8,000. Current remaining, 9250. In an instant, Bailan's previous frustration vanished, and he felt extremely refreshed. Zhang He carefully placed Yin Siming in a wheelchair and pushed him in front of Bailan. The old commander is in your hands now. The three of us will clear the way. Mule and Old He gave him a thumbs up, meaning they were counting on him. Bailan reluctantly took over, clearly sensing their dissatisfaction with the old commander's earlier comment that they were useless and couldn't have made it without Bailan. Su Shuexin took a box of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed them to Yin Siming. She also took the blanket from the bed and draped it over his legs. Yin Siming gave a warm smile. Thank you, young lady. You're so thoughtful. Whoever marries you in the future will be very lucky. And no. Su Shuexin blushed and lowered her head, replying softly. Just as the group was about to retreat, a figure wearing a white mask, its form flickering in and out of sight, blocked their path. The shadowless ghost mask. Bailan's heart surged with excitement. This guy had finally appeared. If he hadn't shown up soon, Bailan was ready to knock on his door. Zhang He and the others had grown smarter. No matter how strong the opponent was, they opened fire first. Rat-tat-tat. Rifle fire intertwined, but the shadowless ghost mask remained motionless. A low, indistinct voice came from behind the mask. The sound didn't come from their ears, but resonated directly in their minds. Vague and incomprehensible. The general meaning is, "Who killed my men?" Bailan pointed at Zhang and his group without hesitation and said, "It was them." Of course, Bailan used their language. As a beast tamer, mastering foreign languages is a basic skill. When the bullets ran out and Mule was reloading, he asked, "What did it just say?" "No idea. The view here is good. I'm ready to use the sniper rifle to give it a taste of its own medicine." The shadow ghost face didn't hear any response from the others and chose to believe Bailan's words. And indeed, Zhang had shot and killed its scout. It stirred up the dust, revealing its full form, holding a faintly glowing magic orb in its hand. "You can die quietly, but as for the others, I will extract their souls." Bailan secretly admired it. This ghost face had quite a temper. It was indeed a king-level alien god. "What the hell is it saying? Can you speak Chinese?" Mule was getting anxious. Old He couldn't help but laugh. "With your English skills, even if this zombie were foreign, you wouldn't understand it." "Bah, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" "All right, keep your distance. Xiao Ben, get ready to shoot." Zhang ordered sternly. "Understood." The group spread out, and a single bang was heard. The sniper bullet hit the shadow ghost face precisely. Unlike a rifle, the sniper bullet pierced through its body, causing damage. Roar. The shadow ghost face roared in fury, black blood flowing from its wound. Its prey dared to harm it, and actually succeeded. An attack without supernatural powers managed to injure it. The anger didn't make it lose its rationality. Instead, it quickly moved away from the window. The shadow ghost face was extremely sensitive to supernatural attacks. Their bodies flickered in and out of visibility, hiding in the darkness, significantly reducing the damage from most supernatural attacks. This was their innate ability and the source of their confidence. With their phasing ability, they had become one of the most powerful alien gods on Earth. But now, the sniper rifle, a weapon without supernatural powers, was fast and hard to track, so it suffered greatly. It hasn't discovered Xiao Ben's shooting position. The next shot will force it into the dead end of the corridor. Bailan, you three take the opportunity to enter the corridor. Zhang decisively ordered. Bang! The shadow ghost face was hit again. Enduring the pain, it changed its position and moved to the dead end of the corridor. It was safe here, no windows could see it. Bailan pushed the cart, leading two girls toward the staircase. Mule, get ready to attack it with grenades. Old He shouted while retreating with a limp. Mule didn't hesitate. The enemy was too difficult to deal with. The sniper rifle couldn't kill it, and only grenades had a chance. He pulled the safety pin, and a grenade landed precisely at the feet of the shadow ghost face. The white mask of the shadow ghost face showed confusion. Was it necessary to attack without supernatural powers? However, it quickly got its answer. Boom. The loud explosion caused everyone's ears to ring, and the flying dust obscured their vision. Zhang was the first to recover, turning to activate the thermal imaging. It's not dead, still alive. Mule, stop throwing. What? The ringing in Mule's ears made him unable to hear clearly. His face was full of terror as he pointed forward. Before he could react, a black shadow rushed toward Old He at the front. Squelch. The magic orb in the shadow ghost face's hand turned into a spike, piercing through Old He's chest, blood splattering across the floor. Old He. Mule roared in anger, raising his rifle to fire. Xiao Ben, take it down. Zhang screamed hysterically. Bang! The shadowless ghost mask was hit by another bullet, adding to its wounds, but it no longer cared. Black blood dripped down, and cracks appeared on its white mask. In the distance, Xiaobin gritted his teeth and fired several shots. Lao He was their brother, closer than blood, and seeing him fall was something no one could accept. But the shadowless ghost mask paid no attention to their feelings. Its rage had reached its peak. Mere humans had made it so miserable. If not for the restrictions of heaven and earth preventing it from using its abilities, the earlier explosion wouldn't have harmed it at all. Still, it wanted to kill them to vent its anger. With its strength as a 9-star beginner-level ability user, as long as it moved quickly, neither explosions nor gunfire could hit it. And indeed, once it started moving, Xiaobin's sniper rifle couldn't land a single shot. Die? Die. Mule fired madly, bullets raining down. One slash. The shadowless ghost mask didn't finish Mule off in one strike. It wanted to toy with them. Simply killing their bodies wasn't enough. It wanted to torment their souls. Zhang He gritted his teeth, holding back his fury. The monster was too fast. They couldn't retreat. And Lao He's death had to be avenged. Mule, you're hurt. Retreat now. No, I can't retreat. I want to kill it. Kill it. Another slash. The shadowless ghost mask viciously cut into Mule's thigh, causing him to kneel in pain, but his gunfire didn't stop. He clenched his teeth, enduring. She was afraid that if she moved too slowly, Bailan would call her back. She had a good impression of Old He, especially when he desperately protected her during the attack by the night demon on the 3rd floor. Now that Old He had died right in front of her, she was determined to avenge him. Bailan watched the two of them charge forward without stopping them, simply pushing his wheelchair closer to the window to quietly observe their battle. Aren't you going to help? Yen Siming scratched his head and asked. They can handle it. What about earlier? Bailan didn't answer directly but asked in return, are you angry? Yen Siming thought for a moment and nodded. But I think you must have had your reasons for doing so. Bailan smiled. Can't your heavenly eye see why? Come on, don't joke with me. My ability isn't that powerful. True. Yen Siming pondered for a while, then looked out the window and asked, what's your name? Bailan. Not bad, good name. The two stopped talking and turned their attention to the battle between the two women. Dust settled, and the shadowless ghost face suddenly emerged. The earlier explosion clearly hadn't caused it much harm, but the golden triangular mark on its white mask was no longer as bright as before. Damned humans, I will make you suffer forever. Shadowless ghost face growled lowly. Lin Cici's shield was already deployed, and the activated beast core greatly enhanced its defense. Xiao Xue, what's it saying? I don't know, but it looks very angry. Furious, Lin Cici extended her hand and made a friendly gesture with her shield toward the shadowless ghost face. The shadowless ghost face couldn't understand it, but its anger burned even hotter, more intense than when it was blasted by the grenade earlier. Die! The shadowless ghost face lunged forward with its spike, aiming to quickly kill a few people and then torment their souls. But Su Xuexin and Lin Cici were no ordinary people. Although the shadowless ghost face moved quickly, they could still see its movements clearly. I'll handle this. Su Xuexin didn't dodge, raising her massive hammer and smashing it down with force. The difference in strength was evident as soon as the weapons collided. A tremendous force sent the shadowless ghost face flying out of the window, far away. Ugh! The shadowless ghost face barely stabilized itself, but black blood churned inside its body, forcing it to spew out. The expression on its white mask looked extremely disheveled. If it weren't for its talent for virtualization, which significantly reduced physical damage, that hammer would have killed it. 3 times. This was the 3rd time. It had underestimated these humans, who were like ants, and they had managed to injure it so severely. It was a noble-blooded alien god. Among the younger generation of its race, it was almost invincible. This time, it had only come to this new planet to collect dead souls. Although its power was suppressed to the 9-star beginner level, the humans on this planet had just awakened their abilities and were treated as food. There was no way they could be that capable. Yet, it had suffered repeated setbacks, almost killed by these natives. If word got back to its race, it would lose all face. Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to get serious now. The golden triangular mark on the white mask of the shadowless ghost face lit up again, and the shattered spike reformed. At this moment, it unleashed its full 9-star beginner level power. With a whoosh, it shot forward, heading straight for Su Xuexin. Xiao Xue, watch out. Lin Cixi sensed danger and quickly warned her. It's fine, it's weak. It can't beat me. Su Xuexin confidently raised her massive hammer, ready to counterattack. Just as the spike was about to hit the hammer, Shadowless Ghostface revealed a ferocious smile. The spike suddenly retracted into the magic orb and sidestepped, brushing past Su Xuexin. Boom! Su Xuexin's hammer struck empty air. Shadowless Ghostface didn't stop taking advantage of the hammer's swing not yet returning. It reformed the spike and aimed for the back of Su Xuexin's head. Ding! At the critical moment, Lin Cixi blocked the strike with her shield. But her strength was only at apprentice 8-star level, and she couldn't withstand Shadowless Ghostface's full-force attack. Get away! Su Xuexin turned her head and swung her hammer, forcing Shadowless Ghostface, who was preparing to deliver a finishing blow, to retreat. Lin Cixi, having taken the hit head-on, fell to the ground, her hands trembling, her blood surging. Her high ponytail came undone, and she gritted her teeth, trying to stand up. This strike caused significant damage to Lin Cixi. Fortunately, Shadowless Ghostface didn't rely on brute force otherwise. This blow could have shattered her internal organs. Cixi, don't push yourself. Leave the rest to me. Tears welled up in Su Xuexin's eyes. She couldn't bear to see her loved ones hurt in front of her. Her anger triggered her potential, and black light flickered around her. Unlike the previous time with the zombie hero, this time the black light was deeper in color. Bailan was shocked and blurted out, "Blacklight Overlord body. How could this be possible?" Su Xuexin had broken the world's rules and awakened her exclusive combat skill. Bailan knew she had learned her exclusive combat skill through the simulation system. But how could Su Xuexin awaken her so quickly? Last time, it had taken her at least 2 weeks. Most ability users awakened their exclusive combat skills about a month after the apocalypse began. Those with exceptional talent might do so a week or 2 earlier, but that was the limit. No one had ever heard of someone awakening their exclusive combat skill within the first 3 days of the apocalypse, which left Bailan utterly shocked. Shadowless Ghostface was highly sensitive to abilities and realized that the native wielding the hammer had just reached a new level of power. But as long as it fought with all its might, its speed would ensure it wouldn't be hit. Die! The spike struck again. Shadowless Ghostface used its usual evasive maneuvers, trying to create a fatal opportunity with its speed. Its figure twisted instantly, eerily dodging the hammer and appearing behind Su Xuexin. But strangely, Su Xuexin's hammer didn't strike down, it stopped mid-air. "You've fallen for it," Su Xuexin shouted, suddenly turning and delivering an uppercut with her hammer. Bang! Shadowless Ghostface was smashed into the hospital's reinforced concrete, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Bailan couldn't help but quip, "Sure enough, where there's smoke, there's no injury." Indeed, Shadowless Ghostface emerged from the dust with a grim expression. If looks could kill, it would have killed Su Xuexin countless times by now. Phasing. If it weren't for its ability to forcibly activate its soul skill, it would have been smashed to death by that hammer. Even so, the force reduction from the hammer's heavy blow was still hard for it to endure. If this dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Again, Su Xuexin's black light flickered as she raised her hammer for another strike. Phasing. Shadowless Ghostface gripped the magic orb tightly, its white mask expressionless, resembling a smooth, terrifying mask. Even stranger, Su Xuexin's hammer passed directly through Shadowless Ghostface and struck the ground. Shadowless Ghostface didn't move, but phased through Su Xuexin, appearing behind her. The mask's expression reappeared, and the spike aimed at the back of her head. Die! Shadowless ghost face growled, its mind conjuring countless torturous methods, vowing to make this native suffer a fate worse than death. But just as the spike was about to pierce, its body tilted, and the strike missed. Something was wrong. The shadowless ghost mask keenly realized that it wasn't a mistake in its own movements, but rather that the spike had been deflected by something. Missing the perfect opportunity, Su Shueshin turned and swung her hammer again, forcing the shadowless ghost mask to retreat and avoid the attack. "Who is it?" The shadowless ghost mask growled angrily, its mask contorted in frustration, no longer maintaining its previous composure. It focused intently and detected a strong surge of supernatural energy earlier, but couldn't pinpoint its source. "Impressive," Yin Siming said slowly. "You saw it clearly?" Bailon asked, puzzled. He now had a new understanding of the heavenly eye. No. Specifically, Yin Siming's heavenly eye. It felt like the eye of a god. "I saw it clearly. This should be your ability," Yin Siming replied with a smile. Bailon continued to ask, "Then can you act?" Yin Siming burst into laughter. "This old body of mine." "Of course not, young friend." His words seemed like an answer, but revealed nothing. Bailon looked at him sitting in the wheelchair and couldn't help but marvel at this pinnacle of meaningless rhetoric. It was clear that Bailon had intervened in the shadowless ghost mask's attack earlier. Controlling both Su Shueshin and the shadowless ghost mask was extremely challenging, and just using remote power to deflect the spike had consumed a third of his mental energy. It was evident that the stronger the supernatural being, the harder it was to control, and sometimes a single misstep could backfire. Su Shueshin didn't seem to notice the change in the shadowless ghost mask's mindset. She was no longer passive and took the initiative to attack with her hammer. The blacklight body enhancement greatly increased her speed, compensating for her lack of mobility. However, as long as the shadowless ghost mask dodged, she couldn't land a hit no matter how much mental energy she expended. Die! The shadowless ghost mask once again turned incorporeal, seizing the opportunity to thrust its spike. This time, it was extra cautious, ensuring there were no supernatural disturbances around before striking, exercising the utmost vigilance. Yet, the spike still missed its mark. Who's toying with me? Show yourself." The shadowless ghost mask roared in fury, retreating dozens of steps. The surroundings were filled with traces of supernatural energy, but the source remained elusive. "Show yourself. Show yourself." The shadowless ghost mask completely lost its composure, while the shadowless ghost mask raised its hands, gathering a destructive power capable of annihilating everything. Bailon was powerless to stop it. Even if he gave his all, he could only choose to flee. Su Shueshin's face showed an expression of despair. She could feel the explosive energy ahead, knowing it was not something she could resolve by swinging her hammer. But she couldn't retreat. Otherwise, not only she but Lin Cece, who was lying on the ground, would also die. She swore she would never allow anyone else to die unless they wanted to step over her corpse. "Die? Die? After killing you all, I will never come to this wretched planet again." The shadowless ghost mask roared, regaining some rationality as its power returned. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. "Come on, try to ambush me again. Do you have the ability to nullify this move?" It shouted hysterically, venting its inner rage. "Die!" A figure suddenly appeared beside Su Shueshin. A bag of elephant brand salt was thrown over. The shadowless ghost mask glanced at it disdainfully, not even bothering to dodge. "If you want to die, then die together." It sneered hideously, but the next second, its smile froze. The salt scattered, falling onto its void like shadow. The sensation was like being splashed with acid, sizzling and hissing as black blood began to ooze from the shadow. The once earth-shattering energy instantly disappeared, and the shadowless ghost mask screamed repeatedly. The salt directly burned its soul. At its peak, it could rely on complete virtualization to evade, but after sacrificing its soul, it had lost that ability. The remaining soul rapidly shrank under the burning. "Xiaoxua, don't stop." Lin Cece's voice came through, and Su Shueshin's gaze became even more resolute, black lights swirling around her body. 80. With a loud bang, The shadowless ghost mask didn't even have time to groan before being smashed into a pool of black blood. Dust filled the air, and as the smoke cleared, the scene was left with nothing but black blood and ashes, along with a single white mask. The two women hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's warmth, and burst into tears. In the distance, Bailon let out a sigh of relief and said faintly, "Turns out salt was the key after all." The battle was over, and the shadowless ghost mask had finally died at the hands of the two women, unable to unleash the ultimate move it had been preparing for so long. Bailon walked over to the two women and handed each of them a beast core to help restore their mental energy. Now that the shadowless ghost mask was dead, his strength was mostly preserved. Once Su Shueishin recovered, they could go upstairs to retrieve the spatial bracelet. As for the shadowy figure, if it dared to appear again, Bailon would personally kill it. As Su Shueishin recovered halfway, she suddenly asked, "Bailon, was it you who saved me just now?" Bailon shook his head. No, it was Lin Cece. At the critical moment, she threw the salt and burned away the shadowless ghost mask's soul. I mean, earlier there were several times when that monster could have killed me, but for some reason, it never did. Su Shueishin thought carefully, then looked up at Bailon. And at the end, it seemed to go crazy. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could feel it was very angry. Bailon was slightly taken aback. A woman's intuition was indeed sharp. I helped, but most of it was thanks to the two of you. What surprised me even more was that you awakened the black light overlord body. Su Shueishin froze, black light flickering around her under the control of her mental energy. She murmured, "So this is called the black light overlord body?" "Yes, it can greatly enhance speed and strength. The more black light surrounds you, the stronger your power. But when did you learn it?" Su Shueishin tapped her head and thought carefully. "I think it was last night. I saw the zombie hero constantly attacking my companions behind me with ranged attacks. I got so angry, and then it appeared. Although I couldn't control it yesterday, just now, when I got angry, I used it again, and this time I completely mastered it. Next time I fight monsters, I can use it whenever I want." Bailon nodded expressionlessly, but he felt a bit bitter inside. This damn talent, it's totally the standard setup for a protagonist. Leveling up out of anger, getting stronger instead of dying, fighting evenly with opponents of the same level, and even challenging those above their level. If he had this ability in his past life, he would have surpassed the epic level long ago. Su Shueishin lowered her head and smiled slightly, continuing, "I just don't like seeing people get hurt, especially because of me. When others get hurt for me, it hurts me more than if I were hurt myself. I want to protect everyone, protect Cece, protect those who are important to me." As she said this, Su Shueishin's face turned slightly red. She sneaked a glance at Bailon and said in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, "Including you." Seeing her expression, Bailon was momentarily at a loss. As someone who had been through this before, he knew exactly what this meant. In his previous life, when he confessed to his wife, Dongfang Jing, she had looked at him the same way. The hardest thing to bear is deep affection from a beauty. Bailon knew what he was burdened with in this life. He couldn't accept feelings, couldn't afford any extra attachments. What he had to do was to annihilate the Dongfang family and the Feng family, to avenge the blood feud of his past life. His face was cold and emotionless, his tone full of indifference. Su Shueishin looked a bit disappointed, but it was fleeting. She smiled at Bailon and continued to recover her mental energy. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, after Lin Cece had mostly recovered, she used miracle regeneration to treat Zhang He. Zhang He didn't wake up, not because his injuries were severe, but because he had witnessed the deaths of Mule and old He with his own eyes. His heart was deeply traumatized, and he was unwilling to wake up. Lin Cece said that external wounds are easy to heal, but the wounds in the heart are much harder to mend. Bailon could hear the reproach in her words, feeling that she blamed him for not stepping in to save them when he could have. Bailon didn't explain. Afterward, Yin Siming asked some questions about the beast core when he saw it. Bailon didn't hide anything and explained the situation with the beast core in detail. He thought Yin Siming was very useful and planned to recruit him into his team in the future. Since these things would be revealed sooner or later, there was no need to keep them secret. Everyone had recovered their energy quite well. Lan gave instructions. Lin Cixi, you take Commander Yin and Zhang He back first. Su Xuexin and I still need to go to the 15th floor. Lin Cixi nodded but muttered, you call me to fight, but you go treasure hunting by yourselves. So unfair. After complaining, she slung her golden-eyed backpack over her shoulder, pushed the cart, and carried Zhang He away without looking back. The journey from the 12th to the 15th floor was very quiet. There wasn't even a single zombie, as if the shadow ghost face had cleaned everything up thoroughly. Lan remembered that during the simulation, he had found the spatial bracelet in a room on the 15th floor. At that time, the shadowy figure had suddenly appeared and almost killed him. However, the condition for the shadowy figure's appearance shouldn't be the spatial bracelet, it must be triggered by something else. Now that he had the portable small shield, Lan actually hoped the shadowy figure wouldn't keep hiding. Constantly launching sneak attacks from the shadows was the most troublesome thing. He also really wanted to figure out where the shadowy figure was hiding. After experiencing failure once, Lan would scan his surroundings with his mental power every time he entered the hospital, but he never found any superhumans. So, after obtaining the spatial bracelet, he decided to deliberately expose a major flaw to lure the shadowy figure into appearing. 15th floor with many large rooms, Lan decided to split up with Su Xuexin. The shadowy figure's target had always been him, so there was no need to worry about Su Xuexin's safety. After briefly describing the appearance of the spatial bracelet, the two separated. The layout of the 15th floor was somewhat different from the previous floors, with more leadership offices and only a few patient rooms. The Wuyin ghost face seemed particularly meticulous about cleanliness, having cleaned all the tables, chairs, stools, and cabinets, leaving only some medical books behind. It was evident that the Wuyin ghost face enjoyed learning. Lan had seen such things many times before. Humans could learn the languages and skills of other races, understand their history, and the same applied to alien gods, sometimes even more so. Lan remembered that the Wuyin Ghost Face clan particularly loved studying the ancient dynasties of the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in the development and systems of successive dynasties, even capturing many human women to explain it to them. However, most of those women had only watched palace drama series and had no interest in actual history, though the Wuyin Ghost Face listened with great enthusiasm. The women who returned said that at the time, tens of thousands of Wuyin Ghost Face clan members surrounded them, listening one after another for an entire week. When the story reached an exciting part, even the Wuyin Ghost Emperor stood up and applauded, the overwhelming atmosphere almost making the women cry. Later, the Wuyin Ghost Face clan evacuated Blue Star overnight and returned to their otherworldly realm to focus on building their palace and establishing their feudal system. The Wuyin ghost face that had just died hadn't reached the king level yet, but the golden mark on his white mask matched the standards of a king-level Wuyin ghost face from Lan's previous life. While searching, Lan suddenly heard Su Xuexin scream. He immediately activated Time Zero, propelling himself forward and rushing into Su Xuexin's room. His heart tightened. Could it be that the shadowy figure had targeted Su Xuexin? Moving at lightning speed, Lan didn't sense anyone else. The room contained only Su Xuexin. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? He burst through the door with his blade. Su Xuexin was kneeling on the ground, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes filled with terror, clearly frightened by the scene before her. Following her gaze, Lan saw a lifeless magic array in the center. It was a resentment array. Lan immediately recognized the infamous magic array, undoubtedly the work of the Wuyin ghost face. The resentment array was well known, used not only by alien gods, but also for zombie rituals. It could cause those who had recently died to leave behind intense resentment, which served as a valuable energy source for zombies and certain alien gods. Thus, after battles or large-scale massacres, there were always people secretly setting up resentment arrays to collect resentment. This practice was deeply resented by humans, alien beasts, and alien gods alike, and any spellcaster found doing so would be eliminated as a priority. The resentment array had a significant impact on the deceased, ranging from trapping their souls to outright destroying them, preventing reincarnation. Its effect on the living was minor, but could cause them to see scenes they would rather not remember. Lan crouched down and asked with concern, Xiao Shui, what did you see? Hearing Bai Lan's voice, Su Shuexin regained some composure and replied with a sobbing tone, I saw my parents die, and I saw my sister when I was little. They all died right next to me. It's all in the past. What you saw was just an illusion created by the magic array. Bai Lan gently patted her head, comforting her softly. He understood that witnessing the death of loved ones was the deepest pain for those who survived. Hearing his comfort, Su Shuexin threw herself into Bai Lan's arms and cried even harder. Time passed quickly, and Su Shuexin's sobs gradually subsided until they finally stopped. Her face was streaked with tears, and as she wiped her eyes with her small hands, her appearance evoked a deep sense of pity. Bai Lan swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He gently pushed Su Shuexin away and walked over to the resentment array. This is a resentment array. It can cause the dead to harbor hatred and make the living feel fear. Bai Lan paused, focused his mental energy, and instantly broke the effect of the array. After handling it, he walked back to Su Shuexin and explained, you just need to use mental energy to condense your abilities and destroy it. Breaking a resentment array isn't difficult, the hard part is not being affected by it. Understand? Su Shuexin obediently nodded, still sniffling after her crying. Good. From now on, don't separate. We'll search the remaining rooms together. All right, I'll follow your lead. Bai Lan stood up and carefully searched the house, but after a thorough sweep, they didn't find the spatial bracelet and had to leave. Setting up a resentment array in a place like a hospital, where there are many deaths and injuries, was indeed a clever tactic. But what did the shadowless ghost faces need resentment for? They didn't require it for their cultivation. Judging by the scale of the array earlier, its influence extended far beyond the hospital, possibly affecting an area within a kilometer radius. Requiring such a large amount of resentment, Bai Lan didn't believe they were merely planning to sell it to the corpse emperor of the otherworld or other alien gods. There had to be a bigger purpose behind it. But with so little information at hand, Bai Lan couldn't make any sense of it and could only continue searching for the spatial bracelet. After walking through 2 rooms, Su Shuexin tugged at Bai Lan's sleeve and cautiously asked, Bai Lan, how do you know so much about zombies? She had been wanting to ask for a long time. It wasn't just her, Lin Cece had also been curious and wanted to figure it out. Abilities, Bai Lan answered succinctly with 2 words. Then, glancing at Su Shuexin, he continued, my ability tells me these things. It not only gives me strength, but also provides basic intelligence about zombies and the invasion of alien gods. Su Shuexin looked surprised and asked in confusion, why doesn't my ability do that? Cece's doesn't seem to either. That's normal. Not all abilities are meant for combat. For example, Commander Yan's heavenly eye can see through everything. Lin Cece's miracle regeneration, and the 3 brothers of the Liu family each control earth, fire, and water. Everyone's abilities are different. My ability can both fight and provide intelligence about the invaders, so it's not surprising that I know these things. Bai Lan spoke with a serious tone, though he was making it up as he went along. However, there were no flaws in his explanation. When it came to the study of abilities, even after 10 years or even 100 years, humans might still not fully understand them. Future scholars of abilities would lose all their hair just to barely create artificial abilities. And even then, the cost was so high that ordinary people couldn't afford them. Not to mention, compared to real abilities, they were simply inferior. It was a case of regretting buying them, but regretting even more if you didn't. So Bai Lan's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable now, and it would have made sense in his previous life as well. Su Shuexin nodded and continued to ask, I heard from Cece that your ability is time control, like slowing down time. Yes, that's correct. Then can it take you back to the past or let you foresee the future? She asked curiously. Bai Lan shook his head lightly. No, no ability can do that. Su Shuexin responded with an oh, lowered her head, and seemed lost in thought. At the door of the last office, Bai Lan's heart surged with excitement. The space bracelet he had been longing for was finally within reach. Once he obtained it, his subsequent plans would go much more smoothly. Let's go, Bai Lan said softly, pushing the door open. The office was nothing special, just a desk, a chair, a few calligraphy paintings and banners hanging on the walls. It was very ordinary. The space bracelet was easy to find. It was in the drawer of the desk. Bai Lan didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, He heightened his focus, staying alert to every sound around him. In the last reality simulation, he had just grabbed the bracelet when he was ambushed and killed by the shadowy figure. Learning from that experience, even though he wasn't afraid of the shadowy figure now, he remained vigilant. He was particularly curious about how the shadowy figure had managed to evade his mental detection. With the current strength of Blue Star, the strongest enemy was no more than a 9-star beginner-level shadow ghost face. He couldn't even imagine an enemy capable of evading his mental power. He spent quite some time in a mental standoff with the air before Su Shuexin couldn't help but ask, "Bailan, is this the treasure you've been looking for?" "Yes." Bailan did not deny it. "Then why haven't you taken it yet? Cici is still waiting for us downstairs." Su Shuexin urged impatiently. "I'm taking it now." Bailan didn't want to delay any longer. Whatever was going to happen would happen. He didn't believe that with his portable shield, the shadowy figure could still take him down in an instant. With that, he reached out and grabbed the space bracelet. At that moment, a strange light flashed from the bracelet. The light emitted by the bracelet signified that it was recognizing its owner. Bailan remained tense, paying attention to every subtle movement around him. At this point, even if a fly flew by, he would swat it immediately. The strange light indicated that without Bailan's permission, no one could forcibly open the bracelet. And with just a thought, Bailan could make the bracelet and everything inside it disappear. In his previous life, when the lucky owner traded with the city lord didn't steal the item and even protected the bracelet. Time passed slowly, and the strange light gradually dimmed. Apart from Su Shuexin, Bailan didn't detect any enemies. Once the recognition process was complete, Bailan put on the bracelet and called Su Shuexin to prepare to leave. Since the shadowy figure hadn't appeared, there was no need to overthink it. With the portable shield, he wasn't afraid. Walking ahead, Bailan was already planning his next steps. He needed to establish a force, and the most important thing was resources. With food and supplies, people would be willing to follow him. Now that he had the space bracelet, collecting resources would be much easier. He was confident that before the military could mobilize, he would have emptied all the granaries and food factories. As long as the military wasn't focusing on a particular area, he would clean it out completely. By then, he could lie in his villa and watch as a steady stream of ability users came to join him. "Is it over?" Su Shuexin suddenly interrupted Bailan, her eyes looking a bit dazed. "It's over," Bailan replied without turning around, though his mind was still calculating his next moves. "If it's over, then try my hammer." Su Shuexin's expression suddenly turned fierce. Black light flickered around her as she swung a massive hammer with a speed too fast to react to. Bailan froze, caught off guard, and unable to respond in time. With a loud crack, a layer of his portable shield shattered. Immediately after, a powerful impact followed, and the shield couldn't hold up. Bailan lost his balance and was slammed into the wall. Cough! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as Bailan's heart trembled in shock. This force was simply too overwhelming. He couldn't withstand such an attack at all. Not far away, Su Shuexin revealed a playful smile. Resting a hammer on her shoulder, she smirked wickedly and said, "Not dead yet?" As expected of the man little Shui fancies. "But how many hits can you take?" Bailan struggled out from the wall, gripping his straight blade tightly and asked, "Who are you? Where's little Shui?" Though he said that, he swept his spiritual energy over her and confirmed without a doubt she was Su Shuexin. But the feeling she gave him had completely changed. From the inside out, everything about her was different. "Mind your own business. Take this hammer." Su Shuexin had no intention of wasting words. She swung her hammer directly at him again. Time 0. Bailan reacted in an instant, drawing his blade from its sheath, aiming at the weak point of the hammer's force. Boom! The hammer struck down. Su Shuexin exposed a sly grin. "You've fallen for it." Immediately, the floor beneath them collapsed. Bailan wanted to seize the chance to counterattack, but he could only retreat repeatedly. Here comes another hammer. Unlike the gentle Su Shuexin from before, this version of her was wild and unruly, exuding primal energy. The hammer in her hand swung with ferocious momentum. Bailan focused all his attention, alternating between activating and deactivating time 0. Each strike of his blade targeted the hammer's weak points. reducing its force by 90%. Su Xuexin, however, wasn't reckless. Every swing of her hammer was measured, leaving no opportunity for Bai Lan to retaliate. After 100 hammer strikes, Su Xuexin finally stopped, pulling back to create distance. She wiped sweat from her brow with her left hand, her face now devoid of its earlier composure. Bai Lan didn't pursue her either. His stamina had taken a significant toll. But through the fight, just now, he realized something. Those omnipresent shadowy figures were none other than the Su Xuexin standing before him. Dressed in a black, midriff-bearing summer top and denim jeans, she appeared seductive, yet her movements were as agile as those shadowy figures. Truly impossible to guard against. Even his own family had become his greatest threat. Why did you ambush me? Where's the Su Xuexin from before? Bai Lan stared at her, speaking slowly. His current goal was to buy time and gather information. His unique combat skill was spiritual clones. Though he had used it earlier, the passive effect of double spiritual recovery was still at work. The longer he could hold out, the better his chances. Su Xuexin, with her high ponytail, swung her arms casually. She was a completely different person now, efficient and commanding, like a female general. With her left shoulder carrying the hammer and her right foot propped on a rock, she was radiating presence. Warm-up's over. Get ready. With that, she kicked the rock aside, her aura surging, and charged forward with her hammer raised. Bai Lan's spirit stirred. This Su Xuexin was just like the terrifying Lady Hades he remembered. She loathed men to the core. Her sanctuary had the highest death toll. She was bold and ferocious. Even strange gods and beasts feared her. The hammer drew closer and closer. Bai Lan moved as well, sticking to his old tactics, using the least amount of force to counter, redirecting strength with precision. Still using the same old tricks? Su Xuexin spat coldly. Bai Lan didn't respond. He unsheathed his blade and activated time zero. Yet strangely, in this domain, Su Xuexin's speed increased instead. Before he could dodge, Su Xuexin's hammer came crashing down. With a crack, his small shield shattered another layer. The immense impact pinned Bai Lan to the ground, leaving him unable to move. Why is this damn turtle shell of yours so tough? Su Xuexin complained, swinging her hammer down at him again. Bai Lan endured the pain, dodging awkwardly to create distance. He sheathed his straight blade, his brows furrowed tightly. The failure of time zero just now was no coincidence. System, query information. Name, Su Xuexin. Gender, female. Ability, divine power awakened LV 23500 12,000. Ability, instant awakened LV 1100 2000. Exclusive combat skill, blacklight overlord body LV 1500 2000. Level, 3-star beginner. Ability, user a dual ability user. Bai Lan's eyes narrowed sharply. In his previous life, he had heard of a legend. Humanity's savior would be a powerful individual with 2 abilities, destined to lead humanity out of suffering and drive away the alien races. But after more than a decade in the apocalypse, this savior had yet to appear. People could only treat the legend as a glimmer of hope, praying that one day it would come true. Unexpectedly, the savior from the legend was standing right in front of Bai Lan. Running so fast. Is your ability only good for escaping? Su Xuexin sneered, holding her hammer with disdain. Running. Bai Lan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. If I weren't afraid of hurting you, you'd already be dead. Su Xuexin froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Bai Lan, your ability is useless against me. That ultimate move you used last night must take ages to charge, right? I really don't know where you get the confidence to think you can hurt me. Then come and try. Bai Lan assumed a combat stance, his gaze sharp, as if he had already seen through Su Xuexin. Perhaps he couldn't defeat the Su Xuexin of his previous life, but the Su Xuexin of this life hadn't fully matured yet. Her combat experience and techniques were still lacking. As for Bai Lan, he was a veteran who had fought and survived in the apocalypse for 15 years. Countless times he had been surrounded. Countless times he had faced desperate situations. Yet he always managed to turn the tide and become a legend. If he were to lose in a direct fight to a fledgling girl, whether she was the savior, the chosen one, or the protagonist of this world, it would be the greatest disgrace of his legendary career. Stop boasting. Take this. Su Xuexin suddenly accelerated, her explosive speed astonishing. So fast, it was almost unbelievable. Unfortunately, the man before her seemed to have already seen through her attack patterns. Every single time, he managed to dodge at just the right moment and counterattack swiftly. Your killing intent is too obvious. Bailan dodged a hammer strike and countered with a knife, stabbing directly into Su Xuexin's shoulder. In his previous life, Su Xuexin's oppressive presence was overwhelming. After his legendary journey ended, he had faced her several times, losing every single time. Back then, he fought cautiously, with his heart in his throat. But the blatant killing intent just now snapped Bailan out of it, making him realize that the Su Xuexin before him had only just entered the apocalypse. Her unrestrained killing intent might intimidate rookies, but to a veteran who had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, it was nothing more than a glaring attack signal. Especially now, when Su Xuexin's combat style was still simplistic and rigid. Once her moves and skills were figured out, the fight became incredibly easy, and Bailan had a natural talent for this. It was like playing Sekiro. Some people die dozens of times trying to beat a boss, while others breeze through once they've figured out the patterns. And Bailan had played thousands upon thousands of times. He could defeat Su Xuexin with his eyes closed. Bailan took the initiative to create some distance. With that move, Su Xuexin had no choice but to smash her hammer into the ground, using the impact to quickly escape the attack range. Bailan did not pursue her closely. He still wanted to extract more information from her. Otherwise, Su Xuexin's hammer wouldn't have landed at all. Do you give up? Never. Su Xuexin gritted her teeth, her face full of fury, as if she wanted to devour Bailan alive. Why did you pretend to be weak just now? Were you trying to play the fool to catch the tiger, or do you just look down on me? Bailan shook his head in denial. Understanding the opponent's moves was key. The unknown was always more terrifying than the known. It had to be said, sometimes recklessness could counter a master. This was also why Su Xuexin had managed to defeat him with one hammer strike in several simulations. If it weren't for the portable shield earlier, he would have been hit by her hammer during her sudden acceleration. Once you figure out your opponent, everything becomes simple. The current Su Xuexin's hammer technique was straightforward, relying entirely on strength and speed. If it were the her from the previous life, she would definitely have used hidden weapons in combination with the hammer, or even various cold weapons, with unpredictable and varied tactics. Sometimes, pretending to be weak is very important. For example, right now, you've revealed all your cards. As for me, apart from one special ability and one ultimate move, you know nothing about me. What do you have to fight me with? Su Xuexin was rendered speechless, pointing at Bailan and shouting indignantly. You're so shameless. You clearly have such strong abilities, yet you let Su Xuexin fight monsters desperately, making her battle those giant creatures. Bailan squinted slightly, a playful smile appearing on his face. You care about her? And no. Speak. Where did Xiao Shui go? Who are you really? Bailan's aura suddenly intensified, his entire being exuding a murderous intent that made it hard for Su Xuexin to breathe. I don't know. Su Xuexin shouted, clutching her head. She raised her massive hammer, repeatedly yelling the same phrase, and soon swung the hammer toward Bailan. Bailan sidestepped the strike, then kicked with his right foot, sending Su Xuexin flying. Not giving her a chance to recover, Bailan's straight blade was already pressed against her fair neck. I guessed right, didn't I? You two have a split personality, don't you? No. Su Xuexin shook her head in denial, but her expression betrayed her. Anyone could tell she was lying. Her eyes darted around, her face flushed, and her neck stiffened, clearly begging not to be exposed. So that's how it is. Then who are you really? Exposed, Su Xuexin became furious out of shame. She kicked away the blade at her neck, unleashing divine power and a burst of speed simultaneously, throwing a fierce punch at Bailan's face. Bailan turned his head, easily dodging the swift punch, and countered by driving his knee hard into Su Xuexin's abdomen. With divine power sustaining her, such an injury was nothing she'd recover after a night's sleep. The sharp pain made Su Xuexin clutch her stomach, bending over like a wounded shrimp. But from her eyes and expression, Bailan could only see two words: not yielding. Bailan shook his shoulders, lowered his straight blade, and gave her no chance to catch her breath. His fist swung again, one punch, two punches, three punches. In the silent hospital, only Bai Lan's heavy breathing and Su Xuexin's cries of pain could be heard. 10 minutes later, Bai Lan stopped, not because he was afraid of killing her, but because she was too tough. He was exhausted. Su Xuexin spat out a mouthful of blood and mocked. What, done already? A blade would be quicker. Su Xuexin froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Bai Lan, you can't do it. I've observed you these past 3 days. You may seem cold on the outside, but inside, you're warm-hearted. You seem ruthless and unfeeling, but you're actually more meticulous than anyone else. Your attack just now deliberately avoided my vital points. It hurt, but it didn't actually injure me. Su Xuexin's smile froze, and her gaze suddenly turned cold. In my eyes, you're just a coward. If it were me, one hammer would be enough to kill you. I wouldn't give you any chance to boast. Coward, Bai Lan smiled bitterly. Perhaps that was true, but those words shouldn't have come from her. Without hesitation, the straight blade slashed in front of Su Xuexin. Su Xuexin closed her eyes, confident that Bai Lan wouldn't actually strike. White, not bad. Bai Lan stroked his chin, commenting. Su Xuexin froze. White? What white? She opened her eyes and realized her black summer outfit was gone. Her exposed body left her momentarily flustered. Her face turned red as she hurriedly covered herself with her hands. You pervert. You lecher. How could you do such a thing? How could you face Su Xuexin? Bai Lan shrugged innocently. Are you Su Xuexin? You, before she could finish, Bai Lan's straight blade was at her again, threatening. Speak. Who are you really? 3 seconds. If you don't talk, I'll take your jeans too and let you cool off in this winter weather. Su Xuexin gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with grievance, tears glistening on her flushed cheeks, making her look particularly pitiful. But Bai Lan ignored it and began counting down. 3, 2. Su Xuexin still didn't respond. Bai Lan tightened his grip on the straight blade and said coldly, 1. Just as Bai Lan was about to act, Su Xuexin suddenly collapsed to the ground, barely managing to bend over and shout, Su Xia. What is your relationship with Su Xuexin? Does she know you exist? Bai Lan didn't stop, pressing her for answers. I'm Xiao Xua's older sister, but she doesn't know about me. Su Xia replied. Then why are you trying to kill me? Su Xia sneered coldly, her voice full of resentment. No man is any good. If you're approaching my sister, you must have ulterior motives. Bai Lan's expression changed. He had heard this kind of talk more than once before. In fact, he had initially approached Su Xuexin to use her power of time. Later, he discovered her combat abilities were impressive, and she was obedient and easy to control, so he recruited her as a subordinate. But Su Xia's words didn't quite add up. Unfortunately, Bai Lan was a straightforward guy and couldn't immediately grasp the contradiction. However, since her intentions were for Su Xuexin's sake, there was room for discussion. After all, Bai Lan wasn't about to give up such a capable and obedient helper like Su Xuexin. She was far better than that troublemaker Lin Sisi. As Bai Lan was lost in thought, Su Xia blushed and shouted angrily, Have you stared enough? Sorry. Bai Lan finally realized it was impolite to keep staring at her. He sheathed his straight blade and handed his coat to Su Xia. That's better. Su Xia turned around and put on the coat. Bai Lan turned his head and fell into deep thought again, his mind filled with questions. For instance, when he saved Su Xuexin at her house last time, he wondered how she could have escaped those thugs without his help. And with her slightly timid yet caring personality, how had she survived until now? But with Su Xia in the picture, everything made sense. She killed without hesitation. If anyone dared to threaten Su Xuexin, she would undoubtedly step in to protect her. And her combat skills were truly off the charts. Don't be fooled by her recent defeat at Bai Lan's hands. Apart from Bai Lan, no one can easily harm her. A dual ability user is no joke when instant and divine power combine. The strength is astonishing. To be honest, Bai Lan was moved. Someone so ruthless yet powerful was exactly the kind of ally he needed on his path to revenge. Ahem. Su Xia pretended to cough twice, interrupting Bai Lan's thoughts. What do you plan to do? Me? Bai Lan was stunned. This was supposed to be his question to her. Su Xia impatiently nodded, clearly still upset about what had just happened. I lost, So naturally, I'll listen to you. Then don't show up again. Let Su Shuexin take charge of everything from now on, Bai Lan said indifferently. No way. Su Xia rejected decisively, then walked over to the big hammer and said slowly, You can't protect Su Shuexin. Only I can protect her. Bai Lan thought for a moment and said, Then just be honest with Su Shuexin. It would be better if you two cooperate in the future. No way. Su Xia refused again. Bai Lan frowned, his face showing displeasure. It had always been the strong who made the decisions. How could he be refused? Su Xia glanced at Bai Lan, realizing her tone might have been inappropriate earlier. She then said, Let's find another way. Why? Su Xia bit her lip, looking reluctant. After an internal struggle, she finally spoke. I'm already dead. I shouldn't interfere with Xiao Shui anymore. Dead? Bai Lan repeated the word, trying to understand the truth. Su Xia nodded, walked to the window, and gazed at the gloomy sky, taking a deep breath. 18 years ago, my parents and I died. Only Xiao Shui survived. The weather that day was as dark as it is today, and our situation was just like the disaster humanity faces now, like the end of the world. Bai Lan, do you believe in accidents? Su Xia turned her head, her eyes already brimming with tears. Why? Because when using the instant ability, the user's reaction remains at a normal level, unlike time zero, which changes over time. Walking in a straight line is fine, but trying to turn easily leads to mistakes. This is also why Su Xia only dares to use her ability occasionally. If she could control it at will, Bai Lan's extensive combat experience would be useless. After all, if you can't even see how he attacks, how could you defend against it? While thinking, Su Xia interrupted Bai Lan and coldly said, I've finished talking. Now it's your turn. Why are you approaching my sister? Although you go to the same school, you're not close, are you? Bai Lan, unfazed, started to make up a story. It's because of my ability. It has another function. It can sense powerful ability users nearby. Su Shuexin's ability is very strong, so naturally, I came to her. Su Xia looked skeptical, staring at Bai Lan's expression to find a flaw. But her experience was clearly insufficient. Bai Lan's greatest skill was making things up. After all, with abilities being so absurd nowadays, it's not surprising that unscientific things happen. Knowing your little schemes isn't strange either. In the end, Su Xia couldn't find anything wrong and could only shake her head helplessly, saying with a compromising expression, I'll believe you for now, but we need to set 3 rules. Otherwise, I can't trust you with my sister. Bai Lan nodded. This was the real purpose of his long chat with Su Xia. First, you must ensure that Su Shuexin doesn't get even a scratch. Second, if she encounters danger that you can't protect her from, you must wake me up immediately. Third, I'll tell you when I think of it. Bai Lan cursed inwardly, wondering why women always leave the last rule as to be decided later. It's basically a restriction on freedom. All right, I agree, Bai Lan thought to himself. Once you leave, I'll do whatever I want anyway. You can't beat me. Su Xia smiled. All right, it's settled then. To wake her up, just make her lose consciousness. It's about time. I look forward to our next meeting. After saying that, Su Xia struck a cool pose and then fainted. Bai Lan stepped forward and caught her. Where am I? Su Shuexin asked groggily. The 11th floor of the hospital. Bai Lan glanced at the large hole in the ceiling and sighed. Xiao Shui, do you remember how you fainted? Bai Lan probed. Su Shuexin rubbed her head and thought for a moment. I think I was in a ward on the 15th floor. I saw something from my childhood, and then, I can't remember. Bai Lan clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, Su Xia, that little girl really knows how to act. So the previous simulations were all her deliberately switching people, waiting for me to relax before hitting me hard. Her move is truly seasoned. What's wrong, Bai Lan? Did something happen? Su Shuexin asked in confusion. Bai Lan helped her up and said, It's nothing. Lin Cece is still waiting for us downstairs. Let's go. Okay. Su Shuexin nodded obediently. Although she looked puzzled at the surrounding ruins, she didn't ask much and followed Bai Lan. Having resolved the matter with the shadowy figure, Bai Lan was in a great mood. During the 3-rule agreement with Su Xia, he had also absorbed the time power brought by Su Xia's ability. Another 8,000. Adding Yin Simings, this hospital trip had earned him a total of 16,000 time power. Now Bai Lan's time power is almost at 18,000. Next, he'll absorb Yin Yi's songstress ability, and it will quickly approach 20,000. After that, he'll simulate a few rounds of the script to try to enhance his abilities. The only regret is that the king-level Shadow Ghost Face's orb is gone. If he had kept it, it might have been a treasure. Even if he didn't use it himself, trading it for beast cores would have been a huge profit. Now that the king-level Ghost Face is dead, only the mask remains neither useful nor disposable. As he thought about this, the two of them had already walked out of the inpatient department's doors. Wow, Bailan, look! The sky is so beautiful. Su Shueshin tugged at Bailan's sleeve and pointed at the sky in amazement. Bailan followed her gaze. The clouds that had accumulated over the past 3 days began to change color, from light to dark, from green to red, a kaleidoscope of hues. The clouds became mysterious and dreamlike, like a thin mist on the horizon, quietly suspended, drawing countless gazes. Beautiful, truly beautiful, Bailan couldn't help but exclaim. This was a sign that Blue Star was being altered by supernatural powers, a phenomenon that would last all night until dawn. After the clouds dispersed, humanity would see the sun for the last time. It would seem like Blue Star's final gift to humanity, the only light before destruction. From then on, zombies and alien beasts would invade on a massive scale, making human survival more difficult than ever. The disaster would not only affect the Dragon Nation, but would also impact the entire world. No one would be spared in this catastrophe. Yet, in times of chaos, heroes emerge, and humanity would eventually produce leaders to guide the survivors in resisting the invasion from another world. Bailan was destined to be one of them. However, everyone knew who his enemy was. When they arrived at the shelter behind the inpatient department, it was already in chaos. Leading the commotion was a military officer, short in stature, but with eyes as sharp as knives. His piercing gaze swept across the room, sending chills down everyone's spine. Only Yin Yi dared to meet his eyes. Colonel Yin, you can't protect them. Even if they save the old general, it doesn't matter. I'll say it again, Captain Dai, there are no sacrifices that don't happen in battle. They were prepared for this. As a soldier, you can't shirk your responsibilities and push them onto others. Yin Yi's tone was stern and formal, completely different from her usual gentle demeanor. Her words carried an undeniable authority, a trait cultivated from years in a high position. Captain Dai gritted his teeth, and upon seeing Bailan enter, he let out a heavy snort and stormed out. As he passed Bailan, he muttered a low threat. I saw everything. You stood by and did nothing. You'll pay for this sooner or later. His bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent, completely unhidden. Bailan knew this was nothing more than the rage of incompetence. If it weren't for Yin Yi and the old general still being present, he would have dealt with this guy long ago. Yin Yi rubbed her still sleepy eyes helplessly, but when she saw Bailan and Su Shueshin, her face lit up with a warm smile. Are you okay? Are you hurt? No problem. I'll have Lin Cece take care of it later. Thank you. Yin Yi bowed deeply. If it weren't for you, the old general, my grandfather definitely wouldn't have made it. Bailan waved his hand and said indifferently, we were just helping each other out. No way. I owe you for this. When we get back to the military district shelter, if you need any help, feel free to come to me or my grandfather. We still have some connections inside that can be of assistance. Yin Yi spoke very seriously, but Bailan was thinking about how to conveniently pull this grandfather and granddaughter duo to help him build a base. Naturally, he didn't take it to heart, casually responded with a few words, and then entered the tent to see the old commander. The elder was already settled, so dealing with the younger one would be easier. The tent was still crowded. When Yin Siming saw Bailan come in, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he said, young friend, I've always believed you could rewrite fate. Your safe return further proves I wasn't wrong. What do you mean by that? Bailan rarely felt confused, and a thought crossed his mind. Could this heaven I really predict the future? I once foresaw that you would face a fatal calamity, one that should have been inescapable. Yet, you returned unharmed. Could it be that you simply made a mistake in your calculations? Lin Cece interjected. Clearly, Yin Siming's mysterious words had caught her attention. Yin Siming paused slightly, then looked up and smiled. Little Lin is right. I'm getting old, making mistakes is normal. He had long held a high position, and few dared to question him. Grandpa, it's okay if you made a mistake. Bailon, you're just an exception. Let us continue talking about Sister Yin. Lin Cece clung to Yin Siming's dry hand, acting coquettishly. Bailon sat down, secretly admiring Yin Siming's cunning. With just a few words, he had Lin Cece completely charmed. Bailon hadn't even spoken yet, but Yin Siming had already set the stage. Next time, there's something more important now. Yin Siming shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to Bailon. Regarding this celestial phenomenon, what do you think, young friend Bai? Nothing. Then let me tell you what I've seen and calculated. Seeing Bailon's lack of response, Yin Siming continued, I've studied the classics since childhood, delved deeply into the Book of Changes, and can perform some basic divinations. I've never seen such a celestial phenomenon before, but I've read similar records in ancient texts. Do you know when this last occurred? No idea. Bailon answered bluntly, he truly didn't know. Yin Siming didn't keep them in suspense and smiled. The Cretaceous period, the mass extinction of species. Bailon was somewhat surprised, but maintained his composure. Then tell us what you've seen. Haha. What I see is an opportunity for humanity to evolve into higher beings. Yin Siming said slowly. Bailon saw excitement and a strong thirst for knowledge in his eyes. This kind of look he had only seen in the fanatical disciples of theology after the apocalypse. Is there more? Is there more? Lin Cece listened with great interest, urging Yin Siming to continue. Haha, little Lin has such a big curiosity. But I've said all I know. Now I'd like to hear from you, young friend Bai. Yin Siming patted Lin Cece's head, his face full of affection. Instantly, not only Lin Cece, but also Yin Yi and Su Shuexin turned their eyes to Bailon. Bailon sighed, and, facing the expectant gazes of the group, said, After today, there will be a 4 to 5 hour awakening period. During this time, those who survived the past 3 days will have the opportunity to gain abilities again. At the same time, Blue Star's restrictions on powerful beings from other realms will weaken, and more exotic beasts and gods will flood in. From what you're saying, I need to hurry back to the military district. Yin Siming thought for a moment and decided. He was the strategist of the military district. If he didn't return to stabilize the situation, the awakening period would surely result in massive casualties. After 3 days of adjustment, the military had gradually recovered and begun implementing rescue operations in the cities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out a special squad. If a battle breaks out tonight, it could very likely lead to chaos. After all, when supernatural abilities awaken, the situation becomes as dangerous as a zombie outbreak. Yenny stood up and walked out. Grandpa, I'm going to gather the team and prepare to set off before it gets dark. All right, see you in 5 minutes. Yin Siming watched Yenny leave, then turned his gaze to Bailon. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Young friend Bai, will you come with us? No, I have other matters to attend to. All right, I know I can't keep you. But if the military district ever needs anything, feel free to reach out to me. I'll help however I can. Failing to recruit Bailon, Yin Siming said no more. He bent down and gently patted the head of the little boy lying on the bed. He knew Bailon's heart wasn't here, but he cherished talent and couldn't help but try to recruit him. He wanted to grasp this variable. But how could someone who only knew certainties hold on to a person who was ever-changing? Outside, Yin Yi was highly efficient and had already gathered all the able-bodied young people at the entrance. Although everyone looked dispirited, they still carried weapons, more or less. Everyone, we are heading to the nearest military district shelter. I've already sent a signal. As long as we reach the police station 3 kilometers away, someone will come to rescue us. Yin Yi's words failed to ignite much enthusiasm. Many people were still doubtful in their hearts, unsure if they could survive the journey outside, given the fear of zombies. A middle-aged man in a hospital gown trembled as he stepped forward and said, Miss Yin, the outside is full of zombies. Why can't the military come directly to rescue us? Yeah, isn't the military supposed to protect us? The 3 kilometers are full of zombies, we can't make it out alive. Miss Yin, please, let the military come directly. I don't want to die. Yin Yi raised an eyebrow, and the gentleness on her face instantly disappeared. She had no respect for these cowardly and greedy people. If you want to live, follow me. If you don't, stay here. We're leaving in 2 minutes. Make your choice. Hearing Yin Yi's harsh words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They wielded the weapons of morality and law, attacking Yin Yi fiercely. They feared zombies and mutant beasts, but they weren't afraid of people, especially kind-hearted ones. I've worked hard for the country for over a decade and never evaded taxes. Why is it that when the people are in trouble, the military hides and doesn't come to help? Threaten us, will you? If I can't leave, I won't let you leave either. We'll all die together. You look decent, but who knew your mouth and heart are just as black? Outside the tent, Bailon quietly observed everything, casually holding back Lin Cece, who was about to rush in and punch Yin Yi. Bailon wanted to see if Yin Yi was worth recruiting. Bang! Yin Yi fired a shot into the crowd, and everyone immediately fell silent. The scene became quiet. Anyone who dares to incite internal strife, I'll break your legs and throw you to the zombies. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd gritted their teeth in anger but didn't dare to make a sound, glaring at Yin Yi with resentment. Bailon nodded and said, "Not bad. She's qualified." "What's not bad?" Lin Cece asked, confused. "Nothing. Go say goodbye to your idol." We and the two chatted for a while until Yin Simon came out pushing a wheelchair, and they officially said goodbye. Yin Yi felt a bit reluctant and hesitated for a moment before asking Bailon, "Are you sure you don't want to come with us? The military district can provide you with the highest level of security, and also—" "No need, Miss Yin," Bailon interrupted him. "All right then." Yin Yi sighed helplessly, watching Bailon and his group gradually walk away, her heart full of regret. The military's management system and rules were completely unsuitable for Bailon's development. They had just settled down, and the first new regulation was that all corpse cores and beast cores obtained in battles had to be handed over, to be distributed by headquarters based on military merit. Everyone knew how many benefits were hidden in this, but human greed made such distribution a joke. As a result, despite the military having the best starting point, they were beaten into a mess, eventually infiltrated by the Eastern family and gradually replaced. Who knows if this time, the surviving Yin Simon and Yin Yi could change the situation. In the car, Lin Cece and Su Shuexin chatted non-stop, mostly about Yin Yi, especially how beautiful her singing was. "Bailon, why aren't we going to the military district?" Lin Cece suddenly asked. "No benefits. You'll definitely regret it." Lin Cece was a bit puzzled. In her mind, the military district had always been a symbol of strength, a safe haven. Bailon explained, "The military district is dirty, chaotic, and messy, with no shortage of any of that. Maybe with old Yan's connections, you could live in a single dorm room, but the food, drink, and living conditions are all at the lowest standard, far worse than the big villa you're living in now. Living conditions are secondary. The most critical thing is that as a healer with special abilities, you'd definitely be assigned to Medical Unit 007, and you'd have to treat high-ranking officials from time to time." Lin Cece turned her head away in resistance, shaking her hands non-stop. "Stop talking, I'm not going." Bailon glanced at Lin Cece's face full of resistance in the rearview mirror and chuckled softly. Actually, she could endure all of this. Bailon had survived it in her previous life. As an ability user, Lin Cece could handle it too, but her sense of justice would harm her. The military district could only provide the most basic security. The army, fighting zombies and beasts every day, had no time to deal with all these messy people. The dark side of human nature would be fully exposed in the damp and gloomy shelters. Going to the military district was just a minor episode. In the next 10 minutes, Bailon witnessed what it meant for one woman to be as noisy as 500 ducks. Quack, quack, quack. It was endless. Even the usually gentle Su Shuexin seemed to have opened a floodgate. However, the topic of their conversation had changed. It was no longer about buying clothes and cosmetics, but about discussing how big a bag they should bring for their next robbery. Bailon couldn't help but sigh at how quickly their mindset had shifted. They were already planning zero-cost shopping. This also reminded Bailon of the space bracelet she had just obtained. She started calculating in her mind, realizing she needed to move up her clearing-out plan. Starting tomorrow, she would go on a looting spree and make sure to act before the military launched large-scale operations. "Cece, that groundhog is so cute." Su Shuexin pointed out the window. Lin Cece took out golden eyes from her pet bag, stroked its gray-white fur, and said, "Nothing's cuter than Golden Eyes, so obedient and soft to touch." Golden Eyes is cute too, but that groundhog is so tiny. Su Shueshin pulled Lin Cece to the car window and pointed into the distance. Wow, how did a groundhog end up in the city? Lin Cece's question made Bai Lon slow down the car and look in the direction she pointed. What he saw gave him a shock. He almost missed this treasure. Bai Lon turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the gas, and performed a small drift. "Let's go? If you like it, go catch it." The two women looked bewildered. Since when did Bai Lon become so easygoing? They hadn't even asked for it yet. The groundhog in front of Bai Lon wasn't native to Earth. It was a beast from another world, known for being relatively easy to tame. In his previous life, when Bai Lon first started taming beasts, the first one he successfully tamed was one of these. System scan. Species: ant mouse grade. E-level, 2-star apprentice attack methods. Biting, clawing. Judging by the looks of it, there were about 100 of them. With Bai Lan's special taming method, it wouldn't be a problem. Catch their leader, use some delicious food with a bit of threat, and they'd surrender in no time. "Get out of the car. Xiaoxua, get ready to play whack-a-mole." Bai Lan parked the car on the side, picked up a straight blade, and stepped out. The two women had no choice but to grab their weapons and follow him. Su Shueshin was the most puzzled. She had casually mentioned it, and now they were actually going to catch them? Ant mice had an incredible ability to dig holes. The originally smooth asphalt road was now riddled with hundreds of holes of various sizes. Sensing someone's approach, a group of ant mice instantly emerged from the holes. They had dirt in their mouths, chewing contentedly, occasionally glancing at Bai Lan and the others. Bai Lan took out his secret recipe, rainbow bean stir-fried spicy strips. Although ant mice loved food with dirt, as a seasoned dark cuisine chef, he knew that no one could resist the aroma of rainbow bean spicy strips. It was an irresistible temptation that could defeat anything. Even the picky and cautious Golden Eyes couldn't help but be drawn to it. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Lan placed the rainbow bean spicy strips down, all the ant mice's eyes lit up, and the dirt in their mouths instantly lost its appeal. But they were social animals with a leader. Without orders, they still held back. What is wrong with them? They look like they're possessed. Lin Cece stared at the ant mice, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene was indeed strange. All the ant mice stood upright, their eyes blood red, staring at the food beneath Bai Lan. Su Shueshin gripped her large hammer tightly and whispered, "Suddenly, they don't seem cute at all." Bai Lan's mouth twitched. Women really do change quickly. However, his focus was entirely on the ant mice. He had anticipated this, but he hadn't expected the allure of rainbow bean spicy strips to be this strong. When he first started taming them, the ant mice completely ignored him, treating him like air. It was only through persistence that he managed to attract a single ordinary ant mouse. Now, if Bai Lan wanted, he could sign a contract with any ant mouse. But his target wasn't an ordinary ant mouse, it was the leader of the entire group. This way, he could use the least amount of mental energy to manage the largest number of ant mice. Using the system scan, Bai Lan continuously confirmed the strongest ant mouse's power, locking his gaze on a brown-furred ant mouse with 5-star apprentice strength. Without wasting much time, Bai Lan recited an obscure incantation. It was specifically used for signing contracts and communication, slightly different from the language used by otherworldly deities. From afar, the brown ant mouse let out a squeak, as if responding to him. "Power, huh?" Bai Lan smiled faintly. Strength was no match for divine power. In the ant mouse community, strength was the primary criterion for being the leader. Bai Lan's goal was to sign a contract with this leader. Besides food, he needed to demonstrate overwhelming power. He didn't have divine power, so he decided to use words to bluff the ant mouse leader first. "Xiaoxua, use your big hammer and smash the ground as hard as you can." Although Su Shueshin didn't understand, she still took her hammer and slammed it down with all her might. Boom! The thunderous power spread out, and the ant-eating rats all scurried into their burrows for a moment, leaving only the brown ant-eating rat leader outside, dumbfounded and drawn by the power. After a while, Bai Lan finally began to converse with the leader, roughly explaining that Xiao Shue's power was strong. About 1/3 of his power couldn't be displayed lightly, as the consequences would be severe. The not-so-bright leader of the ant-eating rats nodded repeatedly, completely convinced. Moreover, Bailan's offer was too tempting: one delicious meal every day, rare rest time, only 2 to 3 hours of work daily, and even an hour of rest. It was simply too good to be true. Bailan chuckled inwardly. Ant-eating rats were the perfect labor force, doing nothing but eating and digging. They usually worked for a week before taking a break. An hour of rest every day was a huge benefit for them. And as for delicious food, for exotic beasts, the promise of food and shelter was the ultimate temptation. The contract was signed quickly, different from the one with Jean Tong. Bailan signed a subservience-type contract with the ant-eating rats, which consumed minimal mental energy and ensured high loyalty. Unless they were sent to their deaths or the terms were violated, they would willingly do almost any dirty or tiring work. It was practically a lazy person's dream. Gather your underlings and distribute these things properly. Get ready to set off. After the contract was signed, their minds were connected, and Bailan no longer needed to speak in a complicated language. With a shake of his backpack, he left only 2 bottles of rainbow bean spicy strips for Jean Tong, giving all the other dark cuisine to the ant-eating rat leader. Your name is Demao now. Bailan decided after some thought. Naming subordinates was important. It could strengthen bonds, and over time, lead to a perfect contract without consuming mental energy. The ant-eating rat seemed very happy to receive a name and immediately gathered its underlings to store the spicy strips and assemble. They were incredibly efficient, all crawling out and standing neatly in front of Bailan within 2 minutes. Bailan glanced over them. There were about 100 of them, a fairly large group for the initial stage. Get in the car, Bailan commanded, and the ant-eating rats hopped and jumped into the trunk. Those who couldn't fit squeezed into the front passenger seat, occupying every available space. Is it over just like that? Su Xuexin was stunned for a moment, muttering to herself. Lin Cixi patted her shoulder to comfort her. Xiao Shui, Bailan is fast. I'm used to it by now. True. Su Xuexin nodded, put away her hammer, and got into the car. Not far away, Bailan frowned after hearing this, feeling that something was off, as if there was some kind of hidden implication. On the way back to the supermarket, the car was filled with the constant squeaking of the ant-eating rats, which annoyed Bailan to no end. The 2 women, however, seemed completely captivated by the creatures. Xiao Shui, these groundhogs feel so soft to touch, Su Xuexin said with a smile. Looks like you understand the charm of these little ones too. But are you sure it's okay to give them the food meant for Jean Tong? Lin Cixi asked as she stroked the cute ant-eating rat in her arms. Don't worry, Jean Tong is still asleep and doesn't need food for now. True, but why aren't they eating the food either? Maybe they have hamster syndrome. Lin Cixi thought for a moment and said, Look, even the food Bailan gave them, they haven't eaten it. They're just drooling next to it. Poor things. Tormented, Bailan couldn't help but step on the gas, speeding up. He would rather go fight an alien god than listen to the chatter of these 2 women and the squeaking of the ant-eating rats any longer. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at Watermark. Unlike the previously desolate scene, there were now people patrolling outside the entrance. As soon as Bailan got out of the car, he felt 4 or 5 pairs of eyes staring at him. Not bad. Bailan silently praised himself, then instructed the ant-eater to wait in place, as he had decided to move to the villa district overnight. As he stepped into the first floor, he saw Lu Ji running down, panting heavily. Bye, you're back so soon. Are you hurt? No problem. Bailan shook his head and got straight to the point. How many people joined today? Have the supplies and head count been sorted out? Lu Ji pulled out a notebook from behind him and read aloud. There are currently 450 people in the supermarket. Nearly 200 joined today, most of them students. After organizing the supplies, we estimate that if we ration carefully, it can last for a month. That's pretty good, Bailan nodded. Lu Ji put away the notebook and asked, Bai, what is the plan now? Change locations. The supermarket isn't safe. Change locations. Lu Ji frowned, feeling conflicted. He thought the supermarket was quite safe, and as long as they waited for the military to rescue them, there was no need to risk going out. Bailan understood his thoughts. Right now, everyone's first instinct was to rely on the military. This wasn't wrong. The military was almost always welcoming and provided basic protection for survivors. But as time went on, people would realize that the ones who truly protect them are not the military, nor the superhumans, but themselves. Gather the people. Those who want to follow can come along, those who don't want to can stay, Bailon said calmly, unwilling to explain further. The shelter lacked many things, but people were not one of them. Luigi nodded and headed upstairs, though he was still struggling internally. He was smart and understood Bailan's reasoning, but his upbringing made it hard for him to make such a decision. 10 minutes later, everyone who could move in the supermarket had gathered on the first floor. The three Liu brothers stood beside Bailon. Among the crowd were familiar faces and strangers, most of whom had heard of Bailon to some extent. Bailon didn't want to waste time. Every second was precious now. He needed to lead those willing to follow him to a safe place before midnight. Give me 2 minutes. I'll get straight to the point. The reason you came to the supermarket was to find a safe place with food and drink, right? But in 2 days, this place will become very dangerous. I know you're all wondering when the military will come to rescue us. I'm telling you now, it'll be at least 5 more days. You have to survive on your own until then. You've heard others talk about last night's corpse tide, right? In the next 5 days, there will be at least 2 more corpse tides. Do you think you can survive them? Bailon paused, looking at everyone. People began whispering among themselves. Even Lu Hua, usually bold and carefree, frowned. Only those who had experienced a corpse tide knew how lucky they were to survive. Quiet. Bailon used his powers to silence the crowd. You have only 2 choices. First, stay here. I'll give you 5 days' worth of food, and all you have to do is hide and wait for the military to arrive. Second, come with me to a new shelter. I'll protect you, provide you with a place to stay and food to eat. When the military arrives, you'll still have the right to choose. 3 minutes to decide. Don't ask about conditions or details. You can only agree or refuse. Those who refuse, go upstairs immediately. After speaking, Bailon walked over to the 3 brothers, his tone softening. What about you guys? Are you coming or staying? Lutu was excited. For the past few days, he had been fantasizing about making a name for himself in this new world. Bailan's strength and methods had already won him over, and he had been waiting for Bailan's invitation. Liu Hua smiled bitterly. Brother Bai, isn't this an obvious question? Our 3rd brother is already captivated by you. How could he refuse? That's right, Brother Bai, you're truly impressive. Just don't let us 3 brothers down in the future, Lu Ji chimed in. Big brother, 2nd brother. Lu Tu's eyes reddened as he tightly hugged his 2nd and 3rd brothers. Bailon nodded firmly. Don't worry, I never let my own people down. Welcome aboard. Everyone exchanged smiles, and Bailon quietly looked at the crowd below. Not many had left. Most of those who did were older, more conservative, and less inclined to trust him. Bailon didn't force anyone to stay. The more people, the better, especially students. During the Great Awakening, they would benefit the most, with the vast majority becoming superhumans and forming the backbone of future shelters. Students had simpler thoughts, making them easier to manage. When 3 minutes were up, Bailon stood up. Since everyone has made their decision, let's prepare to set off. We must arrive tonight, don't waste time. He turned to the 3 brothers and said, Lu Hua, gather those who can drive. Take as many vehicles as possible. Lu Tu, organize people to move supplies. Take everything we can. Lu Ji, handle personnel arrangements to avoid chaos. Be ready to depart within half an hour. The 3 responded in unison, yes. After giving his instructions, Bailon walked out of the supermarket. A cool breeze blew past as he gazed at the flickering clouds on the horizon, feeling deeply moved. It's finally starting. The real apocalypse begins now. After this night, the number of awakened individuals in the human camp would increase significantly, boosting overall strength. At the same time, the pressure from zombies and mutant beasts would lessen, but they would also grow stronger. The number of spatial wormholes would surge, bringing more powerful mutant beasts and zombies from other realms. This was a life and death battle, a critical moment to determine whether humanity could survive and evolve into a higher form of life. Half an hour passed, neither too long nor too short, as Bailon sat in the car, contemplating his plans for the future. Time slipped by. Just as he turned around, he saw the 3 Liu brothers already standing before him. Brother Bai, we're ready, just waiting for your orders, Lu Ji reminded him. Bailon nodded. He appreciated Lu Ji's efficiency. Every task was completed on time and without errors. Let's go? I'll lead the way. If we encounter survivors along the road, do not stop under any circumstances. Bailan got into the car, started the engine, and slowly drove forward. In the past, when he acted alone, he could afford to be playful and creative. But now, he had to clear the road diligently, otherwise, the first major traffic jam of the apocalypse would be upon them. As the car started, Lu Huo waved his hand, his voice carrying authority. Move out. One by one, cars and trucks emerged from the underground parking lot, forming a grand convoy that rolled onto the highway. The scene attracted many onlookers. People leaned out of high-rise windows, shouting for help, thinking the military had arrived. Unfortunately, not a single driver stopped to assist. It wasn't out of cold-heartedness, there simply wasn't any room left in the vehicles. Cars that normally seated 5 were now crammed with 7 or 8 people, and that was considered spacious. Some vehicles even had 10 passengers squeezed inside. The trunks were packed with supplies and food, leaving no space at all, and the vehicles were severely overloaded. Inside the car, Bailan listened to the radio and, for once, hummed a little tune. Su Xuexin and Aunt Mouse had been sent ahead to clear the road, and now the convoy's speed depended entirely on their efficiency. Without them, Lin Cixi didn't know what to say and could only stare blankly out the window. The car fell silent instantly. Bailan enjoyed this tranquility. It was 11:30 at night. The convoy gradually arrived at the Heian Shengshi Villa district, and everyone finally felt relieved. Several zombie attacks on the way were easily dealt with by Lin Cixi and the 3 brothers of the Lu family. Bailan's decision to evacuate at this time proved wise. On the eve of the Great Awakening, most zombies had become less threatening and hardly attacked proactively. Moreover, the zombie tide had just been cleared, so this migration resulted in no casualties, and they successfully reached the Villa district. As soon as Lu Ji got out of the car, he got busy. He was the main force in logistics, personally handling almost all matters. He did not disappoint Bailan, managing everything in an orderly manner. The truck goes to that villa to unload the goods first. The passenger vehicles report over there. Everyone will have to work hard tonight. A truck stopped at the entrance, and the driver poked his head out and asked, "Is Brother Lu still busy? What's the plan for tonight?" "Nothing much, just hurry up and park." Lu Ji waved to urge him. "Got it." The driver was about to drive off when Lu Ji added, "Thanks for your hard work tonight. Go to logistics and get some milk powder for the kids." "Thank you, Brother Lu. I'll thank you on behalf of my son. If you ever need anything, just call me." The driver waved goodbye, eager to head back. Similar scenes played out repeatedly, with everyone stopping to chat briefly with Lu Ji when they saw him. Lu Ji was happy to respond, strengthening management while exchanging pleasantries. He held high respect in everyone's hearts, combining authority with a touch of humanity. The busy hours passed quickly, and under the command of the 3 brothers of the Lu family, everyone temporarily settled into the villas. People squeezed together in groups of 3 or 4, with mixed gender accommodations due to time constraints. Heian Shengshi had a total of 8 villas. Excluding Bailan's villa, the remaining 7 housed 400 people, averaging 60 per villa, which was still relatively spacious. Tonight was special because Lu Hua had just announced that everyone had the chance to awaken their abilities again. This news excited the survivors, especially the men, particularly those who had experienced the Watma zombie tide. Their desire to grow stronger was the most intense. Who hadn't dreamed of being a superhero as a child, possessing the power to change the world, embarking on thrilling adventures, and even saving the world? After witnessing Bailan's earth-shattering strike, this desire grew even stronger. However, the frenzied zombie attacks and the life and death battles throughout the night made them realize that the true protagonist was not themselves. By the villa window, a middle-aged man lit half a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Old Su, do you think we can awaken those abilities?" "No." Old Su snatched the cigarette and took a deep drag, finishing it in one go. "Why not? We're all human. Why can't we?" Old Chen said angrily. Old Su, unhurried, extinguished the cigarette and replied, "You're already half dead, and you're still thinking about awakening? That's a privilege for the young. The future belongs to them." Sigh. Old Chen lowered his head in frustration. "I had dreams when I was young too. Old Su looked at his childhood friend, and his thoughts drifted far away. They had once harbored great ambitions, talking about their dreams under the starry sky, imagining going to the city to work and earn big money, building up their village, and making their hometown famous. But after 4 or 5 years of struggling in the city, the harsh realities of society shattered their dreams. Now, they had become worldly and smooth, greeting everyone with a smile. The two brothers made some money. Although they couldn't change the village, at least they got married and built houses. Unfortunately, the apocalypse came, and the money turned into worthless paper. They were in unbearable pain and thought about giving up on life countless times. Old Chun had it even worse. His newlywed wife turned into a zombie before he could bring her home, almost getting them killed. Damn apocalypse. Even the usually mild-mannered Old Su couldn't help but curse. The two leaned against the railing, gazing at the stars on the horizon, as if transported back to the past, to the valley under that starlit sky, where two young boys were full of dreams. December 26, 2036, midnight. The Great Awakening officially began. As dark clouds began to churn on the horizon, everyone could feel a strange power surging. This was the Mother Planet's final gift to humanity. With this sensation, the potential deep within was awakened, and everyone gained superpowers. Even if some ultimately failed, their bodies would be greatly enhanced, making them better suited for survival in the apocalypse. Later, experts on superpowers analyzed that those who awakened were mainly young people aged 12 to 35, with students being the majority. However, some claimed that awakening had nothing to do with age. It depended on the desire within. Blue Star would reward those who craved power the most. This theory was later dismissed as too far-fetched. Balan had no interest in what these experts said. He believed that steady cultivation was the only reliable path. Understanding the principles of superpowers would take at least 100 or 200 years. It couldn't be rushed. After taking a shower, Balan changed into beach shorts, sat on the living room sofa, and held a bottle of chilled cola, feeling utterly relaxed. "Being alive is great," he exclaimed after taking a sip. In the living room, Lin Cixi and Su Shuexin sat cross-legged on yoga mats, trying hard to sense the fluctuations of their superpowers. After a while, Lin Cixi opened her eyes and asked in confusion, "Balan, why don't I feel a significant increase in power? Am I doing it wrong?" Su Shuexin nodded in agreement. Apart from feeling sleepy, she hadn't noticed any special changes. Balan lazily replied, "This method is for those who haven't awakened yet to activate their superpowers. If you've already awakened, you don't need to do anything, just wait until tomorrow." "Then why did you call us here?" "To assign tasks, of course. You've been following me for so long and have built up some strength. Tomorrow, you'll lead a small team to gather resources. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Lin Cixi nodded. She knew everyone was working hard, and she couldn't fall behind. After the battle with the Shadow Ghost Mask, she deeply realized her shortcomings. She wanted to become stronger, even stronger than Balan. What kind of task? Hopefully one that involves killing zombies. Balan squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, you and Lu He will lead a team into the city to collect food and daily necessities. The specific team divisions will be decided after the newly awakened superhumans appear. The goal is to stockpile enough supplies for the base to last 10 years. 10 years, Lin Cixi exclaimed. "What? Think you can't do it?" Lin Cixi bit her lip, her brows furrowed. 10 years' worth of food was no small matter. A large supermarket like Watermart could only provide enough for the people here to eat for a month after being looted. Completing the task would require raiding at least 120 Watermarts. "I can do it," she said firmly. Balan said no more, leaning his head back on the sofa, motionless. In fact, sending Lin Cixi to lead the team into the city wasn't for supplies, but to train her experience and filter out those who are truly willing to fight and strive. Battles against zombies and mutant beasts are far more dangerous than imagined. Facing monsters stronger than oneself, even the slightest mistake can lead to death, or worse, jeopardize the entire team. In the apocalypse, only a very few ability users can fight across levels. Zombies and mutant beasts may not have high intelligence, but their combat instincts are formidable. Among them, the Yi Sun are the top-tier elites, selected by the harsh environment of the other world. Even more brutal is the fact that Yi Sun, can easily kill human ability users. So, not fighting with all one's might now is essentially seeking death, ultimately becoming cannon fodder. Another purpose is to make those who go out understand how precious supplies are, to cherish the current conditions, and not blindly follow when the army arrives. What about me? Su Shueshin, who had been waiting for a task for a long time, mustered up the courage to ask. Oh, Xiaoxue, let me think. You can stay at the base and train at home. It's very important. Bailan casually replied. All right, I'll definitely complete it. Su Shueshin responded excitedly, full of confidence. Then Bailan's nightmare began again. The two women seemed to have endless things to talk about, chirping away in the living room. From campus life to the apocalypse, then to the future, they turned to discussing national affairs, and even evaluated everyone in the base one by one. Bailan completely broke down, got up, and walked toward the bedroom. Standing at the staircase, he reminded, Lin Cece, if you awaken your skill tomorrow, remember to call me to help you check it. Skill. Lin Cece jumped up. Xiaoxue, did you hear that? Su Shueshin smiled, but didn't reveal the secret that she had already awakened her skill. I heard it, Cece. You should be the first to awaken. Really? You also? Bailan didn't listen further, turning and quickly leaving. He wanted to help Lin Cece evaluate her skill because he was afraid she'd choose the wrong skill point. With her personality, she'd definitely pick a close combat healer. What Bailan wanted was a legendary healer who could bring the dead back to life and mend flesh and bones, not someone who would recklessly charge at enemies. Back in the bedroom, Bailan splashed his face with cold water to clear his mind and began activating his ability to condense a mental clone. This exclusive combat skill was tailored for him, but he was still unfamiliar with it, often failing when condensing a second mental clone. If he could stabilize it, his strength would increase significantly. Maintaining one mental clone wasn't difficult. As Bailan condensed it, he began thinking about tomorrow's plan. This is the early stage of the apocalypse, and every day is crucial, especially for resource collection and potential development. The greatest advantage of being reborn is that Bailan knows who will become extraordinary or quasi-legendary in the future. These individuals are the elite among humans, and recruiting them before they fully rise is the safest investment. Simulation. It's time to start simulating again. After successfully condensing the mental clone, Bailan sat back at his desk and began planning the focus of this simulation. The first priority is resources. Food is the most important. With food, people will be willing to follow. Bailan immediately thought of nearby granaries, livestock farms, and meat processing plants. In this life, Bailan possesses an incredibly powerful spatial bracelet, capable of holding items equivalent to the size of about 10 football fields. Not only that, but the bracelet also contains a massive time array where time is almost completely frozen. Apart from not being able to store living creatures, it's practically omnipotent. Using it to store raw meat, vegetables, and fruits is simply perfect. Next up is poaching talent. Bailan plans to visit the homes of several future extraordinary ability users, try his luck, and see if he can persuade a few to join him as helpers. Although he doesn't have high hopes, he decides to give it a shot. Truly strong individuals are strong from the start. There are almost no cases like Bailan, who accumulated strength step by step and later exploded into a legend. After marking over a dozen targets on the map, Bailan prepares to start the simulation. System panel. Name, Bailan. Gender, male. Ability, Time 0 LV 3 2250,000. Ability, Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 2 1715,000. Combat skill, Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV 2 1112,000. Exclusive combat skill, Mental Clone Level, 6-star. Beginner ability, User Reality Simulation Count, 0. Script Simulation Count, 0. Time Power, 18,200. Enough to upgrade combat skills and abilities. Bailan muttered as he stared at the panel. But upgrading would only allow for one simulation, and he could only choose one between Buddha's Wrath Lotus and Flame Splitting Wave Ruler. After upgrading, he could only simulate once. Time power is really tight, Bailan complained, but he decided to simulate first, upgrade later if there was any left, or wait until morning to harvest some time power from newly awakened ability users. System, start reality simulation. Consume 5,000 time power to gain one simulation opportunity? Yes. Reality simulation begins, achievement automatically loaded. Old 6 becoming strong through persistence, information loading. 2 a.m. You carefully planned your itinerary and then went to bed. 6 a.m. After waking up, you instructed the three brothers of the Liu family on some matters and drove off. The first target was a canned food processing factory 30 kilometers away. 7 a.m., you arrived at the factory. It hadn't been occupied by the military yet. With your formidable strength, you quickly cleared most of the zombies and collected nearly 1,000 tons of various canned foods. 12 p.m., you reached the second location, a grain storage base. Unfortunately, it was heavily guarded by the military with tanks and armored vehicles. Not wanting trouble, you drove away. 6 p.m., you arrived at a county town over 200 kilometers from Y City. Luigi mentioned there was a large vegetable base here. 10 p.m., after clearing the nearby zombies and mutated beasts, the survivors in the county town regarded you as a great hero. Without wasting time, you started collecting vegetables overnight. Due to the winter season and recent cloudy weather, the vegetables were almost entirely fresh and unspoiled. 3 a.m. the next day, you finally finished collecting vegetables and fruits, approximately 1,000 tons in total. All of them were permanently preserved. Just thinking about having food in the future was exciting. 8 a.m. the next day, you woke up and quietly left the county town. You disliked making a big scene. The next target was a snack factory nearly 400 kilometers away, crucial for taming more mutated beasts. Day 4, you arrived at the snack factory. The zombies inside had mutated more severely, but you easily dealt with them and collected hundreds of tons of various snacks. Day 5, you visited several places, but the granaries were tightly guarded by the military and were being slowly relocated. Large food production sites were also occupied by nearby ability users, and you saw many figures from the Eastern family. You held back from taking action because bullets were still hard to resist before becoming a high-level ability user. Day 7. You traveled around and collected a lot of supplies, but it wasn't as smooth as in the beginning. The military moved faster and occupied everything usable nearby. You decided to return to the base. Day 8. The villa area had changed significantly. The three brothers of the Liu family and everyone else worked hard to develop the back mountain. After understanding the situation over the past few days, you nodded in satisfaction and returned. Day 10. You secluded yourself to enhance your strength, but got stuck at 9 stars. You knew you needed to settle down for a few days before continuing. Day 12. The military came again. Every time they came to poach people, some would leave. You felt it was time to use your strength to deter them. Day 15. Since then, the military came less often. Your shelter developed rapidly, soon housing thousands of people, most of whom were ability users. Day 20. The zombie horde arrived. You led the ability users to quickly quell the crisis. However, the zombie horde the military faced was even larger, and they lost many people before holding their ground. Day 25. The Eastern family sent someone Dongfang Yin. He admired your talent and courage and wanted to recruit you. You gripped the straight blade in your hand, suppressed your impulse, and ultimately refused him. Day 30. You broke through to become a high-level ability user, and your strength surged. You began negotiating and trading with the military. Day 35. You went out to tame mutant beasts. Using delicious food as bait, you easily formed a mutant beast army, with the strongest beast reaching the initial 9-star level. Day 40. Su Shueshin also broke through to become a high-level ability user. The strength of the shelter rose to a new level. Various benefits attracted more powerful ability users to join. Due to Yin Siming's connections, the military recognized your faction and decided to join forces to fight against zombies and mutant beasts. Day 45. A black mist descended, and the entire Y City was sealed by a mysterious force. From spatial wormholes emerged the army of alien gods that was supposed to appear a year into the apocalypse. You found it strange because the scene before you felt eerily familiar. Day 48. The military sent an envoy requesting your reinforcements. Without hesitation, you gathered 2/3 of the people in the base and mobilized them fully. After all, everyone understood that if the homeland fell, no one would be spared. If the military district fell, the base would definitely not hold either. Day 50. You personally met with the military commander, Li Jun. After an in-depth conversation, he held you in high regard. You asked him to send people to seek help from the Eastern family, because you knew that this 1,000-year-old family held many precious treasures. More importantly, they had many strong individuals. With their help, there was hope to defend Y City. Day 53. The envoy sent by Li Jun had yet to return. Faced with the continuous waves of zombie and beast hordes, you had no time to be distracted and could only focus on the battle. Day 55. The alien gods finally made their move, and you stepped forward. With your 4-star high-level strength, combined with the combat experience and skills accumulated in your previous life, you single-handedly took down 3 alien gods of the same level, earning great fame. The soldiers in the military district began calling you the God of War. Day 58. Even with the highly sustainable exclusive combat skill of Spiritual Doppelganger, you are starting to struggle. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers and ability users under your command. In 3 days, Lin Sisi was killed by an alien god. Su Shueshin fought desperately for revenge and eventually lost consciousness. Day 60. Li Jun perished together with an alien god, and Yin Siming died from forcibly foreseeing destiny. Alone and powerless to turn the tide, Y City completely fell. You retreated with Su Shueshin to the coastal Splendor Villa. Day 65. The alien gods attacked again. To cover your retreat, Su Shueshin died in battle. All the survivors at Coastal Splendor were slaughtered, leaving only you alive. Day 67. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and suddenly a massive formation appeared. A gigantic black hand stretched out from the clouds, leaving you in shock. The power of that black hand far exceeded your imagination. Even the legendary you from the previous life could not contend with it. Day 70. A violent explosion erupted, marking humanity's final counterattack. Various powerful missiles were launched frantically, covering the entire Y City. Many powerful alien gods were temporarily suppressed by humanity's last stand and began gathering to forcibly tear open space and retreat to their otherworldly realm. Just as they were about to open the space, you charged forward. Even so, even the 9-star advanced alien gods had to temporarily avoid the edge. In the end, you also perished on the battlefield, ending this battle. Reality simulation ended. The host has survived past the 70-day mark for the first time and has earned an additional multi-choice reward. Next goal, survive 100 days. Ding. Please select 2 rewards from the following 5 options. 1. Increase proficiency in one ability or combat skill from the 70-day simulation. 2. Obtain detailed intelligence on an alien god the host encountered during the invasion. 3. Obtain intelligence on the owner of the Black Hand. 4. Increase food scavenging efficiency by 20% in the reality simulation. 5. Obtain related intelligence on the grand formation in the sky. By Lon did not rush to choose a reward, but instead repeatedly analyzed the events that occurred during the 70 days of the simulation. Especially the arrival of the Black Mist on the 45th day, the early appearance of the alien god army, and that unsettling black hand in the sky. Bailon remembered that in previous simulations, he had also survived, but at that time, he only wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. He didn't establish a shelter or assist the military district. As a result, the army collapsed after just over 50 days, and the missile bombardment buried him as well. This time, with his help, the military district held out for more than 10 extra days, but the outcome remained unchanged. Black mist, black mist, black mist. This thought kept swirling in Bailan's mind. Why did the black mist appear in Y City this time? In his past life, he had traveled across the entire Dragon Nation and had never heard of any city experiencing black mist, let alone that so-called Black Hand. He felt angry at himself and shook his head forcefully, trying to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. This was just a simulation, but he had failed. Black mist, black mist, black mist. Damn it! What exactly caused the change? Y City was supposed to be a safe haven that lasted for 15 years in the apocalypse. Could it be just because of his rebirth? Bailon lay on the bed and relaxed for a while. Regarding the butterfly effect, he was completely powerless. From the beginning, he understood that every step he took would alter the original trajectory. He could only become stronger and then change everything. Time to choose the rewards. This time, I gained a lot. Bailon forced himself to pull it together and began selecting his rewards. The most valuable option was the first 170 days of proficiency in abilities and combat skills. He had to choose it. Next, he had to pick one of the 3 pieces of intelligence: Alien God, Black Hand, or Grand Formation. Bailon leaned toward learning about the Black Hand. He wanted to know which powerful being from another realm was interfering with Blue Star. System: choose the first and third. Ding. Currently available abilities for proficiency enhancement are Time 0. Buddha's Wrath Lotus combat skills include Flame-Splitting Wave Ruler exclusive combat skill, Mental Clone. Please select one. Choose Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Ding. Enhancement successful. Information related to the Black Hand has been compiled into text. Please review. In the next moment, a vast amount of knowledge and techniques about Buddha's Wrath Lotus surged into Bailon's mind. It felt as natural as if he had spent days training and summarizing it himself. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the ability status on the panel. Ability: Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 212000-15000. The proficiency had increased significantly. It was close to level 3 now. 5,000 units of time power had directly turned into 10,000 in absolute profit. This was a huge gain. In that case, I might as well upgrade to level 3. Ding. Would you like to consume 3,000 units of time power to upgrade the ability Buddha's Wrath Lotus? Yes. At the moment of the upgrade, Bailon felt as if his entire body had been opened up. The abilities of heaven and earth slowly poured into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. The cool sensation was incredibly refreshing. After about 4 to 5 hours, the feeling gradually diminished and eventually disappeared. Bailon felt his body brimming with power, his previous fatigue completely gone, and his mental state restored to its peak. Without a doubt, he had achieved a significant breakthrough. The level 3 Buddha's Wrath Lotus had an astonishingly fast release speed, almost instantaneous. However, its power was slightly weaker compared to before. To unleash its strongest force, energy still needed to be accumulated first. But this did not diminish its strength in the slightest. It was no exaggeration to say that Bailon's most powerful finishing move now was this ability. System panel. After the upgrade, Bailon couldn't wait to see how much his strength had improved. Name: Bailon. Gender: male. Ability: Time 0 LV 3 2250,000. Ability: Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 30 15,000. Combat skill: Flame-Splitting Wave Ruler LV 2 1112,000. Exclusive combat skill: Mental Clone. Level: 9-star. Beginner. Ability: User Reality Simulation Attempts 0. Scenario Simulation Attempts 0. Time Power 102009. Star. Beginner. Bailon was stunned. Previously, during simulations, he had spent 10 days of dedicated training to reach this level. Now, just by upgrading Buddha's Wrath Lotus by 1 level, he had easily achieved it. At this rate, he could break through to Advanced Ability User in less than 10 days. That's right. Today was his awakening day. Reaching 9 stars might even be thanks to Blue Star's power. With his strength enhanced, Bailon no longer worried. Although the black mist was eerie, as long as he found the cause and stopped it in advance, there would be no problem. For now, he decided to check the Black Hand's intelligence and plan his next steps. Black Hand's true form: Shadowless Ghost Emperor. Level. Bailon swallowed hard. He couldn't even begin to imagine such a powerful existence descending upon Y City, especially in the early stages of the apocalypse. No one knows the true strength of the Shadowless Ghost Emperor. It's not just him. Every leader of the otherworldly gods is unfathomable. They each control a part of the otherworld, keeping each other in check. Unless faced with the threat of annihilation, they would never act lightly. Fortunately, they don't interfere. Otherwise, humanity would have been doomed long ago. For humanity to change this situation, it would take an extraordinarily powerful, epic-level ability user. Otherwise, there's no chance. It seems that turning the tide this time won't be easy. Bailon didn't give up. Although the Shadowless Ghost Emperor was invincible, if it wanted to descend upon Blue Star, it would undoubtedly face immense suppression and require extensive preparation, with no room for error. As long as one link in the chain was disrupted, its plan would fall apart. Bailon vaguely grasped the key point. It was the grand formation that appeared in the sky over Y City on the 67th simulated day. That was the crux of the shadowless Ghost Emperor's descent. Unfortunately, Bailon only had a superficial understanding of formations. To delve deeper, he would need the help of Yin Simings, a level Heavenly Eye, and Formation Master Du Mingxiu. Of course, if the simulation system could provide a hint, the progress would be much faster. Bailon took a deep breath. There's no time for another reality simulation. Now it's already 6 o'clock. From now on, I need to collect supplies faster. Following the routes based on the intelligence from the simulation will save a lot of time. The small town, the canned food factory, and the snack factory are all must-visit locations. Then, I'll head to a few unguarded breeding bases. The goal is to return as quickly as possible. This time, I can't just stay at the base. I need to take the initiative to go to the military district to gather more intelligence and cultivation resources. In the simulation, I managed to gain the military district's recognition, so I can do the same in reality. Moreover, this time, I need to bring the Dongfang family into the fold. They can't just sit on the sidelines. With the plan set, Bailon got up and headed out. After the energy transformation of Blue Star, the world was filled with supernatural energy, so much so that even breathing could make one stronger. Cultivation efficiency had doubled, especially for the native humans of Blue Star, who benefited the most. This state would last for 3 days. These 3 days were the golden period for humanity to rapidly increase their strength. How could they waste time sleeping? Everyone had to give their all to cultivate until the 3 days were over. Bailon jumped onto the roof of the villa and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wake up! All awakened ability users, gather at the entrance within 3 minutes. Lu Hua, you and your 2 brothers, come immediately." His villa was located right in the center of the coastal district, and his shout could be heard throughout the entire area. Bailon walked to the entrance and saw Lu Tu already standing there, full of energy. Bailon even suspected that this guy had been sleeping at the door. When Lu Tu saw him, he grinned and said, "Brother Bai, what are your orders?" "I do. I'll tell you once everyone is here." Lu Hua and Lu Ji quickly arrived as well, fully dressed, and standing in front of Bailon within a minute. "First, let me tell the 3 of you. I'll be heading out for the next few days. During this time, Lu Hua will take charge of guarding the base for me. Lu Tu, you and Lin Cece will lead a team to organize the ability users willing to go out and search for supplies. No matter what, do your utmost to gather as much as possible. Lu Ji, you'll have the most pressure. You'll be in charge of the entire base's logistics. Set up a reward and punishment system, find trustworthy people to help, and ensure the base operates smoothly and the ability users stay motivated. All right, if you have any questions, ask now." Bailon finished in one breath, like a machine gun. "No problem. We'll get it done," Lu Tu answered without hesitation. In his heart, Bailon was practically an omnipotent god. How could there be any problem with what a god said? If there was a problem, it could only be his own lack of ability. Lu Ji wasn't as confident as Lu Tuesday. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Brother Bai, I think the reward and punishment system is great, but do we have any core elements? We can't always rely on food and daily necessities, right?" "We do." Bailon's mind instantly flashed with a bunch of ideas. Basic visualization training methods, universal combat techniques, and beast cores, corpse cores, and so on. Lu Ji was stunned upon hearing this. He was also an awakened one. So how did Bailon know so much? Could it be that their awakening posture was wrong? "I'll teach you these things in detail when I return. For now, just go and paint a picture for everyone to motivate them," Bailon added. Lu Ji nodded, feeling a bit familiar, like the routines his boss used to talk about when he was working. Only now, he had become the one painting the picture. "Lu Hua, what about you?" Lu Hua's expression immediately turned serious. "To what extent can I act?" Bailon was secretly pleased. As expected of a leader, he immediately grasped the key point. "For those who are lazy and don't follow the rules, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. If anything happens, I'll back you up. Don't let me down, Lu Hua," Bailon said calmly, with particular weight in his last few words. "Understood." After Lu Hua agreed, his face immediately broke into a cheerful smile. 3 minutes passed, and the awakened ones were chatting in small groups scattered around. Almost everyone's eyes sparkled with hope, as if the previous nightmare had already passed. Gather. Stand properly, count off. Lu Tu shouted loudly, relying entirely on his voice without using any abilities. Hearing the shout, the awakened ones lazily shuffled around, taking ages to barely form a basic formation. Bailon glanced over. There were about 100 people, most of them death level, with very few C levels. The highest was only B level. Their abilities varied greatly. Most were just beginners at 2 or 3 stars, and those with a bit of talent were no more than 5 stars. Lu Tu clearly couldn't stand the laziness of this group, especially in front of Bailon. Still dawdling. Do you think this is peacetime? Get in line and stand quietly. Although his words were harsh, the people below still sluggishly adjusted their positions. Bailon watched the scene and smiled, as if seeing his younger self. Young people with a bit of ability often became arrogant, which was normal. As long as they didn't get too full of themselves and think they were the best, it was fine. If it weren't for the fact that you've been working so hard lately, I'd be the first to defy you. Yeah, can't you just talk properly? Why do you have to shout? Who are you trying to impress? It's almost the end of the world. I'll live how I want. I only gave him face just now. If he shouts again, I'll slap him right then and there. I think he's just putting on a show. There's no real leader anymore, but he's still pretending. Just a bootlicking lackey. The murmurs of complaints in the crowd grew louder and louder. Bailon didn't interrupt them. He wanted to see how Lu Tu would handle it. Lu Tu, of course, heard everything clearly. After the Great Awakening, he had also become a beginner-level awakened one. He knew this was a test. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey was the most effective method, but the key was deciding who would be the chicken and who would be the monkey. If he got it wrong, it could provoke even greater resistance. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally locking onto the first person who had spoken up to complain. That man was Ho Chao, a nouveau riche who had gained his wealth through demolition compensation. While his past was unclear, over the past few days, Ho Chao had been seen committing various misdeeds, harassing female students, slacking off on work, and bossing others around indiscriminately. Due to the pressing threat of zombies, no one had dared to confront him. Now, he had become even more brazen, even acting as the ringleader of dissent. Lu Tu strode up to Ho Chao with quick steps, his voice thundering with anger. What's your name? Say what you just said again. Ho Chao remained silent, glaring back at Lu Tu with resentment written all over his face. Lu Tu showed no mercy. With a resounding slap, he struck Ho Chao so hard that several of his teeth were knocked loose and his face contorted in pain. The crowd collectively gasped, the sharp intake of breath echoing in the air. Instantly, the group fell into order. Even those who had been quietly complaining earlier now lowered their heads, too afraid to utter a word. Ho Chao, enduring the pain, gathered flames in his hand and hurled them fiercely at Lu Tuesday. Go to hell, he roared. Lu Tu snorted coldly, slamming his hands to the ground. A human-height wall of earth rose abruptly, blocking the flames completely. Wow, isn't that the earth flow wall from earth release techniques? We almost ended up with dog heads hung on the wall. 2 high school students muttered in astonishment, but quickly covered their mouths and bowed their heads, terrified of being overheard by Lu Tu. Smack! Another loud slap landed on Ho Chao's face. This time, the teeth on the other side of his mouth were gone as well. He was in such agony that he could no longer speak, collapsing to the ground and begging for mercy. Seeing this, Lu Tu withdrew his hand and swept his gaze over the group. Order had been restored. No one dared whisper anymore. The only sound that remained was the incessant noise of Ho Chao kowtowing at the gate. Lu Ji stepped to the front of the group, pulling out a notebook. He began to read aloud. Ho Chao, on the first day after entering the Watermark supermarket, you harassed a female student. When the zombie horde arrived, you hid in the back and refused to work. You also bullied the new male students. And today, you're here stirring up trouble again. Closing the notebook, Lu Ji walked over to Ho Chao, crouching down in front of him. He spoke, pausing deliberately between each word. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ho Chao broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked. Without the law in place, killing someone was effortless and unpunished. Bang! Bang! He continued to kowtow desperately, his forehead splitting open and blood streaming down his face. His former arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ji pulled out a small knife, playing with it slowly. Do you think your kowtowing and apologies will make a difference? Will the female student you harassed forgive you? Will the brothers who died during the zombie horde sympathize with you? Will the male students you bullied willingly accept it? Can the time you wasted ever be reclaimed? With a sudden thrust, the knife sank into Ho Chao's right hand. He, now toothless, let out a wretched scream, his eyes bulging as though they might pop out of their sockets. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to. The only reason I haven't killed you is because you're still of use. But if you dare cause trouble again or defy discipline, your death will be far worse. Lu Ji finished, glancing at Ho Chao, who was still writhing on the ground. He waved his hand dismissively and ordered, later, throw him outside to feed the zombies. At this moment, Lu Hua, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Of course, punishment comes with rewards. Those willing to fight, those brave enough to stand up during the zombie hordes, will receive the best treatment. Food, living supplies, housing, it will all go to them and their families first. But that is not all. Our leader, Bailon, will teach everyone training methods to enhance their strength, combat techniques, and even how to use beast cores and zombie cores to directly boost their power. You can ask those who fought off the zombie hordes. They say his strength ranks second, and no one dares claim first. Bailon quickly grabbed Lu Hua, cutting him off before he could say more. If he kept boasting like this, he might as well become a legendary immortal himself. Ahem. Anyway, just do as they say. As long as you're willing to fight and want to get stronger, you're always welcome here. Some of you might think I'm just making empty promises, but that's fine. Time will prove everything. A couple of battles will determine the outcome, so don't blame me for being biased then. All right, I won't say much more. Line up, and I'll check your abilities. Those with talent will receive focused training. Bailon suppressed his excitement, put on a serious face, and began absorbing the power of time from each person one by one. Name, AI Hu Gender, male ability, Qigong D level LV1 detected. Absorb the power of time. Absorb, ding. Absorption successful. Power of time plus 500. Seeing the power of time continuously increase, Bailon was overjoyed. These were tangible resources that could be converted into combat power. As expected, killing zombies was too slow. Once he returned, he planned to head to the military and take advantage of the situation there. In his previous life, those powerful King Kongs and Ice Fire mages, he wanted to absorb them all, and even sweep up the top-tier experts in Y City's rankings. However, it was a bit of a pity that he couldn't fully absorb their power. Full absorption required the other party to be completely relaxed, without any resistance in their heart. In the apocalypse, even the closest people would be on guard, let alone strangers. Name, Chun Soling Gender, male ability, Forging C level LV1, a functional ability. Head to the basement of my villa later. Focus on improving your strength there for the next few days. Really? I'm just a migrant worker, not very educated. Old Chun was so excited his face turned red. He grabbed the man next to him and introduced him. This is Old Su. We're from the same village. He's a bit smarter than me. Let him come along. Bailon glanced at the thin man next to him. Name, Su Jibin Gender, male ability, Forging C level LV1 2 Forgers. This was a huge win. When forging equipment, a master usually worked with an assistant. Skilled forgers could create high-level equipment. When two people worked together, the quality of the equipment would improve significantly, but the difficulty would also increase. It required long-term, seamless cooperation. Bailon had heard of the strongest forgers, the Yueshan brothers from Sakura country. They were blood brothers with perfect synergy, capable of crafting near-divine equipment. All right, as you suggested. Train hard. Bailon patted the two on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Thank you for your recognition. Thank you." The two were so moved they were on the verge of tears. Bailon didn't understand why they were so emotional, but time was tight, so he could only speed up the absorption of the power of time. After the Great Awakening, although there were more ability users, the quality was severely lacking. Even C-level abilities were rare, only about a dozen out of every 100 ability users. Low-level ability users could absorb very little power of time. F-level could only absorb 100, E-level 200, D-level 500, and sea level just 1,000. However, little by little, after absorbing from everyone, Bailon accumulated a total of 32,200 power of time, making it the most satisfying harvest since the apocalypse began. Suppressing his excitement, Bailon returned to his original position and said seriously, "I've reviewed your abilities. Most of you have a low starting point, with only Ying showing some talent B-level ability, Thunderstorm. Talent is important, but hard work is even more crucial. Low-level abilities can also break through and reach the peak. The key is how hard you're willing to fight." All right, one last thing. Make the most of these 3 days to cultivate and improve quickly after this period. Progress will slow down significantly. I'm heading out for a while, and I'll test you when I return. Don't disappoint me. After saying this, Bailon got into the car. Before leaving, he stuck his head out and said, "Ying, here's a beast core for you. And Lu Ji, don't forget to reward those who participated in the zombie tide. As for those who fled, don't go easy on them." "Understood," Lu Ji responded. Bailon took out one of the few beast cores from his bag and accurately tossed it into Yi Ying's hand before driving away. As soon as Bailon left, the crowd instantly became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and surrounded Yi Ying. "Sister Yi, let me see the beast core the boss gave you. Just a quick look." "Move aside. Miss Yi, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? What do you think of me? I'm a Class C ability user." "Sister Yi, do you need a leg pendant? I'm a Class D ability user, super strong, full of security." Yi Ying was squeezed in the middle, feeling extremely annoyed. She hadn't expected being admired to be so bothersome. "Move." She released a burst of lightning from her body, electrocuting several people who were too close. Luva clapped his hands. "All right, if you want beast cores, just go kill some beasts yourselves. Envying others won't help." A classmate nearby shouted, "Brother Lu, I want to go kill zombies." "Me too. Not just zombies. I want to kill beasts too. No one can stop me from leveling up. I'm going all out." Lu Ji was secretly pleased and struck while the iron was hot. "If you want to go out exploring, go find Lu Tu and Miss Lin Cece. They'll make arrangements for you. Hurry up, I can't wait." Charge. With the simulated intelligence reports, Bailon had already figured out where food was safe and where military forces were stationed. An hour later, Bailon arrived at a canned food processing plant. There weren't many zombies. Most of them were former assembly line workers who had turned. But the scene before him shocked Bailon immensely. Someone who had been bitten by a zombie was still able to suppress their hunger and mechanically continue working at their station. You have to understand, a zombie's hunger is 10 times stronger than a drug addiction. Bailon sighed, drew his straight blade, and said, "Let me help you find release. In your next life, don't work in a factory again." In an instant, the entire factory echoed with the sound of heads falling to the ground. If the students and blue-collar workers from the base saw this scene, they would surely regret talking back earlier this morning. These zombies, who once rampaged across Blue Star, were now as easy to control as chickens a complete harvest. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the temporary shelter in the southern part of Y City was extremely tense. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly, angrily said, "Qin Dingyun, do you know what you're saying? Life has no hierarchy or distinction of value." "Old Tian, I'm just stating the facts. To save more people, sometimes you have to sacrifice a few." Qin Dingyun's gaze was resolute as he opened a file folder. "This is a report on ability users, as well as the time and resources required to train a special forces soldier. Don't talk to me about this. The city rescue plan must be launched ahead of schedule, immediately. Do you know how many people die every second?" Qin Dingyun's face also showed anger, and he was about to retort when the person seated at the head interrupted him. "All right, I've heard your opinions. Elder Yin, let's hear your thoughts." Yin Siming took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "I think both of you have valid points. But when it comes to execution, we must prioritize. If we want to save more people, we must first ensure the management and distribution of logistical supplies." Both nodded, as their ultimate goal was to save more people, though their methods differed. Yin Siming glanced at Qin Dingyun's documents and continued, "Tian Yong, it's undeniable that ability users are the main combat force of the future. We need to save people, but we also need to develop abilities. However, the prerequisite is resources. If we can't even solve the problem of food and water, everything else is just empty talk. So, I suggest prioritizing sending people to secure nearby granaries, farms, and other resource points. At the same time, dispatch ability user squads to the city for training and rescue missions. Additionally, open up broadcasts to encourage more people to come to the shelter voluntarily. First Seat Li Jun thought for a moment and nodded. Dongfang Ji, what do you think? I agree with Elder Yan's proposal, Dongfang Ji said. Li Jun slammed the table decisively. Then we'll proceed with Elder Yan's plan. If there are any changes, we'll reconvene to decide. No, I think we can't just send ability user squads. The efficiency is too low. Those areas in the northern part of the city can't even be covered. We should send more teams. There are plenty of resources in the city, and collecting them would be a huge gain as well. Tian Yong stood up and interrupted Li Jun, slamming the table. His ability was plant-based, allowing him to communicate with plants and gather a lot of intelligence. From the plants, he learned that the strength of zombies and mutant beasts had significantly increased, and their numbers had surged. In such circumstances, ability users could barely protect themselves, while ordinary people were merely food for zombies. Left to prey, they wouldn't encounter them otherwise. Survival was nearly impossible. This was also why Tian Yong had repeatedly requested prioritizing rescue missions. Unfortunately, recent battles had led the warriors to conclude that an average man with a weapon could handle at most 2 zombies facing more. Even escaping would be difficult. These conclusions were undeniably chilling. Li Jun maintained a stern expression. Tian Yong, calm down. The civilians need to be saved, and they will be. Here's the plan. In addition to the ability user squads, I'll assign you a large team under your command. But Tian Yong wanted to say more, but Qin Dingyun suddenly smashed a water glass and roared. Tian Yong, don't push your luck. Who here doesn't want to save more people? But is the current situation allowing it? Unknown disasters, enemies, and powers, none of these can be ignored. Do you realize how much risk a large-scale rescue operation would bring? Civilians are people, but aren't our people human too? Where do you place their safety? Old Qin, don't get angry. Brother Yong means well. We all share the same goal, so why argue? Dongfang Ji pulled Qin Dingyun back, while giving Tian Yong a meaningful look. Li Jun stood up and said in an authoritative tone, "That's settled. If there are any further opinions, bring them up at tomorrow's meeting. For now, focus on your respective tasks." Understood. Everyone responded in unison and quickly dispersed. Each person carried numerous responsibilities. These small meetings were held daily, lasting no more than 10 minutes, primarily to address major decisions, yet arguments were inevitable. This was the most frustrating issue for Li Jun since becoming the first seat. Fortunately, Yin Siming was there to offer advice, otherwise he would have been overwhelmed. After all, both sides had valid points, but any decision he made would affect countless lives. This kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could bear. Uncle Li, are you troubled again by Uncle Tian and Uncle Qin's issues? A crisp female voice rang out, instantly lifting the mood. Li Jun saw it was Yin Yi, and his stern expression softened immediately. Oh, it's Xiao Yan. What's up? Nothing. I just wanted to come and see you. Haha. You little girl, you never come by without a reason. What's the matter this time? Yin Yi smiled and said softly, Uncle Li, I've grown up. This time, I came to recommend someone to you who can help ease your burden. Oh, who is it? Someone who caught the eye of a big star? Let me guess, is it Dongfang Yan, the 9th son of the Dongfang family? No. Yin Yi shook her head. Li Jun continued guessing. Is it the recently popular Lieutenant Lu Cheng? No, Uncle Li, stop guessing. You haven't met him. Then who is it? Li Jun asked curiously. It's the person who saved Grandpa this time, named Bai Lan. Bai Lan. The old general mentioned him. Whose son is he? He's not anyone's son. I checked, he's a student at Y University. Li Jun laughed. Xiaoyan, stop teasing me. But thank you. I feel much better now. I'm not joking. Uncle Li, you have to trust me, Yan Yi said seriously. All right, then bring him here, and I'll test him. We do need people right now. If he's truly capable, I might consider using him. He's not here, but I hope you can find him, Uncle Li. Li Jun pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoyan, when you came to see the old general earlier, I was already under immense pressure and sent out an elite team. Now you want me to find a student? I really don't have the capacity for that. But I can ask Tian Yong to keep an eye out. Whether we can find him or not, I can't say. But, all right. Yin Yi wanted to say more. But seeing the few strands of white hair on Li Jun's head and his once energetic face now showing signs of fatigue, she knew the uncle before her was bearing immense pressure, both externally and internally. What could a university student possibly do to help? At best, he might be an ability user, but in a tide of zombies, he'd just be cannon fodder. Wasting already scarce manpower to find him was simply a waste of time. Only Yin Yi was so persistent anyone else would have been kicked out by Li Jun long ago. At this moment, Yin Yi wavered. She believed in Bai Lan's ability to help, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After clearing the zombies in the factory, Bai Lan began using his spatial bracelet to collect cans. He was incredibly lucky the factory had been overwhelmed with orders, and the usually empty warehouse was now packed with boxes of canned goods. He took a quick look. Most of the cans were staple foods, including beef, pork, chicken, fish, and luncheon meat. There were also plenty of fruit cans, like yellow peaches, pineapples, and mixed fruits, all stacked to the brim. Although he had mentally prepared for this during the simulation, seeing it in reality made Bai Lan so happy he was almost in tears. Finally, he wouldn't have to eat those disgusting synthetic liquids and mud blocks anymore. With these cans, he swore he'd never touch those two things again in his life. Those so-called foods were supposedly made for human consumption, but even pigs would be disgusted enough to vomit. Collect. They're all mine. Bai Lan muttered as he opened his spatial bracelet and started loading box after box inside. Just collecting the cans from the warehouse took him 5 or 6 hours. As expected from the simulation data, there were a total of 1,000 tons of fresh canned goods. Just as Bai Lan was feeling satisfied and ready to leave, a few workers in blue uniforms suddenly appeared in the meat processing plant and called out to him. "Brother, take us with you. There are monsters here." Bai Lan frowned. Just now, even he and T sensed the presence of these people. It wasn't he until he looked closely that he realized their bodies were covered in a layer of crushed flesh and gore, completely masking their human scent. No wonder he and T detected them. With that smell, he could almost believe they were lumps of synthetic meat. He hadn't T encountered a situation like this in the reality simulation, which meant that back then, Bai Lan probably just walked away without paying attention. That's what he should have done this time as well. But after multiple simulations, he had figured out some patterns. Sometimes seemingly insignificant people could bring unexpected surprises. Bai Lan turned around and asked, "Everyone in the factory is dead. Why are you still alive?" The worker who had initially cried out about the monster was visibly losing control, muttering "monster, monster," over and over again. A young man beside him stepped forward to calm him down. "Apologies," he said. "The 5 of us were lucky enough to avoid the monster." Bai Lan grew curious. What kind of monster could kill everyone in the entire factory? Logically, even if a mutant beast appeared in this area, the death rate shouldn't have been so high. At least 100 or 2 people should have managed to survive by hiding in dormitories or rooms. "Tell me in detail, what did the monster look like?" Bai Lan retrieved a few bottles of water from his spatial bracelet and handed them over. The man took a sip of water and then began to recall. "When the monster first appeared, we were all panicked. But after the first day, the screaming in the factory stopped. Besides the 5 of us, there were 10 others who had temporarily hidden in the office. The survivors were all waiting for rescue. But on the second night, something strange happened. The factory was filled with continuous, horrifying screams again. We realized the survivors had been discovered by the monster. Initially, we thought it was just bad luck, but the screams kept getting closer, moving from Factory 1 to Factory 5 without stopping. We panicked. We knew the monster could detect living people. We decided not to sit and wait to die and try to take the chance to run to the parking lot and escape by car. But as soon as we stepped out, the monster appeared. It had glowing purple eyes, and its body was about the same size as mine. But its face was grotesque and terrifying. It was horrifying. Glowing purple eyes? Bai Lan confirmed. "Yes, I might forget other details, but I will never forget those eyes. They weren't human at all." The man gasped for breath as he spoke, still visibly terrified by the memory. Based on this description, Bailon immediately realized who the culprit behind the factory's destruction was: a devourer, a special type of mutant within zombie hordes. Although not particularly strong in attack, it grew more powerful by devouring the corpses of humans and mutant beasts. When it devoured, it could even gain the memories and abilities of its victims. At the beginning of the apocalypse, devourers were practically unstoppable. Scattered corpses and cities provided them with the perfect nourishment. They used their acquired memories to understand human habits, enabling them to locate and kill anyone. Even if you hid indoors without stepping out, they would break in and kill you. It could be said that many newly evolved zombie kings came from devourers. In the environment of Blue Star, devourers were incredibly dangerous. They had no innate limitations and relied solely on devouring to grow stronger at an alarming rate. The best solution Bailon could think of now was to find and eliminate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it were allowed to survive and grow stronger, another zombie king could emerge in the future. All right, no need to say more. Wait here for the rescue team. I'll avenge you, Bailon said, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. The group panicked at Bailon's gesture. If that monster showed up again, what were they supposed to do? Hide inside that broken meat grinder again? So disgusting. Afraid of being killed, they might die from the stench first. Big brother, don't leave, take us with you. Please. A bald man nearby suddenly knelt down, begging, and the others followed suit, kneeling as well. Bailon gripped his straight blade tightly and asked coldly, "What value do you have that makes you worth saving?" Though the words were harsh, the group didn't lose heart. Instead, they scrambled to boast about themselves. Me? I graduated from a 211 university, have excellent learning abilities, can do anything, and I grew up in the countryside, so I can endure hardships. Big brother, trust me, you won't regret it. Nonsense, 211 my foot. I'm just a lousy vocational school graduate. The bald man patted his chest flatteringly and said, "Big brother, look at my bald head. I may not be well educated, but I work hard. I'm not lying, I'm only 28 years old." A young man nearby quickly chimed in. "Me? I studied civil engineering, I'm a hardworking ox. I can do anything. Please take me with you." On the side, he seemed to lose control of his emotions, laughing maniacally. "A bunch of fools. What he wants is canned food. I know where there's still canned food. Lots of canned food." Bailon lowered his straight blade and walked over to Ahe with a hint of a smile. "Very well, take me to the canned food, and I'll show you a way to survive." Big brother, I know where the canned food is too. Let me lead the way." The bald man crawled to Bailon's feet, begging desperately. "Whatever, just don't waste my time." "Got it." Along the way, the group kept flattering him, their fear of zombies stripping them of all dignity. In the underground factory, just as Ahe had said, there were piles of canned food. The young man eagerly introduced, "Big brother, these are all canned goods that the factory couldn't sell. Their shelf life is less than a year, and they were meant to be reprocessed for sale. There are 4 or 5 more rooms like this one, with a total of about 5,000 tons." Bailon nodded, suppressing his excitement. Forget about being unexpired, he would take even expired canned food. After the Great Awakening, people's bodies had become stronger, and expired food couldn't harm them. Legend has it that only one restaurant called Hua something could make even body-enhanced ability users vomit blood after eating. Bailon didn't finish collecting all the canned food from the 4 or 5 warehouses until 8 p.m. These items were absolutely strategic resources. In the future, these canned goods could buy an entire city. Ordinary ability users couldn't afford them, not even expired ones. Only city lords and leaders of large adventure guilds could afford to eat well every day. Most people had to survive on synthetic liquids and mud blocks, while ability users with a few beast cores could eat some synthetic meat and various flavored mud blocks. That was the limit. When synthetic liquids were first introduced, demand far exceeded supply, and many people starved to death despite consuming them. This shows just how precious these canned goods were. Bailon pried open a can of sardines, eating while enjoying the evening breeze, feeling quite pleased. "Big brother, we've led the way, can you take us to a safe place now?" The man rubbed his hands, flattering him. "Sure, but I won't be the one taking you." The man panicked. "What do you mean?" Before Bailon could respond, Ahi's silly voice rang out. A bunch of fools. He said he'd show you the way, not take you there. Who told you to act like a bunch of bootlickers? Hey, what do you mean? Think you're so great now? Stop being so sarcastic. The man pointed at Ahi angrily. Stop arguing. You have two choices. Either drive to the Shengshi Villa district by the coast or head to the military shelter in the southern part of the city. Choose for yourselves. Bai Lan threw out these words, finished the sardine can in one bite, and got into the car. The bald man panicked and shouted repeatedly, Boss, take us with you, please. I still have over 100,000 in savings. I still have. The engine roared, and Bai Lan had already sped away. Their value had been completely drained. None of them were awakened ability users, and keeping them alive was just a waste of resources. Of course, Bai Lan had given them a choice. As long as they didn't seek death, driving would give them a 30% chance of reaching the military district or the villa. In the future, they might survive by selling their labor, but the taste of that life wasn't something Bai Lan could explain in just a few words. The car sped along, occasionally encountering a few zombies on the road, but they were easily avoided. Bai Lan hurried to the vegetable base in the town. Since he knew from the simulation that the granary was guarded by soldiers, he gave up on it directly, saving a lot of time. In the simulation, he arrived at 6 o'clock now, driving at full speed. He could reach the destination by 10 at the latest. After killing the zombies, he estimated he could finish collecting by 1 or 2 in the morning, ensuring everything would be gathered by the next morning. He hoped there would be extra gains, just like at the canned food factory. Meanwhile, screams continued to echo from Y City County. Brother Long, even Grandpa Lee's family is dead. What should we do? A girl cried, her voice trembling. Su Long furrowed his brows. The situation in the county had been stable as long as the survivors stayed quietly at home and waited for military rescue. Everything should have been fine. But who could have predicted the sudden change 2 hours ago? His sister had used binoculars to see Aunt Wang's house being broken into by zombies, and the entire family of 8 was eaten alive. If it had been just that one incident, perhaps no one would have paid much attention, thinking Aunt Wang's family was simply unlucky or that their noise had attracted the zombies. But then, the Li family, the Zhang family, and the Lu family were all wiped out by zombies breaking into their homes. These families had been in regular contact, writing notes to communicate and exchanging food. None of them escaped. They were all dead. This made Su Long even more worried. As a young man with an open mind, he knew that the zombies might have become smarter. Sis, did you notice anything unusual about the zombies? Su Hua thought for a moment and recalled one detail. Purple. Their eyes were purple, and they were always there when the doors were broken. Quick, contact the nearby families. We can't just sit and wait to die. We have to fight back. Su Long took a deep breath, a wave of tension and fear washing over him. Okay, I'll go write notes to notify them right away. Half an hour later, Su Long was fully dressed and equipped, prepared like the protagonist in the novels and movies he had seen. He tied a cloth strip around his arm, modified a mop into a bayonet, and ensured all protective measures were in place. After confirming everything was ready, he carried Su Hua's equipment upstairs and contacted several families. He firmly believed that as long as everyone worked together, they could definitely defeat these monsters. Just as he reached the balcony, he saw Su Hua with tears streaming down her face, holding up a written plea for help. Sis, what's wrong? Did you manage to contact anyone? Su Long asked. Su Hua threw herself into his arms, crying, Brother, none of them responded. Even the neighbors who often borrowed food from us have pulled their curtains and are ignoring us. How cowardly. These people have no guts. Suddenly, a scream shattered their conversation. Approaching the balcony for a closer look, the fruit vendor Old Yang's family had already been exposed. A fierce battle erupted in the yard. Old Yang raised a boulder heavier than himself, ready to smash it onto the zombie's head. Who could have expected that the zombie, with its glowing purple eyes, would grab the nearly lifeless young mother lying on the ground, its mouth curling into a sinister smile? This scene left the siblings, Su Long and Su Hua, on the balcony utterly stunned. This zombie was not only shockingly intelligent, but seemed to have transformed into something entirely different. Old Yang hadn't anticipated this turn of events and hesitated. The zombie wasted no time, seizing the opportunity to pierce Old Yang's chest with its sharp claws. The boulder fell, crushing him to death. The devourer licked the fresh blood off its hand, then turned its head at an astonishing angle toward the siblings, fixing its gaze on them. Those purple eyes made Su Long break out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly, almost paralyzing him with fear. It's bad, it's targeting us. Su Long frantically threw equipment to Su Hua. Quick, put it on. We need to escape, or we're dead. Okay, okay. Su Hua quickly wrapped her arms and legs and donned thick cotton clothes. Bang, bang. Violent pounding came from the security door on the first floor, making their hearts leap into their throats. Su Long swallowed hard, never expecting the zombie to act so quickly and find their door. This ordinary security door, usually hard for strangers to locate, now seemed irrelevant as Su Long's mind went blank, leaving no time to think. With each knock on the door, Su Long felt himself inching closer to collapse. Brother, what do we do? I don't want to die. Su Hua cried, her voice tearing with despair. Calm down. Calm down. Smack. Su Long slapped her, the sound crisp and sharp. Su Hua was stunned, her fear and sorrow momentarily replaced by shock from the slap. This was her own brother, who had never even scolded her harshly, always treating her like a princess. Now, the force of this slap felt like the end of the world. Do you remember? This morning, we awakened our superpowers. We still have a chance to survive. Really, really? Really? Our powers can make objects float, right? Su Long forced himself to stay calm. Then what if we use them on ourselves? Su Hua pointed downstairs. You mean jump down? Exactly. Once the zombie breaks through the door, jumping down is our only chance to reach the car. Su Hua nodded, focusing her energy, and began to levitate slowly using her powers. It worked. Su Long clapped his hands in excitement. A loud crash came from downstairs. The security door had been broken through. Hurry, sister. I'll send you down first. Su Long, without hesitation, picked up Su Hua and approached the wall ledge. Focus. Maintain the state you were just in. Okay. After receiving her response, he used all his strength to control Su Hua's descent speed. Finally, she landed safely, but Su Long had exhausted himself, barely able to stand, his head pounding, longing for rest. Brother Long, I'm down. Come down quickly. Su Hua called out anxiously. Su Long, his consciousness fading, struggled to respond. Sister, I can't make it down. Live well. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to see the zombie with glowing purple eyes standing at the doorway, its mouth curled into a playful smile, clearly not blinded by hunger. Faced with the dire situation, he felt both fear and regret. He should have done everything to survive. But Su Long quickly suppressed his thoughts, using his last ounce of strength to charge at the zombie at this moment. Su Hua downstairs was already crying uncontrollably. Her parents' fate was uncertain. Her brother might be gone too. What was the point of her living? Sometimes, being alive was the most painful thing. Do you want to save him? In her hazy consciousness, she heard a man's voice. Like grasping at the last straw, she desperately responded, though she couldn't even remember what she said. It wasn't until she heard the last sentence that she completely lost consciousness. Rare ability? Never heard of it. Sigh. Did I reincarnate just to save the dead? Bai Lan leapt up, grabbing the security bars on the third floor, and with a push of his foot, easily jumped onto the fifth-floor balcony. If trainee ability users were the pinnacle of humanity, then beginner ability users had already started to transform, becoming as powerful as Captain America. As a 9-star beginner ability user, Bai Lan effortlessly reached the 5th floor. He chose this method, which didn't consume his abilities, to conceal his true strength. Clang! A loud metallic clash rang out as a straight blade forcefully blocked the Devourer's sharp claws. The Devourer's purple pupils suddenly widened, searching for the owner of the blade. Over here. Bai Lan stood atop the balcony's water tank, looking down with a cold sneer. Seeing another ability user, the Devourer excitedly charged at Bai Lan. Along the way, it had killed many people, especially enjoying the brains and flesh of ability users. With every awakened one it devoured, its strength surged. Now it was beyond excited. In its eyes, the only image was Bai Lan being completely consumed, and it had abandoned all previous caution. Bai Lan chuckled inwardly. Looks like I overestimated it. This guy has gotten way too arrogant. Time to teach it a lesson. Bailon didn't move, but with a flip of his palm, a small fiery red lotus suddenly appeared. This was the rapid-release form of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus at level 3. However, Bailon hadn't fully mastered it yet and couldn't release it attached to a weapon like the flame-splitting wave ruler. He threw the miniature lotus, and the devourer didn't dodge, swinging its claws to meet it head-on. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and within seconds, the smoke cleared, revealing a battered figure fleeing the scene. Its entire body emitted a burnt smell, its face twisted in fear, and even its once proud claws were now mangled and bloody. "This power is almost on par with a grenade," Bailon casually remarked, then stepped forward, ready for a head-on melee with the devourer. Fear flashed in the devourer's eyes, and its right leg instinctively stepped back. Its instincts told it that this man was no match for it. But it knew that if it could devour Bailon, its strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Its greed made it choose to stay. As long as he doesn't use that move again, I still have a chance in close combat. The devourer steeled its resolve, raising its remaining claw to charge at Bailon. Bailon smirked, thinking it would flee, but to his surprise, it dared to face him head-on. The reason he hadn't gone all out to instantly kill the devourer was to make it run away, preparing for what came next. He hadn't expected this creature to be so stubborn. Bailon shrugged helplessly, deciding to reluctantly give it a beating. Crack! Bang! A chaotic flurry of punches sent the devourer flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard against the balcony wall. If it weren't a zombie, unable to die without a fatal wound, it would have been dead several times over by now. "You're still not running? I don't even have a grudge against you. Why are you so persistent?" Bailon couldn't help but complain. Just moments ago, amidst the flurry of fists and kicks, the opponent had already exposed dozens of flaws. Yet, rather than fleeing, this creature dared to counterattack. The purple glow in the devourer's eyes dimmed as it struggled to its feet, mustering every ounce of strength to launch another assault. This time, its target wasn't Bailon, but Su Long, who lay on the ground, mentally exhausted and drained. The devourer aimed its sharp claws at Su Long's neck, a sinister grin spreading across its face. Although it couldn't speak, Bailon could easily imagine its thoughts. "Threaten me? You're courting death." Bailon's aura surged dramatically. Grabbing his straight blade, he activated his ability, ×0. In the next second, all the devourer felt was a sharp sting. Looking down in shock, it realized its claw had been severed, and the prey in its grasp had vanished. Bailon had already appeared on the opposite balcony, where Su Long now lay at his feet, rescued. The devourer broke down completely. With a shriek of despair, it scrambled off the 5th floor, tumbling and staggering as it fled into the distance. If it had the chance to choose again, it would have run from the start. At least that way, it could avoided a few punches and escaped more swiftly. It's finally gone. Next, I'll clear out the nearby zombies to earn some time force and corpse cores, Bailon said with a sigh. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He turned back to the balcony and shouted, "Hey, you lot who were just watching, come over here and take care of these two. If I come back and find them still lying there, your fate will be as miserable as that zombie's." The people who had been peeking from behind their curtains on the 7th floor were utterly terrified. This man was even scarier than the zombie from earlier. After much deliberation, they decided it was better to help out. Otherwise, they had no idea when their lives might end. In the following hours, Bailon slaughtered his way from the west side of the town to the south, and then from the south to the east, clearing out more than half of the zombies in the small county. Judging by the changes in his time force, he estimated he had killed 40 to 50,000 zombies. He only stopped around 4 or 5 in the morning, when his mental energy was completely depleted. It was particularly easy to kill zombies before they evolved. A miniature Buddha's furious lotus could blow away a large group at once. A single slash of flame-splitting wave blade could mow them down like cutting through a field of grass, one swipe, one massive swath. While killing zombies was exhilarating for Bailon, the citizens who watched him were utterly dumbfounded. These ferocious and powerful zombies were being massacred like ants in this man's hands. At first, when he killed a dozen or so zombies, others might still think, "I could do that too." But as the number grew, along with the sheer strength of his attacks, every single survivor was convinced. A hero. Truly, a hero has risen. An old man, eyes bright with excitement, exclaimed, "Ergo, fetch the wine. I must have a drink with this young hero." "Father, what are you going on about? There are still zombies outside." The old man smacked the middle-aged man's leg with his cane, his face full of disapproval. "You useless brat. If you had even a tenth of that young man's skills, you wouldn't be cowering here, afraid of zombies. Now go get the wine." "Fine, fine, fine. I'll go right away." The middle-aged man grumbled, rubbing his sore leg as he reluctantly headed out. At the door, another middle-aged man holding a hunting rifle asked, "Dad, should we call in the nearby ability users as well?" The old man nodded, his admiration for Bailon growing stronger with every glance. "Yes, and make sure to invite this young hero back too." "Understood." The man hurried off. The old man stroked his graying beard and sighed. "What a shame we don't have a daughter in the family. Otherwise, I'd definitely try to match them up. This young man is destined for greatness. If we could establish some connection with him, the Zhang family might truly rise to prominence." Bailon certainly had no idea about the old man's little schemes. He took out a few corpse cores to quickly restore his mental energy. He needed to hurry and pack up all the vegetables and fruits in this small county town. After the apocalypse, it was nearly impossible to eat fresh produce without a plant master. Although these weren't as valuable as canned goods, there were plenty of them. Enough for Bailon to eat for a lifetime at worst. He could still have boiled cabbage in the future. On the way back to the Su Long siblings' residence, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man carrying a hunting rifle blocked Bailan's path. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "I'm Zhang Ji. My father would like to invite you inside for a gathering." "No time." Bailon waved him off and tried to bypass him. "I suggest you reconsider. My father is quite famous in this county town. Even the top leaders from the city treat him with respect," Zhang Ji said calmly, his face showing pride. Bailon stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Ji, and a flood of information immediately surfaced. Name, Zhang Ji. Gender, male. Ability, Eagle Eye. Grade C level, 7-star apprentice ability user. Eagle Eye. Bailon glanced at the hunting rifle on his back and began to scrutinize the middle-aged man before him. It wasn't until Zhang Ji started to feel uncomfortable under his gaze that Bailon remembered this was none other than the extraordinary sharpshooter Zhang Ji. The changes were so drastic that if it weren't for the rare Eagle Eye ability, he wouldn't have recognized him. Who would have thought that this seemingly not so bright middle-aged man would, in the future, rely on his own efforts to forcibly raise his ability level to grade B? With extraordinary strength, he repeatedly defeated quasi-legendary beasts and zombies. If there was anyone who excelled at striking ruthlessly in secret, sharpshooter Zhang Ji would undoubtedly be on the list. Bailon had only one thought in his mind: strike first before he fully matures. His expression changed, and Bailon pretended to be amicable, saying, "So it's old Master Zhang. Of course, I must go meet him. Lead the way." "All right." Zhang Ji's face lit up with an even more smug smile. He loved it when others showed respect, even if it wasn't directed at him. "By the way, there's a pair of siblings over there. Could you bring them along too? My brother has already gone. You don't need to worry. But you killed so many zombies. Are you hurt?" Zhang Ji asked with concern. Bailon shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Then let's hurry. Don't alert the zombies again," Zhang Ji said, quickening his pace. Bailon followed closely behind. He didn't want to waste time. After dealing with him, he still needed to go back and collect the vegetables and fruits. The Zhang family's courtyard was large and had a very traditional aesthetic. The tables, chairs, and cabinets inside the house were almost all custom-made from rosewood. Porcelain, famous paintings, calligraphy, everything was there, enough to hold an exhibition. This was the quintessential home of a wealthy landlord. "Huh!" A hearty laugh interrupted Bailan's admiration. An elderly man, over 50 but still vigorous and sprightly, walked out. "Young hero, what catches your eye? Just say the word, and it's yours," the old man said with a smile. "No need. Disaster has struck, and these things are useless now." Bailon declined and stopped looking at the antiques. Instead, he used the system to scan the old man. After confirming he was an ordinary person, Bailon instantly lost interest, guessing that Zhang Ji was the only one with abilities in this household. Zhang Ji's desperate efforts were likely due to a family tragedy. His revered father had been killed, leaving only him to escape, vowing revenge in a typical storyline. The old man didn't mind and continued enthusiastically. Young hero, come, let's have a drink. Watching you slay those monsters earlier was truly astonishing. I don't have time. Just say what you need to say, I have to leave soon. Bailan replied impatiently. Time was precious, and if it weren't for Zhang Ji, he wouldn't have bothered. He planned to collect the supplies and have Su Xuexin come to pick up the people. Perhaps something major would happen to the Zhang family in the coming days, spurring Zhang Ji to rise to the occasion. The old man looked a bit embarrassed. He was used to others seeking his favor and speaking respectfully, but this young man gave him no face at all, making it hard to build rapport. Speak properly to my father. Zhang Ji's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he pointed his hunting rifle directly at Bailan's head in a threatening manner. The old man, who had been worrying about how to ease the tension, immediately rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji, his face full of anger. Zhang Ji, is this how I taught you to treat guests? This young friend is a hero of our county. Should a hero be greeted with a gun? Bailan sneered inwardly. These two, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, were putting on quite the show. Fine, I'll play along and see if I can push you to your limits. Go ahead, shoot. I bet there's not even a bullet in your gun, Bailan said mockingly. Zhang Ji grew even angrier, his finger on the trigger. I loaded the bullets just this morning. You think this is some kind of movie? That they just disappear? Don't underestimate me. Bailan replied coolly. Then go ahead, fire a shot. You. Zhang Ji was so furious his hands were trembling. Stop it. You little brat. Are you even listening to your father? The old man was panicking. He knew his son's temper. His son doesn't love anything, has no interest in women, but treasures the gun in his hand dearly, taking meticulous care of it every day, never forgetting to load it. The only possibility is that the young man in front of him had unloaded all his bullets from the start. Just thinking about this made the old man feel a chill down his spine, his heart pounding with fear. After all, he's someone who could advance to the extraordinary level. He shouldn't fall so easily. I'll check on them again when I bring them back next time. Bailan toyed with the bullet in his hand, his movements swift, disappearing into the darkness. On the way to the county's greenhouse, Bailan took out a few corpse cores and began quickly restoring his mental energy and abilities. The effect of corpse cores is similar to beast cores, but their potency is far inferior, with recovery and strength enhancement being 10 times slower. However, this doesn't stop corpse cores from being recognized as universal currency in the future, usable between safe cities and even nations. The chance of obtaining a corpse core from killing zombies is extremely low. If you're lucky, you might get one after killing over 300 zombies. The stronger the zombie, the higher the drop rate. Bailan had killed 30 to 40,000 zombies and collected just over 100 cores, which is considered average. Not enough corpse cores or beast cores. Then trade with more people. The military district clearly has abundant resources and opportunities. By selling knowledge from his past life and trading intelligence, he could surely make a fortune. Manually farming corpse cores can't compare to the efficiency of planes, cannons, and armored tanks. Collect vegetables, collect fruits. Even if the base doesn't have a plant master in the future, we can still live comfortably. Bailan was clear-headed, following the route simulated in reality, frantically clearing out all the greenhouses and vegetable storage facilities in the county. He refused to waste anything, emptying every place he knew, leaving not even a single carrot behind. After checking on the siblings, Bailan drove straight to the next target. Gravity manipulation is such a rare ability, and the siblings could simultaneously release it and focus it on the same spot, making it shockingly practical. Bailan could give up on the sharpshooter Zhang Ji, but these siblings had to be brought back as tools no matter what. At 9:30 in the morning, many people had already gathered at the Zhang family home. After all, everyone knew what had happened at dawn. A man had cleared out most of the zombies clustered in the county. Although there were still quite a few zombies wandering around, their numbers were no longer overwhelming. Especially now, many young people had awakened abilities, making it easy to deal with zombies. The old man stood at the door, his face serious. Everyone quiet. The reason I called you here today is simple: to figure out a way to save ourselves. How do we survive? As soon as the old man finished speaking, seeing no reaction from the crowd, he slowly continued. Unity. Although we can't be as strong as the hero from last night, as long as we unite, what is there to fear about zombies? Monsters are not invincible. That's right. We support Elder Zhang's words, everyone should unite. Exactly. We need to help each other even more when there's no rescue, to get through this crisis together. Yes, I have power now, and if someone cooperates with me, I can kill a dozen zombies without a problem. The corners of Zhang Hong's mouth couldn't help but lift. These were all people he had worked to rally, with the goal of persuading those who were still hesitant to join, making management easier. To be honest, he was very grateful to Bailan. Without him, it would have been nearly impossible to unite this group of people. Thoughts, cognition, bias, and selfishness are often harder to overcome than fear. The longer it takes, the harder it becomes to control, and in the end, it only leads to everyone falling apart, being picked off one by the monsters. Of course, his thirst for power was also part of it. The feeling of commanding others and being respected was something he couldn't resist. Zhang Hong stroked his beard, putting on the guise of a wise man, and said, "Everyone, go back and prepare. Bring all the stored food and daily necessities from your homes. We'll consolidate the nearby buildings and create a defensive line that's easy to guard. This way, we can survive better until the rescue team arrives. All right, we'll listen to old Zhang. Let's act together. It'll be easier to deal with zombies that way. My house has the most cured meat. I'll bring some for everyone to try later." My house. The crowd began chatting about their daily lives, and the atmosphere lightened for a moment, as if the apocalypse was just a joke. Just as the mood was at its most harmonious, a man holding a straight blade and wearing a cold expression walked in. The killing intent emanating from him sent chills down everyone's spine. Even Zhang Hong, who had seen much in his long life, was stunned. Under the tense gazes of everyone, the man walked up to Zhang Hong and stopped. It was only then that Zhang Hong snapped out of it and smiled, saying, "Young hero, is there something you need?" "Hero? Could he be the one who killed most of the zombies in this area early this morning? He looks so young." "It's him. Yesterday, I saw him with my own eyes on the Su siblings' balcony, driving away that zombie with glowing purple eyes. He looks like a student. Could it be that he awakened some kind of power to be this strong?" "Should have stopped talking. If you keep going, he might cut us down." After the commotion around him subsided, Bailan finally spoke. "Old Zhang, are those two siblings still here?" "They are. They're still here. Protect them for me. I'll come back later." After saying this, Bailan mysteriously disappeared on the spot, as if he had evaporated into thin air. It was only 4 or 5 minutes later that Zhang Hong came back to his senses and waved his hand. "Disperse, everyone. The hero is gone. Hurry and prepare, there's not much time left." Only then did the crowd dare to move, quietly leaving one by one. That man just now was truly terrifying. Some even believed he might be a monster or a zombie himself. Perhaps he wasn't even human anymore. After all, who could kill so many monsters? Who could exude such an oppressive aura? Especially that moment when he vanished, it only reinforced their suspicions. Back in his room, Zhang Hong smiled bitterly, realizing that true respect from the heart only came from overwhelming power, not from scheming or acts of kindness. He had once held power, and he was all too familiar with the looks everyone had just given him. That was genuine awe, without a trace of disdain. How laughable that what he had pursued for most of his life had become a joke in the eyes of others. Bailan, of course, didn't care about the little episode earlier. He had only done it to ensure that old man wouldn't get any ideas and would obediently protect the two children. As for how the old man wanted to develop things, that had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Bailan was driving, humming a tune, heading toward a snack factory. This was the beginning of reclaiming the glory of a beast tamer. Using food as bait and leveraging it as a bargaining chip for contracts, Bailan could assemble a powerful army of exotic beasts at minimal cost. In the past, beast tamers were looked down upon, seen as heretics, and treated worse than those powerful aberrant gods. Humans grovel before the otherworldly gods, constantly offering gifts to survive, resembling nothing less than sycophants. But in this lifetime, Bailan has no intention of changing the status quo. An outcast is an outcast, If anyone dares to come after him, he'll fight back head-on. The snack factory was far away, and Bailon sprinted at full speed for 2 whole days to reach it. The realism of the simulation impressed him despite being a 2-day journey. It felt entirely authentic. Finally, at 9 a.m. on the 4th day, he arrived at the snack factory. At first glance, Bailon could tell this place was worth a fortune. The factory was enormous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the snacks for the entire Y city were supplied by this factory. Strangely, though, the simulation only contained a few hundred tons of snacks. Unlike vegetables, fruits, or fresh meat, snacks have a particularly long shelf life. Logically, there should have been thousands of tons. Bailon decided to investigate this later. Ensuring an ample supply of snacks was crucial for raising a powerful army of exotic beasts. With his mind made up, Bailon drew his straight blade and began a frenzied cleanup of the zombies in the factory. After killing a few hundred, he noticed the zombies had grown stronger. Previously, ordinary zombies were at most Apprentice 1-star, but now, after awakening, they had upgraded to Apprentice 3-star. Although they were insignificant to Bailon, for other survivors and ability users, this was a nightmare. The zombies were getting stronger, and they felt it most acutely. Not to mention the night demons, swift zombies, giant zombies, and other C and D level mutants, which already had Apprentice 6 or 7-star strength. If they consumed enough humans, or even ability users, their strength might approach the primary level. Ordinary people stood no chance of surviving against them, and even special forces like Zhang's team would face total annihilation. The Devourer encountered in the county town was estimated to have primary 5-star strength. Even if a zombie hero appeared, it might not be a match. However, none of this mattered to Bailon. He discovered that someone had already made a move on the snack factory. Most of the zombies were gone, and a large portion of the snacks had been taken. Bullet casings, ability fluctuations on the corpses, grenade and burn marks. Bailon crouched in a production workshop that had seen battle, carefully inspecting the scene. Currently, only the military district and the Dongfang family had the capability for large-scale combat and resource transportation. After confirming the evidence, Bailon concluded that the Dongfang family had taken most of the snacks. He could even guess their destination, a granary a day's journey from here, not far from the county town. This aligned perfectly with his plan. Initially, he had intended to collect all the snacks and launch a surprise attack, using the Devourer as a meat shield while he harvested from behind. But now, he decided to abandon subtle tactics and go for a direct confrontation. Bailon felt no sympathy for the Dongfang family. He planned to use the most ruthless methods to eliminate them. Without hesitation, Bailon rolled up his sleeves and headed to the factory cafeteria to prepare a delicious dark meal. In his previous life, this was the trick he used to win over exotic beasts. Even his master, Lu Jing, praised his dark beast taming methods, calling him a prodigy among beast tamers. It was sheer luck that the exotic beasts hadn't devoured his brain. As for beast-driven battles, Bailon had fought at least 1,000 times. A small granary? Piece of cake. Most of the seasonings are here. I'll make extra this time to save trouble later. Exotic beasts have a wide-ranging diet. They attack humans mainly out of curiosity, while human flesh isn't particularly tasty. Exotic beasts have discovered that eating humans can cause their strength to skyrocket. Moreover, this method of power enhancement is extremely fast, much faster than their own cultivation or consuming alien gods, almost as addictive as drugs. Except for a few exotic beasts that can resist the temptation, most cannot control themselves. This is also why exotic beasts are humanity's second greatest enemy, and why beast tamers are considered heretics. This time, Bailon's food wasn't made for signing contracts with exotic beasts, but specifically to amplify their craving for this temptation. Only sea-level or higher advanced exotic beasts can resist, but that's enough. After all, he wasn't going to attack the Eastern family's main base, just a stronghold. The Eastern family's regular teams usually consist of 2 people, rarely more than 3, as they are very confident in their own strength. In 2 days, let them truly experience what it's like to be devoured by exotic beasts. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the granary, people were drinking and eating barbecue, completely unaware that death was quietly approaching. Xiaoyan, has the family notified us to return? The man glanced at the people in the distance, his face full of impatience. I really can't stand it anymore. Hanging around with these lowly people every day is driving me crazy. While playing a game console, Dongfang Yinyu replied indifferently. No notification yet. Just bear with it and focus on your cultivation. TSK, I can't take it anymore. What about Brother G? Any news? Game over. The game console emitted an electronic sound, and Dongfang Yinyu pouted, looking displeased. No news. It's your fault I lost the game. The locations for collecting supplies these past few days were all given by Brother G. Just finish collecting them obediently. All right, fine. Seeing her upset, the man didn't dare ask further and slunk away. The Eastern family values strength above all and places great importance on hierarchy. Among the same generation, the weaker ones cannot defy those stronger than themselves, provided it doesn't violate family rules. Dongfang Yinyu, as the strongest ability user in this team, naturally had the right to command others. That brat. If your father weren't a family elder, would you have so many cultivation resources? And you dare to lecture me? One day, I'll smash that game console of yours. Dongfang Mingyan glared viciously at the woman playing the game console in the distance. His ability was D-level Sword Cry, and after days of training, he had only reached beginner 2-star level, making him unqualified to stay at the main family for cultivation. To exchange for beast cores, he had no choice but to accept assignments and complete tasks. He hadn't expected to be assigned to a team led by a woman 5 or 6 years younger than him. And to make matters worse, her strength surpassed his. This was something he couldn't accept. He had challenged Dongfang Yinyu several times, but each time he lost, and lost quickly, without even saving face. Every time he left, she would coldly say, "Focus on your cultivation." After being humiliated several times, the furious Dongfang Mingyan did something against family rules. He colluded with the enemy and betrayed them. Have you made up your mind? A tempting voice sounded in his ear. Do you really have a way for me to defeat that brat? I do, and it will be with your own power. Dongfang Mingyan nodded heavily. Then as agreed, kill everyone here. We can't let the news leak. No problem, I'll do as you say. After the person wearing the white mask disappeared, Dongfang Mingyan finally let out a sigh of relief. He hated Dongfang Yinyu, but didn't dare violate family rules. So he could only kill everyone here, including Dongfang Yinyu. Oh, what if these people are dead? The Dongfang family won't pursue it. Ordinary people die, and that's it. This is no longer an era of rules. In a corner of the warehouse, Bailan took off his mask, retrieved bait from his spatial bracelet, and openly placed it at the door. No one here would notice, not even the experienced ability users. The food bait's effect would be maximized. Besides the bait, Bailan also killed someone, spilling his own blood on it to attract the devourer with the scent. He didn't believe the devourer could resist the temptation of fresh blood. After a long time, Dongfang Yinyu, who was playing games on a lounge chair, suddenly looked into the distance and frowned. Her sixth sense told her trouble was coming. The wind is picking up, this is bad. She leapt up from the chair. Everyone, be on alert and prepare for battle. As soon as the order was given, everyone quickly took their positions, gripping their firearms and patrolling. This alone showed the high combat quality of the team. The scent is getting stronger. Could it be a beast tide? What should we do? Retreat or fight? Dongfang Yinyu's eyes flickered continuously. Danger was imminent. Beast tides were fiercer and faster than zombie tides. While she was still hesitating, a soldier on the watchtower lowered his binoculars and shouted in terror. A large number of beasts are coming, and they're moving fast. These words threw everyone into panic. Many couldn't help but look at Dongfang Yinyu, already thinking about retreating. Beasts were different from zombies. Unknown creatures were far more terrifying, especially when outnumbered. We can't escape now. Everyone, prepare for battle. I've already requested reinforcements. The only way to survive is to take them all down, Dongfang Yinyu decisively ordered. Yes. Everyone gritted their teeth. Since she chose to fight, they had no choice but to fight. Everyone knew the Dongfang family was harsh on traitors and deserters. At least if they sacrificed themselves, their families would still be taken care of. Bring up 2 tanks for suppression. Get all the RPGs, grenades, and incendiary bombs ready. Try to eliminate 2/3 of the beasts before close combat. Understood. After giving simple orders, Dongfang Yinyu geared up. Every member of the Dongfang family was equipped with the weapon most suited to them during missions. Her ability was Wind Whisper, which allowed her to control the wind and perceive information carried by it. Coupled with her childhood training in freestyle combat, she chose a pair of knuckle dusters. The scent's allure was incredibly strong, attracting almost all the beasts within a 100-mile radius, many of which were formidable enemies of at least 5-star level or higher. Team 1 is here. Prepare to engage, a man shouted loudly, afraid he wouldn't have the courage if he didn't yell. Team 2, prepare to support. Each squad leader practically shouted as they began directing their teams. Where's Dongfang Mingyan? The beasts are already at the front, and I haven't seen him anywhere. Dongfang Yinyu looked at the battlefield ablaze with fire and asked urgently. A trembling soldier beside her replied, "Ma'am, he said he's at the granary and asked you to go over." So annoying. Men are so slow. Dongfang Yinyu complained, then glanced at the battlefield. Among the beasts were a few as strong as her. It would be too difficult to handle them alone. She would need his Ming sword to help. You go provide support, I'll head over right away. Yes. The soldier, as if released from a burden, hurriedly left. Inside the granary, Dongfang Mingyan was continuously observing his Ming sword. This type of materialized ability was extremely difficult to control, but its destructive power was equally high. He was confident that as long as he landed one strike, Dongfang Yinyu would be done for. He had just obtained a secret technique from Bailan, allowing him to unleash several times his strength in a short period. He was convinced he could defeat Dongfang Yinyu and reclaim his dignity as a man. You better have some real skills, Dongfang Mingyan. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The beasts are almost breaking in. Urgent footsteps sounded outside, followed by a kick that burst open the granary door. At that moment, Dongfang Yinyu shed her previous cute demeanor, dressed in a black, tight combat suit that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding an imposing aura. Dongfang Mingyan gripped the Ming sword tightly and slowly stood up. Of course, there's something. It's to cut you down. What? Dongfang Mingyan, are you out of your mind? Have you ever won a duel against me? I'm only sparring with you out of courtesy, wasting my time. Do you really think being a few years older gives you the right to do whatever you want? Hearing this, Dongfang Mingyan suppressed his anger, the veins on his forehead bulging, revealing his fury. I am your elder. Stop insulting me with your words. Prepare yourself. The Ming sword slashed out swiftly, aiming directly at Dongfang Yinyu's head. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as Dongfang Yinyu narrowly avoided being hit, but managed to block the attack. She hadn't expected a few taunts to enrage him to the point of disregarding family rules. Wait, do you even realize what you're doing? You're violating the family rules. Family rules. Dongfang dodging another sword strike, Dongfang Yinyu chuckled lightly. Seizing the opportunity, she landed a fierce punch with her knuckles directly onto Dongfang Mingyan's hand, causing him to grimace in pain and drop the Ming sword he was holding. She capitalized on the moment, delivering another punch to his abdomen while making a mocking face. Uncle, you're getting old. Time to retire. Clutching his stomach, the intense pain left Dongfang Mingyan writhing like a limp shrimp. Each time he tried to stand, she kicked him back down, even spitting in his face. Such humiliation. I'll tear you to pieces. Before he could finish, Dongfang Yinyu silenced him with a sharp kick. Slowly lowering herself, she taunted him with a smirk. A worthless fool like you dares to bark? So what if I humiliate you? The more useless you are, the more you pretend. Dongfang Mingyan was so furious he nearly lost his sanity. His bloodshot eyes bulged wide, a menacing sight to behold. Bailan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha, this guy really knows how to endure. But why does this woman's tone sound so familiar? And her twin tails, TSK, why can't I remember? Dongfang Yinyu kicked Dongfang Mingyan square in the face, her expression full of disdain. What are you staring at? Disgusting. I'm done playing with you. Time to die. Her knuckles aimed straight for Dongfang Mingyan's temple. Ding. At the critical moment, the Ming sword moved on its own, deflecting her strike. The wind's breath has changed, there's danger. Startled, Dongfang Yinyu leapt back, trying to create distance, but her calf was already seized tightly by Dongfang Mingyan. Let go, you pervert. She desperately kicked him with her other foot, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Trying to run? Taste my sword. Dongfang Mingyan gasped heavily, forming seals with his hands while chanting incantations. The Ming sword, responding to his summons, flew straight toward her head. Whoosh! Her twin tails were sliced off, narrowly missing her skull. You! How do you know the family's secret technique? Dongfang Yinyu shrieked, completely disregarding the fact that she had almost died. Impossible. Only brother Dongfang Yin is qualified to learn it. How could someone like you, from a branch family, possibly know? Dongfang Mingyan had no time to explain. Activating the secret technique consumed his lifespan, not just spiritual energy, forcing his strength to soar to the 8-star beginner level 3 realms higher than Dongfang Yinyu. With this power boost, he finally achieved what had eluded him in countless attempts before: the ability to control the Ming sword for independent combat. Die, die, die. Dongfang Mingyan growled through gritted teeth, repeating the word 3 times as the speed of the Ming sword increased exponentially. Freed from his grip, Dongfang Yinyu was now in utter disarray, losing all composure. She could sense the sword's attacks, but her body couldn't keep up with her instincts. Each time, she barely avoided fatal blows, yet her entire body was already covered in wounds, blood streaming down relentlessly. This guy has gone mad. If I keep dragging this out, I'm definitely going to die. I have no choice but to use that move. Clenching her teeth, Dongfang Yinyu forced herself to stay focused, retreating several steps with the wind at her feet. She tossed her knuckles to the ground and flipped her palm, where a faint white whirlwind began rapidly forming. If this move doesn't kill him, I'm dead too, she thought grimly. No, I have to survive. I must report this to my father. The family's secret technique being leaked is a major issue. It affects the very foundation of our clan. With her resolve firm, the whirlwind in Dongfang Yinyu's palm grew larger and larger, and her aura surged to a new height. Is it going to be a fight to the death? Dongfang Mingyan's spirits lifted as he formed seals with both hands. This will be my strongest strike, one that can take 20 years off my opponent's lifespan. As he channeled immense power into the Ming sword, it expanded dramatically, its presence so overwhelming that even the beast tide charging in the distance was suppressed, their movements visibly slowing. Take this. The two roared simultaneously, the white whirlwind clashing violently with the massive sword, the brutal energy almost collapsing the entire warehouse. At this moment, Bailon patted his head. I remember now, this woman is a wind whisperer, the future quasi-legendary ability user of the Dongfang family. She's a loyal follower of the Dongfang family. Even in the apocalypse, she wore Lolita outfits and chased me for over 10,000 kilometers. Bailon grinned and pulled out a notebook from his spatial bracelet, reading aloud. Dongfang Yinyu, in the previous life, killed 10 of my Lord-level blood-armored insects, 2 extraordinary level winged beasts, 1 quasi-legendary skeletal dragon, and countless high-level and low-level exotic beasts. Damn, she can't repay this debt with just 1 life. Forget it. I'll be merciful and only make her pay some interest. The rest will be counted against the Dongfang family. Just as Bailon put away the notebook, the battle between the two reached its conclusion. A draw. Both were barely standing, their bodies trembling, staying conscious only through sheer determination to survive and kill their opponent. Clap, clap, clap. Bailon applauded as he walked between the two, his face full of hatred and excitement. Cough. Sir, help me kill this woman. Dongfang Mingyan's face lit up with a trace of excitement upon seeing Bailon. Bailon nodded seriously. Of course, fulfilling a client's request is a must, but you need to pay me first. Of course, once I return to the family, you can name your price. No need to wait. I want it now. Dongfang Mingyan endured the pain surging through his body and asked. Then, sir, please tell me. I'll give you whatever I have. Hee. Straightforward, Bailon praised, picking up Dongfang Yinyu's knuckle dusters and walking toward Dongfang Mingyan. As he reached him, he whispered, I want your life, and I'll end it with the weapon you hate the most. Sir, you mean? Bang, bang, bang. Before Dongfang Mingyan could react, his head was shot 3 times in quick succession, instantly disfiguring him. That felt amazing. Bailan laughed. Seeing the despair on your Dongfang family's faces excites me. Letting you die instantly is my greatest mercy. Not far away, Dongfang Yinyu swallowed hard in fear, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Facing death for the first time, she was utterly terrified. The man before her seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Dongfang family. Please spare me. I'm the daughter of the sixth elder of the Dongfang family. If you have any grievances, you can go to my father, he will help you resolve them. Dongfang Yinyu pleaded. Bailan turned his head, his face calm. I know your father, Dongfang Ming, right? Why, yes. Small matter. He killed 2 of my extraordinary level iron-armored rhinos and 3 quasi-legendary ant rats. Those were the first exotic beasts I ever tamed. I wish I could tear your father to pieces and throw him to the zombies. Every time I close my eyes, I dream of slaughtering your entire family. Cough, cough. Sorry for losing my composure. Bailan calmed down. Now, do you still want your father to stand up for you? Dongfang Yinyu collapsed to the ground in fear, Bailan's murderous aura paralyzing her, rendering her speechless. To her, this man was nothing short of a madman. She was merely a junior 5-star ability user. How could she have killed such high-level exotic beasts? How boring, breaking down so quickly. You were quite formidable when you were chasing me back then, you know? Bailan said as he pulled out 10 small knives, stabbing them one by one into Dongfang Yinyu's hands and feet. The intense pain and fear instantly overwhelmed her, and Dongfang Yinyu immediately fainted, unable to wake up no matter how much she was shaken. Boring. Then die. Bailan raised his blade and slashed down fiercely. Crack. The ring on Dongfang Yinyu's hand emitted a strong light, and a phantom figure suddenly appeared in the warehouse. Young friend, please show mercy. I am her father. Leave some room for humanity. Why go to such extremes? A phantom memory ring? The Dongfang family truly has deep foundations. Dongfang Ming laughed. Young man, you have good taste. As long as you let my daughter go, I'll give you this ring. Humph, what kind of beggar's bargain is that? She must die today. Don't be too arrogant. I've already remembered your face. You won't escape Y City, and when the time comes, I'll make sure you can't live or die. Bailan laughed loudly upon hearing this. Old man, instead of learning good things, you resort to tricks? I know exactly what this broken ring can do. Dongfang Ming's face changed upon being exposed, but he still held back his anger. Then what do you want? As long as you promise to let my daughter go, anything is negotiable. No need. I only want her life. Bailan refused outright, without hesitation. Then you die. The phantom figure's entire body turned transparent, except for its right palm, which became solid. This strike was far more powerful than before. Bailan blocked with his blade and sneered. Don't talk about phantoms. Even if you came here in person, you'd die here today. Flame-devouring wave ruler. The straight blade instantly ignited with flames, slashing toward the phantom with explosive energy, completely dispersing it. The shaky warehouse finally collapsed entirely. Bailan dashed out of the warehouse door, and after confirming Dongfang Yinyu was completely dead, he slowly left. On the battlefield, with the absence of the 2 powerful warriors Dongfang Yinyu and Dongfang Mingyan, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Several primary 5-star exotic beasts had already overturned 2 tanks and were rampaging through the crowd, wreaking havoc. Captain, what do we do? The rhino's armor can't be penetrated by bullets. Then use armor-piercing rounds. If that doesn't work, use RPGs. We're out. We've used them all up. There are too many exotic beasts. The captain gritted his teeth. Without Dongfang Yinyu's retreat order, he refused to back down, vowing to defend to the death. Hold the line. In the end, all the captains could only shout this word with tears in their eyes. 3 hours later, the battle ended, and all the Dongfang family's mercenaries were completely wiped out. Tragically, not a single one chose to flee until the very end. It must be said, the Dongfang family truly had a unique way of training soldiers. After rampaging for a while, the exotic beast army found no food and finally retreated. Sigh, it's my turn to clean up the mess again. What a hard life. Bailan muttered under his breath, skillfully extracting a beast core from the corpse of an exotic beast. After the Great Awakening, the drop rate of beast cores had greatly increased, with roughly one core obtained from every 20 or so exotic beasts. After cleaning up the corpses, Bai Lan counted his haul and found he had collected over 100 beast cores of fruitful harvest. In addition to the beast cores, there was also a large amount of snacks and flour collected by Dongfang Yinyu and Dongfang Mingyan. Where did these two loot all this from? How did they gather so much stuff? What a windfall for me, Bai Lan chuckled, grabbing his spatial ring and frantically transporting the flour and snacks. Meanwhile, in a mansion belonging to the Dongfang family. Who was it? Who killed my daughter? The middle-aged man erupted with supernatural energy, his aura terrifying, causing several maids nearby to kneel and tremble. Ming, what happened? An elegant woman slowly asked. At this moment, tears streamed down Dongfang Ming's face. Dongfang Yinyu was his only daughter, gifted with exceptional talent and abilities. In less than 10 years, she was destined to become the pillar of the family, the hope for their clan to vie for the elder position. Yan, the shadow memory ring I left for Yinyu is shattered. What? The woman's face turned pale instantly, covering her face as she wept. Dongfang Ming walked over, held her, and comforted her. Yan, the ring breaking doesn't necessarily mean Yinyu is dead. I know the mission she was on this time. I'll set out to investigate immediately, don't worry. The woman was too heartbroken to speak, only leaning against him and nodding. After comforting his wife, Dongfang Ming's heart burned with anger. The breaking of the shadow memory ring indicated that the last layer of protection he had placed on it was also destroyed. Since the opponent had gone this far, they must have intended to kill Yinyu. As a father, the only thing he could do was personally seek revenge, make the murderer regret being alive. Immediately summon all Sky Eye Masters and combat personnel. A reward of 20 beast cores for clues about the murderer, and anyone who captures them alive will be instantly promoted to an outer sect disciple. With the order issued, hundreds of ability users quickly assembled, even those under other elders joined in. The main reason was the reward was too tempting, not only the 20 beast cores, but also the rare opportunity to become an outer sect disciple. To become an outer sect disciple of the Dongfang family, one usually had to make significant contributions to the clan, which could take 3 to 4 generations to achieve. Each elder could only recommend one person every 50 years, and many elders never used this privilege in their lifetime, showing how much Dongfang Ming was willing to sacrifice. After packing up the flour and snacks, Bai Lan drove away. In the reality simulation, scattered food elsewhere no longer attracted him. After all, the items collected by Dongfang Yinyu and her companion were too abundant. Daily necessities, medicine, cigarettes, alcohol, firearms, ammunition, everything was available, except for grenades and incendiary bombs, which had already been used up. There were also over 1,000 beast cores, indicating they had killed quite a few zombies in the past few days. It's about time to head back. Wandering outside won't do any good, better to return to the military district early. Oh, and he still needed to pick up that pair of siblings from the county town. They had good potential, and with proper training, they could become legendary figures in the future. Whether in combat or daily life, they would be indispensable allies. The journey was uneventful, and after picking up the siblings, Bai Lan rushed back to the villa district. As for the self-rescue team organized by Zhang Hong in the county town, Bai Lan had no interest in getting involved. Once the military district's rescue arrived, they would surely disband and return to the military. Pointless. Bai Lan aimed to establish a new force that could stand on equal footing with the military district and the Dongfang family, eventually becoming the #1 in Long Country, even the entire Blue Planet. Zhang Hong, on the other hand, merely saw the self-rescue team as a stepping stone to regain power and enjoy the respect of others once the military district arrived. Bai Lan had already guessed most of this the first time he met Zhang Hong, and the next day, when he saw him busy organizing the self-rescue team, it confirmed his suspicions. That's why Bai Lan had exuded a killing intent to intimidate him. Smart people are best at guessing others' thoughts and obeying orders, as long as you show enough strength. Why city-urban area? After a day and night of long-distance travel, they were finally nearing the villa district. Bai Lan was in excellent spirits, not feeling tired at all. The two siblings remained quiet the entire time, not saying a word, though they had countless questions bottled up inside. But since they didn't speak, Bai Lan didn't bother to ask. Firstly, he found it troublesome. Secondly, they would naturally understand once they returned. Along the way, the outer city had changed significantly, the most noticeable being the decrease in zombies. From the timeline, the military district has already begun comprehensive rescue operations. This is good news, indicating that the situation is being brought under control. With more rescue forces and an influx of ability users, the public has greater trust in the military district and faith in Longhua. As the first line of defense against the zombie tide and beast tide in Y City, the stronger he is, the better. Brother Bai, can I ask you a question? After holding it in for a whole day and night, Su Long finally spoke up. Go ahead. With permission granted, Su Long eagerly asked, where are we going? Are we looking for rescue? We're going to my shelter. You'll live there from now on. Remember to train well, Bai Lan said simply. Oh, although he had many questions in his heart, faced with Bai Lan's aura, they dared not ask further. The car sped along, and before long, they arrived at the foot of a villa hill. To Bai Lan's surprise, the place had already been fortified into a small fortress. Why does this car look so familiar? An old man nearby slapped a young man on the head and scolded. That's your brother's car. Hurry up and go to the villa to inform Xiao Lu. The young man's eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed off. As he got on his motorcycle, he didn't forget to wave at Bai Lan. Bai Lan walked to the only passage and asked the old man, how have you arranged the defenses? He was curious about what these people had experienced in the past few days to achieve such a level of preparation, which far exceeded his expectations. The gatekeeper smiled and replied, Leader, you don't know the situation. I'm just responsible for guarding the gate. If there's a zombie tide, I just sound the alarm and hide. Everything else is handled by the people up there. There are 3 defensive lines on the way up, filled with traps, and there are people on duty 24/7. Without a guide, it's easy to fall into a trap. Don't worry, I've already notified him to come down and drive you up. Bai Lan nodded in satisfaction and took out a bottle of strong liquor and a few packs of cigarettes from his spatial bracelet, saying, these are for you. And don't call me leader anymore, it sounds weird. Just call me by my name. All right. The old man took the cigarettes and liquor, looking at Bai Lan with increasing fondness, his eyes narrowing into slits with a smile. This was a real treat. He was taking such a big risk guarding the gate just to trade for some instant noodles, cigarettes, and liquor to relax. He hadn't expected the new leader to be so generous, giving him a month's worth of rewards in one go. The person who came down to drive Bai Lan was Lu Ji. When he heard that Bai Lan had returned, he dropped everything he was doing and rushed over. Brother Bai, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. What happened? As soon as Lu Ji got in the car, he sighed. Nothing much, just that with more people, food and drink are getting tight. What about Lin Cece and Lu too? Not enough. We only dare to collect resources in the outer city. The inner city has too many zombies and quite a few mutant beasts. Even the military district people don't dare to act recklessly. Every time we go out, someone gets injured or even killed, and the harvest isn't much, which makes more people unwilling to take the risk. Lu Ji paused and then changed his expression, saying, forget it, Brother Bai. Let's have a good drink tonight and relax. All right, Bai Lan replied calmly, then added, I'll take care of the problem you mentioned. Let's deal with it tonight. For Bai Lan, he already had solutions to this situation. In the future, the safe city had faced similar problems, and there were plenty of methods to address them. He just needed to choose one that suited this place. Compared to these issues, what he cared about more was the effort the people in the villa area had put in when no one was there to help them. Traps, patrols, training for ability users. Most people are struggling to survive. As long as there's a will to live, there's hope. The unwillingness to venture out for exploration is simply because the risks outweigh the rewards. Lu Ji glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, who are the 2 in the back? Su Long, and this is my sister, Su Hua. The 2 seemed a bit reserved, their voices fluctuating. They're ability users I happen to save. They have good potential, they're worth training. All right, don't be nervous, just relax. After getting off, come find me. Okay. Although the siblings didn't say much, their expressions visibly relaxed, especially after hearing Lu Ji speak in a thick local dialect. Bai Lan couldn't help but admire Lu Ji. To be able to manage so many people, Ensuring everyone performed their duties and keeping the shelter running so smoothly, his role was no less significant than that of an A-level ability user. If it were Bailon, he wouldn't be able to handle things as meticulously as Lu Ji. He could manage the big picture of surviving for 15 years, but he couldn't match Lu Ji in the details. The gates of the villa district had been completely renovated, with significant changes. The most noticeable were the tall surrounding walls, which, judging by the residual energy, seemed to have been constructed by an Earth-type ability user. There were also watchtowers, likely for long-range mages. From up there, the entire villa district could be monitored. Lu Ji smiled and said, "Time was tight. I'm not sure if Brother Bai is satisfied." Many people have been sent by the big boss to develop the back mountain, preparing to expand the living quarters and build a training ground. Very satisfied. Bailon nodded earnestly. After chatting briefly with Lu Ji, they parted ways. Lu Ji had only come to greet Bailon out of respect, as he had other matters to attend to. Returning to the center of the villa, the first thing Bailon did was head to the basement. He remembered assigning Chen Solin and Su Jibin to familiarize themselves with forging before he left. To say familiarize wasn't entirely accurate, there wasn't much to teach. With Bailon's level of forging skills, he could at most help them get started, the rest was up to them. Meow. As soon as he entered the basement, a gray and white cat leapt onto Bailon's shoulder, drooling from its mouth and holding its tail high. Golden eyes? You disappeared in the blink of an eye, running so fast. Chen Solin, holding a small hammer and wiping sweat from his brow, came out just in time to see Bailon. "Leader, you're back?" Chen Solin called excitedly into the room. "Old Su, come out quickly. Look who's back." "I'm too busy," Su Jibin replied, the sound of continuous hammering coming from inside. Bailon waved his hand. "No need, I'll go in myself." The room had changed a lot, with the most eye-catching feature being a large furnace. Bailon marveled at how quickly these people adapted and how forward-thinking they were. They had already started using abilities as a productive force, with even the furnace and hammers being powered by special abilities. In just a few more days, ability-infused weapons and furniture might start appearing. Su Jibin was deeply focused on forging, completely unaware of Bailon's presence, as he continued to swing his hammer. He was currently forging a spearhead. Although it didn't contain much energy, it was already superior to the straight sword, shield, and hammer Bailon had previously crafted. The finished product could at least be considered a basic weapon. If paired with a corpse core or beast core for power, its explosive force could even rival advanced weapons. Bailon quietly observed from the side. It wasn't until 2 hours later, when the forging was complete, that he nodded in satisfaction. Su Jibin had a high talent for forging, managing to get started on his own. Being able to forge a basic weapon with abilities meant he had already reached the entry-level standard of the Forging Guild in the later era. The most surprising thing is that it's only the 7th day after the Apocalypse Awakening. In the future, he is very likely to break human limits and forge legendary weapons. Well done, Bailon sincerely praised. Only then did Su Jibin put down the hammer, scratched his head, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I was too focused just now and didn't notice you, sorry." "It's okay. From now on, you don't need to call me leader, just call me by my name. Take these beast cores and corpse cores for cultivation, consider them my reward to you." Bailon casually took out a dozen or so corpse cores and beast cores from his space and handed them to them. Su Jibin quickly waved his hand to refuse. "I can't take so many. Forging a weapon only requires 1 corpse core. The rest should go to the combat personnel. They fight monsters every day and need these more." "That's right. We've experienced the corpse tide and know how dangerous it is. We work hard here, though it's tiring, but if they get tired, they might lose their lives." Their sincere words struck a chord in Bailon's heart. He couldn't remember the last time he heard such words. Was it during a casual chat with his master, or a farewell with his wife? His memories gradually blurred, leaving only deceit, treachery, and deep hatred. Take them. If your strength improves and your forging skills advance, the combat personnel will be safer. Bailon handed the beast cores and corpse cores to them in a tone that left no room for refusal. He then shared some insights on forging and techniques for integrating beast cores and corpse cores. The two suddenly had a moment of clarity and threw themselves into a new round of forging. Bailon didn't disturb them further and turned to leave. His knowledge of forging was only at the beginner level. There were more suitable tasks for him to focus on. Back in his room, Bailon took out the dark cuisine he had specially prepared at the food factory. Judging by Jin Tong's expectant gaze, it seemed he had been waiting for this for a long time. It was still rainbow bean spicy strips, but this time the ingredients were more diverse, and the flavor had been elevated to a new level. The aroma even attracted the underground ant mice, who lined up in rows on Bailon's balcony. "Don't make a fuss, there's food for you too," Bailon said, pulling out a large basin of something resembling mashed potatoes from his space bracelet. This was the ant mice's favorite food, which he called clay paste. Its preparation was quite complex. Fortunately, the materials were readily available. Otherwise, under the harsh conditions of his previous life, it would have required a lot of spices and various exotic beast meats to achieve a similar taste. Even the usually picky ant mice couldn't resist stepping forward one by one to lick it, but it was Demao who finally stepped in to stop them. Squeak, 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 squeak. Meow. Through the exchange between one mouse and one cat, Bailon roughly understood that Demao wanted to give the food to Jin Tong, but the proud Jin Tong refused. As expected, Jin Tong, worthy of being the aristocrat among exotic beasts, directly suppressed the ant mice with its bloodline, making them obediently offer the food. However, Bailon didn't quite understand the hierarchy among exotic beasts. Jin Tong was only a C-level exotic beast, with strength at most at the beginner level, its most remarkable trait being its ability to devour gold. Demao, though an E-level exotic beast, was clearly strong enough to lead a small tribe as its boss. In just 1 week, its strength had already surged to beginner 5-star, with combat power far surpassing Jin Tong. Yet, it was evident that Demao, besides being loyal to Bailon, was also extremely respectful to Jin Tong, even offering precious food to share. Bailon racked his brains and could only guess that Jin Tong's identity and background in the other world were not simple. After Jin Tong finished eating and went out for a walk, Bailon and Demao discussed the upcoming work in detail. They were the best helpers. Lu Hua and the others couldn't be ordered around, but Bailon could. The first thing Bailon thought of was digging tunnels. The current space was insufficient, and although they could expand towards the back mountain, even with supernatural abilities, it would be slow. Ant mice were fast at digging. They could excavate a space the size of a football field in a day. Later, they could connect several tunnels, making exploration and trips to the military district shelter safer and more efficient. After briefly explaining the size and requirements, Demao led his crew to start the work. Digging was their specialty. At night, large pots were set up in the villa's open space. It was winter, the perfect time to gather around and eat hot pot. Although there was only a little meat from the canned food, it didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone was busy and cheerful. "I heard there's hot pot noodles and canned food today. I'm so hungry, but what's the occasion?" "You don't know?" Brother by his back. "This meal is to welcome him. This is such a big deal. Our exploration team works hard all day and can't find this much food. Keep your voice down, or you'll regret it if someone hears you." The man suddenly remembered the miserable state of Ho Chao on the day they moved into the villa and quickly shut his mouth, glancing around nervously. With his enhanced abilities, Bailon naturally overheard these comments. Some criticized him for being extravagant, some were grateful, and others were fearful. In the oppressive post-apocalyptic world, a few complaints were nothing to worry about. Bailon himself had secretly cursed his master before, but now he only felt gratitude. This time, the trip had yielded a lot, and as a reward, Bailon was not stingy. A generous boss is the key to retaining employees. Empty talk and relying on dedication won't work in peacetime. Laws might offer protection, but in the apocalypse, that approach was suicidal. Bailon took out over 30 boxes of canned food, more than 50 boxes of beer, and vegetables like cabbage and squash, which piled up to fill half the living room. And, of course, the most important item: cigarettes. Alcohol and cigarettes were treasures in the apocalypse, almost as valuable as beast cores and zombie cores. Being able to take a puff of a cigarette was a luxury many dreamed of. After setting aside a reasonable amount, Bailon finally notified people to distribute the goods. He knew that rewards were the most effective form of motivation. After all, No one complains about a boss who hands out money. Everyday employees only slack off when their pay is too low. Distribute all these items and tell everyone it's a reward for their hard work over the past few days. Make sure everyone gets their share, Bailon said calmly to a few students who had come in. All of this, to be distributed? One student asked in surprise. He had just entered and, seeing the mountain of food, thought it was Bailon's private stash. Not enough. Enough. Definitely enough. The student was so excited, he almost jumped for joy. Bailon nodded. Then hurry up and distribute it. They're probably impatient by now. Yes. The students immediately used their abilities, each carrying 7 or 8 boxes of canned food and running off quickly, as if afraid Bailon might change his mind. Wait. Bailon suddenly called them back, remembering something. What's the matter, Brother Bai? This is your extra compensation for the hard work. I know it's not easy for you to make a trip. As he spoke, Bailon took out a few zombie cores from his bag and handed them to them. Whoa, zombie cores! More than one student exclaimed, and the others, upon seeing the cores, were equally excited, repeatedly confirming their authenticity. Everyone knew just how rare corpse cores were. Even Yi Ying, the luckiest member of the exploration team, had only managed to collect 10 so far. Across the entire villa district, there were barely over 60 in total, and only those who had made significant contributions could get their share. At their current pace, it would take another month of effort just to acquire one. But now, with just a little effort, they could obtain one, a prospect so thrilling that it was hard to sleep at night. Bailon noticed the glimmer of excitement in the eyes of a few students and couldn't help but smile inwardly. News spread quickly even before dinner was served. Everyone already knew about it. Earlier, there had been mixed opinions, but now everyone was praising Bailon as a living bodhisattva, leaving him both amused and exasperated. There were no formalities when it came to eating on the open ground. A simple call of "dig in" was enough. No one cared about manners anymore. Everyone began devouring their food ravenously. When hunger struck, no matter how refined a person normally was, the result was always the same: eating with abandon. After taking a bite of beef, Bailon asked, "Where are Lin Cixi, Lu Tu, and Su Xuexin?" The three of them went out leading teams to scavenge some of the more distant supermarkets and residential buildings. "The nearby supplies are becoming scarcer," Lu Huo replied, putting down his chopsticks with a sigh. Bailon nodded in understanding. The zombie tides near the supermarkets and the Great Awakening had emboldened people, and anything edible or useful had long been looted. Lin Cixi and Su Xuexin both had upright personalities and wouldn't steal from others, so they had no choice but to venture farther out to search. "It's fine. For the next couple of days, I won't be going out to scavenge. I'll focus on training. In a few days, I'm planning to organize a martial arts tournament to boost everyone's motivation." Lu Wu took a sip of his drink, smiling wryly. "But aside from corpse cores, we don't have much else to offer as rewards. In the apocalypse, slacking off during training will ultimately be their own downfall." "You're right. So how about this? I'll write up a few sets of combat training techniques and bring out the weapons and equipment we've forged. You all will be in charge of setting up a contribution and exchange system. From now on, work, exploration, and missions will all count as contributions. Food, daily necessities, alcohol, and even housing will be distributed based on contribution points. No one gets a free ride. It's better to give out less than to hand things out carelessly." Bailon then gave a few examples of successful policies widely implemented in other safe cities. Lu Hua clapped his hands in approval after hearing this, downing the rest of his drink in one go before excitedly saying he would start drafting the plan immediately. Bailon nodded in agreement. As dinner drew to a close, Bailon prepared to distribute more rewards. There were too few people willing to join the exploration teams, and he needed to increase the incentives. Seizing the moment while the atmosphere was lively, Bailon stood up and said, "I know none of you want to join the exploration teams, but they are the foundation of this shelter-s operation. The rewards were indeed too little before, but tomorrow, a new system will be announced. I believe you'll gradually be more willing to participate. What I hope to see is everyone scrambling to sign up. Practical combat is the fastest way to improve your skills. The two main cultivation resources, corpse cores and beast cores, can only be obtained from zombies and mutant beasts. At this point, Bailon didn't waste any more words and got straight to the point. In addition to the standard rewards, I'll personally sponsor this. Anyone willing to officially join the exploration team will immediately receive 1 corpse core as a reward. Your family members or partners will also be guaranteed living security. For those who are single, you'll have priority in choosing a partner. Nearly everyone burst out laughing, but Bailon remained serious. Don't think this is a joke. Stop treating this like it's still peacetime. Free love and relying on your parents are no longer realistic. What I promise, I will absolutely deliver. After becoming an official exploration team member, you're bound to find a satisfactory partner. With that, he sat down and continued eating beef. His speeches never relied on tricks, they were all about stark reality. In any safe city, the imbalance in the male-to-female ratio was a common phenomenon. Only those with abilities, strength, and the courage to fight could access the best resources. Bailon's refuge was no exception. Official exploration team members and their families never had to worry about food or clothing, while those unwilling to take risks struggled even to meet basic needs. At that point, so-called love became a joke. When one's stomach was empty, they would give up everything. The so-called modesty and dignity only belonged to those who were well-fed and clothed. After the meal, everyone dispersed contentedly. Some went to train, while others continued working. Most of those who came to the coastal prosperity were students, but there were also middle-aged people with families. They bore the heaviest burdens, with elderly parents above and children below. If they didn't work harder, they wouldn't even have enough to eat. Bailon didn't have time to worry about these things. After returning to his bedroom, he began to recall the visualization training method and the 6 essential combat techniques that every civilian had to learn. He even prepared to bring out his most treasured skill, beast taming, from beginner to mastery. He wasn't the only one with a talent for beast taming. Many meticulous individuals could learn it. After all, using the enemy's methods against them was also a viable path. Only prejudice would label it as heresy. Moreover, the training methods and combat techniques were widely circulated in later generations. If ordinary people trained to the highest level, they could at least become advanced ability users. As Bailon recalled and recorded, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning by the time he finished. That's about it. To master all of this would take at least a year. Bailon stretched, laid down on the soft bed, glanced at the mental clone beside him, then sat up again and muttered to himself, "It's time to improve my strength. I can't slack off. I need to push to become an advanced ability user." The prematurely appearing army of alien gods, the eerie black mist, and the black hand covering the sky all made him feel the urgency of time. If he didn't change quickly, the outcome would be as disastrous as in the reality simulation. System, open the panel. Name, Bailon. Gender, male. Ability, Time 0 LV 370 150,000 Ability, Buddha S Wrath Lotus LV 3 4550,000 Combat Technique, Flame-Splitting Wave Ruler LV 260 312,000 Exclusive Combat Technique, Mental Clone Level, 9-star Beginner Ability, User Reality Simulation Attempts, 0 Script Simulation Attempts, 0 Time Power, 50200. Bailon glanced at it. The time power was quite abundant. The fastest way to improve his strength was to upgrade his combat techniques and abilities. Time 0 was the most practical ability, so it naturally had to be upgraded first. He believed that after breaking through to level 4, his strength would at least skyrocket to the level of an advanced 2 or 3-star ability user. Upgrade the ability. Time 0. Ding. Upgrade failed. The host's current realm cannot handle LV4 abilities. Please advance to an advanced ability user and try again. As expected, level 3 abilities were the limit of what he could currently handle. Not surprising. In the previous life, most people who managed to upgrade their abilities to level 3 were already advanced. At level 4, some even advanced to become Lord-level ability users. Bailon thought for a moment and changed his approach. System, begin script simulation. Since I can't upgrade, I'll try learning a few more abilities or combat techniques. Ding. Insufficient attempts. Would you like to consume 10,000 time power to proceed with the exchange? Yes. Exchange successful. Script loading. Then, a series of images appeared in Bailon's mind as if he had experienced them himself. Age 0. You were born into a world where technology and martial arts coexist. Your father is a scientific officer of the Alliance, and your mother passed away after giving birth to you. Age 3. You lived with your father, relying on each other. When you reached the appropriate age, your father applied for a precious scientific chip and implanted it in you. This chip carries the knowledge and wisdom of tens of thousands of years of tech martial people. You did not experience any rejection reaction, indicating that your future holds great potential, and you are destined to become the new generation of scientific officers for the Alliance. Age 6. You were sent to the Alliance's first academy. By this time, you had fully mastered the wisdom of tens of thousands of years of tech martial people and could use it flexibly. Achievement Old 6. Activated Strength. Second grade martial artist age 7. Your increasing strength puzzled you because the knowledge you had learned contained no path for cultivation. You asked around, questioning teachers and your father, but no one could provide you with an answer. Age 8. Two sisters joined your class, the elder sister Nangong Xing and the younger sister Nangong Yan. They were lively and adorable, catching your attention for a moment. But your childhood education made you think this was merely childish behavior. Age 9. You had already begun independently designing mobile defense shields and other achievements, applying for patents. One day, while passing by a corner, you discovered the Nangong sisters being beaten by senior students. Nangong Yin was lying on the ground, covered in blood, while her elder sister desperately protected her. You instinctively intervened, though a voice inside you told you that this was not the right thing to do. Age 10. You saved the Nangong sisters and gradually became close friends who shared everything. You learned that they had entered the academy solely to obtain scientific chips, which puzzled you. Wasn't this something everyone could have? Old 6 triggered Strength. Third grade martial artist age 12. Due to your outstanding academic performance, you won numerous awards and were promoted to higher grades ahead of schedule. Unable to protect the Nangong sisters at all times, you decided to teach them cultivation. However, when you released your vital energy, they were shocked and asked, "Why can you use vital energy?" This left you deeply confused. Age 13. The Nangong sisters briefly explained vital energy and invited you to visit their home with them next year, where you could find all the answers you sought. Driven by your thirst for knowledge, you agreed. Age 14. The Nangong sisters' home was in a remote seaside city under the Alliance's jurisdiction. You met their father, Nangong Ting. The vital energy you displayed left him astonished, and he asked about your teacher. You answered truthfully, and he pondered for a long time. A month later, as the holidays approached, Nangong Ting recounted the history of 10,000 years ago. At that time, the planet had just recovered, and everyone could cultivate martial arts, but monsters also began to appear. Initially, the monsters were weak and could be easily defeated with the technology of the time. This situation lasted for thousands of years, during which martial arts developed to a high level, even leading to the establishment of the Martial Alliance. Another 1,000 years passed, and the monsters grew stronger, rendering technology ineffective. Only martial arts could easily injure the monsters, ushering in a golden age for martial arts, with many 8th grade grandmasters emerging. Just as people were filled with hope for the future, twin demon gods appeared among the monsters, possessing strength close to that of 9th grade martial artists. A great war was imminent, and over the course of several centuries, countless martial artists suffered heavy casualties that in the end, the 5 strongest grandmasters of the Martial Alliance sacrificed their lives to seal the passage of the planetary monsters. But this also severed the path of martial arts cultivation. As a result, technology rose again, leading to the present day. At 15, you returned to the academy to continue your studies, but your questions grew more numerous. Your scientific chip contained no record of this history. You searched through ancient texts and libraries, but found no information about the Martial Alliance or the Great War. Trigger: Lao Lu, breakthrough to 4th grade martial artist at 17. You became a once-in-a-millennium genius at the academy due to your outstanding performance. What made others even more envious was that the Nangong sisters both liked you. Although you were aware of their feelings, you paid no attention, as your father had told you that women would only slow you down from achieving your dreams. At 19, you became the youngest officer in the academy, mastering all the knowledge accumulated by the Alliance over thousands of years. But this did not bring you happiness. In fact, you had never truly felt joy. Your mind was always preoccupied with Nangong Ting's words, yearning to see him again and learn more about the hidden history. At 20, you followed the Nangong sisters back to their hometown. During the journey, you visited many places, and while you were supposed to feel happy and relaxed, you experienced no emotional fluctuations. A voice in your mind told you that unnecessary emotions would only hold you back. Nangong Ting was not surprised by your arrival. When you asked your questions, he did not answer directly, but instead asked you to live there for a year. Out of curiosity about the unknown, you agreed and received permission from both the school and your father. At 21, you maintained a regular routine, going out to sea to fish every day and temporarily setting aside your academic research. Gradually, you noticed your emotions beginning to stir, and the voice in your mind no longer appeared. One night, Nangong Yin confessed her feelings to you, leaving you with mixed emotions, but in the end, you gently declined her. At 22, the year passed quickly, and you once again asked Nangong Ting the same question. He told you that to uncover the truth, you must be prepared. Because of the scientific chip implanted in your brain, any exposure to sensitive knowledge would alert the Alliance's inspectors, who might even issue a warrant for your arrest. After careful consideration, you decided to uncover the hidden history. Under Nangong Ting's arrangement, you underwent surgery to remove the scientific chip from your brain. In exchange, you handed the chip over to him. Trigger: Lao Lu, breakthrough to 5th grade martial artist at 23. You became a 5th grade martial artist, which greatly shocked Nangong Ting. After all, martial arts had long been banned on this planet, and the highest level was only 6th grade martial artist. For you to reach 5th grade at such a young age was considered genius, even in the era when martial arts flourished. That night, Nangong Ting revealed the entire truth to you. After the resurgence of technology, global monopolies took control. Fearing that the emergence of martial artists would disrupt the status quo, they initiated a great purge. After a brutal war, all surviving martial artists were killed. Having just endured a great war, most martial artists were still recovering from their injuries and could not even exert the power of a 6th grade martial artist. To completely erase this history, scientific chips were implanted to restrict the memories of that generation, followed by thousands of years of brainwashing, leading to the current alliance. Only I and a few surviving clan leaders know the truth, and they all live here. At 25, you cut off all ties with your father and the academy, with Nangong Ting covering for you. Gradually, you realized that you had merely been a pawn in others' plans, living as they wanted you to. Only by living here did you feel truly alive, with human emotions slowly returning to you. At 26, the Nangong sisters graduated from the academy. Unfortunately, they were unable to obtain the scientific chip, but it no longer mattered, as Nangong Ting had already acquired the latest technological chip you brought. That day, Nangong Ting prepared to marry both sisters to you. You glanced at them, and both girls shyly smiled. To be honest, they were both very beautiful. Nangong Xing, the elder sister, was gentle and graceful, while Nangong Yin, the younger sister, was playful and adorable. You had known them since you were 8 years old, and now you were close confidants. You smiled, finding no reason to refuse them. At 27, you held a simple yet warm wedding. Only a few clan leaders who understood the history of the martial alliance attended. When they learned that you had already reached the strength of a 5th grade warrior, they were moved to tears and placed great hopes on you. At 30, your married life was comfortable and happy. Nangong Xing and Nangong Yin took great care of you. You also obtained many cultivation techniques and advanced to a 6th grade warrior through your own efforts. At 32, your cultivation hit a bottleneck. Apart from the inexplicable increase in your strength every day, your own training showed almost no progress. Wanting to grow stronger, you asked Nangong Ting, who revealed that although many martial techniques had been preserved, none were suitable for you. Each person could only possess one martial technique. As for the origin of your martial technique, you still couldn't comprehend. At 35, your father and members of the Alliance approached you while you were fishing. The loss of the scientific chip had driven them to irrational anger. By then, you were a 6th grade warrior, and with just a glance, you realized the father before you was actually a robot. They tried to capture you by force, but you easily defeated them at SEAT-36. Upon returning home, you discovered that your two wives had been taken by the Alliance. Rage surged within you, but when you prepared to go rescue them, Nangong Ting stopped you. He told you that you were the child of destiny, the key to overthrowing the Alliance's rule. He urged you to endure until you reached the 8th grade. After hearing this, you coldly told him to get out of your way. T-37. With the strength of a 6th grade warrior, you swept through the entire Alliance, showing everyone what it meant to risk everything for love. You rescued your two wives and began a life of wandering the world. At-41. You and your two wives traveled across the beautiful mountains and rivers. Amidst your reflections, you broke through to become a 7th grade warrior. That same year, a rare monster, unseen for millennia, reappeared triggered by Lao Lu, breaking through to a 7th grade warrior. At-50. During a monster invasion, the Alliance retreated and successfully held the defensive line. You participated in numerous battles, saving hundreds of thousands of lives, earning the title of the Guardian. At 58, the Nangong sisters' youthful appearances began to fade. They could only cultivate to the 4th grade as warriors, with a maximum lifespan of 120 years. Meanwhile, you remained unchanged, looking exactly as you did at 18. Despite this, your love for each other remained deep, and you had no other thoughts. T-71. Over the past 30 years, your reputation in major cities had even surpassed that of the Alliance. The strength of a 7th grade warrior made monsters tremble in fear. Yet, you still hadn't found a martial technique suitable for yourself. Over 30 years, your strength had already reached its peak, yet you were unable to improve further. You understood that the key was to find the martial technique. Mastering that technique would allow you to break through the 7th rank and ascend to the 8th rank Grandmaster. At 80 years old, the Alliance extended an olive branch of cooperation to you. They invited you to collaborate, and you agreed. The person assigned to receive you was your father, who still appeared youthful, his gaze filled with loving kindness. At 82 years old, Nangong Ting passed away, leaving Nangong Xing and Nangong Yen grieving for a long time. After experiencing a long life, you had learned many truths that could not be found in books. You began to ponder, if your two wives were to pass away before you, would you feel the same sorrow as they do now? At 85 years old, with the Alliance's help, you discovered the world's origin. There, you obtained the strongest martial skill supreme, Overlord Fist. This was the ultimate technique of the most powerful Grandmaster of the Martial Alliance, Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng could have become a 9th rank martial emperor in less than a millennium, but he chose to hide his strength to seal this world. At 90 years old, after mastering Supreme Overlord Fist, you ascended to the 8th rank martial artist. At the same time, the seal from 10,000 years ago was broken. You finally understood that the condition set by the 5 most powerful Grandmasters to lift the seal was that only when an 8th rank Grandmaster could still emerge in a closed world could someone quickly ascend to the 9th rank and completely eliminate the monsters. At 100 years old, the highest leaders of the Alliance betrayed one after another, causing the loss of many cities and heavy casualties among the tech martial people. At this moment, you were the only one capable of fighting. A 9th rank demon god descended through a proxy. You bid farewell to the Nangong sisters and faced the proxy alone. At 102 years old, your battle with the proxy lasted 2 years. Though severely injured, you successfully repelled him. You knew that if he returned, you might not be able to withstand him. Thus, you decided to spend some quality time with your two wives. At 105 years old, your Supreme Overlord Fist had reached a minor level of mastery. But no matter how much you trained, you could not break through further. You faintly felt that you lacked the recognition of the world's origin. To find the world's origin, it must come to you voluntarily. At 120 years old, the seal was broken, the world reconnected, and the path of martial arts became unobstructed. You spent vast resources helping the Nangong sisters successfully cultivate to 6th rank martial artists, extending their lifespans. That same year, the proxy descended again. At 121 years old, your battle destroyed mountains and rivers, turning the once picturesque planet into a purgatory. You were defeated, and in your hazy consciousness, you were summoned to the origin world. There, you met Mu Sheng, the creator of Supreme Overlord Fist and the world's most powerful Grandmaster. He revealed a shocking truth. You did not belong to this world, and were not the destined child they had been waiting for. The true destined child would not be born for another 1,000 years. Speechless, you listened as Mu Sheng sighed, saying he could only take a gamble and hope you could defeat the demon god. He fully entrusted Supreme Overlord Fist to you, asking you to protect this world. You agreed. At 122 years old, with Supreme Overlord Fist perfected, you broke through and became a 9th-rank martial emperor. You and the proxy entered a spatial rift, where he was no longer your match. After paying a price, you completely defeated him at 123 years old. Just as you thought the battle was over, he suddenly knelt devoutly, dragging his broken body to plead for the demon god to fully descend. What appeared in the black mist was not a monster, but your wives, Nangong Xing and Nangong Yan. You were in a daze, noticing that they had regained their youthful appearances, exuding a black and red aura that felt both familiar and strange. You confirmed that they were indeed your wives, and they still deeply loved you. Nangong Xing gave a devilish smile and told you that the alliance was actually an organization supported by monsters, aiming to rule the planet and find the child of destiny to break the seal. Unexpectedly, your appearance disrupted their plans. The scientific chips were actually incarnations of monsters, and when they descended, all the chips merged into one. Only your two closest wives retained their memories. They reassured you that the centuries they spent living with you were real, and even now, they still loved you and were your wives. You realized you were being assimilated by them, and the Supreme Overlord Fist issued a strong warning. At 125 years old, the world of the spatial rift quickly disappeared. After forcibly breaking through, you found yourself in the starry sky. The planet before you had turned black and red, on the verge of collapse, assimilated by the Nangong sisters. The Nangong sisters clung tightly to you, their love and possessiveness overwhelming. Nangong Xing told you that as long as they assimilated you, you could all be together forever and become the strongest. You refused. Your instincts told you that once assimilated, you would no longer be yourself. The Supreme Overlord Fist unleashed its full power, and you fought back against the Nangong sisters with all your might. However, their strength far surpassed the 9th rank, possibly reaching the 10th or even 11th rank. You were defeated and died during the assimilation, ending this life. Congratulations to the host for surviving past the age of 100 for the first time in the script simulation and becoming the child of destiny in the techno-martial world. Choose 3 out of the following 5 rewards. S-level ability. Supreme Overlord Fist. Obtain the patents you developed in the techno-martial world. Gain intelligence on the demon god twins and the monsters. Title. Child of Destiny recognized by the planet's origin, granting good fortune in many matters, with planetary destruction effects halved. 3 reality simulation opportunities. The system's cold electronic voice awakened by Lon. The memories of the techno-martial world were exceptionally vivid, far surpassing those of the previous dragon and magic world and the Do-Chi horse transformation world. The first 2 worlds felt more like playing a top-tier game, where the plot moved you, but the emotions faded over time. However, the techno-martial world was completely immersive, as if he had truly become that character and lived his entire life. Especially the wives in the simulation, the demon god Nangong sisters left a deep impression on Bailon. Maybe it's because the script simulation lasted too long, or maybe for other reasons. Anyway, let's focus on the task at hand. Bailon patted his face, forcing himself to shake off the memories, reminding himself that this was just a system's script simulation and not real. The 5 rewards reappeared, and Bailon began to analyze them seriously. Next, he needed to head to the military district, so the stronger his abilities, the better. The first reward, the S-level ability Supreme Overlord Fist, was a must-pick. This martial skill was the strongest in the techno-martial world, even recognized by the world's origin. As the user in the script, Bailon was well aware of its power, so much so that even Su Xuexin's divine power paled in comparison. Next was the title selection, Child of Destiny. A title that could influence luck was a must-pick, even more important than the supreme overlord fist. After all, luck was something no one could fully control, not even the gods. Unfortunately, in the script simulation, the planet had been taken over by the demon god sisters, so the Child of Destiny title could only exert half its effect. Bylan's requirements were not high. He only hoped that killing zombies or mutant beasts would yield more corpse cores and beast cores. Of course, if killing alien gods could also drop equipment, that would be even better, just like in the game Legend of Blood. After selecting two options, Bylan had an idea for the final reward. It was a patent he had developed at the age of 9 during a script simulation. Back then, he was equipped with a tech chip and was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. He had mastered the collective wisdom of tens of thousands of tech warriors, and the invention he created at that level was a superweapon, even in the apocalyptic world 15 years later. The only regret was why he hadn't gone on a frenzy of invention during his academic peak at the age of 19. That would have been true domination, like using a Gatling gun with infinite bullets in ancient warfare, completely crushing the opposition. Just as he was about to make his choice, the intelligence on demonic twin gods and monsters in the second reward option made Bylan's expression falter. He felt a force pushing him to choose the second option. Bylan couldn't understand its significance and even thought it was a waste of a slot. After all, this was a virtual world. Once it was game over, everything would be gone. During peaceful times, he might have been curious, but not now. Now was the apocalypse, an era where strength ruled supreme. System, choose 1, 2, 4. Ding, selection successful, rewards have been issued. A powerful force surged through Bylan like a tidal wave, and every cell in his body felt as if it were being scorched by flames, the pain indescribable. Despite his strong will, he was drenched in sweat, clenching his teeth so hard that blood seeped through the gaps. His cells continuously expanded and compressed, cycling over and over, with each expansion to the limit being the most excruciating moment. There was no way around it. Bylan's current body was still just a beginner-level tank, comparable to a 5- or 6-star apprentice, essentially fragile. Back when he embarked on the path of legend, his physical refinement had been painful, but it was nothing compared to even 1% of what he was experiencing now. This time, he had to endure extreme pain. Either he would survive and gain a godlike physique, or his spirit would collapse, leaving him a walking corpse. Time flew by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The continuous 24-hour pain over 3 days nearly broke Bylan. The only thing keeping him conscious was his overwhelming hatred for the Eastern and Wind families. Finally, he pulled through. A sense of comfort washed over his entire body, relaxing his tense nerves. Bylan felt that he had broken through and become an advanced superhuman. The Supreme Overlord Fist truly was the strongest martial art, proving everything with power, sanctifying the body, breaking through the void, and achieving the ultimate realm. These 16 words were filled with invincibility. Bylan couldn't imagine how the great master Mu Sheng had created this martial art back in the day. Even when facing the demonic twin gods, Bylan felt powerless and ultimately had no choice but to seal the world himself. Just how strong were the demonic twin gods? Were they at the legendary level or the pinnacle of legend? Bylan couldn't even begin to fathom. After all, the power systems of different planets were incomparable. During his physical enhancement, Bylan hadn't noticed that 3 days had already passed. It felt like it had just begun. Then, he quickly equipped his title, ready to change his fate from this moment onward. Titles, like achievements, could only be equipped one at a time for now. Titles were products of script simulations, while achievements came from real-world simulations. The advantage was that they could influence each other. Whether in the script or reality, they could both play a role. In the script simulation just now, Lao Lu's achievements displayed extraordinary power, managing to cultivate to the level of an 8th-grade grandmaster in a closed world and breaking through the ceiling formation. The child of the plane on that planet didn't appear, and Lao Lu took their place, proving just how tenacious he is. The final reward was naturally the patent he developed at the age of 9, which the system thoughtfully placed into his spatial bracelet. While Bylan was slowly studying various tools and equipment, on the other side of the universe, a planet had completely shattered. and its source energy was devoured entirely by two figures exuding black and red auras. They were none other than Bai Lan's wives from the script simulation. Husband, Zhou Ji has disappeared. What should we do, sister? The one speaking was Nangong Yan, who used to be cute and playful, but now carried a hint of wicked charm. The contrast between her anxious tone and her nonchalant expression made her particularly captivating. Nangong Xing gently stroked her long hair and said softly, "Don't worry, sister. I left a mark on our husband. He can't escape." "Then where is he? Let's go find him. I really want to merge with our husband," Nangong Yin said coquettishly. Nangong Xing gazed into the distant starry sky. Very far away. There are two places we can go. One is our old rival, the Star Alliance, and the other is the dark star of the otherworld. Sister, let's go to the dark star otherworld quickly, Nangong Yin pleaded. Not yet. The seal has just been broken, and our strength hasn't fully recovered. Besides, I sense a few particularly terrifying presences in the otherworld, no weaker than the Star Alliance. We need to recover more strength first, Nangong Xing said, gently stroking Yan's head with a doting tone. Then, sister, let's go to the next planet to recover our strength first, and then quickly find our husband. I can't wait any longer. All right. Even though we just parted not long ago, I miss him too. Nangong Xing took Nangong Yan's hand, and they disappeared into the void. Bailan spent nearly a whole day carefully studying before he barely understood the uses of these inventions. It had to be said that his 9-year-old intelligence in the script simulation completely crushed the current technology of Blue Star. For example, this mobile protective shield was practically a must-have turtle shell for future safe cities, with astonishing quality and efficiency. The turtle shell protective shield for safe cities could convert any amount of energy into an equivalent amount of defensive power. Previously, the most advanced turtle shells only had slightly larger capacity, but they never broke through in conversion efficiency. However, the one in Bailan's hands was entirely different. The retractable shield could expand and contract freely, with an astonishingly high conversion efficiency of 1:5. Once fully charged with energy, it could withstand even a nuclear bomb without a scratch. This was no exaggeration. However, to transform it into a portable small shield, a specific conversion chip needed to be inserted. Unfortunately, Bailan didn't yet know how to manufacture such a chip. Still, it's not bad. This is a great tool for home defense. If the military district encounters a large-scale zombie tide or beast tide, it could even be rented out. How awesome would that be? As for the other patented tools, Bailan's limited knowledge left him unable to understand them, so he could only treat them as trendy but useless gadgets. It made sense when he thought about it. After thousands of years of scientific development by the techno-martial people, anything that could be invented and patented had already been done. That mobile protective shield was probably only approved because of his machine father's influence. After receiving the rewards from this script simulation, Bailan washed his face, changed into looser clothes, and headed out. The shelter was still operating normally, but strange noises were coming from inside. So infuriating. Those people from that organization are so arrogant. What's even more frustrating is that Brother Lu told us to endure it. How can we endure this? If Brother Bai were here, he'd definitely stand up for us. So I just keep practicing. I'm about to break through and become a beginner-level ability user. You're fast. I need to work harder too. There were many similar conversations, and Bailan felt puzzled. It had only been one night. What exactly had happened? Wait a minute. What exactly are you talking about? Bailan stopped 3 students who were training and asked. It's Brother Bai? The boy who was stopped was startled and shouted excitedly. The people training nearby immediately gathered around, forming a tight circle. What? Brother Bai is back? Really? Bailan's head instantly felt heavy. He hated being surrounded by people, especially when they were noisy and chaotic. He couldn't catch the key points and felt annoyed instead. Everyone, stop talking. Let him speak. Bailan shouted angrily, and everyone immediately quieted down. The skinny student who had been stopped froze for a moment and quickly said, Brother Bai, while you were away, the exploration team that went out returned. They originally brought back a lot of supplies, but everything was robbed halfway. Not only did they take the supplies, but they also tried to abduct Sister Yi, Sister Su, and Sister Lin. They got furious, and the two teams started fighting immediately. But the other side had someone really strong, and in the end, both sides were injured before they retreated. After the skinny student finished speaking, everyone gritted their teeth, their faces full of anger, wishing they could go beat up those people right away. Bailon frowned. How long after I returned did this happen? For days, the skinny student said, looking a bit confused. For days? Could it be that the Supreme Overlord Fist transformation took that long? He had originally planned to head to the military district earlier, but it turned out to have delayed him by 4 whole days. He would have to adjust his plans. Which organization injured Lin Cece and the others and stole the supplies? Bailon asked further. With his strength, there were very few enemies who could defeat Su Xuexin, but it wasn't impossible. There were quite a few high-level ability users in the military district shelter who had broken through using corpse cores and beast cores. There were also some ability users with strange powers who could achieve this. Since he was planning to go to the military district this time, he might as well deal with them. They're called the Chao Gu Alliance. It's them. They even came to our shelter 2 days ago, injured people, and ran away. So arrogant, they don't even spare the area right outside their own doorstep. It's the apocalypse, and instead of fighting zombies and mutant beasts, people are killing each other. It's really incomprehensible. As soon as the Chao Gu Alliance was mentioned, the surrounding people's emotions exploded. They were so angry that they couldn't control their words, cursing the ancestors of those people for 18 generations. Enough. Get back to training. I'll handle them personally. After roughly understanding the situation, Bailon disappeared into the crowd. If someone dared to bully them right at their doorstep, there was no way he could tolerate it. Chao Gu Alliance, Chao Gu Alliance. Bailon kept repeating the name under his breath. He was all too familiar with this organization. It was the #1 civilian organization in the Y City military district, gathering many ability users. Its leader, Deng Kuan, had forcibly advanced to a high-level ability user by consuming a large number of corpse cores and beast cores. It looks impressive, but in reality, this is the end of the road for him. His strength will forever remain at the peak of the advanced level, unable to break through to the Lord level no matter how hard he tries. The usage of corpse cores and beast cores depends on one's physique. For example, Su Xuexin, who possesses divine power, can only use 20 beast cores per month. Exceeding this would deplete her potential. Although her strength would increase significantly, it wouldn't be worth it. The limit for ordinary people is 10 to 15 beast cores per month. Exceeding this would overwhelm their bodies. Most ability users can't even obtain that many beast cores and are satisfied with the monthly improvement from corpse cores. Only those with abundant resources, such as military logistics personnel or leaders of civilian organizations, experience such situations. Bailon was now heading to the place where Lu Hui usually worked, intending to hand over the combat techniques and visualization training methods to him. Pushing the door open, Lu Hui saw Bailon and let out a sigh of relief, quickly walking over. "Bye, brother, you finally showed up. Have you heard about what's been happening these past few days?" "I have some idea. Is it the Chaos Song Heavenly Alliance?" Lu Hui nodded heavily. "Yes. They have someone who can summon shadow-like monsters. They've attacked us multiple times over the past few days. Shadow demons. This is a B-level dark ability, so it's normal for them to be able to defeat Su Xuexin and Lin Cece. If the timeline hasn't changed, he should already have the strength of an advanced ability user by now. I'm heading to the military district later. I'll take care of this," Bailon said. Hearing this, Lu Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous attacks by shadow monsters had been driving him crazy. The strongest people in the shelter, Su Xuexin and Lin Cece, were still recovering, and Lu Tu hadn't recovered either. Each time, Lu Hui had to personally step up to face the enemy. Since Bailon's return, he hadn't had a moment's rest. "And take these things as well, distribute them as you see fit," Bailon said. He then took out most of the beast cores and corpse cores, along with combat techniques and training methods, from his spatial bracelet. The room was filled with various resources, even stacks of flour piled high. After filling up Lu Hui's house, Bailon moved to another room to continue unloading. This room was mostly filled with daily necessities, tobacco, and alcohol, things that were of no use to him, but could be used to motivate his subordinates. Seeing the ever-growing pile of supplies, Lu Hui was dumbfounded. "Is your bracelet an infinite space?" How can it hold so much stuff? The villa was packed with supplies, and Lu was fatigued instantly disappeared. He immediately started working overtime, organizing and transporting the goods with the help of 40 to 50 people. Before leaving, Bailan reminded Lu Huan not to use too many beast cores and corpse cores, cautioning him not to sacrifice his future. After all, he was a B-level ability user and would surely advance to the extraordinary level in the future. This time, Bailan brought 3 people with him to the military district, all of whom were the most promising experts in the shelter, second only to Su Xuexin in strength. Lei Bao Mage Ying, 4-star beginner level, specializes in burst damage, a powerful mage. Tian Yu Master Wang Ming, 2-star beginner level, a C-level ability user, a chubby tank, and Yi Ying's #1 fan. Dragonman Yang Ming, 3-star beginner level, a C-level ability user who can transform freely, with formidable combat power. Driving from the seaside Splendor Villa district to the military district wasn't far, just 30 to 40 kilometers. The southern city shelter was large, having been continuously expanded from the surrounding cities. The newly built city walls were covered with heavy firepower weapons, and piles of corpses surrounded the area, too many to clean up in time. This place has gathered the most refugees. Due to a lack of manpower, the military district struggles to clean up the battlefield and recover spoils of war. The corpse cores inside zombies are extremely valuable, leading to the emergence of a new profession, scavengers. These individuals make a living by dismantling zombie corpses to find corpse cores, with one core being enough to exchange for a week's worth of food. In the early days of the apocalypse, this profession was extremely popular. Bailan used to do it too, rushing out to scavenge as soon as the zombie tide passed. Of course, scavenging is highly risky, as scavengers are often ambushed by zombies that weren't fully killed. Despite heavy firepower coverage, there are still many survivors among the zombies, but the hunger of the people makes the temptation irresistible. Yi Ying looked at the emaciated people everywhere and said in shock, "Is this really a military district shelter? They're rummaging through corpses in groups, even stabbing each other in the back for a single corpse core." She had thought the southern city shelter would be the safest place, with medical care, housing, food, and training all well established. Safety was indeed guaranteed after all. With the current strength of zombies, even a million-strong zombie tide could be stopped. But in other aspects, it fell far short, with the living conditions summed up in 3 words: dirty, chaotic, poor. Yi Ying complained emotionally, while the chubby Wang Ming also grumbled. Yang Ming, on the other hand, snorted coldly, dismissing the apocalypse as no big deal. The vehicle soon arrived at the only entrance, where there were few inspection personnel, only about 10. Through the system, Bailan learned that inside, there was only one Sky-Eye Master, one junior ability user, and the rest were ordinary soldiers. "Hello. Please show your identification," the gatekeeper said. "No identification. It's our first time here," Bailan responded indifferently. This prompted the Sky-Eye Master lounging on a deck chair to sneak a glance into the vehicle. He was startled to see that, apart from the driver, everyone else was a junior ability user, and their strength surpassed that of his bodyguards. "Are you here to join the army? The benefits and treatment are top-notch. The more zombies and mutant beasts you kill, the higher the rewards." The Sky-Eye Master beamed, leaning toward the car window like a salesman. "No need, just issue us the identification quickly," Bailan urged. The Sky-Eye Master was displeased, but, seeing that Yi Ying and the others didn't resist, forced a smile and said, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The shelter's construction needs people like you." Bailan's face darkened, and he replied coldly, "No, we're in a hurry." The Sky-Eye Master lost his temper and shouted at Bailan, "I've had enough of you. You're just an ordinary person. What gives you the right to speak here?" Yi Ying quickly handed Bailan a cup of juice and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, don't be angry. They're just trying to help. It's not easy for anyone these days." As she spoke, she gently nudged the chubby Wang Ming, signaling him with her eyes to be cautious. During the exploration team mission, Lin Cece had mentioned that Bailan had a terrible temper and would resort to violence if provoked, and no one could beat him. At critical moments, having something soft prepared would make Bailan more agreeable. Now was the time to put that advice to use. After all, these were military personnel, and causing trouble would be a serious offense, punishable by imprisonment at best or being treated as a rebel at worst. Wang Ming immediately understood and quickly said, "Sir, we're here to look for someone. We'll join the army afterward. Please help us get some identification cards. We would be extremely grateful." The Sky Eye Master was much happier after hearing this. After all, the other party's strength was greater than his, and he couldn't afford to provoke them. It was better to take the opportunity to de-escalate. His master had always said that interpersonal relationships were more important than fighting and killing. "All right, I'll let you through. But kid, watch your mouth in the future. Don't end up dead one day without even knowing how it happened," the Heaven's Eye Master said, not noticing that the bottle of juice in his hand had already been emptied by Bailan. Suddenly, a flash of a blade cut through the air, and the hand the Heaven's Eye Master was pointing with was severed. He screamed in agony, his cries piercing and unrelenting. Everyone was stunned. Nobody saw clearly who had struck, but they all understood one thing: provoking the driver was not a wise choice. "Make the IDs. Didn't you hear me?" Bailan's tone remained calm, but the murderous intent was unmistakable. The guards scrambled to produce the documents, quickly crafting several ID-like cards. Moments later, the roar of a car engine and a cloud of dust signaled Bailan's departure. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, he had cut someone down and left without hesitation. The car hadn't driven far when Ying, a little frightened, asked, "Brother Bai, we cut him down. Are you sure there won't be any trouble?" Bailan replied indifferently, "Ying, if you're going to work with me in the future, remember this. If a problem can be solved with fists, don't waste your breath. Only with strength will others fear you." But they're part of the military. The military has already expanded into something more like mercenaries. There will no longer be traditional armies or military districts, only guardians. Will they send people after us? They will, but it won't matter. The car moved slowly. The road was crowded, making it impossible to go any faster. Bailan drove while observing the changes in the area. To be honest, it was vastly different from the place he remembered. There were more people, and civilian organizations had sprung up everywhere. Some of the large organizations he saw now hadn't even existed in his previous life. What surprised Bailan the most was the massive exhibition hall for merit exchange, which had already been completed. In his last life, construction on it had only begun a month later, sparking a wave of zombie massacres, with some groups even storming into the city center to kill people. There were many similar changes. Bailan thought to himself that only Yin Siming, that old man, could have caused such drastic shifts in the military district. His words indeed carried a lot of weight. After nearly an hour, Bailan and his group finally arrived at the base of the Chao Gu Sky Alliance building. It was still the same office building he remembered. For emerging organizations like this, the military district couldn't exert much control. The biggest requirement was that they must assist during zombie outbreaks. For the most part, the authorities turned a blind eye to their activities. This loose management had led to many serious incidents. After all, once people gained power but lacked self-control, their actions would become increasingly excessive. Unless they encountered someone stronger than themselves, they would only continue down a darker path. Most people were still holding back for now, not daring to act recklessly. But as time passed, they would grow bolder, and the gap between ordinary people and those with abilities would widen further. In the end, ordinary people would be the real victims. What would ultimately crush humanity would never be zombies or harsh environments, it would be the human heart. This was why Bailan never showed mercy to ability users. If they needed killing, he would kill them. Losing one made no difference. "Are we just going to charge in like this?" Ying asked incredulously as she got out of the car. "What else would we do?" It wasn't Bailan who answered, but Yang Ming, who had been silent until now. "I've had enough of these people. Those shadow creatures attack our base every day, injuring so many. Precisely because of that, we need to plan carefully." Bailan shook his head and said, "No need. You just focus on protecting yourselves, working together, and practicing well. Leave the rest to me." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. At the entrance of the office building, numerous recruitment notices were posted, with the benefits clearly stated. The stronger the ability, the better the benefits. For example, trainee ability users were offered free meals and accommodation, a monthly salary of 3 corpse cores, and the option to bring one family member. 8-star and 9-star users could bring 2 family members, or more if their abilities were particularly strong. Junior ability users enjoyed even better benefits, including all the perks of trainees, plus the option to directly choose a male or female partner. This was almost the selling point of the Chaogo Alliance. They had transformed from an inconspicuous small organization into the strongest civilian force in the Southern City Shelter almost overnight. The so-called choice was something everyone understood. During the period when you chose a partner, if any issues arose, the leader of the Chaogo Alliance would personally step in to resolve them. This demonstrated one fact: if you had a problem, the leader would take care of it. In the apocalypse, who could refuse such a leader? As Bailon and his group entered the office building, 3 or 4 scantily clad, alluring women surrounded them. "Hey, handsome boys, are you here to join the alliance?" "He's so handsome. Can you tell Big Sister how strong you are?" Fatty Wang Ming was immediately flustered, his face turning as red as a ripe apple. Stammering, he said, "Sister, you're too close." 2-star junior. The woman in black stockings lit up, grabbing Wang Ming's arm and shaking it. "Handsome boy, my place is big. How about coming over tonight?" "Yes, yes." "You useless fatso, what are you even thinking?" Ying, unable to bear Wang Ming's pathetic display, angrily pinched his ear and sent a jolt of electricity through him, making his whole body tingle. "It hurts. I won't dare anymore." "Sister Yi, I won't dare anymore." Wang Ming pleaded pitifully. Yang Ming, flustered by the teasing, turned red in the face and neck, crossing his arms and looking away, trying to appear aloof. "Scram!" Bailon couldn't help but say coldly. The women immediately trembled in fear, let out a couple of awkward laughs, and fled in a hurry. At that moment, the Chaogo Alliance's thugs appeared. "What did you just say?" "Looking for a fight." A man with a bowl-cut hairstyle and a steel pipe in hand walked over angrily. "Judging by his demi anyway, once that person dies, I'll just come back and explain that I was only out running some errands." The higher up in the office building, the stronger the abilities of the gifted individuals. This building was meticulously hierarchical. Those on the upper floors were the top elites of the Chaogo Alliance of Heaven. How could they possibly flee in panic just because someone shouted loudly on the first floor? The cadres upstairs, indulging in their pleasures, laughed mockingly. "Who's practicing lion's roar down there?" Bailon, seeing that most of the people had fled, began walking up the stairs. On every floor, he mercilessly slaughtered everyone in sight. Whether they knelt and pleaded for their lives or resisted desperately, it didn't matter. All were swiftly and cleanly disposed of. Yi Ying and the chubby boy watched in awe, swallowing hard. It was as if they were witnessing the god of death himself. To think that someone had dared to speak ill of Bailon in the past, they must have been courting death. Yang Ming, on the other hand, seemed somewhat out of character. His eyes were filled with admiration, so much so that even Bailon felt a little uncomfortable. He much preferred Yang Ming's earlier demeanor, stern and silent. As the number of dead increased, it soon caught the attention of the cadres of the Chaogo Alliance of Heaven. Initially, they hadn't planned to intervene. After all, what did the deaths of a few ordinary people matter? In the apocalypse, people were in abundance. Shout once at the door, and the place would be packed in no time. But the frequency of deaths made them wary. The latest report indicated that the 3 men and 1 woman had already reached the 10th floor, their methods ruthless, leaving not a single survivor. It was worth noting that the guards above the 5th floor were equipped with pistols and rifles. Even novice gifted individuals, or those with 1 or 2 stars at the beginner level, wouldn't stand a chance. Judging from the intelligence reports, the intruders' abilities were at least 5 stars or higher and frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to crush through the defenses like this. Report: Lord Jiang, the 4 of them have reached the 11th floor. Jiang Ju put down his wineglass, his expression darkening. "Take 20 brothers upstairs and teach them a lesson. To come this far, it's like they're slapping us in the face." Yes, on the 11th floor, Bailon left the fighting to the other 3, refraining from taking action himself. The chubby boy's heavenly armor ability was incredibly strong, allowing him to withstand all attacks. Yi Ying discharged electricity, and all the enemies collapsed. However, she didn't go for the kill. Those lying on the ground were still alive. The only exceptions were two novice gifted individuals who, because of their loose mouths, provoked Yang Ming. Transformed into his dragon form, Yang Ming mercilessly killed them, making them the only casualties. It seemed Yang Ming was ruthless but easily influenced. A few nagging words from Yi Ying, and he would cross his arms and hum in defiance, a proud expression on his face. Bailon said nothing more, gave a shout, and left. Since he had entrusted the task to them, whether to kill or spare was their decision. Bailon understood this perfectly. On the 12th floor, 20 to 30 people blocked the entrance tightly. At the center was a burly man, Jiang Ju, holding a wine glass with a confident and relaxed demeanor. As soon as Bailon's group of four ascended the stairs, Jiang Ju was taken aback. "What the hell? You're Ying." "Jiang Fatty." Ying looked at him, confused. Jiang Ju's excitement grew. "Boss Deng has been looking for you for ages, and here you are, delivering yourself to us. Haha, have you finally decided to give up and submit? This is great. Once you're in bed, the rest of us brothers will have to call you sister-in-law. Your status will skyrocket." Pointing at his nose, Ying shouted furiously, "Jiang, shut your mouth. I would never do such a thing. Today, you'll see how I deal with you. Bring it on." "Who's afraid of who? Just yesterday, I consumed 20 corpse cores. I'm at my peak. Take this." Jiang Ju smashed his wine glass, unleashing a powerful ability. His strength had reached the 6-star beginner level, 2 stars higher than Ying's. Bailon glanced at him. His ability was E-rank Iron Arms, which could harden his skin to the strength of iron. To have such strong power, he must have consumed quite a few corpse cores or beast cores, fully unleashing his potential. The two quickly clashed. Ying had decent combat talent, knowing she was at a disadvantage in close combat. She used long-range lightning attacks to keep Jiang Ju from getting close. Nearby, the chubby Wang Ming, eager to protect her, rushed forward to take Jiang Ju's punches head-on. Though he got hit, his physical body was strong enough to endure the damage. His goal was to block Jiang Ju and prevent him from attacking Ying. The two coordinated their close and long-range attacks, barely managing to suppress Jiang Ju. Despicable. 2 against 1. "Brothers, get in here and show them what a gang fight is." Jiang Ju roared angrily, spitting blood. Most of his underlings were apprentice ability users with average strength. After Yang Ming transformed into a dragon man, he could take on 5 of them alone. Bailon drew his straight blade and joined the fight, using his time power efficiently. Although they were all F and E level abilities, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. With each use of his time power, he killed 1 person. Soon, Bailon eliminated Jiang Ju's gang one by one without even being touched. The usually arrogant Jiang Ju watched as all his underlings were wiped out. He didn't dare make a move anymore, his chubby face trembling as his fear of Bailon skyrocketed. Bailon's killing speed was too fast, and those were ability users, not. At the moment they flashed by, a fierce bolt of lightning struck Jiang Ju directly, and the battle ended within a minute. "We won," Wang Ming shouted excitedly. Yang Ming gasped for breath. He didn't care about the Beast Core reward, but he was concerned about gaining Bailon's approval. Just as the two thought they had won, Jiang Ju, who was lying on the ground and nearly scorched, struggled to reach out his hand. I'm still alive, not dead. How is that possible?" Yang Ming was incredulous. The power of that thunderstorm just now was so overwhelming that even Wang Ming's Tianyu couldn't withstand it. How could Jiang Ju still be alive? Why is it impossible? Clearly, someone deliberately held back, Bailon said, staring at them in disappointment. "Ying you." Yang Ming suddenly realized and shouted angrily, his knuckles cracking. Ying wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. Can I leave now?" Jiang Ju, lying on the ground, asked weakly. He truly didn't want to stay here for another moment. Bailon nodded. "You may go get lost." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Jiang Ju squirmed his fat body, crawling away while expressing his gratitude, wishing he could say every flattering word in the world. With his recovery ability, as long as he escaped, he could recover in at most 10 days and make a comeback. Yang Ming watched Jiang Ju leave and couldn't help but roar in anger. After releasing his state, he glared fiercely at Yi Ying. Just as even if they really wanted to exterminate, it would be impossible to kill so many ability users. They're the foundation of the shelter. Having reached this position, he was also aware of some of the hidden forces in Y City. Not long ago, he had sent a considerable amount of corpse cores and beast cores as gifts to the Dongfang family, and they had accepted them. The unspoken rules of the underworld were clear to everyone. The Dongfang family was an established power, and since they had accepted the gifts, they wouldn't come to provoke him. Thinking it over and over, Deng Kun was completely clueless who exactly wanted to kill him. Go inform Captain Sun and Captain Lu that there's been a riot here, and many ability users have been killed. Tell them to come quickly. And remember, don't take the stairs, use my card to take the elevator. Deng Kun slammed the table and immediately gave the order. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd just call for reinforcements. After all, the military district had taken so much protection money they had to do their job. Yes. A tall, thin man immediately got into the elevator. Deng Kun stood up and changed into his gear, saying, "Also, notify all surviving officers to gather on the 30th floor." If he let the killing continue, even if he managed to deal with it, he'd end up all alone. Recruiting ability users was difficult now, and he knew it, especially those with strength and skills. They were even harder to find. After dealing with Jiangju, Bailan didn't let the three others make a move again, feeling it was too much of a waste of time and inefficient. Another reason was that the cadres of the Chaogaskai alliance were all exceptionally strong. The weakest among them was Jiangju, and even he had forcibly enhanced his strength with beast cores and corpse cores. Compared to the combat power developed through training, such enhancements were superficial and would completely deplete one's potential. As the killing continued, Bailan noticed fewer and fewer living people, with only shadow monsters remaining. Shadow monsters were even harder to deal with than zombies, and killing them yielded no time energy at all. It was a complete waste of time and abilities. They're pulling back their defenses. Let us head straight to the 30th floor and wipe them out in one go. At LL save us the trouble, Bailan said calmly. The three responded in unison, got it. At first, everyone was worried about how Bailan would handle so many people, but as time went on, their thoughts changed. How dare so few of you come here? Following Bailan guaranteed survival, as the enemies would end up dead on their own. Whether the enemies were strong or weak, they were dealt with in one strike, providing an overwhelming sense of security. They started climbing the stairs, reaching the 30th floor from the 20th in just 2 minutes. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. The door to the 30th floor was wide open, and the room was packed with people. The place was filled with all kinds of supplies: beast cores, corpse cores, food, drinks, and daily necessities, everything one could need. Generally speaking, a leader would keep supplies as close to themselves as possible for protection. The 29th floor was likely another large warehouse, with even more supplies inside. To sustain so many people, there couldn't be a shortage of resources. When Deng Kun saw Bailan and his group come upstairs, he smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Deng, have no grudge against you. Why are you here causing trouble?" Spit. Deng Kun, not only did you harass me, but you also injured Sister Su and Sister Lin, killed many of our classmates, and kept harassing our shelter. How dare you say there's no grudge? Ying stepped out from behind Bailan, glaring angrily. When Deng Kun saw it was Ying, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he put on a lewd smile. "Xiaoying, I care about you. Don't you know? From the moment I first saw you, my heart was in turmoil. You're so beautiful, I couldn't help but want to protect you." Ying felt disgusted and stepped back. "You're over 40 years old. There's no way. And for everything you've done, I will never forgive you." "Xiaoying, age is not a problem. You have no idea how many schoolgirls have tried to climb into my bed these past few days, and I rejected them all. As long as you agree to be with me today, I'll forget everything that happened. Get lost." Deng Kun's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. When I catch you by force, I'll slowly cultivate feelings with you. I guarantee you'll willingly submit in the future." "You." Ying was so furious her hands trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. Wang Ming and Yang Ming couldn't stand it any longer. They stepped in front of Ying, their eyes filled with killing intent. A Tianyan master beside Deng Kun leaned in and whispered something to him. Deng Kun's expression shifted to a smile. "You two are quite strong and talented. How about working for me? I'll make you elders, with all the benefits. What do you say? The two shouted angrily. Get lost. Deng Kuan laughed in anger. Usually, others begged him, but today he was repeatedly rejected. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone him. Take this. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Deng Kuan clenched his fists and charged forward without using his abilities. Bring it on. Yi Ying's entire body sparked with lightning as she prepared to fight with all her might. Stop. Stand down. Bai Lan's cold voice rang out, stopping the three of them. He unleashed an unparalleled domineering punch, breaking Deng Kuan's arm. At this point, Deng Kuan was already a 2-star advanced ability user with strength on par with Bai Lan. His ability was AB level Shadow Demon. Even without using his ability, Deng Kuan could easily crush the trio. After advancing to an advanced ability user, the body undergoes a qualitative transformation, making it nearly impossible for beginner ability users to compete. Once their abilities are activated, even Gatling gun bullets can't penetrate them. Weapons without ability enhancements are completely ineffective against them. This was the source of Deng Kuan's arrogance and confidence. If Bai Lan hadn't been present, no one could have suppressed him. It had to be said that Deng Kuan had many ability users on his side. As soon as he was injured, multiple healing ability users rushed to help him, not just one. Although they were only E and F level, far inferior to Lin Cc, their sheer numbers were an advantage. Deng Kuan gritted his teeth in pain, suppressing his anger. Who are you? I don't recall offending you. Bai Lan. I'm their leader, and the place you caused trouble at is under my protection. Bai Lan responded calmly. Deng Kuan was agitated. He had worked so hard to climb to his current position, becoming one of the top powers in the military district, and he couldn't afford to offend anyone lightly. He had only wanted to take a girl he fancied while out, but he hadn't expected to provoke such a monster. He was caught in a dilemma. If he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined, the status of his organization would plummet, and the number of ability users under him would dwindle. But if he fought, that punch earlier had already shaken him. Although he wasn't a strength-type user, he was still an advanced ability user. The fact that he was injured by a single punch showed that the opponent was no ordinary person. If they really fought, even though he had many subordinates and could win, the cost would be too high, affecting future operations. What should he do? Bai Lan made no effort to hide his disdain and said bluntly, Stop hesitating. Today, you have only one way out, and that's to kill me. In the previous life, although Deng Kuan hadn't directly targeted Bai Lan, his subordinates committed countless atrocities. Among the thugs who had attacked Bai Lan, some were from the Chao Gutian alliance. Many female students from Y University were forcibly taken by his officers, and the military district turned a blind eye. Male students or passers-by who tried to seek justice were either severely beaten or killed on the spot. The chaos in the shelter's law and order was mostly caused by them, relying on Deng Kuan's protection. Brother, I was wrong before. You also caused a scene here. How about we let it go and go our separate ways from now on? Okay. Deng Kuan said with a smile, trying to be amicable. He was feeling weak now. A fight would be a loss and detrimental to the development of the Chagaskai alliance. Once this conflict subsided, he planned to properly deal with him. By then, he would make sure he couldn't live or die peacefully. Bai Lan assumed a combat stance and said coldly, Didn't you understand what I said? Killing you is the best choice. Brother, think it over. At worst, I'll take a loss and give you 50 corpse cores as a gesture of friendship. If we fight, others will definitely take advantage of the situation. Deng Kuan suppressed his temper and tried to persuade him in a calm tone. Die. Bai Lan suddenly erupted with the Supreme Overlord Fist, exuding an overwhelming aura. One punch could decide the fate of the world, its power capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Wherever it landed, no one could withstand it. Boss, watch out. A burly man rushed out, using his iron-like body to shield Deng Kuan. The result was obvious. His body was as fragile as paper, easily pierced through. Bai Lan disdainfully shook his hand. The one who died was just a meat shield ability user, with strength at the 9-star beginner level. The power of the Supreme Overlord Fist was incredibly strong, its intent severing all life force in his body. Even a healing ability user couldn't save him unless they had an ability that could resist this will. The meat shield ability user lasted 3 seconds before collapsing and dying, his muscles rapidly shriveling, looking even darker and more terrifying than Deng Kuan's shadow demon. No, Wu Hao. Deng Kuan's heart was in agony. That was his top general. Not only loyal, but in another week, he would have broken through. By then, the Chaogaskai Alliance could use 2 advanced ability users as their banner, and even Li Jun would have to show respect. You lack integrity, so I won't hold back. Today, you won't leave this door alive. Deng Kuan's eyes turned red, his entire body floating like a shadow, dark energy erupting from within, launching 2 hair-thin attacks. Bai Lan didn't dodge, relying on the Supreme Overlord Fist to take them head-on, breaking through all techniques with a single punch. TSK, you can block 2 strikes, but what about hundreds? Deng Kuan rapidly waved his hands, unleashing thread-like attacks that overwhelmed Bai Lan. This little trick. Bai Lan scoffed disdainfully, his fist striking repeatedly, forcefully blocking all the attacks. Die! Deng Kuan suddenly felt unprecedented fear, locked onto by the fist, engulfed by the devouring while he couldn't withstand it. Quick, activate the buff for me. Link the shared damage now. Deng Kuan shouted loudly. Only then did he realize how naive his previous thoughts were. There was no chance of winning. The only way to survive was to wait for the 2 captains to mediate. Perhaps, out of respect for the military district, Bai Lan would stop. He couldn't win in a direct fight, but underhanded tricks were another matter. Boom. Instantly, the person with the shared damage ability died on the spot, along with 7 or 8 other ability users connected to the link, who were severely injured and collapsed. Even the weakest among them was at the 5-star beginner level, yet they couldn't withstand the distributed damage, showing just how powerful Bai Lan's punch was. Deng Kuan crawled up in a sorry state, his abilities already exhausted from resisting the force of the punch. When he turned around, he saw that the others were either dead or injured, and the surviving ability users had retreated far away from him. Sai lost, completely lost. Deng Kuan hung his head and smiled bitterly, his resistance to Bai Lan completely gone. I knew this would happen. Why bother in the first place? Bai Lan snorted coldly, channeling his Supreme Overlord Fist, ready to strike again. Stop! Just as Bai Lan was about to act, 2 figures appeared at the staircase entrance. One of them moved swiftly and directly blocked Deng Kuan. Bai Lan listened to the voice and found it somewhat familiar. He withdrew his strength and turned to look. He recognized both newcomers. The one standing in front of Deng Kuan was Captain Sun Tianhe, whose ability was Sea-level Cloud Monkey, with a 9-star beginner strength. The other burly man was Captain Lu Cheng, whose ability was Sea-level Golden Gorilla, also with 9-star beginner strength. Both were top-tier ability users in the military district, not far from advancing to higher levels. Brother, you look unfamiliar. I'm Lu Cheng. Is there anything we can't sit down and discuss? Why fight to the death? Lu Cheng's voice was deep and gave off a reliable impression. Old Lu, don't waste words on him. This guy is the one who killed people at the city gate earlier, a ruthless killer. What's the point of keeping him alive? Sun Tianhe's voice was sharp and grating. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. This monkey had no compassion at all, thinking it was peacetime where a single bullet could decide life and death. Didn't he see Deng Kuan beaten to this state? Deng Kuan was already a high-level ability user, and even if the 2 of them combined their strength, they wouldn't be a match for this man, let alone face him alone. Shut up, old son. Lu Cheng roared, then turned to Bai Lan with a smile. Brother, please forgive us. What did Deng Kuan do to provoke you? Tell us. Bai Lan nodded and answered briefly. He injured my people and attacked my shelter. That was indeed his fault. Young brother, you've already killed many of his men to vent your anger. How about letting him compensate you with some beast cores or corpse cores to settle this? Let's not drag this out, okay? Lu Cheng spoke politely, showing no favoritism toward Deng Kuan. Nearby, Yi Ying and the others were shocked. These were high-ranking military officials, usually untouchable, yet now they were cautious and deferential in front of Bai Lan, obeying his every word. This was the benefit of having strength. No one dared to underestimate you. Even if you were wrong, no one would dare to openly oppose you. If it were a beginner-level ability user, would Lu Cheng and Sun Tianhe bother reasoning with them? They would have taken them down first without a second thought. Bai Lan remained silent. He was someone who always sought revenge, but also knew how to repay kindness. In his previous life, Lu Cheng had helped him greatly, providing food and training, and was his biggest support before he met Lu Jing. Although there was a risk of retaliation from Deng Kuan, he couldn't refuse Lu Cheng's request. Fine, for Captain Lu's sake, I'll agree. But the compensation must be substantial. Bailon compromised. This was his first concession since his rebirth. Few people could make him back down, and Lu Cheng was one of them. Hearing this, Deng Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It truly felt like he had escaped death. There was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. After Bailan's massacre, Deng Kuan's forces had suffered a significant decline in combat power, unable to sustain daily battle needs. His title as the #1 in the military district was soon to be taken by someone else. However, Deng Kuan knew that losing his title was a small price to pay compared to keeping his life. He believed that with his abilities, it was only a matter of time before he made a comeback. Thank you. The 2 lower floors are my warehouse. Take whatever you like, no need to hold back. Consider it my compensation, Deng Kuan said with a smile. That Lu Cheng took the opportunity to chime in. We really need talent right now. Little brother, you're so capable. Why not join the military district? Protect everyone. Fight zombies. That's quite something. Not interested. I'm used to freedom. I'll just take whatever's down there. Take whatever you want, Deng Kuan replied with a forced smile. After all, even if the 4 of them stuffed themselves to the brim, how much could they take? It wouldn't be a big loss. Lu Cheng nodded, gave Sun Tian a look, and said, Little brother, you go pick what you want first. We'll wait for you downstairs. All right, Bailon agreed. Zero-cost shopping was his specialty. If he didn't clean out Deng Kuan's supplies this time, it would be a wasted effort. He wanted the entire Y City to know that anyone who dared to mess with him would face utter ruin. Let's go. Downstairs, Bailon waved, and the 3 followed him down. As Ying left, she even made an international friendly gesture at Deng Kuan, whose face darkened with anger. But constrained by Bailan's presence, he didn't dare to act out. When they reached the 29th floor, the door was wide open and unlocked. Normally, with Deng Kuan around, no one dared to cause trouble. He was generous with his subordinates, and everyone got their fair share. Bailon pointed at the mountain of supplies and said, Take whatever you want, as much as you can carry. Consider it a bonus. Wow, really? Yi Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of branded perfumes and cosmetics. One of those items alone could have covered her living expenses for months before. She used to just leave them in her shopping cart, unable to afford them. Now that the apocalypse had come, she wasn't going to skimp on herself. She had to experience the high life and use the best. Bailon said nothing, picked up a bottle of juice, and started drinking. He waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up. How much could they carry with just 2 hands? Once they were done, he'd take the rest. After they finished picking, the 3 of them were loaded to the brim, each looking like they'd gained a few pounds. Their hands, bodies, necks, and backs were all packed with as much as they could carry. Brother Bai, aren't you taking anything? Ying asked innocently. Bailon smiled and said, I will. I'm letting you pick first, otherwise there'd be nothing left. Ying didn't understand at first, but then she saw something strange. The items Bailon touched disappeared instantly, as if he had a 4-dimensional pocket on him. Wow, no wonder you let us pick first. With this trick, Deng Kuan is probably spitting blood from anger, Wang Ming said, watching Bailan's method of taking things. Suddenly, the items he was carrying didn't seem so impressive anymore. Yang Ming looked at Bailon with even more admiration, like a fervent fan. Half an hour later, the supplies on the 28th and 29th floors of the Chaogaskai Alliance were completely cleared out. Deng Kuan had stockpiled quite a lot, especially food. About a third of it was long-lasting, clearly looted from various places. Bailon even suspected he had hidden warehouses elsewhere. After all, leaders like Deng Kuan usually had private storage. Let's go. I have other things to do downstairs, Bailon said, opening another bottle of juice and waving them along. Going downstairs was quick, but after just a few floors, the 3 were already out of breath. Bailon had no idea how much they had stuffed into their pockets to get so exhausted. Wang Ming was dropping cans as he ran, the clinking echoing around them, but his face was full of satisfaction and happiness. When the 3 of them came down with their bags and bundles, Lu Cheng could only shake his head. It was outright robbery. But this brother Bai seemed to have good character. He only took a bottle of juice and didn't exude any hostility. Lu Cheng clasped his hands and stepped forward. Brother Bai, what are your plans next? I have a shelter at Heian Shengshi. I'll head there to continue developing it. Bai Lan's expression softened, no longer indifferent to those he trusted. I know that villa area. It's backed by mountains, hard to attack, but easy to defend. Very good. Lu Cheng exchanged pleasantries for a while before saying, Brother Bai, can you come to the military district for dinner tonight? Bai Lan thought for a moment. Sure, the timing works. Then, Brother Bai, this way please. All right, just a moment. Bai Lan turned to Yang Ming. You guys drive and follow Captain Sunday. I'll return after finishing my business. The three nodded in response. Lu Cheng asked thoughtfully, Brother Bai, do you know us? I do. You're Lu Cheng. Your ability is the King Kong gorilla. I can see your current state is unstable, definitely from overusing corpse cores. I suggest you stop using them for the next 2 months, or else aiming to become a lord is just wishful thinking. Bai Lan spoke bluntly. In his previous life, Lu Cheng had overused corpse cores, drained his potential, stagnated at 9-star advanced level, and was eventually killed by a lord-level mutant beast in the final city defense battle. But don't experts say corpse cores enhance strength, have low drug resistance, and recommend using them to boost power? Bai Lan shook his head. Don't believe everything so-called experts say. Honest training actually progresses no slower than using corpse cores. The human body has immense potential. You're just a college student, acting like you know everything. Can you say you've never used corpse cores? Sun Tianhe questioned sharply. Bai Lan responded coldly. Try it, but don't regret it later. Lu Cheng felt Bai Lan made sense and patted his shoulder. Brother Bai, don't mind him. Before dinner, why not visit our training ground and give some guidance? Sure. Another important reason Bai Lan came this time was to collaborate with the military district in preparation for the imminent invasion of the alien god army and the shadowless ghost emperor under the black mist. His own strength alone was far from enough. The military district's power was crucial, and early cooperation would benefit both sides. Moreover, Bai Lan needed to prevent infiltration by the Dongfang family and eliminate them completely. Regardless of whether the military district was willing to help, when the time came to eradicate the Dongfang family, if they dared to interfere and stop him, he wouldn't spare them. After parting ways with Yi Ying and the others, as well as Sun Tianhe, Bai Lan and Lu Cheng headed directly to Training Ground Number 1. The military district's training ground was vast, equipped with all kinds of training facilities, and the units were already divided. The teams of ability users and ordinary people trained separately, with activities including weighted running, shooting practice, and some tactical drills. Bai Lan observed for a few minutes and came to a conclusion. The training intensity was too low, and the methods were wrong. Especially for the ability users, their training was merely going through the motions, sweating a bit to warm up, but it was far from improving their strength. Lu Cheng patted his chest confidently and said, How's it? Pretty good training, right? Training Ground Number 1 was their elite unit, composed of top experts who had performed outstandingly in the previous Corpse Tide, and all were highly obedient ability users. Bai Lan, however, spoke bluntly. At this rate, more people will die in the next Corpse Tide. The training is too lax. Then how should we train? Lu Cheng asked humbly, not offended. Bai Lan said, There are 2 methods. He pointed to the ordinary people's team. Those without abilities should focus on basic combat techniques and mental strength training. Don't just stick to physical fitness and shooting practice. Ability users' training must be stricter, with heavy load and high-intensity training, emphasizing teamwork and real combat scenarios. We can no longer rely on the old mindset of so-called reasonable training. We must train desperately, to the point of exhaustion and even fainting. Lu Cheng retorted in disbelief. That would cause serious harm to the body. The knee joints wouldn't be able to take it. Bai Lan replied calmly. That was true in the past. But now, everyone can cultivate. After channeling abilities into the body, the recovery capacity is greatly enhanced, so there's no fear of injury. If you want to become stronger, it depends on how hard you work. So you're saying that ordinary people can catch up to ability users through intense training? Lu Cheng asked. Bai Lan nodded seriously. He himself wouldn't have believed this a few days ago, But after mastering the Supreme Overlord Fist, he began to understand just how powerful the human body could become. Lu Cheng waved his hand in denial. You know, my ability is the Diamond Gorilla. When I go all out, an entire team can't even last 10 seconds in a tug of war with me. How could ordinary people possibly surpass ability users? Bai Lan replied nonchalantly. Under normal circumstances, they can't. But what if there's a proper training method? What method? Please, you must tell me. Lu Cheng grabbed Bai Lan's shoulders excitedly. Bai Lan smiled faintly. The visualization training method and the set of fist techniques I used to defeat Deng Kun. Once you master them, I believe you won't be as confident as you are now. First, the visualization training method. It was a technique developed by countless experts after the apocalypse to unlock human potential. As a foundational training method, it could rapidly enhance the strength of both ability users and ordinary people. It was almost a must-have training method after the apocalypse. However, it was extremely exhausting and particularly tedious during meditation, which caused many to give up. But those who persevered all attested to its effectiveness. Then there was the Supreme Overlord Fist. As an ability, Bai Lan technically shouldn't have been able to learn it, but it lacked combat skill attributes, so anyone could learn it. Of course, to unleash its full power like Bai Lan, one needed the recognition of the world's essence. Without it, the punch would lack force, and even the basic intent of the technique couldn't be realized. Still, this didn't stop it from becoming the #1 fist technique of the apocalypse. The deeper one's mastery, the stronger one became, with significant enhancements to physical strength. Lu Cheng rubbed his hands together and said earnestly, Brother Bai, could you teach me? This way, fewer people would die in the zombie tides. Sure, but I need to meet Li Jun first, Bai Lan said. Lu Cheng nodded and ran off, shouting, Brother Bai, wait for me. I'll go inform the commander right away to arrange a meeting with you. Bai Lan smiled. In his previous life, Lu Cheng had taken care of him a lot, so he knew Lu Cheng's character well. He was chivalrous and well-loved, but this also made him many enemies. Fortunately, he was strong enough that no one dared to confront him openly, though he was often targeted in secret. During the time Bai Lan was under his care, he was frequently ambushed when he went out. This time, Bai Lan was determined to help Lu Cheng establish a firm footing and make everyone respect and fear him. Sir, something terrible has happened. A man rushed in, panicked. Deng Kun, who had just calmed down, was in a foul mood. Spit it out. The warehouse. The warehouse is completely empty. The man was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. What? Deng Kun roared in fury, smashing the table with one palm. Take me to see it. Standing on the 28th floor, looking at the empty warehouse, Deng Kun was nearly driven mad. That was his entire stockpile. Without those supplies, they wouldn't even have food to cook tomorrow, let alone develop the Chaogaskai Alliance or recruit more ability users. At that point, it would truly be a case of everyone abandoning ship. Bai Lan, Bai Lan, Bai Lan. Deng Kun repeatedly muttered Bai Lan's name, his face twisted with rage, a dark aura emanating from him, pressing down on his subordinates and causing cold sweat to drip from their foreheads. If I don't kill you, I, Deng Kun, am no man. After roaring, he panted heavily and said, Xiaozhong, go quickly and summon all the leaders we usually contact. Let them take whatever they need. Yes. After giving the order, Deng Kun grabbed his face and paced back and forth in the empty room, muttering incessantly, Not enough, not enough. After the battle with Bai Lan, he realized that no matter how many people came, it wouldn't be enough. They couldn't even withstand a single punch, let alone kill Bai Lan. Boss, if the military district won't work, we can seek help from the Dongfang family, said a slightly chubby man among Deng Kun's subordinates. He was responsible for strategizing. Although he had no special abilities, he had made a name for himself in the Chaogaskai Alliance, and many officials dared not contradict him loudly when he spoke. But I don't have enough resources left to hire them, Deng Kun said anxiously. Don't worry, just issue a blank check, and it'll be resolved. Once we take care of that guy, all his treasures will be yours, with interest, the man said with a sly smile. Deng Kun suddenly realized, Old Qin, you truly are my most capable strategist. Quickly, write the letter. I'll send someone to deliver it urgently. Once it's done, you'll be well rewarded. You're too kind, boss. I'll handle it right away. After sending old Qin away, Deng Kuan's gloom lifted, and he laughed recklessly. With the Dongfang family's help, Bailan was doomed. That was a long-established, powerful family. No matter how strong Bailan was, Deng Kuan didn't believe he could handle several high-level ability users at once. Just you wait. Tonight, you'll lose this gamble without a doubt. By then, I'll make sure you can't live or die as you wish. In a conference room in the southern part of the city, Li Jun furrowed his brows, listening to the argument among several people while taking a drag from his cigarette. The ashtray in front of him was piled high with cigarette butts. Old Qin, how can you deprive ordinary people of training opportunities? Every training ground should include both ordinary people and ability users. Everyone should have the chance to grow stronger. Tian Yong adjusted his glasses and said firmly. Qin Dingyun kept a stern face and snorted coldly. You've seen the two reports. The current resources simply can't support that many people. Prioritizing the training of ability users is the only way to save more people in the next wave of the undead tide. The equality you speak of is just an ideal. Didn't you see the undead tide a few days ago? Ability users are the future bullets, and guns will eventually become obsolete. In the corner, Dongfang Ji smiled amiably like a mediator, advising both sides not to fight among themselves. He reminded them that external enemies were strong, and internal strife was not the answer. What gave Li Jun the biggest headache was Yen Siming, who always sipped tea during meetings, rarely spoke, and only smiled kindly. All right, you two. Every meeting, you argue endlessly. Both of you make valid points, but you've never convinced each other. Li Jun interrupted the two, taking another drag from his cigarette. The conference room fell into silence. At that moment, a rough, urgent voice came from the doorway. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Li Jun slammed the table and shouted, Captain Liu, come in and speak. The guard obeyed, opened the door, and Liu Cheng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and walked in. What's the matter? Composing himself, Liu Cheng said, I want to recommend someone to the commander, right now. How strong is he? What makes you think we should all wait for him? Dongfang Ji asked discontentedly. A high-level ability user. Half an hour ago, he gave Deng Kuan a good beating. Liu Cheng reported truthfully. Advanced is not enough. What is his identity? Just a college student. Liu Cheng stammered, knowing that Dongfang Ji placed great importance on identity, and ordinary people were simply beneath his notice. Dongfang Ji sneered, unwilling to say more. Li Jun, seated at the head, sighed, showing disappointment. Making major decisions now, what advice could a college student possibly offer? Advanced ability users were impressive, but there were plenty of experts in the military district, and few could truly make an impact. Liu Cheng panicked, his mind racing. He had an inexplicable trust in the Bailan family, but prejudice clouded the truth, and he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Enough, Captain Liu. Go take a rest for now. I'll keep an eye on the person you mentioned. Don't waste everyone's time. Li Jun waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Gritting his teeth, Liu Cheng stood up, removed the medals and rank insignia from his chest, and gently placed them on the table. I'm willing to use my battle achievements and rank as a guarantee. Please, Commander, meet him. The table made a loud bang, and Qin Dingyun's face darkened. Liu Cheng, do you know what you're saying? Is a college student worth it? Pick those up and stop this nonsense. Qin Dingyun was Liu Cheng's direct superior, upright and strong-willed. He had originally planned to groom Liu Cheng as his successor, but he didn't want his future ruined over this matter. I won T. Sir, I've charged into battle during 2 zombie tides, killed tens of thousands of zombies, and hundreds of mutant beasts. I've earned 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. Isn't that enough for you to spend a little time listening to me? Liu Cheng straightened his back, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Jun. Shut up. Qin Dingyun was furious, veins bulging, as threats were a major taboo in the military. Li Jun sat calmly, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke, saying nothing. Forget it, Xiao Lu. I'll go with you to meet him later. If the situation is good, then recommend him. No need to get so worked up, Tian Yong said in a soothing tone, trying to comfort him. In the corner, Dongfang Ji slowly sipped his tea, enjoying the spectacle. Stirring up trouble, provoking anger, magnifying small issues, downplaying big ones combined with his precise grasp of human nature. It was all too easy for him. Still not enough? What exactly is enough? Lu Qing couldn't suppress the injustice in his heart. Were all his years of effort worth nothing? Why couldn't he even get a single affirmation? Let us meet him. Captain Lu has gone this far, I'm willing to wait. Yen Siming set down his teacup and glanced at Li Jun. Li Jun took a deep drag of his cigarette and flicked the butt into the ashtray. Fine, for old Yen's sake. Lu Cheng, pick up your things. Those are honors, not weapons to threaten others. Don't do this again. Yes, sir. Lu Cheng responded, picking up his medals and rank insignia, and walked out dejectedly. He felt lost. It was supposed to be a simple recommendation. Why was it so difficult? Especially Li Jun's final words, which didn't acknowledge his efforts, but rather showed he had only listened to Yen Siming's persuasion. After Lu Cheng left, Li Jun took the opportunity to say, Old Qin, you need to manage your people. Recommending someone is fine, but it's not appropriate at any time or place. If this person turns out to be incompetent, both you and Lu Cheng will need to write a thorough self-reflection. Test him with the issue you were just arguing about. Understood. Qin Dingyan replied helplessly. At this moment, Bailan was leisurely sitting in the stands of training ground number 1. He had no expectations for Lu Cheng's recommendation. He knew exactly what kind of person Li Jun was, a typical conservative. With the instigation of Dongfang Ji, success was almost impossible. Following Lu Qinglai, he simply wanted to reminisce, have a meal, and strengthen their bond. He also hoped to advise Lu Cheng to use fewer corpse cores, not to waste his promising future, and to offer him some suggestions on abilities to help him avoid detours. Bailan never hesitated to help those who had helped him. Instead, he gave his all. Just as he opened a bottle of juice, Bailan saw Lu Cheng walking over with a despondent expression. What's wrong? Nothing, brother Bai. The commander is willing to meet you. Please go quickly. Lu Cheng forced a smile, looking awkward. Bailan frowned and handed the juice to Lu Cheng. Did those old guys bully you? No. No. Don't lie to me. Your emotions are written all over your face. Wait here. I'll go sort them out right now. Bailan's face showed anger as he turned and headed toward the meeting room. Lu Cheng wasn't foolish. For Li Jun to agree to meet him, he must have paid a significant price. Others trampling on his beliefs was what caused Lu Cheng to show such an expression. Bailan would never allow anyone to bully those around him, not even a little. In his previous life, he had already endured the pain of losing friends and family one after another. It's not necessary, brother Bai. Just talk about your matters, that's enough. I believe you can bring about change. Lu Cheng lowered his head, looking dispirited. It is necessary. Come with me. Bailan grabbed Lu Cheng and dragged him forcefully toward the meeting room. Li Jun didn't have many secret meeting locations. Based on Lu Cheng's timing, the nearest one was next to the cafeteria near training ground number 1. Bailan couldn't understand why Li Jun loved setting secret meetings near cafeterias, as if the aroma of food was essential for holding meetings. Lu Cheng was dragged by Bailan to the door. Ignoring the soldiers nearby, Bailan kicked the door open. The people inside the meeting were startled and looked at the two with dissatisfaction. Upon seeing Bailan, Yen Siming almost spat out his health tea. If Lu Cheng had mentioned earlier that the person he recommended was Bailan, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. But seeing Bailan's imposing demeanor, Yen Siming shut his mouth and cast a good luck glance at the others. Dongfang Ji curled his lips and provocatively said, Lu Cheng, is this the person you recommended? Such an attitude is utterly disrespectful to everyone present. Lu Cheng was about to explain, but Bailan blocked him, staring sharply at Dongfang Ji. General Dongfang, what are you shouting about now? Are you taking yourself too seriously? You. Dongfang Ji slammed the table and stood up. Seize him. You dare try? Bailan's aura exploded instantly, showing no restraint in his strength. Dongfang Ji shouted angrily, Sword come. A purple glowing longsword appeared in his hand instantly. Bailan sneered, showing disdain. He knew that if Dongfang Ji dared to make a move, it would be suicidal. Bailan was confident that he could shatter Dongfang Ji's vitality with a single punch. Even though Dongfang Ji was a high-level ability user, the only one who could withstand Bailan's punch now was Li Jun. Stop. Dongfang Ji, This is against the rules, attacking someone right away. Li Jun's authoritative voice rang out. Dongfang Ji quickly withdrew his sword and smiled. Apologies, everyone. I just wanted to test if Captain Lu's recommendation had any courage. It seems the performance is quite impressive. Oomph, your testing method is truly strange. Qin Dingyun said discontentedly. What is your name? Li Jun asked. Bai Lan. Li Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard this name mentioned by Yan Yi before, and he knew this person had saved Yen Siming. However, judging by his expression, it seemed he didn't recognize him. I've heard of you. Last time at the hospital, you saved old Yen? That was Major Zhang He's credit. I just assisted him, Bai Lan said indifferently. Li Jun nodded. Not rushing to take credit, you're a promising talent. Do you know that Captain Lu staked his own future to recommend you? Future? I can't imagine what kind of future there is here. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Dingyun couldn't help but scold angrily. He had intended to help Lu Cheng recommend a high-level ability user, but this young man was too arrogant. Lu Cheng pulled Bai Lan aside and whispered, Brother Bai, calm down, don't say things like that. It's fine. It's not wrong for young people to be a bit arrogant. Li Jun suddenly changed his tone, his authority undiminished. But arrogance needs to be backed by capability. Oh, Commander Li wants to test me? Li Jun nodded. That's right. I want to hear your thoughts. Between ordinary people and ability users, who is more important? Who should be prioritized in training? Bai Lan glanced at Tian Yong and Qin Dingyun, then smiled. Both major generals have valid points, but I think neither is the most important. Training should be given to those who are willing to train. Qin Dingyun sneered. Are there soldiers on the training ground who are unwilling to train? Do you mean training is just making them carry heavy loads, run, and sweat? Major General Qin, I guess you're a 2-star advanced ability user now, right? Have you ever trained seriously yourself? The power you gained by constantly overdrawing your potential with corpse cores and beast cores, are you proud of that? Bai Lan retorted. Are you saying you've never used them? Qin Dingyun was struck at his weak spot, his face turning livid. Old Qin, say something. Li Jun lightly tapped the table and turned to Bai Lan. What kind of people do you think are truly willing to train? Bai Lan replied. Those willing to train with all their might. The gap between ordinary people and most ability users isn't that big. As long as the methods are correct and they're persistent, who is stronger or weaker isn't certain. Then what is the training method you're talking about? Li Jun pressed further. Bai Lan took out a notebook from his spatial bracelet and tossed it to him. This is my notebook on visualization training methods. It explains how ability users should train and also includes training ideas for ordinary people. Li Jun took it and began reading, his expression growing increasingly serious. The people around him grew curious, wondering what the content was that could captivate the usually critical Li Jun so deeply. After a while, Li Jun closed the notebook and handed it to Yen Siming. He turned to Bai Lan, his gaze now carrying a hint of respect. Bai Lan, do you have another volume? Of course I do. Quick, let me see it. There are still many unanswered questions in this one. Li Jun urged. I have conditions. Speak them. Even if you want a first-class merit award, I can approve it. What? A training method is worth a first-class merit award? Dongfang Ji was incredulous. First-class merit awards had extremely high standards even after Y City faced 2 waves of corpse-tied threats. No one had received one. Li Jun scolded angrily. Shut up, Dongfang Ji. You'll understand once you've read it yourself. Not to mention that special class merit awards have been discontinued. I could even help him apply for one. Bai Lan waved his hand. No need, I don't care about those. I just want Lu Cheng to bow and apologize to me, and for me to forgive him. Otherwise, you can forget about seeing the next volume. Li Jun's face darkened upon hearing this. If he were alone, he would definitely apologize on the spot. Qin Dingyun could also endure and bow his head for the greater good. But Dongfang Ji was different. He was the representative of the Dongfang family, the face of their generation. Even Li Jun usually found it hard to persuade him. The influence of the Dongfang family was immense, with connections everywhere, and even representatives in the court had to show them respect. Li Jun lit a cigarette and remained silent, feeling a headache. If he had known earlier, he would have made Dongfang Ji shut up, and things wouldn't be so troublesome now. After Bai Lan's notebook was passed around and read by everyone, they all showed expressions of admiration. Even Dongfang Ji glanced at him in surprise a few times. Yin Siming couldn't hide his appreciation. The variable he had identified, the only variable in the world, had already begun to take effect. He had a premonition that as long as ordinary people and those with special abilities trained according to this method, the overall strength of Y City would rise by several levels. When the next wave of corpses arrived, more strong individuals would step forward, and rare high-level ability users would gradually increase. After finishing his cigarette, Li Jun stood up, walked silently to Lu Cheng, and bowed deeply in front of him, shocking everyone. Captain Lu, I apologize for my previous attitude and inaction. My thinking was too rigid. If it weren't for your strong recommendation, I would have missed out on such an important talent. Please forgive us. Lu Cheng's eyes widened. Li Jun was a legend in the military when Lu Cheng enlisted. He had heard countless stories about him, and Li Jun was the goal he aspired to. But now, just because of a few words and a training manual from Bailan, Li Jun had lowered himself to admit his mistake, something he never would have imagined. Feeling flustered, Lu Cheng looked at Bailan, unsure of what to do. Why are you looking at me? Either accept it or don't. If you don't, we'll leave. What's there to be afraid of? Bailan replied, his tone merciless. Bailan had already seen through Li Jun. He would never give up on the visualization training method. Even if they left now, Li Jun would undoubtedly search the entire city for it later. Hearing Bailan's firm words, Lu Cheng finally came to his senses, helped Li Jun up, and said, overwhelmed, I forgive you. I was at fault too. I was too impatient. After receiving Lu Cheng's forgiveness, Li Jun looked at Bailan and said softly, Can I have the next notebook now? You know how important this is. It concerns the life and death of everyone in Y City. No. Bailan shook his head and pointed at Dongfang Ji. I don't know about the others, but the person who was called out earlier definitely includes him. Li Jun frowned. This guy had sharp eyes, directly targeting the stubborn Dongfang Ji. Left with no choice, he turned to Yin Siming, hoping he could help persuade Bailan. Yin Siming understood Li Jun's intention and said, Young friend, how about letting it go? The people present at the time weren't intentionally making things difficult for Captain Lu. They were just under a lot of stress from the city's recent troubles. Mr. Yin, it's not that I don't respect you, but this is a matter of principle. You might think I'm narrow-minded, but I hate it when people bully my friends, Bailan said firmly, refusing to back down. Yes, that's how it should be, Yin Siming said with a smile. Lu Cheng's nose tingled with emotion. He hadn't expected Bailan to make such a big concession for him, even though they had only known each other for a few hours. At this moment, Dongfang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing his options. To be honest, the content of the visualization training method was too shocking. With his experience, it was impossible for a mere college student to have written it if he could truly produce the complete book, whether it required an apology or even bowing down. Bringing it back to the family would earn him enough merit to secure a seat as an elder, which would be far better than his current position. However, if this young man couldn't produce the complete book, or if what he showed earlier was just a fragment, then his admission of fault would be humiliating. While the family wouldn't blame him, years of effort would be wasted, and his status would only decline further in the future. After some hesitation, Dongfang Ji decided to take a gamble. An elder's seat wasn't something that could be easily obtained even after generations of effort. The temptation was too great. Haha, Mr. Bai, you truly are a great talent. Dongfang Ji stood up, his face beaming with a smile, all traces of his previous sharpness gone. The others, upon hearing this, finally felt a weight lifted off their hearts. Dongfang Ji's laughter indicated that he had conceded. He quickly walked over to Lu Cheng and said earnestly, I must admit, my vision was too narrow before. I have to acknowledge Captain Lu's judgment as incredibly precise. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Lu Cheng, who bore no ill will, saw that even the arrogant Dongfang Ji was apologizing and quickly helped him up, saying sincerely, Major General Dongfang, please rise. I was at fault too, and I have already forgiven you. Dongfang Ji straightened up, patted Lu Cheng's shoulder, and spoke a long string of heartfelt words. Bailan, standing nearby, shot Lu Cheng a glance. Though he wore a bright smile on his face, Dongfang Ji was inwardly disgusted. If it weren't for Bailan's visualization training method, he would probably be the most opportunistic of them all. It could only be said that Lu Cheng was still too young. He had no understanding of the depths of human darkness, let alone someone like Dongfang Ji. Seeing Dongfang Ji also apologize, Li Jun quickly asked, "Bai Lan, everyone has already apologized, and Captain Lu has forgiven them. Now, can you bring out the next volume of the visualization training method?" "Of course, I came here to collaborate, not to make things difficult for Commander Li," Bai Lan replied. Taking another notebook from his spatial bracelet and handing it to Li Jun received it excitedly and immediately began flipping through it, carefully examining each page. Tian Yong, Yin Siming, and Qin Dingyan also gathered around, unable to contain their curiosity. The contents revealed by the visualization training method were too astonishing, completely opening the door to understanding supernatural abilities. Especially the methods for using corpse cores and beast cores, their usage limits, timing, and synergistic effects. These were secrets they had been completely unaware of before. Bai Lan paid them no attention. The visualization training method was merely introductory knowledge about supernatural abilities. Many things couldn't be mastered just by reading. Without guidance, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to figure things out. He had more pressing matters to attend to now, eliminating Dongfang Ji, who had betrayed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the military district, and he needed to completely uproot the forces infiltrated by the Dongfang family. Bai Lan walked straight toward Dongfang Ji. Unexpectedly, the man, unaware of the impending disaster, still wore a friendly smile as he greeted Bai Lan. "Is there something you need, Mr. Bai?" Bai Lan ignored him, his face expressionless, and tapped his chest 3 times with his right hand before pointing at Dongfang Ji's heart. He then muttered a difficult-to-understand Sanskrit phrase. Dongfang Ji's smiling face instantly changed, his expression shifting multiple times. He roared angrily. "How do you know? Are you challenging the authority of the Dongfang family? Do you dare to accept?" "No, I should say you have no choice but to accept," Bai Lan retorted mockingly. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend what Bai Lan had just done to provoke such fury from Dongfang Ji. "I ask you, how exactly do you know?" Dongfang Ji roared word by word. Bai Lan smiled faintly and said, "Rules are rules. If you win, won't you find out? You think I don't dare? Then agree to it. Stop just talking tough here." Dongfang Ji stomped heavily, his supernatural power suddenly erupting. "I accept. But if you lose, you must return to the family and face punishment." "Punishment? What does that matter?" Bai Lan sneered coldly. "If you lose, I want your life." The gesture and Sanskrit Bai Lan had just used were part of the Dongfang family's life and death dual ritual. According to family rules, in cases of major disputes, the family head's approval allows the ritual to be carried out. For an outsider to use this against a member of the Dongfang family is equivalent to challenging the family's authority. Family members must respond and bring the opponent and their relatives back to the family to face punishment. Though seemingly strict, in this era, no one knows these gestures in Sanskrit anymore. The last outsider who knew about them died a century ago. Upon hearing 3 punishments, Dongfang Ji's expression turned even fiercer. "You actually know about the 3 punishments. Looks like you're ready." "Dongfang Ji, don't act impulsively, calm down," Li Jun shouted angrily. "Shut up. Li Jun, don't think I fear you. I usually give you face, but when the Dongfang family doesn't need you, we can kick you out with 1 foot." Dongfang Ji roared, his attitude drastically changing. Li Jun's face turned ashen, but he said nothing. The Dongfang family was powerful, and he hadn't fully established his position yet, so it wasn't the right time for open confrontation. "How about training ground number 1? Let's go." The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, especially Dongfang Ji daring to confront Li Jun head-on. They could only grab their notebooks on visualization training methods and follow them out. On the field, both were advanced superhumans. As their aura was released, the soldiers training nearby were frightened and retreated, leaving a large open space in the middle. "Isn't that Major General Dongfang? Why did he suddenly show up here? Look at the person opposite him. His aura isn't weak either. He must be an advanced superhuman too. Wow, there are so few advanced superhumans in the safe city that you can count them on one hand. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. I think I remember. Just now, He was on the stands talking to Captain Liu. After arriving at the scene, Dongfeng Ji made another gesture and recited a string of incomprehensible Sanskrit. Bailan didn't fully understand it either, but he sensed it was an agreement to duel, to determine victory or defeat, even life and death. When Bailan was hunted by the Dongfeng family in the past, many honorable family members would use similar moves when they encountered him in battle. The result was always Bailan catching them off guard, leading to heavy casualties. Later, they got smarter and attacked him directly upon meeting. However, Bailan would then use the previous life and death dual gesture and recite Sanskrit he didn't even understand himself. They would be infuriated but had no choice but to continue mimicking the gestures and chanting Sanskrit. Bailan, completely unreasonable, would launch a fierce attack right away. This move was taught to him by his wife, Dongfeng Jing. After defecting from the family, she no longer had to abide by family rules, so naturally, she had more survival techniques. After the chanting ended, the battle erupted instantly. Dongfeng Ji raised his purple glowing longsword and slashed straight at Bailan's head. They're fighting. This is the first time I've seen Major General Dongfeng spar. That purple sword is so cool. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Exactly. A few days ago, when he was killing zombies, arrows rained down from the sky. It was such a shocking scene. I don't think they're sparring. With that sword coming down, do you think the guy on the other side can survive? Who cares? Our commander and several major generals are watching nearby. What right do you, a cannon fodder soldier, have to interrupt? Wouldn't it be better to quietly be a bystander? Facing the aggressive charge of Dongfeng Ji, Bailan simply took a light step back, easily dodging the attack. As an old rival, he had completely figured out Dongfeng Ji's tactics. In the previous life, Dongfeng Ji became a quasi-legend and fought a great battle with Bailan. At that time, Bailan had already been deeply entrenched in the quasi-legendary realm for years and easily defeated him. If it weren't for relying on his family's treasures, Bailan would have finished him off and fed him to the exotic beasts on the spot. Even after his defeat, this guy didn't retreat but instead harassed him over 100 times until Bailan ascended to the legendary realm and ended it with a single move. Everyone says that the person who understands you the most isn't necessarily a family member, it could very well be your opponent. Now, Bailan could predict Dongfeng Ji's old tricks with his eyes closed, especially since his swordsmanship was still immature. Missed the strike? Are you planning to turn the sword edge and use sword energy to attack my side? Bailan mocked with a smile. Before Dongfeng Ji could react, he really swung his sword as Bailan had predicted. Take this kick. Bailan controlled his strength and kicked Dongfeng Ji, sending him flying into a distant wall. Before the dust settled, the purple glowing longsword flew over at an incredible speed, aiming straight at Bailan. Bailan unleashed his supreme overlord fist, punching the sword away with sheer force, even causing cracks to appear on its sturdy blade. It's not over yet. Dongfeng Ji formed a hand seal and chanted an incomprehensible incantation. The purple glowing longsword instantly multiplied from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and within seconds, the swords surged like waves, creating an awe-inspiring momentum. Soldiers on the stage screamed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the shocking scene. Sword rain breaking waves. Most sword-based supernatural combat techniques are quite effective for killing enemies and monsters in the early stages. The sheer number of swords and their dense formation are indeed intimidating, and inexperienced superhumans are easily caught off guard. However, this move is actually quite simple to counter. Apart from the sheer number of swords, it doesn't offer much. Breaking it is straightforward. With Dongfeng Ji's current level of swordsmanship, he still couldn't make the sword energy solidify. Bailan had seen the most formidable swordsman, who could make every sword as sharp as a real blade. Such a sword rain would be a true killing move, impossible to defend against. Flame-splitting wave ruler. A fiery slash shot up into the sky, instantly engulfing nearly half of Dongfeng Ji's sword ring. Bailan didn't stop, delivering several consecutive strikes that directly dispersed the sword ring. Dongfeng Ji emerged, dragging his heavily injured body. With his sword technique broken, the damage to the purple glowing longsword was proportionally transmitted back to him. You forced me. Today, it's either you or me. Bailan sneered at the familiar move and didn't intervene. That move was precisely the desperate secret technique of the Dongfang family, identical to the one passed down to Dongfang Mingyan. It was entirely a life-risking combat method, with each sword and move requiring years of practice. This technique had miraculous effects in battles of the same level and could even turn the tide. Unfortunately, Bailan was far stronger than him. Although their realms were similar, the gap in supernatural abilities, skills, and experience was immense. Unless Dongfang Ji broke through to the Lord level, he was no match at all. Bailan raised his middle finger, full of mockery. Starting to go all out? Seeing you work so hard, let me tell you this. If you want to defeat me, you'll have to blow my head off first. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible, haha. Bailan, I'll kill you. Dongfang Ji's eyes turned blood red as he swung his long sword almost frantically. The taunting didn't stop. Bailan dodged while saying, "This sword is nice. You'll lose a year of your life for it. This sword is even more powerful, at least 2 years ahead. If you don't explode soon, you'll end up exhausting yourself sooner or later." You. Dongfang Ji was so furious he spat blood, but his aura grew even stronger. "Oh wow, you've broken through. Anger really is a source of strength, but your blood pressure isn't high enough. A slight improvement like that won't defeat me." Bailan gripped his straight blade tightly, unleashing his full power, slashing at Dongfang Ji with every strike. Each blow was excruciatingly painful, but not fatal in the short term. Within minutes, Dongfang Ji was covered in wounds, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a man drenched in blood. The soldiers on the stage didn't say a word. Could this even be called a sparring match? It was a one-sided slaughter. From start to finish, Dongfang Ji hadn't even touched Bailan. This duel was nothing but a joke, like an adult toying with a child. Dragging his faltering body, Dongfang Ji gripped his longsword tightly. A brilliant purple light radiated from it, dazzlingly bright. Bailan smiled knowingly. "About to unleash your ultimate move? That strike will probably cost you your life. It doesn't matter. I just want you dead. My family will remember my sacrifice," Dongfang Ji said, almost maniacally. "Ridiculous. Who remembers the dead? I won't, and neither will the Dongfang family. You'll die like an ant, and no one will remember you," Bailan said coldly and unhurriedly. "Shut up." Dongfang Ji grew angrier the more he listened. His purple, glowing longsword, wrapped in explosive energy, slashed forward. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze. Bailan sprinted with all his might to dodge far away, and Dongfang Ji's life-draining strike missed. The power of that sword was immense, comparable to the full force attack of a 9-star advanced ability user. The #1 training ground instantly seemed to crack open, leaving a terrifying fissure. Everyone thought Bailan had been reduced to minced meat. Even Yin Siming's clairvoyant eyes couldn't catch Bailan's movements. Though he didn't want to believe it, his instincts still let out a sigh. "Dead. He's dead. Serves you right for being arrogant. With this move, I've shown everyone that the dignity of the Dongfang family is untouchable," Dongfang Ji declared triumphantly. Not far away, Bailan was leisurely sipping juice and called out, "Hey, what are you shouting about over there?" Dongfang Ji, who had been laughing smugly, suddenly froze, his expression stiff as a rock. The massive loss of life force made him look much older, his black hair turning gray, and his strength plummeting from advanced to apprentice level. "How can you still be alive? That strike was impossible to dodge," Dongfang Ji exclaimed in shock. "Impossible? Don't make me laugh. You frog in a well," Bailan sneered. "I've had enough fun. Now it's time for you to die." Bailan gripped his straight blade, pointing it directly at Dongfang Ji's head. "Stop. Bailan, calm down." Li Jun stepped in front of Bailan, his body crackling with lightning, like the descent of a thunder god. Bailan, unhurried, sheathed his blade and stared at Dongfang Ji. "Commander Li, you can't stop me. This is a duel between him and me, and he's already lost. Li Jun, get out of the way. I've lost. Even if he doesn't kill me, I have no face to return to my family. Dying in battle is my only end," Dongfang Ji roared. Li Jun's face darkened as he leaned close to Bailan's ear and whispered, "Bailan, you don't understand. The Dongfang family is a long-standing, powerful clan. Their influence is complex. If you kill him, you won't be able to protect yourself. Afraid of what? The Dongfang family and I are irreconcilable. If they dare come, I'll kill every single one of them. Even if Dongfang Qing himself comes, I won't show mercy, Bai Lan said resolutely. Don't insult the clan leader. I killed you. Dongfang Ji exerted his last ounce of strength, trying to activate his abilities to stand up, but he was already drained and unable to move. Die. Bai Lan activated times 0, instantly bypassing Li Jun and slashing at Dongfang Ji's head. Although Dongfang Ji had the Shadow Phantom Ring, Bai Lan acted swiftly to leave no excuse for the Dongfang family, delivering a fatal blow that ensured Dongfang Ji's complete demise. Li Jun frowned, looking at Bai Lan with helplessness. You're too impulsive. Even if you're powerful, you can't act like this. That's not just any ordinary family, it's the Dongfang family. Have you been shackled by old ideas for so long that you can't even stand up anymore? Bai Lan sneered. Nowadays, every region is autonomous. No matter how powerful they are, there's no need to fear a single family. The war will end sooner or later, and you'll be the one to suffer. The Dongfang family has existed for centuries, surviving countless wars without being defeated. This time won't be any different. Bai Lan shook his head and smiled confidently. No, this time is different. I will personally destroy them. In a spacious and ancient room, an elderly man trembled as he walked to the door, knocked 3 times, and respectfully said, Patriarch, Dongfang Ji's Shadow Phantom Ring has shattered. The room remained silent for a long time before a voice finally responded, Understood. You may leave. Only then did the old man dare to rise and depart. He was the guardian of the Shadow Phantom Ring, a position no less significant than that of the family elders. In fact, many elders would often come to him to request rings for their children. Yet, despite his status, he remained humble and respectful toward the person inside the room. Inside, Dongfang Qing sat silently on a fiery red jade stone, saying nothing. Beside him stood 2 women with outstanding figures and extraordinary presence. They were the Patriarch's shadow guards, his shadows. The cost of training a shadow guard was immense, and no one had ever seen their true faces, not even Dongfang Qing. Only during missions would they reveal their original appearances. They also held a wealth of family secrets. Patriarch Deng Kuan from the Chaogaskai Alliance has sent a letter requesting someone to kill a man named Bai Lan. Upon completion of the task, he will reward thousands of corpse cores and hundreds of beast cores, one of the women said. Dongfang Qing nodded. A few days ago, Dongfang Ming's daughter's life was also taken. Do you suspect that the one who killed Dongfang Yinyu and Dongfang Ji is the same person? The woman asked, her voice changing. Dongfang Qing did not answer, but instead asked, Shadow One, no matter how you change, I can still tell it's you. Why don't you use your original voice? I've already forgotten my original voice, so I cannot comply. Patriarch, Shadow One replied flatly, her voice devoid of emotion, like a robot. That's right. I suspect the same person is responsible for all 3 cases. Dongfang Qing stood up, walked to the window, and sighed. It's been so many years. The last person who dared to challenge the Dongfang family has long been forgotten. It seems the Dongfang family has been dormant for too long. Tell Deng Kuan that we don't need his bounty. Just capture Bai Lan alive. Send the enforcement team and let them stretch their muscles. Understood. The 2 women immediately disappeared from the room. Bai Lan. Interesting. To think he could remove my pawn in the military district. It seems his skills are not insignificant. Dongfang Qing glanced at the documents on the table and chuckled softly. A student from Y University? Could it be that the family below is starting to stir again? They never learn. If I don't eliminate a few families this time, I fear my tenure will be fraught with trouble. Dongfang Qing's order caused a huge uproar within the family. The enforcement team, which had hardly been mobilized for thousands of years, was suddenly called into action. What could possibly require their intervention this time? Even several elders gathered to discuss the matter, and news about Bai Lan spread quickly. After all, it was easy to investigate a college student's background. The details were shockingly thorough, recording his life habits from childhood to adulthood more clearly than he himself could remember. The more they looked into it, the stranger it seemed. Bai Lan's experiences were no different from those of an ordinary person. The only notable thing was his academic excellence. He had no connection to the Dongfang family. No one could figure out how he had forced the Dongfang family to deploy the enforcement team. Bai Lan killed Dongfang Ji, causing quite a stir. Many of Dongfang Ji's subordinates in the stands were furious and unsettled. Although Dongfang Ji had a bad reputation, being killed by an unknown nobody was hard for anyone to accept. Qin Dingyun and Tian Yong were also somewhat flustered. They had thought it was just a sparring match, but the two had gone all out. The most surprised of all was Lu Cheng. He had thought everything was over, that everyone would live in harmony and unite against the zombies. But in the blink of an eye, Dongfang Ji was gone. Seeing Li Jun's worried expression, Bai Lan smiled and said, "Scared? Or does Commander Li want to execute me directly and hand me over to the Dongfang family?" He was now forcing Li Jun to take his side. The military's power was crucial, whether it was to fight against the army of alien gods or to eliminate the Dongfang family. It couldn't be done without the support of the military. Li Jun had not fully realized his position, yet he still thought of himself as an ordinary commander who had to follow the court's orders. In reality, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had already become a local emperor. Especially now, with the establishment of the safe city, military ranks would soon be abolished, and everyone would simply be guardians. Bai Lan sheathed his straight blade, patted Li Jun on the shoulder, and spoke in a low, enticing voice. "Commander Li, I know you're still hesitating. Why not expand your ambitions? Heroes rise in chaotic times, and you are already unmatched in this safe city." Li Jun was moved. He had always harbored great ambitions, and everything he did was for the future. In times of peace, he had long seen the ceiling he could not break through his network of connections was of no help. But the apocalypse and the emergence of supernatural powers had made everything possible. He wanted to take a gamble on this young man, Bai Lan. "I admit you've convinced me, but it's not enough. You need to show more sincerity." Li Jun revealed a rare smile, his eyes full of cunning. "Haha, Commander Li, no, City Lord Li. I am willing to teach you my martial arts and help you achieve your dreams." Bai Lan took out the Supreme Overlord Fist manual he had prepared from his spatial bracelet and handed it to him. Li Jun accepted it and shook his head. "Still not enough. I want you. You're disgusting." Bai Lan pushed him away. "Besides the help and advice I've already offered, my shelter will assist when the next zombie tide comes. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation." Li Jun extended his hand, wearing a strange smile. "Your smile doesn't quite fit, but cooperation it is." Bai Lan extended his hand as well, and after shaking hands, they let go. Li Jun turned to the soldiers in the stands and shouted, "Go back and rest well today. Prepare for training tomorrow. Teams that pass the training will have their meals doubled." He decided to implement the visualization training method, eliminating those who couldn't keep up and retaining only those who could truly be trained. The soldiers who had been complaining earlier immediately cheered upon hearing about rest and doubled meals. As if Dongfang Ji's death was nothing more than a joke, the crowd dispersed, and Li Jun walked toward Qin Dingyun and the others. "Dinner tonight. Everyone must attend." Without waiting for their response, he hurriedly left. Tian Yong and Qin Dingyun quickly gathered around Bai Lan. "What did the commander say to you just now?" The last time he was this excited was when he took over the Y City military district. "You'll find out tonight," Bai Lan replied with a mysterious smile. Qin Dingyun patted Bai Lan and changed the subject. "I really admire your courage to kill Dongfang Ji. Old Li tried to deal with him several times, but couldn't. To prevent him from causing trouble, we scold him every day." "Old Qin, you're being unreasonable." "That wasn't scolding, it was just acting cool. I'm the one who truly let loose. But fortunately, we won't have to do that anymore." Tian Yong retorted with a laugh, putting his arm around Qin Dingyun. "All right, this tactic can still hold Dongfang Ji back for a while." Qin Dingyun glanced at Bai Lan. "How did you know that issue was something the two of us were debating?" "That's a secret." Bai Lan feigned mystery, unable to reveal that it was Li Jun who had told him in his previous life. To limit the Dongfang family's influence in the military, Li Jun had the two factions restrain each other, using disputes to prevent Dongfang Ji's expansion. Honestly, the tactic was quite effective in his previous life. It took the Dongfang family 3 years to completely sideline Li Jun. "Forget it. Let's drop it. Let me ask you, did you really write the visualization training method?" Qin Dingyun pressed. "Of course. Besides me, who else do you think could pull it off?" Qin Dingyun laughed and scolded. "You're so full of yourself. Is there any hope for me?" "There is. For the next 6 months, Don't use corpse cores or beast cores. Train properly and refine the abilities within your body. Only then will you have a chance to advance to Lord level. You should learn from Li Jun. Every time he uses beast cores, he does so with perfect control. When he's not in meetings, he's probably training intensively every day, Bailon analyzed. Old Li is really dedicated, secretly training. I was just wondering why his abilities suddenly became so strong. Tian Yong mercilessly exposed him. Don't even start. You're the one who keeps shouting about setting an example. We've tried to persuade you several times, but you wouldn't listen. Bailon patted the two of them, casually absorbing the time power from their bodies, and ignored their bickering. He opened the system panel, admitting to himself that ever since he got the system, he'd become a bit lazy and reduced his daily training. Panel. Name. Bailon Gender. Male ability. Time 0 LV 390 150,000 ability. Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 360 550,000 ability. Supreme Overlord Fist LV 1 upgrade requires specific conditions. Consumes 2,000 time power for hint combat skill. Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV 270 312,000 exclusive combat skill. Mental Clone Level. 2-star Advanced Ability User Reality Simulation Count. 0 Script Simulation Count. 0 Time Power. 65200. It seems I can't slack off. Relying on the system for mindless ability upgrades isn't a long-term solution. After level 4, there will definitely be various restrictions. Using abilities less leads to shallow understanding so far. Only Time 0 has unlocked an exclusive combat skill, while the other abilities haven't even awakened ordinary combat skills. Thinking back, LV3 ability users used to have 3 or 4 skills, at least 2. From now on, I need to intensify my training. Just relying on my previous skills won't cut it. At the very least, every ability I acquire must come with an exclusive combat skill. For the dinner gathering in the evening, Bailon didn't invite Yi Ying and the others. The main reason was to encourage them to observe the harsh lives of the refugees outside, so they could better promote awareness and facilitate management upon their return. In the future, he even planned to build a tunnel and send over 50 people each month to experience it firsthand, helping them appreciate their current lives. Before Bailon even entered Li Jun's house, the rich aroma of food wafted out. To be honest, aside from getting stronger, gourmet food was what interested him the most. As soon as he stepped inside, his stomach couldn't help but growl. The table was laden with dishes: braised beef with potatoes, sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, and mapo tofu. The vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and delicious flavors dazzled him and whetted his appetite. He had to admit, this kind of hospitality greatly pleased him, and he instantly found Li Jun and the others much more agreeable. Bailon, you're here. Come, sit down, everyone is waiting for you. Tian Yong stood up and quickly pulled him over to the dining table. The conditions are limited today, so the hospitality might not be up to par. We've done our best to prepare this spread, Li Jun said somewhat apologetically. This is already great, Bailon replied casually as he sat down and began eating heartily without any hesitation. As for manners or table etiquette, Bailon didn't care at all. The others, however, still adhered to their old habits. While it wasn't overly pretentious, Bailon couldn't help but feel it was a bit off. Perhaps it was just a difference in mindset. Taking a sip of wine, Qin Dingyun spoke up. Old Li, the West District wall is too low. Those blood wolves can jump right over it. Tomorrow, we need to send more people to reinforce it. You'll need to approve the manpower and materials. All right, but make sure it's as sturdy as the main gate in the next couple of days. Li Jun replied. Are you kidding? The main gate was built by Earth Element ability users. I barely have any Earth Element people in my team, Qin Dingyun complained. Li Jun pointed at Tian Yong. Look at old Tian's East District. Isn't it solid too? Can I even compare? He is a plant master, an AB rank 1 at that. The East District is practically a forest, and his first skill was even fire-resistant. Qin Dingyun grew more agitated as he spoke. All right. I'll approve it for you tomorrow. Do a good job. When the corpse tide comes, I don't want to hear that the West District was the first to fall, Li Jun said, clinking his glass with Qin Dingyun's and downing his drink in one go. After a moment of silence, Qin Dingyun asked again, Old Tian, I heard you've been studying magic arrays recently. When will you make something new for us? I've just started learning. I'm only figuring out how to carve ability arrays right now. I can't even manage the basics yet, Tian Yong replied slowly. Why so tense? I'm not asking you to produce results right away. Come on, have a drink. Qin Dingyun poured a full glass and raised it. Tian Yong shook his head. No more for me. I still have things to do, and drinking too much will affect my judgment. Why so hesitant? Weren't you a heavy drinker before? 3 glasses down, and you wouldn't even flinch. If you can't handle it, just use your ability to sober up quickly. All right, don't push him. I'll drink with you. Li Jun raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Dingyun's, both downing their drinks heartily. Speaking of arrays, the research team recently developed a new defensive array. With just 8 beginner-level ability users activating it together, it can withstand attacks from advanced ability users. Qin Dingyun perked up at this. Really? Then I'll test it tomorrow and see if my iron arm can break through it. If you can break it, the West District will be the first to get it. Li Jun promised. Deal. Qin Dingyun agreed. Bailan picked up a piece of beef, chewing as he said, Is it really necessary to research that array of yours? A high-level beast struck once, and the abilities of all 8 people were exhausted. It would be better to find a way to fight desperately and trade injuries. Li Jun's lips curled into a smile. Then tell me, what should we do? Wanna know? Bailan teased. Bring out a few more good dishes, and I'll tell you. At first, Li Jun was nervous, afraid Bailan would ask for too much. But when he heard it was just about food, he couldn't help but laugh. You're a guest. If you can't even eat your fill, that would be embarrassing for me. Someone, tell the kitchen to bring out a few more signature dishes. Before long, plates of delicious-looking and aromatic dishes were served. The one that caught Bailan's attention the most was the beer-braised chicken wings. He gave up on using chopsticks entirely, grabbing the wings with his hands and stuffing his mouth full, looking every bit like a starving man. Li Jun and the others stared at him, thinking that, based on his usual habits, he was about to share some new knowledge they'd never heard before. They genuinely felt that the hundreds of brains in the research team couldn't compare to Bailan alone. The progress of ability research was frustratingly slow, and sometimes they even gave incorrect advice, especially regarding the usage of beast cores and corpse cores, which had nearly caused significant harm. You're all staring at me like that it's making me uncomfortable. Bailan mumbled with a chicken leg in his mouth. Qin Dingyun gave an awkward laugh. We're just eager for knowledge. There's so little research on new aspects of abilities. Exactly, Mr. Bai, please share more, Tian Yong chimed in. After finishing the chicken leg and taking a sip of tea, Bailan slowly began. All right, let me first talk about the problem with your defensive formation. First, the conversion efficiency is too low. It would only be practical if 2 or 3 ability users could activate it. Second, the formation is too rigid and lacks offensive capabilities. High-level beasts and zombies aren't fools. What if they bypass the formation and attack others? Li Jun thought carefully and realized he hadn't considered that. But he was more curious about how Bailan, who had never seen the formation, could pinpoint the main issues. He couldn't help but ask, then how do we solve it? You can't solve it. I'm not a formation master, Bailan said bluntly. Instead of fussing over this, why not create a giant turtle shell? A turtle shell? Li Jun asked with a frown. It's a defensive shield that covers the entire safe city, capable of withstanding attacks from beasts and zombies. Moreover, ability users inside the shield can still use their abilities to attack enemies outside, Bailan explained succinctly. How is that even possible? Tian Yong said in disbelief, while Li Jun and Qin Dingyun also looked skeptical. Wasn't this the kind of thing that only existed in movies? Current technology couldn't possibly achieve that. There's nothing impossible about it. The main material for the defensive shield is the silk of ghost spiders. I'll write down the rest for you to research on your own, Bailan said, taking another sip of tea. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure how to make it either. His understanding of the turtle shell was limited to knowing what materials were needed. After all, he had participated in the citywide collection of beast materials back then. If the materials were complete, Bailan believed that City Y could be the first to develop the turtle shell. It was the greatest invention since the apocalypse. Without it, humanity wouldn't have survived the massive zombie tides numbering in the millions. Everyone present had experienced two zombie tides before, and ghost spiders were no strangers to them. These creatures were incredibly powerful, with legs sharper than swords and venom that was both highly corrosive and penetrative. If a non-tank or non-warrior type ability user took a direct hit, there was almost no chance of survival. After killing the ghost spider, a large amount of spider silk can be obtained from its body. The stronger the ghost spider, the more silk it produces, and the better its toughness. I've killed dozens of ghost spiders. They're powerful, most equivalent to 5-star beginner ability users, and the stronger ones even reach 9-star beginner level. Qin Dingyun said, stroking his chin. The stronger the ghost spider, the more stable the turtle shell made from their silk. Of course, if you're unfamiliar at first, you can practice with weaker ones, Bailon reminded. Most city shields use silk from advanced ghost spiders, capable of withstanding near legendary level attacks. With sufficient abilities, they can even resist legendary level attacks. Only powerful safe cities can afford to use silk from Lord-level ghost spiders, which significantly enhances defense. When a zombie tide strikes, they can simply shut their gates, hide inside, and focus on supplying energy to the shield. Lao Tian, Lao Qin, tomorrow the entire city will collect spider silk, and we also need to gather large quantities of other materials, Bailon mentioned. Make sure to produce the shield as soon as possible, Li Jun said sternly. Understood, the two responded. The three continued their discussion, brainstorming various ideas. After Bailon finished writing the materials list, he bid them farewell. The initial cooperation was established, and now rapid development was necessary. If they grew stronger too slowly, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the incoming beasts and zombies, and even the turtle shell wouldn't hold. Hiccup, Bailon burped. This meal probably lasted 4 or 5 hours, most of the time spent answering questions and clarifying doubts. He explained the situation regarding the shield. He wasn't sure if they could finish building it before the army of alien gods arrived. If they could, combined with his own shield, the double protection might be enough to withstand the attack. The premise, however, was that the shadowless Ghost Emperor's dark hand wouldn't appear. Otherwise, even the most advanced turtle shell would be easily destroyed. That power was too overwhelming. Bailon remembered that the Grand Formation appeared on the 67th day, clearly designed to block planetary perception and allow the shadowless Ghost Emperor to descend with part of its power. Otherwise, Blue Star's power would directly repel it, leaving it unable to intervene. But who created that Grand Formation? There were no clues. Thinking it over, Bailon returned to Sun Tian and the others' room. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to use reality simulation to study it thoroughly in a few days. Anyway, he had plenty of time power now, and if it wasn't enough, he could borrow more from other ability users. As he approached the door, Bailon keenly smelled blood. It was from Yang Ming and the other two. Bailon rushed over and kicked the door open. The room was empty, with multiple signs of battle, clearly indicating the fight had ended quickly. Only Yang Ming was bleeding, which showed they had been defeated swiftly. The enemy was certainly more than one advanced ability user, at least 3. Bailon entered the room to investigate. On the table was an ordinary note, which read, "The 3 have been taken by us. If you want to see them, come to the Chao Gutian Alliance office building. Bring anyone else, and face the consequences." Haha, well done, Dongfang family. I wasn't looking for you, but you came to me instead. Bailon laughed angrily, rubbing the note between his fingers. Looks like it's the enforcement team. Even the enforcement team has been sent out. Dongfang Qing isn't taking any chances. Why not send the shadow guards too? Bailon took a coat from his spatial bracelet and draped it over himself, his gaze fixed on the distant office building. In his previous life, the ones who hunted him most relentlessly were the enforcement team and the shadow guards, powerful, ruthless, and nothing short of killing machines. At this moment, on the top floor of the Chaogaskai Alliance, the person sitting in the main seat was no longer Deng Kuan, but a middle-aged man with a cloak and a face full of stubble. If Bailon were here, he would recognize him at a glance. Zhang Feng, the future legendary ability user of the Dongfang family. His ability was an A-level absolute attack, exceptionally powerful. Captain Zhang, the one who attacked my headquarters this time, is their leader, named Bailon. Deng Kuan said obsequiously, standing to the side. I know. Forget about the beast cores and corpse cores you promised. Just hand that person over to me, Zhang Feng said without looking at him, his eyes fixed on the book in his hand. Deng Kun let out an awkward laugh and mustered the courage to say, Captain Zhang, that person has taken a lot of our things. Could we have them back first? Zhang Feng remained silent, simply flipping through his book. The only sound in the room was the rustling of pages. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Please pretend you didn't hear that, Captain Zhang, Deng Kun said with a fawning smile. Get out, Zhang Feng said coldly. Deng Kun broke out in a cold sweat, quickly retreating dozens of steps. Before the apocalypse, he had heard the legends about this man. That legendary figure, during his time as a mercenary, had attacked U.S. senators multiple times without ever failing. Important figures from various countries had all been targeted by him to some extent. The most critical thing was that no one sent to kill him had ever returned alive. Then, 5 years ago, this man suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Everyone thought he was dead and even wanted to throw a celebration party because he was simply too powerful, beyond comprehension. Deng Kun never expected that such a legendary figure would appear here, representing the Dongfang family's 3rd Enforcement Team, specifically sent to capture Bai Lan alive. Not far away, Ying, who was standing beside Zhang Feng, spat something out of her mouth and cursed. Deng Kun, you're so shameless for ambushing us. Haven't you had enough of a lesson from Brother Bai today? Deng Kun broke out in another cold sweat, sneaking a glance at Zhang Feng. Seeing that he was still engrossed in his book, Deng Kun mustered the courage to run over, cover Ying's mouth, and whisper, Keep your voice down. If you anger that man, I won't be able to protect you. Ying shook off his hand and turned to scold him. Who needs your protection? If you hadn't ambushed us, I wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. Deng Kun quickly shushed her. Shoo. If it weren't to lure Bai Lan here, who would want to capture you? People would rather like you than anything else. Disgusting. Ying felt nauseated by Deng Kun's greasy demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, Deng Kun quicked the captain's superpower was extremely strange, and Bai Lan had suffered quite a bit because of it. If they could strike first while he was still not strong, they could definitely eliminate a future threat. As Bai Lan lingered to digest, Deng Kun was already on the verge of losing it, feeling immense pressure standing next to Zhang Feng. Even though he was now a high-level superhuman, he still felt suffocated. Clearly, the informants had said that Bai Lan had long left the military, and by his speed, he should have arrived already. Why hadn't he shown up yet? Could he have discovered something suspicious and gotten scared? Just now, he had assured Zhang Feng that this plan would definitely work. If Bai Lan really didn't show up, wouldn't he be doomed? Cold sweat dripped down as Deng Kun silently prayed for Bai Lan to appear soon. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of the private elevator's ding finally rang out. Seeing Bai Lan step out, Deng Kun let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though the wait had been a grueling battle. Wow, such attentive service. Deng Kun, if you'd done this last time, I might have spared you some dignity, Bai Lan teased with a smile. You're on the brink of death, and you still dare to run your mouth. The moment you stepped into the Chao Guskai alliance was the moment you sealed your fate. Deng Kun roared. As soon as Bai Lan appeared, lightning flashed in Yi Ying's mouth, and the towel in her hand instantly turned to ashes. She turned and shouted, Brother Byron, don't worry about us. This time, they brought a lot of reinforcements. You can still talk? Shut up. Deng Kun flipped his hands, and a shadow shot straight at Yi Ying, rendering her unconscious immediately. So annoying. Why can't opponents ever just shut up like that? Zhang Feng closed his book, his face full of displeasure. Seeing the situation, Deng Kun withdrew his power and stepped back, not daring to say much to Bai Lan. It's you, Zhang Feng. I was wondering who it was. Always carrying a book around pretending to be some literary youth. Give me a break, Bai Lan mocked. You know me? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. Bai Lan raised his voice. Of course I know you. Always flaunting that tattered philosophy book, as if you're afraid people won't know how cultured you are. Deng Kun was stunned. Someone actually dared to be so brazen with Zhang Feng? It seemed Bai Lan was going to get beaten to a pulp today. Rumor had it that Zhang Feng was incredibly skilled in this area, and no one could easily defeat him. Don't talk nonsense. The charm of philosophy is beyond your comprehension, Zhang Feng snorted coldly. Bai Lan sneered. Philosophy? I discussed that with Yin Siming. Now that's a true master. The questions you keep harping on about are just the world's unsolved mysteries, and you go on and on about them all day. Then tell me, who can understand them? Bailan retorted. The room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Zhang Feng reluctantly uttered 3 words. More than you. Ha ha, enough talk. Let's get started already. Take this. Zhang Feng said no more and threw a punch. As Bai Lan's eyes swept over him, all of Zhang Feng's information appeared before him. Name: Zhang Feng. Gender: male. Superpower: absolute attack LV2 class A. Combat skill: true damage LV1. Each attack is guaranteed to deal damage, with increased damage when repeatedly striking the same spot level. 3-star advanced superhuman for Bai Lan. The best way to deal with Zhang Feng's absolute attack was to take it head-on and not dodge. His punches were like locked-on targets, impossible to evade. Moreover, his true damage was deadly. Bai Lan had seen many legendary beasts killed by Zhang Feng's stacking damage. His methods so brutal, they were horrifying. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Bai Lan's supreme Overlord Fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the sound of bones cracking came from Zhang Feng's hand. He was forced back dozens of steps before he could steady himself. What's wrong? Scared? Come on, come on. Bai Lan taunted, curling his finger provocatively. Zhang Feng shook his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and charged forward fiercely. True damage kept stacking on Bai Lan's hands. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the 2 had exchanged nearly 100 punches. The power of the Supreme Overlord Fist immediately became apparent. It could block the opponent's energy recovery, forcing them to continuously deplete their abilities just to keep up. Although Zhang Feng's true damage kept accumulating on Bai Lan's fists, he didn't gain any advantage with his punches. On the contrary, Bai Lan's hands were almost deformed from the beating. What exactly is your ability? Why doesn't my true damage work? Zhang Feng's face showed no sign of backing down as he crushed a few beast cores in his hand, quickly healing his wounds. You're too weak. You're not even worth dodging. Get up and keep punching. Didn't you stack a lot of buffs? Bai Lan sneered. How do you know the effects of my abilities and combat techniques? Who are you really? You'll find out if you beat me. Zhang Feng sneered. Fine, you're strong. Deng Kuan, make your move. Got it. Deng Kuan rushed out eagerly, a sinister smile on his lips. Shadow Erosion Demon Array. Suddenly, several people rushed out from the entrance, making hand gestures and channeling their abilities into the formation. Bai Lan glanced at them briefly and noticed that most of them were leaders of various organizations from Y City Safe Zone. Their strength was average, and even after activating Corpse Cores and Beast Cores, they were only at the early 9-star level. Activate the array. As soon as the words fell, Bai Lan felt his entire body grow heavier. It became more difficult to mobilize his abilities, and his consciousness was constantly being disrupted. In contrast, Zhang Feng remained unaffected, completely unbothered by Deng Kuan's formation. Bai Lan sneered. Deng Kuan, is this the trap you set? Do you really think a mere debuff like this can defeat me? Deng Kuan swallowed nervously, feeling uncertain, but seeing Zhang Feng's back, he steeled himself and shouted, Stop bluffing. Everyone, increase your energy output. The group gave it their all, and the weakening effect on Bai Lan intensified. They're not enough. But I am. Zhang Feng's body began to glow with a dazzling array of colors, and Bai Lan was startled. How many buffs has this guy stacked? Are you guys teaming up to fight a world boss? The Shadow Erosion Demon Array was Deng Kuan's advanced combat technique, unique to the Shadow Demon clan, and its effects were overwhelming. Members within the array would experience slowed movements, difficulty in mobilizing their abilities, and mental disturbances, easily causing the weak-willed to collapse. Most Dark Element ability users only knew a simplified version of this technique, which lacked the mental disruption and was far less effective. Now, with Deng Kuan leading the formation and the other organization leaders guiding it, the array's power was even stronger and its duration longer. Kid, stop dodging. Zhang Feng smiled confidently and charged forward with a punch. Bai Lan stepped forward with his left foot and met the punch with his right fist. When their fists collided, Zhang Feng still failed to gain any advantage. The might of the Supreme Overlord Fist made Bai Lan even more confident no one could defeat him in a head-on fight. He was truly invincible. At this moment, the repelled Zhang Feng began to doubt himself. Why isn't my true damage working? I can't even stack a single buff? I don't know. Maybe your punching posture is wrong. Bailan gave a meaningful smile. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhang Feng that only villains make such foolish mistakes. Don't even mention true damage as long as it's a combat skill that requires psychic energy. It's useless in the face of the Supreme Overlord Fist because it can cut off the opponent's energy supply. Of course, if Zhang Feng hit other parts, the true damage buff would still stack. After all, even Bailan would need to consume a lot of psychic energy to recover from punching himself. Unaware of this, Zhang Feng roared, "You lied to me. I've had enough. Today, I'll let you taste death. Who's going to die is still uncertain," Bailan retorted, enduring the weakened state and countering with all his might. Boom, boom. The two kept exchanging punches, their clashes generating intense psychic energy waves. Deng Kuan's shadow erosion demon formation became increasingly difficult to maintain, and its weakening effect on Bailan grew smaller and smaller. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall panted heavily and said, "Old Deng, my psychic energy is almost depleted. I can't hold on any longer. The rest is up to you." After the burly man left, the pressure increased sharply and the psychic energy consumption per second doubled. Deng Kuan's face darkened, filled with doubt. He had used this technique to kill countless people and zombies, even trapping and killing 4-star advanced mutant zombies, earning his fame in the process. Why was it useless against this seemingly ordinary man in front of him? They were both advanced psychics, so why was he so special? Impossible, impossible. If I don't kill him today, I'm finished. I'll give it my all. Deng Kuan, now somewhat deranged, kept pouring psychic energy into the formation. Boom. Another punch collided, and Zhang Feng couldn't hold on, getting blasted away. Bailan, who had repelled Zhang Feng, also felt strained. Deng Kuan's formation, the buffs on Zhang Feng, and the continuous consumption of powerful psychic energy made it difficult for Bailan to sustain himself, even with the Supreme Overlord Fist. Spiritual clone, return. Bailan chanted a spell, and his clone, far away in the coastal city of Shangshi, transformed into a streak of blue light and rushed over. The spiritual power and psychic energy from the clone replenished Bailan's consumption, instantly restoring most of his combat strength. This was the advantage of a unique combat skill. Without the spiritual clone, Bailan might have already been in danger. As soon as the clone appeared, the situation immediately reversed, leaving Zhang Feng and his allies with no chance. In the corner, Zhang Feng was gasping for breath, barely alive. He looked at Bailan, whose aura had not diminished but instead seemed even stronger, his psychic energy still abundant, and was filled with confusion. "The psychic energy you just used, where did it go? How are you still at peak condition? What kind of monster are you? Stop rambling. Always asking why did you study philosophy for nothing." Bailan mocked mercilessly. Drawing his straight blade, Bailan held it against Zhang Feng's neck, moving it back and forth as if searching for the best spot to strike. To be honest, he was toying with him a bit, curious to see if Zhang Feng would break under the threat of death. But he had to admit, Zhang Feng was a tough guy. He didn't even blink, glaring at Bailan with fury. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. "If you're going to kill me, do it quickly." Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I insist on humiliating you. You've killed countless exotic beasts. As a legendary psychic, instead of resisting the alien gods, you chase me around the world every day. Is that fun for you? I don't know what you're talking about, but the clan leader will avenge me. If you won't kill me, then I'll end it myself." Zhang Feng roared, biting down on the poison hidden in his mouth. Within 10 seconds, he was lifeless, completely still. Bailan sheathed his straight blade and gave Zhang Feng's corpse a hard kick, sneering, "A mere outsider like you, and you think you can rely on the Eastern clan's desperate secret technique? You can't even handle the basics, yet you expect others to avenge you? What a joke." Of course, Bailan still found Zhang Feng useful, at least during the battle. He contributed a full 8,000 units of time force to him, which was no small amount. After Zhang Feng's death, Bailan quickly used the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to destroy the Shadow Erosion Demon Array. When dealing with formation-type abilities, explosive damage is always the fastest way to break them. The formation was broken so quickly, and it was inevitable that some would flee in panic. These were all henchmen brought by Deng Kuan, and seeing the unfavorable situation, who would dare to fight to the death? Survival was the priority. Unfortunately, the three who tried to escape were instantly killed by Bailan. Without reaching the advanced level, the suppression of Time Zero was absolutely fatal to them. They didn't even have a chance to resist. In the end, it seemed as if they had never lived at all, as Bailan stood motionless. The burly man who had previously lacked abilities immediately knelt down and kowtowed, pleading, "Big brother, spare me. I was just greedy and confused for a moment. Please let me go, and I promise to follow you from now on." "Me too, big brother. I have a small organization and have saved up quite a few corpse cores. If you let me go, I'll give them all to you as compensation for my mistake." "And me, big brother. I've collected quite a few beauties. You can pick any you like, whatever your taste. Just spare my life. I don't want to die." In order to survive, they pulled out all the stops, competing to beg for mercy as if in an auction. After all, they were all drawn here by Deng Kuan's promises of profit, and exchanging their lives for money was simply not worth it. Most of them were low-level ability users with 7, 8, or 9 stars, and they still held some influence in the newly established safe city. Having tasted the feeling of being admired, who would willingly die like this? Let's not forget, before the apocalypse, they were just ordinary office workers or people at the bottom of society, barely earning enough to support themselves. Now, in the post-apocalyptic world, those high-ranking leaders were groveling before them, and those unattainable women wanted to get close to them. This feeling was simply heavenly. Unfortunately, they had provoked the wrong person, the one they should never have crossed. No one present today would survive. Everyone was doomed to die. Bailan was ready to wipe them all out. Deng Kuan watched their disgraceful behavior, knowing Bailan's character. The luck that had saved him last time had already been used up for this lifetime. No one on the field could escape. Begging for mercy was useless in front of this killing god. The only way out now was to fight their way out. Stop kneeling. Stand up and fight together. He won't spare you. Deng Kuan shouted angrily, raising his voice. Bailan glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I'll give you a way out. Whoever kills him gets to live." The few people's gazes instantly turned to Deng Kuan. They hadn't acted before because they feared his advanced abilities. Whoever rushed forward first would be severely injured and lose their chance. Deng Kuan's expression twisted as he pointed at Bailan. "He won't spare you. Take advantage of his depleted abilities and join forces to kill him. If you keep fighting among yourselves, you'll only suffer in the end. Sorry, old Deng, this is your fault. If you die, it'll be better for us." A man stood up first, shaking his head helplessly. "Everyone, let's go together. To survive, we can only sacrifice you. That guy's abilities are too strange. It's not just us right now. Even advanced ability users might not be able to deal with him." Even the burly man joined in. "Old Deng, for the sake of our years of friendship, let me kill you. I'll take care of your family afterward and make sure they don't suffer." "You fools." Deng Kuan watched as they resolved to kill him, so anxious he was nearly in tears. "Fine, it's my fault. I shouldn't have provoked him. Come on, if you want to kill me, try it. I'll show you the power of the Shadow Fiend." Deng Kuan decided to fight to the death, turning his entire body into a shadow. His strength surged beyond its previous level. In just a short moment, he killed 6 of the weakest 6-star beginner ability users. However, the others did not give up and bombarded Deng Kuan with their abilities in a relentless assault. The Shadow Fiend truly lived up to its B-level ability classification. Even under such a siege, Deng Kuan managed to suppress his opponents. His shadow-like thin-line attacks were impossible to predict, and many of them were pierced through. After nearly 20 minutes of fierce combat, Deng Kuan was ultimately overwhelmed. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, stabbed him in the waist, and Deng Kuan bled out and died. "I did it. I survived, huh?" The burly man laughed excitedly, as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, his joy lasted only a few seconds before the leader of another group suddenly struck, slicing open his stomach. "If I kill you, the survival spot naturally belongs to me," the leader remarked coldly. Bailan nodded approvingly. "Not bad. I'll admit it. In the apocalypse, only people like you can survive. As for him, he deserved to die." "Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Can I leave now?" The man smiled obsequiously while his eyes darted around vigilantly, guarding against any sneak attacks. Haha, honestly, that Deng Kuan guy might have been a bit of a fool, not the sharpest tool in the shed, but you have to admit, his judgment of people was spot on. Bailan sauntered over to Deng Kuan's corpse, sneering coldly. The man's heart sank, but he forced himself to maintain a smile. Sir, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Bailan drew his straight blade, mocking. What I mean is, you should have listened to Deng Kuan and joined forces to kill me, instead of fighting amongst yourselves. You go back on your word. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? Bailan swung his blade, severing the man's head cleanly. Reputation? In the apocalypse? What a joke. Killing them would only make people fear and revere him more. Sparing them would merely invite future revenge and further challenges. Having had his fill of amusement, Bailan raised his blade again and swiftly eliminated everyone in a matter of seconds, leaving no one alive, not even the men and women who had been buffing Zhang Feng. Last time, he had shown mercy, sparing Deng Kuan on account of Lu Cheng, but Deng Kuan hadn't shown gratitude. Instead, he had joined forces with the Dongfang family and other major organizations to fight against Bailan. It was pure idiocy. This unexpected betrayal, however, allowed Bailan to eliminate the Dongfang family's future right-hand man, prematurely a legendary ability user who met an early demise here. Not long after, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. They belonged to ability users. The first to burst in was Qin Dingyun. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Bailan, are you okay? I brought people to rescue you. Bailan glanced at him and said coldly, Are you the royal police? Always showing up after everything's over. Next time, could you arrive a bit earlier? Otherwise, I might already be dead and rotting away. Although his words were harsh, Bailan felt a bit warmed inside. He had wondered if Li Jun would pretend not to know and refrain from helping. That would have been ideal, watching others fight it out and then siding with the winner. But to his surprise, Li Jun had supported him, rushing to the Chao Gu Sky Alliance office building with a team of ability users as soon as he got the news. This showed that Li Jun was willing to stand with Bailan against the Dongfang family. The team Li Jun brought was strong, composed almost entirely of beginner-level ability users. Enough, I've already acted immediately. I even woke up people who were in the middle of rolling in bed. Cleaning up your mess is troublesome enough? Qin Dingyun said with a dark expression. Fine, your reward won't be short. How about I give you a combat technique manual? 2 manuals. Qin Dingyun bargained decisively. Deal. By the way, clean up this building and arrange a few eloquent people at the front desk. Qin Dingyun frowned. Are you planning to form an organization too? Not like Deng Kuan's. I want to establish the first welfare institute in the apocalypse, Bailan said slowly. A welfare institute in the apocalypse? Are you joking? Qin Dingyun was puzzled. Most people could barely guarantee food and clothing. So how could he still think about charity? Even with money, it wouldn't last. Bailan smiled. I have my plans. Just tell me if you're in or not. You and your crazy ideas. I'll send people over tomorrow. Qin Dingyun said helplessly, waving his hand. Bailan didn't bother with the remaining matters. He took Ying and 2 others back to the previous room. The Chao Gu Sky Alliance was the largest organization in the safe city, hiding many things, especially ability users. Based on Qin Dingyun's personality, he would definitely take them all, send them for labor reform, and let them earn their freedom through good performance. As for the remaining supplies, corpse cores, and beast cores, Bailan left those to him. After all, Bailan had already secured most of the valuable items. The Welfare Institute Bailan wanted to establish was, of course, not purely for charity. He wasn't the kind of person who would do good deeds without any benefit. Without profit, it would eventually shut down. The primary goal of the Welfare Institute was to recruit more ability users. Not everyone was willing to fight zombies or kill mutant beasts. Some people were naturally unsuited for combat, but excelled in logistics. Abilities weren't just for fighting. To be honest, after abilities emerged, they almost replaced most of the energy sources on Blue Star. If humanity could survive this apocalyptic crisis, it would undoubtedly usher in a new revolution. In Bailan's eyes, as well as many others, abilities were the most important productive force. Due to corpse poison contamination, Most water sources were unsafe. Ordinary people who drank it would be poisoned, mutate, and eventually die in agony. Only ability users could drink it, relying on their strong bodies to endure. At this time, water-type ability users became crucial. They could produce safe drinking water, which consumed their abilities but had no side effects and even enhanced physical fitness. Some water-type ability users could use their skills to purify water sources, even adjust the taste, making the water better tasting, more nutritious, and more thirst-quenching. Lu Ji's B-level ability, Water Burst, in his previous life accidentally went slightly off, producing water with a hint of sweetness, which was jokingly called Farmer's Three Punches by people in the safe city. Thus, establishing a welfare institute was about gathering these people together, fully utilizing their abilities, and preventing them from being forced onto the battlefield to die. Fighting was important, but logistics were even more critical. The sooner the Welfare Institute was established, the more people could survive, even if their lives wouldn't necessarily be great. Once the war situation stabilized, the supplies produced by the Welfare Institute could be exchanged with other safe cities or countries for more resources and weapons. Almost every safe city had several welfare institutes, and the development of the cities depended on them. The first Welfare Institute in Y City was founded by Xiao Yinyun. Her initial intention was simple. She wanted to protect more people, give them a place to live, and food to eat. She hadn't thought that far ahead at the time, but it was her kindness that attracted many people, especially some ability users. They gathered together, figuring out ways to survive, and gradually began producing essential goods using their abilities, saving many lives. Xiao Yinyun became the little son of Y City Safe Zone. Her ability, called Three-Winged Heavenly Light, was classified as B-level. She also believed in the new post-apocalyptic religion, the Light Faith. However, good things often come with drawbacks. Some people, seeing the benefits and non-aggression clauses of the Welfare Institute, turned it into an organization similar to the Chaogo Alliance, appearing charitable on the surface but actually exploiting the entire city. Bailan would never do such a foolish thing. He planned to develop on multiple fronts. Otherwise, after eliminating the Dongfang family, he would have to travel far to deal with the Feng family, which would be too troublesome. Bailan was busy thinking and planning for the future, while Ying and the other two gradually woke up. Yang Ming woke up the fastest. With his strong dragon physique, the first thing he did upon waking was to check the safety of himself, Wang Ming, and Ying. Seeing Bailan on the balcony, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Bai, we were ambushed by Deng Kuan. I couldn't beat him," Yang Ming said self-reproachfully. He was the only one who resisted but was instantly defeated. Bailan's voice was gentle. "It's good that you know. Work hard in the future, or you won't be able to protect those around you. You have potential, and I believe in you. Yes, I will definitely become stronger and be your right-hand man, Brother Bai. I'm looking forward to that day." After that, Ying and Wang Ming also woke up. Having gone through this ordeal, the three of them grew closer and understood the importance of becoming stronger. Wang Ming, after being reprimanded by Bailan, dared to look him in the eye for the first time. He jumped off the bed and knelt before him. "Brother Bai, I also want to become stronger. Please don't give up on me. I will work twice as hard and endure more training than anyone else." Bailan remained expressionless. "No one else can give up on you. The only one who can give up on you is yourself. Words mean nothing to me. I only believe in actions. Yes, I will work hard." Wang Ming couldn't help but cry after hearing this. After the incident with Deng Kuan, he realized how weak he was. When the apocalypse broke out, he couldn't protect his family. Not even the person he liked. He had to rely on others to save him. This sense of helplessness caused him pain, but also made him understand the only path forward: becoming stronger. Yang Ming helped Wang Ming up and said with a smile, "Stop crying and turn your sadness into motivation. If you get ambushed again in the future, I won't consider you my brother." Ying also smiled and said, "I prefer the way you shielded me and took the hit. It made me feel really safe." Wang Ming wiped his tears and looked at Ying. "Really? Ying, next time I'll definitely protect you." "Really? Then I'll thank you in advance." Ying smiled shyly. "You're so silly. You just got beaten up like that, and you still think you're cool." Yang Ming punched him. Wang Ming clutched his head and cried out in pain. Yang Ming, just wait. In less than a month, I'll have you pinned to the ground. Humph, anyone can talk big. The group bantered back and forth, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Bailon then asked, "Did any of you go out for a walk last night?" "Where would we go?" Ying asked, puzzled. "Captain Sun sent us back, and we haven't gone out since. We have enough food, so we didn't go looking for anything else," Yang Ming added. These guys were real homebodies, hardly ever going out, and yet their home got robbed. Such bad luck. Bailon said, "Tomorrow, I'll give you a task. Go explore the safe zone and recruit some ability users." Mission accepted. Are the recruited superhumans directly brought back to the villa area? Just take them to the office building of the Chaoga Alliance. I'm planning to set up a welfare institute there, Bailon said indifferently. Wang Ming asked in confusion, "Isn't that Deng Kuan's base?" "You fool, you've already been rescued, which means Deng Kuan was taken down by brother Bai long ago," Yang Ming retorted. Ying asked curiously, "What is the Welfare Institute for?" Bailon briefly explained the purpose of the Welfare Institute, which sounded like he was pitching for investment. He also reminded everyone to recruit superhumans like Plant Masters, Talisman Masters, Formation Masters, and Forging Masters. If they found any, they should try to bring them in. These rare abilities were highly useful. Although the initial investment was high, the returns would be substantial once they were well trained. The products they would produce in the future would be incredibly valuable and in high demand, making the Welfare Institute a key source of income. The news of Bailon wiping out the Chaoga Alliance spread quickly. Within one night, the entire safe city knew about it. The Chaoga Alliance had previously acted like tyrannical landlords, oppressing the people and committing countless atrocities, so when they were destroyed, everyone cheered. At the same time, the leaders and deputy leaders of several other major civilian hunting organizations also mysteriously disappeared, just like the Chaoga Alliance vanishing overnight. This made the remaining leaders of various organizations in Safe City nervous. Some people knew it was a young man named Bailon who did it. Recently, they didn't dare to go out, act arrogantly, or even stop pretending to be good people. In Y City's Safe City, 7 or 8 male students rescued from Y University were crammed into a single refugee tent. Due to the housing shortage, more than 10 boys might have to squeeze into one small tent. The environment was terrible, but they preferred staying here rather than venturing outside, where zombies and mutant beasts roamed. The smell of sweat and foot odor had long become a norm, but the most unbearable thing was the hunger. The emptiness in their stomachs could completely crush their willpower. "Old Lou, do you have any food left?" "I'm starving." "Give me that chocolate bar," said Fat Chun, a student from the neighboring class. When the apocalypse broke out, he had hidden in by Lan's dormitory, and in the previous timeline, he was the one who knocked Lu Zhiliang out with a stick. Lu Zhiliang shook his head. "This is the last one. I can't even bear to eat it myself. Besides, I've already given each of you a piece. Let's see if we can get some relief porridge tomorrow. The last time they handed it out, I only got a sip of soup." That one can of 8 treasure porridge was snatched away by the Chaoga Alliance's lackeys. It was so infuriating, Fat Chun grumbled angrily. "I heard they were wiped out. What was the name again?" "I'm so hungry I can't even remember," said a tall, skinny boy, scratching his head. Fat Chun smacked him on the head. "Yao he, you idiot. His name is Bailon, the same as old Lou's dorm mate. If it really were him, that'd be great. We could ride on old Lou's coattails, eat and drink our fill in the apocalypse, and maybe even have female students throwing themselves at us," Yao he said with a lecherous expression. Lu Zhiliang thought back to the Bailon he remembered, ordinary looking, average in every way, though his grades were decent. He couldn't think of any other outstanding qualities. Instinctively, he couldn't believe that the person who single-handedly wiped out the entire Chaoga Alliance was his dorm mate. "There's no way it's him. Just get some sleep and conserve your energy. If we run into any stray monsters, we won't even be able to run, and that'll be the end of us." Lu Zhiliang curled up, trying to fall asleep in the stench-filled tent. A few days ago, he overheard classmates in the neighboring tent saying that blood wolves had climbed over the wall in the West District, rampaging through the refugee area and killing over a dozen people before being taken down. The reason? They ran too slowly. Lu Zhiliang wanted to survive. He wanted to awaken supernatural powers and rise above others. Fortunately, During the last Great Awakening, his body was strengthened, and the old ailments from his childhood were completely cured. He believed that as long as he stayed alive, he could become stronger. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally fell asleep. In a daze, he felt someone touching his pants pocket and instinctively turned over. The tent was crowded, and it was common to bump into each other while sleeping. Where exactly is it hidden? We've almost turned him inside out. I don't know either. Keep looking. I'm so hungry I can barely hold on. Look at this guy, he hasn't complained about hunger since he got here. He must have eaten his fill. Exactly. He even shared food with us. Why would he be so generous unless he was already full and didn't want us to suspect him? Keep searching. The group continued rummaging, finally waking Lu Zhiliang from his sleep. Shit. Fat Chun. Yaohe, what the hell are you doing? Lu Zhiliang couldn't believe what he was seeing. Exposed, the people in the tent stopped pretending to be kind and revealed their sinister faces. Fat Chun spoke slowly. Old Lu, you're a smart guy. Just hand over the food, and we'll still be good brothers. If anything happens, we'll face it together. I already said there's nothing left, just that chocolate bar. You were there when I opened the package and shared it. Did I secretly keep an extra piece? You know better than anyone. Lu Zhiliang angrily retorted. Fat Chun leaned closer, putting an arm around Lu Zhiliang's shoulder like a buddy, and whispered, Old Lu, I know it's been tough for you. We appreciate you saving us. But isn't your girlfriend Helin with that supernatural guy now? I heard she's even an officer in their team. Can you ask her to get us some food? Go to hell. Lu Zhiliang couldn't hold back anymore and punched Fat Chun hard in the face, roaring, Helin isn't that kind of person. Apologize to me, Fat Chun. Covering his mouth in pain, Fat Chun sneered. Damn it, Lu Zhiliang, you're just a useless freeloader. Helin's already in someone else's bed, and you're still defending her? Have some backbone, will you? Stop talking and hand over whatever food you have. You. Lu Zhiliang clenched his fists, ready to strike again. But the people around him suddenly surrounded him and pinned him down. Fat Chun squatted slightly and stomped hard on Lu Zhiliang's face. Still want to fight? Looks like you're out of food. Guys, find his chocolate bar and throw him out. When he gets more food, we'll let him back in. Pinned down, Lu Zhiliang couldn't resist. Yaohe quickly found the chocolate bar in his pocket. Fat Chun, Yaohe, have you no shame? Who saved you when the zombie outbreak happened? Who shared food with you when you were starving? It was me. And now you're treating me like this? Is this how you repay kindness? Lu Zhiliang shouted, almost breaking down. Fat Chun showed no remorse. TCH, saving classmates is what you're supposed to do. Can't you just keep being a good guy? Go the extra mile and get us more food. You enough? Beat him up and throw him out. The tent's crowded anyway. His spot will be better shared among us. Yeah, Chunbro's right. He could have helped everyone, but he was sneaking food for himself. Hit him. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhiliang was dragged out by 3 or 5 people and thrown out of the tent. He was covered in wounds, fully aware of what being injured in this environment meant. Clenching his fists, he struggled to stand and angrily declared, If I had powers, I'd make you regret what you've done tonight. You'd pay the price. For the first time, he truly felt the darkness of human nature. Over a simple chocolate bar, they had beaten him senseless, coming up with all sorts of excuses. But more than them, he hated himself. His longtime girlfriend had run off with someone else, his best friend was dead, and the classmate he saved had betrayed him. Wasn't he all of this because he was too weak and incompetent? Dragging his exhausted body, Lu Zhiliang headed to an even more dangerous refugee zone. There weren't even tents there, it was right next to the city wall, where monsters could attack at any moment. But he didn't care anymore. Getting stronger and seeking revenge became his sole reason to live. All night, Bailan had been practicing his spiritual clone technique. He was growing increasingly satisfied with his exclusive skill, Time Zero. This ability had the potential to completely turn the tide of battle. If he could manage to create 2 spiritual clones at once, his strength would undoubtedly double. Unfortunately, after forming one spiritual clone, making a second one proved to be incredibly difficult. Mastering the control of Time Zero required exceptional skill. It wasn't something that could be learned just by casually upgrading skills through a system. It demanded relentless practice. After countless attempts throughout the night, Bailan still failed. His spiritual clone could only last for a minute before mysteriously vanishing. He concluded that his understanding of time wasn't deep enough yet. By dawn, when Yi Ying and the others greeted him to say they were heading out, he finally stopped his training. As expected, it's impossible to achieve this overnight. I'll just have to build it up slowly, Bai Lan sighed, heading off to wash up. There wasn't much on his agenda today. He planned to head to the office building, finalize the basic guidelines for the orphanage, rename it, and stock up on more food and daily necessities. After that, he'd leave everything to professional managers and operators. He only wanted to be a hands-off boss, offering ideas when needed. Just as he stepped outside, urgent alarm sirens blared from the broadcast system. Bai Lan recognized the sound all too well. The zombie horde was coming. This alarm only rang during large-scale zombie attacks. For beast invasions, the alarms would be even louder and more urgent. The military responded swiftly. Someone immediately appeared before Bai Lan, saluting. "Mr. Bai, Commander Li requests your presence to discuss emergency strategies." Bai Lan couldn't help but complain internally. That was quick, felt like they were watching him 24/7, calling him over whenever something happened. Were they addicted to freeloading off him? This time, he thought, I'd better ask for some compensation. Otherwise, I'm really just a charity worker here. Lead the way, Bai Lan replied indifferently. It was the same familiar cafeteria, with the same familiar aroma of food and the same familiar office. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Jun, Yin Siming, Qin Dingyun, and Tian Yong all frowning, their faces full of worry. Bai Lan, you're finally here. Have a seat. Li Jun greeted him with a forced smile. The zombie horde is coming, and you're still sitting here? Hurry up and prepare for battle. Bai Lan reminded them. The horde hasn't arrived yet. We called you here to help us brainstorm some ideas, Li Jun explained. Bai Lan spread his hands. What's there to brainstorm about a zombie horde? Take out the leader first, then obliterate the rest with heavy firepower. Isn't that your standard procedure? Li Jun nodded. That's right. But the problem is that this time the zombie horde didn't come from the main gate, but from the direction of the city center. I can't explain it clearly. Let Elder Yin tell you. Yin Siming smiled and said, Little Bai, this zombie horde is not ordinary. Scouts reported back that there are several high-level zombies leading the charge, with the strongest one close to 9-star advanced strength. Our current combat power is far from enough. We are no match at all. Indeed, the zombies in the city center have mostly undergone devouring and evolution, making them much stronger than the leaders of zombies from other realms. Bai Lan nodded in agreement. So we want to ask for your help to join forces and take down this zombie. Without your strength, the casualties will be even worse, Yin Siming said. All right, but I have conditions. What conditions? Speak. Li Jun agreed readily. First, the rewards for zombie cores and beast cores must not be reduced, and the equipment dropped by that zombie belongs to me. Second, I need your policy support for the welfare institute I plan to establish. Bai Lan stated his terms directly. No problem, I agree, Li Jun replied without hesitation. Bai Lan didn't expect Li Jun to be so straightforward. On the way here, he had thought of many ways to negotiate, as Li Jun was notoriously stingy in his previous life. To make the Welfare Institute thrive in the safe city, Bai Lan had to bypass Li Jun. Without his approval, when the zombie horde comes, all ability users would be sent to the front lines, leaving no one to manage logistics. If Li Jun were ruthless and directly assigned ability users to fight hard battles at the main city gate, how many would survive after the fight? That's why all major organizations paid protection fees to ensure Li Jun wouldn't send them to the main city gate. Although there were benefits there, the casualty rate was too high. Other city gates were relatively safer. However, Li Jun's tone shifted. Besides that 9-star leader, you also need to accumulate 10,000 battle merits. Remember, it's cumulative battle merits. Those exchanged don't count. Otherwise, don't even think about taking shortcuts. As expected, this was Li Jun's true nature, stingy to the extreme. Accumulating 10,000 battle merits now was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. According to the reward rules, killing 30 zombies earns 1 battle merit. Killing a beginner-level zombie also earns 1 battle merit. Killing a 9-star beginner-level zombie earns 500 battle merits. To accumulate battle merits quickly, One must kill more high-level zombies and avoid teaming up, as the merits would have to be shared. A 1-star advanced zombie is worth 1,000 battle merits, and each additional star adds 500 more. Even if Bailon single-handedly kills that 9-star advanced zombie, it would only yield 5,000 battle merits. Earning 10,000 in one zombie horde is nearly impossible. For top-tier ability users like Qin Dingyun and Tian Yong, the highest record for a single zombie horde was 1,000 battle merits, including command rewards. Relying solely on killing zombies, the maximum was around 920. Li Jun's move was clearly an attempt to keep Bailon confined in the safe city, making him work for him. But he miscalculated. Bailon would make him beg for help when the time comes, saving him from constantly scheming. Deal. Don't forget my battle merits when the time comes, Bailon reminded. Li Jun patted his chest and assured. Everyone present can testify. Battle merits are meant to motivate everyone to grow stronger and fight. If I break my word, who would trust me? Besides, this system was newly developed by the research team specifically for counting. You don't need to worry about it miscalculating. All right, since Commander Li has said so, I must fight for the safety of the city. Military merits are just a bonus. The most important thing is that I want to protect more people. Bailon answered without hesitation. Beside him, Yin Siming stroked his beard, his eyes fixed on Li Jun, and he started laughing. No one knew what he was laughing about. Military merits were actually a currency-like system introduced by various safety cities after the apocalypse broke out. However, they could only be used within the city and were useless elsewhere. Military merits could be exchanged for official food, daily necessities, corpse cores, beast cores, even better accommodations, and equipment or tools at the exhibition hall. They could also be traded privately with others. They were extremely useful and had almost replaced the original paper currency. Bailon had already calculated this thoroughly. Li Jun was scheming against him, but he was also scheming against Li Jun. If he could make Li Jun dig his own grave, he wouldn't even bother to reincarnate. This time, he would let Li Jun dig his own grave. The method was simple. Using military merits was enough. Now, 10,000 military merits were no small amount. With that, one could buy a position as a general, 2 ranks higher than Qin Dingyun and Tian Yong. Not to mention other things. Just buying food with 10,000 military merits could take away nearly 1/10 of the safety city's reserve grain. That was enough to feed 8 million people for half a year. Just thinking about it showed how astonishing this number was. After several adjustments, the exchange rate and acquisition quantity of military merits were finally stabilized. After Bailon agreed, Li Jun quickly said, "Since there's no problem, everyone return to your respective city gates and contact each other immediately if anything happens. Bailon, you head to the west gate." All right. They responded in unison and immediately began to act. The purpose of their meeting was to bring Bailon on board, and now that the goal was achieved, there was no need to delay further. At the west gate, Bailon stared idly into the distance. This area was close to the city center and was the front line for welcoming the main force of zombies. Out of trust, the military district hadn't sent any of the 3 high-level ability users here, only dispatching Lu Cheng and Sun Tianhe. This suited him perfectly. If Qin Dingyun and Tian Yong were sent here, they would split the battle merits as soon as they met, and he would lose out. As for how to kill zombies, Bailon had it all figured out. Use the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to blow them up. In large-scale battles against zombie hordes, using the Supreme Overlord Fist would be a waste of energy, inefficient, and exhausting. A day's worth of fighting might not even be as fast as a few machine guns. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus was specifically designed for group attacks. One move could kill countless zombies. Old Lu, why did the higher-ups only send us so few troops? Just over 5,000 ability users, and the rest are all ordinary people. Sun Tianhe said anxiously on the city wall. Usually, each city wall was guarded by at least 10,000 troops, with heavy firepower too numerous to count. Today, even though they were leading the charge, the configuration was so poor. Lu Qing showed a simple and honest smile. With Brother Bai here, I have great confidence. Confidence is one thing, but war isn't a one-on-one fight. Individual strength rarely determines the outcome of a battle. Haha, I don't know either. I trust Commander Li, and I trust Brother Bai even more. Sun Tianhe patted his head, full of helplessness. Seeing Lu Cheng's face full of admiration, he was infuriated. Lu Cheng used to be smart and would prepare in advance, but now he only kept chanting, "Trust the commander, trust Bailan." Sun Tianhe wanted to notify a few major generals to send more ability users and heavy firepower, as insufficient firepower could easily lead to panic. But the swarm of zombies rushing in from not far away interrupted him. At this point, it was probably too late to notify anyone. The zombies were moving too fast and were about to attack. Seeing the zombies closing in, Bailan's spirit lifted. Looks like it's the vanguard. There aren't many of them, but there are still tens of thousands. The densely packed zombies came charging forward, and the soldiers on the city wall trembled, some turning pale and their legs shaking. This was a normal reaction. In such a large-scale confrontation, it was easy to be overwhelmed by the enemy's momentum. The zombies' fearless nature and undead characteristics exerted immense pressure. Without experiencing dozens of zombie tides, no one could remain calm. "Old Lu, tell them to beat the war drums for morale. I'll go down and face them alone," Bailan reminded. "Oh, all right." Hearing Bailan's words, Lu Cheng snapped out of his fear. "Beat the drums." Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous war drum sounds immediately echoed from the drum tower. Bailan had specifically instructed Li Jun to prepare more drummers and war drums. The sole purpose of the drum beats was to boost morale and alleviate the soldiers' tension. Hearing the drums, the zombies became even more frenzied, accelerating their charge toward the city gate. Bailan drew his straight blade, activated his powers, and prepared to unleash his most powerful attack, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, vowing to repel the zombies. The Supreme Overlord Fist, ×0, flame-devouring wave ruler, combined with his innate abilities, made this strike immensely powerful, almost beyond Bailan's control. The raging energy was continuously compressed in his hand, and a lotus flower slowly bloomed. The power of the Supreme Overlord Fist was so overwhelming that fully integrating it consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. In just a few dozen seconds, Bailan nearly caused the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to explode 4 or 5 times, forcing him to stop infusing more energy. If it exploded, not only would he be injured, but the city wall might also collapse. Take this, Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Just like the first time it was unleashed at Waterma Supermarket, it initially appeared unremarkable, with no visible power. Only when it struck the zombies did its full force erupt. Bailan's abilities had undergone a complete transformation. With the aid of multiple top-tier S-class powers, his energy was extraordinarily potent, exceeding that of ordinary 2-star advanced ability users by 3 to 4 times. Killed ordinary zombie, time power +1. Killed D-class giant zombie, time power +20. Killed. A series of data flashed continuously before Bailan's eyes. Under the attack of Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the zombies fell like crops being harvested in a field, wave after wave, with not a single one escaping his grasp. In just a few seconds, tens of thousands of zombies were wiped out on the spot. Moreover, the power of Buddha's Wrath Lotus showed no signs of diminishing, continuing to sweep through the frenzied zombie horde. After a minute of intense slaughter, it finally seemed to exhaust its energy and disappeared into the zombie tide. While zombies themselves felt no fear, their controlling leaders did. Those who could become controllers had often undergone countless devourings and evolutions, and they valued their lives immensely. After all, it was nearly impossible for zombies to develop intelligence. Unsurprisingly, after Buddha's Wrath Lotus vanished, the remaining vanguard of zombies fled in panic. For the first time, zombies retreated in fear during a defensive battle. This scene left the soldiers defending the city wall stunned. They had never imagined that zombies could be scared into retreating. All of this was thanks to the man at the city gate, Bailan, who single-handedly repelled the surging zombie tide with one move. Although it was only the vanguard, it was enough to be proud of. What is even more shocking is that from the moment the zombie horde attacked to the end, it took less than 5 minutes, and the actual fighting time against the zombies was only 2 minutes. The speed is simply unbelievable. You should know that the fastest record for repelling a zombie horde before was held by Dongfang Ji, and it took him almost half a day. Moreover, during that time, the main gate and the 2 side gates bore most of the pressure, and he was only responsible for cleaning up the stragglers. Bailan's status in everyone's hearts instantly skyrocketed by thousands of levels. He is practically the guardian deity of Y City. Boom, boom, boom. Bailan's battle was over, but the drumbeats from the drum tower grew louder and louder. Soldiers on the city gate gathered excitedly, cheering. This moment was truly exhilarating. The zombies that had killed their loved ones and compatriots were now fleeing like stray dogs. This was the first time, and there would surely be a second. Sooner or later, humanity would completely eradicate all zombies and mutant beasts. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He is way stronger than Major General Chin and Major General Tian. That move just now was almost as powerful as a missile strike. Missile? Do zombies even fear that? They just charge even harder. I finally understand only supernatural powers can truly make them afraid. Stop talking about missiles. P.S. Bailan. In just one night, he wiped out the Chaogaskai alliance, pinned that guy Deng Kuan to the ground, and even killed the traitor Dongfang Ji. Damn, that's insane. No wonder he could drive away so many zombies. I feel like he wasn't even using his full strength. Compared to him, I really think Dongfang Ji is just useless. Every time there's a battle, he makes us charge first, and in the end, all our brothers die while he shows no leadership responsibility at all. Bailan quietly listened to the cheers and discussions from the city gate. Without comparison, there's no harm. The major general stationed at the south gate was Dongfang Ji, and his reputation wasn't good. Most people were cursing him. Normally, in front of Dongfang Ji, everyone dared not speak out. After all, he was a major general and a high-level superhuman, offending him wouldn't end well. This also led to the South Gate becoming the weakest point in zombie attacks. Although the South Gate's combat power was higher than the main city gate, the death rate was also alarmingly high. This time, Bailan took over the defense of the South Gate, not only to teach that stingy Li Jun a lesson, but also to establish his prestige in the military district, which would greatly benefit his future development. Lu Cheng, seeing the battle was over, smugly patted Sun Tianhe and said, "So, didn't I tell you? Trusting brother Bai is always the right choice." Sun Tianhe felt a bit bitter, but the words stuck in his throat. Could a human really achieve this? Humanity has developed technology for thousands of years, and yet it's still no match for a superhuman who has only existed for a month? It's terrifying. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe someone could accomplish this. A single person could wipe out an entire zombie horde overflowing with heroism. Stop worrying so much. Since Commander Li only sent the two of us to assist, it shows he has immense trust in Brother Bai, Lu Cheng said meaningfully. Sun Tianhe shook off Lu Cheng and stubbornly replied, "I admit he is strong, but everyone has their limits. The vanguard was just an appetizer, the main force is yet to come. When the time comes and there aren't enough people, it'll still be a disaster. I'll say it again. If the Emperor isn't worried, why are you, the little eunuch, so anxious?" Lu Cheng teased. Sun Tianhe snapped angrily. "Who are you calling a eunuch?" Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Lu Cheng quickly explained with a smile. Bailan withdrew his straight blade and gazed into the distance. Based on the habits of zombies, after the vanguard is defeated, the main horde would take at least 2 to 3 hours to arrive. This time was enough for him to recover his depleted abilities and mental strength. Moreover, his mental clone recovered at twice the normal speed, so he recovered very quickly. Returning to the city gate, Bailan was immediately surrounded by a crowd, packed so tightly that not even water could pass through, like a celebrity being swarmed by reporters. "Quiet. Everyone, stay 1 meter away from me," Bailan shouted loudly. He hated being surrounded by people chattering. Once the crowd backed off, he continued, "Don't surround me like that again. You all performed well this time. I'll give you 1 hour to dig out the zombie cores. Keep what you find. After the zombie horde is over, use the cores to buy milk powder for your kids, household items and cosmetics for your wives to maintain your relationships, and if you're single, take action quickly." A soldier stepped forward and said, "But zombie cores and beast cores, these kinds of spoils, we have to hand over half of them. The rest are distributed by the commander." "Nonsense. Have you been exploited by capitalism? How many times has that old guy in the East given you zombie cores? Hurry up, I'm already counting. You have 58 minutes left. If you're not back in time, everything will be confiscated." If anything happens here, I'll take responsibility, Bai Lan said angrily, glancing at his watch. Long live Lord Bai. You're my god. I'm so moved I could cry. Zombie cores, here I come. If anyone dares to say a bad word about my big brother in the future, don't blame me for cutting ties with them on the spot. Those are zombie cores. After a zombie horde, risking your life might only get you one or two, just enough to scrape by. The 3 layers of people surrounding Bai Lan suddenly scattered like wild horses breaking free, rushing out of the city gates. The scene was almost indistinguishable from a zombie charge. Fortunately, they hadn't lost their minds entirely. They all carried weapons as they charged out, ready to shoot any living zombies they encountered. Report, Commander. Sun Tianhe approached and saluted. Speak quickly. Don't keep starting with report every time. Yes, sir. I just wanted to say, Commander, you might not fully understand zombie hordes. This is just the vanguard. The real main force hasn't arrived yet. If they go down now, they won't be able to retreat when the zombies come. I suggest waiting until the main force is dealt with before clearing the field, Sun Tianhe said urgently. Bai Lan turned to look at him. Do you understand zombies, or do I? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Just listen and stay out of the way. But, Bai Lan raised his hand to interrupt him. No buts. Can't you learn from Lu Chen? Be mature and steady, stay calm and composed. And you're a captain, for crying out loud. Yes, sir. Sun Tianhe reluctantly agreed. Lu Cheng walked over with a smile and said, Come on, let's go dig for zombie cores. Don't you have a family to support? You still owe me 5 zombie cores, remember? Don't worry, I'll pay you back. Sun Tianhe sighed, pressured by the need to make a living. He had no choice but to follow Lu Cheng and join the group digging for zombie cores. In middle age, responsibilities only grow heavier. With elderly parents above and children below, every day you open your eyes, you have to feed 4 or 5 mouths. The subsidies from the army are far from enough. On the battlefield, you earn merits by killing zombies, but in peacetime, you still have to help civilian organizations clean up the mess, or you can't even support your family. Sun Tianhe was a junior 9-star ability user, which was already considered strong in the apocalypse. Even so, he could barely scrape by despite his efforts, and it was even harder for ordinary people. It was evident how difficult it was for regular people to survive in the apocalypse. A moment of carelessness could lead to being killed by zombies or mutant beasts, and even if one survived, they might slowly succumb to hunger or human conflicts. Sometimes Bai Lan truly felt that death might be a form of release, while living was the real despair. Bai Lan sat on the city gate, leisurely sipping juice as he watched the busy figures in the distance. Their methods of extracting zombie cores were much more skilled than scavengers on average. They could finish with 1 corpse in a minute. A novice would take 10 minutes to confirm a single zombie, while a veteran could manage 1 per minute. With enough practice, they could be even faster. Bai Lan himself could confirm 1 in just a few seconds. He was far too familiar with extracting zombie and beast cores. Another one. Why is the drop rate from this zombie horde so high today? I've already extracted 6 zombie cores, which is more than the total from the last 2 hordes combined. I'm curious too. Normally, the drop rate is 1 core per 300 zombies, but now it's 1 for every 40 or 50. Could it be because of Lord Bai? That's right. Using abilities to kill zombies increases the drop rate. We used to rely on grenades and incendiary bombs. Say no more. From now on, wherever Lord Bai goes, I'm following. With this many zombie cores, whether it's for boosting strength or trading for canned food, it's amazing. I used to envy Major General Tian's benefits and tried everything to get transferred there. Now I realize how foolish I was. From now on, I'm sticking with Lord Bai. I'll live the good life. An hour passed quickly, and everyone returned on time. Although they wanted to continue scavenging, no one dared to disobey Bai Lan's orders. Besides, the hour's haul had already made them rich. Some had extracted nearly 10 zombie cores, while even the least fortunate had 3. After the zombie horde, there would also be battle merits and rewards, with each person receiving at least 1 more core. Bai Lan cleared his throat and said, Judging by your expressions, you must have made quite a profit. For the upcoming battle, there's only one goal: survive. Only by staying alive can you enjoy the fruits of victory. I can't speak for how Dongfang Ji managed things, but now that I'm in charge, As long as you're willing to fight and give it your all, I won't hold back on rewards. I'll even share my own rewards with you. Bailon paused. He knew that the younger generation wasn't lacking in courage or effort, they just weren't motivated by the meager rewards. Why work so hard for so little? Bailon made it clear. If you fight, you'll get your share of the pie. If you don't, you get nothing. Only this way would everyone be motivated to give their all. Bailon wanted them to understand that hard work would be rewarded. It wasn't just empty talk. Enough said. Think it over yourselves. Rest while the zombie army will be here soon. Bailon waved his hand and began focusing on recovering his abilities. After the speech, Sun Tianhe and Lu Chun immediately started planning the next battle. Bailon wasn't well versed in tactics, so he left it to the professionals. If he tried to command, it would only make things worse. Back when he led mutant beast armies, he would just let them act freely, only setting a target. After 2 hours of adjustments, a dense crowd of zombies appeared in the distance, moving toward the south gate. Unlike the vanguard, they advanced slowly. The sound of drums echoed from the watchtower, instantly boosting everyone's morale. The trembling hands and feet of some were much steadier now, and their fighting spirit had significantly strengthened. Take the corpse core. For more rewards, killing zombies and surviving became the only goal. Soon, the zombies stopped less than a kilometer from the city gate. The scene resembled an ancient battlefield, like two armies confronting each other before a battle. Suddenly, the zombie horde in the middle dispersed to both sides, and a giant zombie nearly 10 meters tall emerged. He wore a black crown, his eyes glowing with a purple light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Bailon's gaze sharpened. Data. Name. Devourer race level. None strength. 9-star advanced zombie skill. Devour can absorb corpses to quickly recover abilities and enhance strength. Seeing it was the Devourer, Bailon couldn't help but laugh. If it were another advanced zombie, he might not be confident in killing it, given the vast difference in strength and the zombie's inherent immortality. Especially those with some intelligence, once they sense danger, they flee faster than anyone, making it impossible for Bailon to catch up, let alone deal with the layers of encirclement along the way. But the Devourer was different. Although its strength increased rapidly, it might only have the actual combat power of a little over 5 stars despite appearing to be 9-star. Its intimidation was more about its oppressive presence. It had devoured countless humans, even learning human language. It roared, "Fight! Strongest! Fight!" Everyone was stunned to hear a zombie speaking human words. They knew zombies would eventually evolve intelligence and learn to speak, but they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Interesting. Bailon leapt down from the city wall with a playful smirk. Since it was a one-on-one fight, that was his favorite. Seeing Bailon appear, the Devourer showed a trace of fear. "It's you. Human. It's you." Bailon remembered now this was the same zombie he had driven away when rescuing the Sioux siblings. He hadn't expected it to grow so quickly, so determined, frequently venturing into dangerous areas to devour corpses. Originally, Bailon had planned to use his own blood to lure it into attacking Dongfang Yinyu's base, but plans couldn't keep up with changes, and he eventually found that using exotic beasts was more effective. Defeated soldier, instead of hiding, you come to me. Do you think you can still fight? Bailon taunted with a smile. The Devourer couldn't articulate complex words and could only keep shouting, "Die, die." The people on the city wall had already started cheering. This zombie looked fierce and powerful, but everyone had more confidence in Bailon. They even started betting on how long the zombie could last. No one dared to bet on Bailon losing. Standing on the city gate, Sun Tianhe's eyes were filled with worry. He knew the Devourer's strength was terrifying, already at 9 stars, a whole major level higher than Lu Cheng. If Bailon lost, it would be extremely difficult to defend the south gate. Ordinary firearms caused minimal damage to advanced zombies. Besides abilities, only Wise City's missiles could solve the problem, but that would affect not only the zombies, but everyone present. At this moment, all they could do was pray for Bailon's victory. The Devourer stopped speaking and suddenly charged at Bailon. It had only one thought in its mind: to tear this man in front of it to pieces, devour him, and make him pay for underestimating it. Still dare to charge at me? Not afraid of death. Bailon roared angrily. Activating his ability, life was under threat as the Devourer roared, and unleashed its supernatural powers, erupting with force and sending Bylon flying. Bylon was powerless against it. The unleashed power was akin to a boss in a game entering a rage mode after its health dropped to a certain level. Watching its furious demeanor, Bylon realized it had entered the second phase. It was too fast. He had barely landed a few punches. Die, die, die. The Devourer repeated like a broken record, furiously stabbing at Bylon with its claws, but each strike narrowly missed, causing its mental state to falter and its blood pressure to spike. Seizing the opportunity, Bylon landed another punch, and the power of the Supreme Overlord Fist remained effective. The Devourer could only rely on the massive energy within its body to endure, but the consumption rate doubled. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, wearing each other down for nearly an hour. After all, having abundant energy was the Devourer's greatest advantage. It wasn't human. It didn't have weaknesses like broken bones or bleeding. Unless its head was severed, it was nearly impossible to defeat. However, the Devourer's head was incredibly hard, clearly reinforced. There was only one way to win: exhaust its energy. Once it ran out of energy, Bylon's Supreme Overlord Fist would finish it off. Persistence paid off. After an hour, the Devourer's energy was down to 1/3, most of it spent resisting Bylon's attacks. Come on, is this all you've got? Weren't you determined to kill me to prove yourself? Bylon taunted, gesturing provocatively. The Devourer, which had retreated 2 steps, immediately stood upright and roared, "Human, die, die. All you ever say is die, die, die. You've devoured so many people, can't you say something else? I've been listening to this for an hour, and it's driving me crazy," Bylon retorted, intensifying his taunts. The Devourer was furious but stopped speaking human language, switching to the language of another realm. This time, it spoke fluently, no longer as monotonous as before. Bylon listened carefully and nodded. It turned out the Devourer was cunningly using the otherworldly language to summon zombie priests to chant spells and enhance its power. However, its voice was so loud that Bylon couldn't help but hear. It probably thought humans couldn't understand such advanced otherworldly language, right? Not only that, but the Devourer also cursed Bylon in the otherworldly tongue, spewing insults with a ferocity that only a keyboard warrior who had devoured hundreds of people could muster. "You think I can't understand you? Cursing me, do you think you haven't been beaten enough yet?" Bylon retorted in the same language. In an instant, the Devourer, which had been laughing maniacally, suddenly turned serious, its expression shifting to one of disbelief. "You? How can you speak the language of the other realm? Who are you? Are you really from the other realm?" "Yeah. All you need to know is that I'm here to take you down. Don't ask too many questions. Get ready to fight." "Impossible. You clearly have a human aura. Is it fake? How could a human possibly learn the language of the other realm?" "You must be from the other realm," the Devourer insisted. But Bylon showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless combo of attacks that forced the Devourer to retreat repeatedly, fear rising in its heart once again. As he fought, Bylon shouted, "That's what you get for buffing yourself. That's what you get for summoning others. How dare you look down on humans? I'm here to beat you down." Watching Bylon slaughter the zombies, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The expressions on the zombies' faces clearly showed how terrified they were of Bylon. "I always knew Lord By was invincible. These mere zombies are no match for him. Don't speak too soon. The battle has lasted an hour, which means those zombies aren't weak. Even Lord By took so long to suppress them." "That's right, but I believe Lord By will definitely win." "Wait, did you see those glowing things behind them? Damn it, it's the sacrificial zombies. They're buffing that zombie. So unfair. Where's our support? Quickly buff Lord By." Sun Tianhe also noticed the situation and immediately ordered, "Support team, get in there, fully buff Bylon. Hurry." Human support ability users were clearly much stronger than zombies, constantly buffing their teammates during battles. However, Bylon was so powerful this time that they almost forgot about the buffs entirely. Multicolored lights began to flicker on the city gate, and the soldiers on the wall stopped talking. If they had been any later, Sun Tianhe estimated he would have been devoured alive by the zombies, as not activating buffs was his mistake. Bylon felt the surging power flowing into him, and his whole being was invigorated. To be honest, he had almost forgotten about buffs too, As he had never used them in his previous life, no one wanted to follow someone who was being hunted. Awesome. So all those people chasing me before had this much of a boost. If I had it, I would have crushed them completely. Bailon clenched his fist, brimming with power. With the buffs enhancing him, Bailan's strength skyrocketed, forcing the Devourer into a defensive stance. At this rate, Bailon was confident he could end the battle within minutes. Time synchronized with the Supreme Overlord Fist as the two top-tier S-class ability users unleashed a frenzied assault. The Devourer was completely unable to defend, taking over a dozen punches per second. Even with its 9-star advanced ability energy, it couldn't withstand such consumption. It could feel its life slipping away, but its abilities were no longer sufficient. If this continued, death was inevitable. Roar! With its last ounce of strength, the Devourer unleashed its ability, sending Bailon flying. It had to create distance and escape immediately. Attack charge! The Devourer ordered, running away without looking back. Humans were too terrifying, it didn't want to die here. It still dreamed of becoming the zombie emperor in the future. But this time, Bailon wouldn't let it escape. He understood the danger of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Last time, he let it go, but this time, he absolutely couldn't. If it escaped, it would surely hide and wait until the day it ascended to zombie emperor. Bailon didn't want to face a stronger enemy in the future. It had to die here today by his hand. The previously lifeless zombies seemed to come alive under the Devourer's command. Upon seeing the humans at the south gate and hearing the loud commotion, they charged forward madly. They're coming. Quickly, throw grenades, use incendiary bombs. No, that would hurt Lord Bai. Wait until they get closer. Everyone on the scene felt a chill in their hearts, gripping their weapons with trembling hands, their eyes fixed on the position of the first wave of zombie charges. Sun Tianhe lay on the city wall, anxiously calculating the safe distance to ensure Bailon wouldn't be harmed, balancing both sides. Bailon glanced back at the city gate, then stepped on the zombies' heads to leap forward and chase the Devourer. These people were sensible enough if they dared to bomb him. He'd blow them all up in return. He's gone. Everyone prepare. First, throw incendiary bombs to block the path. Sun Tianhe quickly ordered. Outside the city gate, a wall of fire immediately ignited, firmly slowing the zombies' charge. But the zombies didn't stop, rushing forward wave after wave like moths to a flame. Their bodies carried corpse oil, causing the flames to burn even fiercer, but the good times didn't last long. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, thunder roared, and rain imbued with supernatural powers poured down, instantly extinguishing ordinary flames. Within seconds, the towering blaze vanished without a trace. The zombies charged even more fiercely. The ritual zombies have made their move. Quickly, call the snipers. The snipers are in position, but there are too many ritual zombies, and they're protected by giant zombies nearby. They can't get a clear shot. Lu Cheng immediately ordered, long-range fire squad, unleash flame attacks. The first two waves of the zombie horde proved that ordinary fire was effective against regular zombies. But when faced with water-based supernatural attacks, the flames were quickly extinguished. Only the fire released by fire-type ability users could last longer. After the fire squad's frenzied attacks, a wall of supernatural flames barely managed to hold back the zombie onslaught. At this point, they were less than 400 meters from the city gate. Prepare. Open fire from the first fortress behind the firewall. Long-range ability squads act freely. When the zombies break through the first fortress, the city gate garrison will open fire. Mortar squads target the rear of the zombies and block their attack route. Sun Tianhe skillfully commanded. Understood. After a minute, the firewall was extinguished and the zombies broke through. The machine guns and Gatling guns from the fortress in front of the city gate unleashed a storm of bullets. But against the zombie horde, it was like throwing stones into water, barely causing a ripple. The only effective weapon was the mortar, which could kill 100 or 200 zombies with a single shot, while the attacks from ability users helped sustain the defense line. On the distant battlefield, Bailon threw several small Buddha's Wrath Lotus bombs. The Devourer desperately tried to escape, but could only endure the attacks. It was already battered and bruised, its abilities nearly depleted, and it had completely lost its previous momentum. Don't even think about running. You won't escape today, Bailan coldly pursued in an otherworldly language. We're all from the otherworld, the lowest life forms of the otherworld. This planet is rich in supernatural energy and opportunities. Why must we make things difficult for each other? Spare me, the devourer pleaded desperately. Bailan ignored it and threw another small Buddha's wrath lotus bomb. After it exploded, Bailan sneered coldly. Nonsense. I've already said I'm not from the otherworld. It's you who invaded Blue Star. What's the point? The point, in your words, it's survival of the fittest. We're just better adapted to the laws of this universe than you are. Sounds reasonable. Then I must be more suited to this world than you. Bailan's fury erupted, unleashing the power of time to instantly close the distance. With a single punch, he delivered the supreme Overlord Fist. No, the devourer, filled with terror, was sent flying by the powerful blow, completely unable to stand up and escape. It had no skills other than devouring, relying solely on its realm to suppress others. Unlike the shadowless ghost face, which had abilities like phasing and damage immunity, as well as long-range supernatural damage bursts, Bailan had no fear of the devourer. It was merely an ordinary melee fighter. Please spare me. I have a treasure. If you let me go, I'll give it to you, the devourer said helplessly, sensing death approaching. Oh, Bailan's interest was piqued, and he withdrew his fist. What treasure? Tell me, and I might consider letting you live. Reluctantly, the devourer pulled out a piece of soft jade, emitting a green glow from its body. Its strength instantly plummeted, reverting to a 3-star advanced level, leaving it so weak it seemed on the verge of death. Bailan exclaimed, "Bad blood stone. You even know about this? And you claim you're not an otherworldly being. How could a native of a planet where supernatural abilities have just awakened know about such a treasure?" The devourer tried to expose Bailan's identity. The treasure is indeed remarkable, but I am not from another world. The devourer sneered coldly. Fine, I got this stone by sheer luck. I'll let you have it today in exchange for my life. Is that enough? Enough. Even 10 lives would be enough, Bailan affirmed. The Bad Blood Stone was almost a quasi-legendary treasure, a miracle nurtured by nature that no creature could replicate. Its most unique function was to allow mutant beasts or zombies to far exceed their original power levels. For example, the Devourer, originally just a 3-star advanced zombie, skyrocketed to a 9-star advanced level after wearing the Bad Blood Stone. But the Bad Blood Stone didn't just enhance power, it also allowed the user to experience the strength of the next stage in advance, helping them improve faster and more effectively. For instance, if Liu Cheng were to hit a bottleneck at 9-star advanced after consuming too many corpse cores, wearing the Bad Blood Stone might directly elevate him to the Lord level, opening up new possibilities. However, this was an exception. Humans and alien gods couldn't withstand the destructive supernatural energy brought by the Bad Blood Stone. Thus, the Bad Blood Stone was an absolute divine artifact for zombies and mutant beasts. Selling it to the beast clans or zombie clans in another world could fetch an astronomical fortune, but only if one had legendary level strength. Otherwise, it would simply be stolen. Bailan, however, was unwilling to sell it. He was a beast tamer. With the Bad Blood Stone, the speed of cultivating mutant beasts would increase significantly, and creating legends would no longer be a dream. The Devourer reluctantly glanced at the stone and threw it to Bailan. Keep your word. I'm leaving. All right, I'll send you off, Bailan said as he carefully stored the Bad Blood Stone in his spatial bracelet. There's no need. Before the Devourer could react, he experienced firsthand what Bailan meant by his words. After putting away the Bad Blood Stone, Bailan's aura grew even more imposing. With an explosive supreme Overlord Fist, he punched through the Devourer's body. The force of the punch wreaked havoc, completely severing the Devourer's vitality. His corpse shrank significantly, leaving only the head intact. You tricked me. The Devourer roared in anger. They weren't afraid that Bailan couldn't defeat the zombie, but they were worried that he might chase too far and get surrounded. Fortunately, the sniper on the drum tower sent word that they had spotted Bailan, which reassured them. All snipers, cease fire on the ritual zombie and fully support Bailan, Sun Tianhe ordered. Liu Cheng took off his coat, and his ability, the Golden Steel Gorilla, erupted, instantly transforming him into a 4-meter-tall giant with bulging muscles. Old son, you stay here and command. I'll go support Brother Bai. With that, Lu Cheng leapt off the city gate and shouted back, warriors and tanks, anyone brave enough to charge, follow me. Let's go rescue our hero. Captain Lu, I'm in. Real men fight with their fists, someone shouted. Well said. Lu Cheng gave a thumbs up. I'm in too. How could I miss a battle like this? After all, I'm an ability user, another person joined in. Soon, over 100 people had gathered around Lu Cheng, including some ordinary civilians. Brothers, charge. The rewards will be worth it. Lu Cheng clenched his fist and led the charge, punching dozens of zombies away with a single blow. The others followed closely behind him, rushing toward Bai Lan's position. Standing on the city gate, Sun Tianhe sighed, support team, follow up, stack buffs, and immediately pull back anyone injured for treatment. Understood. Ah, old Lu, you really charge too recklessly. In the distance, Bai Lan was surrounded by countless zombies, relying on his miniature Buddha's Wrath Lotus and flame-splitting wave ruler, his body covered in blood. At this point, his movements were no longer as effective, there were simply too many zombies. After battling the Devourer for an hour and being chased all the way, his ability was nearly depleted. If it weren't for the mental clone he condensed last night, he would have already run out of energy. So many zombies. If I could open up more space, it wouldn't be so hard to dodge. Bai Lan muttered to himself, struggling. He unleashed another Buddha's Wrath Lotus, killing hundreds of zombies in one blast. But the effect was minimal as the empty space was quickly filled by more zombies. Should I use that move? But it consumes too much energy, and I might not be able to make it to the other city gates to earn battle merits afterward. Bai Lan hesitated for a moment before deciding to break out of the encirclement first. Time freeze. Just as he was about to use his combat skill, he heard Lu Cheng's voice from afar. Turning his head, he saw Lu Cheng's towering figure. Brother Bai, where are you? Lu Cheng shouted while killing zombies. Bai Lan's lips curled into a slight smile. Here, step back. I'll clear a path for you. Got it. Bai Lan drew his straight blade, gripping it tightly with both hands and raising it high. His ability quickly gathered on the blade, activating the beast core. Combat skill, flame-splitting wave ruler. A powerful flame slash swept across, leaving no zombies alive in its path, all reduced to ashes. Taking advantage of the opening, Bai Lan activated time 0 and quickly dashed to Lu Cheng's side. Phew, Lu Cheng was a bit surprised. Brother Bai, is your ability teleportation? You got to me in the blink of an eye. Panting, Bai Lan replied, something like that. Give me a buff. Got it. Support team, quickly buff Brother Bai. Lu Cheng immediately ordered. With buffs for strength, speed, and ability recovery stacked on him, Bai Lan finally caught his breath. Controlling so many zombies at once was indeed challenging. One misstep could lead to disaster. Retreat. Head back to the city gate. The zombies are almost done for. Hold the line. Bai Lan urged urgently. All right. Lu Cheng waved his hand. Everyone, great job. Let's head back together. Roger. With Lu Cheng and the assistance of numerous ability users, killing zombies became effortless, and they advanced smoothly. Bai Lan hardly used his abilities, mostly relying on regular attacks to deal with the enemies. Only a few times did he use his abilities, such as when he noticed some tank ability users in critical danger and used time 0 to save the day. Cooperating with others was something Bai Lan hadn't experienced in a long time. As he had once told the Devourer, human hearts are complicated, and almost no one can fully trust their teammates with their lives. If the one being hunted wasn't the Devourer but a mercenary who had survived the apocalypse for years, they would have at least dozens of ways to escape, of course, assuming the pursuer wasn't Bai Lan. Still, having help felt pretty good. Bai Lan smiled faintly. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Cheng punched a zombie to death and laughed. Brother Bai, I can't handle being called brother. Everyone volunteered to help you. All right. I, Bai Lan, sincerely thank everyone for their strong support. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will die. In his heart, Bai Lan seemed to see Lu Cheng from his previous life. Back then, he wasn't like this. Whenever he saw Lu Cheng, he would hide behind him, apologizing and thanking him in a low voice. Lord Bai, you're being too polite. Your life is far more important than ours. Indeed, especially that move you just used, it was incredible. If the old guys in the research team saw it, their jaws would drop. That's right. With Lord Bai's ability level and strength, we can't even compare. Saving him is like saving an entire city. Haha, I agree with that. The group chatted as they retreated, completely forgetting they were in the middle of a zombie horde. Working together, they fought more and more effortlessly. That feeling of being able to entrust your life to your teammates made them fearless. Bailon smiled slightly, but said little. Even he hadn't realized how much his mindset had changed. When he had just been reborn, Su Shuexin and Lin Sisi had wanted to help him fight the Blood Wolf, but he had angrily scolded them. Now, he no longer felt repulsed. The retreat was swift, and once they reached the city gates, everyone finally relaxed, feeling utterly exhausted and collapsing to the ground, their skin greedily absorbing energy. Bailon took out hundreds of beast cores from his spatial bracelet and distributed them to everyone, speaking slowly. Don't lie down, sit up, and absorb properly. The closer you are to your limit, the faster you'll grow. Understood. Those lying down took the beast cores, swallowed hard, and began absorbing. Normally, they couldn't afford to use beast cores. They were grateful just to use zombie cores. Some couldn't even afford zombie cores and had to trade them for daily necessities and food to support their families. To them, a single beast core was incredibly valuable. Some even considered secretly taking one home, but under Bailan's strict supervision, they ended up using them. In the apocalypse, strength was the only true guarantee. No matter how much material wealth or connections you had, if someone else's fists were stronger, you were nothing. One had to understand long-term development becomes stronger, and you could fight for anything. Even if you wanted to see the sun tomorrow, a group of light element ability users could create one for you. At this moment, the southern gate guarded by Bailon, despite facing the greatest zombie pressure, was clearly dealing with a defeated army. The zombie horde was in utter chaos, with frequent stampedes. Clearing them out was only a matter of time. The situation at the other city gates, however, was not as optimistic, especially in the west district guarded by Qin Dingyun. The city walls were low and couldn't withstand the zombie attacks. The zombies had piled up corpses, forming a stack higher than the walls, and were about to storm the city gate. There was no other way because the zombie leader here was a 2-star advanced manipulator zombie. It could transform any part of its body into sharp spikes and contract its form, making it extremely powerful. If Qin Dingyun hadn't been 1-star stronger and supported by numerous buffs, he would have been defeated long ago. Now, whoever wins this battle will almost decide the outcome of the entire siege. The situation at the East Gate guarded by Tian Yong was similar, though not as dangerous. His ability as a plant master had turned the area around the gate into a forest, giving him a significant advantage against the zombies. Wearing down the advanced zombie was only a matter of time. Among the three, Li Jun was in the best situation. The pressure at the main gate he was guarding was the least, and his strength was formidable, almost the best in Y City. He had spent considerable time dealing with the advanced zombie, and the battle on his side was nearing its end. After a brief rest, Bailon walked up to the city gate and asked, "Captain Sun, how are the other gates holding up?" Sun Tianhe frowned, his voice sharp. "The West Gate has requested reinforcements multiple times. The East Gate is still manageable, but we're short on manpower and have already exhausted ourselves dealing with the zombies here. We can't spare anyone to help. I'll head to Qin Dingyun's side. You focus on guarding this area and clean up the remaining zombies. If any zombies escape, don't chase them," Bailon said. "Aren't you just back from the zombie tide? Isn't it too soon to go again? Don't worry about me. You and Lu Cheng hold this place well and minimize casualties. I'll come back as soon as I'm done," Bailon replied, leaving without looking back. Sun Tianhe shook his head and continued directing the battle. The South Gate had suffered minimal casualties this time, less than 1/10 of the losses during the last zombie tide, and the enemy's main force was concentrated here. If it were just an ordinary zombie tide, Bailon alone could have wiped them out. In comparison, Dongfang Jijian, who had previously guarded the South Gate, was utterly useless, suffering the highest casualties while killing the fewest zombies. On his way, Bailon glanced at his battle achievements, which had already reached 12,000, far exceeding the target set by Li Jun. This was mainly due to the massive harvest from the Vanguard wave, which also significantly boosted his time power. After the zombie tide ended, he planned to focus on improving his strength, aiming to awaken the exclusive combat skill of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. With that, whether facing a zombie tide or a beast tide, he could unleash the strongest attack right at the start, potentially ending half the battle immediately. As he thought about this, the South City Gate came into view. The battle here was brutal. Many soldiers had died, and zombies had already stormed the walls, engaging in fierce combat with the soldiers. The sheer number of zombies, combined with their overwhelming advantage, made it impossible for the defenders to hold them back. Exploiting their undead nature, the zombies bypassed the defenders, leaped over the walls, and began attacking nearby refugees. Ordinary people were no match for the zombies. Those who ran, even slightly slower, were caught. The only fortunate thing was that ordinary people wouldn't be infected, but they would either be bitten to death or killed by the zombie poison. At this moment, the most miserable person was undoubtedly Qin Dingyun. His body was covered in wounds, and he was surrounded by manipulator zombies, facing life-threatening danger. After the zombies stormed the city gate, he lost the support of his buffs and was barely holding on. Major General Qin, you seem to be struggling. Bailan walked up the city wall, teasing with a smile. Bailan, aren't you guarding the south gate? These are the main force zombies. Why are you here? Qin Dingyun asked, puzzled. The main zombie has already been taken down by me, Bailan said calmly. Qin Dingyun propped himself up, his face showing anger. What nonsense are you talking about? That was a 9-star advanced zombie. How could it be killed so quickly? Go back to the south gate. Leave this to me. Look at you, putting on a brave face even though you're beaten. Your powers are almost depleted, while Bailan is still full of energy. You probably don't even know how you lost, do you? Don't underestimate me. I haven't lost yet. He may have knocked me down once, but as long as I'm alive, I'll stand back up. Bailan stopped mocking him and softened his tone. All right, leave it to me. You can thank me properly later. Before Qin Dingyun could respond, Bailan stepped in front of him, blocking the manipulator's attack. It was normal for Qin Dingyun to lose to the manipulator. Despite its clumsy appearance, the manipulator was actually very cunning. During the fight, it constantly suppressed Qin Dingyun's strength, always staying just slightly weaker than him to avoid revealing itself as the weaker opponent and risking a sudden ultimate move that could kill it instantly. The manipulator excelled at prolonged battles. It had been stalling all along, waiting for Qin Dingyun's powers to run out before going all out to finish him off. Unfortunately, this time it encountered Bailan. Die! Bailan roared, unleashing an overwhelming punch and launching himself forward. The manipulator panicked too. Many comrades had died, and the hatred in their hearts surpassed everything. They ignored fatigue and pain, driven by a single thought: kill. Drive the zombies away. Their thunderous roars shook the heavens, and the zombies controlled by the manipulator were utterly defenseless, slaughtered by the soldiers as they advanced. Witnessing this scene, Bailan couldn't help but laugh. Others might have been fooled by this trick. Identifying the differences wasn't easy, especially among a horde of zombies. But to Bailan, the manipulator was as transparent as if invisible. With just a glance using the system's eye, he saw everything clearly. He didn't act immediately, wanting the manipulator to continue retreating with the zombies, making it easier for the defenders to clean up the remaining enemies. Where are you? Come out and fight me. Do you have no backbone? Bailan shouted in an exaggerated manner using the language of another world. The manipulator was so shocked upon hearing the otherworldly language that it almost cried out. Blue Star humans shouldn't know this language unless they were originally beings from another world or their bodies had been taken over by a powerful otherworldly entity. Bailan approached the manipulator, pretending to threaten it. Stop hiding. Hearing this voice, you're panicking, aren't you? Unbelievable, right? Your boss, the Devourer, has already been killed by me. Do you still want to live? The Devourer was dead. The manipulator's heart sank. The Devourer was a 9-star advanced zombie. No matter how strong a Blue Star native was, it shouldn't be possible to possess such power. The person before it wasn't just an otherworldly being, but also a chosen proxy of some powerful entity. If it were merely a body takeover, there wouldn't be such arrogance. Most would choose cooperation, just like it had with the Devourer. While the manipulator was still pondering, The zombies had retreated far away. The defenders had fought their way from Baichao Garden to Sanway Bookstore, enjoying their victory. Soon, they would reach Bailan's position. Given the circumstances, delaying was meaningless. Bailan unleashed the Supreme Overlord Fist with full force, punching straight through the manipulator's body. The fist's energy surged like ocean waves, severing all its vitality. "You can't fool me. Damn it." The manipulator spat out its final words in fury before collapsing, dead. Ding. Killed C-level zombie manipulator. Gain time power plus 1,500. Dropped advanced corpse core. Bailan nodded in satisfaction. Right. How could an advanced zombie not have an advanced corpse core? That devourer was an exception stingy to the extreme, with little time power and no corpse core drop. What a miser. Instantly killing the manipulator meant this wave of zombies was completely over. The remaining ones were just minor nuisances. Seeing the manipulator being toyed with like a helpless chick by Bailan, Qin Dingyun felt a pang of bitterness. They were both advanced ability users, so how could the gap be so vast? Bailan had been here for less than an hour, yet a single combo had instantly killed the manipulator that Qin had struggled against for hours, completely turning the tide of the battle. Having experienced 2 zombie invasions, Qin Dingyun knew advanced zombies could control zombie hordes. The sudden halt and retreat of the zombies earlier were undoubtedly forced by Bailan. Now that the zombies were scattering, it was clear the manipulator was dead. Fortunately, Qin wasn't petty. Having a powerful teammate made things easier for him. Especially with someone as strong as Bailan, he had to hold on tightly, gather the remaining forces, and finish the cleanup. Minimize casualties at all costs, Qin Dingyun ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes. Several commanders immediately got to work. The cleanup was exhausting the soldiers. Having witnessed the zombies' strange behavior earlier, had fought furiously and chased them far away that if you're not careful, you might get counterattacked by zombies. Night demons and swift zombies are particularly cunning. After casually clearing out a few low-level night demons and giant zombies, Bailan hurried back. His achievements on the battlefield were already sufficient. Coupled with his role as the main force guarding the south gate and his swift support at the west gate to eliminate the high-level zombie controller, ultimately turning the tide of the battle, all of these were credited to him. Calculating it this way, his battle merits were at least starting at 20,000. He couldn't wait to see Li Jun's surprised expression when he saw this number. Returning to the west gate, Bailan walked directly to Qin Dingyun and said, "Chief Qin, did I arrive in time this time?" Very timely. Qin Dingyun immediately saw through Bailan's thoughts. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the facts were undeniable. Even if no one else saw it, Qin Dingyun wouldn't hide it, not even if he were the only one who knew. Moreover, with a young hero like Bailan, there was no reason to conceal anything. Shaping a guardian figure like Bailan was crucial for the entire safe city. "Then I'll trouble you, Chief, to report everything in detail to Chief Li." "No problem." After receiving confirmation, Bailan waved his hand and prepared to leave. "I'm not going to the south gate anymore. Everything's fine there. I have some matters to handle at the orphanage." "All right. But if something happens at the south gate, just wait and see." Qin Dingyun threw out a harmless threat and didn't bother with Bailan anymore. He couldn't control him, nor did he need to. As long as the job was done, that was enough. After all, if Bailan hadn't arrived in time today, Qin Dingyun's life might have ended there. The office building was in a good location, situated in the central area of Safe City. The chaos caused by the zombie tide hadn't reached here. At this moment, a long line had already formed at the entrance of the building, bustling with activity. The air, originally damp, foul, and chaotic, was suddenly filled with a rich aroma, making the hungry people feel alive again. "Everyone, don't push. Line up properly. There's enough for everyone." Ying was busy stirring the food in the pot, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Someone in the line shouted, "Sister Yi, when will the food be ready? We've been waiting for an hour, and I'm starving. Can I have a sip of soup first to fill my stomach? I haven't eaten in 2 days." "Me too. With all the gunfire outside, I just want to have a proper meal tonight. Xiao Yi, my child is starving. Please hurry up." Ying and a few female classmates helping her wiped their sweat and kept cooking food. All right, everyone line up. We guarantee there's enough for everyone." Hearing this, men, women, and children all smiled and crowded forward, holding out their bowls to the edge of the pot. If it weren't for the 5.5-meter tall dragon man standing nearby intimidating everyone, they would have already rushed to scoop the food themselves. More than a dozen people were busy, serving pot after pot of food, until not even the bottom of the pot was left. If conditions allowed, they might have even licked the pot clean. When Bailon returned, he felt like the crowd here was swarming around the orphanage like a zombie tide. Watching everyone holding bowls and chopsticks, looking as if they were starving to death, he roughly understood what was going on. This scene of distributing porridge and soup everywhere was exactly the kind of thing Tian Yong loved to do. Whenever he had the chance, he would exchange his battle merits for food to distribute to the hungry, becoming the little son of Y City. Bailon dodged left and right, finally squeezing his way to the office building entrance. To be honest, this was no less challenging than charging into a zombie horde, which showed just how hungry people were. As soon as Yang Ming saw Bailon, he immediately reverted from his dragon form and ran over excitedly to ask, "Brother Bai, I heard you went to the front lines? Is the zombie horde over?" "Yes, it will be over tonight," Bailon nodded, then asked, "What are you all doing here? Organizing food aid? Where did the food come from?" Scratching his head, Yang Ming replied a bit sheepishly, "A sister sponsored us. She is very supportive of the welfare home and even agreed to join us." A sister? Bailon was a bit puzzled. To be able to provide so much food at such a critical time, could she be someone wealthy? "Yeah, she is on the second floor, cooking with some of our former classmates," Yang Ming said, pointing to the second floor. He then shouted, "Sister Xiao, my big brother is back. He is the one I told you about before." A head immediately popped out from the second floor window. She had light yellow short hair with a middle part and soft curls framing her cheeks, giving her an elegant and charming appearance. Bailon was instantly stunned not because of her beauty, but because she was none other than Xiao Yanyun, the one with the three-winged radiance. She was the future goddess of light of Y City. Once, during a million-strong zombie horde, she had glared fiercely, her radiant wings shining brightly, and obliterated a million zombies in an instant. That day, Y City experienced half a day of sunlight. Under the sunlight, everyone saw her descending slowly with her wings spread wide. From then on, she was known as the goddess of light. She smiled gently and withdrew her head. A moment later, two words came from inside the window. "Wait for me." Bailon snapped back to reality, silently giving a thumbs up to Ying and the other two. Being able to recruit this not yet worldly goddess of light showed they had some serious promotional skills. Borrowing her resources also gave the welfare home a huge advertisement. It was a brilliant move using someone else's resources to achieve their goals. He decided he must cultivate their business skills well in the future. When Xiao Yanyun came downstairs, she was wearing an apron, with stains on her sleeves from cooking. As soon as she saw Bailon, she ran over excitedly and said, "You're Bailon? I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought you'd be a mature and steady middle-aged man." "What? Young people can't be mature and steady," Bailon retorted with a smile. "That is not what I meant." Xiao Yinyan shook her head. "I'm just curious what made you take down the thriving Chao Gutian Alliance and establish a completely non-profit welfare home." In Bailon's impression, Xiao Yinyan had always been a warm-hearted and kind person, the top philanthropist in Y City. Whenever asked about anything related to giving back, she would always have a well-thought-out answer. "Of course, it's for the country and the people. With great power comes great responsibility. Since I became an awakened one, I couldn't just stand by and watch Deng Kuan and his men oppress the people and act tyrannically. Even if I didn't step up, there would be thousands of other ability users who would." The Chao Gutian Alliance was doomed from the start, Bailon passionately explained, his words full of emotion. If Yang Ming hadn't heard Bailon's grand plan for the welfare home's sustainable income last night, he might have been moved to tears. But as Bailon's most reliable assistant, Yang Ming maintained a stoic expression, nodding in support without giving anything away. "Well said, for the country and the people. To be honest, I am also an ability user. Seeing the actions of the Chaogo Alliance, I feel very angry, but I know my abilities are limited and I can't do what you do," Xiao Yinyan said, her mood dropping for a moment before she quickly smiled again. "But if I can help you, That would be so meaningful. Although it's the apocalypse now, I think this is a test for humanity. What we need to do is very simple: unite and support each other to survive. The more dangerous it is, the more we need unity. Bailan showed a polite but slightly awkward smile. In the previous life, Deng Kuan indeed died at your hands, and you kept your word. As for humanity uniting, that's simply wishful thinking. However, if everyone thought like you, the other world would eventually be counterattacked by humans. But for now, he absolutely couldn't say that. First, he needed to appease Xiao Yinyun and make her work tirelessly for him every day. Although she had a bit of a saintly complex, her management skills were extremely strong, a complete powerhouse. Otherwise, how could she keep the light church of Y City firmly in the top position? Even the people of the Dongfang family had to show her respect, and Dongfang Yan had visited her multiple times, trying to recruit her into the Dongfang family. Bailan responded with emotion, "I deeply agree with what you said. Miss Xiao Yinyun, would you be willing to join the Welfare Institute and contribute to humanity's unity?" Of course, of course. Xiao Yinyun quickly grabbed Bailan's hand and agreed. Yang Ming suddenly felt awkward standing there, completely unnecessary. The attitudes of these two kept changing, and he couldn't help but wonder, could this be Bailan's true thoughts? Had he misunderstood him before? Bailan quickly freed himself from Xiao Yinyun and said, "You go ahead, I'll go check on Ying." Using this excuse, he quickly walked away. Xiao Yinyun didn't pay much attention, humming a tune as she went upstairs to continue cooking. At this moment, Ying was still wielding a large ladle, busy serving food to the refugees. Several girls nearby were panting from exhaustion, but fortunately, Ying was an ability user, and her enhanced body could still hold up. However, it was clearly a bit of a waste of her abilities. Her power was Thunderstorm, more powerful than lightning of the same level. From the last battle, it was evident that she could easily control it, and the concentrated burst of lightning was extremely strong. She followed the path of a high-damage, high-burst mage, and her future exclusive skills would undoubtedly be full of explosive power. Just thinking about it was exciting, a legendary thunder mage. "Ying, how many people did you recruit today?" Bailan asked curiously. Seeing Bailan arrive, Ying handed the ladle to someone else and turned to answer, "Brother Bai, the results are good. We recruited over 100 qualified ability users, and many of them are quite strong. They mainly came because they heard ability users don't have to go to the battlefield. At first, the effect wasn't obvious, but after using your name, the entrance of the office building was almost crushed by the crowd." "Hee, you're really smart. You did well this time," Bailan praised without hesitation. He had initially set very strict standards, not accepting tank or warrior-type ability users, and even attribute-based ones had to be evaluated for practical use. Combat-oriented ones were also excluded. The only ones who could steadily get in were those with special abilities like plant masters, blacksmiths, alchemists, and formation masters. Recruiting over 100 people in less than a day was an incredible success. If forced by the military district to resist the zombie tide and die, that would truly be a waste. In the previous life, many ability users in Y City were forcibly drafted to the front lines, resulting in a significant loss of talent. This made subsequent battles against the zombie and beast tides increasingly difficult. As Blue Star underwent transformation due to abilities, the resource-rich spaces that appeared became unattainable, leading to a vicious cycle and eventual complete control by the Dongfang family. At that time, Li Jun also wanted to make changes, but looking back, most of the survivors were muscular men with abilities that enhanced their physical strength, excelling in close combat. Those with special abilities had long been killed by zombies and mutant beasts. It was only at that moment that he realized his decision was wrong. Not all ability users are suited for the battlefield. Some are better suited for production, logistics, and research. You might call them cowardly, but without them, all you can do is fight zombies. Unfortunately, it was too late. Now, Bailan established the Welfare Institute to try his best to protect these people and to negotiate related policies with Li Jun. Otherwise, if Li Jun ordered all ability users to participate in the zombie tide battle right after the Welfare Institute was established, wouldn't he that just be sending them to their deaths in a line? Ying added with a smile. Actually, this charity event was Sister Zhao's idea. She said it could expand our reputation and attract more like-minded people. Most of the food was also funded by her. The results are evident. The Welfare Institute will definitely be full of talent. Bailon nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Ying puffed out her small chest, full of pride. That's enough. Wang Ming and I also put in a lot of effort. Why does it feel like you're taking all the credit? Yang Ming looked at Ying, feeling something was off. All right, aren't we on the same team? My credit is your credit, right? Look at Wang Ming. He hasn't said a word. Yang Ming retorted angrily. That's because he's your lackey and won't say anything bad about you. All right, stop arguing. Tomorrow, you two head to Coastal Splendor and bring my Aunt Rats back with this. Bailon took out several pots of mud like food from her spatial bracelet. Yang Ming immediately took them and nodded. All right, we'll set off first thing in the morning. Okay, I'm heading back now. Bailon waved and prepared to return to her room. Staying here was pointless. It was better to go back and cultivate, and at the same time, replenish a mental clone. It was urgent to have Demao open up a tunnel between the villa area and the office building. Once the two places were connected, the transportation of supplies, training, and communication would become much more convenient. While focused training was important, actual combat was even more crucial, especially coordination between people. Bailon was training them not to deal with zombies and mutant beasts, but to easily eliminate the small soldiers of the Dongfang family when the time came. However, aside from major matters, Bailon had no interest in other affairs. The future development of the Welfare Institute could be handed over to Xiao Yinyun, with Lu Ji helping to oversee things. In Bailon's view, the most important thing was the improvement of his own strength. Zombies were becoming increasingly powerful, and so were mutant beasts. Soon, they would also face the invasion of the alien god army. Those alien gods were vastly different from the Devourers. They had unique innate skills, equipment, and specialized weapons, along with rich combat experience, making them a fully organized army. If his strength didn't achieve a qualitative leap by then, the outcome would be no different from the previous simulations. Returning to his room, Bailon sat cross-legged on the bed. This wave of zombies made him even more eager to unlock the exclusive combat skill of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In one-on-one combat, the combination of Time Zero and the power of Supreme Overlord Fist already made him invincible against opponents of the same level. A single punch from the Supreme Overlord Fist could instantly kill a 9-star beginner zombie, and ordinary zombies were even easier to eliminate. However, when facing hordes of zombies, this move proved inefficient. To be honest, it was less effective than a machine gun paired with soldiers. Encountering a clever high-level zombie leader that hides within the horde to command the battle was truly a headache. Finding an opportunity to single-handedly kill, it was nearly impossible. The only option was to grit his teeth and clear the horde. And when your abilities are nearly exhausted, they suddenly jump out and take you down in one move, leaving you seething with anger. Therefore, activating the exclusive combat skill of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus as soon as possible was the most urgent matter at hand. Panel. Name. Bailon. Gender. Male. Ability. Time 0 LV 312100 50000 Ability. Buddha's Wrath Lotus LV 39550,000 Ability. Supreme Overlord Fist LV 1 requires specific conditions to upgrade. Consumes 2,000 time power for a prompt combat skill. Flame Splitting Wave Ruler LV 211900 12000 Exclusive Combat Skill. Mental Clone Level 2-star Advanced Ability. User Reality Simulation Count 0 Script Simulation Count 0 Time Power 115,200. So much time power. Bailon looked at the number, slightly surprised. But on second thought, it made sense. A single move from the Buddha's Wrath Lotus could clear the vanguard of the zombie horde, and he had killed quite a few afterward as well. Since he had so much, there was no need to be stingy. The sooner he leveled up, the sooner he could enjoy the benefits. He was already an advanced ability user, so reaching level 4 was entirely feasible. System Upgrade Ability. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Ding! Do you wish to consume 40500 time power to upgrade? Yes. Bailon confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Time power successfully consumed. Ability. Buddha's Wrath Lotus has been upgraded to LV4. After the electronic voice stopped, power began to surge through his entire body. This time, it was different from the Supreme Overlord Fist. The power flowed gently into every part of his body. However, as time passed, Bailan felt his whole body growing increasingly hot, with a surge of fiery energy rushing toward his lower abdomen. He suppressed it with his strong willpower, but his body temperature only rose higher, becoming even more unbearable. It felt as if he were inside a giant steamer, each breath like inhaling molten lava, with every inch of his skin and every cell on high alert. Bailan couldn't tell if this was real or an illusion. Every time his abilities leveled up, it was a test. This was the challenge posed by his abilities to their host, a trial that had begun the day he awakened them. The physical and mental torment was the most common part of the upgrade process. If he endured it, his strength would increase significantly, and he would gain more skills. If he failed, he would become a slave to his abilities, turning into a mindless zombie or even being controlled by his powers to go on a killing spree. But whether it was real or an illusion, it was not a problem for Bailan. The pain only fueled his determination. Bailan felt his power surge wildly, like riding a roller coaster. 4-star advanced ability user. Bailan suddenly opened his eyes, his body brimming with energy, his spirit invigorated, and his excitement overwhelming. With his current strength, if he were to fight the Devourer again, the battle of attrition wouldn't last more than half an hour. He was confident he could end it quickly. At this rate of improvement, by the time the army of alien gods arrived, he would at least be a 9-star advanced ability user. With mastery over so many abilities and combat techniques, he might even be able to take on a Lord-level alien god. Ding! Ability. Buddha's Wrath Lotus upgraded to LV4, exclusive combat techniques available for learning. It was here the most thrilling moment had finally arrived. Every time he learned an exclusive combat technique, it felt like drawing a card. If he could draw a technique that perfectly matched him, his strength would multiply several times over, just like the mental clone he awakened with time 0. It might not be of much use to others, but for Bailan, it was absolutely a divine skill. Quickly, take a look, hurry and see. Exclusive combat technique over limit. When using Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the more combat techniques fused, the stronger the power. Additionally, the fusion process becomes smoother, consumes less energy, and unleashes maximum potential. Exclusive Annihilation Penetration. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus you release becomes even more powerful, capable of penetrating all defenses and adding an annihilation attribute. Annihilation. Creatures that survive being struck by the Buddha's Wrath Lotus will be afflicted with a state where a large amount of their energy is devoured. Exclusive Inscription. You can inscribe the Buddha's Wrath Lotus into formations or talismans. The power will be slightly reduced depending on the inscription technique. The inscribed Buddha's Wrath Lotus will gradually weaken over time. Formation Masters and Talisman Masters can assist with the inscription. As expected, there are 3 exclusive combat techniques to choose from, and their abilities and effects are all outstanding. If only I could learn them all, Bailan murmured softly. Unfortunately, he could only choose the one most suitable for himself. The first combat technique, Over Limit, purely stacks damage. The more combat techniques fused, the higher the burst damage. It was a reliable exclusive combat technique. If Bailan had only one S-level ability, this would almost be the default choice. At the same level, the damage from such multi-technique fusion would definitely surpass any mage, even allowing him to easily overpower higher-level opponents. Unfortunately, Bailan had more than one ability. As he became more proficient in controlling the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the power of combining multiple abilities was not low and might even surpass the simple fusion of combat techniques. After all, the value of abilities and combat techniques differed greatly. The second, Annihilation Penetration, was an incredibly powerful, almost cheat-like skill, a weapon for killing enemies above his level. However, Bailan already possessed the Supreme Overlord Fist, whose life-severing effect was similar to Annihilation, both relying on energy to counteract. The effects seemed similar, with the only possible difference being whether Annihilation's duration was shorter compared to the Supreme Overlord Fist. The penetration ability wasn't particularly appealing either, falling into the category of a skill that was hard to fully utilize but also hard to discard. What intrigued Balan the most was the third exclusive combat technique, inscription. It allowed the immensely powerful Buddha's Wrath Lotus to be compressed into talismans and formations, perfectly solving his problem of low combat efficiency during zombie hordes. Imagine the first line of defense against the horde being filled with formations carrying the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Once the horde passed through, they would suffer devastating damage. Then, pre-prepared talismans could be thrown out, delivering another wave of destruction. By the time the zombies reached the city walls, more than half of them would already be wiped out. However, what attracted Balan the most was its future potential. Once he ascends to the rank of Lord and reaches the extraordinary realm, he can casually create a few talismans that even ordinary people can use to easily kill high-level zombies. When spatial wormholes are opened in the future, communication between cities and countries will become more frequent. Balan plans to trade talismans, which will surely bring him abundant resources and rare equipment. Talismans are strategic materials for various cities. They have a long storage life, strong effects, and are portable. As long as one can activate their abilities, anyone can use them. Thinking of this, Balan felt there was no reason not to choose engraving. Ding. Exclusive combat skill successfully learned. Note: exclusive combat skills cannot enhance realms or be upgraded. Not long after, a wealth of complex knowledge flooded Balan's mind, all about the basics and details of engraving, formations, and talismans. After organizing his thoughts, Balan realized that the talismans he created might not achieve the imagined power. To fully unleash the power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he would need the assistance of talisman masters and formation masters. The higher their skill levels, the stronger the talismans they could create. The combat skill enhancements they learned could also be added to the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, though the impact would be minimal. Luckily, Ying recruited quite a few talents this time. I must train them while later they're all money trees. Balan calculated in his mind. Perhaps in the future, if he could engrave the Buddha's Wrath Lotus into the turtle shell shield, City's safe zone would become impregnable. By then, even if the army of alien gods joined forces to attack, they would be defeated on the spot. 2 weeks have passed since the apocalypse began, and cities across the Dragon Country have gradually stabilized, though some have perished. The main reason is related to spatial wormholes. G City was particularly unlucky, similar to Y City, with even stronger military power. However, the excessive number of spatial wormholes caused zombies and alien beasts to flood in like a tide. The frequent zombie and beast tides overwhelmed them, and what ultimately crushed them was the appearance of a Lord-level alien beast from a spatial wormhole today, leading to the complete annihilation of all high-level ability users in G City during the battle. A massive escape spanning thousands of kilometers began. There was bad news, but also good fortune. Tianhua City, located along the coast of the Dragon Country, was the best among the surviving cities nationwide. Blessed with talented people, a favorable geographical location, and strong military power, the city quickly suppressed the zombies within its borders using thunderous measures even before the Great Awakening began. After completing isolation efforts, the Great Awakening commenced. With their greatly enhanced strength, they reclaimed the entire city and expanded the city walls. Now, when zombie tides invade, high-level zombies are utterly defeated and even driven back over 100 kilometers. Among them, the most dazzling figure was the handsome man standing atop the towering city walls, holding a silver spear. His name was Feng Yu, the foremost talent of the younger generation in the Feng family, the first heir to the position of family patriarch, and one of Bailan's top rivals. Bailan had faced him multiple times, but had never figured out his abilities. The reason was that Feng Yu possessed too many abilities, dazzling, and each one formidable. Bailan only knew that all of Feng Yu's abilities were S-level. Feng Yu, your strength keeps growing. I reckon all the high-level ability users in Tianhua City combined wouldn't be your match, an older voice said with admiration. Feng Yu smiled faintly, cupped his hands, and replied, Patriarch, if it weren't for you offering the family treasure passed down for thousands of years, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the high-level realm in such a short time. Rest assured, I am now a Lord-level ability user, and the military district can't even touch me. After this zombie tide ends, I will make sure you become the true ruler of Tianhua City." The old man listened, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Stroking his beard proudly, he said, "Good, but don't let your guard down. The young geniuses of the Dongfang family in Y City and the Yang family in the imperial capital are your real opponents. Their strength is no less than that of our Feng family. Yes, I will make the name of the Feng family resound across the world, even in other realms." Feng Yu said confidently, "Good, go ahead and get busy." The old man turned and walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back and said, "I know I wronged you years ago, but the marriage alliance between the two great families is necessary for the family's legacy. You are my heir, and marrying an ordinary woman from the Dongfang family is absolutely out of the question." Feng Yu remained expressionless but still replied respectfully, "Patriarch, I have long let go of that matter. Now I have many wives and concubines, there's no need to care about one woman." "Good. I'm glad you have this understanding." The old man left with a smile, his voice full of joy. After seeing the old man off, a sinister expression appeared on Feng Yu's face. "You old fool, if it weren't for you stopping me back then, I would have married Dongfang Jing long ago. You won't live much longer. Once I stabilize the military, it'll be your turn." Calming down, he looked into the distance and murmured softly, "Brother Yin, don't forget our agreement." After a long time, a man wearing a black cloak and a strange mask appeared on the city wall. He was like the shadow guards of the Dongfang family, loyal death warriors of the patriarch, but now they had all pledged allegiance to Feng Yu. There was an irresistible charm about him that made people willingly devote everything to him. This cloaked man was named Feng Liang, a name bestowed upon him by Feng Yu. Feng Yu had told the death warriors that they were humans, not tools, and that they had emotions and desires. Feng Yu's appearance had saved them. Years of close protection had allowed them to understand his character and place great hope in him. They believed Feng Yu was the chosen one, destined to become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. Not just on Blue Star, but even in other realms, he would be an invincible existence. "Is there something, Feng Liang?" Feng Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Feng Liang quickly replied, "Master, the military district commander requests a private meeting with you." "All right, I'll go immediately." Feng Yu's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly left the city wall, heading straight for the Tianhua City Command Center. After Feng Yu left, Feng Liang waved his cloak and disappeared into the darkness, following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the safe city of Y City, after dealing with the zombie tide, Li Jun and two major generals discovered a significant issue: how to allocate Bai Lan's military achievements. This was no small matter. Giving too little would dampen morale, but giving too much would be overly generous. The southern gate faced the main force of the zombie tide, led by a 9-star advanced zombie. According to the reports from Lu Cheng and Sun Tianhe, almost the entire zombie tide was dealt with by Bai Lan alone, while they only handled the aftermath. Initially, Li Jun didn't believe it, thinking the report was exaggerated. After all, Sun Tianhe and Lu Cheng were friends, and Bai Lan had killed Dongfang Ji for Lu Cheng, so their relationship was not ordinary. It was highly likely they were exaggerating Bai Lan's achievements to help him. Sun Tianhe had always been upright, but perhaps he turned a blind eye this time. To verify, Li Jun sent people to inquire with the Southern Gate's garrison. The results were unexpected. The report wasn't exaggerated, it was actually an understatement. The soldiers at the Southern Gate praised Bai Lan endlessly, saying he was dazzling, and even collectively petitioned to have Bai Lan as their superior. This was already astonishing, but Bai Lan was still not satisfied. He went to the West Gate to slay high-level zombies, turn the tide of defeat, save thousands of soldiers, and even save Qin Dingyun's life. Logically speaking, the equipment and resources he used were enough for him alone to exchange for early retirement after experiencing several waves of zombies, allowing others to take his place. For the first time, Li Jun understood the meaning of achievements overshadowing the ruler. Tian Yong adjusted his glasses and said slowly, "I have an idea. Limit the amount each person can exchange daily. Bai Lan has many military merits, but he can't exchange them all at once. Later, we can gradually increase the exchange ratio, but the consequences are also predictable." It's worth considering." Li Jun nodded, though it was merely a suggestion. The daily exchange limit would suffice for most people, but many civilian organizations would be greatly affected. They need to support their families, and defending the city and killing zombies is their only source of income. If restrictions are imposed, it might not be an issue in the short term, but over time, people might lose motivation, which would be devastating for the safe zone. Moreover, adjusting the military merit ratio for one person seems unfair. Bailon doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, but for most soldiers defending the city, the resources exchanged for military merits are a matter of life and death. A slight reduction might mean going hungry. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Ultimately, the problem stemmed from Bailon alone. Yin Siming, sitting next to Li Jun, silently drank tea, watching the group fret and struggle. He had already anticipated this. For someone like Bailon, you have to approach him gently. The harder you push, the more he resists. If Li Jun had agreed to his request directly and not dwelled on the issue of military merits, the outcome would have been much better than it is now. After a long silence, Qin Dingyun suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "If it doesn't work, I'll go beg him. With my reputation, he definitely won't act recklessly." Tian Yong retorted bluntly, "Oh, come on, what is your reputation worth? Don't go looking for trouble. You four-eyed frog, then what do you suggest?" Qin Dingyun retorted unwillingly, "Who's a four-eyed frog? You're just a brainless musclehead." Tian Yong shot back, not backing down. Li Jun's head felt twice as big. He had intended to propose a good idea, but the two of them started arguing first. He sighed. "All right, you two argue like it's a habit." Seeing Li Jun lose his temper, the two finally shut up, but their eyes still betrayed their inner thoughts, neither willing to back down. Li Jun rubbed his forehead, lit a cigarette, and asked Yin Siming, "Elder Yin, what do you think we should do now? I'm really at a loss." "Ha ha." Yin Siming put down his teacup and chuckled lightly. "You, ever since you joined the army, have been like this short-sighted, always focusing on immediate interests. You need to think long-term. I humbly ask for your guidance, Elder Yin." Li Jun set aside his pride, extinguished his cigarette, and spoke sincerely. "Don't let your petty pride and small schemes get in the way. Young Bai doesn't care about your position, nor does he care about those military merits. You need to adjust your mindset, talk to him sincerely, and cooperate honestly. Naturally, the problem will be resolved." After a long silence, Li Jun nodded but said nothing. He was weighing in his mind whether Bailon, just a student from Y University, was worth the effort. Suddenly, the guard at the door rushed in, panicked, and said, "Commander, thousands of people have gathered outside the training ground demanding to see you." "Understood." Li Jun gestured dismissively. Qin Dingyun anxiously stood up. "Old Li, let me go out and check the situation first. We'll talk about Bailon later." Tian Yong also stood up and analyzed. "I'll go with you. The soldiers rarely cause trouble. This is probably about the battle merits. No need for you two. Since they want to see me, I'll go." After saying this, Li Jun strode out of the meeting room. His powers erupted, and in an instant, he was on the grandstand of training ground number 1. Wow, what a scene. The soldiers were lined up in 2 rows, with red banners hanging high. The banner on the left demanded the settlement of battle merits to allow everyone to exchange for food and cultivation resources. The banner on the right called for Bailon to replace Dongfang Ji as the new major general. Li Jun shook his head. They had just finished dealing with the zombie tide, and now these troubles came one after another. Compared to this, zombies seemed much simpler. "Look, Chief Li is here. As long as he says the word, the battle merits will be distributed immediately. I risked my life just so my family could have food to eat. Who hasn't? Without the battle merits, it's hard to get by at home. I can hold on, but the kids and the elderly can't. The staff at the exchange point are too rigid. We're not trying to get something for nothing. We all came back from the front lines. Why can't we just deduct it in advance? Chief, please settle the battle merits quickly, we beg you." Li Jun let out a loud roar, clasped his fists, and his powerful energy swept across the entire field, instantly silencing everyone. "Listen up. Let's address the battle merits issue first. By no later than 6 p.m. today, all battle merits will be distributed to you. The exchange point will also remain open all day, ensuring that everyone can eat their fill today." He paused to catch his breath and continued. As for the other matter, you are the Southgate Guards, right? Do you know that Bailon has never even served as a conscript? By rights, he shouldn't be able to rise so high so quickly. But rules aren't set in stone, and no one can deny his contributions. I can make an exception to promote him, but he's not under my command, so I can't control him. Unless he agrees himself. A commander from the Southgate stepped forward and asked, so as long as Lord Bai agrees, you can promote him to Major General? That's right. If he agrees, I can make it happen, Li Jun replied. If Bailon agreed, that would indeed be a good thing. Forget about the battle merits issue when facing zombie tides or beast tides. Having one more capable ally would always be beneficial. It would also disperse the crowd gathered here, preventing further disruptions. Both sides received satisfactory answers, and the soldiers began to disperse. Some headed straight to the exchange point to line up, ready to buy food and supplies as soon as their battle merits were credited. But Li Jun's troubles were far from over. Just as he was about to return to continue discussing Bailan's matter, another group of people arrived at the training ground. They were powerful individuals. Li Jun recognized them. They were the leaders of various organizations in the safe city. The delay in distributing battle merits wouldn't affect their development, and he had just promised to settle it by 6 p.m. He had no idea why they had come, so he decided to play it safe and find out their intentions first. What brings you all here to see me? Nothing much. We just came to congratulate the chief on successfully leading the defense against the zombie tide, said Duan Anfu, a Qigong master and the representative chosen by the organizations after Deng Kuan's death. His strength was formidable. Fine, I accept your congratulations. Now, please leave quickly. The troops need to train, Li Jun said coldly, directly issuing an order to leave. Duan Anfu smiled and said, the chief is straightforward. In that case, we'll get straight to the point. We would like to ask you to take control of the development of the Welfare Institute founded by Bailon. We are willing to exchange all the merits of this battle for control. You mean the Welfare Institute run by Bailon? That's right. I can't help, Li Jun said bluntly. He was already troubled by the pile of merits Bailon had accumulated and had no energy to deal with this. Besides, he couldn't impose restrictions even if he wanted to, and he had previously promised to support the Welfare Institute with policies. Duan Anfu did not give up and continued to smile as he said, Chief, please reconsider. I know this is difficult for you, but we've discussed it. In addition to this, we are willing to offer an extra 2,000 corpse cores and 500 beast cores as compensation. Sigh, Duan Anfu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't. Didn't you see his performance at the Southgate this time? He has practically won the support of all the soldiers there. Half of the newcomers are pleading for me to promote him to Major General. If I try to counterbalance him now, wouldn't that just add fuel to the fire? Li Jun sighed, lit a cigarette, and smoked helplessly. But Li Jun interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No buts. If you want to deal with him, do it yourselves. As long as you don't go overboard, I won't interfere. Li Jun's attitude was resolute, leaving the group awkwardly silent, unsure of what to say but unwilling to leave. If the situation weren't so urgent, they would have already dealt with Bailon. Bailon had uprooted Deng Kuan overnight, and even the leaders of several major organizations had disappeared. Among the remaining organizations, who would dare provoke him? But Bailon was expanding too quickly. Recruiting unaffiliated ability users was understandable since the benefits offered by other organizations weren't attractive enough. However, Bailon's group was reaching too far, even daring to poach members from established organizations. The benefits they offered were so tempting that even the leaders themselves were envious. Some deputy leaders tried to retaliate, but ended up being beaten badly. They were scolded. If you have the guts, go cause trouble at their welfare institute. If you can't keep your own people, how can you blame others for poaching them? It was too arrogant. They couldn't win in a fight, nor could they argue their case. To ensure their organization's survival, several leaders pooled money to seek Li Jun's help, as he was still the top authority in Y City. This led to the conversation just now. Chief, the price is negotiable. Please reconsider, Duan Anfu said urgently. There's nothing more to discuss. I can't help. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Li Jun finished his cigarette in one go and left without looking back, leaving the group standing in the wind, stunned. Bailon, in the Welfare Institute, was completely unaware of the turmoil outside, nor did he know that Li Jun and others were struggling with one problem after another. After mastering the exclusive combat technique, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he quickly got up to find the Talisman Master and the Formation Master. These two people were ones Bai Lan had never heard of in his previous life. The Talisman Master was a 50-something aunt whom everyone called Aunt Zhang. She was optimistic and cheerful, but had a tragic fate, losing her family one by one during the apocalypse and living alone past 50. Bai Lan asked her for help, and she readily agreed, as long as she was given a private residence to store photos of her children. As for the Formation Master, Bai Lan had no interest at all. Whenever he encountered someone of a higher or equal level, he didn't want to deal with them. The Formation Master was named Jiang Yu, who was beautiful, had a perfect figure, and a sweet voice that made people suspicious. But surprisingly, he was a man. If it weren't for the system's constant reminders, Bai Lan might have been fooled by his disguise. Jiang Yu was still trying to explain himself, but Bai Lan chose to trust the system and reminded himself, "He's a man, a pervert. Don't be deceived by appearances." For the sake of the formation, Bai Lan endured and agreed to his conditions. Treat him as a woman and don't let his cover be blown, or he wouldn't cooperate. "Miss Jiang, you've already learned the basics of carving formations. Take these corpse cores to cultivate. Once you're more skilled at carving formations, we'll proceed further," Bai Lan said, suppressing his disgust. "All right, brother Bai, how did you figure me out? No one except my parents can tell." Jiang Yu covered his mouth and acted coyly, looking just like the girl next door if you didn't know the truth. Bai Lan couldn't help but curse. "Get lost, you big man. Can you act normal for once?" "Hee hee, are you losing your touch?" Jiang Yu laughed as he opened the door to leave. "I won't bother you anymore. Don't forget our agreement." Before leaving, he even made a heart gesture, almost making Bai Lan vomit. Disgusting pervert. Why can't there be a normal formation master? Bai Lan forced himself to focus and decided to distract himself with something more normal. Aunt Zhang had already managed to engrave the Buddhist Lotus of Wrath on talismans. At her current level, she could create talismans, but their power was much weaker. The Buddhist Lotus of Wrath talisman she made only had beginner-level power, barely strong enough to kill a giant zombie with a close-range explosion, equivalent to a high-explosive grenade, which was far from meeting Bai Lan's requirements. There was no other way Aunt Zhang hadn't cultivated any abilities and relied entirely on natural development, with her strength only at apprentice 6-star level. Bai Lan instructed her to focus on improving her strength and reach the beginner level within 3 days. Once her abilities improved, she could create stronger talismans, allowing the Buddhist Lotus of Wrath to unleash its true power. In comparison, Jiang Yu was more diligent. He was currently a 4-star beginner-level ability user and could carve quite a few level 1 formations. However, the power of the Buddhist Lotus of Wrath was too strong for a level 1 formation to handle. It required at least level 2. So Bai Lan taught him methods to cultivate his abilities and gave him some corpse cores to enhance his strength. When the time came to return to the coastal prosperity area, they would set up hundreds of formations at the entrance. Under the bombardment, even high-level zombies or mutant beasts would be blown to pieces on the spot. After finalizing his plans, Bai Lan got up and headed to the office building's entrance. To get rid of Jiang Yu, he decided to try his luck in the recruitment area downstairs to see if he could find a more suitable formation master. Bai Lan's welfare center offered excellent conditions, and as soon as ability users in the city heard about it, they scrambled to get in. The main attraction was that non-combat personnel were exempt from fighting during zombie attacks, which appealed to many. Additionally, the welfare center provided generous benefits, including 2 corpse cores per month, free food and accommodation, and safety protection for 1 direct family member. No other place in Y City could offer such perks. This was Bai Lan's confidence. Good benefits naturally attracted talent. When he reached the entrance, Bai Lan looked at the line stretching nearly 10 streets and asked, "Xiaohe, how's the recruitment going this morning? Any formation masters or talisman makers?" The clairvoyant He Yuan blinked and replied, "Lord Bai, none so far, but there are a few plant masters and some C-level compatibility users. Nothing particularly special otherwise. Thank you for your hard work. If you're tired, take a break. Don't push yourself, your eyes are already red." He Yuan rubbed his dry eyes and said with a smile, "It's nothing. If it weren't for you saving me, giving me shelter and food, I would have been beaten to death or starved by those people long ago." Don't push yourself too hard," Bai Lan responded softly. He Yuan was someone Bai Lan encountered on his way to the welfare center in the morning. Initially, Bai Lan didn't want to get involved, but upon realizing he was a Sky Eye practitioner, he decisively stepped in. Although their Sky Eye abilities weren't as powerful as Yin Siming's, they could still scan, discern, and see through enemies' mental attacks, which was useful. It was just right to have him help oversee and assess the abilities of other superhumans. Bai Lan hadn't been standing nearby for long when suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "Lord Bai is here." Instantly, a row of neatly dressed, fully armed soldiers pushed through the crowd and stood at the front, their expressions solemn. The leading soldier stepped forward and spoke firmly. "Lord Bai, please agree to become the general and take command of the South Gate. On behalf of all the guards and the millions of citizens of the South Gate, I beg you to accept." "I'm not doing it." Bai Lan crossed his arms, unwavering. What a joke he was planning to compete with Li Jun. If he agreed, wouldn't he just become one of Li Jun's subordinates? Then he'd have to follow orders and listen to Li Jun's endless talk about dedication and ideals. "Please, the South Gate can't manage without your help. Stop bothering me." I said no, and that's final. Haven't the battlefield rewards already been distributed to you? Why aren't you satisfied and instead come here to cause trouble? Bai Lan retorted. He had only wanted to win some favor, but unexpectedly, he had gained too much, and now the soldiers clung to him like stubborn glue. The leading soldier gritted his teeth and knelt down. "Lord Bai, if you don't agree, I'll stay kneeling here. Without your leadership, the South Gate will eventually fall to the zombie onslaught." Thud, thud. Not just him, but all the soldiers knelt down. Having seen the light, who would want to return to darkness? "Lord Bai, I've survived 2 zombie tides. This is the 3rd. I didn't survive because I'm strong. My older brother died protecting me, and my younger brother died too. The compensation wasn't even as much as the battle rewards this time. We admit that asking you to take command might seem like we're pressuring you, but it's the apocalypse now. I just want to protect my little sister. She's still young. If I die, no one will take care of her. I want to live to stay with her." A man tearfully expressed his heartfelt thoughts. His words represented the sentiments of everyone. Every guard was forced onto the battlefield, and every family had its own struggles. Some were the pillars of their families, some were the pride of their parents. If they died, their families would fall apart. It was tragic, but what did that have to do with Bai Lan? With the invasion of another world, the zombie outbreak, the rampage of mutant beasts, and the arrival of the apocalypse, what obligation did he have to protect them? Then just keep kneeling. Bai Lan snapped angrily, lying down on the chair outside. He pulled a bottle of juice from his spatial bracelet and began drinking. The soldiers lowered their heads and knelt silently, saying nothing. Playing the pity card wouldn't work on Bai Lan. Once they were tired of kneeling, they'd naturally give up. "Lord Bai, please agree. I'm willing to work for free at the welfare center for a year to help more people." "Yes, what exactly is stopping you? We can help you speak up." Unfortunately, Bai Lan remained resolute. Guarding the city was a thankless task. Who would want to do it? Helping out was one thing, but expecting him to do it for free? No way. He Yuan, standing nearby, was almost moved to tears, looking at Bai Lan with tearful, pleading eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Lan got up and prepared to go upstairs to cultivate. At that moment, a note passed through the crowd and landed in Bai Lan's palm. On it was written, "Mr. Bai, please come to the room tonight at 9 o'clock for a meeting. There's something to discuss." Bai Lan silently read it once, and the note instantly turned to powder and dissipated. He sighed helplessly. Li Jun wanted to discuss battle merits with him, but had to make it all mysterious, like a spy movie. Well, just as well he could leave after tidying up and avoid being surrounded by a noisy crowd here, which was quite annoying. In a flash, Bai Lan disappeared from the spot. He knew the place mentioned in the note. It was Li Jun's military district residence. Li Jun loved playing these heart-to-heart talk games. Why City Safe Zone Military District Residence? Following Yin Siming's suggestion, Li Jun prepared to invite Bai Lan over alone. As long as Bai Lan's issues were resolved, the development of the safe zone would become much easier, and future zombie and beast tides could be handled with his help. Uncle Lee, didn't you say Bailon would come? Why isn't he here yet? It's almost 9 o'clock. Yin Yi rested her chin on her hand, her voice more charming than usual, full of allure. She was wearing a dinosaur-patterned onesie, her pink hair casually loose. Although the outfit looked somewhat bulky, it did nothing to hide her beauty, which was in no way inferior to Xiao Yinyun's. Li Jun snorted angrily. You're a young lady. Is it appropriate to dress like this to meet someone? If I hadn't promised old Yen, I wouldn't have let you leave the house. Yen Yi pouted in dissatisfaction. Uncle Li, you're so unreasonable. Wasn't it you who dragged me to the battlefield yesterday, relying on my buffs? Don't you feel bad for me? Li Jun's face darkened. He really had no way to deal with Yen Yi. All right, just don't talk too much when Bailon arrives. Got it. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Commander Li, are you hiding something from me? Bailon. Yan Yi immediately got up to open the door upon hearing this. Long time no see, Miss Yan. Bailon greeted politely. He had long admired Yin Yi's abilities. Yin Yi's skills could enhance the team and confuse enemies. But most importantly, her profession and abilities were perfectly matched. When the apocalypse first broke out, people were busy surviving and had no time to think about anything else. But as the safe zone developed, the situation would gradually stabilize. When spatial rifts appeared and resource competition intensified, life would become somewhat easier. At that time, people would need spiritual support. Yin Yi's singing was the best solace. She could calm people's anxiety and bring peace to their hearts, making her the perfect emotional comfort. Yin Yi touched her pink hair and said softly, It's been almost half a month since we parted that day. You said you'd come to the military shelter to find me, but instead, you went off to fight on your own. I don't even know how to thank you for what you did for Grandpa. It's all right, there's plenty of time in the future. Xiaoyan, aren't you going to invite Bailon in? Why are you chatting at the door? Li Jun said sternly. Yanni felt a bit embarrassed and touched her head. Sorry. Please come in. Bailon nodded and walked into the room. Li Jun's room wasn't large, it was a standard single dormitory. There was a bed and a waist-high table, on which steam was rising, and a fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. The hot pot today was specially prepared. The soup base and condiments were made by the former head chef of the big restaurant in Y City. I wonder if it suits your taste, Li Jun said slowly as he picked up a few pieces of beef. Bailon swallowed his saliva, the aroma whetting his appetite. Since when did this old man Li Jun become so good at hosting people? In the past, whenever he asked for favors, he would just clasp his hands together and not even serve tea. Now, he seemed so proper someone must have coached him. But this hot pot was definitely a trap. Even though Bailon knew it was fraught with danger, he still jumped in without hesitation. If he didn't eat a whole cow today, he'd feel he was letting himself down. He picked up a piece of beef and started dipping it into the pot. To ensure it stayed tender, he couldn't put too much in at once, which frustrated Bailon. It smelled amazing, but the pace was far too slow. Yin Yi chuckled twice and helped him cook the beef, placing it into his bowl. Bailon, I've heard so much about the rumors surrounding you these past few days. How could it be possible that you can't afford to eat? Food tastes better when it's someone else's. Bailon blurted out, speaking his mind directly. Li Jun's face darkened as he suppressed his anger. He really wanted to teach Bailon a lesson and then ask him if the food still tasted good. The hot pot simmered for an hour, and Li Jun didn't say a word. Instead, Yin Yi and Bailon chatted a lot. Although most of the conversation revolved around food and drinks, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Li Jun couldn't help but admire Yin Siming's keen judgment. If it were just him and Bailon eating together, the atmosphere would definitely be awkward, with the two of them saying nothing and just eating voraciously. Especially since Bailon could eat a lot, Li Jun would probably have to keep serving him food non-stop. After eating his fill, Bailon slowed down. Li Jun felt the timing was right and asked, Bailon, the garrison at the South Gate wants to invite you to take command. Have you agreed? I haven't. Bailon rejected decisively. Li Jun nodded in understanding. I knew you wouldn't agree. Actually, I support your decision and won't force you. Of course, if you decide to go, I'll support that too. I'm not interested. But next time there's a zombie tide or beast tide, if you want my help, you'll have to pay the price, Bailon said as he continued eating. Of course. When the time comes, just name your price, and I'll agree, Li Jun said heartily. Bai Lan's expression changed. Such generosity definitely came with a catch, just say it already. He waited for a minute, but Li Jun didn't say but. Bai Lan looked at him in surprise. The man before him no longer carried the imposing aura he had outside. His face was full of weariness and fatigue, and at first glance, he looked like an ordinary, robust man. In his past life, Li Jun had fought with all his might to protect the safety of Y City. Though he was a bit stingy, he was a sensible leader. Under his leadership, Y City managed to barely survive the apocalypse. He was the guardian of Y City. As long as Li Jun stood, Y City would not fall. Back then, when Bai Lan was learning beast-taming techniques, he provoked the Dongfang family, leading to a fierce conflict. Bai Lan was no match for them, but Li Jun's influence made the Dongfang family hesitate to act recklessly. Instead, they spread rumors that Bai Lan was a heretic controlled by mutant beasts and no longer human. Li Jun didn't believe these rumors at all. He had heard of Bai Lan's helpful deeds and had assisted him on several occasions, even allowing Bai Lan and Dongfang Jing to escape Y City and protecting his master Lu Jing to some extent. Logically, Bai Lan should have received more support than Lu Cheng. But after Dongfang Jing's death, Bai Lan swore to take revenge on the Dongfang family. After undergoing trials in multiple spatial rifts and gaining numerous opportunities, he nearly became a legend. When he returned to Y City, he vowed to eliminate his enemies. However, at that moment, Li Jun stepped forward to stop him. After all, among the targets Bai Lan was preparing to eliminate were not only members of the Dongfang family, but also many leaders of civilian organizations and high-ranking military officials. Although they were no match for Bai Lan, Y City could not function properly without these people. Even though Li Jun knew at the time that he was no match for Bai Lan, he resolutely made his move. No matter how formidable Bai Lan, a quasi-legendary figure, he was still fighting alone. Under the siege of various justice forces in Y City, he fled in disgrace. Later, Bai Lan learned that his master, Lu Jing, had been captured by the Dongfang family. Before the entire city of Y, she was branded a heretic and subjected to 3 severe punishments, dying in excruciating pain. Bai Lan knew that without Li Jun's tacit consent, no one would have dared to act. The ones who forced his master to her death were not only Li Jun, but also the leaders of major organizations and high-ranking military officials. From that moment on, Bai Lan stopped thinking about himself, and he no longer pondered how to repay Li Jun for his help in the past. Years later, Bai Lan, after accumulating strength, finally ascended to the ranks of the legendary. He led a tide of 1,000,000 beasts to the gates of Y City, determined this time to eliminate all his enemies in one fell swoop. As the lord of the safe city, Li Jun naturally stepped forward once again to stop him. Unfortunately, his strength was no longer a match for the legendary beast tamer Bai Lan. Bai Lan defeated him in an almost flawless battle, but spared his life as a repayment for the kindness shown in the past. The beasts broke into the city, and Bai Lan drove them to devour relentlessly, annihilating all his enemies in Y City. However, Bai Lan was still not satisfied. After completing this, he had the dark puppet master of the time seal the souls of those people into puppets, condemning them to eternal suffering as their bodies were torn apart repeatedly. From that point on, Bai Lan became synonymous with heresy. The entire Long nation hunted him, and the Dongfang family vowed to eliminate him. The agreement among legends to not interfere with each other was rewritten, with the sole purpose of eradicating Bai Lan, the heretic of humanity. Subsequently, the safe city that Bai Lan had conquered lost its protector and a significant portion of its powerful forces, falling completely into the hands of the Dongfang family. But the Dongfang family did not stop their plundering. They continuously transported vast amounts of resources, training supplies, equipment, and even nuclear weapons from Y City. They even forcibly uprooted the spatial rift and relocated it to their stronghold. When the zombie tide struck again, the Dongfang family, who should have stood up to protect Y City, had already retreated, leaving no trace of them in the safe city. The reason was simple: a legendary-level zombie emperor had descended through the spatial wormhole. In the end, it was Li Jun who stood up, leading the last forces of Y City in a counterattack that raged for over 10 days. Perhaps due to a lingering attachment to his homeland or perhaps a final spark of goodwill in Bai Lan's heart, he intervened. Several legendary beasts struck simultaneously, shredding the zombie emperor into pieces, leaving not even a trace behind. The zombie tide receded, Wai City was saved from peril, and everyone was spared. Bai Lan sighed and was about to leave when Li Jun, amidst the pile of corpses, called out to him. By then, Li Jun was utterly exhausted, and the backlash from forcibly sacrificing his soul for power was severe. He would not reincarnate upon death, he would completely dissipate. Li Jun gave a bitter smile, propping himself up with his arms, half sitting, coughing blood, and struggling immensely. Bai Lan glanced at him silently, lit a cigarette, and handed it to him. Li Jun took a puff and said solemnly, "After I die, there will no longer be a quasi-legendary expert in Y City." Humph, that's the path you chose for yourselves. You're someone who left Y City. You should protect this land and safeguard Safe City. I'm a heretic, someone you all drove out. Everyone in Y City would love nothing more than to tear me apart. And now you're asking me to protect them? Li Jun, don't you think that's ridiculous? But you came, Bai Lan. You have a kind heart. I suddenly feel some regret. If I had insisted on protecting you back then, would things have turned out differently? Promise me, after I die, protect Y City for me. Don't let the corpse tide devour them. Get lost. Bai Lan retorted firmly. But then he noticed that the cigarette at the corner of Li Jun's mouth had already gone out, just like his life. In the next moment, Li Jun's body began to decay rapidly as the Corpse King's poison took effect. Even though he was a near-legendary figure, he couldn't resist the toxin. The last burst of lightning within him erupted, halting the process of zombification and turning his body into dust, dispersing into the air. Or perhaps, his ashes had already been scattered across every corner of Y City. From that moment on, Bai Lan withstood 3 invasions by the alien gods. Only after the protective shell was reforged did he quietly leave. No one in Y City knew that it was Bai Lan who had been protecting them all along. They merely thought it was the conflict between the alien gods and beasts that had saved them from disaster. They believed it was a blessing from the heavens, unaware that the one who truly saved them from peril was the very heretic they had scorned. Thus, the grudge between Bai Lan and Li Jun had already been resolved in the previous life. Li Jun had once saved Bai Lan and Dongfang Jing, but his indulgence of the major leaders and his negligence toward the Dongfang family ultimately led to their falling out and becoming enemies. At the end of his life, Bai Lan chose to forgive him. This time, Bai Lan naturally wouldn't hate him, but neither would he treat him with the closeness he showed to Lu Cheng. "What are you staring at Uncle Li for, Bai Lan? You're so lost in thought," Yanni asked curiously. Her words interrupted Bai Lan's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Lately, he had been like this, his mind often drifting back to his past life. There were warm memories, but also painful ones, and a complex mix of emotions surged in his heart. A question arose in his mind. Was revenge really that important? In this life, Master Lu Jing was still alive, Lu Cheng was still alive, Dongfang Jing was still alive, his comrades were still alive, and his friends in other cities were all still around. He could completely live the life he wanted. But alas, as soon as the thought emerged, Bai Lan crushed it. Hatred ultimately prevailed. He was no saint, nor a philanthropist. When it came to hatred, he would only repay it in kind. He would never let it go, nor did he intend to forgive. Bai Lan shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just remembering some things from the past." After taking a couple of bites, Li Jun spoke slowly. "We've already calculated your battle merits. Everyone recognizes your performance. Not just the 2 major generals, but even the brigadier generals, colonels, and soldiers are all praising you. Tonight, 22,600 points of battle merit will be directly credited to your account." "What? Over 20,000? Yan Yi exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock, hardly able to believe it. It wasn't just her. Anyone who had ever earned battle merits knew how hard it was to accumulate that many points. How many zombies would you have to kill to rack up over 20,000 battle merits? You'd practically have to wipe out an entire corpse tide. Other soldiers might fight desperately their whole lives and still not kill as many zombies and alien beasts as he had. These battle merits were absurdly exaggerated. That's right, and that's already considered a small amount. He also saved your Uncle Chin, and I haven't even counted that life-saving favor. Bailan, if you have any requests, just say them. As long as I can help, I definitely will, Li Jun said sincerely. Yin Yi, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. She had grown up with Li Jun and knew better than anyone how stingy he usually was. He would even eat at the cafeteria to save money. How had he suddenly become so generous? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Not only her, but even Bailan was stunned. Over 20,000 battle merits. All settled, it was simply impossible. Even if you divided the zombie horde among 4 people to eliminate, it wouldn't amount to this much. Not to mention that when killing zombies, the merits had to be shared with accompanying guards, frontline commanders, support personnel, and logistics teams. After all the layers of distribution, the actual amount left was very little. Bailan himself had guarded the south gate and estimated his battle merits to be around 5,000. Yet Li Jun not only didn't deduct his merits, but even gave him a lot more, far exceeding Bailan's expectations. Aren't you afraid I'll use these merits to empty your warehouse? Bailan half-jokingly threatened. Go ahead, it's what you deserve. I guarantee you can empty it all at once without any delay. All right, then I won't hold back, Bailan responded calmly, accepting the merits while secretly thinking that if Li Jun ever turned against him, he would indeed empty his warehouse. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and even Yin Yi didn't say a word. She stared blankly at Bailan. Yesterday, she had added buffs all day and only earned 100 battle merits. The fact that she could get a little extra this time was entirely due to her relationship with Li Jun. Although she didn't lack food or clothing, buying things and upgrading equipment still depended on battle merits. She was well aware of how important battle merits were in Y City. They had practically become the new currency. She couldn't understand what kind of method Bailan had used to make Li Jun so generous, giving over 20,000 battle merits. What shocked her even more was what Li Jun said next. Li Jun put down his chopsticks and looked at Bailan with a serious expression. The 10,000 battle merits I promised you last time, along with the accompanying policies, must also be implemented. Tell me anything that doesn't affect the safety of the city. I can override objections and approve directly. Bailan nodded. He didn't know why Li Jun had suddenly changed his attitude, but it was definitely a good thing. With Li Jun's cooperation, he was more confident that the destruction of the Dongfang family was just around the corner. Nothing special, just hoping that the non-combatant ability users in the Welfare Institute won't have to participate in battles against zombie hordes or beast tides. In return, they will provide combat supplies each time, such as talismans, alchemy materials, equipment, and so on. Li Jun frowned and thought for a moment. I'll have to think about it. All right, Bailan said, eating his food slowly, not in a hurry. This was a serious matter. When the safety of the city was at risk, all ability users were obligated to fight. This was explicitly stated in the regulations, and no one could shirk their duty. The rule was effective in mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm. Ability users enjoyed benefits, but also bore responsibilities. Ordinary people had no complaints, and ability users didn't dare to slack off. Even several major generals and commanders personally fought on the front lines during zombie hordes, silencing everyone's doubts and proving that Li Jun's position as commander was earned through strength and leadership, not connections. But once this precedent was set, conflicts and problems would inevitably follow, especially when some ability users participated in battles while others did not. Can't they just do logistics work? That wouldn't be dangerous and wouldn't attract criticism, Yin Yi suggested. No, I can't explain it now, but time will prove this is the right decision. The current regulations are correct, but everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Not all ability users are suited to wield weapons and fight zombies. They play critical roles in other areas. Li Jun's eyes lit up. Tell me more. I'd like to hear different opinions. For example, plant masters, like Major General Tian. You might know a bit about this. His abilities lean towards combat, and he chose attack-type skills. He's very strong, even stronger than warriors and tanks in the early stages. But combat-oriented plant masters are rare. Most plant masters learn production skills. Bailan took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and continued. The most common skill they have is accelerating plant growth, and they can also speed up the ripening of crops planted by humans. With the enhancement of their abilities, both yield and quality are greatly improved, and harvest time is shortened. Once they learn exclusive skills, the food they produce can even have added effects. When warriors eat it, it not only satisfies hunger but also tastes exceptionally good. Do you think they can go to the front lines and fight zombies like warriors? Yanni instinctively replied, "Of course not. They should be well protected. The food they produce can feed millions in the safe city." Exactly, it's the same situation. If you send talisman masters, formation masters, alchemists, or blacksmiths, these rare professions, to fight zombies, wouldn't that just be sending them to their deaths? Once they grow and develop, the help they bring to the safe city will be immense. The original intention of establishing the Welfare Institute was for this reason. That's amazing. How did you come up with this? But don't blame Uncle Lee after the apocalypse broke out. He's already taken on too much. Just dealing with zombies and mutant beasts has kept him too busy to explore other uses for abilities. Li Jun waved his hand and said, "It's true that I didn't think it through. I'll make some adjustments. Bailon, what you said has enlightened me a lot. My vision was too narrow. As for the policy you proposed, I agree, but the initial number can't be too high, or it will be difficult for me to manage. Don't worry, I'll strictly control it. Those without combat abilities won't be overlooked," Bailon assured. "Any other policies?" "No, just these." The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Li Jun seemed deep in thought, while Bailon hadn't stopped talking from start to finish, eating as he spoke. Yan Yi was a bit puzzled. Was this how men communicated? Just as she was about to speak, Li Jun suddenly said, "Bailon, you've already offended the Dongfang family. They've put a bounty of 5,000 zombie cores on your life." Li Jun's abrupt statement left Yan Yi panicked. Could it be that Uncle Li's earlier generosity was just a facade? Was his real intention to hand Bailon over to the Dongfang family to eliminate him? "Oh, I didn't expect that. I'm only worth 5,000 zombie cores in the eyes of the Dongfang family," Bailon said indifferently, as if he was already used to it. "I think that's too little. If I were to set the price, it would definitely be over 10,000, Bailon joked. "Then Commander Li, next time there's a zombie tide, prepare over 10,000 zombie cores for me to make an appearance. Otherwise, I won't do it." "Ha ha ha, you really know how to joke. I can't afford you." Li Jun laughed heartily, then turned serious again. "The Dragon Nation has many ancient family legacies, and the Dongfang family is one of them. No one knows their exact origins. In recent years, the Dongfang family has planted numerous pawns in Y City. Besides Dongfang Ji, whom you killed, there are many others, both openly and covertly. Their family's temperament will never let you go. What are you planning to do?" "Of course, eradicate them completely." Bailon's gaze was ice cold. "It won't be that easy," Li Jun said bluntly. "According to my spies, their family already has over 10 advanced ability users, and the number is still growing. Their equipment is also extremely advanced. Each elder at least has a set of basic ability-enhancing gear." Bailon hadn't expected Li Jun to be so straightforward today. In his previous life, if Li Jun had shown such boldness, the Dongfang family wouldn't have been able to hollow out his power. Since the words had come to this point, Bailon sneered. "So what Commander Li means is that you're willing to stand on my side and openly oppose the Dongfang family? Think carefully. At best, you'll face the disdain of the entire nation, and at worst, you'll provoke retaliation from all the major families. It's already the apocalypse. What is there to fear about retaliation? So what if we destroy them? Whoever dares to invade Y City, I guarantee they won't leave unscathed," Li Jun said firmly. Bailon laughed. If Li Jun was willing to join forces with him, eradicating the Dongfang family would be a piece of cake. He even found it unbelievable, unsure why Li Jun had undergone such a drastic change. But perhaps this time, the name of Y City would resonate throughout the Dragon Nation, deterring other major powers. Well then, here's to a successful partnership. The two of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. After forming their alliance, Bailon bid farewell to the two and hurried back to focus on training his spiritual clone and Supreme Overlord Fist. These were abilities he couldn't rely on the system to enhance. He would have to comprehend them on his own. Hearing Li Jun's description of the Dongfang family's situation, Bailon felt even greater pressure. He was confident he could take down those dozen advanced ability users one by one, but his spiritual power and abilities still weren't enough. Especially if they coordinated their attacks, it would be extremely difficult. And that was just their overt strength. The Dongfang family's true capabilities couldn't be fully uncovered by Li Jun's spies. Shadow Guards, the Nine Sons, and even Dongfang Qing combined might mean the number of advanced ability users exceeded 20. This was far beyond what he could handle at the moment. The morning streets were shrouded in a gray, misty haze, the air tinged with a faint smell of charcoal. Most people could no longer tell whether it was day or night, as dark clouds blocked out the sunlight. There were few pedestrians on the streets. People walked quickly with their heads down. Some were ordinary workers heading to the city wall construction site. Some were going to fetch water by the river. Others were trading goods in the underground black market. Still others were scavenging outside the city for a bit of luck, and some wandered the streets, ready to steal or rob for food. Hey, away, what happened? What's with that huge wound on your hand? It looks terrifying. Don't even mention it. Last night, when I went to the river to fetch water, a flesh spider jumped out and bit my younger brother's face. It burrowed right into his cheek, gnawed through the side of his face, and even bit off half his tongue. He screamed so hard his throat was on fire, and his eyes bulged wide. I couldn't bear it and tried to crush that flesh spider, but I didn't kill it. Instead, it crawled up my arm and bit me. Fortunately, there were people around to help, otherwise it would have burrowed into my body. Just surviving is lucky. The woman gasped after hearing this, fear gripping her heart. Didn't they say the water by the river was very clean? Looks like I'll have to be extra careful next time I go to fetch water, or I might not make it. Clean my foot. Do you remember Supervisor Zhang from before? A few nights ago, he went to fetch water with his kids, and a 5-meter-long water snake jumped out of the river, as thick as the bucket I used to fetch water. It swallowed his kids in one bite, and he was so scared he wet his pants. But luckily, the snake was full and went back into the water. No way, was it really that bad? No wonder Supervisor Zhang's whole family jumped into the river to commit suicide. Sigh, they were so pitiful. On the streets, terrifying stories and accounts could be heard everywhere. If it were peacetime, each of these tales would have made headlines and shocked the entire Dragon Nation. But now, ordinary survivors had long grown numb, no longer surprised. Faced with one tragic death after another, all they could do was sigh, how pitiful, and feel grateful they hadn't been harmed. Every time they went out, they were extra cautious, but beyond that, there was nothing they could do. After all, even securing the most basic food was a challenge. How could they spare any effort to ensure personal safety? Hey, Biao, look, that person over there, doesn't he look like someone? Stop bothering me. I need to hurry to the river and see if any meat spiders have climbed onto people. If I catch one, I can cook it into soup or crush it to mix with rice paste and eat for days. The only problem is the river is too dangerous. The young man being tugged by his friend was busy organizing his gear, sharpening his knife, his expression serious. But his companion kept talking non-stop, and the people around them started to join in the commotion. Helpless, the young man turned to look. At first glance, he was stunned. Even though it was the middle of winter, the man was wearing beach shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, looking completely at ease. What caught everyone's attention the most was the cart he was pushing behind him, piled high with boxes of canned food, making the passers-by drool. Wow, who is this guy? He's got some guts. It's practically the end of the world. Everyone is on edge, and he dares to swagger around with food on the streets. If he runs into those freaks from the Axe Gang, won't they just rob him of everything? If I were him, I'd definitely stay home, eat a little every few days, and live comfortably. The young man spoke enviously, already tempted to snatch a few cans, but he ultimately held back. You think he's just some unarmed weakling? He's an ability user, the one who defeated Bai Lan of the Deng Kuan Chaogaskai Alliance. I heard he made a huge contribution during the last zombie tide, and Commander Li holds him in high regard. Judging by the current situation, even Major General Tian and Major General Qin can't compare to him. On the street, everyone was pointing and gossiping about Bai Lan. The older women were especially chatty, commenting on him endlessly. Faced with the envy, jealousy, anger, and admiration along the way, Bai Lan paid no attention. His reputation was well known, and no one dared to provoke him lightly. They could only stare longingly at the canned food on his cart. The meat spiders, water pythons, and floodworms in the river at Y City. They're nothing to ability users, but to ordinary people, they're extremely dangerous. These creatures are everywhere and love to feed on flesh. Even the most ordinary meat spider can burrow into the heart and frantically gnaw within half a minute. The water in Y City must be boiled several times before drinking, otherwise, it's easy to get infected with corpse poison and die. Balan muttered as he sighed, looking at the group of ordinary people before him. Though he was as cold as a blade, he couldn't help but feel a trace of helplessness. In the apocalypse, human life is incredibly fragile. Don't underestimate the issue of drinking water within the next 5 years. The number of deaths caused by water-related problems will accumulate to over 1 million. So many people dying because of water is such a waste of life. Thinking about it is heartbreaking. The welfare home and coastal prosperity are under Balan's protection, minimizing life-threatening risks. But what about the ordinary people of Y City? Even the military can't protect them at all times. Every extra day they live is purely by luck. Facing attacks from the leader made an exception to allow Balan to join. The leader's personality and the organization's atmosphere made everyone under him warm-hearted, fostering a righteous spirit where almost no one harbored ill intentions. Leader, Sister Man Ning, I can finally see you again. The closer Balan got to the Falcon's headquarters, the more excited he felt. Even deep breaths couldn't calm him down. In the early days of the apocalypse, the Falcon organization was weak, even insignificant. Apart from the leader being a high-level ability user, the others had almost no combat power. However, because of their good morale and unity, even if they only had one zombie core left, they would split it in half and share it. At critical moments, the Falcon always managed to unleash astonishing combat power. Under the leader's guidance, the Falcon often defeated stronger opponents despite their weakness. Over time, the Falcon's reputation spread throughout Y City, especially after Balan joined. His ability to control mutant beasts allowed them to avoid danger and seize opportunities. During zombie tides, beast tides, and various missions, he easily obtained high-level zombie cores and top-grade materials. Wealth accumulated quickly, and the Falcon rose rapidly. The organization attracted more skilled individuals, and Balan seized the opportunity to learn various combat techniques, growing swiftly. But the good times didn't last. Balan seemed like a harbinger of disaster, bringing trouble wherever he went. During one mission to hunt zombies and mutant beasts, they encountered Abyssal Demon Eye, a creature labeled as number 86 among the alien gods. It was already a Lord-level entity, far beyond the Falcon's ability to defeat. During the retreat, many skilled members sacrificed themselves to cover the escape, and Balan was severely injured. Just as escape seemed impossible, the team's ice mage, Rong Man Ning, stepped forward. She sacrificed half her life to cast a forbidden spell, freezing the Abyssal Demon Eye and saving Balan and the others. The leader was gravely injured, and Rong Man Ning was left in a vegetative state, only able to regain consciousness for 2 hours a day. Due to rapid expansion, the Falcon was no longer as united as before, and members gradually left, leaving only a few dozen people in the organization. Later, Balan achieved success as a beast tamer. To help Dongfang Jing, he offended the Dongfang family. Although they managed to escape, everyone associated with Balan became scapegoats and suffered brutal retaliation from the Dongfang family. Since Balan had been part of the Falcon, the organization naturally became a target. The Dongfang family employed extremely cruel methods, threatening and inciting organizations that had previously received help from the Falcon to attack them. The leader, still recovering from his Balan, walked along the familiar street, took out a white ghost mask from his spatial bracelet, and put it on. He looked up at the iconic square not far away, feeling both excited and conflicted, letting out a bitter laugh. I really want to take off the mask, face them directly, have a drink together, and then head out of the city to kill zombies. Those were the happiest days, watching everyone grow stronger, seeing Falcon thrive, seeing Sister Man Ning become more beautiful. Ugh, watching the team members laugh out loud, just like the old days. Unfortunately, Balan was now too famous. Almost everyone in Y City Safe Zone knew his name and face. If he went to meet them directly, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Wearing the mask was the best choice. Balan couldn't wait to go inside. taste Sister Man Ning's cooking, and challenge the captain to a drinking contest. Back then, he relied on being a high-level ability user and was always forced to drink by the captain, ending up drunk and rambling every time, passed out and unconscious. Sadly, Falcon wasn't doing well now. Bailon could only bring a few trucks of supplies under the guise of visiting heroes, not because he was greedy for food, of course. When he reached the restaurant at the square, Bailon noticed a large crowd gathered outside, the atmosphere extremely tense. What's going on? Bailon's heart tightened as he stopped and listened closely. Hey, you Falcon people still don't know when to give up? Even if you exchange all your battle merits, it won't help. Your leader is already half dead. Who knows when he'll take his last breath and die? You might as well join us and become part of our organization. Your leader is a man, but he overestimated himself. Knowing how to assess the situation is what smart people do. If you overestimate yourselves too, that's just foolish. If I were you, I would have left him long ago and joined another group to keep developing. Don't hold on to any hope. I fought alongside your leader on the city wall. He just loves showing off during zombie tides. If ordinary people die, so be it, but he risks his life to save them. And what happened? He ended up facing 2 junior giant zombies alone, deservedly got his legs severely injured, and the priest zombie even infected him with corpse poison. If Commander Lee hadn't arrived in time, he might have already lost his life. TSK. Do you even know how painful corpse poison is? It's been almost a day, and we still don't know if he's alive or dead. Even if he survives, the corpse poison will torment him, shaking his will, and he could turn into a zombie at any moment. How pitiful. If my legs were broken and I was infected with corpse poison, I'd be done for. Your leader is tough, like a cockroach that refuses to die. But let me remind you, if corpse poison isn't cured within half a day, the infected must be considered a dangerous individual. According to the rules, they must be killed and burned immediately. Otherwise, if the corpse poison mutates, you'll be the first to suffer. This doesn't just affect you. Many ordinary people around here aren't as strong as ability users, and it could easily trigger a large-scale zombie outbreak. You better step aside and save yourselves the embarrassment when we have to take action. After finishing his words, the man prepared to enter the door, but the Falcon members at the entrance refused to let him through no matter what. Why are you all so stubborn? The medical supplies and healing ability users you exchanged with your battle merits can't possibly deal with the corpse poison inside your leader. That poison is a curse released by the priest zombie, not ordinary corpse poison. Even if Hua Tuo were reborn, he wouldn't be able to save him. Today is destined to end badly. Seeing the other party refuse to give way, the man became furious. Don't be shameless. Your Falcon group doesn't even have a single truly useful ability user, just a bunch of small fry. If you keep blocking our way, I'll report you to the military district immediately. When that happens, you'll be in big trouble. After saying this, he amplified his voice with his ability, shouting loudly to ensure the people inside could hear him. The few inheritors on the opposite side looked grim. It was clear they were no match for the other party in terms of strength, and their equipment was inferior, highlighting Falcon's dire situation. They couldn't even afford basic gear. Fortunately, they remained united, not provoked into anger or surrendering collectively. The Earth Element ability user leading them shook his head and firmly said, "We've said it many times already. Commander Zhao needs rest and will recover soon. Please leave and stop stirring up trouble at Falcon's Gate, trying to poach our people. Commander Zhao saved our lives. Even if he is unfortunate, we will not defect to anyone else. We will uphold Falcon's beliefs. Even if we are weak, we will protect this land. This is the chivalrous spirit Commander Zhao taught us. Chivalry is about serving the country and its people. We are ability users. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If the military can't handle it, we must shoulder the burden." The Earth Mage's words were firm and powerful, but no one took them seriously. Instead, they were met with ridicule. Chivalry? Responsibility? Why don't you talk about equal distribution of labor next? It's the apocalypse. Who can guarantee tomorrow? And you still want to play ancient knights? Your brains must have been rotted by TV dramas. The leading man raised his sword, touched his ring, patted his chest armor, and laughed arrogantly. Look at your second-hand staff. Stop embarrassing yourself. You're just a low-level ability user with a broken staff. If you hadn't wasted your battle achievements saving ordinary people, your leader would have been high level by now, strong enough to kill 2 giant zombie titans. In the end, his death is his own fault. As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys burst into laughter, and even some ordinary people couldn't help but chuckle. Shut up. We're not suitable for cooperation. I know your organization is rich, but we have our own beliefs. We will never compromise, and we will never join you. The man lowered his eyelids and smirked arrogantly. So stubborn. Fine, let's go. Kill their leader and stop wasting time. I'd rather go back and spend time with my new campus belle. At that moment, a man wearing a white mask and carrying a straight blade at his waist appeared behind him, sneering coldly. Are you with the blood ghosts? The man turned around and saw a man wearing a strange mask, dressed in beach shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. He looked ordinary, with no trace of ability energy about him. That's right, we're with the blood ghosts. Too bad we don't recruit ordinary people. But if your family has any sisters or daughters who need help, you can send them over, and I might consider giving you a corpse core. The masked man, Bailon, cracked his neck. Do you know how Deng Kuan's Chao Guskai alliance was wiped out? What do you mean? Let me remind you, this is a sensitive time. We blood ghosts may not kill people, but if you dare to cause trouble, killing an ordinary person is a piece of cake. You better stand aside and watch quietly. The man smirked arrogantly, waving his sword. In his eyes, ordinary people were no different from ants. If it weren't for the fact that the Chao Guskai alliance had been destroyed and his boss had told them to keep a low profile, he would have already taken care of this guy. Besides, he was well aware of the prominent experts and their families in Y City, and this man in front of him had neither achievements nor military rank. He was clearly just an ordinary person that if pushed to the limit, what does it matter if he kills on the spot? Who would cause trouble for him over an ordinary person? It doesn't mean much. I just think your blood demon organization is ridiculous. You had a good hand, but you played it terribly. Your officers fight over petty benefits and women. Even without interference, you'd end up in internal strife within a month, tearing each other apart. Bailon sneered coldly, recalling the blood demon organization. It was vast and powerful, almost comparable to Deng Kuan's Chao Gutian alliance. Wherever their members and officers went, they were arrogant and domineering. But ultimately, they were a group brought together by interests. Although their leader was strong, he lacked Deng Kuan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Internal conflicts arose every few days, and on the battlefield, they would even sabotage each other. The conflicts deepened over time, and eventually, the organization fell apart in a massive battle, with most of the ability users absorbed by Deng Kuan. Rubbish. Our blood demon was formed by the union of several organizations. Our leader is extraordinarily powerful, capable of advancing to a higher level in less than a week. Our members are well-equipped and elite. How could we possibly turn on each other? Our future goal is to become the second largest organization in Y City. Your nonsense, just now I already consider you a provocateur. If I tear your mouth apart, no one will care, right? The man glared, his face dark as he stared at Bailon. They were just looking for someone to make an example of, to show the people of the safe city the consequences of offending the blood demon. Without a proper reason, they feared causing trouble, so they usually went out in plain clothes. Just mentioning the name blood demon made ordinary people as docile as lambs, leaving no chance to act. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the excuse of hunting down the Falcon leader today to make their presence known, which could be considered a good deed. But they hadn't expected to encounter someone who dared to provoke them. Enough. I don't have time to waste words with you. Yang Nan, take me inside. I want to see Leader Zhao's condition. Bailon waved his hand dismissively, not even sparing the man a glance, and directly addressed the earth element mage from earlier. You know me? Yang Nan was stunned. He was sure he had never met this masked man before. In the Falcon group, he had a nickname, and everyone called him by that. Few people knew his real name. Moreover, he wasn't particularly strong in the organization, just a minor figure that no one paid much attention to. Stop dawdling, Bailon said firmly. Yang Nan hesitated, looking at the man in the white mask, unsure whether to lead him inside. But before he could respond, the blood demon members had already surrounded them, blocking Bailon's path. Kid, don't block the way. Your provocation against the blood demon just now isn't over. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, apologize, strip off that skimpy outfit, and roll out of here hugging your group, or you'll regret it. The man sneered viciously, while the ability users beside him polished their weapons, staring menacingly at Bylon. Enough. I don't know who you are, but stop meddling and leave, now. Yongnan roared, urging Bylon to leave. He didn't want to see a capable and righteous young man die here. Shut up. This is none of your business. Once I'm done with this kid, it'll be your turn. The situation spiraled out of control. Yongnan erupted with his ability, his face darkening. Sun Hao, are you going on another killing spree? Be careful. If you kill too many people, Bylon will come after you. So what if I kill him? Why should Bylon have the right to suppress me? I have many skills, and the value I can create is beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Do you think Bylon wouldn't use me? Sun Hao sneered coldly, completely ignoring the warning, his gaze disgustingly licking the long sword. Facing the siege of dozens of junior ability users, Bylon was not flustered at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said to Yongnan, "You're too reasonable. When dealing with arrogant people, there's no need to waste words. Use your fists to show them that the iron pot is made of iron, so they won't be so arrogant in the future." What should I do? Yongnan muttered, still not reacting when an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. Clang! A plain straight blade suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It had no fancy decorations, nor was it engraved with any magic arrays, yet it exuded an invisible chilling aura. In the next moment, Bylon gripped the straight blade tightly and moved among the enemies at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, blood splattering everywhere. Thud! The flash of the blade passed, and in an instant, all of Sun Hao's underlings had their heads severed, blood gushing like a fountain. You dare to kill people. You actually killed members of the Blood Ghosts. Sun Hao broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror as he screamed. He hadn't even seen the white-masked man's attack, and the fact that he was still alive was sheer luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying blade light flashed again, and 5 more ability users were instantly killed. They didn't even have time to change their expressions before dying, completely unaware of their fate. Too arrogant, simply too arrogant. Sun Hao stared at the 10 headless corpses in disbelief. Someone actually dared to kill their people in broad daylight, blatantly provoking the entire Blood Ghost organization. Aren't you afraid of Bylon finding out? Killing people in the street, you're doomed. Even if the Blood Ghosts spare you, you'll be reported and faced Bylon's reckoning. Bylon felt a bit strange, especially being used as a threat by others. If they knew his true identity, what would their expressions be? Was it because he had destroyed Deng Kuan's Chao Gutian alliance back then, leaving them with too deep a shadow? However, he had no intention of discussing this with Yang Hao. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Blood Ghost organization were dead at Bylon's hands, their wounds ruthless and fatal. The scene fell into a dead silence, and the onlookers immediately dispersed, not daring to approach Bylon, the god of death, even half a step. Wait, you've killed enough, stop now. At this moment, Yongnan from Falcon spoke nervously, his eyes fixed on Bylon's blade, cold sweat breaking out on his face. He wanted to save Yang Hao's life. He was a senior member of the Blood Ghosts, and this was Falcon's territory. If all the Blood Ghosts were killed, Bylon could walk away, but they couldn't. If the Blood Ghost leader came for revenge, they would be helpless. When dealing with enemies, you must eliminate them completely. Don't you understand this principle? Bylon said indifferently. This was his consistent principle. Dragging things out would only lead to being bullied eventually. Just like Deng Kuan, whom he had spared before, it would have been better to finish him off with one strike. Now, in the entire safe city of Y City, there were very few people who could stand against Bylon, and he simply didn't care about such things. Although they are despicable, they don't deserve to die. After all, they are the main force protecting humanity and resisting zombies and exotic beasts. Yongnan insisted. Even if they wanted to kill your leader and destroy your Falcon organization, you still wouldn't kill them? Yongnan, you're just too soft. Always hesitating and indecisive, that's why your strength has been stagnant. Bylon sneered at as soon as the words were spoken. Yongnan felt as if he had been thrown into disarray by a gust of wind. He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't he know what to say? In the blink of an eye, Bylon had already disappeared. He turned back in alarm and found that Bai Lan had teleported through their defenses in an instant, moving at an unbelievable speed straight toward Chief Zhao's room. How do you know Chief Zhao's room? Who exactly are you? Yang Nan gripped his staff tightly, determined to stop Bai Lan's malicious actions at all costs. Go collect the corpses. I'll go in myself. Those people were mocking you just now for being so poor and shabby. Take their equipment. Don't give it to me, keep it for yourselves. Sell it or use it, whatever you want. Bai Lan said indifferently. You really are? Yang Nan was at a loss for words. Bai Lan clearly didn't intend to kill him otherwise. This weapon that looked like a cane would have left him unscathed. He was just worried about this arrogant man in front of him, unsure whether his courage was too great or if he was simply reckless. After all, the Blood Demon Chief was a 9-star beginner-level superhuman, backed by complex relationships and multiple organizational leaders. If they truly joined forces to attack, no matter how powerful Bai Lan was, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock, utterly futile. Stop staring at me. You'll understand eventually. Go collect the corpses, I'll go in myself. I might be able to save Chief Zhao's life. Bai Lan said impatiently. What? You can save Chief Zhao? Yang Nan, who had just been thinking about how to explain this tragedy to the Blood Demon organization, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this and asked urgently. No, I can't save him. Chief Zhao he is beyond saving. The corpse poison has already invaded his internal organs. We used our military merits to request a healing superhuman from the army, but it was completely useless. The healer said all his organs have been corroded and turned black. He is only alive because of his strong physical constitution as a tank superhuman, but he won't last through today. Bai Lan frowned, his expression serious. The situation is already this severe, time is of the essence. I'll go in and take a look first. With that, Bai Lan teleported away again. Yang Nan was so shocked that he clasped his hands together and prayed for Chief Zhao. Relying on his memory, Bai Lan found the room. As soon as he opened the door, a foul stench hit him, more suffocating than the smell of a toilet. For Bai Lan, such odors were nothing. He could tolerate smells far worse than rotting corpses. But at this moment, his heart tightened. He hadn't expected the situation to deteriorate to this extent. He couldn't imagine how much worse it would have been if he had arrived a day later. Chief Zhao's body was beginning to completely decay, not just the skin and flesh, but even his blood had turned murky and filthy. The corpse poison had caused his bodily functions to spiral out of control. If not for his tank's superhuman-esque strong constitution and the support of the corpse core, he would have already transformed into a corpse and started a killing spree. Man Ning inside the room. There were still several team members standing by Chief Zhao's side, their expressions heavy. They forced smiles and raised their glasses to drink with their leader. Their beloved chief was dying, and being able to share a drink in his final moments was a way to leave no regrets. But Chief Zhao was so weak he could barely move, relying on sheer willpower to lift his glass. Every sip he took was followed by violent coughing, expelling a foul black liquid into the glass. He didn't care his body was already in such a state. Gritting his teeth, he took another sip. The members of Falcon were like family. Some had lost their homes and loved ones, while others had been saved by the chief. In this apocalyptic world, they gathered together, becoming each other's support, the closest comrades and brothers. I'm dying. Instead of enduring this torment, I'd rather drink my last cup and end it myself. Man Ning, you must remember, after I die, burn me to ashes, leave nothing behind. I, Zhao Jun, will never allow myself to become a disaster. Leader Zhao shouted with all his strength, but then coughed violently, struggling even to breathe. A team member, unable to bear it, stepped forward to help him catch his breath. But Leader Zhao grinned and suddenly pushed Bai Lan away. The corpse poison in his body was already uncontrollable. Now, even ability users could be infected. How could he pass the corpse poison to his cherished subordinates? Leader Zhao, Bai Lan called out in pain, his voice soft yet tinged with a slight choke, completely unlike the cold and ruthless tone he used with outsiders. He owed Zhao Jun too much. In his previous life, Bai Lan was nothing like the cold and ruthless killing god he was now. Back then, he was young and inexperienced, full of impulsive passion. If it weren't for Leader Zhao taking care of him multiple times, Bailan would have died in some corner long ago, never having the chance to become the legendary beast tamer who would one day command millions of mutant beasts. Cough, cough. Are you one of the soldiers who defended the city with me? Come, Man Ning, pour him a drink. A trace of clarity flashed across Leader Zhao's face, but his vision was already blurred, the corpse poison corroding his eyes. However, his instincts told him that the person before him was no ordinary man. No, I'm not here to drink. I'm here to save you. Bailan quickly approached Leader Zhao. I'm beyond saving. Don't waste your time. I just want to say a few more words. Leader Zhao said weakly. No, you can be saved. If I say you can, then you can. Bailan rushed to the window beside Leader Zhao, and suddenly, a high-grade corpse core emitting a cold, sharp glow appeared in his hand. It was a top-tier core specifically for controllers. Don't touch it. Get away from him. You'll be infected by the corpse poison. A stunningly beautiful woman hurriedly tried to stop him, but Bailan paid no attention. Not only did he take out the high-grade corpse core, but he also pulled out hundreds of other cores from his chest. As long as he could save Leader Zhao, he was willing to give everything, even if it meant losing everything he had. At this point, the story unknowingly went live. This book is 300,000 words long, much more than the usual 150,000 to 240,000 words of typical fast-paced novels. When I started writing, I didn't plan it well, and many plot holes were only fixed after being pointed out. The protagonist's golden finger design was also not ideal, which caused many readers to leave. To those who have stuck around until now, I am truly grateful. Your tolerance has moved me to tears. By the time I reached the second volume, I felt much better. After listening to everyone's suggestions and reading many novels, writing has become much smoother. Many settings in the book can't be changed now, but I will do my best to write well. I promise to finish this book and not leave it hanging. Each chapter will be at least 3,000 words, and sometimes I'll even update 4,000 to 5,000 words, depending on whether my boss notices me slacking off at work. Lastly, thank you to all the fans who silently follow my updates, and to those who frequently reward me with Chidian coins and recommendation votes. You're even more diligent in supporting the book than I am. Special thanks to my beloved Black Cat book friend 202 2101 2125 319576, Misty Solitary Mountain, Hong Sui-ing, Bad Cat Star book friend 202 2030 31106 01146, book friend 202 2100 52114 4756, book friend 2020110 1656 32213, book friend 2020106 011330304, Yuling book friend 1612200002 549928 day. Drunk Rain Falling Flowers 1, Feishi 2 Feishi, Knight of Cassius. One day, I'm really tall. Divine Eagle Tian Ruashi, Rabbit Drunkard. Reading is not good. Simon DD 41. Middle-aged greasy uncle, Huang Clan, and all other friends who supported and recommended. Thank you all. Advanced Corpse Core. The beautiful woman looked at Bailan in surprise. She hadn't expected this masked man to be able to produce something so precious. In the exhibition hall of Y City, an advanced beast core required 3,000 battle merits to exchange. Their Falcon team could only earn 200 to 300 battle merits at most during each city defense battle, and after deducting daily expenses, they could only save 50 to 60 cores. Yet Bailan casually took one out. Bailan turned to look at the woman, his gaze complex. He nodded lightly without saying much. Facing Rong Manny from his past life, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. She had saved him with half her life, only to end up as a semi-vegetative state, and was ultimately humiliated to death by the captain of the Eastern family's second enforcement team. It's useless. We've already invited the military's healing ability user to take a look. The corpse core can only prolong his life, it can't save him. Rong Manny shook her head. She didn't want Bailan to waste such a precious corpse core on futile efforts. Rather than letting Leader Zhao suffer more, it would be better to end his torment sooner. The other team members also wore sorrowful expressions, feeling heartbroken yet powerless, only blaming themselves for their lack of ability. But not long after, they were shocked to fin for this. Even if it costs everything, it's worth it. Young man, I know my own physical condition best. The corpse poison has completely eroded my internal organs. Instead of wasting energy on treatment, I'd rather enjoy myself for a while now. When I'm gone, I can at least explain things to my wife and daughter. Leader, the surrounding team members were moved by Leader Zhao's heartfelt words. No one wanted this father-like figure to leave. Rong Mani quietly turned her head, wiping away tears and sobbing softly. There's hope. If I say you can live, then you will live. Bai Lan's gaze was firm, his words resolute. Young man, don't comfort me anymore. Even the most skilled healing ability user in the military district said there's no hope. In such a big city like Y City, who else could save me? Leader Zhao said with some disappointment. Yeah, young man, earning corpse cores isn't easy for you. Don't waste them. In the future, Falcon will repay you with battle merits. That's right, we repay kindness tenfold. Although we're poor, we never default on debts. Bai Lan was deeply moved. Their personalities were the same as in his previous life, but he couldn't say much at the moment. Wasting time on treatment wasn't worth it. Slowly, the white mask was removed, revealing a handsome yet slightly youthful face. Bai Lan, someone exclaimed, and instantly, all eyes turned to him. He was the most famous figure in the safe city. Apart from Deng Kuan, the young general slayer, and the Southgate defender, Bai Lan's name had spread throughout the streets and alleys. His presence had significantly improved the security of the safe city, even making organizations like the Blood Ghosts fear him, afraid of causing big trouble. Rong Mani's eyes sparkled continuously. She hadn't expected the legendary Bai Lan, who was talked about like a myth, to be only in his 20s and even somewhat resemble her long-deceased younger brother. Good. Ha ha ha. A hero is indeed young. Even I didn't expect the one who took down the Chaogu Alliance to be such a young guy. It seems I haven't paid enough attention to the affairs of the safe city. Come, to be able to drink with a young hero like you in my final moments, I, Zhao Jun, have lived a worthy life. After saying this, Leader Zhao picked up the wine glass by his bedside and drank it heartily. Bai Lan, helpless, also raised his glass and drank. Refreshing, so satisfying. My brother's drinking style suits me perfectly. Don't cry, everyone. I prefer to be sent off with laughter, not tears. Leader Zhao boldly slammed down his glass. Everyone followed suit, drinking, and Rong Mani joined in, though she cried even harder. Leader Zhao, don't give up. I can save you, trust me. I really have a way, Bai Lan said sincerely. With his mask removed, Bai Lan's words carried even more power. When he said he could save him, naturally no one objected. Instead, their eyes were filled with hope. Really? Leader Zhao was somewhat skeptical. He had come to terms with life and death, not truly wanting to give up. Bai Lan nodded heavily. Instantly, everyone was so excited they almost jumped up, hugging each other and crying tears of joy. Quick, take Leader Zhao to the welfare center. There are plenty of corpse cores and beast cores there to sustain his life, Bai Lan immediately commanded. Everyone quickly found a large stretcher, lifted Leader Zhao in no time, and rushed to the welfare center. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Falcon's base, Falcon scumbags, get out here. Blood debts must be repaid. The sound wasn't loud, yet it struck straight to the heart, like a high-speed drill piercing the ear, leaving people dizzy, disoriented, and gasping for air. Immediately after, a few screams rang out, quickly fading away, replaced by the muffled sound of bodies being smashed into pulp. The scene was utterly horrific. Yang Nan's eyes widened in fury. Frozen as if struck by lightning, those who had just been crushed into meat paste were his companions. He had only gone to the restroom, and in the blink of an eye, his comrades had been brutally slaughtered, leaving no intact corpses behind. Lady Xing, how dare you kill people? Aren't you afraid of punishment from the military district? Punishment? Lady Xing sneered coldly. You were the ones who attacked first. I'm just here for revenge. The military district can't control me. Today, I'll make sure your Falcon team is finished. Stop wasting words. Come over here obediently, stretch out your neck, and don't let your filthy blood splatter on me. Lady Xing brandished his large blade arrogantly, shouting provocatively. Behind him stood a row of black-clad ability users, each exuding an intimidating aura, their faces full of anger, weapons tightly gripped, and murderous intent radiating. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses smashed into bloody pulp, some with their heads crushed into their chests, flesh and blood scattered everywhere, brain matter and shattered bones flying in all directions. Dream on. Yong Nan's staff emitted a dazzling light, and sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the ground around him. However, his power was insufficient. He couldn't match the speed, precision, or strength of Lu Tuesday. Within seconds, he was hit in the shoulder by a long-range fireball thrown by one of Lei Dishing's subordinates. Trash is trash. If you dare resist, you die. Lei Dishing raised his large blade and charged at Yong Nan. At the critical moment, an ice spike flew in, forcing Lei Dishing to raise his blade to block it. It was Rong Munning, the ice master, who had arrived. She was the first to hear the commotion and rush over. The main force of the Falcon team was still inside, preparing stretchers for evacuation. Well, the beauty has arrived. Lei Dishing's face twisted into a lecherous grin as he stared at Rong Munning without restraint. If you surrender and come with us willingly, I might consider sparing the rest of your Falcon team. Behave well, and I might even reward you with a few corpse cores. Ha! Go to hell. Rong Munning was furious, her abilities erupting as the surrounding air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. Ice spike attacks rained down on Lei Dishing and his men like a storm. Such a petty trick. A tall, thin man beside Lei Dishing shouted coldly, leaping in front of the group. He opened his mouth wide and instantly swallowed all the ice spikes. Seeing her attack easily neutralized, Rong Munning, the stunningly beautiful woman, panicked, clenching her fists tightly, her face full of unwillingness, biting her lower lip, looking utterly cornered. At that moment, the main members of the Falcon team carried Zhao Jun out. Seeing the situation before them, they couldn't help but swallow hard. It's over. That's Mad Blade Lei Dishing and Iron Stomach Hu Tai, the two deputy leaders of the Blood Ghosts. Both of them are at the early 8-star level. When they work together, even a 9-star ability user can't withstand them. It's said that during the Corpse Tide, they killed several early 9-star night demons and received many rewards from the military district. Forget about both of them attacking together. Even one of them alone is more than our Falcon team can handle. The Blood Ghosts have now merged with several organizations, their power even surpassing that of the former Chaogaskai Alliance. If Commander Zhao weren't injured, we might have been able to hold out for a while with teamwork, but now he doesn't have the strength to fight. Not just the Falcon team, no other organization could face the Blood Ghosts head-on. The only ones who could suppress the Blood Demons were probably the military and by Land's Welfare Institute. Well, Chief Zhao, you're lying in bed now. Looking at how weak you are you preparing for your final journey? We Blood Demons have a big coffin. If you want it, I can reluctantly give it to you. Lei Dishing's mouth wouldn't stop as he saw Zhao Jun, spitting out malicious words like a machine gun. Zhao Jun was furious, not because of Lei Dishing's words, but because the members of the Falcon group were lying on the ground. What do you mean, you? So angry you're spitting blood? I don't have a good reputation anyway. Since you're here, after killing one of my Blood Demon senior officers, I want you to pay tenfold. All the men will become slaves, and the women will be handed over to the brothers in the organization. Not only Lei Dishing, but the ugly, scrawny man next to him also chimed in viciously. I'll give you half a minute to crawl out obediently, or my poison techniques won't show mercy. I'll fill your heads with parasites, making you suffer unbearably, unable to live or die. These disgusting and mocking words hit like a heavy hammer. Chief Zhao's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and he seemed to be convulsing. He had always been hot-blooded and impulsive, but under the pressure of the Blood Demons, he was completely at a loss this time, his face showing pain and helplessness. Chief, Rong Munning called out anxiously. She was well aware of the Blood Demons' notorious reputation, especially Lei Dishing, who was depraved and often abused innocent women. If the female members of the Falcon group fell into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Jun was caught in a dilemma, his mind in turmoil. His worsening injuries made him feel even more helpless. Surrender, and his comrades would be tortured to the point of wishing for death. Fight, and with the Blood Demons' brutality, even their families wouldn't escape death, completely cutting off any chance of resurgence. He took a deep breath, struggled to sit up straight, and said with a bitter smile, We Falcons must fight for our dignity. Rather than living like dogs, we might as well take a few of them down with us." Hearing this, several team members also burned with anger, their faces filled with determination and a willingness to die for their cause. At that moment, a cold, murderous voice came from within. "Who are you planning to kill?" Ladishing was locked in place by the killing intent, his heart tightening. He wanted to retreat, but running away before even seeing the person would be too humiliating. Forcing himself to stay, he replied, "Of course, we're going to kill the entire Falcon organization to show them the consequences of provoking the blood demons." Ha ha ha, how bold. Even your blood demon leader wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Bailan's ghostly figure suddenly appeared between the two groups. Bailan. Ladishing recognized the young man before him and cried out in fear. Their boss had specifically warned them that in Y City's safe zone, they could provoke anyone but Bailan, the god of death who played by no rules. To prevent any foolishness from his subordinates, the blood demons had even posted Bailan's photo at their entrance with the words "high risk" written on it, so everyone would remember not to mess with him. Despite all the warnings, they had still managed to provoke him. Now he was the ultimate fool. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Ladishing fell to the ground in fear, his eyes filled with terror. He immediately prostrated himself, kneeling and begging, "I was ignorant and reckless. Please, spare me, grant me a way out." The Poison Master and Iron Stomach Hu Tai, standing beside him, turned pale and also knelt down, obedient as lambs. Bailan snorted angrily, his knuckles cracking loudly. "Who did you just say you were going to kill? No one dares to kill anyone. It was my loose tongue that offended Falcon's friend. I deserve to die? Knowing that Sun Hao was killed by you, I can only applaud and thank you for eliminating the blood demon scourge." Ladishing pleaded with a mournful face. "I'll ask you again. Who did you say you were going to kill just now?" Seeing Bailan's fury, his heart tightened. Thinking quickly, he pointed to the poison warlock beside him. "I said I was going to kill him." "Then do it." Bailan reined in his anger and said coldly. "Huh." The poison warlock froze, his mind unable to process what was happening before his head was severed by a large blade. Ladishing immediately sheathed the blade, pretending nothing had happened, and smiled. "My lord, all the enemies have been dealt with. May I leave now? I will bring generous gifts to Falcon to make up for my previous mistakes." Bailan nodded. "Leave your tongue and get lost." Ladishing, truly a man of action, raised his blade without hesitation and cut off his own tongue, throwing it at the door. He gritted his teeth in pain but, thanks to his strong physique, did not pass out. Supported by a few of his subordinates, he limped away. This scene left Zhao Jun utterly shocked. Although he was aware of Bailan's intimidating presence, he hadn't expected the deputy leader of the blood demons to be so terrified, reduced to begging without any resistance. Falcon's members were also stunned by what had just transpired. Their gazes toward Bailan were now filled not only with gratitude, but also with a newfound reverence. "Don't waste time, move," Bailan urged. He hadn't killed anyone because he didn't want to waste time. Those blood demons were like annoying parasites, one after another, never ending. Killing one would just bring another, and it was tiresome. Bailan wasn't afraid of them, but missing the treatment window would have dire consequences. Under Bailan's urging, the group quickly rushed toward the welfare center. With Bailan leading the way, no one dared to cause trouble. By the time they arrived at the welfare center, it was already late afternoon. A long line stretched outside the office building, with people scrambling to join the welfare center, a symbol of safety and stability. "It's Lord Bai. I've been waiting here for almost 3 days, and I finally get to see him in person. He looks like he's in a hurry. Who's that on the stretcher? They look injured. My father is an old Chinese medicine doctor. Look at me, Lord Bai. Stop it. What does your dad being a doctor have to do with you? Lord Bai, look at me. I'm a healing type ability user." Bailan ignored them and rushed straight into the office building. He retrieved thousands of corpse cores from the warehouse and placed them beside Leader Zhao. These cores were sent by Li Jun after the last corpse tide ended a generous amount. Li Jun was quite magnanimous. In fact, Bailan could have taken more, but he had distributed some to the soldiers at the south gate. So many corpse cores. Rong Mani covered her mouth in shock. It was the first time she'd seen so many. Even the rewards given to the blood demons for guarding against the corpse tide weren't this abundant. But more than anything, she was worried about how they would ever repay such a debt in the future. It's not much, Bailon replied indifferently, then used his ability to amplify his voice. Jiangyu, come to my room immediately. In less than a minute, a girl, with cute attire and twin ponytails appeared before everyone. The other members of Falcon couldn't help but swallow nervously, feeling a wave of restlessness in their hearts. Brother Bai, what can I do for you? Jiang Yu's voice was sweet. Bailon suppressed his nausea and handed the battle merit tally sheet to her. Miss Jiang, please hurry to the exhibition hall and exchange all the advanced corpse cores. All of them. Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. An advanced corpse core costs 3,000 battle merits. But after seeing the numbers on the tally sheet, she nodded blankly. Now they had to go to Coastal Splendor to find Lin Cece, and time was definitely tight. Ordinary corpse cores wouldn't be enough to counteract the corpse poison in Zhao Jun's body. To endure it, advanced corpse cores with stronger abilities were necessary. Bailon, is that your sister? Rong Wenning curiously pointed at Jiang Yu, who had just walked out the door. Of course not. She's just a regular member of the Welfare Institute, Bailon quickly denied. What a joke. He, a dignified man, could never have a sister dressed like that. If she were really his sister, he would have given her two choices long ago, either transform or end her life. After a bumpy journey, the exhausted leader Zhao had already fallen asleep. With the corpse core sustaining his life, he no longer had to endure the pain of corpse poison erosion, and his mind relaxed. The Falcon members also breathed a sigh of relief with Bailon around. The leader would surely survive. Time flew by, and 2 hours had passed. There was movement outside Bailan's room, judging by the sound. Yi Ying and the others had returned. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Ying entered, she rushed into Bailan's room and said excitedly, Brother Bai, I brought your Aunt Mouse back. It's so cute. Sister Sue was right. Ant mice are truly the best in the world. The mouse suddenly emerged from Yi Ying's collar, sniffed Bailan's scent, and jumped onto his hand. Bailan was about to speak when Yi Ying continued talking on her own. Brother Bai, you definitely can't guess what else I brought for you. Before she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and a familiar figure appeared before Bailan. Seeing her youthful and lively demeanor, Bailan's heart was filled with joy. Wasn't this Lin Cece, whom he had been thinking about all along? Bailan, long time no see. Did you miss me? Lin Cece teased with a smile. Bailan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, even using the system to confirm. Unexpectedly, Lin Cece had already advanced to a high-level ability user and awakened her exclusive combat skill, Flame of Life. Miss you? I think about you all the time. Bailan stepped forward and grabbed Lin Cece's small hand, leading her to Zhao Jun's bedside. Lin Cece hadn't expected Bailan to be so forward. Her face flushed, and she was at a loss, letting him lead her. At this moment, Bailan's mind was entirely focused on saving Zhao Jun, completely oblivious to her expression. With his straightforward personality, he wouldn't have noticed even under normal circumstances at most. He might have cracked a few jokes. Lin Cece's exclusive combat skill, Flame of Life, was as much of a divine ability as Bailan's spiritual avatar, practically tailor-made for her. Exclusive combat skill, Flame of Life, transforms one's abilities into pure life force, capable of purifying all evil forces. After purification, the evil forces are converted into abilities that replenish the user, allowing them to temporarily possess a portion of the power of the evil caster. No wonder Lin Cece chose this skill. It could heal others while enhancing her combat power. Bailan remembered her dream of becoming a close combat healer. Quick, use your Flame of Life to save him. Only you can do it, Bailan urged anxiously. Lin Cece snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and her gaze immediately turned serious as she looked at Zhao Jun lying on the bed. He's so badly injured, and this corpse poison has been dragging on for so long. Don't you know it can kill people? Lin Cece's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of the Falcon team members. Of course, they knew, but there was simply nothing they could do. When Leader Zhao was first injured and corpse poison invaded, they had tried to treat him. Unfortunately, the poison spread too quickly, and by the time the military's healing ability user arrived, it was already too late. If the poison could have been expelled immediately, there might have been hope. But everyone was too worried about Leader Zhao to think much, anxiously following behind Lin Sisi and asking, "Miss, can our leader still be saved? Please, no matter the cost, we are willing to pay it. He can be saved. This minor corpse poison is no match for me," Lin Sisi said confidently. Her life flame was specifically effective against corpse poison. Without saying more, she extended her hand, and a faint red flame ignited in her palm, slowly approaching Leader Zhao's chest. The firelight transformed into countless tiny specks of light, scattering like petals and nourishing Leader Zhao's decaying body. Lin Sisi placed her palm on his chest, injecting more life energy. "Be careful, the corpse poison," Rong Manny reminded nervously. But Lin Sisi ignored her, continuing to purify the corpse poison in Leader Zhao's body with her life energy. The poison had been eroding his body for a long time, and his internal organs and blood were nearly rotten. If not for the corpse core constantly suppressing it, he would have already turned into a walking corpse. "Are you a healing ability user?" Rong Manny asked in surprise. Healing ability users were extremely rare, with only a few in the entire military district. Moreover, the life energy emanating from Lin Sisi's hands was so powerful it was terrifying, far surpassing even the district's top healer. Moments later, the previously unconscious Leader Zhao suddenly let out a comfortable groan and woke up with a start, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. "Comfortable, so comfortable," Leader Zhao exclaimed excitedly. The corpse poison that had tormented him for 2 days was finally gone. His complexion immediately improved, his skin gradually recovered, and even his breathing became steady and strong. Most importantly, the foul stench emanating from his body disappeared. His room, which had been reeking, was now fresh again. The team members first looked at each other in disbelief, then erupted in joyous cheers, their eyes filled with amazement as they gazed at the miraculous woman before them. "It's truly a miracle." The top healer the military district sent was completely useless, and even said that not even a deity could save him. And now, in just a few minutes, he's healed. "Miss, we will be forever grateful to you and Lord Bai," one of the core team members said, kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes, full of gratitude. "It's nothing, really. Just a small matter. If you're injured in the future, just come find me," Lin Sisi said with a smile, helping him up. She seemed like a goddess, healing everyone around her. Bailan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Leader Zhao had died, he would have blamed himself for a long time, having been reborn and saving lives along the way. If he couldn't even save the living, it would have been too shameful. After receiving thanks from Leader Zhao and the others, Bailan left with Lin Sisi. Now that they were fine, Bailan had to continue with his own matters and also gather information about the coastal prosperity. After all, it was his hometown and a key area for development. "Lin Sisi, how's the situation at Coastal Prosperity? How many advanced ability users are there now?" Bailan asked. "Including me, there are already 3. The other 2 are Lu Tu and Xiaoxua. And I was the first one in the Villa district to advance to the advanced level," Lin Sisi said proudly, hands on her hips. "Impressive." Bailan praised without hesitation a healing ability user leveling up faster than Su Xuexin, and many warriors and tanks shows that she has put in more effort. Lin Sisi, who was being praised, was very happy. She trained hard just to gain Bailan's approval. By the way, Brother Lu and second brother Lu have also reached 9 stars in strength. They might break through within a week. All the ability users in the Villa district have been improving rapidly following your training methods, and many have even surpassed others. Not bad. Once the road between the 2 sides is cleared, let them come and stay here for a while so everyone can exchange experiences, Bailan said indifferently. "I heard from Ying that you took down the Chao Gutian alliance in the military district and even turned their base into a welfare home. I knew you might talk tough, but deep down, you really care about others." Speaking of the welfare home, the one who first had this idea was undoubtedly Lin Sisi. She was full of righteousness and cared deeply for the people. Although some said she was too kind, she once dared to argue with Bailan in public just to save a stranger. Probably no one else in the entire Y city would dare to do such a thing. Bailan scoffed. Who has nothing better to do than to actually run a welfare home? That's a future money tree. Later, They'll be grateful and work for me for free. Do you think I cook so well for no reason? Fair enough, but I'll be staying here for a while. The villa district is guarded by Xiao Shui and Big Fool, so it's as stable as an old dog. I need to focus on my career. Do you have any tasks for me? No, and you're not allowed to use any resources from the welfare home. If you want to do charity, you have to use your own money, Bailon said irritably. He knew Lin Cici's little savings would definitely be spent entirely. It was better to make things clear now to avoid trouble later. I'll use my own money then. I don't believe that as a high-level ability user, I can't earn anything. By the way, since you're being so unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. Lord Bai, pay me for the treatment, just now 100 pounds of flour in total. Lin Cici stretched out her small hand, glaring angrily at Bailon. Not happening. That treatment will count as your test to join the welfare home. I agree to let you join now, but you'll only get the basic benefits of an ordinary member each month, nothing more. Bailon retorted without backing down. Bailon, you'll regret this. Lin Cici flung the door open, gritting her teeth in anger, wishing she could swallow him whole. Bang! After a loud slam, the room instantly fell silent. Bailon let out a sigh of relief and began to think about his next plans. The villa district, under the management of the three Liu brothers, was already on the right track, with strength steadily improving. Especially once Liu Hua and Liu Ji both advanced to high levels, their combat power would even surpass the military district. By then, small-scale zombie or beast hordes in the villa district wouldn't pose any threat to them. When Bailon went to settle accounts with the Dongfang family, those people would become his strong combat support. The welfare home, managed by Xiao Yanyun, Ying, and a few others, was almost worry-free. With his reputation, it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble. Once enough talent was recruited, they could start production and further expand their influence. With a spendthrift like Lin Cici around, it would surely be an easy task. What Bailon was most concerned about now, however, was the imminent arrival of the army of alien gods. For Y City's safe zone and for himself, that was the real threat. If they weren't dealt with first, no amount of development would matter. It would be like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Day 45, black mist descends. The entire Y City is sealed by a mysterious force, and an army of alien gods that should have appeared a year after the apocalypse emerges from the spatial wormhole. Day 67, dark clouds churn in the sky, a massive formation appears, and a giant black hand reaches down. Bailan's mind kept replaying these words, recalling the simulated battle over and over again, searching for a breakthrough. In that battle, Lin Cici and Su Xuexin both died. Li Jun from the military district and several major generals perished, and even Yin Siming, who tried to forcibly foresee the future, died suddenly. In the end, they could only perish together. Although by then his strength would far surpass his current level, the advanced combat power of the safe city was severely lacking. Even against the army of alien gods, defense would be difficult. Typically, it takes two advanced ability users of the same star level to kill a high-level alien god. To win one-on-one, one must be at least 3 times stronger than the opponent. After all, not everyone is like Bailon, who can easily fight across levels, and even opponents of the same level might be hard to defeat. With heavy firepower suppression, once Bailon recovers, dealing with them wouldn't be too difficult, at most costing tens of thousands of lives. The hardest to deal with, however, is the black hand extended by the Shadow Ghost Emperor. Only by stopping it can Y City's safe city have a chance to survive. Otherwise, everything is futile. Thinking it over, Bailon concluded, the key lies in that summoning formation. To summon such a powerful alien god in the early stages of the apocalypse, the scale of the formation must be significant and the restrictions very strict. To break it, the formation must be found and destroyed. Unfortunately, during the last simulation reward settlement, Bailon didn't choose this option. Now, he could only simulate several more times, striving to obtain another reward related to the formation. After all, he had plenty of time power and wasn't afraid to use it. He might as well see if there were other ways to break it. System, start reality simulation. Insufficient reality simulation attempts. Would you like to consume 5,000 time power to redeem? Yes. Reality simulation begins, automatically loading achievement. Old 6. Loading information. Day 1. You practice the Supreme Overlord Fist and Mental Clone diligently at the Welfare Center. Day 2 afternoon. The ground shakes, and you sense a powerful force. Shortly after, you receive a message from Li Jun, requesting your support at the main city gate. You climb the city gate and discover a nearly extraordinary level alien beast, the silver-armored giant python. Day 3. You engage in a fierce battle all night. The military district suffers heavy losses, with 2 major generals and Li Jun severely injured. Fortunately, Lin Cece was there to save lives. For the safety of the city, you had no choice but to take out the Bad Bloodstone and flee with it frantically. The Bad Bloodstone has a strong attraction to alien beasts and zombies, causing the silver-armored giant python to chase after you. Day 4. You fight while fleeing. Luckily, the silver-armored giant python is not fast, and you manage to shake it off at critical moments, leaving it with numerous wounds. Day 5. Your mental strength and abilities are nearly exhausted, and you've even used your mental clone. After 3 days of fleeing, you are now over 1,000 kilometers away from Y City. You believe the silver-armored giant python won't bother you again anytime soon. Using all your strength, you throw the Bad Bloodstone, and the silver-armored giant python charges directly at it, ignoring you. Day 6. You find a small town to recover your strength. Losing the Bad Bloodstone leaves you feeling regretful, but you decide to retrieve it once your strength grows. For now, the priority is to recover and return to the city. Day 9. You return to Y City's safe city. Under the military district's promotion, you have already become a hero in the hearts of the people. Your feat of single-handedly challenging the peak-level Lord Beast spread far and wide, and the Welfare Institute became incredibly popular. Day 15. Your strength broke through to 5-star advanced level, with significant progress in both your mental clone and Supreme Overlord Fist, greatly enhancing your power. Day 20. Both talismans and formations advanced simultaneously. Zhang Yu and Aunt Zhang began creating talismans and formations imbued with the power of the Furious Buddha Lotus. Day 25. A beast tide struck, and the talismans and formations with the Furious Buddha Lotus displayed extraordinary power, significantly reducing military casualties. The talismans produced by the Welfare Institute became highly sought after by the military and major organizations, with a continuous supply of beast cores and corpse cores. Day 30. The previous beast tide brought a sense of crisis. To prepare for future challenges, you left the city and began taming exotic beasts, determined to build a beast army. Day 33. You successfully tamed a high-level exotic beast and formed a Bloodwolf squad, greatly enhancing your combat power. Day 38. Your strength skyrocketed to 7-star advanced level. The combined number of high-level ability users in your Welfare Institute and Coastal Prosperity exceeded tenfold. Under your visualization training method and combat skill training, many strong individuals emerged in the military. Day 45. You broke through to 8-star level. However, at this moment, black mist enveloped the entire Y City, and a mysterious force sealed the space. From the spatial wormhole emerged the army of alien gods, which was supposed to appear a year into the apocalypse, but the timeline had advanced by more than 10 days. Day 47. The battle against the alien gods was extremely difficult, but everyone gritted their teeth and held on. The residents of the entire safe city united and successfully repelled the alien gods temporarily. Day 50. The alien gods launched another attack, this time led by a 9-star advanced alien god with terrifying power. You couldn't defeat it in a short time. While you were held back, the alien gods launched a massive assault, targeting the safe city. Day 52. Continuous fierce battles resulted in millions of refugee deaths and heavy military losses. Fortunately, the turtle shell shield was finally developed. Once equipped, the alien gods' attacks were noticeably weakened. Day 60. Hope was reignited. You deployed the high-tech turtle shell, making Y City's safe city impregnable. The alien gods launched multiple attacks, but were repelled each time. Your combat power grew stronger, and you even pushed the alien gods back by hundreds of kilometers. Day 70. Several beams of light suddenly rose within the safe city, followed by the appearance of a massive formation. The sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning. Suddenly, a giant black hand descended from the sky, and with just one finger, it pierced through 2 layers of the turtle shell shield. Day 72. The alien god army invaded Y City, leaving the city in ruins. The Black Hand struck once more, causing 5 million casualties in an instant. The military district fell into despair, and Li Jun pressed the missile launch button in his final moments, intending to perish together with the alien gods. Day 75. You led the people from the Welfare Institute back to the Villa district. However, the alien gods continued their attacks. The 3 Liu brothers perished, as did Ying and Wang Ming. Su Xuexin fainted from grief, and Su Xia took over. Lin Cixi fell into a coma due to exhaustion of her abilities. The Villa district could hold out for no more than 3 days before falling. Day 78. Almost all the remaining combatants in the Villa district were killed. At this moment, the Black Hand in the sky descended once again. No one could escape, and all were annihilated. Ding! The reality simulation has ended. This simulation lasted 78 days. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards: proficiency and insights into any combat skill or ability. Within 78 days, 10 bottles of advanced recovery potions instantly restore the mental power and abilities of a high-level ability user. Detailed information about the location where you captured the high-level exotic beast after the simulation ended. Bailan was stunned. This time, there was no critical formation information. Apart from surviving 20 more days, the result was almost the same as last time. The army of alien gods was blocked, but if the mastermind isn't defeated, it's all in vain. Why did the Shadow Ghost Emperor personally appear? Could it really be to avenge that Shadow Ghost face? That theory is too absurd. The Grand Formation was activated twice from inside the safe city, which means there must be a traitor in Y City. Otherwise, setting up so many formations would be nearly impossible. Which alien god number could achieve this? Bailan frowned in deep thought. Alien god numbers, apart from the top 10, are generally distributed based on average levels. Some groups have a large number of alien gods, but individual strength is not outstanding. So far, Blue Star has discovered 168 types of invading alien gods. After checking one by one, Bailan was puzzled. It must either be an anomaly within a group or an unknown alien god. Otherwise, it would be impossible to infiltrate Y City and set up such a grand formation. Generally speaking, alien gods possess only one fixed talent, and after birth, they only need to train continuously. However, when the numbers are vast, mutants with peculiar abilities emerge, which are variations of the original abilities, ranging from strong to weak. The specific abilities can only be known upon encounter. Bailan suspected this was the case. Because of the unknown, the possibilities are endless. Perhaps there really is an alien god proficient in formations and capable of transforming into a human to move freely? If so, the formation in the safe city would make sense. Since the summoning was for the Shadow Ghost Emperor, the alien god in hiding is likely a variant of the Shadow Ghost face. A flash of inspiration struck, and Bailan's thoughts expanded. The resentment formation. Bailan suddenly remembered the formation in the hospital that affected Su Xuexin. It absorbed the resentment of the deceased, either lightly imprisoning their souls until they dissipated or heavily destroying their souls entirely, preventing reincarnation. This resentment is an excellent supplement for alien gods. Initially, Bailan thought the Shadow Ghost face was merely using it to enhance its strength, but now it seems the formation is definitely related to the Grand Formation in Y City. While deep in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open. By G, the corpse cores you asked me to exchange have arrived. I brought them back. The military district was really helpful. I heard it was for you. And they sent them directly without deducting any merit points. Jiang Yu extended his hand, revealing 3 high-level corpse cores. Bailan nodded. Li Jun was becoming more and more loyal, even sending them without considering merit points. This was a far cry from his previously stingy behavior. But it had to be said, this approach was indeed effective for Bailan. Even if Bailan had a thick skin, he would feel embarrassed to use merit points to pressure Li Jun again, and might not touch merit point exchanges in the future. Li Jun's meaning was clear. We're brothers, don't be polite. If you need something, just say it, but don't use merit points to disrupt market prices. Send them back. I don't need them, Bailon said indifferently. What? You don't want them? But these are high-level corpse cores. They can enhance your strength or be used to exchange for materials to make talismans. Jiang Yu tightly gripped the corpse cores, looking reluctant. If I say no, then it's no. Using the orphanage's corpse cores to write talismans is not allowed. Send them back immediately. All right. Jiang Yu was a bit reluctant, but didn't dare to disobey. He sulkily opened the door. Wait. Bailon suddenly remembered something. Call Aunt Zhang over. Don't neglect the matter of improving your abilities. I won't. I'll work hard. Jiang Yu acted cute, closed the door, and left. Bailon felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yu was too effeminate, even someone as tough as him felt unnerved. It seemed only men truly understood men. Bailon secretly decided to keep his distance from him in the future. Not long after, Aunt Zhang came over with a smile, holding a ladle in her hand. Judging by her apron, she was clearly in the middle of preparing lunch. Bailon softened his tone. Aunt Zhang, may I ask if you know about resentment arrays? I do. My ability inheritance mention them. They're formations that absorb the resentment of the dead. They sound particularly sinister. Aunt Zhang replied after thinking for a moment. Do you know anything else about them? There seem to be 2 other types of formations with different effects, but I don't know much about them. I'll need to level up to understand more. Bailon scanned Aunt Zhang with the system. She was currently at a beginner 3-star level, mostly enhanced through corpse cores. Using more this month would overdraw her potential. Aunt Zhang, your current strength is crucial to the orphanage and even to the safety of the 8 million people in the entire safe city, Bailon said, his tone turning serious. That's serious? Yes, so please focus entirely on training and improving your ability level until you master the relevant knowledge. The orphanage and I will fully support you. Use the corpse cores and beast cores to recover your strength and abilities. To solve this issue, they had to spare no effort. Otherwise, facing the direct assault of the Black Hand would be impossible to survive. After giving instructions to Aunt Zhang, Bailon didn't idle. The matter with Yuan Chou couldn't be resolved immediately, but the silver-armored python they had to face tomorrow was a pressing issue. It was a monster on the verge of advancing to the extraordinary level, and Bailon wasn't confident about it. If he were a 9-star lord himself, he could easily kill it. But he was only at a high 4-star level now, far from being a match. Having dealt with exotic beasts for decades, Bailon had his own plans. He had a high-tech martial simulation turtle shell. With the city's combined strength, they could withstand the silver-armored python's attacks. However, using this strategy might slow down the Y-City research team's progress and enthusiasm for building the protective shield. During future battles with the alien gods, recovery time would be extremely critical. The advanced ability users of Y-City would need to keep the turtle shell operational throughout the fight. If one broke, another would have to replace it, and losing even one could be fatal. Therefore, Bailon couldn't use the turtle shell lightly. For now, he could only discuss the matter with Li Jun and Yin Siming. Bailon stepped out of the door, and it was already dark. The reality simulation had taken quite some time. If only it could be paused at will. At the orphanage entrance, a few people were distributing porridge again. Xiao Yinyun and Lin Sisi were working together seamlessly. Before long, they would become the little sons of Y-City's people. Bailon had to think of a way to control their spending habits. They couldn't keep draining the orphanage's resources. An idea struck Bailon. He walked up to Lin Sisi and said, Lin Sisi, would you like to take a position in the military district? I can help you apply. They have great benefits, and you can earn military merits by fighting zombies. Really? Would the military district even consider a female college student like me? Lin Sisi asked excitedly. They will. If you agree, I'll apply for you. All right. Bailon smiled slightly indeed. Using someone else's resources to cultivate talent is the best. Lin Sisi's ability is miraculous regeneration, far surpassing the healers currently in the military district. Li Jun should be grateful to me. By the way, I'll let her see the treachery of human nature. She shouldn't always think that money and food are easy to earn. Not long after, Bailon arrived at Li Jun's house. The house was simple, not at all resembling the residence of the leader of Y-City Safe Zone. Li Jun and Yin Siming were drinking tea and discussing the future development of Y-City and the exchange of battle merits. Bailon knocked on the door and entered, greeting them like old friends before sitting down. On the table, there was only a kettle and 3 teacups, with no extra decorations. Bailon, you usually don't come by. If you're here suddenly, it must be something big, Li Jun said straightforwardly. It is indeed something big. Tomorrow afternoon, a near transcendent level silver armored python will attack Y City Safe Zone, Bailon said directly. What? Li Jun immediately tensed up. Bailon, don't say such things. Elder Yin said that with the current size of the spatial wormholes, such creatures can't possibly appear. Elder Yin is correct under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be possible. But after the contact between the Otherworld and Blue Star, unstable fissures have appeared. If someone accidentally falls into one, their life would be in danger. Most of these fissures are extremely hazardous, but there are exceptions. That peak Lord level beast came to Blue Star bearing injuries. Why would it attack Y City Safe Zone? Human flesh, especially that of ability users, is an excellent source of nourishment for both beasts and zombies. I speculate that it's coming here to consume enough food to heal its old wounds and simultaneously ascend to transcendence. If that happens, none of Y City's survivors will stand a chance. After hearing this, Li Jun collapsed into his chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. A near transcendent beast. Practically invincible now, perhaps only a nuclear bomb could harm it. Given Y City's current state, there was no way to resist. He felt utterly defeated after painstakingly getting the safe zone on track and preparing for rapid development. This fatal blow had come out of nowhere, a bolt from the blue. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Yen Siming took a sip of tea and smiled reassuringly. Youngly, don't panic. Bailon is here, which means there's definitely a solution. Otherwise, he would have already told you to run for your life. Upon hearing this, Li Jun immediately jumped up from his chair, grabbed Bailon's hand, and asked, Bailon, what should we do? Just tell me your plan. Whatever I can do to help, I'll give it my all. Bailon said, I have a plan. Last time, during the zombie tide, I picked up a treasure that has a strong attraction to beasts. I can use it to lure the enemy away, allure the snake out of its hole strategy. After the reality simulation ended, everyone unanimously agreed that the best strategy to deal with the silver-armored python was to lure it to the Dongfang family and let the two sides exhaust each other. As an old rival of the Dongfang family, Bailon knew that their family had a set of inherited formations, strong in both defense and offense, comparable to an indestructible turtle shell. Moreover, the Dongfang family still possessed plenty of powerful equipment and treasures. Before the apocalypse, they had purchased a large number of rare items, waiting for the arrival of abilities to unleash their power. It was said that the Dongfang family had secretly stolen treasures from major museums in Y City and G City. They seemed to have known about the apocalypse long before it happened. The more Bailon investigated, the more he felt that the Dongfang family was born to deal with this disaster. So, if anyone had the strength to defeat the silver-armored python, it had to be the Dongfang family. Then how exactly do we lure it away? Bailon smiled faintly, took out the damaged bloodstone from his spatial bracelet, and broke it in half on the spot, handing one half to Li Jun. The half you have, I've tampered with. Once I activate my ability, it will start emitting signals, attracting nearby zombies and mutant beasts, including that Lord-level mutant beast. Li Jun still didn't quite understand. So where exactly do you plan to lure this disaster? Be clear about it. The Dongfang family. You're planning to provoke them again? Li Jun sighed, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, but didn't exhale the smoke. He continued, Bailon, you have to trust me. Once the military district becomes strong, if you have grievances, I, Li Jun, will definitely help you settle them. Right now, we can't afford to provoke the Dongfang family. Grievances? Bailon sneered. I'm their mortal enemy. Commander Li, without playing diversion with that mutant beast, there's no way to solve the problem. If it gets hold of the bloodstone, it could advance to extraordinary within half a year. By then, not just Y City, but the entire country will be in danger. After saying his harsh words, Bailon said no more. During the reality simulation, he was forced to use the bloodstone to attract the mutant beast, a move made out of desperation. At that time, there was no way to lure it away. He could only buy time, hoping the giant python would fail to advance in half a year or recover and leave Y City alone. If Li Jun disagreed, Bai Lan had no other choice but to do as he did in the simulation, lure it to a remote area and discard the bloodstone. But fortunately, Y City's safe zone and the Dongfang family were both present, so he chose to protect the safe zone. Sai, just tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Li Jun reluctantly agreed. It's simple. Send this half of the bloodstone as a gift to the Dongfang family and make sure they receive it. When the mutant beast attacks, I'll use the other half to lure it to the Dongfang family's territory, ensuring not a single soldier in Y City gets hurt. Li Jun glanced at Yin Siming, who nodded in approval of Bai Lan's plan. He had no choice. A mutant beast attacking the city would undoubtedly cause losses far greater than any zombie tide. For the future of Y City's citizens and the safe zone, he could only choose to cooperate with Bai Lan. Understood. I'll send someone to deliver it tonight. But remember, you must stop it in time tomorrow. Consider it done. By the way, I brought you a gift this time. Bai Lan was secretly pleased with his successful scheme. No matter how much Li Jun had promised before, with the Dongfang family's character, they would have no choice but to cooperate with him this time. They would no longer have the chance to reap the benefits while sitting on the fence. With Li Jun's full support, eliminating the Dongfang family was entirely feasible. What gift? Li Jun asked eagerly. I want to recommend someone to you. There's a girl named Lin Cece at my welfare institute. Her ability is miraculous regeneration. Who? That name sounds like someone with healing abilities. Exactly. If you think she's suitable, you can send someone to find her after tomorrow. Of course, you can also ask Old Yin. He met her during the last rescue mission. Oh, Li Jun became interested. He initially thought Bai Lan wanted to plant someone in the military, but since Old Yin had mentioned her, it might be different. Yin Siming smiled kindly. That girl is from Y University, just like you. She's quite good. Shaoli, if you personally invite her, it would definitely be the right move. Li Jun felt a bit awkward. Bai Lan was an oddball, fine, but asking him, a military district commander, to personally invite a female college student seemed too undignified. Where was his authority? Bai Lan saw through Li Jun's thoughts at a glance that in the previous life, after spending so much time together, he understood his thoughts completely. Do you know Falcon Zhaojun? Li Jun nodded. That fierce and brave man had left a deep impression on him. I know, but I think he's dead. I was the one who saved him when he was surrounded, but he was infected by corpse poison. Son, he's alive, and the person who saved him is Lin Cece. Let me tell you, she's already advanced to a high level. High level? A healer-type ability user advancing so quickly? Li Jun was shocked, feeling embarrassed that the ace he had trained was only at 5-star beginner level. Now that I've mentioned it, whether you want to find her is up to you. Bai Lan stood up, preparing to leave, and said at the door, remember, the place where the beasts will come tomorrow is the main city gate. I'll probably head there too. All right, Li Jun responded, his mind filled with the image of Lin Cece. She was a big deal. Face and pride didn't matter if she could join. The military district's casualty rate would definitely be reduced by more than half. The day after tomorrow, he planned to bring all the majors and above from the military district to ensure they could invite this great figure to guard them. The whole night passed, and Bai Lan stayed at the Welfare Institute, focusing on improving his strength without stepping out. To deal with the silver-armored giant python, he exchanged the rewards from the last reality simulation for 10 bottles of advanced mental recovery potions, fearing that his mental strength might not hold up during the fight. To be honest, this battle was the toughest he had faced since his rebirth. The opponent was a top-tier Lord-level beast, and one careless move could cost him his life. But in the entire Y City safe zone, there was no one else who could step up. If Bai Lan didn't act, the silver-armored giant python would definitely wreak havoc in Y City, and the Dongfang family would surely seize the opportunity to take control of the military district, which was a situation he absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, he had to act this time. Even if he couldn't lure the enemy away, he would throw out the bad bloodstone to buy time. During his absence these past few days, Bai Lan had already arranged for Mao to dig tunnels. They reproduced quickly, and now there were nearly 500 of them, forming a large group. At this rate, the efficiency of digging tunnels would definitely improve significantly. In addition, I highly agree with Bai Lan's approach, Li Jun said while gesturing. Qin Dingyan nodded, deeply admiring Bai Lan's understanding of supernatural abilities, which he himself could never have imagined being used in such a way. Li Jun looked up and solemnly addressed everyone. Better to believe it exists than to be unprepared. If we let our guard down, it will be the countless people behind us who will pay with their lives. After several words of encouragement, everyone silently gazed into the distance, hoping in their hearts that Bai Lan was wrong and that there would be no attack from the beasts. In the afternoon, Bai Lan arrived on time. His appearance made everyone tense to the extreme. Facing this beast that surpassed the advanced level, the guards were ready to fight to the death. Time ticked by second by second. Just when everyone thought it was a false alarm, the ground suddenly trembled, and the sound of earth and rocks collapsing and exploding came from afar. A powerful and violent wave of supernatural energy swept through, causing many soldiers to collapse to their knees on the spot. This was an instinctive reaction and not something to be ashamed of, but the real terror had yet to come. The ground roared like a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the main city gate shook violently. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, and the world returned to silence. The next second, a giant serpent over 100 meters long, so massive that even 10 people holding hands couldn't encircle it, appeared. Compared to it, the army seemed like a group of helpless infants. It slowly emerged from the ground, and everyone's faces turned deathly pale, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. The silver-armored serpent was covered in alternating black and white scales, its silver-white armor thick and impenetrable, as if impervious to blades or bullets. Its scales were adorned with strange patterns, but there was a deep wound around its midsection, with rows of sharp spikes deeply embedded, clearly indicating it was severely injured. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, nearly rupturing the eardrums of many supernatural beings and soldiers, leaving their heads spinning. The fear that gripped their souls and the immense pressure made them want to flee. Only one thought remained in their minds: run. But they were elites, warriors carefully selected by the two major generals. If even they fled, what would happen to the civilians behind them? They stood here not for themselves, but to protect the millions of people in the safe city. Prepare for battle. Li Jun roared, rallying their spirits. Fight! Fight! The soldiers responded. A satisfied glint appeared in the silver-armored serpent's eyes. It had just endured a great battle in another realm, suffering severe injuries. It thought it was doomed, but unexpectedly, it stumbled into this newly connected world. The natives here were perfect nourishment. Following the scent, it had found this place. Using its peak Lord-level spiritual power to scan this group of natives, it found that none of them posed a threat, not even a single Lord-level being among them. Were they not just prey at its mercy? It planned to feast well, not only to heal its wounds, but also to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to a higher level, after which it would return to the other realm to annihilate its old enemies. Having calculated its plan, it opened its abyssal maw, ready to devour the obstacles before it in one gulp. Just as it approached, a dazzling 7-colored light flashed, and a powerful surge of supernatural energy struck with lightning speed. This was Bai Lan's ultimate move, the wrathful lotus of Buddha. This time, he had infused it with the maximum amount of supreme overlord fist energy, aiming to completely sever the opponent's vitality. This was his latest research achievement, meticulously designed to ensure the desired effect that a strike infused with all of Bai Lan's abilities was unleashed in an instant, heading straight for the gaping maw of the silver-armored giant python. The python tried to close its mouth to evade the attack, but it was too late. It had been too careless and couldn't stop in time, leaving only its silver scales to attempt to block the damage. Boom! The 100-meter-tall silver-armored python collapsed in pain, causing the ground to shake violently. Ordinary Lord-level experts nearby might have perished on the spot. However, this move only damaged the python's mouth, causing almost no harm to its body. Mental clone, return. Bai Lan's exhausted mental energy and abilities instantly replenished to full capacity. He knew this attack wouldn't cause substantial damage to the python, but while the harm was minimal, the insult was immense. As long as the silver-armored python didn't destroy Y City first, his goal would be achieved. I'm leaving. The blood the python shed just now will definitely attract many other beasts. Be careful cleaning up, Bailan said with a serious expression and a cold tone. When you return, I'll definitely host a banquet to welcome you. Li Juanxiang said with a smile, though he knew deep down that survival was uncertain this time. All right, make it grand, Bailan replied indifferently, turning to leave. What a young hero. With him guarding us, Y City will surely be the most secure place in the Dragon Nation. Li Jun couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Bailan's departing figure. He took another look at Bailan and realized he had underestimated him. Bailan's courage, determination, and conviction were in no way inferior to his own, and even more reassuring. He always gave people a sense of security, as if he could hold up the sky. Taking advantage of the silver-armored python's incapacitation, Bailan accelerated and dashed away. After running a distance, he retrieved half of a bad bloodstone from his spatial bracelet, infused it with his abilities, and instantly activated it. A massive and sinister energy quickly spread out. The silver-armored python's spiritual senses were exceptionally sharp, and it immediately detected the aura of the bad bloodstone. Its enormous eyes lit up instantly, and it sprang to its feet, turning around and chasing Bailan madly. Black poisonous smoke spewed from its nostrils, surging like a mountain flood. It's coming. Bailan smiled and immediately bolted, running for his life. He sped along the national highway, his silver glow shining like the moon in the night sky, guiding hope for the 8 million citizens behind him. Bailan had become their savior. Even the elite soldiers standing at the main city gate silently watched him, some admiring him, others worrying. Lu Cheng murmured softly, "You're truly insane. But only someone as crazy as you would dare to confront such a colossal monster." Bailan had barely run a few kilometers with the bad bloodstone before the silver-armored python caught up to him. Up close, the python was terrifying. Its silver-white scales were covered in strange patterns, as if mysterious energy flowed through them. Just one glance was enough to make people dizzy. Buzzed, the lower half of the silver-armored python emerged from the ground, supporting its massive body, and emitted a piercing hum. People several kilometers away clutched their ears in pain, and even Bailan had to use his abilities to block the sound from entering. Clearly, the silver-armored python was now at the peak of excitement. To it, the bad bloodstone was like a delicious fawn tempting a ravenous, frenzied tiger. If it could obtain the bad bloodstone, the silver-armored python could use its sinister energy to ascend to become a truly extraordinary creature. Almost all exotic beasts yearn for evolution. Once they become extraordinary creatures, they can establish their own power, dignity, and enjoy a long life in the other world. The massive brown eyes of the silver-armored python glimmered with obsession and desire, the blood-red light within almost spilling out. At this moment, its eyes no longer saw the city full of natives waiting to be slaughtered, nor did it harbor any desire for killing. In its view, the entire world was reduced to the enticingly radiant bad bloodstone in Bailan's hand. "Do you want it?" Bailan noticed the dazed expression of the silver-armored python, and a familiar mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He casually raised his straight blade and, with a swift motion, pointed it at the python's eye. A small Buddha's wrath lotus flew out. It seemed small, but it was enough to instantly kill a 9-star beginner-level zombie. Its speed was astonishing, as if tearing through space, and it struck the silver-armored python's eye in an instant, leaving no visible mark. Clearly, even its weak spot, the eye, was difficult to damage. However, this move completely enraged the silver-armored python. It roared furiously at the sky, writhing its massive body without hesitation, and charged at Bailan with overwhelming momentum. Despite its enormous size, its speed was not slow, matching Bailan's. If it managed to land a single hit, Bailan would undoubtedly perish. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-armored python lunged repeatedly with its massive jaws, destroying the highway in an instant and causing large sections of land to cave in. Within a kilometer radius, an 8th-level earthquake was triggered once again. From the distant city gate, people watched Bailan narrowly evade the attacks through binoculars. But when they saw the straight blade having no effect, their hearts sank to the bottom, filled with worry and despair. If Bailan were to die, they would have to face this colossal beast alone. "This is bad." Even the armor can't be broken. What do we do now? It's over, it's over. Even Bylon can't deal with this giant python. There's no way. That 100-meter tall snake isn't something humans can fight. Even supersonic missiles probably can't penetrate its armor. Bylon carried the hope of the entire city. No one wanted to see him fall, but the disparity in strength was too great. It was already a miracle for him to survive. However, Bylon, who had just dodged the attack, showed no trace of fear. He was fully immersed in the battle, as if he had returned to the blood-soaked, stormy era of his past life, where heroes rose and he fought countless powerful enemies alone. With a graceful sidestep, he evaded the silver-armored python's attack and created some distance. In the language of the otherworld, Bylon taunted, "If you want it, come and get it if you have the ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Bylon transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing at the end of the road and vanishing from everyone's sight. Seeing Bylon attempting to escape, the silver-armored python let out a low roar, dragging its massive body like a giant steamroller crushing the ground as it frantically pursued him. It didn't even stop to wonder why a native could speak the language of the otherworld. Its mind was consumed by a single thought: reclaim the bad bloodstone. In less than half a minute, both Bylon and the silver-armored python disappeared from everyone's view. Even the helicopters in the sky lost track of them. The scene fell into a dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, and only the survivors' rapid breathing and pounding heartbeats echoed. He's gone? Has he really left? Will the python come back? This is insane. He's like a god of war. Are we safe now? I hope Lord Bai survives. He's fighting for us. Lord Bai will not disappoint us. He is a true hero, the hero of Y City. The guards couldn't help but burst into exclamations and praise, with prayers and discussions rising and falling, shouting Bylon's name. Even when reprimanded by their superior, they pretended not to hear and continued shouting. He was the true hero of Y City's safe haven, the savior of everyone. Since the gods were unwilling to show mercy to the mortal world, let Bylon become the spiritual pillar in people's hearts. Bylon lured the silver-armored giant python into a wild chase. On the surface, it seemed like an ordinary pursuit, but in reality, danger lurked everywhere. If it were anyone else, they would have been utterly annihilated long ago. The silver-armored giant python had a variety of attack methods, spitting sharp flying spikes from its mouth, scales as hard as blades, long-range poison gas sprays, and even smashing rocks and soil at Bylon with its head. A single hit would mean instant death for Bylon. Throughout this journey, Bylon fled on the edge of life and death, narrowly escaping death multiple times. Direct confrontation won't work. If it weren't for its massive size and limited mobility, I might have already been swallowed by it. Bylon thought silently, running at full speed while skillfully dodging attack after attack, like playing a childhood game of Thunder Fighter, constantly evading dense barges. His plan was to lure the silver-armored giant python to the territory of the Dongfang family and activate the bad bloodstone as bait. But Y City was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the Dongfang family, and even the helicopter sent by Li Jun's forces took an entire night to arrive. Even if Bylon ran at full speed, it would take him a whole day. Run? Once I ascend to the legendary rank, I'll invade the otherworld and wipe out all the silver-armored giant pythons. Bylon roared, exerting all his strength to escape. He hid in forests, concealed himself in towns, and used the terrain to slow down the silver-armored giant python, with noticeable results. Along the way, Bylon also detonated several gas stations, causing the silver-armored giant python to scream in agony and rage. Its hatred for Bylon now surged like a torrent, and once it obtained the bad bloodstone, it would likely tear Bylon to shreds. A day passed, and Bylon, to maintain his speed, drank 2 bottles of mental recovery potion, which had an immediate effect. The silver-armored giant python could no longer keep up with him. On flat terrain, it barely managed to follow, but once they entered forests and towns, it couldn't even see Bylon's taillights. If not for the guidance of the bad bloodstone's aura, it would have lost track of him long ago. Suddenly, a piercing buzzing sound came from the nearby forest. It wasn't the sound of the silver-armored giant python, but the sound of sharp-headed moths. Bylon's heart tightened as he looked up. Under the cloudy sky, thousands of flying insects gathered densely, forming a massive swarm that stirred up gusts of wind pressure. Besides sharp-headed moths, there were 9-star beginner-level sulfuric acid butterflies, big-headed eagles, and even venomous armored bugs, known as advanced assassins. Without the protection of a turtle shell, these flying beasts posed an absolute threat. Only Lord-level ability users could handle them with ease. In the early days of the safe haven, encountering flying beast swarms left people helpless, not even daring to attack for fear of provoking further retaliation. Now, Bylon had just managed to shake off a silver-armored giant python, which was already exhausting enough. If he had to face so many flying beasts, his chances of survival were slim. Damn it, these flying beasts are all after the bad bloodstone. With the silver-armored giant python gone, even these low-level beasts are frantically fighting for it. Bylon panted heavily, his face grim, and pushed himself to the limit as he charged toward the Dongfang family's territory. His speed surpassed the sharp-headed moth, sulfuric acid butterfly, and big-headed eagle, and it didn't take long for him to leave them behind. The only tricky part was the dozens of venomous beetles flying at extreme speeds. Ch. The venomous beetles emitted eerie insect cries, flapping their 4 pairs of wings like kamikaze planes charging forward. One of them, incredibly fast, suddenly darted in front of Bylon. This is a mutant. If it gets the bad bloodstone, it will definitely advance to quasi-legendary in the future, possibly even stronger than the silver-armored python. Bylon's heart trembled as his abilities erupted, narrowly dodging the high-speed collision at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinted madly, trying to escape the attack range. However, as soon as the venomous beetles started harassing him, the swarm of flying beasts behind him immediately caught up, overwhelming Bylon. At this moment, life and death hung by a thread. Whimper. The silver-armored python pursued relentlessly, but upon seeing a group of low-level flying beasts also trying to snatch the bad bloodstone, it angrily spewed out a large cloud of toxic mist. Bylon narrowly avoided the poisonous mist, but the venomous beetles were not so lucky. Several slower ones were instantly killed by the toxic gas, leaving no trace behind. Bylon's heart tightened. The situation was too dangerous. If this continued, it could end in disaster. He had to quickly escape to the Eastern family. The silver-armored python was less than 2 hours away from Bylon. By then, Bylon could throw the bad bloodstone, conceal all his aura, and let the Eastern family and the silver-armored python fight to the death. The surviving venomous beetles ignored the silver-armored python and frantically charged at Bylon. Their sharp forelimbs, like blades, easily sliced the straight sword Bylon used for defense in half, almost injuring him. Bylon immediately activated his ability, Time-0, and the broken blade pierced directly into the head of a venomous beetle. The beetle let out a whimper and fell dead to the ground. Bylon bolted, quickly escaping the attack range of the swarm. The silver-armored python's strength crushed those flying beasts. The remaining flying beasts tried to block it, but were all smashed into pulp. Not only the flying beasts, but even the nearby powerful zombies emerged. Seeing the flying beasts fighting desperately, they refused to sit idly by, wanting to take a chance and seize the bad bloodstone to change their fate. Thus, on the road ahead of Bylon, zombies emerged from the ground, forming a wall of corpses. Bylon gritted his teeth, unleashed his supreme Overlord Fist and Time-0, and forcefully carved a bloody path through the wall of corpses. At this moment, the silver-armored python behind panicked. It feared that the flying beasts and zombies would snatch the bad bloodstone and escape. Once the bad bloodstone was swallowed, it would no longer emit any aura, making it impossible for others to detect. It was furious. This treasure was mine first. I absolutely cannot let these lowly creatures take it. Eastern family ancestral grounds, every day, Dongfang Qing would come here to burn incense and pay respects to his ancestors, kneeling in worship. This was a mandatory ritual for every generation of the Eastern family patriarch, passed down for thousands of years without interruption. Dongfang Qing adjusted his clothes and spoke calmly. "Speak. What is the emergency?" A cold female voice came from the shadows. Less than 100 kilometers from the main family, a large number of flying beasts have appeared, at least 1,000, along with hundreds of high-level zombies. More critically, there's also a peak Lord-level python. Peak Lord level? How is that possible? How could it appear at this stage? Have the frontline Sky Eye Masters confirmed what species it is? No, their levels are too low to detect more information. Activate the Grand Formation immediately. Order all elders and combat personnel of the enforcement team to assemble at the front of the formation. Recall the nearby teams of ability users as well. Dongfang Qing spoke steadily. Yes. Within 5 minutes, the Dongfang family's team of superhumans had fully assembled. Their swift actions and vigilance rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the military. Once everyone had gathered, standing at the forefront were the 8 elders of the Dongfang family. The family currently had 10 elders, but the 6th and 3rd elders were away on missions. Each of the 8 elders possessed remarkable strength, generally being advanced 3-star superhumans. Leading them was the Great Elder, a white-haired, hunched man whose power had reached the level of advanced 5-star. Behind the Great Elder were the family guards, whose strength was also notable, with the weakest being beginner-level superhumans. Further back stood the enforcement team, with 12 squad leaders at the front. Most of them were outsiders, possessing formidable strength, some even surpassing the elders, but due to their status, they could only stand behind the family members. Except for the deceased 3rd squad leader Zhang Feng and the absent 1st squad leader, the other 10 squad leaders stood upright, their expressions solemn, guarding the front of the team. Dongfang Qing did not appear. Instead, a young man in a white suit with a handsome face took his place. He walked forward casually, his arms around 2 lavishly dressed women, exuding the demeanor of a spoiled playboy. Enough talk. Any enemies invading the Dongfang family, whether alive or dead, eliminate them all. Got it. Dismissed. He arrogantly finished speaking and hurriedly left with the 2 women. Only after all the Dongfang family members respectfully saluted did they breathe a sigh of relief. Many disliked this man but were helpless, as he was the 8th son of the patriarch, deeply favored by Dongfang Qing. Among the 9 sons of Dongfang Qing, his strength ranked in the top 3, with considerable support from elders and squads. After the team dispersed, a squinty-eyed man approached the Great Elder and whispered, "Great Elder, let my 2nd squad take the lead in this battle." The old man shook his head. "No, the arrangements are already set. The 8th young master will lead 2 elders and 2 squads in the charge. You will handle the cleanup around the area. But since the new world opened, we've only been cleaning up scattered zombies. We haven't achieved anything. You don't need achievements. Just follow orders." The old man waved his hand and quickened his pace. The man gritted his teeth and knelt halfway down. "Great Elder, give me a chance to prove myself. I heard the Patriarch will personally observe this battle." Sigh? The old man sighed, pulling him up slowly. "Young Zhou, I know you want to earn merit and join the main family, but now is not the time. Especially since the enemy this time is a peak Lord-level beast. Even though it's injured, you can't handle it. You need to build up your strength and conserve your energy. But, enough. This is the last time." The old man sternly rebuked and turned to leave. The squinty-eyed man scratched his head, angrily digging his nails into his flesh. Joining the main family would grant immense privileges, the one he valued most being the ability to take 10 concubines and replace them at will. Currently, as a squad leader, he could only have 3 concubines, and they couldn't be replaced. The Dongfang family protected each individual differently, based entirely on strength and status. Otherwise, with his advanced superhuman abilities, a stroll through Y City Safe Zone would attract countless celebrity beauties, campus queens, and supermodels eager to climb into his bed. Those 3 women are all worn out. I really want new ones. The squinty-eyed man bit his bloodied finger, emitting a piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. "Old Joe, you're acting crazy again. Have you lost your mind over women?" The burly man walked over, patted his shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Don't bother me. If the ban hadn't been lifted yet, I'd already be having the time of my life in Y City. Now that the law's not as strict, it's practically paradise. I've got some good news. Want to hear it? Same rules as always: 10 cans of food. and let me borrow your 3 women for a few days." The squinty-eyed man moved in a flash, placing a long blade against the burly man's neck. In a cold voice, he said, "Humph, back off. You sicko. Don't think I don't know how your last 3 women died. If I lend you mine, do you think they'll survive?" The burly man showed no fear, laughing as he replied, "Talking about Bailon, are you sure you don't want to listen?" The clan leader said, "Kill him, and you'll be instantly promoted to an outer disciple with a hefty reward." "Speak." The burly man's heart leapt with joy, and he couldn't suppress his excitement thinking about what was to come that night. "It's top secret, don't spill it. My informant reported that the giant python that's been chasing people is Bailon. He should appear to the west of the protective shield. Judging by how long he's been fleeing, he must be seriously injured. You can take the law enforcement squad and intercept him." Before he could finish, the squinty-eyed man vanished, leaving behind only a chilling remark, "Be ready tonight." He couldn't wait any longer. No matter what, he had to kill Bailon and secure his promotion to an outer disciple. Not far from the Dongfang family's territory, Bailon was barely surviving under the relentless attacks of advanced zombies. Behind him, a countless number of mutant beasts and zombies pursued him, all with the sole purpose of seizing the bloodstone in Bailon's possession. Bailon gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain on his back. Moments ago, a sulfuric acid disc had charged at him and detonated violently by his side. Unable to dodge, Bailon had to take the impact with his back. The concentrated acid instantly corroded the flesh off his back. Thankfully, his body had been strengthened by the Supreme Overlord Fist technique, otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Advanced zombies, venomous beetles, and sharp-headed moths attacked Bailon and the silver-armored python relentlessly. They believed that as long as they could hold off the python, this human was as good as dead. "There it is. That's the formation," Bailon shouted in excitement, using all his remaining strength to rush into the Dongfang family's protective array. He threw the bloodstone in his hand with all his might and simultaneously activated the bloodstone gift that Li Jun had delivered to the Dongfang family the night before. With the activation of both bloodstones, the mutant beasts, zombies, and the silver-armored python instantly seemed as if they were on steroids. They no longer fought amongst themselves and instead began frantically assaulting the turtle shell like defensive array in front of them. Bailon collapsed onto the ground, coughing up fresh blood while gasping desperately for air. He took out a few beast cores from some zombies to heal his injuries. "I'm alive, almost got hunted to death." The Dongfang family's turtle shell really works wonders. As the injuries on his back stabilized, Bailon smirked darkly at the beasts and zombies attacking the array. "With such a strong dose of bait, let's see how long you can handle it." Buzz! Buzz! The silver-armored python roared in fury. The allure of the activated bloodstones was overwhelming, driving it nearly insane. Half a bloodstone had already been enough to push it to the brink of becoming a quasi-legendary being. A complete bloodstone might awaken its ancient bloodline, making its rise to legendary status a mere matter of time. As long as it could secure the bloodstone, all the injuries and sacrifices it endured now would be worth it. At that moment, in the center of the formation, a man dressed in a white suit suddenly unfurled a pair of silver-white wings with a sharp swish and ascended into the air. In his hand, he held a golden bow. With a fluid motion, he gathered energy to form an arrow, drew the bow, aimed, and released it in one seamless motion. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, imbued with a powerful force of rules, and shot straight at the silver-armored python. "Beast! There's only one outcome for invading the Dongfang family: death." Dongfang Miao glared at the silver-armored giant python, his voice filled with authority. The arrow pierced through the silver scales, striking the giant python. The python looked at Dongfang Miao in pain, a trace of fear flashing in its eyes. Judging from the energy fluctuations, that was a quasi-legendary weapon, capable of harming it. Damn Dongfang family, where did they get the soul-breaker bow? I want a quasi-legendary straight blade too. Bailan's eyes lit up as he stared enviously at Dongfang Miao in the air. On the ground, the 9th elder quickly shouted, "Hurry and buff the 8th young master. Don't just stand there." The others finally reacted and desperately began enhancing Dongfang Miao. His aura surged instantly, and 3 arrows rapidly formed in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows struck directly at the soul, rendering any defense useless. The Soulbreaker Bow was Dongfang Miao's most powerful weapon with it. He was nearly invincible. The silver-armored giant python dared not take the hit head-on and immediately spewed poisonous mist in an attempt to dissolve the arrows. Once the energy of the arrows dissipated, they would be useless, and the poisonous mist was specifically designed to corrode energy. However, a miracle occurred. The 3 arrows passed through the poisonous mist unscathed and struck the python. Roar! The python howled in pain. Soul injuries were the hardest to recover from. A few more arrows like that, and it would disintegrate on the spot. Normally, it would have retreated to heal long ago, but the aura of the corrupted bloodstone drove it mad, making it desperately ram into the formation. If it could break through the formation, the remaining humans would be insignificant. Hiding in the grass, Bai Lan smirked to himself. Fight, fight. The more intense, the better. Hopefully, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and I can reap the benefits. Even if there's no profit, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm a peak lord level powerhouse. Taking out a few elders and captains would be a breeze. The more they exhaust their strength, the easier my future assault will be. The silver-armored giant python frantically slammed into the formation, each impact making the disciples of the Dongfang family tense up. Although there were experts holding the line, when disaster strikes, no one can remain unscathed. If the formation were to break, there would be nowhere to hide, and I would surely be torn to pieces by the beasts and zombies. Facing this colossal creature, the only option now was to fight to the death. If they couldn't take down the python, they would first clear out the flying beasts and zombies attacking them. In midair, Dongfang Miao gripped the Soulbreaker Bow tightly and once again used his energy to form 3 arrows. His energy was at B-level penetration, not as powerful as a level, but far from useless. The synergy between equipment and environment was the true source of power, and he now possessed the strength to challenge a peak lord-level opponent. For anyone else, even with S-level energy, they wouldn't last 2 moves against the silver-armored giant python and would most likely be swallowed whole. Beast, if 1 arrow can't kill you, then I'll shoot 2. If 2 aren't enough, then 3 until you're dead. Dongfang Miao, like a war god, drew the longbow with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy arrows pierced through layers of obstacles, aiming straight for the soul of the silver-armored giant python. Buzz, the silver-armored giant python, sensed the power of the arrows and, instead of confronting them, trembled all over and emitted a silver-white light. Everyone around, both humans and beasts, seemed to be hit by a flashbang. The night within a 1,000-mile radius instantly turned into daylight, and nothing could be seen. Half a minute later, the white light dissipated, revealing the 100-meter-long silver-white snakeskin pierced by the arrows, while the true body of the silver-armored giant python had already vanished from everyone's sight. It shed its skin. That's an excellent forging material, and it's from a peak lord-level silver-armored giant python. We must recover it later. Bai Lan secretly planned. The silver-armored python possesses this innate skill, which not only serves as a life-saving ability, but also counters sneak attacks, making it extremely formidable. No matter how fierce the attack, its snake skin can block it and emit a dazzling light. Taking advantage of the moment, its true body either moves or counterattacks. To deal with this move, only large-scale area damage is effective. However, creating peak lord-level area damage is impossible without extraordinary level strength. The problem is, with extraordinary level strength, who would even bother with area attacks? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill it instantly? Therefore, this move gives the silver-armored python a significant advantage in battles of the same level. It can escape if it can't win, and no one can catch it. But now, the silver-armored python, attracted by the corrupted bloodstone, has no intention of escaping. It only wants to destroy the grand formation and devour the corrupted bloodstone to ascend to extraordinary level, even if the injuries it sustains now are worth it. At this moment, within the Eastern family's grand formation, everyone's vision recovered, and they saw the translucent, 100-meter-long snake skin, exclaiming in shock. Where did it go? Could it have been killed by the 8th young master? It ran away. It must have run away, we won. It must have been scared of the eighth young master's strength and fled in panic. As expected, the eighth young master is the number one in the Eastern family. Just as everyone was about to cheer, a member of the Sky Eye clan nearby took 2 steps back in terror and shouted, "It didn't run. It's right below us." In an instant, everyone's hearts sank, and their instincts told them something was wrong. Sure enough, the ground began to shake violently, far more intensely than it had in Y City. The first to collapse were the houses in the Eastern Territory. The ground split open into a massive chasm, swallowing many heavy weapons, and even some slower reacting ability users fell in. The light of the Grand Formation grew dimmer and dimmer, and some weak flying beasts began to swarm in from all directions, launching a frenzied slaughter. Ninth uncle, fifth uncle, stabilize the formation. Everyone else, clear out the invading beasts and zombies. The next time that monster appears, it will meet its end. Eastern Meow's voice was firm, like that of a general on the battlefield, exuding immense authority. This defense had mobilized almost all the forces of the Eastern family. The invading beasts and zombies posed no real threat. Even if high-level zombies and beasts broke in, the result would be the same. As long as the Grand Formation wasn't breached, the monster would eventually be worn down to death. Once he killed it himself, the immense credit would almost entirely belong to him. In the future, he would undoubtedly surpass his elder brother and Eastern Yin to become the first heir of the Eastern family. Not only that, but if the Lord-level beast core could be successfully refined, his ascension to Lord level would be just around the corner. Understood. The two elders unleashed their abilities with full force, leading the clan members to gradually restore the Grand Formation. High-level beasts and zombies were once again blocked outside. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-armored python had grown smarter. The surface was too dangerous, so it attacked from underground. Who would dare to dig a tunnel to kill it? The truth was, no one dared. It had now turned into a war of attrition, a contest to see who would exhaust their energy first. After clearing the surrounding beasts and zombies, the ability users on the field continuously poured energy into the Grand Formation. Hold on. Don't stop channeling your abilities, the ninth elder shouted, gritting his teeth to persevere. Not only him, but the fifth elder, fourth elder, and seventh elder were also giving their all to maintain the formation. They were all high-level ability users, with energy and mental strength 2 to 3 times that of beginners. However, many on the scene were still beginner-level ability users, unable to withstand the high-intensity drain. Many were already feeling dizzy and struggling to move. And this was only 10 minutes into the silver-armored python's attack. This proves how terrifying the destructive power of this strange beast is as the sixth, not to mention that it is a peak Lord-level creature. Tisk. In mid-air, watching one ability user after another fall, even Dongfang Miao was struggling to stand firm. If the Grand Formation were broken, those clansmen who had exhausted their abilities would surely meet a tragic end. By then, his father, Dongfang Qing, would not spare him. All captains and members of the enforcement team immediately clear out the surrounding flying beasts and zombies. Disband the Grand Formation in 10 minutes and fight to the death. Dongfang Miao decisively ordered. Continuing to be worn down like this was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. It was better to open the formation directly and fight it out. He was confident he could end the battle within 10 arrows. He could feel that the giant python was indeed incredibly powerful, an invincible force at the moment. But it was injured, and although it was suppressing the injury with its abilities, it wasn't very effective. With the power of the soul-breaking bow, a few arrows would be enough to kill it completely. Kill. Following the order, several captains led the charge to swiftly clear out the surrounding zombies and strange beasts. With the Grand Formation as a barrier, the cleanup was much easier. Even high-level zombie heroes couldn't withstand the continuous firepower of over a dozen low-level ability users. Accompanied by roars, they fell one by one. This was the power of the Grand Formation, bearing a striking resemblance to the turtle shell protective device being researched by the Y City scientific team. If the turtle shell had been available during the previous zombie outbreak, the casualties in the safe city would have been significantly reduced. Originally powerful high-level zombies and strange beasts posed no real threat in the face of this protective shield. Even a group of low-level ability users could easily take them down. Except for the silver-armored giant python, no other Lord-level strange beast or zombie could cause large-scale destruction. The only possible outcome was total annihilation, falling under Dongfang Miao's soul-breaking bow. The enforcement team worked with remarkable efficiency, eliminating most of the strange beasts and zombies that had been chasing by Lan within 10 minutes. The remaining ones were just scattered remnants. The ninth elder took out a few beast cores, quickly recovering his abilities, and shouted, "Eighth young master, the cleanup is complete." Even the clansmen who had exhausted their abilities have been moved to a safe place. The grand formation can be disbanded. Good. Once the formation is down, join me in taking down that beast. Dongfang Miao declared confidently. The difference between the grand formation and the turtle shell was that the grand formation could be turned on and off at will, making it very convenient. In contrast, once the turtle shell was activated, it wouldn't disappear until the abilities were exhausted, and manually shutting it down took a long time. In just 2 minutes, the grand formation began to dissipate from above. Many weaker flying strange beasts seized the opportunity to madly rush into the Dongfang family's residential area, completely ignoring the ability users and enforcement team blocking the front lines in the wild. The gathered Dongfang family members were instantly dumbfounded. They had originally set up formations to prepare for a battle with the strange beasts, but the beasts didn't even glance at them and flew straight toward the residential area. The family's defenses were almost paralyzed, and worse, their relatives were still inside. Several family members nearly broke down, cursing at the strange beasts in the sky, and those with long-range attack abilities desperately opened fire. "Damn it, what are you beasts doing here? My wife is still at home. What the hell is wrong with them? They're not attacking the ability users, but are rushing into the residential area. Those are all ordinary people." Seventh Elder. "My parents are still in the clan. Please allow me to go back and rescue them. I feel the same. What is wrong with those beasts? Weren't they supposed to prioritize attacking ability users? Why aren't any of them coming over? Please let us go back, Elder." Many clan members, with tears in their eyes, knelt down and pleaded. Their loved ones were in danger, but without orders, they dared not act. This was the rule of the Dongfang family. No matter who or when, it must be obeyed, or the consequences would be worse than death. A trace of pity flashed in the elder's eyes, but the greatest enemy before them was the silver-armored python. Unless it was taken down, retreat was impossible. The clan members had loved ones, and so did the elders, perhaps even more. But as elders of the Dongfang family, they could not waver. "If you want to go back, there's only one way. Kill that python," Dongfang Miao said coldly, hovering in midair. The atmosphere instantly erupted with a fervent fighting spirit. Everyone clenched their fists, their eyes bloodshot. From a young age, they had been taught not to blame Dongfang Miao for his coldness. They could only turn their grief into strength, racing against time to kill the python. Fight! 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 The momentum was overwhelming, and the clan members charged like battle-crazed warriors. Seeing the clan's morale soar, Dongfang Miao smirked inwardly. This was exactly what he wanted. Without interference from the beasts or zombies, they could focus all their efforts on the silver-armored python. As the formation completely dissipated, the silver-armored python let out a series of tremors, indicating it had determined that the corrupted bloodstone was within reach and no longer needed to hide underground for ambushes. Boom! The ground cracked open, and the 100-meter-tall silver-armored python burst out, spewing a cloud of toxic mist toward Dongfang Miao's position. Purify. In the wilderness, a dozen men and women wielding staffs raised a curtain of water into the sky, forcibly blocking the poisonous gas. "Beast, take this arrow." Dongfang Miao drew his bow, and 3 sharp arrows shot through the air like blades slicing the wind, heading straight for the python. The silver-armored python wasn't foolish. Having suffered once before, it now understood the power of the arrows. It immediately raised its tail, creating a nearly 50-meter thick stone wall to block the arrows. The physical barrier proved effective. The arrows penetrated no more than 40 meters before disappearing, failing to hit their target. The python's tail then swung horizontally, sending a barrage of boulders hurtling toward Dongfang Miao at incredible speed. Raise the flames. Sky Shield, to the front. The ninth elder, in charge of combat, quickly issued orders. In an instant, Dongfang Miao's shield team rushed forward. Under the intense flames, the boulders shattered into smaller pieces, and over 20 novice sky shields used their bodies to block the entire attack. Dongfang Miao remained as steady as a mountain, slowly knocking another arrow, aiming, and firing once more. From a distance, Bailan watched the scene in shock, thinking about how, just moments ago, he had been like the silver-armored python treated as a world boss by the Dongfang family's geniuses, who came at him with all kinds of equipment, buffs, and abilities. I'm starting to feel sorry for the silver-armored python. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were fired. The silver-armored python once again used its tail to block, but the explosive attacks came first. The massive stone wall began to collapse, and the arrows pierced through, striking the python. Roar! The python let out a painful roar, but the Dongfang family's assault didn't stop. Flames, waves, lightning, thrusts, and grenades bombarded its silver scales in succession. After a frenzy of attacks, the python finally came to a halt. A dense cloud of smoke, hundreds of meters high, rose around it, obscuring it from view even for Dongfang Miao, who was high above and unable to continue his assault. Is it dead? So many people attacking together, it probably won't survive, right? It's definitely dead. This is almost the entire clan's strength. Even my abilities are completely drained. Don't let your guard down because of the smoke blocking your view. It's a Lord-level beast, it won't die that easily. We still have the 8th young master. If it dares to get back up, we'll launch another fierce attack. Amidst the dust and mist, boulders shot out like bullets. But this time, the target was no longer Dongfang Miao in midair, but the ability users on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The Dongfang clan members, who had just withstood a wave of attacks, had no time to set up a comprehensive defense and could only scatter in all directions. As a result, screams of agony echoed one after another. The warriors and tank-type ability users managed to hold on with their agility and defensive capabilities, but the support-type ability users suffered greatly. Without the protection of mages and tanks, they were no different from ordinary people, leading to heavy casualties in a short time. Hearing the crowd's screams, the silver-armored python let out a triumphant roar. It didn't care about using such despicable means to win as long as it could kill to its heart's content. It was satisfied. Boulders continued to shoot out, while its tail swept across the ground, stirring up thick dust to obscure everyone's vision. Wind ability users, quickly blow away this dust. Dongfang Miao commanded angrily, showing no concern for the casualties of the ability users on the ground. The python was already on the verge of collapse at most. 3 more hits, and he would pierce its soul. He drew his longbow, aiming as he shouted, "Uncle 9, Uncle 5, quickly organize people to blow away the dust. Otherwise, I can't aim properly." Elder 9 and Elder 5 were smashing boulders while feeling furious inside. Dealing with the current situation was already difficult enough, and now the main attacker was urging them to cooperate. The scene was chaotic, and casualties were mounting. At this point, organizing a dedicated team was simply unrealistic. Elder 9 gritted his teeth, made a firm decision, and began chanting a spell with his hands forming seals, secret art. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted, and his body began to expand, growing hundreds of times larger, even towering several heads above the silver-armored python, reaching into the clouds. "Damned beast, come out and face your death." Elder 9 roared as he charged into the mist, grabbing the silver-armored python like a chick and forcefully throwing it into an open area. The silver-armored python was not to be outdone and rammed into the enlarged Elder 9, causing him to vomit blood and turn pale and weak. His body quickly shrank back to its original size. Elder 5, don't let it go. Use the binding spell to restrain it. If it stirs up dust again, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Elder 5 was the first to charge forward. Binding forces rained down like a storm. Although the effect was limited, the sheer number was overwhelming, and the silver-armored python couldn't break free for a moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows pierced through the air, and a trace of fear flashed in the silver-armored python's eyes. Driven by the instinct to survive, it tilted its head to dodge the most lethal arrow. Although its strength remained, its soul was severely shattered. One more arrow, and it would undoubtedly die. The weakness of soul attacks was just that. Unlike physical damage, which gradually weakens the body, a shattered soul leaves no strength even to escape. It was like a game character with only 1 health point left, barely holding on to fight. The silver-armored python was in agony. It was a peak Lord-level super creature, almost transcendent, yet in just 2 days, it had been repeatedly defeated by these natives it had once looked down upon. One was played around in circles, and the other was beaten into a hasty retreat. Clearly, they were just some advanced and basic natives, yet they caused it so much trouble. The silver-armored giant python glanced at the distant residents of the Dongfang family, its eyes full of greed. But reason calmed it down, thinking, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. These natives were not weak, and the exotic beasts trying to snatch the corrupted bloodstone wouldn't succeed either. It decided to wait until its strength recovered and its wounds healed before coming back to seize it. Taking a deep breath, it exhaled a thick cloud of poisonous mist, obscuring everyone's vision, then turned and fled. That beast is trying to escape. 8th young master, don't let it go. Killed someone and still wants to run? Our Dongfang family isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Wind ability users, quickly disperse the poisonous mist and let the 8th young master finish it off. I am a wind element ability user. Quickly give me a buff. I need to blow it away with all my strength. A fierce wind surged on the side of the Dongfang family, but the dense fog spewed by the silver-armored giant python was unusually thick, impossible to disperse no matter how hard they tried. Watching it run farther and farther away, Dongfang Miao frowned, flapping his wings repeatedly in an attempt to chase, but he couldn't fly high enough. Taking a detour was out of the question. Don't run, stop right there. His eyes were full of unwillingness as Dongfang Miao forcibly condensed an arrow, aiming at the blurry shadow in the distance. It felt as if he had returned to his childhood, gripping a bow for the first time, his hands trembling uncontrollably, swallowing hard. His body reacted instinctively, though he couldn't see clearly. He believed his father, Dongfang Qing, was watching him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows pierced through the air toward the distance. He could see the target and aimed accurately, but he just couldn't hit it. Just like when his father was by his side during childhood, he completely missed. The silver-armored giant python disappeared. After the empty shot, despair and unwillingness were written all over everyone's faces. Despite giving it their all, why did it still manage to escape? In mid-air, Dongfang Miao felt his father's gaze vanish and let out a sigh of relief, but the composure on his face was long gone. This battle, which was supposed to be a sure victory, was lost. His followers and his standing in the Dongfang family would suffer greatly. In the future, surpassing his elder brother and defeating Dongfang Yin would be nearly impossible, especially since the 9th elder, who had always supported him and even used the family's secret technique to protect him, had suffered a regression in ability and a significant reduction in lifespan, weakening his influence further. Missed, missed, everything missed. Dongfang Miao repeated softly. He had underestimated the enemy and overestimated himself. He accepted this defeat wholeheartedly. On the ground, the 5th elder gritted his teeth in anger. One missed shot had let down the 9th elder and everyone's expectations. Trying to stand out on future battlefields would only become more difficult. Just escaping the shadow of this failure and the criticism from the Dongfang family would be hard enough. How could he possibly improve his abilities under such circumstances? The enforcement team is responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The rest of the clan members, follow me back to eliminate the invading beasts. Dongfang Miao raised the soul-breaking bow and quickly issued orders. If these beasts weren't dealt with soon, his clan members would surely resent him for a lifetime, making it almost impossible to redeem himself. Upon receiving the order, the clan members, regardless of their injuries or depleted abilities, rushed back to their residences. All they could do was pray for their loved one's safety. They had thought this was the safest place in the world, but unexpectedly, fate was truly cruel. On the battlefield, 3 middle-aged men slowly followed an elderly man. Third elder, your move was truly ruthless. You've probably left a psychological shadow on that kid Dongfang Miao, said the third elder. He, along with the great elder Dongfang Gaian and the eighth elder, belonged to the same faction, supporting the ninth son, Dongfang Yan. He has always been arrogant, disrespecting his elders, and acting recklessly just because he is the clan leader's son. It's only right to teach him a lesson, so he won't become even more overbearing in the future. The eighth elder chimed in. The third elder chuckled and said, Indeed, but the great elder's plan of appearing to help but actually holding back was brilliant. Watching them fight desperately made me feel delighted. Even the ninth elder was forced to use the secret technique, yet the beast still escaped. Dongfang Miao is truly disappointing. His supposedly flawless archery missed completely, and he looked so nervous while drawing the bow. If he had hit the target, all our efforts today would have been in vain. All right, that's enough. Everyone brings something to visit the wounded. They are the foundation of the Dongfang family. If it weren't for the urgent situation, we would never have acted so rashly. Dongfang Gaian waved his hand, looking smugly at the devastated battlefield. If it weren't for Dongfang Miao's abilities being highly compatible with the soul-breaking bow, and the clan leader's sudden whim to let him use the weapon, Dongfang Gaian wouldn't have been interested in scheming against the younger generation. But if he didn't warn him, he might truly become a threat to Dongfang Yan in the future, and any threat must be eliminated first. Now, the Dongfang family was experiencing mixed emotions. Some were rejoicing, while others were grieving. Bailan didn't care. Sooner or later, everything would be wiped out in one fell swoop. If they died, it could be considered lucky, sparing them from suffering. As for the silver-armored python that escaped, Bailan had already caught up with it. He planned to wait until the python had gained some distance before striking to kill. Currently, he was being watched by Dongfang Qing and his shadow guards, which was quite troublesome. He didn't want to draw their attention for now. The silver-armored python fled for nearly half a day before finally stopping at a mountaintop. Just as it was about to recover its strength, a fiery slash struck directly at the wound on its waist. Traumatized by Dongfang Miao's arrows, it feared this was a soul attack and hastily used its innate skill, shedding its skin. A bright flash occurred, and the fiery slash didn't even scratch its skin. At this moment, the silver-armored python realized it had been tricked. Each time it shed its skin, its strength would decrease. Shedding twice in one day caused its peak Lord-level strength to drop to a 5-star level. To regain its peak, it would take at least 8 to 10 years. Furious, it wished it could swallow Bailan whole. It hadn't expected these natives to be so cunning, rendering it unable to exert its peak strength, making its attacks feel as soft as hitting cotton. It would rather fight to the death with another peak Lord-level beast than deal with these people again. Die? Don't think you can escape alive. The silver-armored python cursed in rage, but its vocabulary was limited, so it kept repeating, die, 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 without any skill, though its emotions were intense. Don't rush, think carefully about how you want to die first, Bailan said in the language of the otherworld. The silver-armored python's expression changed dramatically, shifting between fear and surprise, until its eyes widened as it seriously asked, Are you a native, or are you from the otherworld? Of course, I'm from the otherworld. Otherwise, how could I speak the language of the otherworld? Bailan smiled. Those zombies and beasts from the otherworld were always astonished whenever they heard him speak the otherworldly language. Since that was the case, he decided to continue the conversation along their line of thought. After all, the otherworld was still a mystery to the natives, and any information he could gather would be helpful for the future. Years ago, a team of over a dozen quasi-legendary ability users from around the world attempted to explore the otherworld. However, after 1 or 2 years, only 2 or 3 returned in a miserable state. They were cursed. Anyone who revealed information about the otherworld would suffer backlash. Shortly after, their lifespans drastically shortened, and before dying, they warned everyone not to approach the otherworld without peak legendary strength. They died in strange ways. Their bodies and souls were intact, but their life force drained away at thousands of times the rate of ordinary people. Quasi-legendary powerhouses had long transcended the limits of life, and their bodies wouldn't age even after living for 1,000 years. Since then, humanity lost the courage to explore the otherworld. Although the humans in the safe city captured many otherworldly gods, beasts, and corpse kings, their understanding remained shallow. On the contrary, these otherworldly beings had learned human culture. Except for those humans captured by otherworldly gods, none of the otherworldly beings would talk about the otherworld, as if they were all abiding by some ancient secret agreement. The silver-armored giant python appeared relaxed on the surface, but its disguise was poor. Bailon, who had survived in the apocalypse for 15 years, saw through it at a glance. "May I ask which deity clan you belong to?" the silver-armored giant python cautiously asked. In the otherworld, there are 3 major races: the corpse clan possessing the largest territory, the greatest numbers, and the widest distribution; the beast clan naturally strong, highly reproductive, with varying levels of power; and finally, the strongest, the deity clan, also known as the otherworldly gods by humans. They are the true rulers of the otherworld and the most powerful race. Humans have identified 168 types of otherworldly gods, but the actual number may far exceed imagination. Among them, the one most similar to human form is Night Soul, number 12, known for absorbing the strengths of various beings. Night Soul, you've already eroded this native's body. Now I need to borrow your beast core to restore my strength. Are you willing? Whatever wish you have, I'll help you fulfill it when I return to the otherworld, Bailon said, trembling slightly but putting on an arrogant front. A new thought emerged in his mind. If he could tame the silver-armored giant python, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? The silver-armored giant python beside him was, of course, unwilling. Its life was still long, but now truth and lies were hard to distinguish, and it feared offending Bailon. Any deity capable of seizing a native's body and blending in at this stage must have been extraordinarily powerful in life. It couldn't afford to provoke such a being and had to probe carefully, avoiding being tricked again. "Sir, you must be joking. My beast core is hardly worthy of your attention. But recently, your deity clan has produced a new god king. Are you aware of this?" The silver-armored giant python squinted its snake eyes, baring its fangs, ready to strike at any moment. If Bailon couldn't provide a convincing answer, it would definitely pounce and kill him. Bailon smiled, playing right into its hands. Speaking of the otherworldly god closest to humans in his previous life, none surpassed Night Soul. They were astonished by human knowledge and creativity, frantically acquiring human books. Many cities even sold entire libraries for protection. And their new king was also the first time humans recognized the leader of the otherworldly gods. Its title was Night Soul 100 Saints. "To be honest, it even taught me lessons before," Bailon said calmly. The silver-armored giant python was shocked, quickly shrinking its form into a small snake, and said, "I apologize, sir. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Just a name was enough to completely convince the once arrogant silver-armored giant python. It was terrified, thinking about how it had chased Bailon for a full day and night, and fear surged within it. Not just that its leader wouldn't dare act so recklessly. That was a god-king level existence, someone respected by all god-kings. "It's fine. I know you want the bad bloodstone. Cultivation isn't easy, so I want to take your beast core. Just become my pet beast, and I'll reward you with that bad bloodstone in the future." Seeing the silver-armored giant python already fooled, Bailon immediately began to employ his old tricks. If he could form a contract with it, it would be absolutely thrilling. A Lord-level beast was nearly invincible in the early stages, and it would definitely enhance his status. Upon hearing about the bad bloodstone, the silver-armored giant python's eyes lit up. Although being called a pet beast was an insult to a beast, if the master's status was high enough, it became an honor. Which god king didn't have their own pet beast squad? Each beast in the squad was treated like royalty, well fed, well cared for, and their strength continuously improved. As long as they flattered their master, they would return to their clan with immense prestige, and no one would dare provoke them. To be honest, it was tempted. If Bailon returned to the otherworld, its own status would rise as well. At the very least, it could obtain a bad bloodstone, which was absolutely worth it. I agree. But we need to sign a contract. Words alone won't suffice. Of course, Bailon said with a smile, truly worried it might back out, which would be troublesome. It could turn into a ticking bomb at any moment. Once the contract was signed, it would be hard for it to escape. As a legendary beast tamer, could he not tame a mere snake? Bailon immediately bit his finger and wrote a contract in the air. This was a submissive contract, but stricter than the one he had with the ant mouse before, aiming to completely bind the silver-armored python. The contract was akin to a slave agreement. Bailon promised to give it a bad bloodstone, while the silver-armored python had to serve him wholeheartedly. Apart from the threat of being killed, it would be almost always at his beck and call. To ensure fairness, the contract required the beast's voluntary consent. Coercion or force wouldn't count, preventing either party from being exploited. This contract was very much to the silver-armored python's liking. After all, bad bloodstones were extremely precious. With its aptitude, becoming a quasi-legendary beast was nearly impossible, but with this treasure, advancing to legendary status was no longer a dream. Moreover, the contract guaranteed its survival, allowing it to use the bad bloodstone safely, a very considerate detail. The contract is complete. Once you sign, it will take effect immediately. Bailon skillfully signed and sent it over. Seeing this series of proficient actions, the silver-armored python's last doubts dissipated. It knew that the natives of this planet could also become beast tamers and tame exotic beasts. But judging by the timeline of the otherworld invasion, even a genius native couldn't possibly possess such refined techniques. It had seen the divine race select mounts within its clan before, and their methods were far less natural than Bailon's. Without thousands of training sessions, it would be impossible to achieve this level of mastery. Don't underestimate the act of writing a contract. It consumes a significant amount of energy and mental strength. Communication with the heavens and earth is required. Any violations in the content would not be recognized and could even result in punishment. At best, it could lead to soul backlash. At worst, instant death. Many beast tamers are stuck at this stage. All right, I'll sign. The silver-armored python didn't hesitate, releasing its vital blood to imprint on the contract, activating it. Since the silver-armored python's strength far exceeded Bailon's, its power was compressed for protection, dropping from a 5-star lord to a 1-star lord. To restore its strength, it would have to wait until Bailon advanced to lord status as well. After the contract took effect, both parties' basic information was displayed to each other. As Bailon was the dominant party, he could see all the information about the silver-armored python. Species, silver-armored python strength. 1-star lord talent. Shedding sheds its outer skin to release a strong light, allowing the main body to escape danger. The outer skin retains full defensive capabilities, but frequent shedding in a short time will lead to a decrease in strength. Skill. Poison mist releases highly toxic gas. Those who come into contact will rapidly decay, especially effective against energy users. Skill. Scale armor. Flying snake attacks using shed scales. Damage is proportional to the number of scales used. Bailon carefully examined the attributes of this silver-armored python and found them quite impressive. Survival, output, and area damage. It had it all, making it an all-around performer. For Bailon at this moment, this was the most suitable choice. Stop staring blankly and obediently sign the contract. Work hard, and there will be plenty of rewards for you in the future. Bailon persuaded, looking at the dazed silver-armored python. Originally, it thought it had struck a great deal, but upon seeing Bailon's identity as a human, it immediately began to question its beastly existence. The silver-armored python stammered, "Master, why does your information say you're human? Is it because you took over this body? Foolish snake. The contract is bound to the soul. No matter how many bodies I change, I am human if I am human. I am Night Soul if I am Night Soul." Bailon replied provocatively, "Despicable human, you tricked me. Even if I break the contract, I'll make sure you die." The silver-armored python was so furious it could barely speak, its heart filled with humiliation. For a beast to serve as a pet for a god was already disgraceful enough, but to be a pet for Bailon, a native, was the ultimate shame. Not only would it never be able to hold its head high again, But if word got back to the other world, its entire clan's reputation would be ruined, and they might even be despised and attacked by their own kind. The situation was already set it might as well fight to the death, since no one would know about this matter anyway. Bailon laughed smugly and said, "Are you sure? Breaking the contract comes with soul-level punishment. Not to mention you're already so badly injured the backlash could cost you your life, and it wouldn't harm me in the slightest. Of course, your death wouldn't mean much, but it would waste my time. Let me tell you, humans have a saying, time is life. You've wasted my time, so in the future, whenever I encounter your kind, I'll show them the contract and let them go. Do you think they'll spread the word when they return to the other world? From what I know, your family isn't small, and some of your kin have even caught the eye of the alien god leaders. If this news gets back, what do you think those alien gods will do? Will your family still exist? Just thinking about it is amusing." The silver-armored python was speechless for a long time. It couldn't believe that this native in front of it could be so sinister and underhanded. The worst part was that it had no way to fight back. "You are truly despicable. Even if I work for you, you'll never have my loyalty. One day, I will scatter your ashes to the wind." The silver-armored python's face turned red with anger, and with its limited intellect, it managed to curse the most hateful words of its life. "Haha, work hard. Liangzi, I have high hopes for you." Bailon laughed, refraining from further provocation, knowing that pushing it too far could lead to undesirable consequences. "By the way, now that the contract is signed, you need a name. I've thought about it and decided to give you a loud and impressive one. You're a python, and legend has it that snakes aspire to become dragons. As my battle pet, you should at least be a dragon to be worthy. So, I'll call you Little Green Bean." The silver-armored python's body trembled, and tears of unwillingness streamed down. With its status, it would have been better to die at the hands of that native with the bow. At least then, it would have had a proper beast's end. After taming the silver-armored python, Bailon was in high spirits. He hadn't expected such a fruitful trip. Not only had he resolved the crisis in Y City's safe zone, but he had also weakened the power of the Eastern family and gained the support of a Lord-level alien beast. It was truly a triple win. Upon returning to the welfare center, Bailon immediately released the python to guard the gate. Its aura and presence instantly became a striking sight in Y City. Just as Bailon was satisfied and about to leave, a familiar yet cold voice rang out. "Bailon, you're really hard to find. You know that? Because of you, I've almost gone mad." Bailon turned around, and enemies meeting face to face made for a particularly intense moment. That figure, that expression, that voice, no matter how much it changed, Bailon recognized it clearly. "Zhou Peidong, I didn't come looking for you, and yet you dare to come looking for me? Who gave you such courage?" Bailon's demeanor was as cold as an ice cellar, openly displaying his fury and hatred without the slightest concealment. Standing before him was Zhou Peidong, the captain of the 2nd Enforcement Squad of the Dongfang family, and the very culprit who had tortured Rong Manning to death in his past life. This hatred spanning time and reincarnation was impossible to erase. In his previous life, Bailon had desperately wished to tear him apart with his own hands, even if it meant scattering Zhou's ashes after death. Now, that desire remained unchanged. Zhou Peidong looked baffled, pointing at himself as he asked, "You know me? Who exactly are you? I've never even seen you before." "There's no need for us to have met," Bailon growled. "I'll show you soon enough what it means to live a life worse than death. I'll use every single form of torture you've ever employed on others against you. And when I'm done, I'll turn you into a zombie forever condemned to endure the agony of your decaying body." "Arrogant," Zhou Peidong sneered. "Still, that method of yours is quite intriguing. I like it. Since it's your idea, how about I make you my test subject instead?" His sinister grin sent chills down the spine. "Enough talk, take this." Bailon stomped fiercely, unleashing the unrivaled Overlord Fist. Paired with his time-stopping ability, Temporal Zero, he closed the distance between them in an instant. "Fast!" Zhou Peidong exclaimed in shock. His reaction was swift as well. A small blade gleamed in his hand as he slashed it upward, aiming directly at Bailon's fist with malicious precision. But it was futile. The unrivaled Overlord Fist embodied an invincible essence, a force that ordinary weapons could not withstand. Bailon effortlessly snapped the blade in half and delivered a devastating punch to Zhou Peidong's face. Arg the pain. Zhou Peidong howled as he was sent flying several meters. Rising to his feet with a ferocious expression, he hadn't anticipated his underhanded tactics to fail so miserably. Anyone else would have been skewered by his blade and left writhing in agony, especially since he had coated the weapon with a potent poison. After rolling his neck to loosen up, Zhou Peidong discarded the broken blade and grumbled. Next time, I'll commission a dagger specifically designed to counter abilities. This one's useless now. By the way, hurry up and buff me, all of you. Let us show him some righteous teamwork. The accompanying enforcers with supernatural abilities quickly obeyed, layering him with buffs for regeneration, strength, and more. The sheer scale of the enhancements was comparable to what they used against Dongfang Miao previously. You spineless coward. Bailon mocked. You've turned your entire enforcement squad into support specialists just to boost yourself. Aren't you worried that if you collapse, no one will be left to save them? What then? Zhou Peidong scoffed with confidence. Huh? You, a lone wolf, dare to lecture me? Are you panicking just because I'm buffed up? Let me tell you, I've raised my strength to a 5-star advanced level. Even if I were facing the Great Elder, I could fight to a draw. 5-star? Let us see just how much substance your so-called advanced strength really has. Bailon sneered coldly. The unrivaled Overlord fist struck again, unleashing an unstoppable force. With Bailon's current power, a 5-star advanced ability user was nothing. Even against a 9-star powerhouse, he would still stand a chance. The only difference would be the time it took to secure victory. Combining his 3S class abilities ensured Bailon's invincibility in battles of the same tier. Not to mention his wealth of combat experience, which far surpassed Zhou Peidong's. Defeating him, that was nothing but a pipe dream. Don't underestimate me. Zhou Peidong roared, unleashing his power. His body expanded, growing from 1.9 meters tall to a towering 3 meters. His entire upper body transformed into a ferocious tiger, brimming with strength and menace. This was his ability, the blood-splitting tiger, a transformation-type power of considerable might. In this form, he gained numerous additional buffs and attributes, making him both resilient and deadly, a true all-around warrior. Not to mention his tiger claws with a tearing effect. Wounds heal extremely slowly and continue to bleed. Ordinary high-level ability users are simply no match for him. At the quasi-legendary stage, transformation-type abilities are particularly powerful. Not only do they come with special skills, but they also share a common skill, Bloodburn, similar to Berserker mode, sacrificing intelligence for explosive power. Bailon chuckled lightly and mocked. Captain Zhou, have you turned into a cat? You do look a bit like a big tiger. Are you sure you can change back after transforming? I heard that only people with some issues like to transform. Are you one of them? Kid, you've got a sharp tongue. Let us see if your skills match your words. Take this, Zhou Peidong roared, throwing a tiger punch with the force of 1,000 pounds. Bailon remained calm and raised his fist to meet the attack. With the Supreme Overlord fist, he feared nothing when it came to direct confrontation. Now, he could go head-to-head without hesitation. In the past, he had to rely on experience and timing to win, but now every punch was heavy and satisfying. Boom. The two exchanged blows back and forth. Bailon, relying on his abilities and strong physique, managed to withstand the impact of the Supreme Overlord fist and even gained the upper hand. The other members of the law enforcement team were dumbfounded. This kind of intense battle was the most captivating. But what shocked them even more was that someone dared to engage in close combat with Captain Zhou. From their experience, no one in the 12th squad would dare to do such a thing. Holy crap, who is that guy? He's not even using buffs and can still hold his ground against Captain Zhou. My truth-listening ability can boost speed and strength, and even the fastest high-level swift zombies can't catch up to Captain Zhou. I heard it's Li Jun from Y City's safe zone. With Thunderlight enhancement, he's indeed formidable. It's not surprising he can go head-to-head with Captain Zhou. You're so clueless. Who is Li Jun? He's the true commander of Y City. Even the young masters don't dare mess with him when they see him. Someone of his stature wouldn't come without an auxiliary team. True, but even if he's strong, with so many buffs added, Captain Zhou will definitely win in a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Their assumptions were overly optimistic. The Supreme Overlord Fist is an S-level ability, recognized by the world's essence as a savior-level martial art. How could it lose in close combat to a B-level ability like Blood Tiger? Bang! A punch landed squarely on his chest, forcing Zhou Peidong to retreat quickly, slamming heavily into the stone wall. His consciousness blurred, and intense pain spread throughout his body. Ugh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his ability nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he barely managed to block the punch at the critical moment otherwise. He wouldn't even be able to catch his breath now. After taking out 3 beast cores to recover, he looked at Bai Lan and smiled. Your punches are impressive. Your ability isn't as strong as mine, yet you've managed to put me in a tough spot. Zhou Peidong, value talent above all. I'll give you a chance to join the law enforcement team. With your strength, you could definitely make a name for yourself in the Eastern family, maybe even become a core member faster than me. Thank you for your kind offer, Captain Zhou, but I'd rather see the Eastern family even if there are 100 advanced ability users. So what? They will all die by my hands sooner or later. You just can't see it. Get yourself together, stop dawdling, and take this. Zhou Peidong was seen through, his body trembled, and he swung his massive fist. But this time, he had learned his lesson. Instead of clashing head-on, he began to dodge and use techniques. His footwork and movements revealed his preference for freestyle fighting and sanda. However, these amateurish skills were completely useless in Bai Lan's eyes. Fist techniques are only effective when speed and strength are balanced, otherwise, it's nonsense. Ability, times 0. In an instant, Zhou Peidong's reaction slowed to a crawl, like a turtle, but Bai Lan seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. By the time Zhou Peidong finally broke free from the restraint, his entire body felt as if it had been shattered, the pain unbearable. When exactly had Bai Lan attacked? He couldn't see it at all. Could it be that his ability wasn't just about his fist techniques? Zhou Peidong clutched his wounds and quickly created distance. In his haste to pursue, he had forgotten to bring a Sky-Eye master to assist him. Otherwise, he could have discerned Bai Lan's abilities and weaknesses and wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Unfortunately, he didn't know that apart from Yin Siming's Grade A Sky-Eye, no one could detect Bai Lan's abilities, and even fewer knew that Bai Lan had more than one ability. The only thing Zhou Peidong could think of was some kind of teleportation ability. He stared intently at Bai Lan not far away, his brows furrowed, and quickly pulled out several talismans from his pocket, sticking them to his hands, feet, and chest. After applying the talismans, his mental state improved significantly, but his gaze never left Bai Lan, not even for a blink. The talismans on his hands and feet were for basic speed and strength enhancement, while the one on his chest was for pain relief. In his hand, he held a blast talisman, more powerful than a grenade, imbued with abilities that made it particularly effective against defensive ability users. TSK, the Dongfang family, is really wealthy. Even a squad captain's equipment is this luxurious. I bet even Li Jun himself doesn't get this kind of treatment. But external aids are still just external aids. Bai Lan murmured softly, raising his fist again and striking toward Zhou Peidong. Zhou Peidong had lost his previous confidence, keeping a close eye on Bai Lan's every move, wary of that terrifying fist. The power of the Supreme Overlord Fist grew stronger and stronger, but with multiple buffs and talismans protecting him, combined with his own formidable strength, Bai Lan had yet to fully unleash his potential. However, time was running out. Zhou Peidong would collapse sooner or later. At this moment, Bai Lan seemed more like he was toying with Zhou Peidong, treating him as a plaything. Killing him would be too easy, but Bai Lan clearly didn't want to let him off so lightly. Little Green Bean, go kill those ability users, Bai Lan commanded through their contract in his mind. No way, they're trying to kill you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How could I, the silver-armored python, betray my friends? Little Green Bean lay on a rock, outright refusing to act. You have 30 seconds. If you don't do it, I'll cut off your food supply for a year and hang your contract on the city gate for all the attacking beasts and zombies to see. Bai Lan, you're despicable. Shameless. Little Green Bean gritted its teeth in anger, but, for the sake of its pride, began to wriggle its body to take action. Say what you want. Aren't you injured? I'll allow you to devour them all. Understood, moving out now. Little Green Bean, enticed by the offer, immediately changed its attitude and sprang into action that it thought to itself. Once my strength recovers and my soul is repaired, I'll fight you to the death. By then, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Just then, one of the law enforcement team members, who was watching the scene with great interest, suddenly felt a chill down his back and was instantly swallowed whole. At first, the silver-armored giant python swallowed 2 or 3 people, and no one reacted. It wasn't until Little Green Bean ate something too hard, and the quality of the clothes and pants was too good, that it spat them out, startling everyone. SHT. There's a snake eating people. Ahua has been eaten. Quick, grab weapons and save her. A man was the first to react, quickly slapping an explosive talisman onto the silver-armored giant python. With a loud bang, the silver-armored giant python licked its lips with its forked tongue and spoke. Too hard to eat, but it does nourish the body. Line up. Men with tough meat go to the back, women first. Damn it, die, monster. Several people attacked desperately, but their damage was like scraping an itch and had no effect on the silver-armored giant python. Despite its current weakened state, the law enforcement team members were no match for it. A lord-level beast couldn't be bullied so easily. The silver-armored giant python went on a frenzied rampage, swallowing people one by one. As its belly swelled, the highly corrosive sulfuric acid inside emitted a sizzling sound, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The remaining dozen law enforcement team members couldn't hold on any longer and retreated, shouting, "Captain Joe, there's a beast here. 5 or 6 team members have already been swallowed. Help us, save us." Zhou Peidong frowned. Although the buffs on him had weakened, he didn't dare lose focus against Bailan. If he went to help them and Bailan launched another strange teleportation attack, he'd be finished. So he could only gamble that he could find Bailan's weakness and deliver a fatal blow before all the law enforcement team members were dead. After all, if the support personnel died, there would be replacements, and the credit for killing Bailan far outweighed their lives. Once he became an official clan member, the law enforcement team's influence would double, and people would naturally flock to him. "Your team members are about to die. Aren't you going to help them?" Bailan asked coldly while throwing punches. Zhou Peidong didn't answer, focusing entirely on dodging Bailan's punches and searching for a fatal opportunity. Bailan, on the other hand, kept pushing him into a corner, forcing him to taste despair. Screams echoed from behind as the silver-armored giant python rampaged like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering madly. In just 1 minute, it had swallowed nearly 10 people. The silver-armored giant python laughed arrogantly and said, "How about that? I'm still powerful. My previous failures were just bad luck." As members of the law enforcement team, fleeing during battle was a capital offense that would also implicate their families. But faced with this life-threatening situation, they scattered and fled for their lives. Risking their lives for a useless captain was simply not worth it. Not to mention, whether they could make it back alive was uncertain. Run. Run quickly. Damn it. I don't care about the Dongfang family anymore. My life is more important. Head to Y City. Going back to the Dongfang family is a dead and Zhou Peidong doesn't even treat us as human. Stop adding buffs. Run. Save whoever can escape. In an instant, Zhou Peidong lost all his buff enhancements. His strength plummeted, and his injuries became uncontrollable. The Supreme Overlord Fist erupted with full force, cutting off his last chance of survival. Even if Bailan didn't strike, he was doomed. "Idiots, come back. Buff me. No matter where you run, you're dead. The Dongfang family, and I will never let you go." Zhou Peidong roared in near collapse. Without those buffs, he had completely lost the chance to fight back. Doing bad things will eventually lead to retribution. You treat them as tools, but they won't risk their lives for you, Bailan said mockingly, stopping his punches. "Stop chasing them, Little Green Bean. Let them run." Zhou Peidong's face turned red. His life was slipping away, and he began to feel fear. No one is unafraid of death, and the stronger a person is, the more they fear it. Want to plead for mercy? It's not impossible. Kowtow to me twice, then cut off your left hand, and I might consider sparing you. Dream on. I'd rather die than show weakness. You look at me with a smile, but I can see the hatred in your eyes. The same hatred I see in the eyes of those I haven't completely ruined. I just don't get it. We have no grudge, so why do you hate me so much? Zhou Peidong roared through gritted teeth. You don't need to know. It's about time you died. Bai Lan drew out a half-broken straight blade and slashed down fiercely. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. With his exquisite blade skills, Bai Lan made over 100 cuts on Zhou Peidong's left arm, finally severing it and tossing it aside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Bai Lan immediately took out a few corpse cores from his spatial bracelet to stop the bleeding and stabilize the injury. At this moment, Zhou Peidong's lips were cracked, his mouth full of blood, yet he remained silent. Bai Lan wiped his blade and slowly explained, "This is your favorite death by 1,000 cuts. My skills aren't as good as yours, so I couldn't make it to 1,000 cuts. To make up for it, I stopped your bleeding." "Yeah, you even know about that. Could it be that one of your relatives was tortured to death by me? Haha, serves them right. I just don't know who it was. Or I would have tortured them even more, huh?" Zhou Peidong gritted his teeth, mocking Bai Lan intermittently. "Shut up, shut up," Bai Lan repeated, violently shoving the blade into his mouth and twisting it relentlessly. By the time he calmed down, Zhou Peidong was lying motionless on the ground, his face twisted in agony. Nearby, the silver-armored giant python had already hidden in a crevice, its heart racing with fear. Just now, Bai Lan had seemed like a demon, his fury so intense that it even made the python feel tense. The hatred transmitted through their bond had affected its own emotions. It had witnessed many of its kin being slaughtered, but none of that hatred was as deep as Bai Lan's. To the python, those grudges were insignificant. But this time was different. Bai Lan's hatred was etched into his very bones, impossible to erase even through reincarnation. "He's dead," Bai Lan sighed, softly uttering those 2 words. But there was no sense of relief in his heart, no peace that comes with avenging a grudge. Instead, he felt lost. When he had first learned of Rong Manning's death, he was overwhelmed with grief, his sanity breaking down multiple times, wishing he could personally hack Zhou Peidong to death. Now that he had killed him, the feeling of vengeance was absent. In this life, Zhou Peidong had never even met Rong Manning, and Rong Manning was still alive. None of it had happened. Perhaps time had diluted his hatred, or maybe it was because the person he truly wanted to kill was the Zhou Peidong from his previous life, the one who had tormented Rong Manning, not this one. "Sai, let's go. I really want to go back and see Sister Manning." Bai Lan sighed, full of helplessness. In his memory, the Sister Manning, dressed in black battle attire, holding a scepter, and using her frail body to shield him. The sister who meticulously cared for him when he was injured. The clumsy sister who taught him how to pursue girls. He owed her too much for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in the Dongfang family, have you found out? What's the deal with this massive attack by the exotic beasts and that peak lord-level giant python? Dongfang Qing asked with an imposing presence, though not angry. There is no clear reason. All assumptions lack evidence. It might just be a random attack, and coincidence cannot be ruled out. A shadow in the darkness replied coldly. Dongfang Qing frowned, dissatisfied, and said, Nothing is a coincidence. Especially this attack, it was far from accidental. Those flying beasts didn't attack the ability users, but instead flew into the mansion. What were they trying to do? Why was that exotic beast so desperate to get in? Are all these just coincidences? The room fell silent instantly. Without evidence, the shadow guards would not easily draw conclusions. They only stated facts. Fine, tell me your assumptions. I want to hear your opinion. Dongfang Qing's tone softened. I have no opinion. I've already stated the answer. The rest is for you to judge. I order you to state your opinion. Defying the clan leader's orders, you know the consequences. Stepped out of the shadows. Based on speculation, this might be related to the gift sent by Y City Military District Commander Li Jun a few nights ago, but there is no evidence. The only related incident is that yesterday, the safe City Lord's Gate in Y City was also attacked by a powerful exotic beast, but it was lured away by Bai Lan. The intelligence reported that the exotic beast bore similarities to the giant python, but specific details were concealed. Li Jun, Bai Lan, exotic beast. Dongfang Qing repeated these words. Sensing he mentioned it, there must be a possibility. That Bai Lan killed Dongfang Ji and many hidden agents in the military, undoubtedly harboring deep hatred against the Dongfang family. Bring me the map of Y City. Ing Yi moved swiftly, soon retrieving an extremely detailed map from the shadows and placing it on Dongfang Qing's desk. The map was so precise that even the locations of toilets were marked. Dongfang Qing picked up a pen and marked the positions of Y City and the Dongfang family. The two places are not far apart. Ing Yi, for a high-level ability user as fast as him, how long would it take to travel back and forth? The straight-line distance is approximately 18 hours. All right, let's calculate based on his speed. To avoid the giant python's attacks along the way, he might pass through several towns and this forest. Starting from Y City, it would take about a day, roughly 24 hours. The timing matches, the motive is there, but the key evidence. Dongfang Qing chuckled lightly and ordered, Ing Yi, send 3 law enforcement teams to investigate whether there are traces of the giant python along the route. Understood. Ing Yi hesitated to move. Dongfang Qing asked, What's wrong, Ing Yi? Is there another issue? Speak up. Nothing. It's just that I just received intelligence. The captain of the 2nd law enforcement team, Zhou Peidong, is dead. Not just him, it's possible the entire law enforcement team is gone. Ing Yi said flatly. What? Zhou Peidong, with auxiliary enhancement, was already at 5 stars. Even I would find it difficult to defeat him in a short time. With his current combat strength, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. How could he be dead? Dongfang Qing said in shock. But he is indeed dead. During the giant python's attack, he was responsible for the western region. The message revealed that after the giant python disappeared, he also vanished, and the related submind ring shattered. Dongfang Qing was furious. Since becoming the head of the Dongfang family, he had never been so enraged. First, a key figure in his military district, Mingzi Dongfang Ji, was killed on the spot. Many undercover agents were successively eliminated by Li Jun. Then, Zhang Feng, in whom he had placed great hope, was also killed, and the original plan to restrain the military district through the Chaogaskai alliance was destroyed. Now, the family was attacked by a Lord-level giant python, and the beast killed many clan members. The 9th elder was seriously injured, and even Zhou Peidong, who was quite skilled, was dead. He had never felt so stifled, as if an invisible hand was disrupting his plans, devouring all the chess pieces he had laid out. White Lawn. Li Jun, you two have joined forces, haven't you? Since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dongfang Qing furiously smashed the teacup onto the ground. Shadow One, send someone to Y City and set that thing up. I want them to regret it, to know the price of angering the Dongfang family. Shadow One replied expressionlessly, yes, and then disappeared into the darkness. Dongfang Qing slowly walked out the door, gazing in the direction of Y City safe zone, and muttered to himself, I originally planned to take over that city perfectly, but now the plan must change. It won't do without a thorough reorganization. Li Jun, your wrong decision will make the entire city pay the price. In reality, White Lawn was not seriously injured. He had used a small shield to block many attacks, and ultimately died of old age. Otherwise, his back wouldn't have been injured, but his heart was indeed heavy. Returning to the Dongfang family again stirred up the hatred in his memories. By a twist of fate, he killed Zhou Peidong, the person he most wanted to kill in his past life. Yet his mood grew heavier. Killing no longer brought the same satisfaction as before. The Zhou Peidong of his past life and the one in this life were like two different people. For instance, when White Lawn had threatened him with a straight blade before, he would grovel and beg for mercy, abandoning his dignity. The current Zhou Peidong, even if subjected to 1,000 cuts, endured without making a sound, and mocked White Lawn until his last breath. This almost drove White Lawn to lose his sanity. Of course, Zhou Peidong couldn't be considered a good person, he deserved to die. But compared to the cold-blooded demon of his past life, the current Zhou Peidong seemed relatively normal. The stark contrast between the two extremes made White Lawn subconsciously feel that killing him was like killing an ordinary person. The road was still long. White Lawn, burdened with heavy thoughts, walked for 2 days before returning to Y City safe zone. No one knew he had returned. He went straight to Falcon and threw himself into Rong Manning's arms. Rong Manning was initially surprised, but did not push him away. Having mingled in society for years, she could instantly tell who was trying to take advantage of her. The child before her had no such intentions. Instead, he was full of familial affection and sadness. Rong Manning gently stroked White Land's head and softly said, "If you're tired, come sleep here with your sister. After all, you're just a student. Leave those outside matters aside for now." White Lawn closed his eyes and nodded, letting down his guard, leaning into her arms, and falling asleep. Looking at him, Rong Manning thought of her own brother. Perhaps this was heaven's compensation. But these were minor matters, not worth mentioning. What truly gripped the hearts of the people in the safe zone were the continuous battles. A few days ago, after the silver-armored giant python's attack, it attracted a large number of exotic beasts, the strongest of which was the purple light mantis. It led 30,000 exotic beasts to attack the main gate of the safe zone for 3 consecutive days. Unfortunately, it was heavily injured and fled, only to be ambushed from behind by Lin Cici's team, suffering heavy losses and almost collapsing completely. The purple light mantis, with 4-star advanced strength, was forcibly beaten down to the beginner level. After the pressure on the main gate eased, the other 3 gates were hit. Lin Cici adjusted her state and, together with senior ability users like Li Jun, Tian Yong, and Qin Dingyun, directly killed the leaders of advanced beasts at 2 gates. This battle brought Lin Cici great fame, making her the female war goddess after Bailan. Her healing skills were extraordinary, and combined with her selfless love, she became the goddess in the hearts of the defenders. Lin Cici was just that kind of person. Once she broke free from Bailan's constraints and was no longer influenced by his apocalypse theories, she thrived like a fish in water, fully unleashing her potential, rapidly growing, and becoming a formidable force on her own. The ability users at the Welfare Institute all praised her. Lin Cici surpassed Bailan and became the true pillar of Safe City. She has now completely won the recognition and admiration of countless survivors in Y City's Safe City. Soon, many young soldiers who once idolized Bailan volunteered to form Lin Cici's guard team. Li Jun seized the opportunity and directly awarded Lin Cici the rank of Junior General, a title she truly deserved. Among the civilians, she also had a large number of admirers. After hearing her story, many were deeply moved and wanted to join Lin Cici's team. Originally just ordinary ability users, under the guidance of Yen Siming and Yen Yi, they were organized efficiently, selecting a large number of experts and ordinary ability users, gathering many young ability users with potential. In just a few days, Lin Cici had formed a powerful team. After resting for 2 days, Bailan suddenly woke up. During his long sleep, he kept recalling the painful experiences of his past life. The sea of blood and deep hatred, and the lingering regrets were still vivid in his mind. But Bailan had come to terms with it. These were things of the past and would no longer harm him. After all, in this life, he had completely changed his fate. When his master and Dongfang Jing escaped from Ji City to here, Bailan was determined to protect them well. Bailan resolved to live peacefully and comfortably in this dangerous apocalypse. Besides reminiscing, he also had many strange dreams. They were like scenes simulated in a script. The decisive battle with a fire dragon in a world of dragons and magic, the fearless confrontation of masters by the Cloud Sea sect in a world of battle energy, the era of high-tech martial arts, where he and the Nangong sisters grew up together, relying on each other for 100 years, traveling through beautiful landscapes. Even stranger, he saw many scenes he had never encountered before. A vast and ancient alien world, magnificent and grand under the boundless cosmic starry sky. A splendid city. The final scene froze on the Nangong sisters surrounding him, their stunning faces filled with possessiveness and deep love. Bailan shook his head vigorously. It seemed he had been overthinking lately, and too many strange images had entered his mind. He decided he needed to balance work and rest better in the future. "Are you awake?" Rong Manny rubbed her eyes, still looking sleepy, but she smiled gently. Bailan quickly got up and stood aside, his expression like a child who had done something wrong. His thick-skinned personality seemed to fail in front of Rong Manny. Giggle. Rong Manny let out a bell-like laugh. "What's wrong? Does our little hero actually get shy? You held your sister for 2 days without even blinking." Bai Lan's face grew redder and redder as she spoke, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing this different side of Bai Lan, Rong Manny became even more interested and said with a smile, "Little brother, you held your sister for 2 days, so you have to take responsibility for her, okay? Of course, Sister Man Ning is my real sister. I'm willing to do anything for her." Bai Lan instinctively replied. He was no longer the ruthless and imposing Bai Lan from the outside world. His relationship with Rong Man Ning seemed to have returned to the previous life, relying on each other like siblings to overcome difficulties together. "Then are you willing to marry your sister?" Bai Lan fell silent. He looked at Rong Man Ning's delicate face and proud figure, and a trace of wicked thought flashed through his mind. But that thought was quickly suppressed by himself. Just as Bai Lan was dazed, the door was pushed open. A burly man walked in carrying several plates of dishes and said, "All right, Man Ning, stop teasing Brother Bai. Didn't you say you'd never get married in your life?" Rong Man Ning put her hands on her hips, a bit displeased. She still wanted to see Bai Lan's amusing expression. "Leader, you're really something. You just want to keep me, a little woman, here to live with a bunch of big men every day? If the partner is Bai Lan, I wouldn't mind." Zhao Jun rolled his eyes at her and called out to Bai Lan, "Brother Bai, Man Ning is usually quite aloof. If anyone dares to touch her, she turns into an ice block. All right, enough talk, sit down and eat." Hearing Zhao Jun's familiar and enthusiastic voice, Bai Lan's eyes grew moist. He wanted to say many things, wanted to tell them he was sorry, but in the end, he only managed to squeeze out one word. "All right." Several dishes were placed on the table, and the enticing aroma immediately made Bai Lan's stomach growl. Ability users weren't immortals, they couldn't go without food. On the contrary, ability users had large appetites. The stronger the ability user, the greater the appetite, especially warriors and tanks, who could eat more than 20 times the amount of a regular person in one meal. Of course, eating freely was only possible during peaceful times. Most ability users relied on the energy in the air to replenish their strength, supplemented by small amounts of food for recovery, which led people to mistakenly believe that ability users didn't eat much. Zhao Jun held a pineapple cup, filled it for Bai Lan and Rong Man Ning, and poured himself a full cup as well. He raised his glass boldly and said, "Last time, Brother Bai saved my life. I, Zhao Jun, will never forget it. I've thought about it for a long time and feel you're excellent in every way. If you ever face difficulties, come to us. Even if it means going through fire and water, I'll be there." Bai Lan held his glass and, for the first time in a long while, showed a sincere smile. "Leader Zhao, it's settled then. Cheers." "All right, cheers." The glasses clinked with a muffled sound, and the wine didn't spill. After a few gulps, both of them simultaneously exclaimed, "Ah!" Rong Man Ning covered her mouth and laughed. "Do you two drink as if you were cut from the same mold? Your actions are identical." "Ha ha ha, Man Ning is right. Brother Bai, who taught you this way of drinking? It's exactly to my taste. A real man should drink like this." "Huh." Zhao Jun laughed heartily. Bai Lan's mouth twitched, thinking, "Of course, it was you who taught me." He recalled when he first joined the Falcon Squad. He was clumsy at drinking, and every time he clinked glasses, he couldn't control his ability, spilling wine all over the table. According to the rules, he had to drink a few penalty glasses, and for months, he never had a sober night. But when he finally managed to clink glasses without spilling wine, his ability control had also improved. Later, when clinking glasses with the leader, he had to ensure the wine didn't spill and the glasses didn't break. Zhao Jun's ability was that of a tank and berserker, with incredible strength. It wasn't easy to keep up with him, and Bai Lan didn't even know how much wine he'd drunk to endure it. During that time, it was the happiest period of his previous life, fighting desperately during the day, drinking and chatting to relax at night, living each day fully and contentedly. Thinking about the wine he drank in his past life, Bai Lan smiled and said, "I heard that Leader Zhao never gets drunk, a veteran in the drinking scene. Want to compete with me?" "Compete? Why not? I admit defeat to you in killing zombies and mutant beasts, but when it comes to drinking, I absolutely refuse to back down." After speaking, Zhao Jun filled 2 glasses of wine and shouted, "Xiaoyang, bring out all the wine. Today, I'm going to drink to my heart's content with Brother Bai." "No need to trouble yourself." Bai Lan waved his hand. took out over a dozen cases of wine from his spatial bracelet, and calmly said, "Coming to Leader Zhao's place, of course, I brought my own wine. Drink freely, there's definitely enough." "Perfect." Zhao Jun smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of approval for Bailan. Bailan revealed a triumphant smile and said, "Then let us drink in the fairest way. Cheers." "You even know how to toast?" "Interesting, interesting. Brother Bai, I'm not bragging, but I can drink the entire Falcon squad under the table by myself. If you don't believe me, ask Rong Manning. How about we change the rules? Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you." The so-called Cheers was a new drinking game that emerged after the apocalypse. Each person holds a glass of wine, without suppressing the effects of alcohol, and clinks glasses. The rule is that if your glass doesn't break and your wine doesn't spill, but the other person's wine spills, you win. Ideally, you can even shatter the opponent's glass. If you lose control and your own glass breaks or spills, you lose. If both spill their wine, they must refill their glasses and drink again. This game doesn't rely much on the strength of one's abilities, but rather on the control over them. Using too much force might shatter your own glass, so strength isn't necessarily an advantage. Rong Manning whispered to Bailan, "The leader is really good at this game, but he's not great with words. If you play something like rock, paper, scissors drinking games, you might have the upper hand." "No need. Someone once told me that if you want someone to truly accept defeat, you have to beat them thoroughly at what they're best at." "I'll play Cheers with Leader Zhao, but I'll add a condition," Bailan said confidently. "Let us hear it. What condition?" "If someone spills their wine, they lose and have to drink 3 extra glasses. That means losing once means drinking 5 glasses." Zhao Jun laughed heartily, as if he was already certain of victory. "All right, I agree. Let us go. Let us go." The two clinked their glasses and shouted in unison, "Cheers." With a loud bang, half of the wine in Zhao Jun's pineapple-shaped glass spilled out, splashing all over him. He looked at Bailan's glass in surprise. According to the rules, spilling even a drop or half a glass counts as losing. He had used so much force, so he was sure he had spilled quite a bit himself. But to his surprise, Bailan's glass didn't spill a single drop, and he looked completely relaxed. "You lost, Leader Zhao." Bailan made a gesture inviting him to drink, feeling happier than when he had obtained an S-level ability. In his previous life, he had drunk a lot of wine, but seeing Zhao Jun's shocked expression was incredibly satisfying. "All right, I admit defeat. I'll drink contrast." Bailan held the initial glass of wine in his hand, untouched. He had a long overdue meal with Rong Manning, chatted for a while, and left after finishing his drink. This place was his haven, the only place where he could let down all his defenses. But once he stepped out the door, he reverted to being the ruthless, cold-blooded Bailan who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Those he couldn't protect in his previous life, he was determined to safeguard in this one. A dragon has its reverse scale, and touching it invites fury. These people were Bailan's reverse scale. Walking on the road back to the welfare home, Bailan fell into deep thought. The current situation was truly dire, with troubles both internal and external. The safe city appeared united on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. Outside the city, formidable enemies that hadn't appeared in his previous life were emerging repeatedly. Relying solely on Li Jun, Tianyong, and Qin Dingyun wouldn't hold for long. Bailan sighed, looking up at the distant purple thunderclouds, his expression somewhat lost. He had plenty of cheats and golden fingers, yet he often felt powerless in many situations. Despite his immense strength, he was frequently left in a sorry state on the battlefield. Wasn't rebirth supposed to mean crushing everything in his path and foreseeing the future? Why was it still so frustrating? Take Su Xuexin and Lin Cixi. For example, they were incredibly strong, with top-tier abilities and talents, possessing the potential to ascend to legendary status. Yet Bailan couldn't feel at ease with them. Instead, they brought constant trouble. Thinking carefully, it seemed only the 3 brothers of the Lu family gave him confidence to fight without reservation. By the timeline, Lu Hua and Lu Ji should be advancing to higher levels soon. With 1 fire and 1 water ability complementing each other, their strength would undoubtedly be formidable. If he assigned them to the military district, given their management skills, they could at least become brigadier generals and might even succeed Li Jun in the future. The only uncertainty was Su Xuexin. With her talent and strength, if she were willing to put in the effort, she could undoubtedly become the top expert in Y City, second only to Bailan. But Bailan wasn't in a hurry. Once Demao opened the passage, he would return to oversee her training and see if there was a way to help her fully unleash Su Xia's ability. Instant. Bailan still remembered how, in the hospital, Su Xia could simultaneously wield divine power and instant, two powerful A-level abilities that complemented each other, even leaving Bailan astonished. I need to hurry and train them. Surviving the apocalypse won't be easy relying on just myself. I must cultivate my team. I wonder if they've been practicing the visualization method seriously. Before long, Bailan arrived at the welfare home. Before he even entered, he heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the backyard, accompanied by roars and bursts of abilities, deafeningly loud. Have they had a breakthrough? Training so fiercely, Bailan's heart stirred. Instead of entering the office building directly, he circled around to the backyard. It was a space designated by Xiao Yinyun specifically for training and sparring. The wide open area, once paved with concrete, was now covered in dust. The concrete slabs looked as though they'd been plowed several times, cracked and damaged, revealing the yellow earth beneath. The battle before him had reached a fever pitch. On the field, the Dragonman Yang Ming and Tian Yuang Ming formed one team, while the other consisted of the Talisman Master Jiang Yu and Thunderstorm Mei Jiying. The two teams were locked in a fierce exchange, evenly matched. Yi Ying and Jiang Yu, relying on their physical advantages and powerful close combat abilities, found themselves on the defensive. Yi Ying's thunderstorm skills were astonishingly powerful, but because they were so strong, she feared injuring her teammates and only dared to use limited moves. Jiang Yu was covered in talismans, clutching 3 more in his hand, relentlessly preventing the opponents from getting close. Talismans flew out one after another without hesitation. The rumbling explosions and rising dust forced Yang Ming and his group to keep their distance, unable to catch sight of their target. Bailan's gaze pierced through the thick smoke and locked onto Wang Ming. He was now a beginner 8-star, his muscles much more defined, though his belly hadn't slimmed down yet. Clearly, he had endured quite a bit recently, which had led to his rapid improvement in strength. When he first arrived, he was the weakest of the 3, but now he was on par with them. Even more impressive was the heavenly barrier he released, which was incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding attacks from advanced ability users. The power of love is truly remarkable. It had turned this chubby guy into a rising star. If he advances to the advanced level, he might be the fastest to master exclusive skills, with limitless potential in the future. Compared to Wang Ming, Yi Ying and Yang Ming were no less impressive. Both had reached 8-star levels and were on the verge of advancing to the next level, likely within a week. Thunder Mei Jiying was particularly outstanding, following a pure damage-dealing path, distinct from Li Jun's lightning style. In the future, she might be able to summon a sky full of thunderclouds with a mere wave of her hand. Her precise lightning strikes would be devastating against zombies and evil spirits. Unfortunately, her current level was too low to fully unleash her potential. As for Yang Ming, the big guy, it was unclear what miraculous substance he had consumed, but within just 6 or 7 days, he had managed to suppress Yi Ying and Jiang Yu. When facing zombies, he could now engage advanced zombie heroes head-on. The roars from earlier were his doing, each one sending shivers down people's spines. His bloodline power could suppress many exotic beasts. If he could undergo a dragon blood baptism in the future, he might purify his abilities and even advance to legendary status. It wouldn't be just a dream. Besides them, Bailan noticed some unfamiliar faces. The system identified a male dark concealer and a female morph master. What surprised Bailan the most was the summoner in the corner, an extremely rare ability. A summoner's strength depended entirely on the beasts they summoned, which varied greatly in power and complexity, with abilities that were unpredictable. In his previous life, Bailan had never heard of a summoner advancing to quasi-legendary status. Extraordinary was their limit. Worse yet, summoners and beast tamers' abilities that even ordinary people could master were regarded as heretical by society. After the Bailan incident, beast tamers and summoners were hunted down and slaughtered everywhere. People feared the emergence of another legendary beast tamer like Bai Lan. Wow, it's Bai Lan. What are you hiding here and spying on? Jiang Yu, who was about to throw a talisman, immediately abandoned the fight upon seeing Bai Lan and rushed over. Bai Lan's heart sank of all people. It had to be this fake girl who noticed him. This guy was a complete disaster. His face and figure were even more alluring than Yi Ying's, and apart from his chest being as flat as a board, he was almost flawless. Modern women generally had small chests, so no one would suspect his true identity. Terrifying. Even more so than the silver-armored giant python behind him. But Bai Lan had an agreement with him, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Bai Lan, you should have told us as soon as you returned. What are you hiding here and spying on? Don't you know how worried we were when you went out to fight? I only went out because I was confident. But you 2B level ability users being beaten by Yang Ming and Wang Ming, have you been slacking off in your training lately? Bai Lan rolled his eyes and, without waiting for a response, continued. Carry on. I still want to watch Yang Ming take you both down. Before Jiang Yu could reply, the silver-armored giant python behind Bai Lan's shoulder poked its head out and communicated telepathically. You humans are truly strange. Based on the basic knowledge I've learned, the person in front of me should be female, but the fluctuation of supernatural energy clearly indicates male. Gender confusion, yin and yang reversed, such creatures would be judged in the other world. I also think judgment is necessary, but if he is a legend, would you dare to judge him? No judgment. Legends can break free from all constraints. Then it's troublesome. Do you think I don't want to judge him? Bai Lan replied helplessly. You think he can ascend to legend? He is just a low-level character. I could stomp out tens of thousands of him with 1 foot. Then just wait and see. Don't flatter him anymore in the future. Humph. Humans always find excuses for their oddities. You're pretending, but what about others? Their eyes clearly show he is female. The silver-armored giant python said discontentedly. Bai Lan was momentarily speechless and could only shut off the team's voice chat. What a joke if it weren't for the pressing situation. He wouldn't have conceded. He was determined to expose Jiang Yu publicly, letting everyone know the truth to prevent anyone from being misled. Hey, Bai Lan, you're too much, taking on 2 people by yourself. If it weren't for Sister Ying worrying about hurting the 2 of us, she could have cleared the screen with 1 big move, and I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Jiang Yu stood with hands on hips, pouting, looking very dissatisfied. Bai Lan was such a jerk he didn't appreciate the concern and even kicked him while he was down. Jiang Yu couldn't understand how Bai Lan became the leader of the welfare center. All right. Brother Bai has just returned after much difficulty. We were even praying for him yesterday, so why start arguing the moment we meet? Yi Ying quickly ran over to pull Jiang Yu away, trying to calm him down. Bai Lan asked seriously, how is the welfare center these days? It should be getting on track, right? Yes, with Sister Xiao around, most things have been handed over to her. She is truly a strong woman, arranging diplomacy, systems, and processes in an orderly manner. She even convinced the military to strengthen the city wall defenses. Many Earth element ability users are part of the welfare center, so food isn't a problem for now. The welfare center's reputation has skyrocketed. People know we have several top-tier ability users stationed here, and many major organizations have actively sought alliances with us, agreeing to venture out of the city together to fight zombies and mutant beasts in the future. With Xiao Yinyan here, there is definitely no problem, as long as she doesn't get too arrogant. She is an excellent manager, Bai Lan said thoughtfully. No matter what Xiao Yinyan did before the apocalypse, the fact that she managed to establish the largest organization in Y City during the apocalypse proved her remarkable skills. Managing a newly established welfare center was no problem at all. And then there's Cece. She has become the head of the military district and is highly valued. We've tried inviting her back for dinner several times, but she has always declined. Yi Ying said, sounding a bit disappointed. Ever since Lin Cece's reputation soared, even Li Jun couldn't control her anymore. She formed an elite squad, with members handpicked from the best in the safe city. When there's no zombie or beast tide, they act as city guards, and during battles, they take on the strongest zombies and mutant beasts. Lin Cece is bold and generous, offering substantial rewards, and in a short time, she stirred up a storm in Y City. Many young people are desperately trying to join her team. With such a powerful force, Lin Cece no longer had time to return to the welfare center. She was either training or cracking down on criminals. Rumor has it that there are so many people pursuing her that they could fill up training ground number 1. Yi Ying's disappointment was understandable. She and Lin Cece were practically inseparable, like best friends. But Bailan hasn't been around recently. She only heard from Xiao Yinyun that Lin Cece had asked if Bailan had returned. Sigh. She had thought Lin Cece and Bailan would end up together, becoming a perfect couple. After all, during their previous interactions, she had noticed Lin Cece had feelings for Bailan. But now it seems the distance between Lin Cece and Bailan will only grow, and they might even find it difficult to meet in the future. By the way, Brother Bai, Cece has already advanced to Senior 3-star. There are many rumors saying she's the successor to Chief Li. What? Yi Ying's words made by Lan's face changed drastically. How could Lin Cece rise to fame so quickly? Bailan knew Lin Cece was being groomed by the military district, but it had only been a week. She was advancing faster than a rocket. If Bailan weren't still around, and if Li Jun didn't have some reservations, Lin Cece might already be the chief. Although Bailan didn't like Lin Cece's saintly personality of always thinking of others, her smile had been etched into his heart since the apocalypse began and their time together, even though he hadn't realized it. Now, hearing that Lin Cece already had her own influence, Bailan felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Besides the loss, there was an indescribable feeling, as if he had lost something precious and wanted to search the whole world to find it again. Indeed, Miss Lin is like an angel. I came to the welfare center just to follow her. She saved me during the apocalypse, said a summoner who seemed to be in his rebellious phase. Oh, right, this is Tang Gaoyong, a newly recruited summoner at the welfare center. This is Feng Chong, whose ability is Dark Stalker. And the last one is... Yi Ying hadn't finished speaking when a ponytailed girl pulled her aside. Let me say it, Sister Yi. All right. Yi Ying nodded. The girl looked quite ordinary, with slender eyes, fluffy hair, a slightly large nose, and features that were decent but not beautiful. She adjusted her collar, her face slightly red, and said, "My name is Mu Wan. Bai? Brother Bai, I like you. I've liked you since the first time I met you. Hearing all your stories, I can't control my feelings anymore. Sister Yi told me that it's the apocalypse now, and we should live each day without regrets. So please accept me." The girl's heartfelt confession made the scene fall silent for a moment. Then everyone started to cheer and make noise, especially Yang Ming and Wang Ming, who shouted one after another. Say yes. Kiss her, making Bailan speechless. He wasn't that open-minded. Back when he pursued Dongfang Jing, they didn't even kiss until after they were married. Yi Ying stood to the side, her gaze filled with blessings but also a hint of loss. She didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. Bailan chuckled lightly. Mu Wan, I can't accept your feelings. I already have, someone I like. Besides, it's the apocalypse now. It's fine to love and hate boldly, but you should focus on improving your strength. Don't do this again next time. But, Brother Bai, is the person you like Sister Lin? No, don't make wild guesses. Then what should I do to have a chance? Mu Wan asked unwillingly. Bailan felt a bit annoyed and scanned her with the system. Name, Mu Wan. Gender, female. Ability, Illusionist grade C LV2 realm. Junior 5-star. In the previous life, there had never been an illusionist in the Dragon Nation who came close to legendary level. Bailan once encountered a transcendent morph master from Tianzhu in a spatial rift. The master told Bailan that to reach the legendary level, a morph master must be AB level ability user or higher. To dispel Mu Wan's thoughts, Bailan said, if you can advance to quasi-legendary, it's not impossible. All right, don't go back on your word then. Mu Wan agreed cheerfully. Of course. Bailan deliberately changed the subject and turned to Jiang Yu, asking, have you been slacking off recently? How much has your strength improved? 6-star beginner level, almost advanced. Jiang Yu said proudly. Not enough. Your progress is too slow. You're clearly AB level ability user. So why is your strength still lagging so far behind C levels like Yang Ming and Wang Ming? Jiang Yu muttered. You're not a talisman master. How would you understand the difficulties of being one? Using acceleration and strength talismans doesn't help with training. My physical fitness hasn't improved much. My training volume is less than a third of theirs. Bailon nodded, fully aware. Rare professions like formation masters, talisman masters, forgers, and alchemists all have slow progress in strength, which is also why they tend to perish early. Warriors and tanks can train around the clock, but their mental and physical recovery can't keep up with the consumption, so they can only accumulate strength over time. Once they reach the Lord level, their strength will increase rapidly. Of course, Bailon was merely trying to divert everyone's attention from Muwan's confession. He didn't actually need to ask. The system scan revealed everything, making it impossible to hide. Although my strength hasn't changed, I've developed a new talisman called the Puppet Talisman. Once applied, machines can gain life and attack autonomously, like Transformers, Jiang Yu said proudly. Bailon nodded. Not bad. Make a few more and send them to the military district. Maybe you can exchange them for some food later. You all need to learn how to solve your own food problems. All right. Jiang Yu agreed and ran off. After things quieted down, Ying continued her report. Brother Bai, the military district's research team is currently developing a potion that can grant ordinary people abilities. They've visited the Welfare Institute several times, hoping to invite you to provide some advice. I've heard about it. If everyone has abilities, what are zombies and mutant beasts? Sooner or later, they'll be reduced to rare species. If artificial abilities succeed, we ability users might even gain an extra ability. By then By the way, Brother Bai, do you think artificial abilities can be developed? Yang Ming asked curiously. It's possible, but it's simply harming others and oneself. Instead of working on that, they should focus on producing more food, Bailon said disdainfully. Granting ordinary people abilities? Indeed, people tried this in later generations, but the abilities obtained never reached transcendent levels. Worse, such individuals had their future potential severely limited. Developing artificial abilities required sacrificing a large number of ability users and ordinary people. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, such practices were utterly inhumane. Human experimentation has always been regarded as an extremely evil act throughout history, and Bailon would never assist in it. He would resolutely oppose it. The human body is full of mysteries, but unlocking them requires time and effort. Faced with the invasion of zombies and mutant beasts, ability users are constantly being consumed. Beyond the first and second awakenings, there are many ways to grow stronger. Battle techniques and weapons remain crucial for ordinary people. Other methods are completely unreliable and do more harm than good. Protecting our homeland is undoubtedly important, but the focus should be on the development of supernatural technology. Stop thinking about solving problems by altering genes or inducing mutations. That's a dangerous and crooked path. This kind of mutation is entirely different from the mutations in the alien gods. In the previous life, the artificial supernatural project was launched only a year later. Ordinary research teams failed countless times, wasting a large number of corpse cores, beast cores, and precious materials. They ended up producing nothing worthwhile, instead causing widespread resentment throughout the city. Many families lost their breadwinners, and countless children lost their fathers. The failure of the artificial supernatural project had a tragic ending. Those aberrants turned into even more terrifying zombies. Driven Solal strength is one aspect, but what Bailon values most is her intelligence. If he could recruit her, or get her to help at the Welfare Institute, the future money-making plan would be within reach. She could also start researching that unpalatable but life-saving nutrient solution sooner. That would be a great invention, second only to the turtle shell, saving countless lives. After all, no matter how much food Safe City has, there will come a day when it runs out. Y City has a good starting position in the apocalypse, with plenty of granaries and abundant food, so there won't be a food crisis in the short term. But other cities are in dire straits, suffering from food shortages, with more deaths caused by starvation than by zombie and mutant beast attacks. Entire cities have been stripped of bark, and there's not enough mutant beast meat to go around. Therefore, developing nutrient solutions in advance is of great significance. Of course I know about Milan. After all, I'm a college graduate too. I've heard plenty of legends like that in class. Bailon replied casually, his memories of student days already blurred. Well, then there's nothing more to say, Ying murmured softly. Since we've finished discussing the base, let me ask how your Supreme Overlord Fist training is going. If you're worse than the military district, it'll be a real embarrassment for me, Bailon asked seriously. I'm still in the beginner stage. Mainly because I'm a mage, I hardly engage in close combat. Ying tried to find an excuse, her gaze shifting. You're too lax. Thunderstorm is indeed strong in the early stages, but once you reach the Lord stage, when those tanks and warriors step forward, you'll understand what it means to have no room to shine. Bailon scolded angrily before turning to the others. What about you guys? If you haven't even started, don't speak. Who's reached the first stage? Brother Bai. I have. Wang Ming raised his hand, a bit shyly. Good. Come out and show me a set. Bailon was a bit surprised. He had thought Yang Ming would be the first. The Supreme Overlord Fist, adapted into a combat technique, has 5 stages. Only after mastering the basics can one begin the first stage Fist Intent. This is the most crucial step of the Supreme Overlord Fist. With Fist Intent, one can suppress opponents during combat and gain a significant advantage. To be honest, the Supreme Overlord Fist relies heavily on talent, but that's mainly for the 4th and 5th stages. The first 3 stages depend more on effort, and clearly, Wang Ming, this chubby guy, is the most hardworking. After receiving the order, Wang Ming began his routine. His punches were fierce and powerful, each move exuding an invincible aura. But when he heard Yi Ying's comment, "That's amazing," his rhythm faltered, and the sharpness of his punches diminished. Seeing this, Bailon couldn't help but laugh. Emotions are truly the bane of top players. Wang Ming's success and failure both stem from Yi Ying. He didn't say much, just painted a rosy picture for everyone, praising their efforts and promising them limitless achievements in the future. When they're young, they're easier to deceive. It'll be harder later on. Get ready. In a few days, I'll arrange a match with the military district. If you dare lose, I'll have Xiao Yinyun cut off your food supply for a week. Don't live in comfort and forget the dangers, Bailon said slowly. Got it, the group replied in unison. Afterward, Bailon gave some training guidance, especially to the summoner Tang Gaoyong and the dark stalker Feng Chang. They had great potential, and Bailon, with his extensive experience in these professions, offered extra advice. Summoners and beast tamers share similarities, and Bailon, being a legendary beast tamer, is unmatched in this field. As for dark stalkers, Bailon had been assassinated countless times, making him unparalleled in anti-assassination techniques. Many assassins who failed to master their skills were caught and counter-killed by Lan.so. Although he didn't know how others would assassinate him, Bailon was very clear about the defensive methods. For training purposes, Bailon instructed Feng Chang to try assassinating him whenever they met, with rewards for successfully injuring him. Feng Chang gladly agreed. This way, Bailon could stay vigilant while also training. Bailon had long envied the shadow guards of the Dongfang family, and this time he decided to cultivate one himself, using Feng Chang as a test subject. After returning to his room, Bailon let out a sigh of relief and picked up the work report that Xiao Yinyun had left on the table. Most of the content had already been mentioned by Yi Ying earlier, and the rest were just trivial matters. Bailon absent-mindedly skimmed through it, his mind already wandering elsewhere. According to the simulation progress, he could deal with the silver-armored python's attack within a week and even unexpectedly form a contract with it. The next beast tide wouldn't appear until the 25th day, which meant there were still 18 days left, a very ample amount of time. The main task in the safe city was training, with the goal of promoting more soldiers to advanced levels before the beast tide struck, thereby minimizing casualties as much as possible. Since the simulated battle could withstand the tide, the real one should be even easier. Especially now that Bailon had the help of the silver-armored python, he was nearly invincible on the battlefield. As long as he didn't encounter Lord-level mutant beasts or zombies, it would essentially be a one-sided situation. What Bailon was looking forward to the most was the breakthroughs in talismans and formations on the 20th day, thanks to the Furious Lotus. This was truly exciting. Formations could significantly reduce casualties at the city gates, while talismans were life-saving tools. If they could be mass-produced, Even ordinary soldiers without abilities could unleash great power. Therefore, the faster these two developments progressed, the better. Since there wasn't much to do in the coming days, Bai Lan kept urging Jiang Yu and Aunt Zhang to train, hoping for quicker results. Another priority was taming mutant beasts. To be honest, after his rebirth and gaining abilities, Bai Lan hadn't done much taming, relying mostly on brute force. Now, taming needed to be prioritized and couldn't be delayed for too long. Ideally, he should tame a batch of high-level mutant beasts as combat power before the arrival of the mutant god. Y City was so small, with only a handful of talented individuals. Losing even one would be a significant blow, far too dangerous. There's nothing else for today. I'll practice the Supreme Overlord Fist at home and deal with the artificial ability research at the research department tomorrow. After making his decision, Bai Lan immediately sat down, focused his mind, and began practicing the Supreme Overlord Fist. While he was cultivating and nurturing his spirit, the military district was already bustling with activity. To stimulate the enthusiasm of various units, they now held small competitions every 3 days and major competitions every 5 days, aiming to select new talents. The previous management methods were clearly unsuitable, so Li Jun had followed Yin Siming's advice and made adjustments. The results were evident, with many gifted ability users emerging, most of them aged between 16 and 25. Although they lacked military experience, their individual capabilities were strong, rivaling those of ability users from welfare institutions. Coupled with the military's more comprehensive welfare system, many young people were drawn to join. In the previous life, Li Jun had been very conservative, appointing old officers as commanders of each unit, who rose through connections and seniority rather than merit. This led to many ordinary commanders being killed early on the battlefield, leaving the army leaderless, chaotic, and fighting independently. Humanity's greatest advantage over mutant beasts and zombies was organization and discipline, the ability to follow orders and achieve efficiency. When commanders died, this advantage was lost. Of course, death on the battlefield wasn't the only problem. Daily life is full of troubles. Many veterans rely on their seniority to bully newcomers. Most of these awakened individuals are young people in their teens or 20s, full of vigor and fiery tempers, leading to intense conflicts with the veterans. Bai Lan has witnessed countless disputes over battle achievements, and incidents of bullying among comrades are even more frequent. During most zombie or beast-tide invasions, everyone fights under such chaotic circumstances, making the environment unbearable. Fortunately, in this world, Yin Siming lends a hand. Li Jun pays attention to these issues, and Lin Cece cannot stand bullying. She even heals injuries after fighting, forcing the old officers to restrain themselves significantly. Now, the military district is brimming with talent. Look at the people in that district. They're so fierce. With those muscles, one punch could kill an armored zombie. That's right, he's already won 3 consecutive matches in the arena. His strength has reached the terrifying level of early 9-star. He'll definitely advance to the next level within a week. You guys probably don't know this, but Guan Jun was originally a fierce general under Major General Qing. During the 3rd Zombie Tide invasion, he was saved by Major General Bai and has been worshipping him ever since. The military district has a rule that changing districts requires being at a high level, and there are limited spots, but he was exceptionally promoted to District 1 just to gain more resources, advance quickly, and then move to District 4 to follow Major General Bai. A masked woman nearby curiously asked, "Really? I remember Bai Lan didn't he become a Major General? So why does everyone call him Major General? You really don't know?" The military district was divided into 4 sections by Staff Officer Yin, corresponding to the 4 city gates. District 1 is the main gate, recognized as the strongest. District 2 is the East Gate, guarded by Major General Tian. District 3 is the West Gate, guarded by Major General Qin. District 4 is the South Gate, guarded by newly promoted Colonels Liu and Sun. The South Gate doesn't have a Major General for a reason. Because Bai Lan is the unofficially designated Major General of the military district, the woman blurted out. "Exactly. You're pretty sharp, even zombies wouldn't want to eat you." Major General Bai is practically a legend. If he were stationed at the South Gate, I'd sell my house in the main city and move there. With him around, District 4 would have 3 high-level officers, a lineup no one could match. So there is so much going on behind the scenes. How do you know all this? Don't worry about that. If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't even bother telling you. If you want to know more, have a drink with me tonight, and I'll tell you everything. Get lost. The woman's face turned cold, and she directly threw an ice stone, knocking the man out. Bailon, who exactly are you to attract the attention of the entire city? Even Old Yin praises you. It's truly intriguing. In the arena, Guan was showing off his muscles like crazy, shouting, "Who else?" His aura was overwhelming, reminiscent of a bygone overlord. A woman in a tight, white uniform removed her mask and stepped forward, brushing her black hair over her shoulder. She said, "I'll take you on." The guards below widened their eyes as they saw the stunning beauty, who was no less attractive than Yan Yi, appear. In the apocalypse, beautiful women were rare. Most ordinary women, for safety, would rather bind their chests and disguise themselves as men, making themselves look as unattractive as possible to avoid trouble. Women who dared to dress beautifully were either the partners of some organization's leader or powerful ability users. If an ordinary woman dared to dress up, she would undoubtedly be dragged into the shadows by bad men. There was no doubt that the woman before them was an ability user, and her strength was not weak. However, Guan was too dazzling. This steel-hearted man didn't even regard women. The previous female ability user had been beaten black and blue by him. Looking utterly miserable, Guan sneered, "Woman, step down. You're not my match." Lord Bai said men shouldn't compete with women. "This time, I won't hold back, and you'll definitely end up crying." Bailon looked bewildered. The woman said nothing, but her left hand had already thrown a fireball while her right hand gathered chunks of ice. As the two approached Guan, they collided, instantly producing thick mist that obscured Guan's vision. Within seconds, Guan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw the tall woman standing right in front of him, and his abdomen had taken more than just one punch. "Get lost." Guan gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing his full power. His ability was Earth Explosion, but unlike Lu Tu, he used it to cover his entire body. A thick layer of earth armor enveloped him, instantly boosting his aura several levels. Unfortunately, within the dense mist, he couldn't see any trace of the woman. Ice spikes and fireballs came at him wave after wave, leaving him frustrated. Suddenly, he felt sharp pain in his back. Turning around, he saw the woman had somehow gotten behind him and landed several hits. Guan launched a heavy strike, but she easily dodged and disappeared back into the mist. Guan was miserable. He couldn't land a hit, was getting slower, and his mind was growing sluggish. Most of his dodges were purely instinctive. Worse still, he was growing increasingly drowsy. Damn it, it's the mist. The mist is poisonous, and not just one kind. Guan's consciousness blurred, but he finally realized something was wrong. It was too late, though the woman threw another fireball straight at his face. Boom. The battle ended within minutes. As the mist dispersed, the crowd looked bewildered, unsure of what had happened. All they saw was Guan lying motionless on the ground, his face looking as if it had been burned. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in cheers. The soldiers were happy, but also a bit indignant. This military district was almost entirely male, so why had women suddenly taken over? First Lin Cece had emerged out of nowhere, and now there was this mysterious female ability user. What voice did the men even have left? Despite their grumbling, no one dared challenge the woman. High-level ability users couldn't intervene, and Guan was practically the top fighter. Many 7- or 8-star junior ability users had already been eliminated. They couldn't even beat Guan. So how could they compete with a woman who had easily defeated him? In the stands of training ground number 1, an elderly man and a young woman shook their heads and sighed, instantly recognizing the woman's identity. Milan, an outstanding member of the research team and the lead on artificial abilities. "Grandpa, didn't you say Milan was just a junior 8-star? How could she defeat Guan? And so quickly too?" asked a sweet, gentle voice that instantly lifted one's spirits. Yen Siming stroked his beard and chuckled. "You don't know? Milan's mind is full of ingenious ideas. That mist of hers must have contained many methods to suppress abilities. Otherwise, With Guan Jun's physical strength, he couldn't have gone down so fast. All right, go and call her up here. All right, or she'll end up tearing down the arena, Yenny said with a laugh. As Milan stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere instantly ignited. The most popular figure in the military district was the ethereal songstress Yenny. Even Lin Cece was her devoted fan. She was practically every soldier's dream girl. Her singing could soothe pain, inspire courage, and was the spiritual pillar for everyone. Almost all soldiers who are not training attend the weekly concert. Many people who couldn't bear the post-apocalyptic life found a reason to keep going through her singing. Her performances significantly reduced the suicide rate in the safe city. Everyone, quiet down. Let me introduce someone. This is the rising star of our research department, Professor Milan. Yen Yi introduced briefly, and the scene erupted like a concert, with everyone cheering Milan's name. She felt a bit shy and leaned close to Yen Yi's ear, whispering, "Xiao Yen, why did you reveal my identity? Wasn't it supposed to be confidential?" Confidential? It's the apocalypse. What secrets are left to keep? You're so beautiful. Coming to the military district, what could you possibly keep secret? Yen Yi replied with a smile. Then he addressed the crowd. If you have any special suggestions, you can approach her. Of course, if you're thinking about romance, the outcome might be similar to Guan Jun's. Yen Yi's joke instantly lightened the atmosphere. Wow, Miss Milan is amazing. I'm a knight of light. I can protect you. From now on, Lin Cece and Yen Yi are yours. I only want Milan. She's just my type. Miss Milan, I'm willing to be your die-hard fan. Listening to the unabashed confessions from the men below, Milan felt both shy and annoyed. She huffed, turned around, and ran off. She hated being surrounded and pointed at by a group of men. It was worse than being killed. After Milan left, Yenny casually said a few words to stabilize the atmosphere and then departed. Today's sparring event had a little interlude, and everyone was quite happy. Once the commotion settled, the ability users eagerly took to the stage, fighting with great enthusiasm. Are you angry? Yen Yi asked, holding Milan's hand with a smile. What do you think? You know I don't like it when you do that, yet you still did. Humph, I won't forgive you. Milan was fuming, but she didn't pull her hand away from Yen Yi. Then what do you want me to do to make you forgive me? I'm your only best friend, after all. Not everything a woman says can be trusted, but since you seem so sincere, call that by law to fight me. I don't believe he's as amazing as everyone says. Milan clenched her small fists, full of confidence. Yenny looked a bit troubled. Milan, it's not that I don't want to help you. Even Uncle Lee would find it hard to invite him, let alone me. Besides, he's been out recently. I don't even know if he's coming back. I don't believe it. Is there really a man in this world you can't handle? I bet Bailon is one of your fanboys. Anyway, I don't care. You must bring him here. It's not just about fighting. You don't know how those old guys in the research team have been raving about his theories on protective shields and construction materials. They're so excited they can't sleep, working overtime every night, constantly praising how brilliant he is. They even say if this invention succeeds, it could win so many awards it's driving me crazy. But that's not the only reason you want to duel Bailon, is it? Yenny asked, puzzled. Of course not. That's just part of it. The main reason is that I arranged to meet him from the very beginning, but the military district kept saying, please wait. Can research matters wait? There are still many unresolved issues with the protective shield, and there are plenty of doubts about the development of ability technology. I'm about to lose my mind. I was initially strongly opposed to artificial abilities, but thinking about it, if such anti-human things are created, would the savior of Y City come looking for me? Yet after waiting so long, there's been no sign at all. Milan held Yen Yi's small hand and started venting her frustrations, recounting her experiences since the apocalypse, especially her complaints about Bailon. Yen Yi could tell that although Milan was harsh with her words, she couldn't hide her admiration, and there was even a hint of appreciation. Don't be angry, Milan. Actually, you two are quite connected. Both of your names have Lon in them. Although I can't help you through official channels, I can introduce you to someone. Yen Yi comforted her. Who? Lin Cece, Major General Lin. Oh, I've heard of her. She often distributes porridge across the city with Major General Tian. But what does that have to do with Bailon? Milan frowned and thought for a moment. You spend all your time in the research team and don't know what's happening outside. Shortly after the apocalypse broke out, I wanted to rescue my grandfather, but the military was stretched thin, dealing with internal and external crises. Eventually, a special team was formed. At that time, Bailon, Lin Sisi, and someone named Su Shueshin appeared and safely rescued my grandfather. If anyone is closest to Bailon, it must be Lin Sisi. They've been working together since the beginning. Then let's go quickly, I can't wait anymore. Milan excitedly pulled Yin Yi to leave. Wait a moment, we need to ask Grandpa where she went. Uncle Li doesn't let me interfere with military matters anymore. Yin Yi held Milan back and pointed to Yin Siming not far away. Milan nodded and immediately ran over. She just wanted to meet Bailon and find out who he really was, how he managed to become a household name in Y City Safe Zone in less than a month. After meeting him, she planned to give him a good scolding and then take him back for a thorough study to see what was really going on in his head. When she saw Yin Siming, Milan immediately put away her temper and greeted him respectfully. Hello, Elder Yin. Milan, long time no see. How's Daong doing lately? Milan nodded. My father is doing fine, but he's been so busy that he doesn't pay attention to me anymore. Haha, the progress of the research team relies on Daong and his core members, but the future still depends on you young people. Yin Siming laughed, looking at Milan with approval. Grandpa, let's skip the pleasantries. We want to ask where Lin Sisi went. You're trying to find out about Bailon, aren't you? He just returned and is resting at the welfare center. Don't disturb him. Milan, if you want to meet him, just go tomorrow. Yin Siming saw through their intentions at a glance and spoke slowly. Really? Of course. Why don't you sit down first and take a look at the current situation in the military district? Talented people are sprouting up like bamboo shoots after the rain. With Yin Siming's words, the two had no choice but to sit down. Although Milan was extremely anxious, she thought that if she could wait this long, a little more time wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, Bailon was enjoying a rare moment of peace at the welfare center. No one disturbed him, and since his return, he had been training until late at night, constantly honing his Supreme Overlord Fist. To upgrade the Supreme Overlord Fist, he had even spent 2,000 units of time power to unlock hints. Upgrading the Supreme Overlord Fist had a strict requirement for the number of enemies killed. To level up from level 1 to level 2, he needed to kill 30 high-level mutant beasts or zombies. Additionally, he had to increase his proficiency, which could be directly boosted using time power. Time power was far more abundant than Time Zero in the Wrathful Lotus. Normally, leveling up from level 1 to level 2 required only 2,000 units of time power, but the Supreme Overlord Fist demanded a full 10,000. Although Bailon currently had a sufficient balance of time power, he didn't want to waste it, because he discovered that absorbing duplicate abilities does not yield time power. Even if the abilities are of the same level, absorbing time power only compensates for the difference. For example, Yin Siming's Grade A Heavenly Eye ability. After Bailon absorbs it, absorbing the same Heavenly Eye from others will not increase time power. If he absorbs a Grade B Heavenly Eye first and then a Grade A1, he can only obtain part of the time power. Absorbing a Grade B ability gives 2,000 units, Grade A gives 8,000, but absorbing Grade B first and then Grade A only yields 6,000. This indicates that the abilities extracted from people are not infinite, they will eventually be depleted. Moreover, most Grade D, E, and F abilities are repetitive, which shatters Bailan's dream of crazily absorbing abilities from military district ability users. Instead of using time power to upgrade abilities, it's more cost-effective to increase proficiency, which also saves time power. Not only that, Bailon estimates, based on past experience, that the time power obtained from ability users is limited, and it won't increase indefinitely from zombies and mutant beasts either. Perhaps during the next zombie tide, killing ordinary zombies will no longer yield time power. Therefore, the only sustainable way to improve is to ensure that high-level ability users train diligently. Only when they level up can he extract more time power. Additionally, time power can no longer be casually used to upgrade ability levels. Relying solely on the system's convenience and being lazy without thinking won't work. He must engage in solid combat, strive to improve proficiency, and unlock new skills. If he keeps relying on the system, he might end up with many abilities but weaker skills compared to someone with just one strong ability, which would be pathetic. Staying home all the time will make me rot. I'll go check out the city center in a few days. Maybe I'll find something useful and clean up some zombies while I'm at it, Balan planned as he practiced his punches. The efficiency of professional beast tamers is truly high. The basic tunnel connecting the villa area and the welfare center has already been completed, and the ant rats even widened the tunnel enough for cars to pass through, turning it into a small underground passage. Such a project would have taken years in the past, but the ant rats finished it within a week. The tunnel is as sturdy as reinforced concrete, showcasing the advantages of abilities. Balan specifically went to inspect it and was truly amazed by its craftsmanship. The area he prepared for training mutant beasts is now larger than a football field, with an initial estimate that it can accommodate 1,000 mutant beasts. Of course, their size can't be too large. Creatures like the silver-armored giant python wouldn't be suitable due to limited space. In the future, I plan to expand this into an underground city. Li Jun may be the surface boss of Y City, but I'll be the underground emperor. It'll be awesome, Balan muttered excitedly to himself. When the zombie tide or mutant gods attack, he could open the underground gates, unleashing countless mutant beasts to overwhelm the enemy. Forget the zombie tide, even the Eastern family could be easily crushed. In high spirits, Balan rewarded the Big Fur tribe with a week's worth of premium food and gave them 30 zombie cores to enhance their strength. He also encouraged them to have more offspring, so more little ant rats could help dig tunnels and work. They are the best labor force, hardworking, uncomplaining, eating little, sleeping little, and fond of hoarding things. Now that the sun is gone, living underground is no different from living above ground. Moreover, there are fewer mutant beasts underground, making it significantly safer. However, Balan doesn't plan to rent out the underground space to others. He intends to house the families of ability users from Coastal Prosperity and the Welfare Center there. This way, the ability users will fight desperately to protect them. Rest assured, Balan runs a legitimate operation with all necessary guarantees in place. The warrior has died, but the pension will continue to be issued, even dozens of times better than the military district. This is also the greatest advantage of the Welfare Institute in attracting powerful ability users. They must expand their group to 1,000 in the future. They will be the main force of the engineering team. After finishing these tasks, Balan was about to go out when a light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. The raindrops hit his body, feeling particularly comfortable and pleasant. But then a cold wind blew, piercing and unbearable. Ability users have strong physiques, and weather changes have little effect on them. Even girls wearing ultra-short skirts have no problem. But ordinary people can't bear it. They feel the weather is freezing, and without thick clothes, they will definitely get sick. Fortunately, the military district still has enough food. Otherwise, they would truly experience what it means to suffer from hunger and cold. To survive, the brick movers on the city wall had an especially hard time today. For survival, Balan had long established a stable stronghold to protect a group of people. But human strength is limited. Even though he was a reborn individual with a system, he couldn't help all the refugees. Those people were still hungry, cold, plagued by internal and external troubles, and lived in constant fear. Among them were pampered girls, wealthy young masters, business tycoons. But in the face of the zombie tide and the apocalypse, no one could escape. Living was tough, but humans are inherently afraid of death. Even when life is utterly miserable, they are unwilling to give up easily. So Balan said, those who died at the beginning of the apocalypse weren't that unlucky. In fact, they were fortunate. Only when you're captured by cultists or taken away by alien gods will you understand that death is not a release. Brother Bai, there's urgent military intelligence. After lunch, Balan was about to practice his abilities when Yang Ming rushed in, looking anxious. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Why are you so flustered? A beast tide has appeared near the main city gate, and the troops can't hold it. Commander Li heard you were back and asked you to hurry over to help. Beast tide? How could there be a beast tide now? What's going on? Did they explain clearly? Which beast is leading it? Balan frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The simulated reality wouldn't be wrong. If the attack was supposed to happen on the 25th day, then it would definitely be the 25th day. If it came early, it must be the result of his interference, probably because he brought about the disaster himself. especially after subduing the silver-armored python. He hadn't expected the changes to happen so quickly, but defending the city is defending the city. With Li Jun, Qin Dingyun, Tian Yong, Lu Cheng, Sun Tian, and the newly joined Lin Cixi, 6 experts in total, the troops shouldn't be overwhelmed. As long as they aren't pursued, there shouldn't be a problem. That beast is 7 or 8 meters tall, and even Staff Officer Yin couldn't identify what it is. All we know is that it's extremely powerful, no less than the 9-star advanced zombie from that day. Oh, and it has 2 horns on its head that emit an eerie glow, and the horns can shoot penetrating beams of light, which blasted the city gate open in one shot. Yang Ming said urgently, "Glowing horns, penetrating beams of light." Bai Lan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's the Yanluo demon worm. How could it appear so soon? It doesn't make any sense. In the previous life, that creature didn't show up until half a year later, and it never appeared in the simulated reality otherwise. Its name would definitely be in the simulation records. How could Bai Lan forget? When it appeared back then, it used cunning strategies to break through 4 city gates in a row, causing the deaths of over 1 million people before the military finally killed it. That battle was the most difficult one since the apocalypse began, and it almost led to the complete fall of Y City. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary beast leader could understand strategies like feinting east while attacking west and luring the tiger away from the mountain, making an already uneven battle even more disadvantageous? Brother Bai, what should we do? Should we hurry to the main city gate to provide support? Yang Ming asked anxiously. No rush. The Yanluo demon worm is very cunning. First, tell me about the situation at the other city gates, Bai Lan inquired further. Since he had been reborn, who would expect him to handle everything alone? Wishful thinking. The other city gates are relatively safe. Over at the east gate, the purple light mantis leading the attack has been driven away, and its strength has now recovered to an advanced level. But Sister Lin and Major General Tian are there, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The other gates only have a few scattered beasts, not much of a threat. I heard that Li Jun has already started gathering advanced ability users from the other gates to prepare for a united resistance. Bang! Bai Lan slammed the table. Quickly go back and tell Li Jun not to rush to withdraw people. Instead, they must hold their ground and defend each gate strictly. I will take the people from the welfare home to assist him. Understood. Yang Ming dared not delay. Transforming into a dragon man, he immediately dashed out. This beast tide was by no means naturally formed. The purple light mantis and Yanluo demon worm were just the beginning. More beasts that shouldn't exist would follow. The course of history had been completely disrupted. With the current combat strength of the military district, stopping this wave of attacks would come at a heavy cost. He had to call Su Shuexin. The tunnel had just been dug through, and bringing her here with full force wouldn't take too long. Thinking of this, Bai Lan rushed out of the room and found Wang Ming to give instructions. Take the tunnel back to Heian Shengshi, call Su Shuexin and Lu Tu, and bring some experts to help. Everyone else should pause all tasks and focus on defending the villa area. On it, Wang Ming, with a stern face, immediately ran off. By the way, tell them to assist Qin Dingyun at the west gate. The south gate isn't too dangerous. Lu Cheng and Sun Tianhe should be enough there, Bai Lan reminded. Y City main city gate, the piercing roars, battle cries, and beastly howls were deafening. The once majestic city walls were being rammed by a group of low-level ironhide horned boars, collapsing like tofu. Amid the ruins, a massive crack had opened, becoming the best entry point for the beasts to attack the city. Hold the line. Hold the line. Even if we die, we cannot retreat. Retreating makes you a deserter. Use your flesh and blood to block the beasts. Are there any more tanks? Where's the Tianyu squad? All warriors, tanks to the front. No matter what, don't let the beasts break through. On the battlefield, the commander roared furiously. Ability users unleashed waves of energy, their dazzling lights unable to overshadow the overwhelming black tide of beasts. Their numbers were too great, surging like a landslide and tsunami, suffocating the defenders. The battle between humans and beasts had reached a fever pitch. What was even more unbelievable was that the fight had only been going on for half an hour, yet the intensity was already approaching that of a final showdown. Under the storm like assault of the insect horde, the defenders, though united and cooperative, were under immense pressure, their breathing chaotic and disordered. Time passed slowly, yet it felt like sharp ice picks, piercing everyone's hearts bit by bit. Boom! Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, and suddenly a bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, illuminating the blood-soaked battlefield. The thunder was deafening, echoing through every corner of Y City's safe zone, instantly heightening the tension. The rain poured harder and harder, turning from a drizzle into a downpour, washing away the blood around the main city gate. Hearing the thunder, the beasts became even more frenzied, launching wave after wave of assaults against the defensive line formed by the human ability users. Screech the roars of the beast tide rose and fell, mud splashing everywhere, surging forward like a ferocious flood. Damn it! If I die, I'll just come back in 18 years. Come on, let the storm rage harder, and let you see the soul of the Dragon Nation. A warrior with supernatural abilities had strapped explosives all over his body, special weapons developed by the research team specifically against zombies and mutant beasts. He ignited the explosives and charged into the beast horde with ferocity, wrapping his body in his powers, trying to penetrate deeper. But after only a few steps, a sand dragon burst out from beneath his feet and swallowed him whole. Ah, if I die, we all die together. The warrior let out a long howl toward the sky. Even as his body was bitten in half, blood and flesh mangled, his intestines spilling everywhere, his face still bore an expression of heroic sacrifice. The next second, the ground exploded violently, and the sand dragon was blown to pieces, completely annihilated. The tension escalated wave after wave as humans fought desperately, yet they still struggled to withstand the ferocious assault of the mutant beasts. The flying and burrowing beasts, in particular, were elusive and wreaked havoc on the defensive lines. The line of defense held by the superhumans was continuously pushed back, unable to resist the relentless onslaught. In a short time, the casualties were severe, with corpses littering the ground. Once a superhuman fell, their body was either trampled into fragments or devoured by the beasts, who used them to enhance their own strength. At this moment, the generals among the mutant beasts appeared on the battlefield. The addition of a primary 9-star armored berserk beast, a tank beetle king, and an ironhide boar tyrant made the already dire situation for humanity even worse, plunging them into the depths of despair. Even though Li Jun was exceptionally brave, it was impossible for him to hold the entire front alone. He had already reached the strength of an advanced 5-star level, surpassing even Bai Lan in rank. But facing the siege of several 9-star primary-level insects, he couldn't spare any effort to protect others. At this critical juncture, it was Guan Jun, performing beyond expectations, who truly held the line. The battle was extremely dire. As time passed, the number of dead superhumans exceeded 1,000. Under the relentless assault of the mutant beasts, various acid bugs, giant-jawed bugs, and self-destructing bugs took the opportunity to breach the protective net and stormed into the residential areas of Y City's safe zone. Even worse, the mutant beasts were attacking from the ground, land, and air, making it impossible to defend against them all. The ground was constantly being churned up, clearly indicating that a large number of sand dragons, swamp scorpions, and plague nematodes were burrowing underground into the safe zone, spreading in all directions. If these creatures infiltrated the city on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. The plague nematodes were particularly terrifying, though not very strong. They acted like mobile bacteria and sources of infection. If they found corpses to parasitize, ordinary people in the vicinity could contract diseases within 3 days, developing pustules and boils on their skin. Just the sight of it was enough to make one's skin crawl. No, we absolutely cannot let those bugs get in. They're even more terrifying than the mutant beasts. We can't let them harm our fellow citizens and loved ones. Quickly, form a team to intercept those bugs. A group of superhumans burned with rage, their eyes filled with fury. But the resistance on the front lines was already stretched thin. Where could they find extra manpower to chase down those escaped bugs? In the end, chasing after these flying and burrowing bugs seemed like a futile effort. It was better to stay and hold the front line, fending off the endless waves of mutant beasts. Watching those flying bugs get farther and farther away, all the superhumans felt a deep sense of frustration, as if a heavy stone was pressing on their chests. What could they do? Were they just supposed to stand by and watch as the bugs infiltrated the city and slaughtered people without restraint? Didn't they join the military as superhumans to protect the countless citizens in the city? They were all at the age of boiling blood, where anger and helplessness intertwined, leaving them in unbearable pain. Yet, they could only grit their teeth and persist in resisting this wave of beast tide. If blame were to be placed, it would be on the lack of rigorous training during peacetime. If everyone were as strong as the commanders and major generals, how could they fear these alien beasts? Moreover, the current beast tide was suffocating them, and no one knew if they could survive this battle. Who had the mind to care about the safety of ordinary people? A deep sense of powerlessness surged in everyone's hearts. How much longer would this life and death slaughter last? But no matter what, the fight had to continue. Because giving up meant certain death. Against alien beasts, surrender was not an option. They were not human, devoid of any emotions or morals, pure invaders. Fighting them was a battle of life and death. Damn it, is there any reinforcements? Are the situations at the West Gate, East Gate, and South Gate just as bad? How can we possibly hold off so many alien beasts? Even if we do, what happens if everyone dies? Where are Major General Tian and Major General Qin? What about Brigadier General Lin and Major General Bai? What should we do? A blood-soaked Tianyu ability user, his arm wrapped in bandages, tightly gripped his weapon. After just slaying a blood wolf, he turned and angrily questioned his comrade beside him. Before the question could be answered, an iron-horned boar charged forward like a high-speed truck, unstoppable, and rammed into his comrade. Snap! In an instant, his comrade's waist was broken, his body crushed into a bloody pulp, and his upper body flew dozens of meters into the air like a kite with a broken string. Blood and entrails mixed with rain splattered all over the Tianyu ability user. Old Hu, brother-in-law. He cried out in anguish, his voice tearing through the air, but his strength was insufficient to kill the iron-horned boar, making revenge impossible. The iron-horned boar was a low-level alien beast, with strength ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. Ordinary people could only judge it by its thick skin, its tough hide and strong defense, coupled with 2 large horns on its head capable of charging through anything, made it a formidable foe. Its robust body and rapid recovery ability made it extremely difficult to kill. In direct combat, it wasn't the strongest, but once it started charging, it was utterly terrifying. It could now collapse city walls, and in the future, it might even pierce through a turtle shell, earning its title as the Beast Clan's most powerful siege weapon. After killing an ability user, the iron-horned boar's eyes gleamed with excitement, and it let out a low, guttural laugh. It loved using its horns to smash prey into pieces. After a brief moment of excitement, its malicious gaze locked onto the next target. Suddenly, its eyes turned red, its legs kicked up dust, and it charged forward like a bull enraged by a red cloth. The targeted ability user's face turned pale, his legs trembling as he turned and ran desperately. Facing the charging iron-horned boar head-on was suicide. Even a high-level ability user would struggle, let alone him, a mere low-level ability user. Unfortunately, he hadn't run far when the sound of flapping wings, like flies, echoed above his head. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his head, and his consciousness vanished in an instant. Yet, his body continued running. Crack! Before long, his head was cracked open, and fly-like insects swarmed inside, ravenously consuming his brain matter. His head instantly caved in, his eye sockets deeply sunken, leaving behind an extremely horrifying corpse. After a series of strange movements, the face of the Esper suddenly distorted, as if covered with disgusting maggots. Then, sharp tentacles emerged from all directions, tearing him into pieces. Each tentacle frantically absorbed his flesh and blood like mosquitoes sucking blood, eventually draining him dry and leaving behind a mummified corpse. This was the brain bloodworm. If Bailan were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly be horrified. These worms are inherently weak, so much so that even beginner espers disdain them. Even ordinary people can easily kill them. However, their most terrifying trait is their ability to disguise themselves as ordinary insects like mosquitoes or flies. Apart from special ability users like Sky Eye Masters, no one can detect their abnormality. Even high-level espers, including 9-star advanced espers, could be ambushed by them when unprepared. Once you hear a crack, it's over. The brain bloodworm burrows into the brain and can kill a person within seconds, leaving no trace of the body. Like a grim reaper, the brain bloodworm once caused a storm of death during its descent in the Dragon Nation. Countless espers and civilians were killed by it, and even in the later stages of the apocalypse, people still occasionally fell victim to it. The appearance of this disgusting worm further intensified the fear among the city defending espers. Once panic and despair spread, people's psychological defenses would collapse, accelerating the pace of defeat. Boom! A burst of flames instantly incinerated the newly formed brain bloodworm. A tall woman with black hair, wearing a white combat suit and a mask, stepped forward. She was the rising star of the research team Milan. Defying military orders, she had rushed into the battlefield, eager to earn merit by slaying enemies. But the hellish scene before her made her gasp in shock, finally understanding what a real battlefield was. Her clever tricks were useless against the overwhelming tide of corpses. The only thing she could rely on was her own esper abilities. The weak spot of the iron horn boar was located 2 inches behind its horns, where the iron armor was thinnest. Even a moderately powerful esper attack could subdue it. As a top talent in the research department, Milan had an in-depth understanding of various mutant beasts and zombies. She knew their strengths and weaknesses like the back of her hand. She clasped her hands together and murmured, "High-temperature molten flame." A fireball formed between her hands, its intense heat evaporating all the surrounding moisture. The fireball, imbued with terrifying esper energy, stunned the charging iron horn boar, which tried to flee. But it was too late. The fireball swiftly and precisely struck the weak spot of the iron horn boar. In an instant, the once dominant mutant beast turned to ashes, leaving behind only a beast core and some unburned armor fragments on the ground. Milan had defeated the iron horn boar in one move. This woman, brimming with potential, easily took down the iron horn boar even before her power had reached the advanced level. For her, fighting above her level seemed effortless. Within minutes, Milan, wearing a pair of milky white magic gloves, unleashed fireballs and ice spikes like a machine gun, wiping out all the nearby mutant beasts and carving out a bloody path, saving many of her comrades. Her magic gloves were crafted from materials obtained from a high-level zombie priest. They were created through collaboration between the research team and blacksmiths as a reward for her efforts in developing artificial esper abilities that, to be honest, these gloves really suit her. They can speed up the condensation of her abilities, reduce mental energy consumption, and even enhance the power of her abilities. Poof! A brain bloodworm suddenly descended from the sky, attempting to ambush Milan. Without even raising her head, she gently stepped back to dodge, and a burst of flame instantly shot out. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the brain bloodworm was scorched by the flames, struggled twice, and then lay motionless. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a scream came from behind. Milan turned around, and froze an entire charging squad of dozens of tank beetles was rumbling toward her. Their heavy footsteps shook the ground, as if small mountains were pressing forward. Seeing these colossal creatures, not to mention other ability users, even Milan felt immense pressure. Could this really be stopped by human power? The tank beetles, like harvesters, mercilessly crushed the fallen soldiers. Even shield ability users couldn't withstand a single charge from them. The death toll kept climbing, and the defensive line formed by the ability users was repeatedly torn apart. The ground was littered with broken corpses, a horrifying sight. Milan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury as silent tears fell. Who wouldn't be enraged watching their compatriots and comrades being mercilessly trampled? She was just a girl in her 20s, who had thought the battlefield wouldn't be this cruel. She was intelligent, but witnessing this carnage firsthand left her utterly shaken. It was terrifying. She desperately wanted to rush forward to help, to stop this insane slaughter. But reason held her back. She knew she wasn't strong enough. At most, she could handle one tank beetle, but facing so many, she would die on the battlefield as well. There was no way out. On the battlefield, without immense personal strength, it was impossible to change the outcome. Wanting to kill the enemy, but being powerless to turn the tide, all efforts would be in vain. Survivors of the Corpse Tide and Beast Tide understood this, which is why they revered Bylon. Because he alone could turn the tide as long as he was there, they had hope. Bylon once said that mutant beasts and zombies have limited intelligence, but that doesn't mean they lack combat instincts. Even low-level mutant beasts know how to avoid danger and can sense the strength of their enemy's abilities. They understand how to coordinate tactics, capable of both delaying and launching strong attacks. Not only do tank beetles form charging squads, but some ferocious armored beasts specifically target ability users who are vulnerable after unleashing their ultimate moves. They are both offensive and defensive, tearing open gap after gap in the human ability user's defensive line. Damn it, has the message been sent out yet? When the hell is Bylon coming? Li Jun's upper body was covered in scars, and the lightning around him was no longer as fierce as before. The message has been sent. Someone from the Welfare Institute just said that Lord Bai is already on his way. He told the commander not to before Li Jun's personal guard could finish speaking. The tank beetle king pierced through his body with a single strike, sending him flying far away like a broken kite. No, Xiaofang. Damn it, all of you die? Li Jun roared furiously, his entire body erupting with lightning, like the descent of the thunder god. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a heavy punch to the tank beetle king. His anger made him unleash his abilities without reservation, pouring all his advanced powers into the attack. He had intended to save some strength to deal with the Yin Luo demon worm, but now he couldn't hold back anymore. That was the personal guard who had accompanied him for 10 years, closer than a son. Watching Xiaofang's life rapidly fade away, Li Jun couldn't hold back his tears, aging a dozen years in an instant. With fists crackling with lightning, he furiously struck the tank beetle king. In the next second, the tank beetle king let out a whimper and lost its life. No matter how strong a beast, in front of a high-level ability user, it was nothing more than a paper tiger, unable to withstand Li Jun's full-force lightning attack. The armored berserk beast and Ironhide Pig Overlord realized the situation was dire and immediately turned to flee. Their strength was already nearing the high-level threshold, and soon they could ascend to become the rulers of this planet. They had no intention of dying here. Trying to escape? Enraged, Li Jun chased after them directly. With a flash of lightning, he appeared instantly on their escape route. Desireless Thunderfinger. A lightning-like attack pierced through the defenses of the armored berserk beast in an instant. If it weren't for its thick skin and flesh deflecting the blow from a vital area, it would have already died. Li Jun's Desireless Thunderfinger was a fast, concentrated burst attack skill. If the first strike didn't kill, he would unleash another. This move was fast, ruthless, precise, and consumed little energy, a beginner's killing skill. The armored berserk beast staggered a few steps with its wounds, only to be pierced into a honeycomb and collapse heavily to the ground. The Ironhide Pig Overlord watched in terror, its narrow eyes filled with fear. Yin Luo, save me. Save me. I can't die. The Ironhide Pig Overlord desperately called for help in an otherworldly language. To Li Jun, it sounded like a roar, a desperate attempt to fight back. From afar, the Yin Luo demon worm ignored it, coldly watching the struggling ability user with a ruthless gaze. But its small nose greedily inhaled the exotic fragrance in the air that was its true purpose for coming to the safe city of Y City. As long as it captured that fragrant treasure, it could ascend to the rank of Lord within a month and completely dominate the safe city. As for these minor leaders, what did it matter if they died? If one Ironhide Pig Overlord perished, there would be another, and then another. As long as it was strong enough, the beast horde would never cease. There was no need to waste its abilities chasing down these rampaging natives. Even if it fought desperately, it wouldn't make much difference. Better to let their offspring expend some energy. After all, the new planet had abundant food, and these beasts reproduced quickly. It wouldn't be long before a new beast army was formed. Die. Li Jun's cold and merciless voice sounded like a death sentence. With a flash of lightning, Several large holes appeared in the ironhide pig overlord's proud iron armor, and its life quickly ebbed away. Soon, it completely collapsed. The battle was swift. 3 9-star beginner-level beasts fell one after another within a minute. Li Jun couldn't spare a thought for anything else and quickly ran to his personal guard's side, crushing several beast cores to alleviate his injuries. "Commander, don't waste them." "I haven't yet," avenged Lord Bai. "Cough. Cough. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Xiaofang, you can't die. Damn these beasts. Damn this apocalypse. I will save you. When Brigadier General Lin arrives, her abilities will surely save you. I'll notify her right away." Li Jun almost shouted. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time he felt so powerless, wanting to save someone but unable to do so. "No." Fang Yu used the last of his strength to shout this word, then grew even weaker. But he no longer cared. From the first day he joined the army, he had prepared himself for sacrifice. Lord Bai said, "Never let the major generals come to the main gate." "Absolutely not." Fang Yu used all his strength to finish his sentence before taking his last breath, dying while still clutching Li Jun's arm tightly. His injuries were too severe. It was a miracle he had survived until now. Before his death, he had exhausted all his abilities. "No, Xiaofang. Fang Yu, I order you to wake up. You can't die. Do you hear me? I order you." Li Jun was consumed by grief. This kind and upright young man had perished, swept away by the tide of history. And as the highest commander here, Li Jun couldn't even provide him a proper resting place. The battle would not stop because of one person's death. The army of beasts continued their frenzied slaughter of the ability users. However, with the death of 3 minor leaders, the attack slowed down. The beasts no longer charged recklessly but began to act in coordinated groups. Beasts were far smarter than zombies. They knew fear, understood when to retreat, and when to fight. But the Yinluo demon worm was still alive. The true leader was still present, and the battle had to be fought to the end. Death and sorrow filled every corner of the main city gate. To weaken the human ability users as much as possible, the Yinluo demon worm spread its wings, which were densely covered with green eggs underneath, making everyone shudder. The Yinluo demon worm had an acute sense of perception. It knew there were still many strong individuals in the city and dared not act recklessly. It chose to stay in the rear, commanding the beast army to continuously wear down the enemy. Once the human ability users were exhausted, it would strike, ensuring an easy victory. When the battle ended, it planned to hand over the beast eggs and insect eggs to the native ability users for incubation. The bodies of those ability users were the perfect breeding grounds, capable of nurturing extremely powerful beast warriors. Then, this formidable army would be used to conquer new territories, repeating the cycle. In less than 100 years, it would ascend to legendary status and become the ruler of the new world. Just as it was immersed in its dream, the eggs under its wings suddenly hatched at an astonishing speed, scattering instantly and transforming into fully grown insects. After a brief internal struggle, 3 massive flying insects, each the size of a bull, were born. These were the Yinluo flying lice, the kings of the skies. From the moment of their birth, they were blessed with the power of wind, possessing not only incredible speed but also immense destructive power, making them the top-tier pilots among the beasts. Screech, a sharp cry pierced the air as one of them dove down like a meteor, attacking the ability users with such force that the wind pressure made their eardrums ache. "It's over. I'm done for." One ability user, realizing he was targeted, cried out in despair. At the critical moment, an ice spike suddenly shot out, interrupting the attack. The Yinluo flying louse was forced to swerve sharply to avoid it, glaring furiously at the woman who had stopped it from feeding. It let out a shrill scream and charged at her again. Milan's pupils contracted, her heart nearly stopping. But she would never give up. No matter what, she had to fight back. With her strength, she shouldn't be instantly killed by the Yinluo flying louse. As she was thinking, the guard who had narrowly survived pulled out his handgun, gripping it tightly with both hands, his eyes sharp as a hawk, and began firing frantically. The bullets caused limited damage to the Yinluo flying louse, but they were a blow to its pride. The thick skin of a low-level beast made ordinary firearms only capable of forcing it to retreat to kill it. One would need high-powered weapons or armor-piercing rounds with heavy firepower. The Yin Luo flying louse immediately abandoned Milan and charged at the ability user. Milan realized the enemy's speed far exceeded her expectations. She wanted to release another ice spike, but couldn't aim properly. Thud! The Yin Luo flying might pierce through the chest of the ability user with a single bite, blood splattering like a fountain. Tasting blood for the first time, it let out an excited shriek, craving more, yearning to bathe in blood and ultimately evolve into a dominant creature akin to the Yin Luo demon bug. Suddenly, its insect head sharply turned toward Milan, its eerie, large eyes greedily fixed on her. It darted forward at a speed too fast for anyone to react. "I'll help you." In an instant, a towering giant, as solid as an iron tower, stood in front of Milan. This iron tower of a man was Guan Jun. He looked completely different from his appearance in the arena, now fully armed. Every muscle of his body was encased in hard stone. This was his skill stone armor, which allowed him to control stones to cover his body, enhancing his strength and defense, though at the cost of reduced mobility. Guan Jun was once a special forces soldier, his personal strength even surpassing Zhang He. After awakening his Earth Explosion ability, he trained to the level of primary 9 stars, his power impeccable. In terms of defense and attack, his Earth Explosion ability was superior to ordinary tank-type ability users. Captain Guan seeing Guan Jun come to her aid, Milan felt a surge of gratitude and renewed hope. With him here, the Yin Luo flying might would have a hard time taking her down. If they worked together, they might even defeat it. This was what Milan thought. Unfortunately, she was too naive. Under normal circumstances, it might be possible, but Guan Jun had already expended a great deal of energy in previous battles. The fact that he could come to her rescue at this moment was already his limit. The impact of the Yin Luo flying might's dive was more forceful than a speeding truck. Bang! The two forces collided violently, and Guan Jun's stone armor quickly cracked. His entire body trembled, blood spurted out, and he was sent flying. "Run! Run now!" Guan Jun shouted desperately, ignoring his injuries. Screeched the Yin Luo flying might roared in fury, its deadly scythe like forelegs snapping. Guan Jun's solid defense had caused it immense pain. After a brief recovery, its blood-red eyes locked onto Guan Jun and Milan. It planned to finish them both off in one strike, washing away its humiliation with their blood. The Yin Luo flying might raised its insect leg again, spun around, and dove like an eagle swooping down on chicks. This time, its attack was even more powerful and faster, clearly determined to kill. Guan Jun smiled bitterly, knowing he could no longer fight. The previous defense had drained his ability completely, leaving him with no options for this attack. He could only prepare to face death. At least, in the final moments of his life, he had successfully played the hero and saved the beauty. He thought it was quite dashing and perhaps might even change his comrades' perception of his cold and rigid personality. "It's a pity I'm still single. The Guan family line will end with me. But I died for a worthy cause, and I died gloriously. This time, I'll be joining you all." Guan Jun instinctively raised his hand to protect his chest, knowing it was futile, yet he still reached out. "Captain Guan." Milan's eyes widened, and she could hardly breathe. She wanted to help, but didn't know how, as she couldn't aim at the rapidly approaching Yin Luo flying might. The fireballs she had launched earlier were easily dodged. At this moment, who could save Guan Jun? Li Jun was far away on the front lines, holding off a large number of powerful beasts. But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire by the time he arrived. Not only Guan Jun, but Milan herself might have been devoured by the Yin Luo flying might. As Guan Jun was about to meet his end, suddenly an anomaly occurred. Swish! A ghostly figure appeared in the path of the Yin Luo flying might in an instant. The chilling killing intent that followed was almost tangible, causing the supposedly fearless Yin Luo flying might to feel a trace of fear. Yin Luo flying might. The Yin Luo demon insect remains as cautious as ever, or rather, it's simply too afraid of death. "Fine, let me show you what true, overwhelming power looks like." A dignified yet icy voice echoed slowly. The Yin Luo flying midge instinctively sensed an immense threat, like a fawn caught in a leopard's gaze, its entire body trembling with tension. It immediately ceased its attack and turned to face the impending enemy. It knew that if it did not fight back at once, it would likely lose its life. The overwhelming aura of this power was terrifying far beyond anything it had ever experienced, not even from the Yenluo demon insect itself. This oppressive pressure was something it had only felt in the presence of Lord-tier beasts. In the instant it turned around, the shadowy figure had already raised a straight blade. The blade's edge traced a silver arc through the air. Swish! The Yenluo flying midge's head was split open in an instant, and its body was slashed with a gash so deep it reached its spine. The man before it hadn't struck just once, was it twice? Or 3 times? The midge couldn't even process it in time. Despite its extraordinary vitality, it couldn't endure such attacks. Bug blood and green brain matter sprayed in all directions, creating a scene both shocking and gruesome. Even with such grievous injuries, it didn't die instantly. Instead, it launched into a frenzied counterattack. Its scythe-like legs, driven by its alien power, slashed wildly, whipping up gusts of wind blades. This was its ultimate move, one that most ordinary power wielders could neither evade nor block. But the shadow showed no concern. Moving like a flash of light, it dodged the dense wind blades as if teleporting, all while leaving countless wounds on the Yenluo flying midge's body. In the blink of an eye, the midge was covered in blood, its condition miserable. It let out a piercing, mournful cry. The Yenluo flying midge's greatest strengths lay in its incredible speed and ferocious diving attacks, capable of shredding prey in an instant. But now, its brain and spine were gravely injured. It could barely even fly properly, much less execute its signature moves. All it could do was brace itself and fight the shadow head-on. The shadow struck again, moving with lightning speed. To an ordinary power wielder, his movements were utterly imperceptible, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Scree! The Yenluo flying midge sensed an unprecedented level of danger, knowing that if it didn't go all out, death was inevitable. Enduring its excruciating pain, it grew a pair of even larger scythes from behind its existing scythe legs. This was its ultimate survival technique, one that consumed immense amounts of life energy, and it would never use it lightly. Once unleashed, its attack speed doubled, and combined with its exceptional precision, it could annihilate any opponent in an instant. The Yenluo flying midge believed this insignificant native shadow before it would be no exception. Scree! With a sharp cry, the Yenluo flying midge swung its scythes wildly. Each slash tore through the air with deafening roars. Just one strike would be enough to obliterate this arrogant native, leaving nothing behind. It intended to use its enemy's blood to heal its wounds, to use their flesh to quell the fury burning in its heart. However, the shadow sneered coldly. The straight blade in his hand moved with an elusive speed, parrying every attack effortlessly. Then, in an instant, he plunged his blade straight into the insect's brain. Brain matter splattered everywhere. The Yenluo flying midge widened its eyes in its final moments, filled with disbelief. It could not comprehend how it had met its end at the hands of a seemingly insignificant native. It was supposed to be the king of the skies, the future leader of the beast race. How could it possibly fall so early? It was dead, just like that. This Yenluo flying midge, which had once believed itself invincible, was slain in the blink of an eye, clean and decisive. The shadowed man smirked wickedly, turning slowly to Milan and saying, "Pretty stylish move, huh?" Milan, momentarily stunned, finally realized just how powerful the man before her truly was. That Yenluo flying flea was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if Li Jun, Qin Dingyun, Tian Yong, and a group of other young generals joined forces, they couldn't eliminate it so quickly. Yet, the man before them made it look as effortless as cutting down a zombie. At this moment, Guan Jun, lying in the corner, was overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed red, and his blood boiled. Ignoring his injuries, he staggered to his feet, his fervent gaze fixed on the shadowy figure of the man. He knew that the person before him was none other than Bailan, whom he had admired for so long. The scene just now completely validated all the fantasies he had in his heart. Although Bailan appeared young and inexperienced, lacking the steadiness of maturity, that didn't matter. This was no longer an era where appearances mattered. Moreover, Bailan had saved him at a critical moment just now. making him feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline, so much so that even his pain seemed less noticeable. That's right. He was the guardian deity of Y City, the war god in the hearts of most soldiers. As long as he took action, no enemy could stand in his way. After showing off in front of Milan, Bai Lan crushed a beast core and began to heal Guan Jun's injuries while asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Guan Jun tried to straighten his chest, unwilling to show any weakness in front of Bai Lan. But his excitement worsened his injuries, causing him to cough repeatedly and eventually spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling even to stand. "Go back and find a healer to recover properly. Don't leave any lasting damage, or it will affect your future promotion to Lord," Bai Lan said gently, patting Guan Jun's shoulder. Then his gaze turned sharp as he looked at the devastated battlefield and coldly said, "I'm enough here. If you stay, you'll only hold me back. Hurry and leave." Guan Jun was overwhelmed with shame. He thought of himself as a 9-star beginner ability user, almost unmatched in the military district. Yet, in Bai Lan's eyes, he was not only useless but a burden. He nodded, clutching his chest weakly, and said, "All right, take care." With that, he limped away, dragging 2 unconscious ability users with him. Milan had no idea that the man before her was Bai Lan. Although she was grateful for his help, she was more worried about Guan Jun's injuries. She nodded slightly and quickly supported the injured Guan Jun, slowly retreating. After walking for a while, Milan couldn't help but ask softly, "Do you know him?" "No." "Then who is he?" She knows almost all the experts in Y City's military district, so why hasn't she seen him before? Guan Jun turned his head and gave Milan a deep look, his face showing unprecedented excitement, as if he were proudly showing off, filled with satisfaction. "He's my idol, the war god. Without him, I would have died in the last zombie tide. Not just me. The brothers at the South Gate all believe that as long as he's here, no matter how tough the battle is, we'll win and win big." "Huh? Who exactly is he?" "I don't understand." Milan was stunned, a bit confused. She was smart, but at this moment, she couldn't connect the dots to the Bai Lan before her, completely swept up in Guan Jun's emotions. "His name is Bai Lan. But you don't need to understand right now, because very soon, you'll witness an incredible battle unfold before your eyes." After saying this, Guan Jun became so excited that he started coughing violently again. Milan patted his back and urged, "Stop talking. Just focus on finding a healer and getting treated." Though she said this, Bai Lan's heroic figure had already been deeply etched into her heart. She kept replaying the scene and conversation of her encounter with Bai Lan in her mind, never expecting to be saved by him right after meeting. From Guan Jun's confident words, Milan knew Bai Lan's strength was not just talk. He would surely bring more surprises on the battlefield. Roar, roar, roar. The howls of the beast showed no signs of stopping, growing even fiercer. The chirping of insects rose and fell, plunging the already exhausted ability users into deeper despair. Without reinforcements, they would face total annihilation. At that moment, trucks came to a halt, and hundreds of fully armed combat ability users charged out. The leading ability user raised the flag of the Welfare Institute, and the previously silent battlefield erupted in chaos. "Reinforcements are here. It's Lord Bai's Welfare Institute. Major Bai is back. He hasn't abandoned us. Brothers, the horn of counterattack has sounded. I feel my strength surging. I'm about to break through. This is the dawn of victory. We will win. Fight. Drive the beasts out of Y City, out of Dragon Country." With experts like Wang Ming, Yi Ying, Jiang Yu, Tang Gaoyong, Mu Wan, and Feng Chang joining the fray, the tide of the battle instantly turned. The ability users, who had been at a disadvantage, unleashed extraordinary power. The Welfare Institute's ability users charged straight into the fiercest battle zones. They represented not only themselves, but also the reputation of the Welfare Institute. This battle would determine victory or defeat, and they wanted all the ability users in Y City to remember, we are elites, not to be underestimated. Wang Ming and Yi Ying found Yang Ming, who had arrived earlier, and the three worked seamlessly together. Wang Ming used his heaven's might to attract monsters. Yang Ming, as a dragon warrior, provided support, while Yi Ying chanted spells, instantly slicing through beasts with blood splattering everywhere, a truly shocking scene. The fiercer the battle became, the more courageous the two grew. In the eyes of the onlookers, they had already become towering, formidable warriors. Jiang Yu was not to be outdone, using his agile movements to weave through the battlefield. Wherever he went, he attached explosive talismans to the beasts, blowing many armored horned pigs into pieces, with even tank beetles unable to escape. Not only that, he applied explosive talismans to the beasts and speed and strength talismans to his teammates, simultaneously attacking and supporting, significantly boosting the team's combat effectiveness. Under his fierce assault, even the strongest tank beetle squads were no match. Summoner Tang Gaoyong was even more impressive, summoning a large number of skeleton knights to charge madly through the beast horde. Each skeleton knight had the strength equivalent to a beginner 5-star level, with astonishing destructive power, like a harvesting machine. Holy crap, is that a necromancer? Those skeleton knights are insane, so domineering. I feel like my abilities are so outdated. That's a true battlefield killer. If it were me, I wouldn't settle for less than hundreds of battle merits after this beast tide. My vocabulary is limited, I can't find better words to describe this, it's just incredible. Thud, thud, thud. The skeleton knights charged forward, their heavy lances razor-sharp. With one strike, even elite beasts couldn't withstand it, their thick armor was pierced like tofu. Large insects were dealt with in the same way, while smaller beasts like blood wolves, rainbow slugs, and thousand poison centipedes were effortlessly swept away. The beasts hit were either shattered into pieces or left dazed, completely unable to resist, only waiting to be harvested by the ability users. Is this still not enough? Pathetic. Do you think you can stay in Y City like this? What a disgrace. Tang Gaoyong confidently finished speaking and turned his gaze to the Ironhide Boar squad. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton knights launched their fiercest charge, sweeping across the battlefield like thunder, accompanied by the agonized cries of insects. Tang Gaoyong was exhilarated but maintained a proud expression. He secretly glanced at Jiang Yu not far away, his heart already captivated by Jiang Yu's lively and adorable demeanor. Ever since their first meeting, his heart had been stirred, and now, at an age of daring love and hate, he was deeply moved. After joining the Welfare Institute, he initially planned to leave and pursue his goddess Lin Cece. However, the moment he turned back and saw Jiang Yu, he realized his true destiny. He chose love over his goddess. What will he think when he learns in the future that Jiang Yu is actually male? Will he continue to follow, or completely lose control and turn dark? These are unknowns. For now, just relying on the skeleton knight army led by Tang Gaoyong is enough to sweep the battlefield. His combat power even surpasses that of top-tier ability users. At this moment, he undoubtedly believes that summoners are the strongest among all abilities. Tang Gaoyong shone brightly on the battlefield, reaching the pinnacle of his life, while ability users like Mu Wan and Feng Chong also performed well. However, compared to the top combat power of the Welfare Institute, the gap was still significant. On the battlefield at the main city gate, the arrival of the Welfare Institute reinforcements immediately turned the tide in favor of humanity. The beasts were slaughtered mercilessly, suffering heavy casualties. The previously demoralized military district ability users, upon seeing the reinforcements, experienced a surge in morale, successfully driving the beasts out of the main city gate's defenses. The Yinluo demon worm's plan to break through Y City's safe zone was completely thwarted. In truth, the military district ability users were not weak. The sudden breach of the main city gate caught them off guard, allowing the beasts to exploit the opportunity. Even with other generals providing support, the outcome would not have been much different. The real challenge lay in the distant Old Six, the Yinluo demon worm. With morale soaring, all ability users shifted from defense to active offense. A water mage, whose eyes had been corroded by acid worms, took out 3 corpse cores as spellcasting mediums and began chanting. His body was enveloped in water elements, streams spinning tightly and transforming into high-pressure water jets that instantly pierced through several self-destructing worms, extinguishing their explosive flames and saving countless teammates in the front lines. A half-tiger warrior was engaged in close combat with a ferocious armored beast. Roaring in pain, He endured the agony of his arm being torn apart, trading injury for injury. With his other hand, he gripped a newly forged mountain-splitting axe and delivered a fierce blow. Using the last of his life force, he struck down the beast that had killed 5 of his comrades. The half-tiger warrior, exhausted and spent, ultimately fell on the battlefield, forever remaining there. A demon swordsman, who had been lying on the ground barely alive, staggered to his feet. Though he had just lost consciousness, the thunderous shouts brought him back from the brink of death. He knew the moment for counterattack had arrived. Gripping his longsword tightly, he prepared to continue fighting to protect Y City's safe zone and his family. With a squelch, he gritted his teeth and plunged his enchanted sword into his own body, using demonic energy to fight poison with poison, neutralizing the venom of the 1,000-venom centipede. The method proved effective, restoring some of his vitality. His gaze swept across the battlefield and locked onto a rainbow slug. As a seasoned veteran who had fought his way through the apocalypse, he knew that rainbow slugs were not particularly strong and could be easily defeated by cautious ability users. But he didn't care. The more beasts he could kill, the greater the chance of victory. If he could kill 2, he would walk the road to the underworld with a smile. On the battlefield, the ability users fought with increasing courage. They were unafraid of bloodshed, unafraid of death, their spirits shining like sunlight over the battlefield. Even when the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, their light reached into everyone's hearts. Not only the ability users, but ordinary soldiers also unleashed astonishing strength, wielding unfamiliar combat techniques and weapons infused with abilities, fighting madly. A few daring young soldiers dodged the charge of the iron-horned boar, flipped onto its back, and pulled out ability-infused daggers, stabbing wildly. Beast blood splattered everywhere. Although the daggers were not as powerful as the skills of ability users, as long as they broke through the defense, they could inflict damage. Moreover, they were coated with a special alchemist-made poison, which was extremely potent. The iron-horned boar howled in pain, struggling desperately to throw the soldiers off, stomping madly, but the soldiers clung on tightly. Even as the iron armor pierced their bodies, they remained unmoving. The daggers stabbed relentlessly until the boar collapsed, lifeless. Only then did the soldier stop, but his young life had also come to an end. The heroic battle, the high morale, combined with reinforcements from the Welfare Institute, all these factors converged. He knew he should be quite famous because it had already been proven during the last simulation. But now, the news of the silver-armored giant python attacking the city was almost unknown. Li Jun had probably just received the news of his return and was preparing to spread it, but the sudden beast attack left no time for that. What went wrong? However, none of that mattered. Having a good reputation was always a plus. It was just a bit hard to adjust, considering that in his previous life, he was a notorious figure everyone wanted to hunt down. Now, the moment he appeared, he was greeted with wild cheers, and the morale inexplicably soared. When Li Jun saw Bailan arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest. With Bailan here, he, an old man, wouldn't he have to deal with the Yinluo demon worm himself and could focus on clearing the obstacles ahead. Die, all of you. Let me show you the true power of an advanced ability user. Li Jun roared, and the no-desire thunder finger in his hand was instantly unleashed. The charging tank beetle king immediately emitted black smoke, giving off the smell of roasted meat. Screech! The tank beetle king roared furiously, and a swarm of tank beetles surrounded Li Jun, leaving no gaps. From above, a Yinluo flying midge swooped down to join the fray. It seemed that Li Jun was also falling into a passive position. But as the strongest ability user in Y City, Li Jun didn't even furrow his brow. Grabbing the tank beetle king, he unleashed a relentless assault, striking its weak points all over. Its once proud defense turned to mush under the lightning strikes. Unfortunately, two fists couldn't fend off four hands. Faced with the ground attacks, he dodged left and right, avoiding most of them with his exceptional speed. However, the Yinluo flying midge, inheriting the cunning of the Yinluo demon worm, knew it would suffer if it fought head-on and might even be counter-killed. So, it kept looking for an opening. Now, it had finally found one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It flapped its wings rapidly, spiraling and accelerating as it charged forward. Its scythe-like forelegs were as sharp as the Grim Reaper's blade. If it struck Li Jun directly, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that moment, Li Jun leaped into the air to avoid the tank beetle's attacks, leaving him unable to dodge mid-air. Just as the Yinluo flying midge was about to strike him, a figure suddenly leaped out of the sky. With a swift and precise slash, the figure severed the scythe-like leg of the Yinluo flying midge, then kicked it into the distant city wall. The wall, reinforced by Earth-based abilities, was smashed into a large crater. Bai Lan, stop talking nonsense. Recover your strength quickly. You'll command the battle later and clear the beasts around the Yinluo demon worm. Leave it to me to take it down. Bai Lan left these words behind, and the straight blade in his hand ignited with flames as he swiftly charged toward the tank beetles. Each strike hit a vital point, killing them instantly. The once dominant tank beetles were like bugs crushed underfoot in Bai Lan's hands. Watching Bai Lan's effortless and graceful movements, Li Jun shook his head with a complex expression. His pride didn't want to be overshadowed by a college student who had suddenly appeared, but as the commander of Y City, responsible for the lives of millions, he couldn't afford to be willful. He could only do his utmost to protect as many people as possible. Crushing a few beast cores in his hand, he quickly recovered his abilities and mental strength under protection. With Bai Lan here, he wasn't worried at all. At this moment, Bai Lan was fiercely battling the swarm of tank beetles. The tank beetles weren't particularly large, about the size of an ordinary SUV, and their bodies were covered in thick iron armor, resembling tanks. Not only that, when the enemy approaches, any part of its body can instantly shoot out a blood-red spike, causing damage while also absorbing the opponent's abilities. Encountering it for the first time is almost impossible to guard against. But for a veteran who has survived in the apocalypse for 15 years, these are just petty tricks. Even if the blood spike is faster than a bullet, the experienced Bai Lan would never fall for it.